He was a miraculous healer, yet he was so ugly that he lacked even the right to reproduce. Even passing dogs would insult him twice, not to mention women. However, he used to be a super handsome guy, but due to a failed experiment, his face was splashed with sulfuric acid, turning him into a hideous monster feared by everyone. But the man did not seek revenge on society. Instead, he went to the battlefield, using his medical skills to benefit and treat those soldiers. He did this for 20 years, until a missile unexpectedly made him the brightest light on the battlefield. When he woke up again, he had transmigrated into a man named Shenlang. In this life, he regained his handsome and suave appearance, but his situation didn't seem much better than before. From the original body's memories, he learned he was in a place called the mythical Turtle City of Yu Kingdom. Despite being the most handsome man in the city, he was considered a fool and useless, unable to recognize a single word after 10 years of study. Yet, this version of him had only met the Su family's daughter once, and became her devoted admirer. When the Su family's daughter needed a husband to ward off a strange illness, he didn't hesitate to become their son-in-law. But after joining the Su family, due to his humble origins, he was looked down upon, beaten, and insulted by the Su family's maids. Fortunately, the young lady of the Su family recovered because of his arrival, and defended him, making him even more obsessed with Su Chanqian, though they never did what a husband and wife should do. However, half a month later, he suddenly contracted a strange disease that couldn't be cured. That's why I took over this body. Just as Shenlang thought he could live a carefree life, he heard footsteps outside. He went over to listen, and heard two maids discussing him. He should have died a long time ago, and he still wants to be our Su family's son-in-law. Look at what he is. Did he really save the young lady from disaster? I think I saw the steward adding something to the medicine pot last time. Don't talk nonsense. Would our Su family harm a fool? Go see if he's dead. Unexpectedly, upon opening the door, they saw Shenlang close at hand. The two maids were scared out of their wits. Shenlang is actually alive? Then they hurriedly ran away. Shenlang was instantly confused. Poisoned? This is not how I remember it. Being a son-in-law in the Su family is not a good thing at all. What should I do? Before he could think further, Shenlang found something in his mind. The next moment, his consciousness reached deep into his mind, and he saw a laptop, which contained several terabytes of data from his previous life. Not only that, Shenlang also discovered his eyes had changed, allowing him to see through objects directly. Shenlang understood this was an X-ray machine, which had fused with him and the missile during the transmigration. Moreover, Shenlang found he could combine the computer and X-ray vision, identifying objects accurately by looking at them. At this moment, someone came, and what caught Shenlang's eyes were the letters 36D. The visitor was Shenlang's wife, Su Chanqian, who was extremely concerned about Shenlang. Shenlang, I heard you can stand up now. I'm so happy. I've been worried sick these days. Doctor Lee, please check on him. After the doctor took Shenlang's pulse, he was surprised and said, young Master Shen's body is in good condition, very healthy. This suddenly made Su Chanqian's face contort. How can this be? He was clearly about to. Then she immediately calmed down, forcing tears to flow. Woo, this is really good news, I thought. Little did they know, Shenlang was no longer the fool he once was. Your face changes too quickly. Damn, you really think I'm a fool? Su Chanqian then sent the doctor away. Dr. Lee, my husband and I have a few words to exchange. Please leave us. Shenlang, you've truly recovered. I'm really too happy. Truly, the worthy have their own divine protection. I'm just so happy. Shenlang continued to play the fool on the surface, but inwardly thought, this Su Chanqian is nothing like what the original body's memories suggested. Clearly a bitch. The original owner's memories were beautified. Was it her who poisoned me? Is she here to silence me now? Su Chanqian sighed, and continued to speak tactfully. These days, your parents have been missing and worrying about you terribly. They've come to our house multiple times, wanting to take you back. Your mother even knelt in front of me, begging us to return you to her. Truly a pitiful reflection of a parent's heart. Shenlang detected the underlying message in Su Chanqian's words. So she wants to drive me away, but I'm just a fool. How could I possibly understand the hint? Su Chanqian suddenly realized, this Shenlang really is a fool, can't understand human speech. What to do? Just then, the door was kicked open, and a man walked in, speaking bluntly. This is an idiot. You're speaking so tactfully to him. How could he possibly understand? The man approached Su Chanqian and kissed her, then pointed at Shenlang, indicating, Su Chanqian is now my fiancé. You, the fool, have occupied this position for too long. Now hurry up and roll back to your country doghouse. Shenlang felt numb inside. Could it be that I'm facing a breakup? Initially, it was just Su Chanqian's serious illness, finding a fool to ward off the misfortune. Now that they've used me, they discard me. These past few months, Su Chanqian played the role of a gentle and graceful lady perfectly. Su Chanqian suddenly sat beside Shenlang, speaking pitifully. Shenlang, I'm sorry. You are kind, but we are not suitable for each other. Shenlang was speechless. Damn, giving me the nice guy card at this time. But looking at the situation, I definitely can't stay. Well, it's over. A mere merchant family doesn't meet my goal of living off a wealthy wife. Besides, now that I have this cheat, the world outside is like the vast sea where fish leap, and the sky where birds fly. After pondering for a moment, Shenlang readily agreed. Okay, I'll go home. Zhang Ji, hearing this, pulled Su Chanqian away. Leave the Su family within half an hour, or face the consequences. consequences. Watching them leave, Shenlang didn't feel the slightest loss, but was instead very happy. You Su Chanshan disdain me as useless. I, Shenlang, don't even regard your Su family highly. With my handsome face, only the true noble ladies are my target for living off. At this moment, Shenlang suddenly overheard Zhang Ji and Su Chanshan's conversation. The Zhu family has proposed to the mythical turtle count's mansion for Jean Mulan. These two people's statuses are too noble. If they marry first, our wedding will not be as prestigious. The Jean Mulan from the mythical turtle count's mansion? Yes, Jean Mulan, who can be called the princess of the mythical turtle city. Have you seen her? Is she as beautiful and skilled in martial arts as the rumors say? This princess is very proud and never attends our gatherings. She comes from a noble family of several hundred years. Of course she's proud. Keep the proposal matter a secret. Don't mention it to anyone. I understand. These words reached Shenlang's ears, and he immediately found his new target for living off a wealthy woman. That's right, the powerful and influential single ladies within hundreds of miles. Jean Mulan, it's you. As for the Su family, just you wait. Once the time came, he was driven out. To cleanse the Su family of the scandal of Su Chanshan's broken engagement, they pinned all the blame on Shenlang. How audacious, Shenlang. A poor lad like you married into our Su family, and we treated you well, but you were ungrateful, not only stealing money from the house multiple times, but also harassing our maids. By rights, you should be beaten to death, but the master is merciful and spared your life, annulled the marriage between you and the young lady, and expelled you from the Su family immediately. Shenlang was indifferent, and even narcissistically checked himself in the mirror. Good thing I protected my face. It would be over if my face was ruined. Now he decided to go home first. Meanwhile, inside the Su mansion, someone silently watched Shenlang leave, and then asked the butler, "Is everything arranged?" "Arranged." Su Chanshan, still worried about her reputation, asked her father, "Father, wasn't today's action too blatant? Will it affect my reputation?" Su family head, Su Guangyun, helplessly said, "There's no other way. Only by doing this can young master Zhang Ji be pleased. He is the best match you could hope for." Su Chanshan, knowing the importance of the situation, didn't say anything further. On his way home at night, Shenlang was suddenly stopped by a group of strong men. "Young Master Shen, please come with us." Knowing he couldn't resist, Shenlang let them take him away. "I knew they wouldn't let me go." The next second, his eyes were covered and his mouth and nose were blocked. Kidnapped by several robbers. After walking for a while, they suddenly stopped, and the robbers brought Shenlang in front of a hole that had been dug in advance. Shenlang was stunned. "Damn, are they planning to bury me alive? That's too cruel." At that moment, the boss of the robbers came out. "Please escort young Master Shen into the hole. Remember to light candles and offer incense afterward, so young Master Shen's departure isn't too miserable." Shenlang was speechless. Being buried alive, whether you light incense or not, my departure, Shenlang, is going to be miserable. Suddenly, Shenlang realized, wait, this person, the original owner, has memories of him. I remember now. He is Tianheng, a notorious underworld leader within 100 miles, ruthless and merciless, with countless souls on his hands. At the same time, through his X-ray vision, Shenlang discovered a silver needle had been inserted into his body. Tianheng noticed Shenlang's odd gaze and removed the cloth from his mouth. "What are you looking at? There's a needle in your body. If not removed, it could endanger your life. That needle is currently in the large artery of your lungs, moving with your blood. Once it enters your brain, death is certain." The crowd exchanged puzzled looks upon hearing this, and Tianheng was stunned. "Even my wife doesn't know about this. How could this pretty boy know? They say you're a fool, but it doesn't seem like it." And Shenlang made it clear, "I can help you take it out." Tianheng then said, "The condition is to spare your life, right? Don't you want to know who sent me to kill you?" Shenlang disdainfully replied, "I don't need to ask to know who it is." Unexpectedly, Tianheng mocked with a laugh. "Sorry, I can't let you go." Shenlang was confused. Strange. Doesn't he want to live? Could it be that he willingly had someone implant it? What happened to the awesome cheat? It's useless. Tianheng told him, 3 months ago, your brother borrowed 5 gold coins from my store to pay a doctor to treat your father. Now, with interest compounded, it's 100 gold coins. I'm burying you alive because your family can't repay this debt. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Do you understand? This made Shenlang immediately recall what happened 3 months ago. At that time, he had just married into the Su family, and his father made a scene at the Su household, wanting to take Shenlang back home, but he was driven out by the Su family's servants. My father must have been injured by the Su family's servants at that time. The original owner of this body is beyond help, falling for a woman like Su Chanshan and neglecting his own parents. It seems I need to find another way to escape. Then Tianheng said, "Of course, to make it look real, we'll demolish your house and deal with your brother and parents as well. But since we have no grudges, I'll give you a quick death before burying you. Go ahead." Just as Tianheng's men were about to deliver the final blow to Shenlang, Shenlang quickly shouted, "Tenfold, 1,000 gold coins." The knife headed for his neck stopped. "Within 10 days, I'll give you 1,000 gold coins." Tianheng's men looked at their boss, unsure of what to do. Tianheng coldly stated, 3 days. I can only give you 3 days. This, however, made Shenlang realize, 3 days? Why so urgent? It seems he was promised 100 gold coins by the Su family just to kill me. Shenlang, within 3 days. He didn't believe a word of what Tianheng said before, but verbally, Shenlang still agreed. Okay, it's a deal. Tianheng ordered his men to release him. Let him go. Draw up a document for him. His men reluctantly responded. Boss, we didn't bring those. Shenlang gestured. No need for those. Then he tore off a piece of his clothing, bit his finger, and directly wrote the agreement in blood. Tianheng, seeing this, thought it was a bit absurd. Is this decisive and efficient Shenlang really that intelligence-challenged waste? Finally, Tianheng issued a warning. Remember, deliver 1,000 gold coins within 3 days, or I'll kill your entire family. 13, 14. You two escort young Master Shen home and stay with him for these 3 days. On the way home, Shenlang quickly thought of a way to earn 1,000 gold coins. In this world, martial arts are highly valued. Even the small village where the Shen family lives has a stone fortress. There are about 20 militiamen in the fortress, guarding the safety of the village. Most villagers live by the river. Only the Shen family, having moved here a decade ago, resides away from the village, isolated on a hillside, because they are outsiders and have never been fully integrated into the community. Soon after arriving home, Shenlang's father, who is seriously ill, still thought of going to the Su family to bring Shenlang back, fearing that Shenlang was being bullied at the Su family's house. Seeing this, Shenlang's mother was heartbroken. Old man, you've been coughing up blood. Please stay in bed. Tomorrow, I'll go to the Su family to demand Shenlang back. If they refuse, I'll just die at the Su family's gate. My Shenlang, he has never suffered since he was a child. Now that he's at the Su family's, who knows how much he's been bullied. His younger brother was even willing to risk his life to bring Shenlang back home, but his legs had been broken. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I'll make myself a pair of crutches right now and go to the Su family tomorrow to fetch my brother. I'm willing to risk my life. Hearing all this, Shenlang immediately opened the door and knelt down before them, giving them a deep bow. Dad, Mom, your son has been unfilial. I've come back. Seeing Shenlang, his family was overjoyed. Shenlang, is it really you? You've come back. Am I dreaming? I thought I would never see you again. Then, Shenlang apologized to his mother and father, one by one. I know my mistake. I will never go to the Su family again. His mother, overjoyed, hugged Shenlang. My son has really grown up. Shenlang hugged his mother, feeling guilty inside. It turns out just saying I won't go to the Su family anymore is enough to be considered sensible. They really spoil Shenlang too much. The previous Shenlang was really not good enough. At the same time, they noticed Shenlang seemed different, his eyes clearer and more spirited. His younger brother guessed that Shenlang had been kicked out by the Su family, while their mother thought it was a good thing, and she could arrange a marriage for Shenlang, perhaps with Widow Lu from the village. Shenlang was speechless. Dad, Mom, let's not think about these things for now. I'm not lacking a wife. Let's not talk about this. Dad, let me check your illness. He used his X-ray vision to examine his father, noticing several broken ribs and severe bleeding in the lungs. But decades of medical experience from his past life, Shenlang immediately had a solution. The first step should be to drain the blood clot in the lungs, then use antibacterial herbs to reduce inflammation. Finally, use nourishing herbs to restore vitality. He should recover in a few months. With this approach, Dad's illness will definitely be cured. Then, Shenlang looked at his brother's broken leg, and after using X-ray vision, he sighed in relief. The injury has started to inflame. Delaying further could cause serious problems. Luckily, the bone break is clean and hasn't damaged any major blood vessels. His brother, not wanting Shenlang to worry, said, Brother, you're not worried about our family not having enough for a dowry, are you? Don't worry. After lying down for 10 days to half a month and becoming a cripple, I'll go to the mythical turtle city to scam money by throwing myself under carriages to extort money. This made Shenlang facepalm. I thought only the old folks were crazy about spoiling their son. I didn't expect you, my brother, to also risk your life to spoil your older brother. This is not a good trend at all. Then Shenlang flicked his brother. Scamming people? If you don't get that leg treated soon, you're done for. When did you get injured? The day before yesterday. I tried to go to the Su family to check on you, but I didn't even make it through the door. On the way back, I was ambushed, but thanks to my heroic counterattack, only my leg was broken. That Su family is really ruthless. They're no good. It's okay. I can heal it. The next day, Shenlang spent the entire day gathering enough herbs. After returning home, he set up a makeshift operating table and began treating his father. Thanks to Shenlang's superb medical skills, the surgery was very successful. This operation amazed Shenlang's mother and the rest, especially his mother. My son is so capable. We won't consider marrying Widow Lu anymore. His father agreed. Yes, a person like your son should aim for the world. In the future, we'll open a clinic to save enough money and then marry the village chief's daughter. Shenlang had seen the village chief's daughter and was terrified. Mom, can you broaden your horizons a bit? Mom, let's not talk about this. I feel a bit dizzy. I'm going to step outside for some fresh air. Outside, Shenlang was warned by Tian 13. Your family seems really happy, but you only have 2 days left. Don't forget, if you can't produce 1,000 gold coins, your entire family will suffer. Shenlang was stunned. With that reminder, there goes my good mood. As soon as he entered, his mother brought a basin of water for him to wash his feet. Shenlang quickly took the basin. I can do it myself. I can do it. His mother looked like she was about to cry. Shenlang, what's wrong? My hands are clean. Didn't you used to love having me wash your feet? Shenlang, feeling helpless, was it seems like the fool Shenlang Lang always had his mother wash his feet? If she thinks I've become accustomed to a life of luxury at the Su family and look down on her, how heartbroken she would be. Well, then he put his feet into the basin, enjoying the care from his family in this life. I never thought in this life I would find such a loving family. From now on, you are my real parents, my real brother, the useless Shen Lang. Whatever I owed dad, mom, and brother before, I will repay with my whole life. But the immediate task is to get through the current crisis. The next day, someone knocked on Shen Lang's door. Tian 13 and Tian 14 came over. It's urgent, time to make money. Shen Lang, what's wrong? To avoid worrying his mother, Shen Lang said, Mom, it's nothing, just two of my friends. Shen's mother warmly invited them. If you're Shen Lang's friends, come in and have some porridge with us. And they cooperated with Shen Lang, pretending to be his friends. No need, we've already eaten. Thank you, ma'am. Seeing this, Shen Lang was bewildered. Why are you, Tian 13, suddenly so sunny and enthusiastic? Shen Lang then prepared an excuse to leave home to make money. Mom, I'm going to the city with friends. I heard there's a very impressive teacher at the school. Worried Shen Lang might get hungry, Shen Lang's mother gave him the last egg before he left. Eat this if you're hungry. Shen Lang felt conflicted. Me, eat an egg? Aren't there only 2 eggs for the whole day? Those 2 are patience. Mom being so partial could cause problems. Later, on the way to the mythical turtle city, Shen Lang and his companions unexpectedly ran into 2 people. 13 seemed to know them. Uncle, why don't you visit our house? My dad misses you. He was just saying yesterday you hadn't come over for tea. Even though you owe our family a bit of money, please don't be a stranger. You and my dad are like brothers, not just friends. The man broke out in cold sweat. I'll go tomorrow. I'll be there tomorrow. Unexpectedly, the next second, 13 grimly pulled them aside. Uncle, my dad said you don't have to pay back the money you owe our family. That's very kind. Too kind. You and my father have been friends for over a decade, as close as brothers. What's this bit of money between us? I used to eat at your house every other day when I was a kid. Then he led them towards some bushes, and not long after, 13 came back alone. 14, tell the brothers to come and take care of these 2 bodies. Shen Lang's pupils contracted sharply. Is this how you kill them? On the journey that followed, Shen Lang also learned they had originally borrowed just 3 gold coins, but with compounded interest, it grew to 25 gold coins which they could no longer repay. Moreover, one of them had a friendship of over 10 years with 13's father. 13 was also warning Shen Lang that he would not show mercy. Shen Lang, I know you are stalling for time. Thinking of making 1,000 gold coins in 2 days is utterly a fool's dream. Why don't I put you out of your misery now and not waste my 2 days? How about it? 1,000 gold coins might be the savings of hundreds of families over decades. For an ordinary poor boy, earning so much in 2 days is indeed unlikely. Yet, Shen Lang declared, but I am not an ordinary person. I don't need 2 days. Today is enough. Within 3 hours, I will earn those 1,000 gold coins. Mythical Turtle City is one of the 8 cities in New River County, overseeing 25 towns with a population exceeding 250,000, of which over 30,000 reside within the city itself. The city walls of Mythical Turtle City are 12 meters high with a perimeter of 10 miles, patrolled by armored soldiers, within sight of which one could see over 100 military men. Soon, Shen Lang and another arrived at the busiest commercial street in Mythical Turtle City and stopped in front of a loft building. In front of the loft, there were the words Brocade and Embroidery Pavilion written. Shen Lang's money-making plan started here, which was also the beginning of his revenge against the Su family. Similar to the Su family, the Lin family of the Brocade and Embroidery Pavilion also dealt in silk and fabric, but was slightly smaller in scale. However, the Lin family was also a well-known wealthy family in Mythical Turtle City. Most importantly, this Lin family was the Su family's competitor. Shen Lang immediately said to the servant, tell your master, I want to make a big deal with the Lin family, which could make him earn at least 5,000 gold coins more every year. The servant looked at them with a mocking expression. 5,000 gold coins? Are you joking, sir? At this moment, 13 stepped forward. I am Tian 13 from the Black Clothes Gang. Please summon the Lin family head to discuss a business matter. Seeing this, the servant could only hurry to let them in. Inside the hall, the person in charge was Lin Ma, the owner of the Brocade and Embroidery Pavilion. Do the 2 of you have a big business to discuss with me? Shen Lang got straight to the point. Yes, a big business that can make at least 5,000 gold coins more for Manager Lin each year. I have a formula to sell to Boss Lin for 2,000 gold coins. Upon hearing the price, the Lin family head ordered the servant to see the guests out. Lin's time is precious. I don't have the leisure to waste it with honored guests. Show them out. At the same time, even 13 was furious. Is this the business you wanted to discuss? Shen Lang, 1,000 gold coins were already absurd, and you even dared to ask for 2,000 gold coins. I must be crazy to have brought you to the Brocade and Embroidery Pavilion. You're seeking death. But at that moment, Shen Lang took out a piece of golden fabric. Boss Lin, look at the color on this silk. Is it worth 2,000 gold coins? After the Lin family head examined it in his hands, his face was immediately shocked. How is this possible? It's golden yellow. How can this be? What made the Su family prosperous? It's because their silk is so brilliantly yellow that it is exclusively supplied to the sovereign. Manager Lin, imagine what would happen if you presented this perfect golden yellow silk to the sovereign sovereign weaving bureau. The Su family would be swept into the dustbin of history, and your Lin family would become the new wealthiest and mythical turtle city. Lin Ma scrutinized the golden silk in his hand. But how can I believe that you created this dye? It's entirely possible that you just found this piece of silk. I've brought the materials with me. Give me an hour, and I will produce this golden yellow dye for you, guaranteed to be even better than last night. Good. I'll allocate the entire backyard to you. Ask for anything you need, as long as you can produce this dye on the spot, proving the formula is indeed yours. Then we have a deal. 2,000 gold coins. No bargaining. 13, standing behind, was astonished. You can actually take revenge on the Su family and earn gold coins at the same time. Yesterday, when Shenlang was concocting herbal medicine, he had already incidentally produced the golden yellow dye. The process is actually quite simple. Boil Sephora japonica to extract the yellow juice, add alum, and continue boiling. Then the yellow turns into a bright, noble, shiny, and glittering golden color, and the dye is made. The yellow dye made from gardenia in this world is pale and not as bright compared to Shenlang's. It's worlds apart. 2 hours later, Shenlang emerged from the brewing room with the dazzling golden silk in his hands. The Lin family head was truly shocked and immediately prepared a box of gold coins. The money is here. Where's your formula? Shenlang handed the formula to the Lin family head. Here's the formula. I wish you, Boss Lin, an early victory over the Su family and take their place. Then, Lin Ma personally took the formula for verification. Just an hour later, the golden yellow dye was produced. Shenlang was about to say goodbye when a loud shout came. How dare you, Shenlang? The head of the Su family walked in. You actually dare to sell my Su family's secret formula? Shenlang was instantly stunned and immediately turned his gaze to the Lin family head. The Lin family head did not deny it, merely stating lightly, sorry, young Master Shen, my son is studying at the Southern Sky Martial Arts Academy. The Su family's son-in-law, Zhang Ji, is the guard commander of mythical Turtle City, and his father is even the prefect of New River County. Shenlang's face turned dark immediately. So, your Lin family intends to use me as a favor in exchange for your son's success in exams, being able to gain favor and then do business with the Su family later on. What a clever plan. The head of the Su family, with red eyes, shouted, worthless Shenlang, you loafed around in my Su family, flirted with the maids, and even dared to steal our newly developed formula, which cost us a fortune. Such a despicable character I have never seen before. Su Chanshan also spoke with tears streaming down her face. Shenlang, I am so disappointed in you. If you really were in need of money, you could have just told me. Why did you have to do this? At this moment, they completely appeared as victims, and the Su family even reported the matter to the authorities. Esteemed officials, today Shenlang stole our Su family's dye formula and attempted to sell it, nearly causing significant losses to our Su family. Please, officials, do justice for us. Su Chanshan continued to pretentiously defend Shenlang. Father, please don't do this. Give Shenlang another chance. Shenlang, tell the officials whether this new dye formula is something you stole, because you couldn't accept being abandoned by me. You committed this act. If you confess now, we can overlook it, considering you were just confused for a moment. Shenlang, with a grim expression, thought to himself, if I confess now, your Su family, for the sake of saving face, might indeed not harm me on the spot. But, you underestimate me, Shenlang. Immediately, Shenlang burst into laughter and challenged the head of the Su family. You claim that this golden yellow dye is stolen, but what evidence do you have? You, Shenlang, are nothing but an ignorant good-for-nothing. How could you possibly develop a dye formula while my Su family has been immersed in the silk industry for decades, always improving yellow dye? What do you say? Ha, so you're saying you also have no evidence, right? Thus, Shenlang proposed a live competition. Esteemed officials, if I can produce an even better golden yellow dye right here, won't the truth be revealed? Su Chanshan continued pretentiously. Although you stole the formula from my house, you're too amateurish. So, with just a little more seriousness, it's completely possible to create something better than before. Shenlang smiled. Then we won't just compare yellow, we'll compare purple as well. In this world, the most difficult color to dye isn't yellow, but purple. Purple dye needs to be extracted from dye mollusks and sea snails, requiring 300 of them for just 1 gram of dye. At this time, the Great Flame Dynasty hasn't even mastered extracting purple from sea mollusks and snails, using a mix of red and blue dyes instead. Thus, the dyeing effect is very poor, not only uneven in color but also dull, poor in quality, and easily fades. Therefore, purple dye has become an insurmountable challenge in the silk world of this era. Shenlang continued to provoke. I, Shenlang, am alone and without money, so I can only use the simplest and most cost-effective method to make purple dye. But your Su family can use the strength of your entire family. You wouldn't be scared, would you? Under Shenlang's provocation, the Su family agreed. If you can produce a better purple dye, then my Su family will have nothing to say. Ah, what do you mean nothing to say? At that time, the head of the Su family will have to apologize to me. Alright, let's limit it to 3 hours. In 3 hours, we will see who is superior, and the truth will be revealed. I also asked the officials to bear witness. Subsequently, Shenlang re-entered the backyard and started processing the litmus lichens he had prepared in advance. After crushing the litmus lichens and boiling them with ash and urine, he could could obtain the most vibrant and dazzling purple. But what Shenlang was going to do now was not just purple dye. He was also going to produce another thing that surpasses the cognition of this era. Watch me use something unprecedented in this world to grind the Su family's silk into dust. As time slowly passed, 3 hours went by. The Su family was already displaying their purple silk. The craftsman introduced, "Master, Miss, this is our new purple dye, not made by mixing red and blue anymore, but extracted from a type of purple grass." This surprised everyone. Amazing, the color of this fabric is purer and brighter. It's a qualitative leap. Then, Su Chanchan let the craftsman show the golden silk formula to the officials. The craftsman presented the formula. "Esteemed officials, my family has been in the dye business for generations. I've spent a lot of time researching yellow dyes and have experimented with over 100 materials, and Sephora Japonica is among them. Here are my original records." Su Chanchan added her support. "Chief Clerk Wang, this notebook was passed down from craftsman Su's father. Look at the handwriting. Doesn't it look old? It would be hard to fake this." After a while, the officials confirmed that the notebook had existed for many years, and thus believed Shenlang had stolen the formula. Just as they were about to apprehend Shenlang, Shenlang stepped out, glanced at the Su family's purple silk. "The Su family can produce such good purple silk. It seems you do have some foundation. Is this your confidence?" He then presented his purple silk. "Look at my Shenlang's purple." The color made everyone's eyes widen. Unlike the Su family's dull purple silk, Shenlang's silk was bright and vivid. The color was incomparably pure. Shenlang challenged them. "Master Su, Su Chanchan, surely my purple dye wasn't also stolen from your family, right?" This made even Su Chanchan unstable. What's going on with Shenlang? Clearly a good-for-nothing while in the Su family. Why does he suddenly know about dyes now? And to be so skilled? Shenlang then rummaged through his pockets. "Esteemed officials, is it not clear enough that my purple silk has won? Well then, take a look at this." The next moment, a rainbow of colors lit up. Shenlang pulled out his trump card. Rainbow silk. This was created by a segmented dyeing method, dyeing red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple on the same piece of silk, resulting in a stunning silk. Officials immediately came to Shenlang, took the rainbow silk for examination, and let out exclamations from time to time. "These colors are just too natural, too ingeniously beautiful. How did you do this?" As Shenlang presented the rainbow silk, the Su family head was already lost for words. Shenlang then immediately asked the officials to do him justice. Official Wang Lian hesitated for a moment, then said to the Su family head, "Please confirm, are these purple dye and rainbow silk dyes stolen from the Su family by Shenlang?" However, the Su family head had no face to stay any longer. "Not," and just walked away. Su Chanchan, suppressing her anger, apologized to Shenlang. "Sorry, due to some misunderstandings, we wronged you. Farewell." But she thought to herself, "What's going on with this Wang? How dare he oppose the relative of the county prefect?" After returning, "I must speak to Zhang Ji. We cannot allow any officials who are hostile to the Su family to exist in mythical Turtle City." And that Shenlang, why did he suddenly master so many dyeing techniques? She then turned and left as well. Shenlang dared to challenge the Su family because the young chief clerk before him had a grudge against Zhang Ji. 3 years ago, when Jean Mulan led a hunting party, they were chasing an injured black bear. In the process, they ended up in front of the mountain behind Shenlang's house where the bear had fled. Shenlang happened to encounter the bear, and Jean Mulan saved his life by killing the bear and took the injured Shenlang back to her home. Not only did Jean Mulan send people to treat Shenlang's head injury, but she also visited him personally because he was injured during her hunting expedition. At that time, Wang Lian, a distant relative of the Count's mansion who had just passed the imperial examinations, admired Jean Mulan deeply. To gain Jean Mulan's favor, he personally taught Shenlang. However, during the teaching period, he never saw Jean Mulan again, which thwarted his plans to get closer to her. Fortunately, Wang Lian often cursed Zhang Ji while teaching, which is why Shenlang dared to take such a risk today. But the current Wang chief clerk doesn't seem to like him much either. The chief clerk also remembered Shenlang, but wasn't very close to him and ignored him completely. Seeing this, Shenlang knew the chief clerk looked down on him. "Ha, since you, Wang, look down on me, then becoming your rival in love will be without any burden for me. Now that Wang chief clerk will definitely not help me, and the Su family surely has other plans. I am walking on thin ice, and one wrong step could lead to my doom. But if my next plan goes smoothly, I will surely be able to completely turn the situation around, even rising above thousands." After Shenlang left the brocade and embroidery pavilion, Su Chanchan appeared before him. Her expression revealed sadness. "Shenlang, I underestimated you before. I didn't expect you to learn dyeing from me. You really put in the effort. Why didn't you say so before?" "Shenlang, you can come back as an offering, 10 gold coins every month." Shenlang was speechless. "You, Su Chanchan, are too narcissistic. Do you think I, Shenlang, would learn dyeing for you?" But the foolish Shenlang before might indeed have done such a thing. "As long as you hand over the purple and rainbow dye formulas, I can prepare the best dyeing room for you. You can devote yourself to the dyeing craft and become an outstanding artisan. Don't you love me? Aren't you willing to do everything for me? This way, you can help me." Shenlang completely ignored Su Chanchan. "I could despise and trample on you, but you would adore ignore me as usual. When Shenlang is useless, he's kicked out, but when useful, hurried back to be a beast of burden. What kind of bitch a persona is this? Unexpectedly, Su Chanshan's next words question Shenlang. Don't forget, you still owe Tianheng 1,000 gold coins. Shenlang's pupils constricted. How do you know about the 1,000 gold coins? If the Su family doesn't see the purple and rainbow dye formulas before dark today, Shenlang, you know what'll happen. Shenlang knew trouble was brewing. Tianheng has already told the Su family everything. Even if I hand over 1,000 gold coins, it's meaningless. The Black Clothes Gang and the Su family will definitely make their move tonight, threatening me with the lives of my parents and brother to hand over the formulas. And even if I did, unless I spend my life as a servant for the Su family, my family won't have peace. I must solve this problem once and for all. At that moment, a burst of intense hoofbeats suddenly came from behind. Shenlang squeezed through the crowd to see a cavalry troop approaching. Shenlang became excited. That's the cavalry led by Jean Mulan. Upon seeing Jean Mulan, Shenlang felt moved and stepped forward. Wife, you saved me once 3 years ago. How about saving me again and then taking me home? The galloping horse brushed past Shenlang, but the force knocked him flying. Seeing that she had hit someone, Jean Mulan immediately dismounted and approached Shenlang. Astonished by Shenlang's appearance, she exclaimed, what a handsome man, and he seems somewhat familiar. She placed her jade hand near Shenlang's nostrils to check his breathing. His breathing is steady. It seems the injury is not too severe. Then, the kind-hearted Jean Mulan ordered, take him back to the Count's mansion for treatment. We cannot let innocent civilians die under our hooves. Shenlang, hearing this, sighed in relief. Shenlang, the moment to decide your fate has arrived. Whether you can save the Shen family, eliminate the Su family and Tianheng, and enjoy a life of luxury and honor depends on your performance from now on. The mythical Turtle Count's mansion is not located within the city but in a castle estate about 20 miles away from the mythical Turtle City. The Su family is wealthy, but compared to the estate of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, their residence is nothing. After all, the Jean family of the mythical Turtle Count has been a noble family for centuries, with lands once spanning over 5,000 square kilometers. The scene shifts to the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Inside the Count's mansion's council hall, Jean Mulan, dressed in casual attire, pays respects to her parents. The two people on the stage are Jean Mulan's parents, mythical Turtle Count Jinjua and mythical Turtle Countess Su Peipei. Mythical Turtle Count Jinjua asks, Jean Mulan has returned. How was the martial demonstration? Princess Jean Mulan of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion says with a fist salute, Father, the martial demonstration went well. We did not disgrace the Jean family. However, their family is in a precarious situation. Jean Mulan's brother is not up to the task. The Yu Kingdom has begun to strip the nobility of their military rights. Jean Mulan responds, please rest assured, Father, with your daughter here, our mythical Turtle Count's mansion will not fall. I will remain unmarried for life, stay at home to assist my brother, and protect our Jean family's century-old foundation. Father Jean sighs, alas, but unfortunately, your brother Jean Mutsong is incompetent. At this moment, a servant comes to report, Master, there is someone asking to see you. It's the young man Miss brought back today, saying he has urgent matters to report to the Count about Miss's marriage. This piques Father Jin's interest. I heard Jean Mulan's cavalry injured a young man. Could it be him? And it's about a marriage? Bring him to see me. A moment later, Shenlang was brought into the hall. After paying his respects to Father Jean, he got straight to the point. I have heard that the Zhu family wishes to propose a marriage. Zhu Hongxue wants to marry Miss Jean Mulan. As soon as he spoke, both Jean Mulan and Father Jin's expressions changed dramatically. The Zhu family is a top-tier power in the Yu Kingdom, not only related by marriage to the sovereign but also the family of the governor of the province of the Southern Journey and the general pacifying the South. Father Jean questioned Shenlang. This matter is confidential. Even I was unaware. How did you come to know of it? Shenlang responded, previously, I was a live-in son-in-law at the Su family. Su Chanshan and her new fiancé Zhang Ji thought of me as a fool, so they discussed this matter without any guard. At the same time, a servant informed Father Jean about Shenlang's background. Just 2 days ago, the live-in son-in-law Shenlang was caught stealing family valuables and harassing maids, which is why he was expelled from the Su family. Hearing this, Father Jean became skeptical. This young man's theft and harassment might be false, but his entry into the Su family purely out of vanity and his being a lazy good-for-nothing who relies on his looks are likely true. However, there's no time to lecture him now. It's better to first verify the truth of this intelligence. So, Father Jean ordered someone to investigate. He immediately dispatched several teams to scout along all the official roads, and if anyone from the Zhu family was spotted, they were to report back immediately. Although Father Jean had a poor impression of Shenlang, he still said, young man, I don't think highly of you, but the information you've provided is extremely important. I will surely reward you handsomely. Tell me, what do you want? As long as it doesn't violate national laws or morals, I can grant it. Shenlang's opinion of the Count improved instantly. That's generous. Even before verifying the information, you're promising a big reward, allowing me to ask for anything. This means just one word from me, and the Su family wouldn't dare touch me. Moreover, I could cause them quite some trouble. But what I want isn't just for them not to dare touch me. What I really want is. At this point, Shenlang knelt with a fist salute. Count, please allow me to stay at the Count's mansion and give me a job. Of course, Shenlang didn't actually want to work. He wanted the opportunity to get close to Jean Mulan. As long as he could stay at the Count's mansion, he could find a way to get close to Jean Mulan, then attract the goddess with his performance, and finally marry the goddess. Father Jean turned and agreed. From now on, you will study with the Crown Prince. Your parents may have spoiled you, but we at the Count's mansion will not. We will surely polish you into a talented individual. At that moment, a subordinate ran over in a panic. Master, there's big trouble. The Zhu family's pacify the South General Zhu Lin arrived at New River City last night and is now heading towards mythical Turtle City. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this, especially Shenlang, who was particularly astonished. How could the Zhu family act so quickly? Shenlang, need time to make an impression and be noticed. Now, forget half a month, not even 3 days are left. No, perhaps not even 1 day. I might only have 2 to 3 hours left and my goddess might belong to someone else. The Zhu family, being such a massive entity, was not one that their Count's mansion could afford to offend. In other words, they couldn't refuse the proposal. Jean Mulan thought of disfiguring herself to make the Zhu family give up the idea of proposing. Father Jean snatched away the knife. I am to protect our family's century-old foundation, but first and foremost, I must protect my own daughter. And even if you disfigured yourself, the Zhu family would still propose to you, unless the daughter gets married today, taking in a husband through marriage, making it impossible for the Zhu family to proceed. However, Father Jean was still reluctant to sacrifice his daughter's happiness. Mulan, Zhu Hongxue is also promising and would be an excellent husband. I cannot sacrifice your happiness for the sake of family interests. Would you reconsider? Jean Mulan knelt down. Father, contributing to the family is my greatest happiness. My brother surely won't be able to keep our ancestral legacy, so I will not marry out. Seeing this, Father Jean sighed deeply and agreed to the marriage. Writing down 5 names, he ordered his men to invite these individuals to the mansion for Jean Mulan to choose from. Shenlang, eager not to let his goddess fall into someone else's arms, quickly said, Count, Miss Mulan, may I join the competition? Then, Shenlang stepped forward to Jean Mulan and told her passionately, Miss Mulan, I also want to marry you. This made Father Jean quite angry. What's this fool joining in the fun for? Mother Jean quickly comforted her husband. Husband, don't be angry. We've heard this Shenlang is not all there mentally, and he's just a child. Why should we stoop to his level? Someone, send this wastrel back home and give him 10 gold coins, but remember to give them to his parents, not him. We'll send for him tomorrow to come to the mansion for study and discipline. Unexpectedly, Jean Mulan's eyes lit up. Second fool, it's you. Shenlang was confused. Second fool? What's that? It turned out that Shenlang had a nickname in the village called Second Fool, simply because there was also a big fool in the village, making them the fool duo. After Jean Mulan had run into Shenlang, the name she learned about him was Second Fool. Since then, Jean Mulan looked at him as if he were a child. Recent events had left Mulan disillusioned with the adult world's deceit and appreciative of children's innocence. This led Jean Mulan to view Shenlang with a childlike innocence and agree to let him participate in the competition for her suitor. Seeing this, Father Jean didn't say much more. What am I worried about? Mulan is just being kind-hearted by including him on the list. It's impossible for her to choose him. Why am I getting worked up over nothing? But Shenlang was full of confidence. Second fool it is then. As long as Jean Mulan remembers me, getting on the list of suitors is the first step to victory. Now it's my time, Shenlang, to sweep the board. 2 hours later, 6 men were brought into 6 different study rooms to be personally interviewed by Jean Mulan for selection. Time pressing, Jean Mulan wanted to finalize the choice by noon and then get married that evening, and the first candidate was none other than Chief Clerk Wang Lian. At this moment, he was brimming with excitement. Here it comes. Soon, I will become Mulan's husband. Soon, I will share a bed with this incredibly beautiful body. Wang Lian had known Jean Mulan for over a decade and, as a literate man of achievements, was considered a leading candidate among the suitors. Enchanted by Jean Mulan since childhood, he gave up his focus on home studies for the imperial examinations to run all the way to New River County to become a chief clerk, all for the sake of being closer to her. Jean Mulan asked, Wang Lian, what can you bring to me in the future? Thinking to himself that he understood Mulan well, especially her valuing the century-old foundation of the Count's mansion, Wang Lian confidently said, after we marry, I will go on to pass the imperial examinations. From then on, with you handling military affairs and me in charge of the civil side, we will surely make the mythical turtle Count's mansion even more prosperous and ensure the Jean family's legacy flourishes and is passed down through generations. Jean Mulan didn't say much in response, only offering a thank you, cousin, before turning and leaving. Afterward, Jean Mulan posed the same question to the other 4 men. The answers she received were more or less similar to Wang Lian's. After hearing from 5 candidates, Jean Mulan went to Shenlang's room last. She asked him the same question. Shenlang, if you were to join the Count's mansion, what could you bring to me in the future? What can I bring? That would be a lot. First off, my eyes are quite sharp. Mulan, if your training causes a blockage in your meridians, I know where to unblock them. I can also improve the Count's mansion's steel smelting level and enhance the Jin family's private army's armament level. I could even be a part-time gynecologist. If Mulan, you have pain during those days of the month, I can help treat it. But these things, while possibly interesting to Jean Mulan, couldn't truly move her. However, the next moment, Shenlang said word by word, "What I can give you is freedom. You can do anything as long as you don't steal men." The conservative Jean Mulan, upon hearing such a thing as stealing men, was both embarrassed and angry, furiously scolding, "Truly a second fool, without a bit of sense." Little did she know, Shenlang's lips curled up in a smile. "Not a bit of cleverness. My titanium alloy dog eyes have seen through your little schemes. Don't underestimate your future husband." Afterward, Jean Mulan returned to the hall to inform her parents. "Father, Mother, I have made my choice." Father Jean and Mother Jean were very relieved. It hasn't even been a quarter of an hour. So fast. Mulan wouldn't make a rash decision. Who is it? Wang Lian or Moi? Once the choice is made, I will immediately dispatch dozens of teams to spread the wedding invitations, and the wedding will be tonight. Under their expectant gaze, Jean Mulan took a moment, then with a slight blush on her face, said, "The husband I have chosen is Shenlang." This statement infuriated Father Jean. "Mulan, have you lost your mind? With so many outstanding candidates, you chose Shenlang?" Jean Mulan calmly stated her reasons. "Father, the 3 young men from our Count's mansion are my subordinates, and I definitely cannot accept them, and while Wang Lian and Moi are outstanding, one says he wants to compliment me in literature and martial arts to manage the Count's mansion, and the other claims his martial prowess is unparalleled and wants to lead the Count's mansion's army to conquer far and wide, earning great merit." Father Jean puzzledly asked, "Mulan, isn't that very good? If Father is around, then of course there wouldn't be a problem. But what if one day you are not here and my husband harbors ambitions for the Count's mansion's power? What then for me? What about my brother?" Shenlang gave me hope. His answer was to give me freedom, to do anything as long as I don't steal another man. With him as my husband, our Jean family's legacy will surely be secure. Please, Father, give your consent. Countess still feels that Shenlang's reputation is too poor. Yet Mulan thinks this is even better. If I marry too well, the Zhu family will certainly not rest easy. But if I marry a man with a notorious reputation, they will only gloat. Besides, Shenlang is also so handsome. Despite this, the parents still feel they have let their daughter down, but they are helpless. Jean Zhu is even more furious, punching the walls, blaming that unfilial son for not being ambitious enough. Merely punching the wall is not enough to vent his anger, so he orders someone to bring a whip, intending to take out his frustration on his own son immediately, and Countess doesn't stop him, even wanting to join in the beating. At this moment, Shenlang also receives a message from Jin Zhong. "Master Shen, please come to the guest room with me. I will go to fetch your family shortly." He can't help but smirk. "I've finally become another undesirable son-in-law. Su family, Black Clothes Gang, wait for my revenge. If I don't bring your family to ruin, my surname isn't Shen. But the most pressing matter is to first bring over his parents and brother." Shenlang stops Jin Zhong. "Steward Jin, can you fetch my parents as soon as possible? Someone is plotting against my family." Jin Zhong's expression suddenly turns cold. There are actually people in mythical Turtle City who dare to harm Master Shen's family. No matter how unworthy Shenlang may be, he is still our Count's mansion's Master Shen. "Understood. I will ensure your family's safety. Master Shen, please rest well and prepare for the wedding ceremony tonight." Meanwhile, Tianheng orders Tian 13 to capture Shenlang's family. If he agrees to hand over the dye formula, kill them quickly. If not, kill them painfully. The underworld and the righteous paths of mythical Turtle City were both stirred because of Shenlang. People of the righteous path received wedding invitations, while the underworld sought to kill Shenlang's entire family. But they shared one commonality. They did not know Shenlang was to marry Jean Mulan. Thus, when a Jean family suddenly announced Jean Mulan's wedding and proceeded with the ceremony immediately, it caused a stir across mythical Turtle City, yet it didn't affect Tianheng's actions. Tian 13 led the charge to breach the gates of the Shen family, but the scene inside left them somewhat stunned. The Shen family not only didn't flee, but they also took up arms in resistance. This excited Tian 13 even more. Just as he was about to deliver a deadly blow, he felt a powerful pressure approaching. The terrifying aura immobilized him, and when Tian 13 saw who it was Jin Zhong from mythical Turtle Count's mansion. He was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Why would someone from the Count's mansion be here? What's their relation to Shenlang? Tian 13 had no choice but to say bravely, "By the order of the city lord, we are arresting those who evade taxes by hiding their lands. All others, leave immediately." Jin Zhong coldly said, "Oh, we wouldn't normally interfere with the city lord's mansion's affairs, but our master has invited Mr. Shen and his family to a wedding. If I don't bring them back, I can't complete my task for my master. Could you please make an exception?" Tian 13 asked, "May I know who your excellency is?" Jin Zhong. Tian 13 immediately lost his nerve. Mythical Turtle Count's mansion's Jin Zhong. Why would he come here? Why would the mythical Turtle Count invite Shenlang's parents to a wedding? They're just a fallen household. Could it be because of Shenlang? What did he do? Reluctantly, Tian 13 had to give way. "Since the Count's mansion requests it, I naturally dare not obstruct. I will go back and report to the lord of the city." Jin Zhong then called out, "Thank you, Someone, carry Mr. Shin, Mrs. Shin, and young Master Shin onto the sedan. Following that, a group of fully armed Jin family soldiers came in and took away Shin Lang's family. Tian 13 could only watch helplessly as the Count's mansion's people took the Shin family away. After Jin Zhong and the others left, Tian 13 nearly couldn't stand up from fear. A subordinate asked puzzledly, Master 13, what's going on? Master 13, we just let their family of 3 go like that? I'm afraid the boss will be furious. Tian 13 turned back and countered, do you know who those people just now were? No, Jin Zhong from Mythical Turtle Count's mansion, a trusted follower of Lord Count. All this is Shin Lang's doing. You all better pray that his connection with the Count's mansion isn't deep, otherwise. What? Master 13. Otherwise, everyone might as well go home and say goodbye to their parents, spouses, and children. Let's go back and report to our foster father. If a major incident is about to happen, we need to prepare an escape plan. We work for those people. They can't just abandon us to die. Shin Lang is very cunning. If we want to save ourselves, we need to act fast. Once he makes his move, it'll be too late. Inside the Black Clothes gang, when Tian 13 returned to report, Tian Hung was in a foul mood. He roared, if there's not a good reason, I'll gouge out one of your eyes. Tian 13 hurriedly explained. Jin Zhong from the Count's mansion took Shin Lang's parents and brother away with a dozen soldiers, saying they were going to the Count's mansion for a wedding. A shock went through Tian Heng's heart like lightning. The Count's mansion's daughter is getting married today. I heard they've taken in a son-in-law. Tian 13 was greatly shocked. No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. I also find it impossible. How could someone as insignificant as Shin Lang ever be connected to the Count's mansion? Foster father, Shin Lang is extremely cunning and not to be underestimated. Indeed, we need to be proactive about this. I'll head into the city right away. Half an hour later, within the Lin family's secret chamber, the head of the Lin family was shocked upon hearing the news. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shin Lang is notorious for being worthless. Does the Count's mansion have no regard for their reputation? Tian Heng asked. Master Su, did Lord Count mention who the groom is when he suddenly sent out wedding invitations today? The head of the Lin family shook his head. No, but it absolutely cannot be Shin Lang. Even if the sun rose from the west, it wouldn't be possible. I've received an invitation to the wedding tonight. I'll go and see for myself. If the Count's mansion's son-in-law is truly Shin Lang, we better prepare in advance. Tian Heng said, I'll also go, though I don't have an invitation. The Mythical Turtle Count surely won't turn away guests and lose face. Meanwhile, inside the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion, renowned merchants and high-ranking officials of Mythical Turtle City came to witness the ceremony, including Su Chanqian and Zhang Ji. With the arrival of the Count and his wife, the master of ceremonies loudly announced, the groom has arrived. Immediately after, a large red sedan was carried in, and the groom, wearing a mask, slowly stepped out from it. With just a gesture of raising his hand, the expressions of Su Chanqian and others changed dramatically. This familiar figure, they were almost certain it was Shin Lang. As Shin Lang steps toward Jean Mulan, it signifies that from this moment on, he will ascend to a new level. And when Jean Mulan appears, her silver dress perfectly accentuates her stunning figure. The master of ceremonies continues to shout, the auspicious moment has arrived. Bow to heaven and earth to honor the heavenly couple. May your union last forever. Bow to the high hall to honor the parents, whose kindness is as heavy as a mountain and love as deep as the ocean. The couple bows to each other, wishing you a heart that beats as one forever. After the solemn yet brief ceremony, they were about to be led to the bridal chamber, but suddenly, loud laughter interrupts the proceedings. The person is none other than the city lord of Mythical Turtle City, Lu Wien, Lord Count. Although tradition dictates that the groom reveals his face in the bridal chamber, I am curious to see what kind of exceptional man is worthy of Miss Mulan. Could you satisfy my curiosity? Jin Zhuo was about to refuse, but then another uninvited guest arrives. This person is the leader of the Zhu family who came to propose this time, the general known as Pacify the South, Zhu Lin. Mythical Turtle Count lacks hospitality. You didn't inform me of my niece's wedding. Had I not been in Mythical Turtle City on official business, would I have missed it? What kind of young talent is worthy of my niece Mulan? Reveal your face and let us see. At this moment, the guests around them also start to chant for the unveiling. The couple looks at each other and agrees to remove the mask. The next second, Shin Lang takes off his mask, revealing his extraordinary face, prompting a moment of astonishment among those present. Tian Heng's eyes widened suddenly, followed by a chill over his entire body. But the most shocked were Su Chanqian and Zhang Ji. Who is Jean Mulan? And who is Shin Lang? How could the high-standing Mythical Turtle Count ever choose a wastrel fool as a son-in-law? And Zhang Ji was driven mad with jealousy. The Jean Mulan, whom even I dared not dream of being with, is actually marrying Shin Lang, this worthless man? Suddenly, Zhang Ji burst into laughter. All eyes in the room turned to him. He pointed at the couple and challenged, Miss Jean Mulan, this wedding of yours is fake, isn't it? That Shin Lang is clearly an idiot who can't even recognize characters. Miss Mulan, how could you possibly fancy such a person? Zhang Ji's words were echoed by Shin Lang's classmate, Yin Xiong. Eager to cling to the Zhang family's coattails, he also stepped forward to accuse. He's not just low in intelligence, he's a complete imbecile. Shin Lang asked Yin Xiong, you say I'm an imbecile, but do you have any evidence? Yin Xiong scoffed, you've been studying for 10 years and still can't recognize 1,000 characters. Isn't that evidence enough? Here, I'll write a few characters. If you recognize them, I won't call you an imbecile. If you don't, then you are. How about that? He then commanded someone to bring over brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. With a broad stroke, he wrote down 3 characters, then looked at Shenlang with contempt. If you can recognize these, then you're not an imbecile. Looking at these obscure characters, everyone around expected Shenlang to embarrass himself. Indeed, Shenlang didn't recognize these characters, but let's not forget he had a cheat code, a computer that traveled through time with him, containing dictionaries of all sorts. All he needed to do was to follow the annotations. Shenlang read out the annotations word by word, and even mentioned the origin of each character. After he finished reading, Yanxiong found it hard to accept. This Shenlang is clearly an idiot. How does he know so much? Shenlang then turned to Lord Zhang. Lord Zhang, you are learned and skilled in both letters and arms, and also Yanxiong's teacher. Did I read those 3 characters correctly? Zhang Boyan was silent for a moment, then closed his eyes and answered, you did. At his words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. How is this possible? Shenlang also suggested writing a few characters for Yanxiong to recognize. Then he wrote down several dozen characters on the paper. Yanxiong's eyes almost crossed looking at all those characters, but fortunately, he recognized a few. Then, Yanxiong, looking at the few characters he knew, read them out. I am an idiot. As soon as he finished, he realized he had fallen into Shenlang's trap, and the guests burst into laughter. Even Jean Mulan smiled lightly, as Yanxiong made a fool of himself. His teacher, Zhang Boyan, stood up. It seems Master Shen is quite proficient in obscure characters. I have an ancient steel text here. I wonder if Master Shen could enlighten me. Everyone's spirits were immediately lifted. The student had been embarrassed, and now the teacher was stepping in. Shenlang was fearless. Since Lord Zhang wants to test me, I'll give it a try. As Zhang Boyan wrote down a character, Shenlang and Jean Mulan were silent. Seeing Shenlang silent, Yanxiong jumped out to challenge again. Ha, Shenlang, you don't recognize this character, do you? Shenlang then asked, Lord Zhang, if I'm not mistaken, you also don't know how to pronounce this character, do you? You must have deduced its meaning from the context of the stele, but its pronunciation remains unknown. Right, indeed, but knowing the meaning is more important than the pronunciation, isn't it? Shenlang smiled. It's quite fortunate then. I happen to know how to pronounce it. Thinking to himself, I'll pronounce it however I want. Yanxiong was shocked. Impossible. My teacher said that this character's pronunciation can only be inferred from the context of the stele, so it's impossible for anyone to know how it's pronounced. Seeing Yanxiong so obstinate, Shenlang took the opportunity to make a bet with him. If I know how to pronounce this character and also know its meaning, how about you slap yourself? Yanxiong countered. And what if you don't know or get it wrong? Then I'll slap myself. As soon as the words fell, Yanxiong clapped his hands. Agreed. Let everyone present witness. Zhang Boyan did not stop him, as opposing the Count's mansion was politically correct. Then Shenlang boldly pointed. This character is pronounced Ren, and its meaning should be related to thorn. Upon hearing this, Zhang Boyan was immediately startled, then showed an incredulous expression. This is an ancient stele. How does he know it? Seeing his teacher's expression change, Yanxiong quickly asked, Master, he's making this up, right? At this moment, Zhang Boyan was caught in a dilemma. I could deny Shenlang's answer, but others have studied that stele too. If Shenlang spreads the word, then my reputation could be damaged. I have no choice but to tell the truth. Yanxiong, blame your own overzealousness. With this thought, he immediately changed his demeanor. Master Shen truly has a profound understanding of characters. Such a promising young talent. Hearing Zhang Boyan's acknowledgement, the room was abuzz. Was Shenlang really that impressive? Even Jean Mulan had not expected her husband to possess such deep knowledge. Meanwhile, Yanxiong was terrified. Now, shouldn't Yan the great talent fulfill his promise? Hearing this, Yanxiong immediately looked to his teacher for help, but Zhang Boyan showed no intention of intervening. Seeing no way out, Yanxiong, with a twisted expression, said, Shenlang, I will remember today. Then he gave himself a loud slap. Shenlang showed a satisfied smile, feeling immensely gratified. At this moment, Jinzhua asked Shenlang to take Mulan to meet his parents, but just as they were about to leave, Julin stopped them. Not bad, young man, I'll remember you. The threat in his words was palpable, but Shenlang was not the least bit afraid. Thank you, Lord Zhu, for your kind words. Shenlang's parents, fearing they might embarrass their son, sat reservedly in the back hall, even reluctant to wear the new clothes sent by the Count's mansion for fear of damaging them. Upon entering, Shenlang immediately knelt down, Jean Mulan following suit, kneeling and saying, Your daughter-in-law pays respect to father-in-law and mother-in-law. Despite Shenlang's parents' humble status, there wasn't a hint of reluctance on her face. Shenlang's mother quickly came forward to help them up. This is princess of the city. After all, Mulan also thanked her mother-in-law. Seeing this scene, Shenlang couldn't help but think, she truly is my goddess, beautiful inside and out. After a round of pleasantries in the back hall and having dinner, Shen's family excused themselves early. Before leaving, his brother couldn't resist reminding Shenlang, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Once everything was settled, Jean Mulan gently pushed open the door. Seeing the stunning beauty walking towards him, Shenlang felt as if he was in a dream. She's so beautiful. Am I dreaming? I can't believe I actually married her. Jean Mulan, with with a shy face, said, "Your performance today was different from the rumors." Shenlang, unable to disclose his transmigration, simply responded with a laugh. "I had a serious illness at the Su family, almost as if I had died once, and suddenly my mind cleared." Jean Mulan said with some guilt, Shenlang, there are some things I want to make clear to you. I never intended to marry in my life, dedicating everything to my family. It was only because of the Zhu family's pressure to marry that I had to take a husband. We are husband and wife in name, and that will not change in this lifetime. I will not marry another. But as for the duties of husband and wife, I'm sorry, I cannot fulfill them." Shenlang thought to himself, of course, how could a proud woman like Mulan easily share a bed with a man? To truly be with her, I must first win her heart. He then said, "I understand." Jean Mulan stood up and said, "You've been wrong, husband, but tonight is your wedding night, and I cannot let you spend it alone in an empty room. Little Bing, come in." A shy young girl walked in. She was Jean Mulan's personal maid, 18 years old. When Shenlang saw little Bing, his eyes widened. I didn't expect the goddess to arrange everything so thoughtfully. At this moment, Shenlang was overjoyed inside, but still pretended to be concerned. Is this really okay? But Mulan insisted on not letting Shenlang's life be delayed for her reasons, leaving little Bing behind, and even instructed to hurry up and have a child, to give an explanation to Shenlang's parents. After a moment, Shenlang abandoned his gentlemanly facade, opened his arms wide. "Since my wife has arranged this with such thought, I shall respectfully comply. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Help me undress." Upon hearing these words, both were shocked. Jean Mulan thought, could this man be a libertine? But she still courteously closed the door for them. After Mulan left, little Bing stood trembling in front of Shenlang, then began to cry uncontrollably. Seeing little Bing crying and gasping for breath, her tears and snot dripping onto her 36F chest, Shenlang's heart sank. Jean Mulan doesn't fancy me, and now even a maid looks down on me. He then waved his hand. "If you don't want to, just go." Hearing Shenlang tell her to leave, little Bing disappeared outside the door with the speed of teleportation. Shenlang watched in silence, despite being so handsome, but considering he had married into the Jean family to protect his family, he shouldn't be greedy. With this thought, Shenlang lay down and fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, Shenlang and two others were in the dining room. Jean Mulan and he were having breakfast like an ordinary couple, planning the day's agenda. Little Bing was serving on the side, as if last night's incident had never happened. "Husband, I wonder what your thoughts and goals are for the future." However, Shenlang simply answered, "No goals," while thinking to himself, "My goal was to enter a wealthy family and live off others. I've completely achieved it." Jean Mulan, thinking about Shenlang's performance at their wedding yesterday, believed he must have grand ambitions and goals, which made her puzzled. Hearing Jean Mulan mention yesterday, Shenlang then remembered he indeed had a goal, to bring down the Su family and make Su Chanshan beg for mercy. Hearing this, Mulan was utterly speechless, thinking, where's the grand ambition, the generosity? Is being so vindictive really good? Jean Mulan could only offer some pastries. "Husband, perhaps you should have some more pastries. The Su family has a marriage alliance with the Zhang family, and the Zhu family backs them. It's not easy for our Count's mansion to take action against them." Shenlang, picking up a pastry, showed a sleazy expression. "Then, can I start by killing Tianheng? I'm afraid that's not possible either. Tianheng is under the jurisdiction of the mythical Turtle City lord, and is also aligned with the Zhang family. If our Count's mansion acts against him, it would be tantamount to turning against the city lord." Hearing Mulan's reply, Shenlang immediately became anxious. "Isn't the Count's mansion very powerful? Why can't we do anything?" Then, as the young master Shen of the Count's mansion, "I'll go slap Tianheng's face. That should be fine, right?" Once Mulan agreed, Shenlang quickly stood up, and before Mulan could react, he had already run to the door. "Husband, are you in such a hurry to take revenge? Don't you have time to talk more with your newlywed wife?" After showing off his skills in the Count's mansion, everyone started to see Shenlang in a new light. Jean Mulan's permission, Shenlang prepared to show Tianheng a lesson, but following protocol, he first went to the Count's mansion to pay respects to the Count and his wife with tea. Jean Zhuo was very satisfied with Shenlang's performance on their wedding day, and his attitude had softened. He inquired about Shenlang's plans for the day. "My parents have raised me with hard work, and marrying into the Count's mansion is somewhat undutiful. Today, I wish to return home to spend time with them and show my filial piety," he said, using filial piety as a reason to request leave. Jean Zhuo, deeply moved, exclaimed, "Filial piety comes first. It's rare to see such filial devotion from Shenlang." He then ordered 2 gifts to be prepared, to send to Shenlang's parents on his behalf. Afterward, Shenlang respectfully thanked his in-laws and walked towards the door, with the Count and his wife very satisfied with Shenlang's manners. Lady Jean also praised him, and Jean Zhuo thought this choice of son-in-law by Jean Mulan showed great foresight, contrary to the rumors. Leaving the Count's mansion, Shenlang called out to the guards, "Prepare the carriage. I'm going home, and when we pass by the Black Clothes gang, let's go straight in. I want to catch up with Tianheng." Suddenly, Shenlang caught sight of a majestic tall horse nearby, and immediately had an idea. Since he wanted to impress, why not ride a handsome horse in a dashing manner? But 2 minutes later, the guards, watching Shenlang struggle to mount the horse, were utterly speechless. "Our young master Shen is really hopeless." Shenlang fell off the horseback, then got up and straightened himself. "I think the sun is quite strong." strong today. Let's take the carriage back instead. The guards were all exasperated. Half an hour later, Shenlang's carriage, escorted by 2 guards, sped into the Black Clothes Gang's territory. The guards on the city tower, seeing someone daring to barge into the Black Clothes Gang, immediately ordered arrows to be released. A guard quickly stopped them. Don't shoot arrows. Let them in. That's a carriage from the Count's mansion. Do you want to lose your lives? Hurry up and notify the leader. As the carriage halted, Shenlang arrogantly stepped down. Leader Tian, I hope you're well. Tian Heng, having received the news, had already gathered his men in the courtyard to welcome them. Ha ha ha. Master Shen, you could have sent someone. Why trouble yourself to come in person? Seeing Shenlang, he immediately opened his arms and walked towards him with a laugh, though inwardly he was seething. Just married last night, and today he comes knocking on our door. What a petty act. He then welcomed Shenlang inside for tea. After the two sat down, Shenlang straightforwardly informed Tian Heng of his purpose. I'm here today for the 1,000 gold coins. Not repaying debts is dishonorable. Tian Heng burst into laughter, then took out the IOU Shenlang had made, called for a brazier, and burned the IOU to ashes in front of Shenlang, smiling sanctimoniously. What 1,000 gold coin debt? There's no such thing. However, seeing the IOU destroyed, Shenlang immediately changed his tune. Leader Tian, you owe me 1,000 gold coins, and now you've burned the IOU without evidence. Others might think I'm here to extort money from you. Tian Heng was instantly alarmed. What is Shenlang playing at? Shenlang pointed at Tian Heng. So, Leader Tian, are you planning to destroy the IOU and not pay up? At this moment, Tian Heng internally cursed Shenlang's ancestors. In all my years, I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Taking a deep breath to adjust his mood, Tian Heng put on a bright smile and said to Shenlang, look at my memory. I might forget to repay others, but I must repay Master Shen's money. He then ordered someone to bring a chest of gold coins. Shortly after, a hefty chest of gold coins was placed in front of Shenlang. Yet, Shenlang, looking at the gold coins, suddenly said with a mischievous smile, since Leader Tian is being so straightforward, and we are all acquaintances, I'll forget about the interest. Seeing this, Tian Heng continued to suppress his anger and slapped 100 gold coins on the table. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Here are 100 gold coins as interest. Please accept them. At this moment, Shenlang silently picked up his cup to drink tea, while Tian Heng quietly watched him, wondering what trick he was planning next. After a standoff, Tian Heng couldn't help but ask, does Master Shen have any other instructions? Shenlang's demeanor suddenly changed. His expression turned serious. What about Tian 13? Didn't he want to capture my parents and kill my family yesterday? Today, I want to break his legs. Hearing this, Tian Heng's inner flame erupted once again, his teeth grinding audibly. This pretty boy has gone too far. Just married into the family for 2 days, and he's already trying to ride over my head. Tian Heng, his nose almost crooked with rage, said, that's unfortunate. 13 has gone to Bailin City and won't be back for a month or 2. Seeing this, Shenlang knew Tian Heng had no intention of handing the person over. He snorted coldly and prepared to leave. This trip not only dealt a heavy blow to Tian Heng's pride, but also netted him 1,100 gold coins. Seeing Shenlang's carriage leave, Tian Heng furiously smashed a cup, his eyes nearly popping out in rage, and immediately ordered the chair Shenlang had sat on to be burned. At that moment, Tian 13 walked in through the back door, trying to comfort Tian Heng. This Shenlang is so arrogant and overbearing. The Count's mansion will surely punish him. Maybe we'll soon hear news of his demise. Tian Heng, grinding his teeth, said, I didn't expect such a useless person to turn his fortunes around so quickly. He still reminded 13 to stay indoors recently, but before he could finish, a voice came from the doorway. Tian 13, you've made a quick return, haven't you? Seeing Shenlang, Tian Heng was shocked. Weren't you already gone? At this moment, Shenlang said with a cold laugh, Tian 13, you led people to my house to capture my family. If Jin Zhong hadn't arrived in time, I dare not think of the consequences. Now, crippling your legs wouldn't be too much, would it? Tian 13 glared at Shenlang with a vicious look, not hiding his resentment at all. Then, Shenlang turned to Tian Heng. Leader Tian, you said that as long as Tian 13 returned, you would break his legs. Now, do it. Seeing this, Tian Heng knew matters had escalated beyond pretense, and there was no need for further courtesy. Fortunately, I've prepared in advance, trading 35% of the earnings from 5 casinos for the Zhang family's support. I'm not afraid of the Count's mansion if things really escalate. Tian Heng slammed his fist on the table with a bang, instantly splitting the sturdy table in two. At the same time, 2 guards from the Count's mansion immediately drew their swords. Standing in front of Shenlang, Tian Heng glared menacingly. Shenlang, don't push me too far. Shenlang laughed. When you wanted to kill my entire family, did you consider that too much? Tian Heng suddenly burst into laughter. Shenlang, you're nothing but a son-in-law, acting so high and mighty. Do you think the Count, who loves his people like his own children, will spare you? And I'm under the jurisdiction of the mythical Turtle City Lord. For the Count's mansion to accuse me of any crime would be overstepping. Unmoved, Shenlang darkly responded, Leader Tian, I'm asking you one last time. Are you willing to break Tian 13's legs? Tian Heng sneered. If you're going to act, do it yourself, or have your guards behind you do it. Shenlang cast a probing look at the guards beside him, who then avoided his gaze. Seeing this, Shenlang adjusted his mood and smiled. Leader Tian, it's getting late today, and I still need to visit my parents. I'll come visit again tomorrow. tomorrow. But then Shenlang's expression darkened. Tomorrow, I will make you break Tian 13's legs in front of me and apologize. After leaving the Black Clothes gang, Shenlang hurried back to his home, where his parents were eagerly waiting. Shen's mother rushed to greet him upon his return. After a series of concerned inquiries, Shenlang had the guards bring the gifts inside and handed the 100 gold coins he got from Tianheng to Shen's father, suggesting he build a new house. However, Shen's father, thinking the money was from the count's mansion, was reluctant to accept it, fearing gossip, until Shenlang explained, "This is money earned from the dye formula. It has nothing to do with the count's mansion. Rest assured, build a big house. It'll be better for me when I return, and if Mulan comes back with me, we can't possibly stay in this thatched cottage, right?" Only then did Shen's father accept it. Time with family always seems to pass exceptionally quickly, and soon it was evening, time for Shenlang to return to the count's mansion. As his family watched him leave, Shen's mother suddenly remembered something. "Shenlang, Big Fool has gotten into trouble. You should check on him." Shenlang turned his head in surprise. Big Fool was the only friend of Shenlang's predecessor, though both were considered fools. Big Fool was exceptionally kind-hearted. Whenever village children bullied Shenlang, Big Fool would protect him with his body, making their relationship as close as brothers. Big Fool was born weighing 12 pounds, and even though he often went hungry, by the age of 18, he had grown to over 2 meters tall. Though large, he was gentle, innocent, and harmless, never engaging in fights. Big Fool's life wasn't easy. 3 years after his mother died in childbirth, his father remarried. Since then, he was treated like an outsider, only allowed to sleep on the ground in the yard, eating spoiled cornmeal. If not for his ability to work, he probably would have been driven out by his stepmother long ago. Hearing that Big Fool was in trouble, Shenlang rushed to Big Fool's house and pushed the door open. "Where is Big Fool?" Entering the house, Shenlang saw only Big Fool's stepmother and brother. Big Fool's stepmother, unaware that Shenlang had married into the count's mansion, covered her mouth with her hand, speaking disdainfully. Big Fool went to work. Seeing this, Shenlang immediately pulled out a bag of silver coins. "Treat Big Fool better from now on." Then he inquired about Big Fool's whereabouts. Seeing the money, Big Fool's stepmother's eyes lit up, promising to treat Big Fool better from now on. However, Big Fool's brother looked at his mother with disdain, sneering sinisterly. "Big Fool is probably rotting in a ditch by now." Upon hearing this, Shenlang's expression changed drastically. He immediately took his guards to search the mountains. It wasn't until late at night that they found Big Fool in a deep ditch, barely alive and reduced to skin and bones. As Shenlang approached to check, fortunately, there was still breath in him. Hearing the noise, Big Fool slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Shenlang, he excitedly said, "Second Fool, I've missed you." Tears filled Shenlang's eyes as he asked Big Fool how he got so severely injured. After understanding the situation, it turned out that Big Fool's brother had encountered a tiger in the mountains. To save his brother, he was hit by the tiger and broke several bones. His family refused to treat his injuries and threw him into the ditch to die. Knowing the full story, Shenlang inwardly cursed his family as worse than animals. "You big fool, your brother bullies you every day, throwing dirt in your food, urinating in your bed, and even blames you for peeping at women bathing. Yet, you still protected this brother. Now, to save this scoundrel brother from a tiger, your father actually threw you here to die. Scoundrel, beast, worse than animals." Holding Big Fool's hand, "Brother, I will never let you die, and I definitely won't let this family of beasts off." Shenlang asked him how long he had been thrown here. Big Fool, trembling, stretched out his hand and weakly said, "One hand isn't enough to count. This means he had been thrown here for at least 6 days. Shenlang couldn't understand how someone could be so heartless. The stepmother's indifference is bad enough, but why would his own father treat Big Fool so cruelly? "Second Fool, I'm about to die. I was worried about you being bullied, but now that you've become strong, I'm relieved." Hearing Big Fool still worried about him in such a state, Shenlang's eyes immediately filled with tears. Then he bitterly smiled. "Who in this world isn't bullied? Even now, I'm still being bullied." Unexpectedly, when Big Fool heard Shenlang was being bullied, he suddenly rallied, rose in anger, pushed past the guards, and shielded Shenlang beneath him. Seeing Big Fool's action, Shenlang was instantly moved to tears. "Big Fool, I'm okay. Please don't hurt yourself." He then signaled the guards to help Big Fool up. Seeing Big Fool, who could barely stand, Shenlang gritted his teeth and said, "Big Fool, you can't die. I won't let you die. I will make sure your father regrets everything he's done to you today." However, the naive Big Fool said, "Right, I'll let Dad know I'm useful. I can take care of him when he's old." Although touching, at such a time, Big Fool's unconditional concern for his father left Shenlang speechless. He then ordered the guards to help Big Fool onto the carriage. Shenlang didn't return to the Count's mansion, but went to Big Fool's home instead. With a grim face, Shenlang entered the house and saw the stepmother and brother eating dinner. With lavish dishes on their table, Shenlang coldly questioned them. Abandoning an injured Big Fool, "Do you have no humanity?" The stepmother, eating her meat dismissively, said, "We have no money for his treatment. Besides, we're not the only ones who do this." Big Fool's brother chimed in, "Such a fool dying is no loss. Same goes for you." After hearing the vicious words of the mother and son, Shenlang walked straight to them. Without waiting for their reaction, he flipped the dining table. In their shock, Shenlang swiftly approached Big Fool's brother and kicked him squarely squarely in the groin, effectively ruining his future happiness. He clutched himself in agony, rolling on the ground. Seeing her son injured, Big Fool's stepmother's face changed dramatically, and she screamed curses. "Second fool, you bastard. Just a son-in-law, and you should rot with Big Fool," as she pointed at Shenlang's nose and hurled insults. Shenlang, unable to contain his anger, pushed her away. She stumbled over a chair, and a basin of cold water drenched her. "Don't think just because you married into the Su family, I'm afraid of you. I'll report you." Shenlang stepped forward, looking at her coldly. "Su family's son-in-law? Not anymore. Tell your husband when he comes back that I'll be waiting at the Count's mansion in Mythical Turtle City for him to accuse me." After finishing his words, Shenlang turned and left with his guards. He couldn't waste more time here and needed to hurry back to the Count's mansion, where there were ample medical supplies and it was the best option for care. They soon arrived at the Count's mansion. Normally, as the young master Shen of the Count's mansion, Shenlang should have had unobstructed access. However, upon reaching the entrance, they were stopped by the guards. Shenlang got out of the carriage to ask who was blocking the way. Coincidentally, it was Jin Cheng, one of the 5 son-in-law candidates and the deputy leader of 1,000 households in charge of internal affairs. At that moment, a guard noticed Big Fool inside Shenlang's carriage. "Shenlang, you may have married into the Count's mansion, but what right do you have to bring people in as you please?" He then ordered Big Fool to be thrown out. Shenlang became furious. It was one thing not to respect him, but he wouldn't allow anyone to harm Big Fool. He ordered 2 guards to carry Big Fool inside. However, the 2 guards were uncertain whose orders to follow. At this moment, Jin Cheng shouted, "Shenlang, I'm in charge of inspections in the Count's mansion. It's not your place to decide. Throw him out." Seeing this, Shenlang realized that he was still only a figurehead in the Count's mansion, with no one to support him. With that thought, Shenlang leapt into the driver's seat. "No need for you to act. I'll take my brother to Mythical Turtle City for treatment." Just as Jin Cheng felt smug about intimidating Shenlang, Jinjua's voice came from inside the mansion. "Jin Cheng, what's all this noise at the gate?" Jin Cheng promptly explained the situation to Jinjua. "Master, miss, young Master Shen wanted to bring a stranger into the Count's mansion. I stopped him. It's against the rules." However, when Jinjua asked Shenlang, he didn't complain but simply stated, "The man in the carriage is my only friend, who is critically ill. Since the Count's mansion doesn't allow outsiders in, I will take him to Mythical Turtle City for treatment." Hearing this, Jinjua immediately ordered a doctor to come and treat him, while Jean Mulan jumped onto the carriage to guide Shenlang. Shenlang was deeply moved by this gesture. Mulan was showing her support for Shenlang with actions. Seeing Mulan's sincere and apologetic eyes, Shenlang knew, "The Count's family now considers me one of their own. From now on, the Count's mansion is my true home. I am no longer alone." Seeing the situation unfold, Jin Cheng hurriedly stepped forward. "Miss, this is against the rules. Outsiders are not allowed inside the Count's mansion." Seeing this, Jean Mulan stood up, picked up her whip, and approached Jin Cheng from a higher position. "Turn around." Jin Cheng looked at Jean Mulan incredulously, but saw no emotion in her eyes. Silently, he turned around, only to feel Jean Mulan's whip lash against him mercilessly. Even though he wore armor, the whip shattered it, leaving a bloody mark on his body. Looking at the suffering Jin Cheng, Jean Mulan spoke. "I whipped you for 2 reasons. First, for your failure to help, going against the morals of Mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Second, Shenlang is my husband and your master. Your attitude was disrespectful. You must correct your behavior in the future." Jin Cheng trembled slightly and bowed deeply, saying respectfully, "I understand." With a satisfactory response from Jin Cheng, Jean Mulan then turned and took Shenlang to treat Big Fool. The Count's mansion was brightly lit. At that moment, the mansion's renowned physician, Zaishi, was examining Big Fool, determining that he had fractured ribs and internal bleeding in his organs. If not for Big Fool's strong constitution, an ordinary person would have died by now. Zaishi proposed a treatment plan to drain the blood and mend the broken bones. After hearing the diagnosis, Shenlang was amazed. Dr. N's medical skills are indeed superb. To be able to deduce so much solely from experience and external injuries is remarkable. Under the current conditions, it would be hard for me to do better than him. Following that, Dr. N requested some precious medicinal herbs from Jean Mulan, and upon receiving approval, he turned to prepare them. Seeing that Big Fool's condition had stabilized, Jean Mulan jokingly said to Shenlang, "Husband, your big brother is no longer in danger." Shenlang awkwardly clarified, "He's Big Fool, not my big brother. He's Big Fool, your second fool. Aren't you brothers?" Shenlang looked at his beautiful and playful wife, feeling speechless inside. "You're beautiful, so whatever you say is right." At that moment, the Lord of the Count walked in. "Shenlang, come with me to the study." In the study, the Count's stern voice could be heard questioning, "Shenlang, do you acknowledge your mistake?" Shenlang responded confidently yet respectfully, "If it's about the matter with Big Fool, I don't believe I'm in the wrong. Big Fool is my only friend. If I had ignored my friend's severe injuries, how would my father-in-law view his son-in-law? You did nothing wrong in this matter, but do you realize what outrageous act you committed today?" Before Shenlang could answer, Jinjua erupted in anger. "How dare you, using the name of the Count's mansion to deceive Tianheng, and even threatening to break his adopted son's legs. Did this happen?" Hearing this, Shenlang immediately kneeled on one knee. "Thank Thank you, father-in-law, for saving my family's lives. Shenlang then recounted everything from being expelled by the Su family, using 100 gold coins to buy off Tianheng for his assassination, how he owed Tianheng 1,000 gold coins, to the Su family's plot to kill his family for the dye formula he invented, narrating the entire ordeal. After listening to Shenlang, Jinzhua slammed his hand on the table. Outrageous. These scoundrels are truly inhumane. I promise you, Shenlang, the wrongs you've suffered will be avenged. No one should bully my son-in-law like this. Shenlang was moved by these words. Then, Jinzhua revealed, it was City Lord Lu Wuyan and the prefect's son, Zhang Ji, who brought the complaint against you. On the surface, they accused you, Shenlang, but in reality, they aim to disgrace the Count's mansion. These officials are trying to leverage this to gain a hold over the Count's mansion. Then Jinzhua stood up, admonishing Shenlang, in the future, you must adopt a lower profile and act cautiously. Do not be rash again. Leave today's matter to me to resolve. However, Shenlang spoke earnestly. Words once spoken are like water spilled. If I don't go tomorrow, it will not only be me but the entire Count's mansion that loses face. Father-in-law, please trust me. There will be no flaws or leverage given. Seeing Shenlang's determination, Jinzhua said no more. He walked to the bookshelf, took out a thick book, and handed it to Shenlang. This is the Jin family's teachings. Learn the teachings by heart if you want your freedom. He then slapped the book into Shenlang's hands. Shenlang looked at the thick family teachings in his hands, bewildered. Is this really the family teachings? Jinzhua then told him, it took me a month to memorize it. Shenlang opened the book. The entire book is just over 50,000 words. That should be easy for me. Father-in-law, is your word final? After receiving an affirmative from Jinzhua, Shenlang immediately accepted the challenge. For the descendants of the Jin family, memorizing the family teachings is a painful memory for each generation. Shenlang learned from Mulan that it took her 23 days to memorize the entire book. The Count's son has yet to finish it, forgetting 300 words for every 1,000 he memorizes, likely never to complete it in his lifetime. At this moment, Shenlang was using the laptop and his mind to record page by page, taking just over an hour to memorize it all. Then, closing the book, he considered it done. To avoid embarrassing Jinzhua too quickly, Shenlang decided to report back in the morning. After blowing out the candle, he went to sleep contentedly. Meanwhile, in the Count's room, Lady Jin was having a heart-to-heart with Jinzhua. She was worried that punishing Shenlang so soon after his marriage might breed resentment in him. However, Jinzhua didn't see it that way. It's just memorizing the family teachings. This shows I don't see him as an outsider. Once he memorizes it, he'll naturally be free to go out as he pleases. What if he completes it within a month? Even Zhang Boyan lost to him. Jinzhua laughed. Impossible. It took me 33 days. Do you not realize how capable your husband is? Lady Jin, intrigued, decided to bet with the Count, playfully suggesting if she won, she would have the final say in all matters. Jinzhua, though complaining, was charmed by his wife and blushing, agreed to the bet the next second. At night, the Countess tossed it and turned, determined to secure her future happiness. She got up and made a bowl of walnut and lotus seed soup to nourish her beloved son-in-law's brain. However, when she went to deliver it, Jin Zhong, who was on guard duty, told Lady Jin that Shenlang had gone to bed before 9 o'clock. Surprised, Lady Jin handed the soup to Jin Zhong and left in a huff. Humph, heartless little thing. The rumors are true after all, always lazy and ignorant, lacking in education. The next day, at the crack of dawn, the Count went to the study. Seeing his father-in-law looking so formidable, Shenlang was puzzled. Shenlang, I asked you to memorize the Jin family's teachings, yet you went to bed early. Are you showing your displeasure with me? Hearing this, Shenlang hurriedly waved his hands and stepped forward to explain. Father-in-law, you misunderstand. I've already memorized it. This made the Count even angrier. Nonsense. Even Jean Mulan, with her intelligent nature, took 23 days. You claim to have memorized it overnight? Are you dreaming, or do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? He then ordered Jin Zhong to fetch the family discipline whip. Seeing Jinzhua truly angry, Lady Jin quickly stepped in to stop him. Husband, if he can't recite it, he can't recite it. There's no need for corporal punishment. Shenlang has delicate skin and isn't used to being beaten like Jin Mutsong, who's grown a thick skin from it. If you really hurt him, how will we explain to his parents? Shenlang, you better apologize to your father-in-law right away. Seeing that explanations were futile, Shenlang calmly reassured Lady Jin and then asked Jinzhua to test him. Jinzhua, seeing Shenlang unrepentant, flew into a rage. Your mother-in-law already gave you a way out, yet you refuse to take it. Then recite chapter 5 for me. If you can't, you will indeed suffer physically. Shenlang closed his eyes, and the contents of chapter 5 immediately appeared in his mind. He recited it clearly and with proper intonation, accurately completing the over 2,000 words of the entire chapter. Though the Count was surprised, he thought it was just a coincidence, happening to choose a chapter Shenlang was familiar with. He then asked him to recite chapter 16. Without any pause, Shenlang stood before them, reciting word for word. In just 3 minutes, he perfectly recited the entire chapter, not missing a single word. At this point, the Count's eyes widened in shock. Still skeptical, he randomly selected several chapters and even read a part of one chapter, asking Shenlang to continue. Shenlang responded almost without without thinking, fluently continuing the passage. The next second, with a thud, the Count, shocked, dropped the book to the floor. Lady Jean, seeing Shenlang, looked more and more pleased with her son-in-law, then excitedly turned to the Count and said, "Husband, I've won our bet." With no choice, the Count blushed and awkwardly lowered his head. Then, adjusting his mood, he asked Lady Jean to step out as he had something to discuss with Shenlang in private. After Lady Jean left, taking the whip from Jean Zhong's hands, the Count curiously asked, "My lady, what do you need the whip for?" Lady Jean, with a grave expression, said, "To discipline our son. He's as foolish as a pig. The more I think about it, the angrier I get." Meanwhile, Jean Mutsong, who was diligently memorizing, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if sensing an impending disaster. After sending Lady Jean off, Jean Zhua and Shenlang sat facing each other. Jean Zhua asked seriously, "Shenlang, how did you manage to memorize the family teachings overnight?" Shenlang, certainly not daring to reveal that he had traveled through time, prepared to muddle through with some vague remarks. On a day at the end of this summer, when the heat had not yet fully dissipated and the locust tree pods had been harvested, the second planting of seedlings had just been put into the soil. However, after hearing this, the Count, with a stern face, demanded Shenlang to speak human language. Left with no choice, Shenlang had to tell the Count, "4 days ago, I fell seriously ill at the Su family's house. After waking up, my mind became sharper, and I found I could remember anything I saw." After a moment of silence, the Count told Shenlang, 180 years ago, our Jean family had a wastrel who also came back to life on the brink of death and became a martial arts genius. He made significant contributions to the family, securing 5,000 square kilometers of fiefdom. Now, we have less than a third of it left. Shenlang felt that the Jean family's ancestor might have been a time traveler like him. The Count continued, "Given such a fortunate turn of events, take some time to catch up on the past 10 years of schooling." Though Shenlang was somewhat displeased, he respectfully complied, then seized the opportunity to remind, "Father-in-law, you promised me freedom once I memorized the ancestral teachings. Does that still stand?" Reluctantly, the Count sighed and lifted his house arrest. After thanking his father-in-law, Shenlang dashed towards the door, intent on finding Tianheng. Sensing Shenlang's intention, Jean Zhua called out to him, "Shenlang, times have changed. With new rules in place, we old nobility are in precarious positions, fearing being caught on the wrong side. In the last 3 years, 3 noble families have been stripped of their lands and titles, and one even lost his life. Tianheng's backers are City Lord Liu and Zhang Ji, who are aligned with the court. They should not be provoked lightly. Shenlang, I promise you, give me up to 6 months, and I'll take down Tianheng, getting justice for you." Shenlang, knowing his father-in-law's concern was to keep him safe, refused the offer with a determined and sincere gaze, explaining, "This is a grudge between me and the Su family, the Lin family, and Tianheng. After marrying into the Count's mansion, I've been under your protection. I cannot trouble the Count's mansion with my revenge, otherwise, I could never hold my head high again. I will make sure Tianheng pays for his actions legally," losing all his pride. Seeing Shenlang's determination, Jean Zhua stopped trying to dissuade him. "If you insist on going, I won't stop you, but remember, you must not violate the law or give anyone leverage against you." Shenlang formally thanked the Count for his advice, confidently assuring him again, "I will surely win this time," before leaving with high spirits. Tianheng ran many businesses, including gambling dens, brothels, and loan sharking, with gambling dens being his most profitable, accounting for over 60% of his income. In the entire mythical Turtle City, Tianheng owned 5 gambling dens, essentially holding a monopoly. Fortune Casino was the name of Tianheng's chain. Shenlang's plan to deal with Tianheng was simple and brute force. Win money at his gambling dens, keep winning until he far exceeded Tianheng's bottom line in the tolerance of his backers. At that moment, Shenlang, followed by 4 guards, walked into the casino with swagger. The guards behind him were astonished, wondering, is young Master Shen really going to gamble? Shouldn't we stop him? One of the guards even muttered with a hint of disdain, "We have no right to advise him. Our only duty is to protect Shenlang. If he wants to court death, let him be. How could such a wastrel be worthy of Miss Milan?" As Shenlang entered the Fortune Casino, Tianheng's adopted son, Tian-19, was patrolling the floor. Seeing Shenlang stepping into their territory, he was first stunned, then overjoyed. Shenlang dares to walk into the Black Clothes Gang's den by himself? Isn't this courting death? He hurriedly went up to greet Shenlang and, once Shenlang was seated, took the initiative to say to Tian-19, "I came in on a whim and didn't bring any money. Is it possible to borrow some?" Tian-19's face was all smiles at this moment. He couldn't wait for Shenlang to borrow as much as possible, then let him lose everything and send the IOU to the Count's mansion. Shenlang will be done for. My foster father will surely be pleased. However, Shenlang only borrowed 1,000 gold coins. After negotiating the interest, he had Tian-19 draw up an IOU and exchanged all the gold coins for chips. Now, Tian-19 sat opposite Shenlang, hardly able to wait to see Shenlang lose everything, but Shenlang, calm and collected, asked, "What's the simplest game?" "Of course, it's betting on big or small." Tian-19 explained the rules. 3 dice are thrown, and the sum of the points determines the outcome. Below 9 is small, 9 and above is big. After After understanding the rules, the two officially began their game, and all the gamblers in the casino gathered around to watch. The betting match against Tian-19 began at that moment. The beautiful dealer skillfully gathered the dice into the shaker, then drew several perfect arcs in the air. The sound of the dice rattling could be heard. After half a minute, the shaker settled, and the dealer, with a smile, asked Shenlang, "Big or small?" Without hesitation, Shenlang pushed all 1,000 chips forward, confidently stating, "Big." The casino erupted in excitement. "He's betting it all. This is thrilling." "Final bets," announced the dealer as she lifted the shaker, revealing 13 points. "Big. Shenlang wins." The crowd was again astounded. Even the guards behind him were left agape. Shenlang calmly gathered the chips before him. Tian-19's expression remained unchanged. Honestly, he was worried that if Shenlang lost the first bet, he wouldn't play further. Letting him taste victory first would keep him gambling. He then signaled the dealer to continue. Once more, the dealer settled the shaker and asked Shenlang if he would bet on big or small. This time, Shenlang pushed all his chips forward again, betting everything on big. Still betting on big, both the guards behind and the spectators around were stunned. Had Shenlang gone mad? At this point, even Tian-19 was becoming uneasy. If Shenlang won this bet, it would amount to 4,000 gold coins. The monthly profit of Fortune Casino was only about 2,000. The gamblers nearby were already excited beyond measure. The dealer, also nervous, with trembling hands, revealed the shaker. 15 points. Big. Shenlang won again. Tian-19's face was so tense it seemed distorted, thinking, "The casino has never lost this much since it opened. If this continues, my foster father will flay me." With this thought, Tian-19 stood up, smiling. "Lord Shen, this time I'll personally roll the dice for you." Tian-19 was a master gambler, able to control and even change the dice's outcome before revealing them, which was why Tian-Heng entrusted the casino to him. As the shaker settled, Tian-19 asked Shenlang to bet on big or small. Shenlang, eyeing Tian-19's hands, knew this guy was up to something. He slapped Tian-19's hand open, laughing. "I don't want to play this game of chance anymore. Let's play Pai Gao instead." Hearing this, Tian-19 was immediately delighted. "Playing high or low? Shenlang, you might rely on luck, but playing Pai Gao with me is simply courting death." So, he quickly ordered someone to fetch the cards, fearing Shenlang might change his mind the next moment. In this world, the rules of Pai Gao are simple. 32 cards are placed face down on the table. Each player draws 2, and the winner is determined by the ranks of the cards drawn. The supreme treasure is the highest, followed by the heaven card, then the earth card, and so on. Although the rules seem simple, tricks can be played on the cards, commonly known as cheating. Watching Tian-19 arranging the cards, Shenlang's expression suddenly darkened. "I don't trust your cards. Bring a new deck if you want to continue gambling." Tian-19 was momentarily stunned. He had memorized every mark on each card. Shenlang's request put him in a difficult position. Seeing this, Shenlang pretended to get up. "If that's not possible, then exchange the chips back. I'm leaving." Seeing Shenlang about to leave, Tian-19 quickly waved him off. He couldn't let Shenlang leave like this, thinking, "If Shenlang leaves now, taking 4,000 gold coins with him, my foster father will have my head." With that thought, Tian-19 quickly ordered someone to buy 10 new decks of cards, explicitly instructing not to purchase from their own shop. Tian-19 was utterly confident at that moment. "I'm Mythical Turtle City's top gambling master. Even without cheating, victory is certain." Soon, 10 new decks were laid in front of Shenlang. Tian-19 eagerly rubbed his hands, allowing Shenlang to choose a deck. After examining them with his X-ray vision and ensuring there were no issues, Shenlang randomly selected one. He let Tian-19 draw first. Unsure of Shenlang's intentions, Tian-19 carefully drew 2 cards. Using his X-ray vision, Shenlang saw Tian-19's hand, a pair of 10s, ranked 6th highest. It seemed this guy really was lucky. Tian-19 then placed a bet of 100 gold coins, while Shenlang, confidently using his skills, chose 2 cards that were 1 point higher than Tian-19's hand. Without even looking at his cards, Shenlang coolly pushed his chips forward, 1,000 gold coins. This move electrified everyone. He's not even looking at his cards. This is thrilling. At this point, Tian-19 felt the pressure. Thinking his hand was strong enough to compete, he boldly matched the 1,000 gold coins. "I'll call. Reveal the cards." When the cards were revealed, Shenlang had won, leaving Tian-19 utterly stunned. How is this possible? Surrounding gasps of surprise and cheers kept soaring. Incredible. Just 1 point higher than Tian-19. This game was exhilarating. Tian-19 looked fiercely at Shenlang. Hard to imagine. Is this really the once useless Shenlang? Now, consumed by rage, Tian-19 declared, "How could I, Tian-19, lose to him in card skills? Let's go again." But Tian-19 couldn't foresee that this was just the beginning of a nightmare. In every subsequent round, Shenlang, without looking at his cards, pushed out 1,000 gold coins and kept winning. The crowd around them was thrilled, chanting for Shenlang. Shenlang is the true gambling god of Mythical Turtle City. This scene made Tian-19 shudder, sweating profusely, terrified at the sight of Shenlang. How can he win every round? How can he be this lucky? Losing 13,000 gold coins to a nobody. Thinking of Tian-Heng's fierce reaction, Tian-19 felt a chill run through him. "If my foster father finds out, he'll flay me." Tian-19, trembling, stood up, indicating to Shenlang he wasn't feeling well and needed to rest. As he approached the door, Shenlang couldn't resist adding another jab. I'm not yet satisfied. Maybe find someone else to keep me company. As Tian-19 left Fortune Casino, he sprinted to find Tian-Heng, leaving behind the gambler shouting, "Long live the gambling god Shenlang." At this moment, a sound of arrogant laughter was echoing within the Su family estate. Tian-Heng was seen mocking Shenlang's threats from the previous day in front of Master Su, who also thought that Shenlang had become too arrogant after marrying into the Count's mansion. Then, Tian-Heng informed Master Su. This morning, Shenlang, not knowing whether he was dead or alive, ran off to Fortune Casino. We thought we couldn't touch him after he married into the Count's mansion, but this fool actually walked right into our trap. Tian-19, the gambling god. There, he's sure to lose over 10,000 gold coins. Hearing this, Master Su also scorned Shenlang for getting carried away. He doesn't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Given the new regulations putting pressure on them, the Count's mansion's lands have been reduced, and they have to support an army of nearly 1,000 men. By estimates, the Count's mansion must be operating at a loss every year. If Shenlang loses those 10,000 plus gold coins, he will surely be severely punished by the Count's mansion. Tian-Heng added, this will also implicate the Count's mansion, leaving them vulnerable. Then, we can take them down in one fell swoop. Laughing excitedly at the thought, they were suddenly interrupted by a loud bang as Tian-19 burst in. Foster father, there's been a huge problem. Seeing this, Tian-Heng immediately flew into a rage. What a disgrace. All you do is fool around with women, and now you've ruined your health. You can barely run a few steps without gasping for breath. Embarrassing. Frightened by Tian-Heng's anger, Tian-19 immediately knelt on the ground, continuously kowtowing and apologizing. Master Su also laughed from the side. Brother Tian, your adopted son is really quite filial, isn't he? With a cold huff, Tian-Heng then questioned Tian-19. Have you dealt with Shenlang? How much did he lose? If it's less than 10,000 gold coins, be careful, or I'll skin you. Hearing Tian-Heng's barrage of questions, Tian-19 was completely enveloped in fear, his face pale as he gasped for air and sweat poured out of him. Seeing the two lords excitedly discussing the matter, he was at a loss for how to respond. Suddenly, Master Su asked, what if the Count's mansion refuses to acknowledge the debt? Tian-Heng snorted. Shenlang's IOU is clearly written in black and white. Plus, he came to Fortune Casino of his own volition. Even if we have to take this to the prefect's court, I have a case. Master Su reminded him. Brother Tian, doing this would mean you're making an enemy out of the Count's mansion. But Tian-Heng arrogantly declared, I have the backing of the city lord's mansion and the prefect's office. What does it matter if we offend the Count's mansion? This afternoon, I'll take Shenlang's IOU to the Count's mansion and demand payment. Hearing this, Master Su immediately assured, Prefect Zhang Chong will surely stand by your side. You can confidently use Shenlang's IOU to demand payment from the Count's mansion. Though Tian-Heng verbally expressed his thanks, he was well aware of why they supported him. The Su family really is impressive, using the prefect's name even before the marriage is official. However, exchanging 35% of the profits from 5 casinos for the Zhang family's protection is indeed worth it. Let's see how interesting the Count's face will be this afternoon when I arrive at the Count's mansion. Shenlang wants my adopted son's legs, so I'll demand his life first. Tian-Heng turned to Tian-19, asking how much Shenlang had lost. By now, Tian-19 was too scared to even lift his head, stuttering out that it was 16,000 gold coins. Hearing this, Tian-Heng was overjoyed. Well done, 16,000 gold coins. Shenlang is surely doomed now. Hearing Tian-Heng's laughter, Tian-19 felt his heart might leap out of his chest, his scalp tingling. Suddenly, Tian-Heng grabbed him and said, take the IOU. Let's go to the Count's mansion to demand payment. Tian-19, trembling, told Tian-Heng, foster father, it wasn't Shenlang who lost. We lost 16,000 gold coins. Tian-Heng was momentarily stunned. Tian-19 repeated, we lost 16,000 gold coins. Silence fell in the room, utterly unexpected. Was he hearing things? Then, Tian-Heng, in a rage, grabbed Tian-19 to confirm Shenlang's win or loss again. After the third confirmation from Tian-19, Tian-Heng was struck as if by lightning, nearly losing all reaction. Fortune Casino was the most profitable of his 5 gambling houses, earning about this much in a year. He went mad with fury, lifting Tian-19 high. You're mythical Turtle City's top gambler. How did you manage to lose to a nobody? By now, Tian-19 was utterly terrified, crying, I don't know why. Shenlang won every round. Tian-Heng threw Tian-19 aside and turned to Master Su, roaring, you said Shenlang was a waste. Why then can he not only understand obscure characters, but is also so good at gambling? Who knows what's going on with that disaster? At that moment, Su Chanshan stepped forward. Let's stop arguing here. Why not go to the scene and see what exactly happened? Upon hearing this, Tian-Heng immediately stood up, ready to head to Fortune Casino. He didn't want to waste a moment, curious about the chaos Shenlang might have caused there. Then, Su Chanshan's voice followed from behind. Leader Tian, don't forget, the city lord's mansion and the prefect's office are your backers. Tian-Heng turned to thank Su Chanshan and hurriedly led his men, rushing to Fortune Casino at full speed. A quarter hour later, Tian-Heng arrived in haste, but for some reason, his Fortune Casino was already packed with people. New Numerous gamblers, upon seeing Tianheng, loudly clamored, "The person in charge is here. Pay up, pay up." At this moment, Shenlang also stepped forward. Smiling at Tianheng, he said, "I have won 19,000 gold coins at your fortune casino, and these hundreds of people bet with me, winning a total of 7,000 gold coins. That makes a total of 26,000 gold coins. Please help us cash these in." 26,000 gold coins, to be honest, was already a large part of Tianheng's savings. Although he was making a fortune every day, he also had hundreds of people under him to support. Losing these 26,000 gold coins would almost bankrupt Tianheng. Faced with Shenlang presenting the chips, Tianheng, who harbored intense hatred for Shenlang, could only manage a smile. "Master Shen, shall we go inside and talk about it?" Shenlang agreed, but the gamblers were not pleased. "You can't leave, you can't leave. Cash in the gold coins before leaving." They were worried that Shenlang and Tianheng would strike a deal behind closed doors and betray them. Shenlang loudly assured them, "Please rest assured, everyone, I, Shenlang, will definitely not betray your interests. I will give you a satisfactory explanation." Faced with the Count's son-in-law, everyone chose to believe. Soon, they arrived at the second floor of Fortune Casino. Tianheng's smile immediately vanished, his face turning cold. He looked at Shenlang. "Master Shen, your tactics are truly ruthless. Doing all this, is it just to make me break 13's legs? But coming to the casino, aren't you afraid of tarnishing the Count's mansion's reputation?" Shenlang stated, "The reputation of the Count's mansion is indeed important, but my, Shenlang's, reputation can be disregarded. A person can do countless good deeds, but ruining just one can lead to complete ruin. However, if one's reputation is already bad, doing one good deed can have a completely different effect." These words instantly choked Tianheng. He stopped making pointless arguments, not to mention 19,000 gold coins. He wouldn't even give 1,900. Thus, Tianheng firmly told Shenlang, "I will not break 13's legs. If I really did that, I would lose all my dignity." Shenlang laughed. "I think you're misunderstanding something. I want not only the 19,000 gold coins, but also to break 13's legs." Upon hearing this, Tianheng's eyes instantly turned red with rage, clearly showing how angry he was. Guards hurriedly stepped forward to protect Shenlang. The next moment, Tianheng laughed out of sheer anger, clearly telling Shenlang, "I won't give you even a single hair, let alone break 13's legs." His confidence stemmed from the belief that the Count's mansion would not stoop to demanding the gold coins from him. Then, Tianheng walked to the window, opened it, and told the gamblers, "The gold coins you won will be fully redeemed." The gamblers immediately cheered for Tianheng. This broke Shenlang's method of using the gamblers' power against him, and in the end, those gamblers would still lose the gold coins back. Tianheng had not lost anything. He knew the gamblers' money was never warm for long. Tianheng looked at Shenlang smugly. Shenlang clapped hard. "What a move." Then he questioned Tianheng, "Did you forget you have other casinos? As long as they are open, I can keep winning, and I'll bring all the gamblers with me to win." Saying so, Shenlang turned and shouted to the gamblers outside, "Don't leave. I'll continue to lead you to win money." In an instant, the gamblers cheered again. Back in the casino, Shenlang continued his winning streak, and the gamblers went completely wild. It was easier than picking up money. As long as they followed Shenlang, they were sure to win. In contrast, the entire casino staff looked ashen, doubting their life choices. Before long, Tianheng lost another 7,000 gold coins. The kicker was that Shenlang bet only one gold coin each time. The rest were won by the gamblers. Tianheng was so angry he could crush his teeth. Seeing this, his adopted son, Tian14, immediately rushed downstairs and approached Shenlang, intending to drive him out. Shenlang immediately pretended to be frail. "What are you going to do? Do you want to hit me? My health is not good. You know, I'll fall down with just a touch. Who dares to strike the Count's son-in-law? My wife will kill his entire family." This shameless act completely infuriated Tian14, who pointed at Shenlang's head and roared, "So what if I do take action? Someone, get Shenlang out of here." However, the next second, guards surrounded and protected Shenlang, and countless gamblers also rushed over, forming a protective circle around him, shouting, "Whoever dares to touch Shenlang will have to step over our dead bodies." Tian14 was dumbfounded, unsure of what to do next. At that moment, Tianheng appeared, directly announcing, "We're closing for today. Come back tomorrow to cash in your gold coins." Unexpectedly, Shenlang wanted to take the gamblers to Tianheng's other casinos to continue. Tianheng could only announce, "All other casinos are also temporarily closed." Who knew how much pain Tianheng felt when he made this decision? These 5 casinos accounted for more than 60% of his daily income. Now that they are all closed, the daily losses are known only to the heavens. Tianheng regretted not having dealt with Shenlang permanently before. Even so, he did not plan to compromise with Shenlang and break 13's legs. However, Tianheng's troubles were just beginning, because these casinos were not solely his. Previously, in search of protection, he agreed to give 20% of the income to the Zhang family, and the Su family, acting as agents for the Zhangs, demanded Tianheng agree to Shenlang's terms. Tianheng roared with a fierce expression, 13 is one of my most outstanding adopted sons. Breaking his legs would dishearten my men and ruin my reputation." However, a voice came from next door. "Agree to it." This voice was from Zhang Ji. "Don't delay. Every day you delay, you're losing money. Better to agree agree sooner than later. I promise you, one day, we will kill Shenlang, and then you can take your revenge. Shenlang is just a small fry. Our real target is the Count's mansion. Once we take down the Count's mansion, reclaim its lands and military power, the position of Deputy Lord will be yours. Tianheng. Tianheng's fists bled from the force of his grip. His teeth clenched so tightly that his gums bled. Shaking all over, he pondered for a long time, and eventually agreed. Soon after, Tianheng returned to Fortune Casino. I agree to publicly break Tian 13's legs. Now disperse. Stop causing trouble. Unexpectedly, Shenlang stated, the conditions have changed. Your other adopted son, Tian 14, yelled at me wanting to hit me, pointing at my head with his finger. So, his arms and legs need to be broken too. Hearing Shenlang's words, Tianheng felt a surge of blood rush to his brain. Seeing Tianheng not speaking, Shenlang stated, if you don't agree, I'll change the conditions again. Then, it will be to break the legs of everyone who has ever visited my house. Tianheng could no longer restrain himself and charged at Shenlang, instantly grabbing Shenlang forcefully, one hand on his head and the other on his waist, directly tearing Shenlang in half. Tianheng laughed maniacally in his frenzy. However, all this was just Tianheng's imagination. He didn't want to compromise, but he had no choice. Tianheng looked at Shenlang for a long time before agreeing. Fine, I will break Tian 13's legs and Tian 14's arms and legs in public. But Tianheng still underestimated Shenlang's ruthlessness. Not only that, but you must also completely expel them from the Black Clothes Gang, and they are not to be visited. Left to fend for themselves. If they are not miserable enough by then, I will come to trouble you again. Tianheng, collapsing, held his head in his hands. I agree to all your conditions. All of them. Moments later, at the entrance of Fortune Casino, Tian 13 and Tian 14 were tied up for public viewing. Tianheng spoke with righteous indignation. Tian 13, Tian 14, you are my adopted sons. How much have I valued you? But because you harbored personal grudges against Master Shenlang and acted behind my back for revenge, you nearly caused a great disaster. Master Shenlang is not only the son-in-law of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, but also a close friend of mine, Tianheng. How could you two traitors afford to offend him? If I do not punish severely, how can I uphold family discipline? A thick and hard stick was handed to him. Tianheng whispered to 13, do not blame your father. 13 did not respond, turning his head away, which angered Tianheng. Are you trying to turn against me? The next moment, Tianheng raised the stick and fiercely smashed it down on his legs. With a crack, 13's legs were broken, from start to finish. 13 just let out a low grunt, without screaming in agony. The onlookers were stunned. Tianheng then turned his gaze to Tian 14. He picked up the stick and ruthlessly smashed it down on Tian 14's legs. Then, with another fierce strike, Tian 14's arms were brutally broken, resulting in compound fractures. Tian 14 let out an incredibly piercing scream, chilling to the bone, and then he fainted. The faces of everyone around twitched, especially the warriors of the Black Clothes Gang. Tianheng's other adopted sons felt a chill run down their spines. It was a case of one's misfortune affecting others. How loyal 13 and Tian 14 had been, and yet, at the first sign of trouble, they were the first to be sacrificed. They all couldn't help but wonder if they would be next. From then on, Tianheng's prestige greatly diminished, losing the hearts of the Black Clothes Gang. After breaking the legs of his two adopted sons, Tianheng asked Shenlang, are you satisfied now? Shenlang gave a wicked smile. I am satisfied, but there's still some loose ends to tie up. Tianheng's face drastically changed. I've publicly broken the legs of two adopted sons, and you tell me it's not over yet? Shenlang pointed with his finger and retorted to Tianheng, you still owe me 19,000 gold coins. Tianheng was furious. I've already lost tens of thousands of gold coins. Where am I supposed to find so much more for Shenlang? Tianheng was furious with nowhere to vent. Shenlang continued with an irritating expression. How about this? You first give me 2,000 gold coins, and for the remaining 17,000, write an IOU. How about that? These words instantly made Tianheng's anger surge. 2,000 gold coins were already the last of Fortune Casino's cash flow. Shenlang kept urging him to pay up quickly. Leader Tian, let's settle this matter quickly. Otherwise, I really fear one day I won't be able to control my legs and will find myself unintentionally walking into your casino again. It's getting late. My wife is really getting anxious. The food will not taste good once it's cold. These words completely broke Tianheng's last nerve. He picked up a stick, unable to bear it any longer, and swung it fiercely at Shenlang, aiming to crush his head. However, in reality, this was all just in Tianheng's imagination. Then, one of his adopted sons handed him a note. Tianheng saw that. The note's content was, agree to what Shenlang said. Give him the money. The mythical Turtle Count's family is strict. They will not tolerate the dirty money won from the casino. The Count will deal with him in time. Tianheng looked towards the second floor, understanding it was an order from Zhang Ji. Furious, Tianheng snapped the stick in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he agreed to Shenlang's demand and ordered his adopted son to bring out the gold coins. Moments later, 2 boxes of gold coins and an IOU were placed before Shenlang, but everyone knew that the IOU was unlikely to be repaid. Shenlang took the IOU, glanced at it, then opened the boxes filled with gold coins. The dazzling golden light almost blinded everyone around. Seeing this, Tianheng sneered in his heart. As long as Shenlang takes this money, the more triumphant he is is now, the worse it will be when he returns to the Count's mansion. This will irreversibly damage the Count's mansion's reputation. Unexpectedly, Shenlang's expression suddenly turned righteous. He accused Tianheng with moral high ground. Since you opened this casino, how many people have been ruined, their families torn apart? I, Shenlang, regard money as dirt. I didn't come to the casino to win money, but to seek justice for everyone. My father-in-law, the Count, has always said to love the people as one's children. Saying this, Shenlang grabbed a handful of gold coins and scattered them towards the surrounding crowd. I, Shenlang, will not take a single gold coin. All will be given back to the people. Immediately, the crowd went absolutely wild, scrambling for the gold coin Shenlang had thrown. Tianheng watched the scene, his eyes nearly popping out. The man was truly about to explode. Not only did he force me to break my adopted son's legs, but he also used my money to win over the hearts of the people. This is not only an insult to my character, but also an insult to my intelligence. Tianheng was already holding back frustration, and at this point, he could no longer bear it, directly vomiting blood from anger. Inside Fortune Casino, Zhang Ji, witnessing this scene, was somewhat surprised by Shenlang's tactics, but the next moment, he curled his lips into a smile. He cryptically said to Mayor Lu, with the situation now so chaotic, isn't it especially easy for Shenlang to suffer a sudden misfortune? Mayor Lu clearly understood Zhang Ji's implication. With the crowd fighting over the gold coins below, if a stampede occurred, it wouldn't be traced back to them, and if Shenlang accidentally got trampled, it would seem like an accident. It would be blamed on Shenlang being too ostentatious. Mayor Lu, with a smile, stated, if it's a stampede, it's normal for many people to die, dozens or even hundreds. By then, Shenlang and the Count's mansion would both be hard-pressed to escape blame. Zhang Ji was shocked by Mayor Lu's ruthlessness. But what's a few deaths? As long as we achieve our goals, outside, thousands of people were still cheering, shouting long live Shenlang. However, in the chaos, people arranged by Zhang Ji silently merged into the crowd. Once they got close to Shenlang, they planned to first push away the 4 guards around him, then knock Shenlang to the ground and cause a major disturbance, initiating a stampede. Shenlang sensed the danger immediately. With his keen mind, he could clearly remember many faces, and those he focused on had appeared at his wedding. Obviously not Tianheng's men. Shenlang quickly guessed their intentions, so he clapped his hands forcefully and shouted, quiet, everyone stop moving. Faced with Shenlang distributing gold coins, his influence was at its peak, immediately silencing the crowd as they looked toward Shenlang. Shenlang, holding an empty box, announced, all my gold coins have been distributed. However, those few people arranged by Zhang Ji were still shouting to grab the gold coins, which seemed particularly conspicuous. Shenlang smiled inwardly, just as I suspected. The next moment, Shenlang took out the IOU from Tianheng, declaring, I also do not want the 17,000 gold coins. This is all your hard-earned money. So, I will hand over this IOU to the mayor, letting the mayor recover the debt for you, to be used entirely for aiding the poor families of mythical Turtle City. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers. Seeing those few men, still pretending to be part of the crowd and pushing towards him, Shenlang immediately ran towards the second floor of Fortune Casino. He had used his X-ray vision earlier to see Mayor Lu was upstairs. At the same time, Mayor Lu upstairs was shocked. Shenlang was actually dragging him into this. Just as he thought of escaping through the back door, Shenlang had already reached the second floor. He grabbed Mayor Lu and brought him to the window, calling the countless people outside to look their way. In that instant, the few men outside ceased their actions, daring not to cause any more disturbances. Then, under the gaze of countless people, Shenlang handed the IOU to Mayor Lu. With a tone full of righteousness, he stated, I may be of humble status, but you, Mayor, as the leader of this city, if you stand up to recover the debt for the countless poor, surely Tianheng would not dare to default. Upon hearing this, Mayor Lu was completely stunned. The IOU was originally just a piece of waste paper, and now he was actually expected to repay the debt. At this moment, Mayor Lu felt that Shenlang was a venomous snake that devoured men without owing anything. If he refused to take the IOU, his reputation would be completely ruined. With a convulsion in his heart, he put on a smile, insincerely assuring Shenlang, I will certainly not fail his trust. Shenlang also announced this result to the crowd. It's getting late. I shall take my leave now. Countless people shouted Shenlang's name. From this day forward, the entire mythical Turtle City would be filled with legends about him. Meanwhile, at the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, Father Jean paced back and forth, repeatedly asking his servants, has Shenlang returned yet? He was worried about Shenlang's safety. After all, Tianheng had the cunning Mayor Lu and the ruthless Zhang Ji behind him. Mother Jean signaled Father Jean not to worry too much. Shenlang has us, the Count's mansion, backing him. Tianheng wouldn't dare to go too far. At that moment, a servant returned with news. Father Jean, anxious, asked, how did it go? How much did Shenlang lose? Did Tianheng lay a hand on him? Jean Hui, a skilled servant, reported loudly, no, he bankrupted Tianheng instead. In front of everyone, he broke the legs of Tian 13 and Tian 14, making Tianheng vomit blood from anger. Upon hearing this, everyone present was utterly astounded. Shenlang is just one person, yet he managed to deal with Tianheng, a local snake, and his backing forces. Afterwards, the skilled individual reported in detail to Father Jean about the entire situation, including Shenlang's tactical wit and ability to turn situations around. Father Jean was amazed by Shenlang's actions and relieved that he maintained the reputation of their count's mansion. However, Father Jean also felt apprehensive. Today's situation, although this young rascal won, it was too risky. Father Jean decided to discipline Shenlang a bit, fearing he would become even more reckless in the future. So, when Shenlang returned sneakily, Father Jean had been waiting for a long time. "Oh, the gambling god is back." Shenlang was instantly taken aback. "Father-in-law, you, the dignified count, actually hid behind the door to ambush me?" Regardless, Shenlang quickly admitted his fault, and Father Jean began to loudly scold him. However, before he could say much, Shenlang bowed again in apology, mainly acting obedient. Clearly, Father Jean did not want to let Shenlang off so easily, but Shenlang kept admitting his mistakes promptly, leaving Father Jean speechless. At that moment, Mother Jean came out to mediate. Shenlang's intentions were good. "Stop scolding him." Then, pretending to be angry, she said, "Shenlang, you must not go to casinos anymore, or I will have to punish you." After saying this, she showed concern for Shenlang. "Are you hungry? Do you want to go eat?" Father Jean was speechless. "Is that it? You're usually quite strict with your own son. Quick to discipline. Why do you soften up with your son-in-law?" Annoyed and unable to let it go, Father Jean grabbed Shenlang's hand, telling him, "Starting today, you are grounded again. You can move around inside the mansion, but you are not to step outside the count's mansion." Shenlang was taken aback, timidly asking, "What conditions do I need to meet to be allowed out?" Father Jean said flatly, "None. When you've learned to behave and improve yourself, then you'll be released." Shenlang was stunned again. "I didn't expect that just one day out, though it was a spectacular day. I wouldn't want to be confined." Father Jean was actually doing it for Shenlang's own good. In case Tianheng and his group really took drastic actions, it would be too late to protect him. So, deciding to be thorough, Father Jean ordered everyone, "Keep an eye on Shenlang. He must not go out." Everyone responded in unison. Shenlang really felt like crying now. "Today, I was on a roll, dominating, only to come home and be put in solitary." Seeing Shenlang dispirited, Father Jean was satisfied. "My goal has been achieved." But Father Jean still felt something was missing. Not long after, screams could be heard from a room in the count's mansion. It turned out that Jean Mulan's brother once again suffered a loving mixed doubles punishment, because Shenlang's clever and outstanding performance made their own son seem even more foolish by comparison. On the other hand, when Shenlang returned to the courtyard, he found Jean Mulan wearing a suit of armor. Curious, Shenlang asked Jean Mulan, "Why are you wearing armor at home?" The answer he got was that Jean Mulan was afraid something would happen to Shenlang, ready to lead troops into the city to rescue him. Shenlang was surprised at this, and also felt warmed by it. He decided to help Jean Mulan remove the armor before they went to eat together. Jean Mulan did not refuse, opening her arms to let Shenlang help her. After removing Jean Mulan's armor, Shenlang's breathing became somewhat rapid. Seeing Jean Mulan's snake-like waist, her powerful long legs, and her explosive figure, Shenlang was utterly fascinated. He quickly calmed himself down and thanked Jean Mulan. Jean Mulan shook her head with a smile, indicating it was nothing. "I am proud of your performance today, Shenlang, but in the future, you must think carefully before acting." Moved by the moment, Shenlang wrapped his arms tightly around Jean Mulan from behind. Jean Mulan was slightly startled. Feeling Shenlang so close to her, her cheeks began to blush, but she did not resist, touched by Shenlang's tender gesture. However, in less than 3 seconds, Jean Mulan felt Shenlang's hands sliding down. Jean Mulan instantly turned around, grabbing Shenlang's hands. "Husband, where are you putting your hands?" Shenlang immediately responded, "I can't be blamed for this. Blame your skin for being too smooth, making my hands slide down on their own. It was completely unintentional. Next time, I'll chop off my hands." Hearing Shenlang's feeble excuse, Jean Mulan simply said, "Don't let it happen again." But soon after, Shenlang's hands began to wander again. Jean Mulan directly grabbed Shenlang's hand and pressed it on the table. Looking at Shenlang, she said, "Maybe it's better if you didn't have this hand." Shenlang, with all seriousness, claimed, "How can you take a man's word seriously? I was just speaking off the cuff." Jean Mulan, feeling helpless at his words, did not really intend to pursue it further. She sat aside, letting Shenlang eat. After finishing the meal, Jean Mulan put her armor back on. Seeing this, Shenlang asked, "Where are you going?" Jean Mulan explained, "I'm leading the cavalry to patrol the night." Patrolling the coastline, she waved her hand, bidding goodbye to Shenlang, telling him to stay at home and not cause trouble. Meanwhile, Jean Mutsong, who had received the loving mixed doubles punishment, was taking arithmetic lessons. Although the imperial examinations in the Great Yu Kingdom did not include arithmetic, noble families placed great importance on it. This was because arithmetic was very practical and could also train the practitioner's thinking. The tutor was Su Wenjiao, the most famous arithmetic master in mythical Turtle City, who also served as the chief steward within the count's mansion, responsible for settling all financial and material accounts. At this moment, Jean Mutsong was very uncomfortable. His parents had beaten him without explanation, leading him to wonder if he was even their biological child. Su Wenjiao said, "The reason you were beaten is because of Shenlang." Jean Mutsong was surprised. Su Wenjiao reiterated Shenlang's previous image, "Because because you were underperforming, your sister Jean Mulan had to marry that useless man. And today's beating is because Shenlang went to the casino. Unable to vent their frustration on Shenlang, they took it out on you. Hearing this, Jean Mutsung's face darkened. At that moment, Su Wenjiao subtly signaled to a servant nearby. The servant immediately told Jean Mutsung, "Today, I saw Binger crying secretly." When asked, she wouldn't say why. The implication was that Shenlang had harassed Binger, instantly enraging Jean Mutsung, who always regarded Binger as a sister, and he immediately prepared to teach Shenlang a lesson. Maid Binger took the initiative to come to Shenlang's room, informing Shenlang that Jean Mutsung was looking to beat him up. Shenlang was surprised. As Jean Mutsung lost his mind, Binger suggested that Shenlang should go out and hide, and she would immediately inform the Lady Countess. However, Shenlang took Binger's hand in his, causing her to blush. "It's okay, I have my ways." Binger naturally didn't believe him. Her face flushed as she tried to push Shenlang away, worried that Shenlang would really get beaten up. However, Shenlang just brushed Binger off. "Okay, I got it." This left Binger infuriated as she walked out the door, still deciding to inform the lady of the house. Moments later, Jean Mutsung arrived at Shenlang's door with people, fiercely demanding Shenlang to come out and take his beating. But despite Jean Mutsung's loud calls, he received no response from Shenlang. Annoyed, Jean Mutsung pushed the door open, only to see Shenlang writing something on the wall. After questioning, he learned Shenlang was writing down names. Jean Mutsung, puzzled, asked Shenlang, "What are you doing writing these names?" Shenlang ominously stated, "These are my enemies. I'm afraid I might forget them, so I'm writing their names on the wall to remind myself to seek revenge." He drew a large cross over the names of 13 and Tian 14. Seeing this, Jean Mutsung asked what that meant. As Shenlang descended the stairs, he explained, "I've already taken care of these two." Then, seeming to have red in his eyes, he told Jean Mutsung sinisterly, "To ensure I don't forget my revenge, I recite these names 3 times every morning and 3 times every night before I sleep." Jean Mutsung shuddered uncontrollably. "What kind of grudge is this?" Shenlang, with a chilling air, stated, "Tian 13 once threatened me, so I had Tianheng break his legs. Those legs of his were broken into 5 or 6 pieces. As for Tian 14, the grudge is even deeper. Not only did he threaten me, but he also pointed at my head. I hate nothing more than someone pointing at my head in this life." So, both his arms and legs were broken, completely shattered. Jean Mutsung was instantly petrified. "Just for that bit of grudge, you had someone's arms and legs broken? Are you a devil?" At that moment, Jean Mutsung felt a chill run down his scalp. "If I hit Shenlang, wouldn't I be torn to pieces by him?" Seeing the sinister Shenlang, Jean Mutsung was genuinely scared. Shenlang inquired, "So, what did you want with me?" Jean Mutsung hastily said, "Nothing. I was just full and wandering around." Shenlang, stroking his chin, countered, "Why did I seem to hear someone saying they wanted to beat me just now?" Jean Mutsung was immediately scared stiff. "No, who said that? Who dares to hit the Count's mansion's son-in-law, looking for death?" Then, he hurriedly fled. Shenlang couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Such a coward. However, the moment Jean Mutsung ran out, he bumped into his most feared entity, his mother. Mother Jean immediately grabbed Jean Mutsung by the ear. This rebellious child actually dared to come to hit Shenlang. Jean Mutsung knew he was doomed. This time he would definitely be beaten to the point of lying in bed for half a month. At this moment, Shenlang came out. Mother Jean, fuming, assured Shenlang, "I will definitely take revenge for you." Unexpectedly, Shenlang said, "Jean Mutsung was just coming to chat with me, not to fight." Mother Jean was surprised. "Really?" Shenlang nodded affirmatively. Seeing this, Mother Jean swung her hand and slapped the back of Jean Mutsung's head, scolding Jean Mutsung, "Look how good your brother-in-law is to you, even pleading on your behalf." Then, turning to Shenlang, "You don't have to plead for my foolish son." She then turned around, pulled out a whip, and was about to strike Jean Mutsung. Shenlang quickly stepped forward to stop her. "Mother-in-law, please, don't harm your health over this. The crown prince is straightforward and honest. How about I talk to him?" Mother Jean, upon hearing this, refrained from hitting. "Shenlang is indeed filial. Teach my son a good lesson for me. If he doesn't listen, feel free to hit him." Later, inside Shenlang's room, Jean Mutsung was immensely grateful to Shenlang. "If there's anything you need, just ask me." Shenlang glanced at him. "Then tell me, who encouraged you to come?" Jean Mutsung shrunk his head and vigorously shook it, saying, "No way, I'm a man of loyalty. I can't betray." Shenlang figured out why his mother-in-law always hit him, being sold out and still helping the seller count the money without knowing. Though foolish, the loyalty he showed was something Shenlang appreciated. He didn't inquire further and decided to investigate on his own. After sending Jean Mutsung away, Shenlang closed all the doors, then took out a bag of moldy wheat, scraping off the ergot fungus from it bit by bit. Anyone knowledgeable would be shivering, not knowing what Shenlang planned to do with this dangerous substance. The next morning, Jean Mulan still hadn't returned. Binger assisted Shenlang with his washing. During this, Shenlang noticed Binger's attitude towards him had improved significantly. He couldn't help but start thinking, "Binger, do you know why white tigers are rare and precious?" Binger thought for a moment, because most tigers are yellow, but at that moment, Shenlang had hidden behind the door, explaining to Binger, "No, it's because time is precious, and gold cannot buy time." Binger was utterly confused after hearing Shenlang, clearly not understanding what he was talking about. Seeing that his attempt at humor had no no effect. Shenlang felt helpless. She's too innocent. I was even afraid of getting hit by Binger, had even prepared to run away. Binger decided, I'll ask the missus what it means tonight. Shenlang felt a tingling in his scalp, but Jean Mulan is so innocent. She probably won't understand either. So, I probably won't get beaten. After breakfast, Shenlang received another task from his father-in-law, which was to study. Shenlang was speechless. I'm already well learned. What more is there to study? But father-in-law is still angry. Shenlang decided to go through the motions. The Count's mansion had its own school, with over 100 students. When Shenlang entered, the classroom became lively instantly, with undisguised hostility and jealousy in their eyes. The reason was simple. Shenlang had married Jean Mulan, the dream girl of all the boys. A few of them exchanged glances and then surrounded Shenlang, planning to beat him up. At this moment, Jean Mutsung came to Shenlang's side, putting an arm around Shenlang's shoulder, defending him. This is my brother-in-law. Show some respect, or beware I might start hitting people. The group dispersed, but the looks they gave Shenlang were still full of challenge. So, when the class officially started, facing the old master's pop quiz on I Ching, Shenlang could easily recite and explain its meanings. The old master, unconvinced, asked a few more questions, which Shenlang all explained with ease. The old master was slightly surprised. Wasn't Shenlang said to be a good-for-nothing? However, Shenlang's explanations were affirmed by the old master, astonishing everyone else. Then, the old master asked several more questions, and Shenlang answered fluently. His interpretations and references perfectly addressed the old master's queries, some answers even exceeding the old master's knowledge, which he hadn't considered could be explained that way. This made Shenlang increasingly appreciated by the old master. Shenlang is a genius. I must report this to the Count. We cannot allow Shenlang's talents to be buried. Upon entering the arithmetic class, Su and Zhao immediately noticed Shenlang. Shenlang, with his keen senses, detected a deep hostility from Su and Zhao towards him. This puzzled Shenlang. I've never even interacted with this person. Could it be jealousy like those others? But he's over 50. It's not likely he harbors fantasies about Jean Mulan. Shenlang decided to observe quietly. As Su and Zhao began his lecture, Shenlang found it incredibly dull. The content was too elementary, practically at a primary school level. Naturally, Shenlang fell asleep, which immediately caught Su and Zhao's attention. He approached Shenlang and shouted, Shenlang, stand up. He even prepared to punish Shenlang by hitting his palms. Shenlang frowned. Aren't others asleep as well? This confirmed Shenlang's suspicion. Such targeting. I must be blocking his path. Could it be possible that Su and Zhao is a relative of one of the 5 suitors Jean Mulan initially had? Seeing Shenlang remain unmoved, Su and Zhao grabbed Shenlang's wrist, ready to discipline him. Shenlang calmly stated, I already know what you are teaching. This response infuriated Su and Zhao. Daring to talk back? Not only will I hit your palms, but you will also kneel for 3 hours in front of Confucius. Shenlang looked coldly at Su and Zhao. I respectfully decline. Upon hearing Shenlang's words, the audience was impressed by Shenlang's boldness, while also watching him with a sense of schadenfreude. Su and Zhao, flushed with anger and his blood boiling, exclaimed, Shenlang, you're ignorant and yet you dare to defy your teacher. I'm going to report this to the Count's mansion. With that, he slammed his ruler onto the desk, breaking it in half, and left the classroom, obviously to seek the Count. Jean Mutsung turned pale and told Shenlang, if your father finds out, you'll be beaten severely. Expect to lie in bed for half a month. Shenlang, hearing this, asked back, was it Su and Zhao who instigated you yesterday? Jean Mutsung shook his head, feigning ignorance. No, I can't say. To say would be disloyal. Alright, with that expression on Jean Mutsung's face, Shenlang already knew. So, Shenlang asked Jean Mutsung, is he related to any of the 5 suitors Jean Mulan originally had? After thinking, Jean Mutsung said, yes, he's the uncle of Wang Lian's cousin, also a distant relative of his mother. The truth is now clear. He is the uncle of Chief Clerk Wang Lian from the mythical Turtle City Mansion. Had Wang Lian become Jean Mulan's husband, he could have advanced further. My sudden appearance and marriage to Jean Mulan blocked Su and Zhao's path. No wonder he sees me as a thorn in his side. Soon after, urgent footsteps were heard outside. As expected, Su and Zhao had brought the Count. He accused Shenlang of disrespecting his elders and tarnishing the Count's mansion's reputation, urging Father Jean to severely punish Shenlang. However, Shenlang wasn't afraid, though Jean Mutsung was already cowering in fear, used to being beaten. Facing his father-in-law's gaze, Shenlang first expressed his respect for teachers, then said, the content taught by Su and Zhao was basic, and I had already mastered it. I was not lying. Su and Zhao became furious. To say that what I taught was simple. Someone who spent 10 years in school barely recognizes a few characters, claims to have learned it all. Ridiculous and laughable. Su and Zhao then challenged Shenlang. I'll give you 10 problems. You only need to solve 3. If you can't, you'll receive 30 strokes. Do you dare? At this moment, Su and Zhao was incredibly smug, already anticipating Shenlang's miserable state. After all, arithmetic wasn't taught in other schools, and he didn't believe Shenlang could do it. Naturally, Shenlang accepted the challenge, adding, what if I solve all 10 questions? Su and Zhao outright said it was impossible. If you manage to answer all of them, I will publicly apologize to Shenlang. Shenlang immediately asked his father-in-law to bear witness. Then Su and Zhao began preparing the questions, planning to come up with the most difficult ones, hoping Shenlang wouldn't be able to solve any, which would give him a reason to severely punish Shenlang. An hour later, Su Wenjiao, having exhausted his knowledge and effort, presented the completed questions to Shenlang. With only 1 hour to answer, Shenlang glanced at them, his lips curling into a smile. Is this it? Asking a person with a master's degree to solve these 10 arithmetic problems is like using a cleaver to kill a chicken. Look at this first question, asking how many grains of rice are held by 100 people. Isn't this a primary school question? Shenlang easily solved it without much thought. Moving on to the second question. Interesting, using equations now, but for Shenlang, it was still very simple. The third question looks like poetry, but it's just a math problem, also too easy. Then, the fourth, fifth, sixth, not a single question was challenging enough for him. When Shenlang looked at the last question, he found it a bit more interesting, even very challenging. A world-class math problem from his previous life, unexpectedly encountered here. A regular person definitely couldn't arrange 16 rows, but Shenlang easily could draw up to 23 rows, which would probably scare Su Wenjiao out of his wits. Shenlang quickly wrote down his answers. None of the questions could stump him. However, others didn't know this, like Su Wenjiao, who was waiting to see Shenlang punished. Father Jean, fearing Shenlang was just scribbling nonsense, which would make it difficult to plead for him later, had a servant call Mother Jean. But within the next hour of the exam, not even 10 minutes had passed before Shenlang handed in his paper, shocking Father Jean and the others. Su Wenjiao took it for review and began marking, and his expression changed the moment he saw it. He found that Shenlang had correctly answered the first question, and from the second to the 9th question, Shenlang's answers were still perfectly correct. Su Wenjiao's face turned hideously twisted, unable to accept that after all his hard thinking, Shenlang had easily solved them. Shenlang, with a light laugh, looked at Su Wenjiao. Did I get them all right? Su Wenjiao immediately looked at Shenlang's answer to the 10th question, convinced that Shenlang couldn't possibly have solved it. But Shenlang's answer nearly made his eyes pop out of their sockets. The question asked how many rows can be formed if 20 trees are planted 4 per row, and Shenlang's answer was an astonishing 23 rows, considering Su Wenjiao had spent over a decade and had only managed to figure out 14 rows. He wondered, is Shenlang human or a ghost? Doubting his own intelligence and his pride crumbling, Su Wenjiao couldn't admit defeat without losing face. So, he tore Shenlang's paper to shreds, threw it on the ground, and stomped on it, shamelessly berating Shenlang. What a mess you've made. It's utterly unbearable to look at. Seeing this, Shenlang remained unfazed, for he had written 2 copies of his answers. He then handed the answers to the nearby old master for review. Seeing this, Su Wenjiao panicked, while Father Jean stepped in front of him to stop any further actions. Su Wenjiao knew he was finished, internally cursing Shenlang's cunning. The old master, skilled in arithmetic, was stunned after reviewing from start to finish. The most astonishing was the last question. He looked at Shenlang in utter shock, then knelt to Father Jean, saying, "Congratulations, my lord, for having an arithmetic genius. I have never seen nor heard of such talent. The son-in-law's answers are all correct, and his mathematical skills far exceed the limits of these 10 questions. I am humbled by his prowess." He couldn't help but ask Shenlang, "Who did you learn from?" Shenlang, with a slight smirk, boasted in a very Versailles manner, "I taught myself. Isn't arithmetic quite simple?" This boastful statement made even Father Jean want to punch someone. The next moment, Shenlang's gaze turned to Su Wenjiao, trying to sneak away. "Where are you going? You just made a bet to apologize to me." Su Wenjiao instantly felt a wave of heat over his body, unable to swallow his pride and wanting to leave. At this moment, Father Jean spoke. "A teacher must set an example." Mother Jean also entered. "One must take responsibility for their actions. A promise made must be kept." Seeing this, Shenlang secretly smiled. Su Wenjiao is a distant relative of my mother-in-law, essentially his backer. Now that she has spoken, it's like publicly slapping Su Wenjiao's face. Grinding his teeth and with a flushed face, Su Wenjiao apologized to Shenlang, prompting everyone to watch gleefully. Su Wenjiao, red-faced and as if his hair was on fire from the embarrassment, felt like his heart was about to explode with rage. Unable to stay a moment longer, he turned and left, harboring resentment against Shenlang. The students, witnessing this, looked at Shenlang with admiration. However, Father Jean, with a stern face, approached Shenlang. "Extend your hand." Reluctantly, Shenlang stretched out his palm, and a smack resounded. Father Jin's intention was to keep Shenlang from becoming arrogant, to prevent him from getting too carried away. Later that night, in a secluded courtyard, Su Wenjiao, cloaked in a black robe and holding a box, knocked on a door. Upon seeing the door open, he presented the box, saying, "This is my humble tribute to young Master Zhang Ji over the past 6 months." He also took out a scroll from his robe, which contained the financial information of the Count's mansion. Su Wenjiao had betrayed the Count's mansion to secure his son's success in the martial examinations. Not long after Su Wenjiao returned home, he found Tianheng appearing in his house. Tianheng cut straight to the point. "Do you want to get rid of Shenlang?" Su Wenjiao naturally did, but the Count is very satisfied with Shenlang. "It's not easy to take action, is it?" Tianheng offered Su Wenjiao a strategy. "Use public opinion. Spread rumors that Shenlang is pretending to be weak but has huge ambitions, portraying Shenlang as aiming for power, and Jin Mutsung as incompetent by creating the illusion that Shenlang wants to seize power. Once everyone believes it, Shenlang can be taken down without bloodshed. Upon hearing this, Su Wenjiao agreed to collaborate with Tianheng. Meanwhile, outside the Count and Countess's chamber, Shenlang came to knock on the door. Father Jean came out, furious, looking at Shenlang. Can't this wait until tomorrow? Mother Jean pinched Father Jean, then asked Shenlang, what's the matter? Clearly, Shenlang realized he had interrupted Father Jin's leisure, apologized, and then went straight to the point. I suspect Su Wenjiao of embezzlement and wish to examine his accounts. His annual salary is only 200 gold coins, yet his sons are decked in gold and silver, and he owns many properties in mythical Turtle City, far exceeding what his salary could afford. Father Jean slammed the table, not wanting Shenlang to continue causing a rift, and told him, too clear water harbors no fish. Shenlang responded, what if the embezzled money far exceeds your expectation and tolerance? Mother Jean asked Shenlang, do you have evidence? Shenlang presented 2 account books, indicating they recorded Su Wenjiao's severe corruption, and these were just 2 of them. Father Jean was curious about where Shenlang got the account books. Shenlang coughed lightly, saying he had Jin Mutsung fetch them. The Count and Countess couldn't help but cover their faces, imagining how Shenlang had directed their naive son. Mother Jean then looked at Father Jean. It's good to check. His status should not be a concern. Hearing his wife say so, Father Jean agreed, but there are 3 conditions. First, you must investigate with the old master. Second, the findings must first be brought to me for handling. Third, Su Wenjiao is not at home now. You must stop once he returns and cannot confront him directly. Father Jean truly didn't want to be the villain. After all, Su Wenjiao had served him for decades. Upon hearing this, Shenlang internally sighed. My father-in-law is too kind-hearted. Well, I'll be the villain then. Watching Shenlang leave, Mother Jean embraced Father Jean. Stop worrying. Let's go back to our room and continue what we were doing. Shenlang then headed to the accounting office, stunned by the mountainous piles of account books before him. The old master explained, these are the account books of over 20 years. How could there not be many? It would take several months to go through them all, needing at least a dozen people. But you only have one night. The attendant who opened the door for us just now is Su Wenjiao's trusted apprentice. By dawn, the news could reach Su Wenjiao's ears. Once Su Wenjiao returns, he will take back control of the accounts. The Count is lenient and will not refuse. Shenlang was unfazed. Old master, just find me an assistant to help pick out the key account books. They could never have predicted Shenlang's advantage with his intelligence. The accounting work, which would typically require dozens of people several months to complete, was quickly sorted and summarized in Shenlang's mind. The amount of Su Wenjiao's embezzlement shocked Shenlang. While Shenlang was auditing, Su Wenjiao also received a message from a servant, rushing back to the Count's mansion in panic. He couldn't believe Shenlang dared to audit his accounts. If I don't teach Shenlang a lesson, my name isn't Su Wenjiao. So, when Su Wenjiao returned to the Count's mansion, he knelt before Father Jean. Lord Count, do you not trust me anymore? I've worked diligently for the Count's mansion for over 20 years. Now, Lord Shen is auditing my accounts. Such actions are a huge insult to me. He then threatened to crash into a wall to prove his innocence. The steward Jean stopped Su Wenjiao, who then collapsed on the ground, sobbing. I have been so loyal. There's no one in the Count's mansion more loyal than me. If you still don't believe me, you can take out my heart and see. Father Jean sighed, instructing steward Jean to call Shenlang back and to stop the audit. At this moment, Su Wenjiao, seemingly crying on the surface, felt triumph inside, unaware that his nightmare was about to begin. Next, Su Wenjiao began to bite back, claiming Shenlang harbored great ambitions, a rumor spreading outside mythical Turtle City. Hearing this, Father Jean became displeased. He was very fond of Shenlang. Despite Shenlang's propensity for trouble, Father Jean could tell whether he had ambitions. As Su Wenjiao continued to speak ill of Shenlang, Shenlang was brought in. Seeing this, Su Wenjiao immediately started to accuse Shenlang. Shenlang, with a light laugh, approached Su Wenjiao and said something that made Su Wenjiao's scalp tingle. Su Wenjiao, I never thought you could embezzle so much. Su Wenjiao was shocked internally, but remained defiant, demanding Shenlang to reveal the exact amount. Doubting Shenlang could audit over 20 years of accounts in one night, Shenlang stated deliberately, 30,000 gold coins. This amount made Su Wenjiao's eyes nearly pop out. Shenlang loudly questioned Su Wenjiao, have you no conscience? Can you justify the trust my in-laws placed in you? 30,000 gold coins could cover the Count's mansion's military salaries for a year. In this world, a normal family laboring for a year could not save up 2 gold coins, illustrating the enormity of the embezzlement. Father Jean was also utterly shocked. He knew Su Wenjiao was corrupt, but never imagined it to this extent. Su Wenjiao, forcing himself to remain calm, knelt before Father Jean, alleging that Shenlang was slandering him, as if pushing him towards death. Shenlang told him it was useless to shout, then angrily rebuked Su Wenjiao. You've got some nerve, even daring to meddle with the military. The number of soldiers hasn't increased, yet the expenses keep rising. Su Wenjiao retorted, that's because of the rise in prices. Shenlang then asked him, then where do the annually depreciated horses, armor, and weapons go? Su Wenjiao trembled and said, they were melted down and remade. Shenlang snorted coldly, then why haven't I seen seen an increase in iron production. Instead, it's decreasing, and even the salt from the Count's mansion is diminishing. On the contrary, the production of sacks and bamboo frames has greatly increased. Why is that? Faced with Su Wenjiao, who couldn't answer, Shenlang answered for him. It's because Su Wenjiao used sacks and bamboo baskets to carry away the iron and salt. Su Wenjiao, sweating coldly from being questioned, still refused to admit it. He loudly argued that Shenlang had no evidence. Shenlang directly threw out an account book. This was what he had made overnight. The account book organized by Shenlang allowed Father Jean to clearly understand the expenditures and income. Then he was shocked again. Like buying wine and taking kickbacks, among other things, there were plenty. The more Father Jean read, the angrier he became. He asked the steward to bring the old master to see if Shenlang's account book was correct. After a moment, the old master looked at Shenlang's account book and was also immensely surprised. He didn't expect Shenlang to have made it in one night, and then confirmed to Father Jean that Shenlang's account was entirely accurate. Su Wenjiao's face turned pale. He knew he couldn't confess his guilt. He had to wait for those big figures behind him to save him. The gold coins he had hidden away were his lifeline. He gritted his teeth and denied everything, accusing Shenlang and others of merely trying to slander him. Then he cried out miserably, "Shenlang wants to eliminate those who are different, to lay hands on us old folks of the Count's mansion. The accounts are all fabricated by Shenlang. Without solid proof, I would rather die than submit." This ugly scene made Father Jean tremble with anger. Shenlang pulled over a chair and sat in front of Su Wenjiao. "I know where the solid evidence is. It's the gold coins that Su Wenjiao embezzled and hid away." Su Wenjiao naturally did not believe. Shenlang was indifferent and asked his father-in-law to take some men with him. The father-in-law then ordered the steward to dispatch 100 cavalry, all to follow Shenlang's arrangements. An hour later, the group arrived at a stone outpost, which was already in a state of semi-abandonment. Seeing this, Su Wenjiao was so scared that he could no longer walk. He couldn't figure out why Shenlang knew about this place. Just as Shenlang was about to take Su Wenjiao inside, an arrow suddenly shot towards Shenlang. The steward instantly stepped in front of Shenlang, breaking the arrow. While cautioning Shenlang to be careful, he quickly ordered his men to clear the area. After a while, they only caught one person inside the outpost. Seeing the face under the black clothes, the steward recognized him. It was Su Wenjiao's son, Su Tian. The steward grabbed his hair and asked what he was doing here. Su Tian said with a light laugh, "Coming here to play. Is that not allowed?" Shenlang glanced at him, then activated his X-ray vision, scanning the surroundings inside and out, quickly locating the place. Shenlang pointed to the cellar, ordering it to be dug up. Soon the cellar was revealed, but it was locked, and not even the soldiers' swords could break the lock. Shenlang immediately scanned Su Wenjiao with his X-ray vision and found the key hidden in his hair. With a reach and a pull, Shenlang took out the key. Su Wenjiao instantly went mad, cursing Shenlang. "Are you human or a ghost? How could you know this?" Shenlang ignored him, and after unlocking it, he walked straight into the cellar. Soon, the items hidden in the cellar were uncovered. Su Wenjiao's corruption exceeded everyone's expectations. All the boxes in the secret room were filled with gold coins, as well as various jewels, antiques, and paintings. This enraged the steward greatly, and Shenlang also found an account book among them, which was essentially Su Wenjiao's diary of corruption, clearly recording when and how much he embezzled. Now the evidence was irrefutable, solid as a rock. At this moment, a soldier asked, "What about Su Wenjiao's son?" Shenlang stated flatly, "Kill him, burn the body to ashes, and throw it into the sea." Su Tian panicked, pulling out the new policies of the Yu Kingdom, stating that local nobles have no right to kill or threaten. Shenlang just gave him a cold look, drew a soldier's sword, and placed it beside Su Tian's neck. The next moment, blood splattered on Shenlang's indifferent face. As Su Tian convulsed and fell to the ground, the steward was extremely surprised. "Son-in-law, the way you cut down a man feels even more skilled than me." Soon after, the entire convoy returned fully loaded. Shenlang sat in the carriage, looking at his palm. "In this strange world, I've finally stained my hands with blood. To live a comfortable life. It's really not easy, but no one can threaten my family. That's my bottom line." After retrieving the gold coins embezzled by Su Wenjiao, it caused a great uproar in the Count's mansion. A total of 11,000 gold coins were found in the cellar, along with 52 famous paintings and calligraphies, and 5 boxes of jade and jewels. Just as Su Wenjiao was about to plead for mercy, the always kind Father Jean kicked Su Wenjiao away. "Stop acting." Su Wenjiao then turned to Shenlang to beg for mercy, asking to be spared his life and willing to be a servant. Shenlang looked at him coldly, then turned to Father Jean and said, "Su Wenjiao must die." The old master then said, "Because it's an employment relationship. Under the new policies of the Yu Kingdom, nobles do not have the right to kill him. He must be sent to the Lord's mansion." Shenlang refused. Su Wenjiao embezzled 30,000 gold coins, but only 11,000 were found in the cellar, and his properties are worth about 5,000 gold coins. The rest, needless to say, have already been given to the Lord's mansion and the prefect's mansion in exchange for his son's place in the next martial examination. All these details are recorded in his account book. Father Jean took the account book, looking at it with a face full of rage. "Have I ever wronged you in all these years?" Upon hearing this, Su Wenjiao burst into insane laughter. It It turns out Su Zhao once wanted to place his son in the Count's Mansion's army as a captain in charge of 100 men, but Father Jean refused. However, that was also an opportunity given by Father Jean. Su Zhao's son was neither good at literature nor martial arts. How could he make his subordinates convinced? Simply put, he was too useless. Su Zhao disdainfully said, I have been loyal for over 20 years, not even offering my son a future. What's wrong with seeking another path? This infuriated Father Jean so much that he grabbed a sword, wanting to kill Su Zhao. The old master quickly stepped forward to stop him. If you really strike, you'll give yourself a huge problem. Seeing this, Su Zhao started to taunt arrogantly, making Father Jin's eyes turn red with rage. Pushing the old master away, Shenlang quickly stepped forward, saying, I have a way. Su Zhao was no longer afraid, insulting Shenlang like a mad dog. Shenlang looked at him and asked lightly, are you afraid of the Su family's family law? The next moment, the steward came in with several people. Among them was the old patriarch of the Su family. After apologizing to the count, he immediately ordered Su Zhao to be taken back and beaten to death. Su Zhao struggled and screamed desperately, why? I just embezzled. I didn't break any family rules. The family ancestral hall has no right to kill me. Shenlang walked over, smiling softly. Su Zhao, the charge for killing you is not embezzlement, but for seducing your aunt, committing the crime of adultery. Upon hearing this, Su Zhao was completely stunned. Shenlang didn't want to say anything more and let the Su family members take Su Zhao away. Su Zhao became truly frightened, desperately shouting to Shenlang, I have a big secret. Someone wants to harm you. Shenlang responded with a slight smile. If someone wants to harm me, I naturally know who it is. A few hours later, Su Zhao was stripped clean and, in front of hundreds of people, was beaten to death. At the same time, Father Jean, regarding the great merit Shenlang had established this time, asked Shenlang, do you have any rewards you want? Shenlang immediately said, to issue an order for Jean Mulan to obediently listen to me. I want to share a bed with Jean Mulan. Of course, this was all Shenlang's fantasy. He then said, I don't want anything. Upon hearing this, Father Jean stated, that won't do. You will be in charge of the Count's Mansion's accounts from now on. Shenlang hurriedly refused. I want to go home to visit my parents. Just lift my house arrest. Facing Shenlang, the master of stirring up trouble, Father Jean was genuinely a bit afraid, still not wanting to let Shenlang go out, but he also thought of what to reward Shenlang with, which was 300 mu of good farmland. Just as Shenlang was about to say he didn't want it and only wanted his house arrest lifted, Father Jean, using tiredness as an excuse, walked out saying he was going to sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the courtyard where Jean Mulan was, Binger was attending to Jean Mulan as she bathed. Miss, the young master is really incredible, defeating and killing a big figure like Su Zhao overnight. He even recovered more than 10,000 gold coins for the Count's mansion. Jean Mulan listened with satisfaction, and also reminded Binger, from now on, no one in the mansion is allowed to talk about the young master killing Su Zhao and the like. The reason Su Zhao died is because he deserved to die. Binger zipped her mouth to indicate she understood. Then Binger remembered something, and excitedly asked Jean Mulan, the young master told me yesterday that the white tiger is the most precious. Miss, do you know why? Jean Mulan was somewhat curious. How did you answer? Binger explained, I said it was because of the color of the tiger, but the young master said the white tiger is rare because time is precious, and no amount of gold can buy a moment's time. He's just talking nonsense. What does the white tiger have to do with time? Miss, what do you think? However, at this moment, Jean Mulan was taken aback. It seemed she realized something, instantly blushing from ear to ear. How did my secret Shenlang know? Could it be that Shenlang spied on me bathing? But then Jean Mulan thought again. That's impossible. Shenlang has no martial arts skills. I would have noticed if you were spying on me. Then she asked Binger, where is Shenlang? When Binger saw her mistress, she already understood what Shenlang meant, and said with a flushed face, the young master is coming back. Jean Mulan asked Binger to help her dress, assertively stating, I'm going to punish the wicked and promote the good. Remember, Binger, a man must be kept in check. If not managed for 3 days, he'll climb onto the roof to remove tiles. Binger asked in confusion, are you going to hit the young master? Jean Mulan turned around and huffed lightly. Women of the Jean family never hit their husbands. A moment later, Jean Mulan saw Shenlang returning. Jean Mulan pretended to smile and said, my lord, you're back. I was just looking for you for something. Upon hearing Jean Mulan's tender voice, Shenlang immediately sensed a plot and quickly said to Jean Mulan, thank you for your hard work. I won't disturb your rest then. He turned to leave, but Jean Mulan immediately blocked Shenlang's path. My husband, don't go yet. I have a game I want to play with you. Shenlang glanced at Jean Mulan's perfect figure, his face quickly turning red. Clearly, Shenlang's thoughts wandered to things like being tied up with ropes or dripping wax. He asked Jean Mulan eagerly what game it was. Jean Mulan smirked mischievously. It's like Primitive Animals, a game involving intense physical collisions. Shenlang's breathing quickened, but a strong desire to survive made him think he must leave immediately. However, the next second, Shenlang couldn't move. He saw Jean Mulan's fiery figure making a backward movement in front of him, enough to make any normal man's heart explode just by looking. Thus, Shenlang agreed, tempted into playing the game, only to be dominated by Jean Mulan Mulan with a full split. His legs forcibly spread to 180 degrees. The agonized Shenlang asked Jean Mulan, "Weren't we supposed to play a game involving primitive animal collisions?" Jean Mulan smiled slightly and said, "Exactly. This game is called the 6 Animal Plays. It's about imitating primitive animals. Your body is still too weak. You need to exercise more." After saying this, Jean Mulan released her hold on Shenlang. "Take a rest. We'll do it 10 more times later." Hearing this number, Shenlang wailed in his heart. Is this an attempt on my life? Although he didn't know why, Shenlang decisively admitted his mistake to Jean Mulan. Jean Mulan smiled and indicated to Shenlang, "There's no mistake. I was just helping to train your body." Shenlang stated, "No matter what happened, it's all my fault. The wife is always right." Hearing this, Jean Mulan looked at Shenlang and asked him, "Do you really know what you did wrong?" Seeing Shenlang nod, Jean Mulan then asked Shenlang, "How did you find out my secret? And to use it to tease Binger?" Shenlang felt puzzled, but then he remembered the words he teased Binger with yesterday. He instantly understood, and then blood suddenly gushed from his nose. Seeing her husband's expression, Jean Mulan's face turned beet red, wishing she could find a crack to crawl into. She also understood that Shenlang had no idea about her secret. It was completely by accident when he teased Binger. Shenlang gave Jean Mulan a thumbs up. "Rest assured, my lady, I will definitely not discriminate against you because of this." After saying this, Shenlang immediately covered his mouth, got too carried away, drifted off. Sure enough, Jean Mulan clenched her fist and said sternly, "Let's do it 20 more times then." The next moment, the sound of Shenlang screaming like a pig being slaughtered echoed through the courtyard. When night fell, the exhausted Shenlang quickly fell asleep. Jean Mulan walked in at some point. Looking at Shenlang's sleeping posture, she couldn't help but feel a surge of maternal affection. After watching for a while, she gently bent down and kissed Shenlang's face. Then she floated away. However, in his sleep, Shenlang suddenly opened his eyes. It turns out Shenlang wasn't sleeping at all. The sleeping posture was also deliberate. Jean Mulan training me like that today. It would be strange if she didn't feel sorry. Following that, Shenlang not only put on a mask, but also wore gloves. He had a small black bottle in his hand, a hallucinogenic potion extracted from hundreds of pounds of moldy rye. To kill Tianheng, Shenlang needed to retrieve an item from Jean Mulan's room. Meanwhile, in a secret room within the mythical Turtle City, they had already learned of Su Wenjiao's death. They must act quickly to kill Shenlang. At that moment, a confidant came in to report, "The governor's envoy is already on the way and will arrive at mythical Turtle City tomorrow." Hearing this, Tianheng and another knew the opportunity to kill Shenlang had come. The city lord instructed Tianheng to prepare everything. They could make their move tomorrow night. However, they were actually targeting the count's mansion, but since Shenlang was causing too much trouble, they decided to kill him first. The next morning at the count's mansion, Jean Mulan got up early to practice martial arts. After half an hour, Jean Mulan prepared to bathe, but when she arrived at the dressing room and looked around, she asked Binger, "Have you seen a set of blue cloth skirts?" Binger said no. Just as she was about to help Jean Mulan look for it, Jean Mulan's beautiful face suddenly flushed, obviously thinking of something, and told Binger not to look for it anymore. It must have been left at the barracks and not brought back. Soon after, Jean Mulan and Shenlang finished breakfast. Jean Mulan's face was slightly red, hesitating whether or not to tell Shenlang not to get her skirt too dirty or something like that, but Jean Mulan found she couldn't say a word. At this time, Shenlang showed concern for Jean Mulan. "My lady, you've been running around outside for 2 days and nights. You must be exhausted. Would you like me to help loosen your muscles?" Jean Mulan straightened up her delicate body and lifted her hair, agreeing to Shenlang's massage. Seeing her smooth and fair neck, Shenlang internally exclaimed at her beauty. Shenlang quickly calmed himself, placed his hands on Jean Mulan's shoulders, and gently applied pressure. Jean Mulan immediately let out a very comfortable moan. She didn't expect Shenlang to actually know how, and to do it so comfortably. There was no helping it. Shenlang's technique was indeed the most professional. After all, he had been a doctor for decades. "My lady, you are so tense." Jean Mulan felt as if Shenlang was being lecherous. "My lord, even though I don't understand, I know you're being lecherous. If you continue, I will have to ask you to exercise again." Shenlang immediately continued to serve with dedication, showing immense care for Jean Mulan. "My lady, could you please not work so hard in the future? It really pains my heart." But Jean Mulan was not swayed. "If you're trying to get your confinement lifted, it's impossible. I won't go against my father's words." As soon as Jean Mulan finished speaking, Shenlang's hands had already left Jean Mulan's shoulders, and he ran towards the door, saying he had matters to attend to and took his leave. This realistic act made Jean Mulan puff up her cheeks. "My husband is too pragmatic. If one doesn't do things for you, you immediately change your attitude. It's really annoying, leaving one hanging and then just running off." Not long after, Shenlang appeared behind his mother-in-law. His massage techniques had become even more skilled. Not only that, Mother Jin's face was covered with a facial mask made by Shenlang. "Mother-in-law, this mask needs to be applied daily, each time for a quarter of an hour. The most important thing for a woman's skin is hydration and sun protection. I only made 10 masks in total, 6 of which I gave to you. What about the remaining 4? Did you give them to Jean Mulan?" "No, I kept them for myself." "Now, you look like you could be Jean Mulan's sister." sister, but that might not be the case in 10 years. Oh, does that mean I will age faster in 10 years? Not necessarily. By then, you might look like her younger sister. There's a term called reverse aging, and it might just happen to you. This amused Mother Jean, who laughed heartily. Women do like to hear such things, but she also understood that Shenlang had something to ask of her. Shenlang then spoke about the confinement order. Immediately, Mother Jean stood up. Alright, I will talk to your father-in-law right now. A quarter of an hour later, Shenlang learned from Manager Jean that his confinement order had been lifted. This established a new order within the Count's mansion. Shenlang listened to Jean Mulan. Jean Mulan listened to Father Jean. Father Jean listened to his wife, and the wife listened to Shenlang. Only Jean Muzong was left out. After leaving the Count's mansion, Shenlang went to a secret forest. Here, he was about to embark on his new world. Big Fool's father, Song Yi, was brought here. Since Big Fool's brother was crippled by Shenlang and could never be healed, fearing retaliation against the Count's mansion, he found Tianheng. The two hit it off immediately, but what happened next was completely unexpected to Song Yi. He didn't expect Tianheng's ruthlessness. Merely accusing Shenlang of causing injury isn't enough. We must claim a life to make Shenlang pay with his own. Unbeknownst to him, his son had already been beaten to death by Tianheng. Tianheng, looking at the grieving Song Yi, countered, which is a greater crime, injuring an innocent youth or causing his death? Murderers must pay with their lives. Prince and commoner alike should be punished equally under the law. Meanwhile, at the location of Big Fool's stepmother, she was so distressed she couldn't eat or drink. My son has been castrated. The Song family will have no descendants. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, cursing Shenlang until she was parched and took a sip of water. For some reason, the water tasted odd. Then she collapsed onto the table. When she woke up again, the sight before her made her scream. Everything around her had suddenly become terrifying, with ghostly fires burning everywhere. The next moment, a beautiful female ghost emerged, her hair drifting with ghostly flames, frightening stepmother Song to the core. Who are you? The ghostly woman said menacingly. Wicked woman, you actually harmed my Big Fool. You shall die. As she spoke, a ghostly fire appeared in the palm of the ghostly woman and was thrown towards stepmother Song. She instinctively raised her hand to block it, but the ghostly fire ignited on her hand and could not be extinguished no matter what. In a panic, she picked up a cup of water, hoping to douse the ghostly fire, but terrifyingly, the fire did not go out and continued burning, causing her unbearable pain. In fear, stepmother Song desperately pleaded with the ghostly woman. It was his father who abandoned Big Fool, not me. At this point, she realized the ghostly woman was Big Fool's mother before her death. The ghostly woman approached. Her cold hand gently touched the ghostly fire, and it immediately went out. Seeing this, stepmother Song immediately kowtowed and thanked the ghostly woman, repeating her thanks 10 times. The ghostly woman looked at stepmother Song and said, "By heaven's grace, my son did not die. He was saved by a lucky star, but your son has died." Stepmother Song was confused. "My son hasn't died. He was just injured." The ghostly woman laughed. "News of his death will arrive soon, and it will be said that Shenlang killed him. Then you will be asked to go to the Count's mansion to identify Shenlang as the murderer. But it wasn't Shenlang who killed your son. It was your husband and Tianheng." Hearing this, stepmother Song desperately shook her head and shouted, "That's impossible." But with a gesture from the ghostly woman, she found herself unable to move. "Stop moving, or I will kill you. Listen to what I say, and I will spare your life." Stepmother Song hastily agreed. "Shenlang is my son's lucky star, and when Tianheng asks you to identify Shenlang as the murderer, agree to his demands at first. But once you are at the Count's mansion, in front of all the important figures, recant and point the finger at Tianheng. Claim that Tianheng forced you to falsely accuse Shenlang, saying it was he who killed your son." Stepmother Song wanted to refuse. After all, she couldn't afford to offend Tianheng. Suddenly, ghostly fire surged around the ghostly woman. "If you harm Shenlang, I will drag you to the 18th level of hell and have you chopped into pieces and fried alive. Do you want to die?" This frightened stepmother Song so much that she lost control of her expression, but the next second, the ghostly fire disappeared. "You can survive, as long as you do as I say. The Count's mansion will protect you. After Tianheng is dead, you can go home, and I will reward you with 300 gold coins. With this money, you can remarry and live a life 100 times better than now." Then, the ghostly woman threw her ghostly fire. Underneath stepmother Song's bed, there's a down payment of 30 gold coins under there. After you identify Tianheng, the remaining 300 gold coins will naturally appear again. Whether you live or die, whether you enjoy wealth and honor, or suffer in the 18th level of hell, is all up to you. With that, she disappeared. When stepmother Song woke up again, her head was splitting with pain, but she noticed burn marks on her arm, proving that what happened was not a dream. She immediately looked under the bed, grabbed a small shovel, and dug underneath, and she was stunned. Not only were there gold coins under the bed, but they were also encased in ice. Considering it was summer, where did the ice come from? Moreover, there were words carved on the ice, which made stepmother Song even more convinced. She continuously kowtowed to the ghostly woman, promising to do as told. Then she found the ice melting, which made her extremely happy, believing it to be the ghostly woman's response. Meanwhile, in a corner, Shenlang took off the blue dress. It turns out the ghostly woman was him in disguise. disguise, using a hallucinogenic potion he made to give to Big Fool's stepmother, then using white phosphorus for the ghostly fire, saltpeter for the icebox, and a silver needle to simulate the feeling of a ghost pressing down on her. Dressing in women's clothes was indeed a unique experience, especially when he looked more beautiful than a woman in drag. Next, Shenlang reluctantly burned the dress, destroying the evidence. As for whether Jean Mulan would notice a dress missing, Shenlang thought not, but if she did find out, Shenlang couldn't help but brainstorm. The next moment, Shenlang decided not to care. If it comes down to it, I'll just deny everything. Meanwhile, inside the Black Clothes gang, one of the subordinates told Tianheng the governor will be arriving soon. Jean Mulan has already led the cavalry to welcome him. Tianheng then asked, "Is the prefect accompanying him personally?" The subordinate nodded. Tianheng excitedly slapped the chair. "Everything is ready, and the east wind has also arrived. Shenlang is as good as dead, but crushing this stray dog is just by the way. Toppling the count's mansion is the main goal." He then looked towards Big Fool's father. "Hurry up and bring your wife over to the count's mansion to identify Shenlang. Don't forget to wear mourning clothes. Make it look more pitiful." Seeing the utterly heartbroken Song Yi, Tianheng sneered, "It's just a son. You can have more. After killing Shenlang, you'll be the head of the Coldwater town." With these words, Song Yi let go of his son and stood up to thank Tianheng, and as Shenlang predicted, after returning, Big Fool's father informed his wife that their son was dead. Big Fool's stepmother burst into tears, realizing that the ghostly woman Shenlang had impersonated had not lied to her. She glared at Song Yi with a face full of vengeance and hatred. However, Big Fool's father mistook her hatred as directed only towards Shenlang. After coordinating their stories with Tianheng, they headed to the Count's mansion with their son's coffin. Meanwhile, the Count's mansion of Mythical Turtle welcomed two dignitaries. One was the envoy from the governor's office of the province of the Southern Journey, Zhurong's staff member, Yan Wujin, and the other was the prefect of New River County from the province of the Southern Journey, Zhang Chong. Father Jean and Jean Mulan personally came to welcome them. Given that both parties were no ordinary people, especially Zhang Chong, who had single-handedly brought down the East River County's local tyrant, the Count's mansion, and was now assigned to New River County to implement new policies, aiming at the local tyrant of New River County, the Mythical Turtle's Count's mansion. Soon after, at the banquet hall of the Count's mansion, everyone took their seats, and Shenlang, unconcerned with anything else, just stared at Jean Mulan. At this moment, Yan Wujin put down his chopsticks. 20 years have passed. The governor sent me here this time to inquire about your plans regarding the dispute over the Isle of Gold Mountain. Do you wish for the governor's office to mediate peacefully? As soon as this was mentioned, everyone put down their chopsticks. Shenlang was slightly taken aback, as he was aware of the situation. The dispute over the Isle of Gold Mountain originated over 100 years ago, with both the Northern Jean High Count and the Mythical Turtle Count claiming the Isle of Gold Mountain as their own. The two families almost came to blows over it, and finally, the previous monarch decreed that every 20 years, there would be a competition of martial and scholarly tests between the two, with the winner gaining the rights to the land for that period. Unfortunately, 20 years ago, the former Count of Mythical Turtle lost, resulting in a significant loss of wealth. Father Jean asked, "What does the governor intend?" Yan Wujin suggested, "Divide the Isle of Gold Mountain in two, the north to Jean High Count's mansion, and the south to the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion. How about that?" Shenlang was stunned upon hearing this. Everyone knows that the main mineral resources of the Isle of Gold Mountain are in the northern half, while the southern half consists mainly of saline alkali soil and beaches. As expected, Father Jean was very angry, but he restrained himself and did not burst out, simply saying, "Let's drink." Yan Wujin did not care. His purpose was merely to mediate on behalf of the governor. However, at this moment, a commotion was heard from outside, with the sound of countless people shouting, "Hand over Shenlang. Murder must be paid for with life." Shenlang was not only unafraid, he was actually invigorated, anticipating the drama he had long awaited. Yet, everyone acted as if they hadn't heard anything, making Shenlang comment, "Truly like dignitaries." He also became a bit anxious. "If no one picks up on this, the show can't start. If it comes to it, I'll have to take the lead myself." However, at this moment, Jean Muzong spoke up. "Shenlang, it seems like there are people outside calling for you." The city lord then sent someone to inquire. Not long after, Jean Qing came to report there are thousands of people besieging the Count's mansion. Father Jean was not yet alarmed, but the city lord was, shouting angrily, "How dare they? Are they seeking rebellion?" His subordinate immediately responded, "They claim Shenlang has killed someone and are here to seek justice." Father Jean was somewhat stunned. He was aware of the incident and had even sent money to Big Fool's father to treat his son. Now the boy was reportedly dead. Father Jean deeply sensed the malice of the accusers. Mother Jean then pinched Father Jean, her gaze clearly indicating that if Father Jean dared to abandon Shenlang, she would never forgive him. Father Jean signaled he wouldn't and ordered his men to let the people in. Shortly after, Tianheng and Song Yi, carrying a coffin, walked in. During this, Song Yi, looking at Shenlang, cried out miserably, "Scoundrel, return my son's life." Then, he knelt before the city lord. "Lord Mayor, Lord Count, please seek justice for your humble citizen." Following this was a tearful complaint about how Shenlang bullied his son and beat him to death, with Song Yi's ferocious expression making him a worthy candidate for an acting award. He then revealed his son's body, showing many shocking wounds. "Please, my lords, seek justice for me." At this point, Jean Mulan suddenly asked, "When did your son die?" Song Yi responded, "He died the night after being beaten by Shenlang." Jean Mulan coldly asked, "Why didn't you come on the same day, waiting until now to come forward?" Song Yi claimed, "I was afraid. Someone claiming to be a confidant of the count came to me, gave me a sum of gold, and threatened me to keep quiet, or they would kill my whole family." Father Jin's face turned ashen upon hearing this. Has my years of caution led people to believe that the count's mansion of Shuangwu no longer commands fear? The city lord asked if he had any evidence. Song Yi shouted, "There are witnesses." The city lord immediately ordered the witnesses to be brought in. Soon, several witnesses were led in, all pointing fingers at Shenlang. The city lord looked at Shenlang. "Do you confess to the crime?" Shenlang stated, "I did enter Song Yi's home, but I did not assault anyone. I was there to deliver silver. Big Fool was my good friend. I made sure Song Shi fed him well every day." Song Yi vehemently accused, "You're lying. It was clearly you who kicked my son to death. My wife can testify to that." Then, in full view of everyone, Song Shi was summoned. The city lord asked her if she was sure of what she saw. Song Shi nodded, saying she witnessed it herself. Tian Heng's lips curved into a smirk upon seeing this, while Song Yi knelt down, desperately kowtowing, begging the city lord for justice. Tian Heng helped Song Yi up and then loudly cited the laws of Yu Kingdom. Murder is repaid with life. Even princes are subject to the same laws as commoners. Shenlang must be punished accordingly. At this moment, the Black Clothes gang, dressed in mourning, unanimously cried out, "Murder must be repaid with life." The city lord then looked towards the count, indicating that to investigate thoroughly, Shenlang would have to be taken back to the city lord's residence. Father Jin was furious. If he's taken away, wouldn't they just frame Shenlang however they want? Tianheng also showed a smug smile, ready to watch Shenlang meet his demise, but his dreams were shattered the next moment. Song Shi pointed towards Tianheng and shouted, "It was Tianheng who killed my son. Originally, Song Yi had kicked my son, injuring him, but when taken for treatment, he died at the hands of Tianheng." Her words struck like thunder, stunning everyone into silence. Song Yi was especially shocked, staring dumbfounded at his wife. The quickest to react was Tianheng, though he was initially confused as to why Song Yi's wife suddenly changed her story. Seeing her angry glare, Tianheng sensed great danger, realizing a grand conspiracy was looming over him, and he must leave immediately. However, seeing Shenlang smile, he knew escape was not an option. Once the prey is caught, no one lets go. Cough. Song Shi, are you perhaps so grief-stricken that you're speaking nonsense? Right, my lady. Could it be that your grief has muddled your senses? You were the one who saw Shenlang, that scoundrel, kick our son to death. Why change your story now? Song Shi glared with fury. "It was you. I saw with my own eyes how you kicked my son in the groin. Shenlang came to our house to deliver silver because he was worried Big Fool wasn't getting enough to eat at our place." This statement made Song Yi hastily retreat. "What madness has gotten into you? What benefits has Shenlang offered you? Has he threatened you?" At this point, the city lord reacted, his tone threatening, warning Song Shi not to bear false witness and to consider the consequences carefully. Tianheng became frantic, accusing Song Shi of lying and asking if she had received any benefits from Shenlang. Unexpectedly, Song Shi bit her lip and declared, "My son was growing up and becoming curious about women, attempting to peep, and just happened to be caught by Song Yi, who, in anger, kicked him." This revelation dumbfounded both Tianheng and Song Yi, while Jean Mulan felt ashamed. Tianheng, truly desperate now, began to coax Song Shi gently. "If someone has threatened you, speak up. The envoy from the governor and the prefect are here. Someone will stand up for you." But this statement only made the city lord and Zhang Ji internally curse Tianheng for his foolishness. "My father and envoy Yan Wujin are distinguished figures, not ones you can use to pressure others." Tianheng's words only served to frighten Song Shi into crawling before them, begging them for justice. Zhang Chong waved his hand, having Song Shi helped up. "Speak quickly if you have any grievances." Regardless of sincerity, appearances had to be maintained for the sake of the common people. Song Shi then burst into tears, revealing how her son was killed by Tianheng and how her husband wanted her to falsely accuse Shenlang of the murder, promising him the position of head of Coldwater Town in return. Tianheng's face darkened, a mix of truth and lies being the most difficult to discern. Left with no choice, he knelt down and loudly lamented, "This is Shenlang's conspiracy." Shenlang, like an innocent rabbit, helplessly spread his hands. He hadn't said a word all evening. How could he be slandered like this? The prefect, Zhang, then simply stated, "Have the city lord arrest them." In the next moment, both were bound. Shenlang sighed to himself. Impressive. On the surface, Zhang Chong orders the city lord to make the arrest, but in reality, he's cutting losses promptly and firmly seizing the initiative. Otherwise, if it came down to me holding Tianheng accountable, he would be in trouble. As for Song Shi, who was also to be taken away, she was frightened. Having betrayed them, she was sure to be doomed if taken away. But at this moment, there was no need for Shenlang to say anything. Mother Jean approached her, wiped away her tears, and, citing their shared understanding as mothers of the pain of losing a child, decisively decided to keep Song Shi at the count's mansion. Prefect Zhang Chong, seeing this, nodded slightly in agreement with with Mother Jin's request. He then prepared to leave, ordering the city lord to thoroughly investigate the truth and give everyone an explanation. Before leaving, Zhang Chong did not forget to praise Shenlang. Lord Count, your son-in-law is indeed remarkable. Shenlang simply bowed slightly. Following this, Father Jin personally escorted Yan Wujin and Zhang Chong out of the mansion, with Shenlang and Tianheng following behind. Tianheng's gaze was fixed on Shenlang, as if ready to devour him. Shenlang pretended to be scared, provocatively saying, "Why are you looking at me with that weird gaze?" Tianheng, furious to the point of laughter, said, "Shenlang, are you pleased with yourself?" Shenlang spread his hands. "Not at all. You're not dead yet. What's there to be pleased about?" Hearing this, Tianheng laughed loudly. "Keep dreaming your grand dreams. Who would kill me? Being thrown into jail is just for show. I'll be out in 3 days." Due to Tianheng's uprising, and out of concern for Shenlang's safety, the guards of the Count's mansion subdued Tianheng. Yet, despite this, Tianheng still looked at Shenlang with a triumphant gaze. "Once I get out, I will use every means to kill you, Shenlang." Shenlang glanced at Tianheng, his gaze as if looking at a dead man, then revealed a charming smile and said, "Tianheng, you are about to die." Tianheng was taken aback, laughing again. "You must be dreaming." Lu Wuyan, the city lord, also glanced at Shenlang, his look as if seeing a fool. Tianheng dying? What a joke. After they left the Count's mansion, the act was dropped, and Tianheng was unbound immediately. The city lord asked Zhang Chong, "How should this case be judged?" Prefect Zhang did not respond, but continued walking. The city lord asked again, and Zhang Chong stopped, questioning why Tianheng appeared tonight. Tianheng knelt down to admit his fault. "There's enmity between me and Shenlang. I shouldn't have appeared tonight, but I couldn't help myself. I wanted to see Shenlang's misfortune." An indignant Tianheng then turned his attention to Songshi, hoping Zhang Chong would take her to the city lord's mansion for judgment. Yan Wujin, unable to listen any longer, boarded his carriage. Zhang Chong turned to Tianheng and counter-asked, "Do you think you can turn the tables? Others plan 3 steps ahead while you're stuck in the moment. Do you think Shenlang just wanted to win this round? He wants you dead." Tianheng, confused, said, "Even if Songshi turns against me, I can easily escape," until Zhang Chong stated, "Go kill Tian13. Hopefully, you're still in time." This statement made both Tianheng and the city lord realize the gravity of the situation. Tian13 was Tianheng's most trusted confidant. What secret did Tianheng have that he didn't know? Tianheng's face changed instantly as he shouted, "Quick, send someone to kill Tian13. Meanwhile, inside the Count's mansion, Shenlang asked Jean Mulan, "Wife, are you very skilled in martial arts?" Jean Mulan simply hummed an affirmation. Shenlang then inquired, "Can you defeat the 3 waves of experts sent by Lu Wuyan, Zhang Ji, and Tianheng?" Jean Mulan stated, "It's a piece of cake." Shenlang was a bit skeptical, but there was no time to doubt. He immediately asked Jean Mulan to take people to Tian13's house to rescue him. After getting ready, Shenlang expressed his wish to accompany her. Without a word, Jean Mulan hoisted Shenlang by the waist, threw him onto a horseback, then leaped up herself, and they swiftly rode out of the Count's mansion towards Tian13's home. On the way, manager Jean couldn't help but ask, "We could have saved Tian13 earlier. Why go now? And in such a hurry?" Shenlang glanced at manager Jean. "Among us, you have the lowest IQ." Jean Cheng explained from the side, "If Tianheng doesn't kill Tian13, our rescue would be meaningless. We wouldn't be able to turn Tian13 against him, nor could we put Tianheng in a desperate situation." Shenlang narrowed his eyes. "Jean Cheng, you love to show off, don't you? Among the 5 of us here, your IQ is the second lowest." Just as Shenlang was heading to Tian13's house, Tian13, lying in bed, had not slept for 3 days and nights. His world had crumbled. The man he idolized as a father figure, his master, had personally broken his legs. In his childhood, when Tian13 struggled with hunger and cold, Tianheng had helped him, leading Tian13 to follow him loyally ever since, even rejecting offers from Zhang Ji and the city lord. Yet, for the sake of gambling interests, Tianheng had indeed struck him. Although Tianheng did not follow Shenlang's demands and had immediately arranged for his bones to be set and given his parents 100 gold coins, promising revenge on Shenlang, this somewhat healed 13's heart. He believed his adoptive father was forced into it and would never betray him. He already anticipated that Shenlang would try to bribe him with money and status to turn him against his adoptive father. He imagined spitting in Shenlang's face, calling his dreams foolish, excited at the thought. But the next moment, his face turned pale as he saw several figures in black appear before him. Among them were experts from the city lord's mansion and his sworn brothers from the Black Clothes Gang. Tian13 instantly understood. "Big brother, 7th brother, did our adoptive father send you to kill me?" No one responded, only nodding slightly. Tian13's gums bled as he bit down. "Big brother, 7th brother, go ahead, but please spare my parents. They know nothing." However, they refused. "Sorry, we must eradicate the roots." Tian13 exploded in rage, his mouth spraying blood mist. Why? Disaster should not extend to family members. But he was kicked back, and his parents were brought forward, trembling with fear yet begging for their son's life over theirs. Tian13, bloodshot eyes, demanded again, "Why? You know too much. Alive, you're a threat to Tianheng's safety." At that moment, Tian13's entire perception of the underworld collapsed. "So, it turns out I was the only one who valued loyalty. I thought I was cool, but I was just a fool. In an instant, Tian-13 burst into action, using a bedsheet as cover and grabbing a small knife, ready to fight for his life. But the next second, a sword pinned him to the ground. His legs, already injured, became a burden to him. 13 despaired, realizing he had dragged his parents into this. As the elderly couple begged for their son's life, Tian-13, at that moment, understood the feeling Shenlang had when trying to save his parents, but it was futile. Just as the blade was about to slash the elders' throats, a fragrant breeze passed by, followed by a flash of sword light. A stunning figure suddenly appeared, and the black-clothed assailants screamed in unison. Then they saw who it was, the princess of mythical Turtle City, the foremost beauty, Jean Mulan. Shenlang, watching quietly, was also amazed by Jean Mulan's martial prowess, even wishing she would demonstrate again. This made the surviving black-clothed assailants retract their left hands. Seeing this, Shenlang smirked proudly, then curiously asked Jean Mulan why she brought others despite her own strength. Jean Mulan merely glanced at him, and Shenlang noticed manager Jean and the others forming a triangle, keeping him protected in the middle. Alright, Shenlang understood. Yet, being his usual self, he started asking Jean Mulan all sorts of questions, completely ignoring the atmosphere around them. Jean Mulan felt helpless towards her husband. Shenlang then began to show off, gesturing towards the black-clothed men's necks. Go back and tell Tianheng to wash his neck and wait. Upon hearing Shenlang's words, Tian-1 broke into a cold sweat. 13 knows too many secrets. Once they come out, my adoptive father is done for. Faced with Shenlang's decision to take Tian-13 with them, they were powerless to stop it and had no choice but to leave and report back. Only upon exiting did they discover that all their lookouts outside had been killed. After they had all departed, Shenlang quietly looked at Tian-13, offering no words of recruitment, bribery, not a single gold coin, position, or promise, not even a single strand of hair. Tian-13 crawled before Shenlang, kneeling with his forehead touching the ground, declaring henceforth, I am Shenlang's dog now. Wise men don't speak in riddles. Shenlang, looking at Tian-13, stated, from now on, you'll be called Shen-13. Tian-13 wiped away his tears and respectfully called out, Master. The next moment, Shenlang requested his parents move into the Count's mansion. Jean Mulan was speechless, taking their parents as hostages and making it sound so justified. Tian-13 pressed his forehead against Shenlang's shoe and agreed. Shenlang immediately smiled brilliantly, warmly helping Tian-13 up. Inside the city lord's mansion, the city lord also received news of their failure, his face turning ashen. Upon hearing that Tianheng couldn't be saved, he slammed his fist on the table in anger. Tianheng annually contributed a significant portion of his profits to him, and as Tianheng was his man, killing him would mean a loss of face. The city lord inquired, what about Zhang Ji? After learning of the situation, Zhang Ji had hastily set off to catch up with his father. However, upon catching up, Zhang Ji heard something he didn't want to accept, that Tianheng must be killed. Zhang Ji was reluctant, to which his father asked, what is most important for a commander? The perspective must be broad, to oversee the whole situation and not fret over the loss of one city or one place. Yet Zhang Ji was unwilling. Killing Tianheng would just be playing into Shenlang's hands. Frustrated, he lashed his whip against the ground. This scene, so similar to the humiliation Tian-13 felt when his legs were broken by Tianheng, was like voluntarily letting Shenlang slap his face. Inside the Black Clothes gang, Tianheng also received news about 13. He dismissed his servants and silently stepped outside. He knew once 13 revealed his secrets, no one could save him. Looking up at the rooftop, Tianheng wondered if he was at his end. He truly regretted not having Shenlang torn to pieces. With a furious roar, Tianheng punched the wall, muttering apologies to Second Fool with tears in his eyes. Then he moved a bookshelf to enter a secret chamber. Meanwhile, at the Su family residence, Zhang Ji questioned Su Chanqian, why didn't you kill Shenlang initially? Su Chanqian couldn't rebut, also somewhat disbelieving Shenlang's transformation. She could only stiffly ask Zhang Ji, what did your father say? Zhang Ji relayed his father's exact words. He told me to kill Tianheng. Just then, voices came from outside. Turning their heads, they saw the city lord arriving. He disagreed with killing Tianheng. If Tianheng were killed, how could they face the world? How much gold would be lost annually? How pleased would Shenlang be? Did Zhang Ji not understand? But if their deeds were exposed? However, at that moment, a subordinate suddenly reported that Tianheng sought a secret meeting. The very next day, outside the city lord's mansion's main hall, a crowd gathered densely. Tianheng was seen kneeling in the hall, covered in wounds, facing accusations. Tianheng laughed loudly and shouted, I, Tianheng, even in death, will go out with a bang. I won't die a dog's death. Clearly, you can't defeat Shenlang, yet you want me to die. In front of hundreds of onlookers, Tianheng charged headfirst into a nearby pillar. Everyone was initially shocked. The underworld boss of mythical Turtle City, the powerful Tianheng who could summon the wind and call the rain, had just died like that, and his death was so violent and sudden. Shenlang immediately learned of the news. While writing Tianheng's list of crimes, 13 was told by Shenlang that it was no longer necessary. Instead, he asked 13, being the closest person to Tianheng, do you know if he had a body double? 13 shook his head. I have have never seen nor heard of one. It turned out that Shenlang suspected Tianheng had not died. He shared his suspicions with Jean Milan. Jean Milan was taken aback. The people who gather information for our family are very cautious. There couldn't have been a mistake. Shenlang explained his reasoning. Tianheng shouldn't have died in public, but should have been secretly executed. After all, with 13 defecting to us, Tianheng's dirty secrets also implicated many others. If exposed, no one could bear the consequences. But with Tianheng's death, everything would be settled. Therefore, it's impossible that his execution was public. Hearing this, Jean Milan quickly understood the intricacies. Because the city lord's mansion has the right to execute prisoners, but it must be verified by the governor's mansion. Back and forth, it takes at least half a month. So, the best way is to make Tianheng commit suicide in prison. This was exactly what Shenlang meant. It's clear Tianheng should have died in prison, but now he died in full view of the public, as if his death was meant to be witnessed by us. Shenlang then asked Jean Milan, "Is Tianheng's body still here?" Jean Milan personally took Shenlang to see. Moments later, at Tianheng's body storage, Shenlang was one step too late. Tianheng's body had been burned, turned into charred remains, unrecognizable, but it didn't matter. Shenlang used his X-ray vision to scan Tianheng's entire body. Soon, Shenlang detected something unusual on the body, which made him burst into laughter. "This is even better. It's more interesting to kill him with my own hands." Jean Milan was stunned for a moment. Obviously, Shenlang's meaning was that Tianheng wasn't dead. Then Shenlang turned to Jean Milan and suggested, "Join me tonight to watch a good show." Faced with the incredibly narcissistic Shenlang, Jean Milan could no longer bear it and turned to leave. Shenlang hurriedly followed her. Meanwhile, in a secret room within mythical Turtle City, it was clear that Tianheng was not dead. In Su Chanshan's hands was a wooden mask, the concave side coated with sulfuric acid. She handed it to Tianheng to use for disfiguring himself. Tianheng looked at the mask, and it seemed to reflect a face just like his own. Indeed, the owner of this face was Tianheng's brother. A day before, the secret passage Tianheng entered led to his brother's room. It turned out his brother had some intellectual challenges. Tianheng just needed to bring him some tasty food to make him exceedingly happy, unaware that it was his last meal. Then, Tianheng asked his brother to show him some martial arts. Tianheng's brother stood up, posed, and began to practice punches indoors, with a force so strong it could make one unable to open their eyes. Suddenly, he threw a punch at the wall next to him, instantly creating a deep hole. Tianheng praised him for being impressive. Though his brother was simple-minded, he was a martial arts prodigy. Afterward, Tianheng asked his brother to undress with him, revealing that their body shapes were exactly the same. Even the scars on their bodies matched. Knowing his simple-minded brother liked to imitate him, Tianheng said he wanted to see how well he could mimic him. Tianheng's brother immediately dropped the smile on his face, transforming from a fool into a sinister figure of the underworld, even more like Tianheng than Tianheng himself. Thus, Tianheng taught his brother a few phrases, the very phrases Tianheng said when he supposedly died by crashing his head. So, the one who died was just Tianheng's brother mimicking him. The real Tianheng was preparing to change his appearance, to later take his revenge on Shenlang fiercely. As Tianheng pressed the sulfuric acid-coated mask against his face immediately sizzled. However, Tianheng merely twitched slightly, without screaming in agony, not even a grunt. Su Chanshan, seeing this, couldn't help but admire his ruthlessness. Then, Tianheng stood up and walked outside. Lord Lu understood something. "Tianheng, are you going to take your revenge now?" Tianheng gritted his teeth and said, "Shenlang seeks revenge from morning till night without delay in a single day. Why should I wait? Let his beloved parents disappear from this world. What will his reaction be?" Lord Lu didn't say much, telling Tianheng to go ahead without worry, as a scapegoat had already been prepared for him. Then, with the mask already disfiguring his face, Tianheng headed towards the home of Shenlang's parents. Upon arriving outside the house, he had already changed his hair to resemble Song Yi. At this moment, he heard the breathing of 3 people. After confirming, with a gentle slice, the door latch silently broke. After entering Shenlang's home, Tianheng saw 3 people on the bed. He wanted Shenlang to regret being his enemy for life. Saying this, he drew a sharp blade and fiercely chopped down towards Shenlang's mother on the bed, then slashed at Shenlang's father with another stroke. Finally, he glanced at Shenlang's brother, seemingly thinking of Tian 13. He picked up a stick nearby and broke Shenlang's brother's legs, ultimately piercing Shenlang's brother with a knife. The satisfaction of this great revenge made Tianheng burst into laughter. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the door suddenly brightened, and a handsome face appeared before him. The person was the very Shenlang he deeply resented. Without saying a word, Tianheng picked up the knife, wanting to dismember Shenlang into 1,000 pieces. However, Shenlang revealed his identity with a single sentence. "Tianheng, stop pretending." Tianheng was stunned, not understanding how Shenlang knew he wasn't dead. Shenlang also revealed that Tianheng has a twin brother. "You really are a beast, living for yourself, sacrificing your brother's life." And the method Shenlang used to find out was simple. The needle inside Tianheng's body was bent, but the one in the corpse was straight. Tianheng was immensely shocked inside. Unexpectedly, Shenlang said, "Bring him up." The person was pushed in. It was Song Yi, whose face had also been disfigured disfigured by sulfuric acid. Shenlang questioned Tianheng. How about it? Your scapegoat is gone. Tianheng knew he could no longer hide. He burst into laughter. It doesn't matter anymore. After all, Shenlang, all your loved ones are dead, and you were powerless to stop it. Are you in agony? Unexpectedly, Shenlang threw a torch into the room to let him see whom he had actually killed. Tianheng picked up the torch and looked, a chill rushing to his head, as if his skull was about to be lifted open. The people dead on the bed were not Shenlang's loved ones, but his own wife, butler, and his son. Tianheng immediately let out an incredibly mournful howl. Shenlang chuckled lightly, because those people deserved to die. In their lives, relying on Tianheng, they did all kinds of evil. Tianheng was about to fight Shenlang to the death, but the next moment, his eyes widened. He saw a gentle woman, holding a child walking next to Shenlang. It turned out Tianheng's wife was married to him for profit, and he didn't care about that wastrel son. What Tianheng truly cared about was this overly gentle and kind woman, and his most beloved illegitimate child. Shenlang naturally wouldn't use the miserable to threaten, but told Tianheng he had no chance of winning. Knowing he had no chance, Tianheng tore off his face corroded by sulfuric acid. I've heard Miss Jean is an extraordinary martial artist. Tianheng would like to learn a thing or two. Jean Mulan was naturally unafraid. Tianheng raised his long sword, his whole body surging with energy. Jean Mulan, upon seeing this, simply looked calmly at Tianheng. After the two exchanged glances, Tianheng suddenly roared and charged at Jean Mulan like lightning. Jean Mulan stepped lightly, charging towards Tianheng as well. When Tianheng's ferocious slash came down, he only hit Jean Mulan's afterimage. The real Jean Mulan had already sidestepped Tianheng, and at the same time, Tianheng's chest was suddenly torn open by a sword mark, just like the sword in his hand. Shenlang was stunned to see. A single sword strike had completely defeated Tianheng. Perhaps it was a final burst of clarity. Tianheng couldn't help but reminisce about his youth, the days when he and his brother were adopted by the old escort head, being punished in the cold winter for making a mistake in martial arts training. In their later growth, if it weren't for their greed for a box of treasures during an escort, killing their escort brothers, they might not have become fugitives, and everything that followed would not have happened. But Tianheng did not regret, just felt a bit melancholic. Just as Tianheng was about to lose consciousness, Shenlang appeared in front of him. Shenlang slapped Tianheng awake with 2 slaps, saying, "I've gone to great lengths to kill you. You should give me something before you die, right?" Upon hearing this, Tianheng, who was on the brink of death, was almost angered back to life. Shenlang shamelessly continued, "I didn't go through the trouble of finding your son just to watch you have a last-minute change of heart. You have to give me something." Tianheng cursed at Shenlang. "You, Shenlang, are actually threatening me with my son's life?" Shenlang, "Damn you. No, I'm not like you. I still have humanity, but as long as you agree to my terms, I will take care of him in the future." After hearing Shenlang's condition, Tianheng slowly said, "In the cellar of the left courtyard of Snow White Villa, there lies Lord Lu's secret treasure." Shenlang, somewhat dissatisfied, slapped Tianheng again. "Is that all? What about Lord Lu's crimes?" Tianheng, infuriated, cursed, "Those officials are cleverer than monkeys. How could any incriminating evidence fall into my hands?" Shenlang thought it made sense and patted Tianheng's head, saying, "Since you have nothing else to give me, you may die in peace now." Tianheng suddenly stood up in a rage and cursed. However, out of sheer anger and due to his injuries, he died with his eyes wide open. Shenlang sneered inwardly, ordering someone to decapitate Tianheng and put his head in a box to be sent to the city lord. Then he turned to Jean Mulan and suggested they go to Snow White Villa to seek their fortune together. Moments later, at Snow White Villa, they indeed found chests full of gold coins. Shenlang exclaimed, "Lord Lu really is something, being a city lord for 3 years and only embezzled over 10,000 gold coins." Jean Mulan was not surprised, because the majority was given as tribute. These gold coins are all that's left of Lord Lu's entire fortune. Shenlang understood. "So, we've basically taken Lord Lu's pension." However, during the conversation, he unexpectedly learned that the Count's mansion was in dire need of money. Even Jean Mulan mentioned, "With the addition of the gold coins we obtained this time, the financial crisis of the Count's mansion has been greatly alleviated. The mythical turtle Count's mansion, having lost the Isle of Gold Mountain, has been running at a loss every year. For 40 years, it has accumulated astronomical losses, and also because the previous mythical turtle Count was too generous, he left behind a huge debt. These years, Father Jean has been paying off the debt." At this moment, Shenlang wanted to leave something for Lord Lu. Jean Mulan, resigned, knew her husband was up to mischief again. Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion, Lord Lu was waiting for good news from Tianheng when a servant's voice sounded outside, saying a box from Tianheng had arrived. Curious, Lord Lu had someone open it. Upon opening the box, it scared Lord Lu out of his wits. Then, a hurried voice reported outside to Lord Lu, "It's terrible news. All the gold coins at Snow White Villa have been robbed." Instantly, Lord Lu's body was struck as if by lightning, his face turning deathly pale. "How many years did it take for me to save those gold coins?" And then, a trusted guard handed him a note, with a few words written on it. The robber of the gold coins was not Shenlang. Lord Lu's body started to convulse. In the next moment, he cursed at Shenlang loudly. Then his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from anger, collapsing to the ground. On the other side, side. Shenlang, with a bright red brush, crossed out Tian Heng's name and said with a smirk, "One less enemy. That's really nice. And I didn't even have to use a fraction of my strength. Life is as lonely as snow." Jean Mulan was speechless at the sight. Then Shenlang added Lord Lu's name to the list. After all, who made him oppose Shenlang? Jean Mulan didn't want to deal with it anymore. She turned around and left, letting Shenlang amuse himself. However, Shenlang started to act up again, shouting at Jean Mulan, "I'm going to jump. Catch me quickly." Saying this, Shenlang jumped down from the ladder, clearly intending to jump into Jean Mulan's arms. Jean Mulan glanced and understood Shenlang's intention, then stretched out a hand and easily steadied Shenlang. Shenlang was dumbfounded, as the scene he imagined of being held in Jean Mulan's arms didn't happen. Afterward, for the safety of his parents, Shenlang wanted to persuade them to move house, to live near the Count's mansion, but his parents, who usually listened to Shenlang, refused. Fortunately, Shenlang had Jean Mulan's help. Under Jean Mulan's sincere words, Shenlang's mother couldn't resist Jean Mulan's gentle persuasion and was confusedly convinced to move. Shenlang's affection for Jean Mulan was growing stronger. After Shenlang burned the clothes following his cross-dressing in Jean Mulan's outfit, Jean Mulan eventually noticed the missing clothes. So, Jean Mulan asked Shenlang, "Have you seen my clothes?" An alarm went off in Shenlang's mind, feeling that a wrong answer could mean life-threatening danger. Now he had two options. One was to say he hadn't seen them, and the other was to admit he had taken the clothes. But how could he, as a good man, lie about such a small matter? So, Shenlang honestly confessed to Jean Mulan, "I took the clothes away." Jean Mulan was actually very calm, as she had already known it was Shenlang who took them. Now, she was satisfied with Shenlang's honesty. Jean Mulan didn't ask Shenlang what he did with the clothes, but instead asked him to return them. "I still need to wear that outfit to pick mulberry leaves." The alarm in Shenlang's mind went off again. Now he had two answers. One was that he burned it, and the other was that he wore it. But regardless of the answer, both would seem quite problematic, likely to be seen as sick or perverted. Shenlang didn't want to be seen as a pervert, so he chose the burning option. "My dear, I'm sorry. One night I was so restless, and all I could think about was you, so I couldn't help but take your dress to do something unspeakable. Afterwards, I regretted and worried so much that I burned your dress with fire." Jean Mulan, the deed is done, and whether you want to kill or slash me, it's up to you. If I frown, I don't deserve to be your husband. Come on, Jean Mulan, use whatever means you have to torment me. Just go ahead. Jean Mulan was speechless, doing such a thing and still so righteous. However, she still reminded Shenlang, "Don't destroy clothes in the future. Just wash them. The Count's mansion hates waste the most." In the end, Jean Mulan left a bottle of medicine for Shenlang, reminding him to moderate his actions and not ruin his health. Shenlang was split when he saw the name of the medicine, greatly misunderstanding him in Jean Mulan's eyes. Following Shenlang's defeat of Tian Heng, the Count's mansion enjoyed a brief period of peace, and several interesting incidents occurred. One was Jean Mulan's mulberry leaf picking work, outperforming 100 people, picking several thousand pounds by herself. And Shenlang, he was grounded by his father-in-law, who was truly afraid of Shenlang's troublemaking capabilities. Seeing Shenlang wanted to say more, Father Jean took out a whip, and Shenlang didn't dare to act up again, quickly running away. With nothing to do, he lay outside watching the sunset, thinking of Big Fool, whose injuries had fully healed, but he just couldn't wake up, leaving Shenlang at a loss for what to do. Now truly bored, Binger came over. "There's an invitation for you and the miss." Shenlang took it and saw it was Su Chanchan's engagement party. Without a word, Shenlang returned to his room, looking at the wall filled with names of enemies. "I've been too lax these days, forgetting my deep-seated hatred." Shenlang felt imbalanced in his heart when he thought about how hastily he and Jean Mulan got married while Su Chanchan was holding a grand engagement party. He wanted revenge. He considered what Su Chanchan valued most. Firstly, her family's silk business, and secondly, her reputation, which her father had spent a great deal to cultivate her into a socialite. Shenlang's target was set to ruin Su Chanchan's reputation first. At this moment, Jean Mutsung sneakily approached Shenlang, handing him a Spring Palace painting album he had just acquired. Seeing this, Shenlang's eyes lit up, immediately coming up with a plan against Su Chanchan. However, Jean Mutsung got scared by Shenlang's look. Before he could ask anything, Shenlang stepped forward to inquire Jean Mutsung, "Do you have any beautiful girls who like you?" Upon hearing this, Jean Mutsung cried, "Where would I get beautiful girls who like me?" Just as Jean Mutsung, heart stung by Shenlang, was about to leave, he heard Shenlang say, "Want to know why no beautiful girls like you? First, because you're not handsome." These words stabbed Jean Mutsung with countless knives. Shenlang suggested he had a way to make beautiful girls like him, and this method is through talent, which can be borrowed. Jean Mutsung earnestly asked Shenlang, "Really?" Shenlang affirmed, "As long as we collaborate on writing a book and make it popular across the country, being one of the authors, what do you think will happen?" Jean Mutsung's eyes suddenly sparkled. "Then I'll become famous, a celebrated genius known all over, and definitely have countless fans falling for me." Faced with Jean Mutsung's eagerness, Shenlang began teaching Jean Mutsung how to write the book. There was once a wealthy merchant who dealt in silk fabrics. People called him Merchant Shiman. He had a daughter named named Shiman Chanchan. This merchant Shiman was despicable, shameless, and debauched, harassing countless virtuous women, and as the saying goes, like father, like daughter. The daughter was infamous for her scandalous behaviors and so on, smearing Su Chanchan with fabricated tales. Jin Mutsung was not foolish. He had realized that Shenlang was using him to smear Su Chanchan, but for the sake of beautiful girls, Jin Mutsung didn't mind. Soon after, Jin Mutsung exhaled deeply. Thanks to his habit of copying books, he had transcribed everything Shenlang said verbatim. Shenlang was very satisfied with his speed, but that was not enough. Shenlang personally took up the task of drawing illustrations, which were quite provocative. For the men of that era, it was an overwhelming assault. Jin Mutsung only took one look and had a nosebleed. Faced with Jin Mutsung's praise, Shenlang was extremely pleased with himself. However, Jin Mutsung became more and more uneasy, noting that the female protagonist resembled Su Chanchan too closely. Shenlang explained this. Coincidence, all coincidence. Next, the two collaborated closely, Shenlang drawing and Jin Mutsung writing. With only 25 days left until Su Chanchan's engagement ceremony, they completed the writing and illustrations, naming the novel Boundless Romantic Affairs. The pen name was decided as Rogue Scholar with a wry smile. Jin Mutsung was quite satisfied with this name and promised to arrange for printing immediately. However, at this moment, Jin Mutsung was somewhat shy, rubbing his hands and asking Shenlang, "So, we're taking the manuscript for typesetting and printing tomorrow, right?" Shenlang, puzzled, asked, "What do you want to do?" Jin Mutsung said, "This book is so good, can I borrow it to read tonight?" Shenlang took out the illustrations and handed the manuscript to Jin Mutsung. "Don't get it dirty. I'm thinking of you. Staying up late to read intensely shouldn't harm your health." As the self-proclaimed fat otaku hastily fled, Shenlang watched Jin Mutsung leave with a smirk. Su Chanchan, just you wait. While Shenlang was eagerly anticipating, an urgent knocking sounded outside. Jin Mutsung, with a head full of bumps, rushed in, yelling for Shenlang to run. "My dad's coming to kill us." It turned out Jin Mutsung was so engrossed in the book, he didn't notice his father, Father Jin, coming in. So naturally, Father Jin saw the manuscript. Then enraged Father Jin, Shenlang panicked. He questioned Jin Mutsung, "You didn't get so absorbed in something while reading the manuscript that you failed to notice your dad coming in, did you?" Guessed correctly. Jin Mutsung, mortified, covered his face with his left hand, then ran off without another word. Shenlang was dumbfounded, unable to imagine just how awkward the scene must have been. Now, how was he to deal with his murderous father-in-law? However, an hour passed, and Father Jin hadn't shown up. Unable to wait, Shenlang fell asleep. Suddenly, Shenlang opened his eyes to see his father-in-law very close, staring at him with deep eyes. Shenlang immediately sat up obediently. Father Jin placed the manuscript on the table and asked Shenlang, "Did you write this?" Shenlang nodded in affirmation. Father Jin then took out a ruler. "Stretch out your hand." The next second, 3 distinct slaps resonated across Shenlang's palm, causing him a bit of pain, but Shenlang didn't dare act rashly, waiting for the real storm to arrive. However, after a while, Shenlang was puzzled, as nothing happened. Instead, he heard his father-in-law praising him. "The book, it's well written." "No, it's written exceptionally well," Father Jin emphasized again, which completely confused Shenlang. Although Shenlang had included his own agenda, the original content of the book in his previous life was a masterpiece. After Father Jin read it, he couldn't stop, and even shared it with Mother Jin, which inadvertently led to them becoming thoroughly engrossed. Thus, Father Jin's dark circles and fatigue were explained. Actually, Father Jin wasn't a rigid person. He believed the so-called erotic scenes were merely literary tools. What bothered Father Jin was Shenlang's personal vendetta, wondering why he had to involve the Su family's scandal in an otherwise fine work, suggesting Shenlang to revise it. Of course, Shenlang refused. How could immortalizing his work compare to getting revenge on Su Chanchan? Father Jin felt the urge to hit someone again, but he still had to ask, why involve Jin Mutsung in writing it? Shenlang candidly explained, "I didn't want my revenge on Su Chanchan to be too direct. It would make me seem petty. And there's another purpose. The dispute over the Isle of Gold Mountain." The Count was astonished, disbelievingly looking at Shenlang. He immediately saw the connection and was amazed at Shenlang's near-demonic intelligence, thinking 3 steps ahead. Having such a son-in-law sent by the heavens, perhaps it's really fate. Then Shenlang inquired of his father-in-law, "Will the book be a hit?" Father Jin affirmed with confidence, "It will even shock the literary world." Shenlang instantly cackled, eagerly awaiting Su Chanchan's fall from grace. Father Jin was speechless. The heavens really are unfair, bestowing talent on such a person. He really didn't know what to say. Next, under Father Jin's pressure, Shenlang finally made some changes to the protagonist's name in the book, wondering if readers would still be able to associate it with Su Chanchan. The next day, Shenlang and Jin Mutsung took a carriage to Orchid Mountain City, as it was a cultural hub that had published many famous works. To cause a significant impact, publishing in Orchid Mountain City was the best choice. This city also housed an old noble family, the Orchid Mountain Viscount Ju family, which was the first to surrender military power during new reforms, becoming a favorite of the emperor and naturally causing dissatisfaction among other nobles. After a 2-hour drive, they finally arrived arrived in Orchid Mountain City, a true cultural hub with bookstores and stalls everywhere. Shenlang went to the Jade-like Pavilion, which had chain stores in a dozen cities nearby, to discuss publishing and printing. Upon entering, he was immediately recommended a recently popular book, Mandarin Duck Dreams, by a server. Shenlang laughed upon receiving it, seeing it as melodramatic literature that only this era's young girls might be fooled by. His laughter drew hostile glances. The person questioned Shenlang, "Do you find it amusing?" This person was Zhu Wenhua, the author of Mandarin Duck Dreams, and the second son of the Orchid Mountain Viscount family. Shenlang recognized him. He was essentially the male version of Su Qianqian. Being the second son, he couldn't inherit the title, so he sought his own path, attempting the imperial examinations while building his reputation. At 16, he became a successful candidate in the imperial examinations, and then became an idol to young women by writing the best-selling Mandarin Duck Dreams. Leveraging his fame, he sought to marry into the Zhang family, aiming to become the husband of Zhang Chanhua, the most talented woman of mythical Turtle City. Upon seeing him, Shenlang felt a surge of rivalry. "Looks like I've encountered a fellow professional. And now, your Orchid Mountain Viscount family has become the Emperor's lapdog," clearly targeting the mythical turtle count. Shenlang's dislike for Zhu Wenhua grew, so looking at Zhu Wenhua's book title, he couldn't hide his disdain. "I don't know why, but just seeing this dumbass title makes me want to laugh." Zhu Wenhua, struggling to contain his anger, asked, "Who are you?" Before Shenlang could speak, Jin Mutsong loudly declared their identities. Hearing these two names, Zhu Wenhua's expression changed. He had been worrying about how to curry favor with Miss Zhang Chanhua, and now an opportunity had seemingly presented itself. So, he didn't hesitate to mock Shenlang. "So it's the two disgraces of their noble families. One born noble yet as stupid as a pig, forcing Miss Jean Mulan unable to marry out, only to settle for another vain and uneducated Shenlang as a last resort." Shenlang openly admitted, "Yes, I'm the uneducated pretty boy living off a woman." Then, Shenlang handed his book to the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, take a look at what this pretty boy has written, and give me your opinion." The shopkeeper, smiling broadly, accepted it. He couldn't afford to offend the Count's mansion, intending to deal with it casually, not believing these two dandies could produce anything of value. But the more he read, the more astonished he became, almost unable to believe his eyes. The text's description, the profound analysis of human nature and societal norms, and the sophisticated use of words and references were something even renowned authors couldn't produce. However, the shopkeeper ended up rejecting it, solely because Shenlang had mocked Zhu Wenhua, the author of Mandarin Duck Dreams. In addition to mocking back, called Shenlang's book trash. Zhu Wenhua had pressured the shopkeeper, "If you publish Shenlang's book, I will no longer publish with Jade-like Pavilion." Although the shopkeeper was shocked by the masterpiece Shenlang had written, the fanbase for Mandarin Duck Dreams was too vast, and offending Zhu Wenhua would result in too great a loss. Regretfully, he suggested Shenlang look for other bookstores. This enraged Jin Mutsong, but Shenlang remained indifferent, having a complete plan on how to quickly popularize his boundless romantic affairs. His strategy was to rise to fame by stepping over the current celebrated talents, and more than that, Shenlang aimed to ruin him. However, due to Zhu Wenhua's pressure, all bookstores in Orchid Mountain City refused Shenlang. Yet Shenlang was not worried and took Jin Mutsong to a small bookstore. The bookstore's owner, Deng Xian, eagerly read the book upon learning Shenlang wanted to publish, and his reaction was identical to others, shock followed by acclaim. The writing was too captivating, especially with the illustrations included. Jin Mutsong asked Deng Xian, "Are you willing to publish our book?" Deng Xian readily agreed. Curious, Jin Mutsong asked, "You think it's a masterpiece just by skimming a few sections?" Deng Xian confidently replied, "I've read countless books, but after reading certain sections of this one, it stirred great emotions within me. Naturally, it's a masterpiece. Aren't you afraid of being boycotted by Zhu Wenhua?" "Heh, should someone who sells Spring Palace albums be afraid of a boycott?" At this, Jin Mutsong exclaimed in surprise, "You sell Spring Palace albums?" Shenlang explained, "Don't underestimate Deng Xian for selling Spring Palace albums. His distribution channels are even beyond those of big bookstores like Jade-like Pavilion. Moreover, his business is substantial, capable of distributing to about 20 cities across 4 or 5 counties." Deng Xian also assured them he could sell over 3,000 copies. Shenlang was dissatisfied. "I only have one request, to launch it alongside the next volume of Mandarin Duck Dreams, and then crush it into dust." Deng Xian felt troubled. Due to Zhu Wenhua's fan effect, Mandarin Duck Dreams' first volume sold 4,600 copies, a real bestseller in Orchid Mountain City. "And the Spring Palace albums I sell have maxed out at 2,700 copies. Plus, with your book's high quality, I'm not sure my customers will appreciate it." Shenlang countered Deng Xian's question, "How many copies do you think the next volume of Mandarin Duck Dreams will sell?" 5,000, maybe even 6,000. Shenlang scoffed, "Is that all? My goal is to break all records." Thus, the most critical promotion was taken on by Shenlang himself, urging Deng Xian to print 3,000 copies vigorously. If it didn't sell 3,000 copies, he would pay out of his own pocket, but if sales exceeded 3,000, Deng Xian agreed to give Shenlang a 20% profit share. Next, Shenlang planned to add more chapters and illustrations to his book. The new character would be named Zhu Wenjian, whose background was not much different from Zhu Wenhua's, and Shenlang's illustrations were exceptionally sensational, causing Jin Mutsong to silently mourn Zhu Wenhua for a second. If this book became popular, then Zhu Wenhua's reputation would be utterly ruined. Shenlang asked Deng Xian, "Is this okay? Won't it cause you any trouble?" Deng Xian indicated it was a piece of cake. Shenlang nodded slightly in farewell, recognizing that Deng Xian must have a significant backing to disregard Zhu Wenhua. Later, Shenlang returned home to prepare a massive poster for promotion. Wouldn't this shock the entire Orchid Mountain city? Jin Mutsong accidentally stumbled in and saw it, instantly getting fired up. A few days later, Jin Mutsong had visibly lost weight, while Shenlang finally finished all the posters. The last poster left Jin Mutsong completely deflated, as uncomfortable as if he had a mouthful of excrement. Annoyed, Shenlang grabbed Jin Mutsong's head. "Fatso, can't you talk properly?" At that moment, Jin Mulan walked in. "Husband, what are you and my brother doing?" But the next second, she caught sight of Shenlang's poster, immediately darkening her expression. "So, husband likes these kinds of things." Shenlang hurried to explain. While Shenlang was diligently preparing the posters, Deng Xian utilized all resources and the latest tin printing method, finishing just before the launch. 15 days later, Shenlang and Jin Mutsong's Boundless Romantic Affairs and Zhu Wenhua's next volume of Mandarin Duck Dreams were released on the same day. Almost all the young ladies in the city came out to queue at various bookstores to buy Mandarin Duck Dreams, lavishly praising Zhu Wenhua, which made him extremely proud. Seeing countless women going crazy for him thrilled him. While internally gloating, he disdainfully thought, "Do these commoners even deserve to think of me? They're just there to bolster my fame, mere backdrops to my brilliance. Only someone like Shang Chunhua, with both beauty and noble birth, is worthy of me." Just then, a girl shouted in surprise towards a distance. A bookstore displayed a huge, unprecedentedly colorful poster, visually explosive for this world's men. Even Zhu Wenhua was stunned, wondering since when did someone selling Spring Palace albums put on such a grand display. The bookstore clerk loudly promoted the true masterpiece written by nobility, Boundless Romantic Affairs. "Come take a look. No charge if you don't find it interesting." Scholars and merchants alike picked up the book to browse, not intending to buy at first. They soon found themselves purchasing copies. The enticing illustrations were unlike anything they had seen before, so Shenlang's book completely sold out, eclipsing Zhu Wenhua's fame. That night, in a tavern, Deng Xian's excited voice could be heard because Shenlang's book sold 3,000 copies in one day, a situation beyond his wildest dreams. He couldn't even estimate the final sales anymore. While Shenlang's book was selling like hotcakes, an oblivious Zhu Wenhua was celebrating his own book's success. The next moment, he was dumbfounded upon learning from the jade-like pavilion shopkeeper that his Mandarin Duck Dreams sold only over 500 copies, while Shenlang's Boundless Romantic Affairs sold over 3,000. Unwilling to accept this, Zhu Wenhua demanded to see Shenlang's book. The shopkeeper reminded him, "Read this book with an open mind." Zhu Wenhua didn't listen, still reading with a disdainful mindset, but as he went through the pages, his attitude no longer remained the same. After reading for 2 hours, Zhu Wenhua was completely captivated by Shenlang's book. However, upon realizing this and facing others' gazes, Zhu Wenhua threw the book to the ground and cursed against his will. Trash. He would never admit that Shenlang's writing was better than his. Yet, the illustrations in the book drew everyone's attention because the character drawn resembled him too closely. Zhu Wenhua's face changed completely. He hurriedly looked through the book's content and illustrations. "This is bad. This Zhu Wenshan character is clearly referencing me, and it even says I like men." This instantly enraged Zhu Wenhua, who tore Shenlang's book into pieces. "Shenlang wants to ruin me." Unwilling to accept this, Zhu Wenhua immediately gathered his friends and acquaintances to seek justice from the city lord's mansion. The shopkeeper, realizing what was happening, understood they aimed to pressure the city lord into banning Shenlang's book. Meanwhile, inside the Orchid Mountain city lord's mansion, the city lord was reading Shenlang's book, continuously praising, "Such a good book," glancing at Mandarin Duck Dreams beside him. "That's truly garbage." As he became more engrossed, a knocking sounded from outside. His subordinate rushed in to report that hundreds of scholars were besieging the city lord's mansion. The city lord frowned deeply. What officials fear most is mass incidents. Especially troublesome are scholars protesting. Hearing that Zhu Wenhua was leading the protest, the city lord darkly allowed him in. After greeting the city lord, Zhu Wenhua got straight to the point. "Please, lordly, ban this book, arrest those who printed it, burn all copies, and seize the printing workshop. This book is vulgar and offensive, a disgrace to the teachings of the sages, poisoning the public mind, and corrupting social morals." The Orchid Mountain city lord was not swayed. "Oh, it seems to me just a regular storytelling book. Where does it deny the teachings of the sages? Why should it be banned?" Zhu Wenhua, grinding his teeth in anger, could only say, "Not only is the book vulgar and indecent, but it also alludes to me personally, completely tarnishing and trampling on my reputation. Does this not violate the law?" The city lord responded, "There are many with the same name. How could it possibly be referring to you? Scholar Zhu, I advise you to be more open-minded and not to be jealous or resentful of others' talents, seeking to ban their work simply because because it surpasses yours. Fuming, Zhu Wenhua stormed off. If the city lord does not care, then I will seek justice on my own. Seeing his subordinate worried about Zhu Wenhua escalating the situation, the city lord said, no need to worry. If Shenlang can produce such a divine work, let's see how he handles a bit of turbulence. Meanwhile, Zhu Wenhua spent 30 gold coins to gather 200 scholars to surround Deng Xian's bookstore. Claiming boundless romantic affairs poisoned readers' minds, they demanded Deng Xian hand over all copies for destruction in their presence. Deng Xian, despising their actions internally, said, shameless, at least a third of the 3,000 copies sold today were bought by scholars like you. But not wanting to offend the scholars, he could only claim, the books have already been sold out. They didn't believe him. The lead henchman, Wang Shiming, called out, let's smash the bookstore and burn all copies of Shenlang's book. Deng Xian panicked, don't, you'll bring disaster upon yourselves. Zhu Wenhua, hiding among the crowd and hearing Deng Xian's words, scoffed, this isn't mythical Turtle City. Shenlang's book must be burned today. They quickly found bundles of boundless romantic affairs wrapped in oil paper. After tearing the wrapping and confirming the contents, they moved bundles of books outside. Zhu Wenhua nodded in satisfaction, although he had to pay Wang Shiming 2 silver coins for every 100 books burned. The next moment, Wang Shiming threw a torch into the pile of books, igniting a fierce fire. Zhu Wenhua watched with immense satisfaction. So what if Shenlang's book sold well? It's still reduced to ashes by me. With just a little trick, I, Zhu Wenhua, control the clouds and the rain. Deng Xian and a few helpers desperately tried to douse the flames. You can't burn these, but they were kicked aside by Zhu Wenhua's lackeys. Do you dare to stop us from burning poison? Do you want to be the sinners of Orchid Mountain City? Deng Xian rushed forward again, shouting, it's not poison. It's the new policy edict issued by the emperor. You call it poison and even burned it all. This is a crime of deceiving the emperor. At this revelation, everyone was stunned. Wang Shiming, sweating profusely, cursed Deng Xian. Don't spout nonsense. When they didn't believe him, Deng Xian grabbed a book that was still readable, showing the cover with the new policy edict written on it. This completely broke Zhu Wenhua, and Wang Shiming sat on the ground in fright. Deng Xian cried out loudly, Your Majesty, someone is deceiving you. Come quickly, someone is rebelling. A deathly silence filled the air, leaving the 100 or so scholars present utterly dumbfounded. Wang Shiming tried to struggle, since they had just confirmed the books were boundless romantic affairs. But Deng Xian showed that not a single one was boundless romantic affairs. All were the new policy edict. Shenlang, having arrived unnoticed, said from behind them, burning the emperor's the new policy edict. Is this harboring discontent and plotting rebellion? Wang Shiming trembled, and Shenlang continued loudly, publicly opposing the emperor's new policies is a grave crime. You shall be stripped of all ranks and titles, receive 30 strokes of the cane, and be exiled to Southern Heaven Island. Upon hearing this, the many scholars causing trouble were nearly scared out of their wits. What they cared about most was their reputation and titles. Receiving 30 strokes of the cane was something their tender skins couldn't bear, and the thought of being exiled to Southern Heaven Island was even more terrifying. That desolate place, isolated from civilized society, was filled with miasma and wild beasts. Seeing them deflate, Shenlang smiled to himself. Some things are invisible until they're exposed by fire. This is a technique beyond your comprehension. Wang Shiming, furious and embarrassed, lashed out at Shenlang, but a stick hit his hand hard, eliciting a scream like that of a slaughtered pig. But it wasn't over yet. Shenlang stated, exile is the official punishment for you. I have other punishments personally. No one has ever crossed me and gotten away with it. Knowing he was outmatched, Zhu Wenhua attempted to leave, but Shenlang wouldn't let him go. To the scholars incited by Zhu Wenhua, he said, point out who urged you to oppose the new policies, and you may redeem yourselves. All eyes turned to Zhu Wenhua, leaving him nowhere to hide, fully aware Shenlang was out for his downfall. At that moment, the Lord of Orchid Mountain City arrived. What's causing this commotion? But in fact, he had arrived earlier and was internally astounded by Shenlang's maneuvering. Shenlang immediately pinned the blame for burning the new policy edict entirely on Zhu Wenhua. This caused Zhu Wenhua's face to darken with rage. Shenlang, you're slandering me. Shenlang turned to question the scholars. Tell us, was it Zhu Wenhua who summoned you here? Upon hearing this, the scholars, recalling what Shenlang had previously stated, began to betray and accuse Zhu Wenhua en masse. Even Zhu Wenhua's lackeys claimed that he had been dissatisfied with the new policy edict, which is why he came to burn the books. As Zhu Wenhua furiously cursed his lackeys, Shenlang told the city lord, with both testimonial and physical evidence present, a verdict can be reached. The Orchid Mountain City lord was stunned. I wanted to see what Shenlang was made of, sure, but I didn't expect him to be this formidable, cutting off a man's future with a single move. Feeling somewhat helpless, he first complimented Shenlang's writing, then asked if they could speak privately. Following Shenlang's agreement, he was invited to the city lord's residence. The city lord was straightforward. I know you want to drag the Zhu family down, but they were the first nobles to surrender their fiefs and military power, commended by the emperor as a model for nobility. If we make a fuss about Zhu Wenhua opposing the new policies, it's like slapping the emperor's face. So, it's impossible to truly punish him. For this reason, the Orchid Mountain City lord personally bowed in apology to Shenlang. Shenlang Lang helped the city lord up. Of course, I understand. You just need to watch the show from the sidelines. Anyone who could become a city lord was intelligent. He blurted out, starting with a high asking price to settle for a lower payment. Lang displayed an impeccable, handsome smile, offering no response. Meanwhile, Zhu Wenhua had calmed down, regaining his arrogant demeanor, convinced he wouldn't bear any blame. Lang, observing Zhu Wenhua, felt no desire to respond, ordering a lounge chair to be brought out to wait for Zhu Wenhua's father. Zhu Wenhua scoffed in disdain. The thought of my father coming here is laughable. However, before he could finish, the announcement Orchid Mountain Viscount has arrived hit him like a slap. The Orchid Mountain Viscount didn't even glance at his son, but bowed to the city lord, then turned to Lang with a warm smile. Lang, my nephew, I was in such a rush at the time of your grand wedding, I couldn't attend. As neighbors for 100 years, that was truly rude of me. He gave Lang full respect, but Lang retorted, Orchid Mountain Viscount, I'm not familiar with you. Silence fell. Both father and son showed anger. Zhu Wenhua angrily shouted at Lang, do you know who you're speaking to? Ignoring Zhu Wenhua, Lang held up 2 fingers. I have 2 conditions. First, you must slap Zhu Wenhua hard enough to swell his face like a pig's. Second, all copies of Zhu Wenhua's Mandarin Duck Dreams will be burned by me. He likes burning books, right? Let him have a taste of his own medicine. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wenhua exploded in anger. Had his father not restrained him, he might have charged at Lang directly. The Orchid Mountain Viscount countered Lang. On what grounds? Lang chuckled. The Orchid Mountain Viscount has lost his fief in military power, so you must pursue a career in the bureaucracy. Both your sons need to hold office, relying on their reputations, and unfortunately, what I excel at is writing bestsellers. It would be a shame if I inadvertently included some stories about the Viscount's family. This was a clear threat, yet the Orchid Mountain Viscount seemed unconcerned. False accusations remain false. My son Zhu Wenhua's marriage alliance with the Zhang Chong family does not care about reputation. Lang countered. Zhang Chong may not care, but what about the general pacifying the West? His eldest son is aiming for a military career. What if in my next book, I write about both your families in a selection of tales? Public opinion is powerful, hard to counter. At this, the Orchid Mountain Viscount's complexion changed instantly, the mere thought making him tremble with anger. If it comes to it, I'll take the matter to the governor's office, even to the emperor himself. Zhu Wenhua did indeed burn the new policy edict. Though they may not punish you severely, a light reprimand is inevitable. It might even ruin the bureaucratic careers of your sons. After finishing, seeing no response from them, Lang prepared to leave. I'm off then. I'll go back to writing and drafting my complaint. Within 3 seconds, the Orchid Mountain Viscount called for Lang to wait. Seeing Lang turn around, the Viscount said, I agree. He then turned to his son and, raising his hand high, furiously slapped Zhu Wenhua across the face. The sounds of slaps echoed continuously, much to Lang's satisfaction, until Zhu Wenhua's face was swollen. The Orchid Mountain Viscount then asked Lang, young Master Shen, are you satisfied now? Lang replied, there's still the second condition. Burn all copies of Mandarin Duck Dreams. Immediately, the Orchid Mountain Viscount ordered the collection of Mandarin Duck Dreams. Soon, all copies of Zhu Wenhua's Mandarin Duck Dreams were brought over, totaling over 6,000 printed copies, with 500 sold and the rest present. Lang, holding a torch, said to Zhu Wenhua, your marriage to Miss Zhang Chunhua is basically settled. You don't need these nonsensical writings anymore. You can burn them yourself. Instructing Deng Xian to pour oil to intensify the flames, Deng Xian was thrilled. A large barrel of oil was poured over the 5,000 plus books, and with Lang lighting it, a huge fire blazed. The shopkeeper of Jade-like Pavilion watched, heartbroken, not to mention the loss. If only we had published Boundless Romantic Affairs. Think of the profit. Zhu Wenhua trembled, losing countless readers, his status as a youth leader in Orchid Mountain City, and his dignity. Everyone would remember him as the pitiful figure trampled by Lang. Lang then leisurely went home. After Lang effortlessly manipulated a Viscount, his actions were reflected in his book sales, boosted by the heat and controversy, selling even more explosively. This frenzy swept the surrounding areas and finally reached Lang's stronghold, mythical Turtle City. In just 2 hours, 3,000 copies were sold out. Meanwhile, at the Su family, Su Chanqian was preparing for her engagement ceremony, discussing how to help their future in-laws, the Zhang Chong family, take down the mythical Turtle Count and Jin Hai Count. Securing these 2 counts' mansions would propel Zhang Chong to soaring heights, potentially becoming the governor of Glamorous Province. With Yu Kingdom divided into 3 provinces and a special administrative region, Glamorous Province, though smaller, holds significant prestige, ranked just below a full province. The Su family would also benefit from this rise. As for Lang, what's he but a minor character? As the butler hurriedly entered, reporting the success of Lang's book sales to the Su family head, the Su family head dismissed it. What does it matter to us if his book sells well? The butler presented a copy of Boundless Romantic Affairs, saying, Master, Miss, you should see it for yourselves. Upon seeing the cover, the Su family head was momentarily stunned, admiring Lang's artistry, but as he delved into the content and saw the illustrations, recognition dawned on him. Curious, Su Chanqian approached and, upon seeing the decent illustrations and character likenesses. Tears sprang to her eyes, recognizing the characters as herself. She felt a chill. Such a malicious Shenlang. To become recognized as a great beauty and talent. I've spent 8 years cultivating my image, spending countless sums. Shenlang wants to destroy it all. Just then, they heard a commotion outside. As Shenlang's book circulated, it became clear to the public that the character was Su Qianqian. After seeing her beautiful face, many men cheered. It's her. That face. Shimen Xianxian is Su Qianqian. Even clothed, I'd recognize her. The disrespectful looks and harsh words overwhelmed Su Qianqian, causing her to faint. Hearing the relentless crowd below, the distress worsened her condition, leading to her vomiting blood upon regaining consciousness. She picked up boundless romantic affairs to meticulously search for flaws to prove her innocence. But after reading, she felt powerless. The book's depiction of Viscount Zhu Wenhua, who always attended their literary meetings, was undeniable. The key issue wasn't Zhu Wenhua, it was that the book was written too well, destined to be a hit. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Zhang Ji rushed in, his face twisted in rage. Approaching Su Qianqian, he slapped her hard across the face, leaving her dazed. Zhang Ji yelled at her, "Why didn't you kill Shenlang when you had the chance?" Su Qianqian regained her composure, her demeanor becoming exceptionally calm and detached as she countered Zhang Ji. "When your fiancé is harmed, is all you can do to vent your anger on her, incapable of anything else?" Her words enraged Zhang Ji, his eyes turning bloodshot before he punched a hole in the wall next to him, regretting not having killed Shenlang when he had the chance. Su Qianqian gently patted Zhang Ji, signaling him to cool down and think of other solutions. Zhang Ji, no longer raging, left saying, "I will speak to my father." Meanwhile, at the prefect's mansion, Zhang Ji's father, Zhang Chong, was reading Shenlang's book. After finishing, he couldn't help but praise Shenlang's writing. Just as Zhang Ji was about to speak, Zhang Chong asked his son, "Do you want me to ban Shenlang's book? Haven't you heard that banned books only become more popular? To utterly destroy this book, Shenlang must die, and to achieve that, the mythical turtle count's mansion must be eradicated." Zhang Ji panicked. Should we just allow Shenlang to tarnish Su Qianqian's reputation? Won't our Zhang family become a laughingstock? However, Zhang Chong was indifferent. "I am merely a tool in the emperor's hands. Reputation means nothing to me. Think bigger. Our only goal is to eradicate this century-old noble house." Zhang Ji, chastened, indicated he understood. Suddenly, Zhang Chong asked his son, "Did you hit Su Qianqian?" Startled, Zhang Ji hadn't expected his father to guess this. Facing the prospect of punishment, Zhang Chong simply instructed him to behave better and not to be looked down upon again. Leaving, Zhang Ji was acutely aware of his shortcomings. To see his father become the governor of Glamorous Province, they were short of 100,000 gold coins to silence their detractors. The alliance with the Su family was essential. Now, he had to put aside the matter with Shenlang and focus on eliminating the mythical turtle count's mansion. Meanwhile, in the mythical turtle count's mansion, Shenlang added 2 new names to his list of enemies on the wall, mockingly stating, "I've just dealt with Tianheng, and now there are 2 more enemies. When will this cycle of vengeance end?" Jean Mulan, with a charming smile, said, "My husband's enemies are my enemies." This deepened Shenlang's affection for Jean Mulan. However, tonight is Su Qianqian's engagement banquet. I'm ready to stir things up. Whoever jumps out then will meet their end. The spirited Shenlang was then informed by Binger that the count was looking for him. Shenlang hurriedly responded without missing a beat. Contrasting Shenlang's brimming confidence, Father Jean was filled with deep concern. At Su Qianqian's engagement banquet, there was someone Father Jean had not expected. The first was Tang Yun, the heir of the Jin High Count's mansion from the north. The second was Nangong Ping, the second young master of the neutral Jinbei Marquis. The third guest was an envoy from the Hidden Origin Society, whom the Count least wanted to see. The Hidden Origin Society is one of the Great Flame Dynasty's major banks, holding astronomical wealth, business across over a dozen countries. For centuries, the Hidden Origin Society has always been closely linked with the old nobility, but now they were also attending Zhang Ji's engagement ceremony, and most critically, the Hidden Origin Society was the Count's mansion's biggest creditor. Father Jean shared everything with Shenlang. Now they were surrounded on all sides, feeling as if the end was near. "Shenlang, don't go to Zhang Jin and Su Qianqian's engagement ceremony," Shenlang reassured Father Jean. "I've known for a while what Zhang Ji and the others are planning." Shenlang analyzed for his father-in-law. The Orchid Mountain Viscount has already surrendered to the new regime. Jin High Count's mansion is also joining hands with the new regime to finish us off. We could have relied on the Jinbei Marquis mansion, but under Zhang Chang's tactics, the stance of the Jinbei Marquis mansion began to lean towards the new regime. Thus, in the entire province of the Southern Journey, only our Count's mansion remains as the largest old nobility, isolated under the monarch's scrutiny. Father Jean stated, "We still have means to fight back." Shenlang disagreed. "Father-in-law, Zhang Chang's move is just a feint. What he wants is for us to invest our strategic resources into the Jinbei Marquis mansion, to exhaust all our efforts to sway the stance of the Jinbei Marquis mansion. So, the Jinbei Marquis mansion is already irrelevant. What the enemy wants us to do, we will not comply. And Zhang Chang's second step is to cut off our mansion's financial sources. After all, the mansion mansion has accumulated a huge debt. Once we can't turn things around, the consequences are imaginable. The next step is the third, and also the final strike, which is to take over the Isle of Gold Mountain and completely eliminate our Count's mansion. Under the shocked gaze of Father Jean and another, Shenlang explained, it won't be long before the monarch orders a permanent resolution of the Isle of Gold Mountain's ownership, and Zhang Chong has already been laying out plans on the Isle of Gold Mountain for years. We completely lose the Isle of Gold Mountain as if it was destined. When we are unable to repay the debt and lose the Isle of Gold Mountain, our creditor can claim the collateral due to our inability to repay the debt. It's also the main source of income for the mansion. With this operation, our mansion's financial resources will be completely cut off. Then we can only retreat, sell off land, and without an army, the Count's mansion will be like meat on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. So, the key to victory or defeat lies in the battle for the Isle of Gold Mountain. Lose and lose everything. Win and ascend to the peak. Father Jean was completely stunned after listening to Shenlang's analysis. All the fog seemed to be instantly cleared away. The old master was also in disbelief. With just this information to analyze the ultimate goal, there is such a smart person in this world. The old master asked Shenlang, is there a way to break the game? After all, the camp we are facing is truly terrifying. Shenlang held up 2 fingers, indicating, I still have 2 points not yet broken through. Once broken through, we can win. Father Jean sighed. Shenlang's talents should be used to assist the king. It's a waste for him to be in our family. Shenlang waved his hand, indicating it was fine. Jean Mulan is my queen, both in and out of bed. She is. He quickly covered his mouth, realizing it was inappropriate to say such things in front of his father-in-law. Shenlang immediately changed the subject. Father-in-law, why did grandfather borrow such a large sum of money back then? Father Jean darkly responded, my father hired an army of 3,000 men. The entire fleet was annihilated. Shenlang was also shocked. Such an army, only small countries could afford. Is it really okay for you, a count, to do this? But at this moment, Father Jean still didn't want Shenlang to attend Su Chanchan's wedding. If you go, you will definitely be surrounded. Shenlang asked, will they beat me? Father Jean shook his head slightly. No. Shenlang immediately showed a defiant face. Then I wish for more people to come, so I can slap their faces one by one. He also reminded his father-in-law, before long, people from the Hidden Origin Society will definitely come to visit. Whatever they say, just ignore it. Father Jean was somewhat incredulous. Do you really think you're a god, able to predict everything? But 2 hours later, people from the Hidden Origin Society really did come to visit. During the conversation, the Hidden Origin Society said they hadn't changed their stance and still supported the old nobility. After listening to Shenlang's advice, Father Jean let these words go in one ear and out the other. Soon, it was evening, and Su Chanchan's wedding was about to take place. The entrance to the engagement banquet was filled with guests. At that moment, all the guests were stunned, simply because Shenlang's appearance was so dashing. From the carriage drifted a pleasant voice, my lord, you've overshadowed the groom today. Shenlang immediately turned around, and a delicate hand was placed on his. Then a dainty foot stepped out, turning everyone's eyes into hearts. The one coming down from the carriage was Jean Mulan. Her slender legs, proud figure, and delicate face attracted everyone's attention. Jean Mulan, arm in arm with Shenlang, slowly walked into the banquet hall, facing the crowd's gaze. Shenlang sensed hostility among them. At that moment, a woman rushed over and stood in front of Shenlang. With a bashful expression, she said, a few days ago, in Orchid Mountain City, you and I were passionately entwined, experiencing ecstasy together, something I'll never forget in my lifetime. Shenlang, you said I was much better in bed than your wife, calling her a dead fish who lies still, while only I could make you feel alive. Upon hearing this, Jean Mulan's beautiful eyes flashed with anger. She could tell at a glance that this person was spouting nonsense. Shenlang was not someone who would stoop so low. Then, the woman took out a longevity lock with the character Lang on it, loudly claiming, this is the love token Shenlang gave me. The crowd instantly buzzed with excitement, and Shenlang naturally recognized it was his longevity lock, which had been lost at the Su's place. Shenlang did not get angry, but called over his subordinate to whisper a few instructions. Facing the woman's increasingly outrageous words and the onlookers' eager gazes, Shenlang said, lady, how much do I owe you for that night? The woman stretched out 5 fingers, indicating she was owed 5 silver coins. Shenlang gave her 10 gold coins instead, which means it was enough for her to entertain 390 clients. The woman joyfully accepted the gold coins, not hearing what Shenlang said afterward. At that moment, the servant Shenlang had instructed returned with dozens of beggars. Shenlang said to the beggars, gentlemen, this woman is all yours now. Immediately, the eyes of the beggars turned red. The woman, terrified and wanting to flee, was stopped by the soldiers of the Count's mansion. Shenlang told her, the payment has been made. In business, it's only fair to clear debts with goods. The woman, looking at the beggars, shivered all over. How can this be? How is this possible? She quickly cried out for help to the Su steward. Steward Su, save me. I slandered young Master Shenlang on your orders. Save me. Steward Su's face changed. Where did this despicable prostitute come from, spouting nonsense? As the dignified steward of the Su household, how could I possibly know someone of your sort? After saying this, Steward Su tried to leave. The woman, terrified, screamed out how Steward Su found her and arranged for her to slander Shenlang. Shenlang looked at the woman, indicating, "So, I didn't sleep with you, right?" The woman immediately nodded, indicating it was all Steward Su's doing. Steward Su panicked, angrily ordered the woman to be driven out, and then he tried to slip away, but Shenlang called him to stop. Steward Su sneered, "You have no evidence it was me." As he turned to leave, still feeling smug, as the son-in-law of the Count's mansion, what can you do? You just have to swallow the loss. However, Shenlang started to act, pretending to be scared and signaling to Jean Mulan, "My lady, there are so many villains here. They want to harm me tonight. I'm so scared. Let's go home." But this made Zhang Ji anxious. If Shenlang left, how could he use his trump card against him and the Count's mansion? So, he quickly stepped forward to stop them, smiling apologetically and asking, "What's wrong? Aren't you attending the engagement ceremony anymore?" Shenlang pointed at Steward Su, indicating, "Someone inside wants to harm me. So bad." With a slight smirk, he added, "If you break Steward Su's legs, I won't leave." Zhang Ji, without hesitation, ordered his men to seize Steward Su. Even pleas from the Su family head were of no use. They were determined to break Steward Su's legs. However, Shenlang suddenly called out, "Wait a minute." Zhang Ji, puzzled, asked Shenlang, "What's the matter?" Shenlang snatched a wooden stick. "I want to do it myself." Saying so, Shenlang raised the stick high and swung it down at Steward Su's legs with all his strength. Unexpectedly, both Steward Su and Shenlang screamed. The crowd was baffled. What on earth is Shenlang screaming for? Shenlang, grimacing, held his back, urging Jean Mulan to come and help him. It turned out Shenlang had exerted himself too much and strained his back. Hearing this on the ground, Steward Su had a slew of curses ready for Shenlang. Jean Mulan stepped forward to gently massage Shenlang's lower back, and soon, his back pain eased as Steward Su was dragged away. In the first round of Shenlang versus Zhang Ji and his party, Shenlang emerged as the complete victor with a knockout. Meanwhile, the engagement banquet continued. Su Qianqian and Zhang Ji were greeting distinguished guests at the entrance. Upon seeing Shenlang and Jean Mulan walk in, Su Qianqian and Jean Mulan started chatting. At this moment, there was no animosity on her face. However, she completely ignored Shenlang beside her. This displeased Shenlang, who asked Jean Mulan, "My lady, did you bring money?" Jean Mulan nodded, indicating she did bring some. Shenlang then took out a bag of gold coins and placed it in Su Qianqian's hand, expressing sincerely and tenderly, "A man can owe any money, but never the overnight fee. This is for the 3 months you spent with me. A night of marriage owes 100 days of grace, so for 3 months as husband and wife, we must have been together 200 times. Shenlang kept talking non-stop, making Zhang Ji and Su Qianqian's faces grow darker and angrier. Finally, Su Qianqian forced herself to calm down, smiled, and invited Shenlang and his party inside, then went to greet other guests. However, in the seating arrangement, Jean Mulan and her party were ranked 9th, which was completely inconsistent with the status of the mythical turtle Count's mansion. It was an open suppression of them. Shenlang felt he could no longer tolerate it, not wanting Jean Mulan to be humiliated. Just then, a shout rang out, "The heir of Jean Hai Count's mansion has arrived. The envoy from the governor's office is here." The man in armor was the governor's office envoy Zhu Wubian, also the son of the general who pacifies the south. The handsome man in front of Su Qianqian was the heir of Jean Hai Count's mansion, Tang Yun, also a scholar in both civil and military studies. Upon seeing him, Shenlang immediately asked Jean Mulan, "My lady, who is more handsome, me or him?" Jean Mulan told Shenlang, "You are more handsome." Shenlang immediately beamed with happiness, confident in Jean Mulan's taste, Tang Yun's noble identity. 1/3 of those present came forward to pay their respects. Another 2/3 didn't approach not because they didn't want to, but because they weren't qualified, like the lord of mythical Turtle City, Lu Wuyan. Then, a man dressed in green-edged black clothes came forward to greet him. He was also a significant figure, this year's second-ranked graduate and the newly appointed silver clothing inspector, who could inspect hundreds of officials, with power so great it was astonishing, and also the real top scholar of mythical Turtle City. Shenlang had grown up hearing his name. The last to make their entrance were the second young master of the Xinbei Marquis Mansion, Nandong Ping, and the representative of the Hidden Origin Society. Thus, all the forces had arrived, perhaps all targeting the mythical Turtle Count. As the guests took their seats, the engagement banquet officially began. Jean Mulan, lowering her voice, asked Shenlang, "Will there be a second wave of attacks against us?" Shenlang wrote a name on the table, urging Jean Mulan to come and look. On the table was written the name Wang Lian. Jean Mulan was somewhat shocked. "The second person to attack us is cousin Wang Lian." Just as Jean Mulan finished speaking, a figure burst in. Jean Mulan opened her mouth in surprise. Shenlang had actually guessed right. Zhang Ji then stood up. "Wang Lian, brother, you're late. You'll have to drink 3 penalty cups later." Wang Lian, as if he heard nothing, rushed directly in front of Jean Mulan. With a voice full of obsession and fervor, he roared, "Jean Mulan, have you forgotten the mid-autumn night 2 years ago under the osmanthus tree, where we pledged ourselves to each other for life? Forgotten the promises made under the moon and flowers, to be husband and wife through all lifetimes? For you, I did not participate in the imperial examinations, giving up a great few future. Why betray me to marry Shenlang, this worthless man? These words stunned Jean Mulan, followed by a surge of raging anger. As Jean Mulan was about to stand up and retort, Shenlang stopped her. My lady, I will prove your innocence within an hour, and then make Wang Lian wish he were dead. Wang Lian's words also stirred up much discussion among those present. Shenlang, however, took out pen and paper and began to write. Jean Mulan, curious, asked Shenlang, husband, why are you writing down their names? Shenlang responded with a sinister tone. To record the names of those who dare to tarnish your reputation, making them wish they were never born, to regret living in this world. As for Wang Lian, he was taken away by Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji cast a smug glance at Shenlang. Shenlang, you may have no shame, but we've splashed the mud on your wife. What will you do about that? Shenlang continued writing names, and when he got to Li Wenjing, Jean Mulan turned her gaze to him. This person was the silver clothing inspector. She asked Shenlang, is the third wave of attack going to be carried out by this man? Shenlang nodded slightly. At that time, he will deliver the fatal blow to me. Jean Mulan became anxious upon hearing this, asking Shenlang, do you have a way to deal with this? Shenlang asked Jean Mulan in return, do you remember the 3 visitors last month? Upon hearing this, Jean Mulan recalled, but weren't those 3 here to see doctor and for treatment? Shenlang laughed slyly. That's the crucial point. Jean Mulan trusted Shenlang completely. If they dare to make a move, I'll kill them all. The banquet then began, with Zhang Ji delivering a speech of gratitude, followed by toasting. After a while, someone suddenly stood up and loudly asked, have you heard about a remarkable book published recently? Shenlang perked up, listening as these scholars first brought up his book, then praised it lavishly. They mentioned a line from it, good is rewarded with good, and evil with evil. The net of heaven is vast, but lets nothing through, describing it as a classic. Then they revealed that Shenlang was the author. This immediately led to people praising Shenlang, who found their acting skills rather cringeworthy. However, at that moment, Wang Lian slammed his hand on the table. You shameless thief, not only did you steal my woman, but you also stole my poetry. This was Zhang Ji's second attack on Shenlang that evening. The accusation shocked everyone present. Some didn't believe it, while others thought Shenlang was a disgrace to scholars. An elderly man stood up. He was Shenlang's childhood teacher, who couldn't believe Shenlang would plagiarize. He asked Wang Lian for evidence. Wang Lian rummaged through his sleeve. Of course, I have evidence. He produced an exam paper from 8 years ago, which contained his poetry. Though the county examination was not of the highest level, it was still an official imperial examination. The paper was passed to Tang Yun, Li Wenjing, and others for inspection. They found the verse attributed to Shenlang on the exam paper, and the handwriting couldn't be faked. It seemed to be a case of plagiarism, prompting them to denounce Shenlang as a disgrace to scholars. The elderly teacher still didn't believe it. Shenlang and you, Wang Lian, have never had any interaction. Wang Lian explained, Shenlang was injured before, and I taught him while he was reviewing his lessons. That's when he stole it. The elderly man became tremulously angry and accused Shenlang. Outrageous. Is this true? Shenlang ignored him completely. The acting is still as terrible as ever. Let me see Wang Lian's exam paper. The city lord, Lu, immediately refused. How can someone with no academic merit touch the imperial examination papers? He gestured for Shenlang to stand there and look. Shenlang sneered. Do you think I can't see it from that far? Shenlang activated his perceptive vision and intelligent brain, verifying the exam paper was authentic, and every character on it was real. But without a doubt, Wang Lian had never written this poem. Shenlang quickly understood. Firstly, these 16 characters are very common. Wang Lian took these 16 characters he had written before, cut them out and arranged them into this poem, then found the most skilled calligrapher and framer to affix these characters onto this exam paper. The most impressive part is that only by doing so can it be filled with the marks of time. Wang Lian pointed at Shenlang, demanding, now with irrefutable evidence, what do you have to say? The elderly teacher also looked utterly disappointed, cursing Shenlang as a beast. Shenlang looked at them calmly. It's not easy, at such an old age, still coming out to frame and entrap. At this moment, a woman, not believing Shenlang would plagiarize, wanted Shenlang to produce superior poetry to prove himself. The scholars present also echoed this sentiment. Li Wenjing then proposed, with so many scholars here, I'll set a topic. If your poem surpasses theirs, it can also prove you're not entirely a plagiarist. At this moment, Su Chanqian was inwardly very pleased. The stage is filled with Shenlang's enemies. Asking Shenlang to compose a poem is merely mocking the clown. No matter what he does, he's set to lose. Shenlang put down his teacup and with a disdainful smile, said, why should I compose a poem? What right do you have? What makes you think you can compare your poetic talent with mine? Instantly, the scholars became angry. You, Shenlang, without even a title to your name, dare to compare qualifications with us. Shenlang countered, among you, is there anyone who has attained the rank of an imperial scholar? Not waiting for their response, he continued, even if someone here has succeeded, what of it? To become a city lord, to eventually reach the position of a prefect, would be your family's ancestral graves exploding with luck. Moreover, even if at the age of 50 or so, one of you becomes a county magistrate, what then? What luxury and honor would you enjoy? What level of wife could you marry? What kind of mansion could you live in? How many servants would you have? Could any of you compare to me? I, Shenlang, live in an estate spanning 10,000 1,000 miles, with a mansion of 1,000 miles, surrounded by dozens of servants and maids, not to mention my current wealth. My wife is the daughter of a count, the #1 beauty in the entire New River County, with unparalleled physique and martial skills. The end point of your lifelong struggle is merely my starting point. What you dream of obtaining is but a trifle to me. What right do you have to compare with me? Those of you who came to this banquet came only to play the role of dogs. Yet, this evening's banquet is practically held in my honor. With these words, the scholars were moved to tears. Despite their immense anger, they couldn't refute Shenlang's facts. Can't argue with that. So jealous of him. Then Shenlang pointed at Su Qianqian, wanting me to compose a better poem to prove myself. Are you mocking me? The need to prove the silk before was because I was but a commoner, whom the Su family could crush at any moment, necessitating me to prove my innocence with all my might. And now, to write your damn poem. Wang Lian, unable to contain his anger at Shenlang's words, which should have been his triumph, was about to drink his wine when Jean Mulan, with a focused gaze and without making a sound, flicked the pill into Wang Lian's wine cup, which he then drank down. This action was observed by Shenlang, who realized the pill Jean Mulan flicked was the hallucinogenic potion he had made earlier. The dose Jean Mulan used was enough to ensure a person couldn't lie, and with Wang Lian bolstering his courage with alcohol, the absorption of the potion was expedited by the large amount of alcohol. Thus, Shenlang did not retaliate against Wang Lian's insults, for in his eyes, Wang Lian was already a dead man. Dare to slander my wife. I will show Wang Lian what cruelty is. While Wang Lian was cursing Shenlang, feeling quite satisfied, the next moment, he felt his head becoming foggy, with his surroundings turning bizarre. Wang Lian entered a peculiar state, and Shenlang suddenly asked him, Wang Lian, you're slandering me, framing me, right? Wang Lian laughed loudly. Ha, yes, Shenlang, I'm framing you. Silence fell over the entire room, with everyone momentarily unable to react. Shenlang then asked Wang Lian again, did I plagiarize your poem? Wang Lian, smiling and waving his hand, said, no, I never wrote that poem. To tell you the truth, though the poem is short, just 16 characters, it's too brilliant, not something I could have written. Shenlang grinned. Wang Lian, who asked you to slander and frame me then? Wang Lian pointed towards the city lord, indicating it was his doing. Zhang Ji, sensing something was amiss, signaled his servants to take Wang Lian away. At this moment, Jean Mulan placed her sword on the table, stepped in front of Wang Lian, and with a cold look commanded, let Wang Lian continue speaking. Wang Lian, in his excitement, continued speaking, even revealing his affair with the city lord's concubine, and mocking the city lord's impotence. The city lord, trembling with rage, ordered the guards to remove Wang Lian. Several guards from the count's mansion stepped forward to stop them. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Shenlang then picked up the exam paper, asking Wang Lian, how did my poem end up on this exam paper? Wang Lian, overly proud, explained how he found his own handwriting, then pieced it together and sought a master framer, boasting to Shenlang, isn't it brilliant? Could you have ever imagined? I never thought it would be so convincingly real. Shenlang asked him, why would you do such a thing? Wang Lian, with eyes red with fury, confessed, Jean Mulan was supposed to be mine. Once I became the son-in-law of the count's mansion, all I needed to do was wait for the count to die. Sidelined Jean Mutsong, that fool. Then the entire count's mansion would be mine. That's why I sought revenge. He even blurted out, Shenlang, Zhang Ji has prepared a fatal move against you. You're finished soon. Jean Mulan, after leaving Shenlang, you must marry me. Shenlang smiled slightly, suggesting, this is the truth revealed by alcohol, isn't it? Zhang Ji, naturally unable to let Wang Lian continue, said to Shenlang, who would have thought Wang Lian to be so utterly heartless, resorting to such extremes to get back at you? I will ensure justice for you, the city lord announced. We'll report this to the provincial education commissioner, strip Wang Lian of his titles, and fine him 20 pieces of silver, to be paid to the victim. Shenlang. Zhang Ji asked Shenlang, are you satisfied with this punishment? Shenlang verbally expressed his satisfaction, watching as Wang Lian was taken away. Shenlang wasn't going to let him off so easily. He intended to make Wang Lian's death utterly humiliating. Thus, as Wang Lian was being taken down, he was kidnapped by several men in black. After effortlessly resolving the second wave of attacks against him, Shenlang offered, I can compose a poem. After all, I should give Inspector Li Wenjing some face, but the scholars present are not worthy to compete with me. The scholars were once again spitting blood at Shenlang's words. Ignoring them, Shenlang stood up and signaled to Su Qianqian, this poem is for you, and it will be created in 7 steps, titled Honey. No. As he began to stride forward, he recited with a resonant voice, sun and moon pass by, trickles of crimson flow, now shallow, now deep, once more it rises, once more it sinks, your face bears a half smile, your brows hint at tears, adore me tenderly, boundless romantic affairs. The poem left Su Qianqian almost exploding with rage, and Zhang Ji even crushed the cup in his hand, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Shenlang, wishing he could kill him on the spot. Seeing no reaction from them, Shenlang said, then, let's make it a song instead. He began to sing, Qianqian, you're my old love, like a rose, you're the woman, with your crimson lips, you eternally haunt my midnight dreams. The explicit lyrics enraged Su Qianqian to the point of biting her lip until it bled. Shenlang, not one to avoid escalating the situation, commented, Qianqian, you're Your upper lip is bleeding too. What's wrong? Didn't you like my singing? Should I switch to another song? Seeing Zhang Ji approaching with murderous intent, Shenlang quickly retreated behind Jean Mulan and said to her, "Wife, it seems no one appreciates my lyrics. Let's go home." Jean Mulan nodded. "My lord, I really enjoy your singing. Sing for me at home." At this moment, Li Wenjing spoke up. "Shenlang, you cannot leave." Li Wenjing's intervention confirmed Shenlang's predictions. First, Li Wenjing mocked. "What's most ridiculous? A man facing death unaware, still hopping around like a buffoon." Then he shouted at Shenlang, "Shenlang, your act of treason has been discovered. Guards, see Shenlang, shackle him, and take him to the capital." Upon Li Wenjing's command, several soldiers rushed in, ready to apprehend Shenlang. Shenlang, far from panicking, smiled, sensing the climax was imminent. "This is the trap I've laid, now finally triggered. You, as an inspector, chose to be another's blade. Now, await your end." He challenged Li Wenjing. "When did I ever plot rebellion? Do not falsely accuse me without cause." Li Wenjing had someone bring ink and paper, and he began to write, specifically highlighting Shenlang's poem from Boundless Romantic Affairs. He circled a few characters which, at first glance, seemed innocuous, but when read in reverse, spelled heavenly punishment for noble Lord Jean. Everyone was shocked. A hidden message in the poem, truly a sign of rebellion. Li Wenjing continued to present evidence. The book Shenlang published in Orchid Mountain City used a specific shade of red, while those in Mythical Turtle City did not. It was intentional. The crowd erupted into discussion, practically sealing Shenlang's fate. It turned out noble Lord Jean was originally the crown prince of Southern Ouyang, now a sworn son and son-in-law of the current king of Yu Kingdom. 20 years ago, during a major battle against the Shamo tribes, the king of Southern Ouyang led his elite forces as the vanguard for Yu Kingdom's army but tragically fell in battle. Grieved, the king of Yu adopted the 9-year-old noble Lord Jean as his sworn son. Noble Lord Jin's push for new policies in Yu Kingdom meant Shenlang's hidden poem was akin to courting death. Li Wenjing, pointing at Shenlang, accused furiously, utterly audacious, cursing noble Lord Jean to die. What vile intentions? Guards, see Shenlang immediately. As soldiers surrounded them, Jean Mulan drew her sword to protect Shenlang. Li Wenjing, with a smirk towards Jean Mulan, said, "Miss Jean, distancing yourself from Shenlang might already be too late, but it's better to show some stance than none at all, don't you think? Otherwise, you might implicate the Count's mansion." However, unknown to others, Li Wenjing himself couldn't resist Jean Mulan's allure. As a member of the royal family, he couldn't become a noble's son-in-law, but if he couldn't have her, he wished no one else could either. Jean Mulan coolly responded, "My husband and I are united as one. There's no need for Lord Li to worry." Li Wenjing, enraged, ordered the immediate arrest of Shenlang. Jean Mulan, with a powerful slash, cut through the table in front of her, fiercely challenging, "Who dares to arrest him?" However, Shenlang suddenly asked, "Li Wenjing, are you and noble Lord Jean close?" Confused by Shenlang's question, Li Wenjing boasted anyway, "I've had several days of conversation with noble Lord Jean and gained his appreciation." Shenlang laughed, "Conversing intimately with noble Lord Jean for days. You truly are bold." Li Wenjing, not understanding, retorted, "What intimate conversation? What boldness? What are you implying about noble Lord Jean?" Shenlang didn't answer directly but admitted the acrostic poem was intentional. Hearing this, Li Wenjing commanded the soldiers to seize Shenlang immediately, openly plotting rebellion. As the soldiers advanced toward Shenlang with swords drawn, Jean Mulan drew her sword, and all their weapons were knocked from their hands. Li Wenjing, furious, accused, "Jean Mulan, you are committing treason." Pulling out his inspector's token, he directed the city lord and General Zhang Ji to deploy troops to capture Shenlang. Zhang Ji and the city lord complied, and more soldiers flooded in, surrounding Shenlang and Jean Mulan. The city lord even handed his command token to Li Wenjing, who was inwardly thrilled, doubting Jean Mulan could defeat hundreds of men. Yet, Shenlang murmured an insult at Li Wenjing. "Li Wenjing, you really are a fool. Didn't you wonder why, with only days between the two editions of Boundless Romantic Affairs, I would bother to change the words? Because noble Lord Jean of Southern Ouyang is the one plotting rebellion." Shenlang's words, though spoken softly, struck like thunder, leaving everyone stunned. Li Wenjing, sweating coldly, urged Shenlang to stop joking. "Ha, have you lost your mind, Shenlang? Noble Lord Jean is not only the king's sworn son, but also Princess Ning Luo's husband. How could he possibly plot rebellion?" Shenlang calmly stated. He attempted to poison Princess Ning Luo but failed, forcing him to rebel ahead of time. "The hidden message in the poem was a trap I laid, which you, foolishly, fell for. Having had secret talks with noble Lord Jean for days, you must have been involved in his schemes, perhaps even a key planner. You've sealed your fate, fool." Li Wenjing, still disbelieving, accused Shenlang of lying. "Even if there was a rebellion, why hasn't there been any news?" Shenlang explained with a slight smile. "The previous ruler of Southern Ouyang died in battle, partly because the Prince of Yu Kingdom stood by idly, while noble Lord Jean was outwardly favored by the ruler and even betrothed to Princess Ning Luo. It was merely to sideline him, to control Southern Ouyang. But noble Lord Jean is formidable, regaining most of his power through public and secret battles over just a few years. His final step to reclaim power was to eliminate the obstacle, Ning Luo." When asked how he knew, Shenlang revealed that that among the visitors a month ago was Princess Ning Luo, seeking treatment from Dr. Nzaishir. When couldn't cure her, Shenlang stepped in. However, lead poisoning, her ailment, couldn't be fully cured in that era, but could be mitigated with milk and some medications to flush it out. Upon her return, Shenlang immediately sent spies to monitor Southern Ouyang's every move, and with accurate information, he then revised the words to create the acrostic poem. Li Wenjing, faced with disbelief, stubbornly claimed Shenlang was spreading rumors. Shenlang, lounging back, told Li Wenjing not to rush. Noble Lord Jin rebelled 4 days ago. By tomorrow or the day after at the latest, news will reach mythical Turtle City. No one made a move, quietly waiting for news to arrive. Waiting from 8 in the evening until midnight. Bored to the extreme, Shenlang teased Li Wenjing again. Lord Li, you're such a scholar. How could you be so foolish? Zhang Chong hasn't made a move, yet here you are, acting naively. Your father must have gone through so much trouble to raise you. As Li Wenjing was about to explode in anger, the steward of the Count's mansion arrived with news. After a lengthy report, the words Noble Lord Jin's rebellion left Li Wenjing in shock. Despite his fear, he stubbornly said, Shenlang, stop putting on an act. However, as the trusted aides of both the city lord and prefect Zhang confirmed the rebellion of Noble Lord Jin, Li Wenjing was terrified and collapsed on the ground. His face was no longer pale, but had turned a ghastly shade of greenish black. Li Wenjing, your earlier claim of conspiring with Noble Lord Jin, I've noted it all down. My father-in-law will report this, and you can await your fate. Li Wenjing, terrified, collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Shenlang, with a grand gesture, asked anyone else. Having triumphed over 3 plots against him, he stood unchallenged, rendering the room silent. To Shenlang, invincibility was lonely. Approaching Zhang Ji, he presented a colored, limited edition of Boundless Romantic Affairs as a congratulatory engagement gift, adding insultingly, don't look down on her for being secondhand. Despite her messy private life, she's a good girl. Cherish her. Su Qianqian burst into tears, glaring at Shenlang. Zhang Ji, however, calmed down. Thank you for the gift, Brother Shen. Apologies for the poor hospitality tonight. Shenlang inquired. Any more tricks? Anyone else want to harm me? I can wait. Enjoying the discomfort of those who disliked him yet could do nothing. The room remained silent. If no one's out to get me, then I'll be heading home, Shenlang stated, leading Jin Mulan out. Only after they left did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. But then Shenlang suddenly returned, asking, really? No one else wants to harm me? I'm really leaving now. Su Qianqian, frustrated, thought, this is too much. Will it ever end? Right after Shenlang took care of Su Qianqian's engagement party, he returned to the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, where Mother Jean and the others had come out early to welcome Shenlang. Shenlang had been a sensation at the engagement party, a fact that had already reached their ears. Mother Jean felt that Jean Mulan marrying Shenlang was the greatest blessing for the Count's mansion. Then Jean Muzong also came up to greet them, stammering, wanting to ask something. Upon hearing this, Shenlang immediately understood, asking Jean Muzong, do you want to ask if the other author of Boundless Romantic Affairs was mentioned at today's party? If anyone praised you, right? Seeing Jean Muzong nod, Shenlang said, not at all. Jean Muzong burst into tears, shouting, why? I may not have contributed, but I've suffered too. However, no one cared about Jean Muzong's sadness. They were all surrounding Shenlang, lavishing him with praises and unparalleled admiration. On the way back to the courtyard, Shenlang regretfully said, Father-in-law, it's a pity that we didn't manage to drag Zhang Chong into this today. Father Jean didn't mind. Zhang Chong is no small fry. Even I'm not confident in dealing with him. You've done well to get this far. Shenlang, you've worked hard tonight. Rest well. The matters ahead, leave them to me. Hearing this, Shenlang smiled. Father-in-law is planning to seize the opportunity of Noble Lord Jin's rebellion to arm wrestle with the monarch. Ha? Then, glancing at Jean Mulan with a smile full of meaning, wife, let's go back to sleep together. The next noon, Wang Lian woke up, looking around in confusion. This seems to be the secret residence my uncle gave me. He touched his aching shoulder. Seems like I've forgotten something. Soon, Wang Lian remembered. Shenlang seems to be doomed. Thinking of this, Wang Lian laughed loudly, helping the new government to overthrow the Count's mansion. This great wealth finally comes to me. But when Shenlang pushed the door and entered, Wang Lian was stunned. Shenlang, how are you here? How are you not dead yet? Shenlang sneered. Never has anyone been able to cross me and live a good life afterwards. Your slandering of my plagiarism is one thing, but to defame my wife's reputation, I originally planned to give you a most unique death, but it seems heaven had a better arrangement. Wang Lian couldn't understand what Shenlang was saying. You're already on a dead end. But when Shenlang hinted, Mr. Wang Lian, why is there a bite mark on your calf? Were you accidentally bitten by a mad dog last night? Wang Lian looked at his own calf and was instantly dumbfounded, immediately getting up to find a doctor, ignoring Shenlang's mention of his shoulder being bitten. However, once he got outside, he found himself surrounded by the soldiers of the Count's mansion. Wang Lian was dumbfounded again. At this moment, Shenlang asked him, "Do you really not remember what happened last night? You said, you made the Lord of Lu City a cuckold." Wang Lian was stunned, but recalling, "It seems I did say those words." While Shenlang had wanted to kill Wang Lian with his own hands, on the way back, Wang Lian was bitten by a mad dog. "This might be heaven's punishment for you." The next moment, Shenlang had the soldiers bring up those two mad dogs, planning to give Wang Lian a taste again. Then, releasing the dogs, immediately screams echoed over the secret residence. At the same time, in the New River County Prefect's mansion, Zhang Ji confessed to his father, "Our plan to besiege Shenlang failed." However, Zhang Chong had already discovered Shenlang's acrostic poem, but his first reaction was not happiness, but a sense of conspiracy. He immediately sent people to confirm whether noble Lord Jin was plotting a rebellion, but he couldn't get any definite news, so he decided to hand the knife to Li Wenjing. Instead of going forward himself, Zhang Chong couldn't help but admire Shenlang's capabilities. He instructed Zhang Ji to recount the events of the previous night without omitting a word. "My defeat last night was a complete disaster. Disappointing father. Please punish me." Zhang Chong indicated, "You did nothing wrong. Your response last night was correct. It's just that your enemy is too formidable." Zhang Ji closed his eyes in agony, while Zhang Chong fully recognized Shenlang's value. Having talent is one thing. The key is to have wisdom, and wisdom alone is not enough. To also be ruthless and decisive. Such a person is truly wasted at the Count's mansion. If Shenlang were with me, I am confident that within 10 years, I could ascend to the position of Prime Minister. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ji said, "Should I then try everything to kill him?" Zhang Chong shook his head. "It's not possible. He won't give us the chance." Has he consummated his marriage with Jean Mulan? Zhang Ji responded, "No, according to our inside information, they sleep in separate beds. Go call your sister Zhang Chunhua here. Let her find a way to get close to Shenlang, to sleep with him." Zhang Ji was immediately shocked at the suggestion, urgently asking, "What about Zhu Wenhua from the Orchid Mountain Viscount's mansion?" Zhang Chong was unconcerned, since there's no engagement. If we can secure a talent like Shenlang, what does the Orchid Mountain Viscount's mansion count for? And for now, we will delay the siege on the Count's mansion. Now that noble Lord Jin, who first proposed the new policies, is suspected of rebellion, Zhang Chong believes the mythical turtle Count will seize the opportunity to petition against the new policies. Zhang Chong predicts the first memorial submitted by the mythical turtle Count will be a request for the sovereign to reprimand noble Lord Jin, which undoubtedly challenges the sovereign's authority, but the sovereign cannot refuse. Then, the mythical turtle Count will submit a second memorial, accusing Li Wenjing of colluding with noble Lord Jin, and asking the sovereign to execute him by law. The sovereign's decision is what the Zhang family needs to watch most closely. If the sovereign executes Li Wenjing, it means the new policies will be put on hold. Otherwise, if Li Wenjing survives, the new policies will continue, possibly even more aggressively. This left Zhang Ji confused. With hostilities emerging, shouldn't the sovereign be easing domestic tensions? Why intensify the pace of the new policies? If the sovereign issues an edict ordering these old nobility to dispatch troops to quell the rebellion in the southern Ouyang country, and then completely exhausts these private armies, although risky, the sovereign is not without options, right? Zhang Ji's expression became serious instantly. After a moment, Zhang Chong, holding Boundless Romantic Affairs, asked, "Have you read this book?" A delicate voice responded, "I've read it 10 times. I can recite it by heart." And she was the first beauty of New River County, Zhang Chunhua, excluding Jean Mulan from the ranking. Also Zhang Chong's daughter. Listening to his daughter reciting, Zhang Chong, somewhat annoyed, hit her lightly. "Why recite such improper poetry instead of proper ones? It's indecent." Zhang Chunhua was unconcerned. "As long as I show myself as a lady of good family outside, it's fine." Zhang Chong said no more. "Have you heard of Shenlang, the author of this book?" Zhang Chunhua nodded. "I've long been enchanted by him, through his books, in my dreams." Zhang Chong then revealed his purpose. "I need you to do something. Get close to Shenlang. If possible, draw him to our side. He and Jean Mulan haven't consummated their marriage yet." Zhang Chunhua was thrilled. "So I don't have to marry that useless Zhu Wenhua? Tempting Shenlang, I'm willing." She was happy and ready to go immediately. Zhang Chong quickly reminded his daughter, "If there's a chance, you must seize it quickly and firmly. Don't waste it." Zhang Chunhua licked her lips. "Don't worry, father. You're good at politics, but when it comes to seducing men, you're not as good as me. I'm the expert." Meanwhile, at the mythical turtle Count's mansion, the content of the memorial was exactly as Zhang Chong had predicted. Of course, Shenlang was also aware of the consequences. He asked his father-in-law, "Are you really going to submit it? This is directly opposing the sovereign." Father Jean was silent for a while, then affirmed, "Certainly. This foundation was established by my Jean ancestors. Why should it be taken away just like that? I may not be very capable, but I will not be cowardly." Shenlang was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, but given the current situation, he felt his father-in-law was making the right decision. Showing weakness was not an option, and Shenlang reassured his father-in-law to proceed with the submission, having a malicious countermeasure in reserve. After Su Chanchan's engagement party, Mythical Turtle City was unusually quiet, everyone waiting for the sovereign's decree. Shenlang found himself in a rare state of leisure, which, without causing trouble, left him feeling quite bored. At that moment, Shenlang was informed by the steward that Zhang Chang's daughter, Zhang Changhua, had come to visit him. Shenlang's face turned pale instantly. Seeing Jean Mulan's ambiguous smile, Shenlang hurriedly explained, "I don't know any Zhang Changhua. I'm innocent." Jean Mulan teasingly said, "That's the #1 beauty of New River County." Shenlang retorted, "That's all hyped up. My dear, let me tell you, all these titles of #1 beauty, #1 talent, are all hype, all fake." Jean Mulan was somewhat looking forward to Shenlang praising her, but then Shenlang said, the #1 handsome man in the world, that's real. That's definitely not hyped." Hearing Shenlang praising himself, Jean Mulan was at a loss for words. The next moment, Shenlang changed the subject. "My wife's waist is the most beautiful. I've seen countless people, if not 3,000, then 5,000. So, my dear, your waist can captivate my soul. What's there to worry about?" These words made Jean Mulan's face turn red instantly. Hearing Shenlang about to continue with embarrassing words, Jean Mulan quickly covered Shenlang's mouth, signaling she got the message. Taking the opportunity, Shenlang kissed the palm of Jean Mulan's hand, causing Jean Mulan's heart to flutter. She quickly changed the subject, saying, "Let's go meet that #1 beauty of New River County." As for Shenlang, he had long understood Zhang Chang's intention to use a beauty trap against him. Shenlang found it amusing. With Jean Mulan, a great beauty here, how could I be tempted by a title that's been hyped up? However, when Shenlang met Zhang Changhua, he was immediately astonished. This lady isn't hyped up. She ranks by genuine merit. Her appearance is indeed impressive. Every one of her movements, every expression, is like textbook standard. Truly a lady of good family. Truly the demeanor of a talented woman. And when Zhang Changhua saw Shenlang for the first time, she was equally astonished. "I've seen many handsome men, but someone as handsome as him is really rare." Upon seeing Shenlang staring intently at Zhang Changhua, Jean Mulan was already quite annoyed. But then Zhang Changhua suddenly took Jean Mulan's hand, calling her sister and enthusiastically praising Jean Mulan, while belittling herself. However, Jean Mulan was not swayed. "Why have you come today, and specifically to see my husband, Shenlang?" Zhang Changhua explained. Perhaps the servant misunderstood. "I said I wanted to see Mr. and Mrs. Shenlang. As for my purpose, it's because I've come across something wonderful, a perfume extracted from iceberg snow lotuses. I specifically brought it for you, sister, believing it would be wasted on myself." Following this, the two equally beautiful women entered into casual conversation. Throughout, Zhang Changhua did not speak a single word to Shenlang, nor did she glance at him, leaving Shenlang somewhat puzzled. "Wasn't she supposed to use a beauty trap on me?" Before long, Jean Mulan directly asked, "Miss Zhang Changhua, do you have any other matters?" clearly implying it was time for her to leave. Zhang Changhua meticulously performed a farewell courtesy. "No, that's all. I just missed my sister and came to visit." Before leaving, Zhang Changhua suddenly said, "By the way, sister, I recently wrote a poem. Could you critique it for me? Please don't laugh if it's poorly written." Jean Mulan straightforwardly admitted she didn't understand poetry, growing increasingly displeased with Zhang Changhua. Zhang Changhua indicated, "It's okay, I just wrote it casually." Then Zhang Changhua recited the poem, gazing northward atop the invite, deep in mist and rain. "Turning back, I lament the ugly moon at the sky's edge. With you, I'm separated as if by the distance of Wu and you. Pillows of jade mark the times of our parting. At night, I wander to the spear gate, feeling melancholy, yet I circle the corridors, sleeping alone once more. Past days are but empty memories. My soul returns to the desolate bridge, my spirit to the spring." After finishing, Zhang Changhua looked at Jean Mulan full of expectation. "How do you think of it, sister?" Jean Mulan, at a loss for words, politely responded, "It's quite good." Zhang Changhua thanked Jean Mulan for the compliment, and then she left. Shenlang listened to Jean Mulan wondering, why would she write such a chaotic poem? But Shenlang realized, it was an acrostic poem. The hidden message was, inviting you to meet at the covered bridge during the hour of Cho, 1 to 3 a.m. At the covered bridge, not far away, in the deep of night, a lone man and woman. Shenlang quickly stopped himself from thinking further, worrying it might not pass censorship. That vixen is indeed tempting, but if I really went, I'd become a laughingstock. How could I be easily seduced by a mere girl? He immediately went to Jean Mulan's room, sharing the acrostic poem with her. "My dear, this is serious. That shameless vixen, Zhang Changhua, is actually trying to seduce me." Unexpectedly, Shenlang noticed a piece of paper on Jean Mulan's desk. Realizing his wife had already discovered the acrostic poem, Shenlang, breaking out in a cold sweat, pretended to be upright. "My dear, do you see how decent and faithful I am?" Jean Mulan countered, "If you hadn't thought about it, why would you write down the poem? How did you discover the hidden message? It shows you still paid her attention. You still had fanciful thoughts." Seeing Shenlang looking as if he was about to cry, Jean Mulan smiled and gently kissed his cheek. "Consider yourself good." Meanwhile, back at the Zhang family mansion, a maid asked, "Weren't you supposed to invite young Master Shenlang to the covered bridge? Why haven't you left?" Zhang Changhua smiled slightly. "He won't come. If he actually did, I would have lost respect for him." The maid was confused. "Then why invite him?" Zhang Changhua confidently said, "Just to tease him a bit, to test Shenlang's character, and to let Jean Mulan know I'm planning to steal her man." I really hope Jean Mulan would explode with anger. I hope she's a truly upright woman. woman. Although he didn't get to meet with Zhang Chunhua, Shenlang encountered something much better. It turns out Big Fool woke up, making Shenlang extremely happy. At the same time, Big Fool's physical constitution left Shenlang secretly astonished. Having been so severely injured before, he had nearly fully recovered in less than half a month. At this moment, Shenlang cleared his throat. Don't call me second fool anymore. You should call me young master. Okay, second fool. Shenlang was speechless. Call me young master, not second fool. No problem, second fool. Jean Mulan couldn't help but laugh, then corrected Big Fool. From now on, call him young master Shenlang. Understand? This time Big Fool didn't get it wrong, which made Shenlang furious. Doubting this gorilla is feigning stupidity. Then Big Fool asked Jean Mulan, where are my father and mother? Jean Mulan responded, they've gone on a long trip. You can live here from now on. Many people want to bully Shenlang, and he needs your protection. Big Fool stood up abruptly. He didn't want to live at someone else's place, but hearing that someone wanted to bully Shenlang, that was unacceptable. Who wants to bully second fool? They can hit me, but they cannot hit second fool. Actually, Shenlang has never known why Big Fool has been so good to him since childhood. The reason is quite simple. From a young age, no one ever gave Big Fool candy nor wanted to play with him. Only Shenlang was willing. For someone in loneliness and cold, a bit of sweetness is enough to be cherished for a lifetime. Moments later, in Jean Mulan's room, Jean Mulan planned to test Big Fool's bones tomorrow. Suspecting he has great martial arts talent, Shenlang also looked forward to it, suddenly feeling, wait, isn't this the talent of a protagonist? Why don't I have it? Tomorrow, I'll test myself too. Shenlang, must have an even more incredible talent. I must be a once-in-a-century, no, once-in-a-millennium martial prodigy. Then Jean Mulan issued a hint it was time to leave. Husband, it's getting late, time to rest. Shenlang, back in his own room, was quite bored, but suddenly he heard the sound of water, immediately making him curious. Could Jean Mulan be taking a bath? Shenlang started to debate whether or not to peek, but 2 minutes later, he was already climbing the wall, prepared to spy. He even brought a book with him, thinking if caught, he'd claim he was just reading under the moonlight. He caught sight of Jean Mulan heading towards the bathroom, nearly causing him to faint from the shock. Just then, a loud and urgent voice called out, by the sovereign's decree, Shenlang, receive the order. Startled, Shenlang dropped the book, which immediately made Jean Mulan turn and look, leading to a direct eye contact with Shenlang up on the wall. Shenlang panicked, thinking, I'm dead. The two locked eyes silently for a long while, until Jean Mulan finally reacted and quickly returned to her room. Shenlang didn't understand why Jean Mulan didn't scold him. All he wanted now was to escape quickly. Soon after, Shenlang arrived in the Count's mansion's hall, meeting the eunuch who came from the capital. The eunuch was displeased with Shenlang for making him wait. Master Shen, you take your sweet time with the sovereign's decree, making me wait so long. Shenlang hurriedly offered a pouch of money. Please calm your anger. Eunuch, take this money for tea. The eunuch felt the heavy pouch, finding at least 100 gold coins inside. He didn't expect Shenlang to be so generous, but sneered inwardly, thinking money can save you from disgrace. Then the eunuch read the sovereign's decree. On this auspicious day, Shenlang is recognized for his meritorious service in exposing Sha Jin's rebellion, hereby granted the title of Imperial Academy Scholar. Jean Mulan, upon hearing this, instantly turned cold, granting him the title of Imperial Academy Scholar. Is this to humiliate my husband? The Imperial Academy was meant for those who couldn't pass the civil examinations but still sought official titles. It was originally for noble and official sons. Later even businessmen's sons got in through connections, causing discontent among the nobles. Unable to ignore the substantial benefits from the fees these merchants' sons paid for fame, the Imperial College was established for noble sons, and the Imperial Academy thus became a diploma mill for the wealthy. It was now the lowest rung in the academic hierarchy. With Shenlang's accomplishments of saving Princess Ning Luo and exposing noble Lord Jin's conspiracy, being granted the title of Imperial Academy Scholar was a slap in the face to the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, along with the obligation to express gratitude. Shenlang remarked, we don't have much time left for peace, maybe 5 or 6 days of quiet at most. As he spoke, Shenlang began to admire himself again. I, a person of kindness, dislike nothing more than to retaliate and harm others. It's this world that has forced me to change. But before he could say much more, Jean Mulan and Father Jean had already disappeared, leaving Shenlang in frustration. My eloquent speech wasn't even finished. The next night, Shenlang noticed the light in Jean Mulan's bathing loft was on. This time, Shenlang was bolder, coming outside intending to peek. Just as he was about to look in, the window slammed shut. Shenlang was infuriated. Jean Mulan, how could you do this to me? What do you mean by this? It's too much. So, the next morning, Shenlang slammed his hand on the table. I'm not eating. Then he confronted Jean Mulan. Mulan, do you despise me because I come from a humble background? Jean Mulan hurriedly said that wasn't the case. Shenlang continued to ask, is it because you think I'm greedy for wealth and status, coming to your house to live off you? Jean Mulan quickly clarified, how could that be? My husband, don't think too much. But Shenlang didn't stop, asking Jean Mulan again, or is it because I'm weak, don't know martial arts, have no title, and am unworthy in your eyes? Jean Mulan, confused about what was wrong with Shenlang, cautiously approached him. My husband, I really like you. you. Did I accidentally make you misunderstand something? At these words, Shenlang loudly questioned Jean Mulan. If you don't despise me, then why did you close the window when you were bathing? Do you think I would peep? Do you think I'm morally corrupt? Is there no trust between us as husband and wife? Finally, Jean Mulan understood what was bothering Shenlang. She clenched her fist, preparing to loosen Shenlang's muscles a bit. I haven't even settled the score with Shenlang, and now he's making counter-accusations. Following that, Shenlang's screams echoed throughout the Count's mansion. After breakfast, the results of Big Fool's bone testing finally came out. One of the top 6 martial arts experts in the Yu Kingdom confirmed Big Fool was a martial prodigy seen once in a century, with even higher talent than Jean Mulan. Shenlang eagerly asked the expert to assess him. Great master, could you see if I'm a once-in-a-millennium martial arts genius? The expert looked at Shenlang for a while, embarrassed to speak the truth. He diplomatically said, inscrutable, truly inscrutable. Even a master like me cannot see through. With the expert's confirmation, Shenlang laughed triumphantly, leaving the expert speechless. After being affirmed by the expert, Shenlang declared to Jean Mulan, my dear, I want to practice martial arts. Upon learning of Shenlang's intention to practice martial arts, Jean Mulan was very happy, unaware that Shenlang's purpose for practicing martial arts was for revenge, planning to torment Jean Mulan 100 times over. Of course, he claimed noble intentions. My aim in practicing martial arts is, of course, to protect my dear wife, as well as my mother-in-law and father-in-law. Hearing this, Jean Mulan asked Shenlang, oh, then do you have any specific goals and requirements? Shenlang looked up at a 45-degree angle and stated firmly, my requirement is simple. Practice for half an hour every day. No need to overexert myself. Within a year, I'll be able to defeat a certain powerful enemy. Jean Mulan suspected that the enemy was herself. Shenlang quickly assured her it was not, diverting the topic. My main reason for wanting to practice martial arts is because the Grandmaster said I was inscrutable and completely impenetrable. Only a 1 in 10,000 martial arts prodigy would be indiscernible to a Grandmaster. An hour later, Shenlang was trembling and lying on the ground, his soul seemingly ready to ascend. He hadn't expected that just holding a horse stance would defeat him so thoroughly. Let whoever wants to practice martial arts do it. Faced with Jean Mulan's desire to continue, Shenlang hurriedly claimed he had something else to do, putting off martial arts practice for another time. Meanwhile, at the prefect's mansion, Inspector Li Wenjin was having a hard time in prison, filled with fear every day. Finally, the imperial decree arrived, read by the same eunuch. By the sovereign's command, Li Wenjin, for his dissolute behavior and misconduct, is fined 1 year's salary as a warning to others. So decreed. Li Wenjin was stunned, unresponsive even as his shackles were removed, for the punishment was surprisingly light. He had thought his death was certain. Quickly coming to his senses, Li Wenjin felt as if great fortune was beckoning. The monarch values me so much. I am destined for high status and power. Zhang Ji also came to congratulate Li Wenjin, ordering people to bathe and dress him, and Li Wenjin's demeanor became more defiant. I will take my revenge fiercely. Shenlang, Jean Mulan, you are doomed. Meanwhile, inside the Count's mansion, Father Jean was furious, clearly having learned that not only had Li Wenjin not died, but his official position and honor had not been stripped away. This indicated that the new policies would not only continue but also intensify. Father Jean was uncontrollable with anger. My family's legacy wasn't granted by the sovereign. It was fought for with the blood of the Jean ancestors. Shenlang urged his father-in-law to remain calm. I was already given the title of an Imperial Academy student before. This outcome was to be expected. Can you assure me that you can preserve our ancestors' legacy? Shenlang confidently affirmed that they could. Father Jean, filled with worry, said, after all, we are within Yu Kingdom. Once the sovereign sets his sights on us, Shenlang remained composed. I have already prepared a countermeasure. Father-in-law, we will not lose. Just make some preparations. Li Wenjin will soon come after us. Tonight, we will put an end to this mad dog. As if on cue, the steward reported, Li Wenjin was coming with troops to arrest someone. Outside the Count's mansion, Father Jean confronted Li Wenjin. Inspector Li, what brings you here with such a force? To arrest Jean Mulan. Li Wenjin responded indifferently. Father Jean exploded in anger. What crime has my daughter committed that requires you to come with troops to arrest her? Li Wenjin sneered. What crime? Causing death by disturbance. This statement caused an uproar among the onlookers. The mythical turtle Count was known for cherishing his people. Li Wenjin then declared, under Jean Mulan's command, the cavalry disregarded the law, galloping through the streets, injuring 13 civilians and killing 5. As he said this, he had the injured and dead brought forward. Shenlang cursed internally. Bastard. Li Wenjin is ruthless. To enforce the law through such a setup, he actually harmed civilians and then framed the Count's mansion. Jean Mulan stepped forward and asked, where are my cavalry? Li Wenjin chuckled, trampling innocent civilians in the streets. They've already been arrested. After reporting to the prefect and the governor, they will all be executed. Shenlang's gaze sharpened. The cavalry of the Count's mansion are always cautious. When I deliberately tried to provoke Jean Mulan, I only ended up with minor injuries. The claim of death by collision is utterly unbelievable. Li Wenjin proceeded to take Jean Mulan away. As a general, she must bear joint responsibility. Li Wenjin's laughter was was filled with satisfaction. It feels so good. After being scared for over 10 days, I can finally take my revenge. He continued to threaten Jean Mulan. If you don't come with us, and something happens to your cavalry, don't blame me. And among those cavalry leaders is a woman. Shenlang had met that cavalry leader, named Jean Sword Lady, a most loyal family retainer. Jean Sword Lady was highly skilled in martial arts, but was very shy, blushing every time she saw Shenlang. The consequence of a female general falling into enemy hands, if not rescued promptly, could be dire. Jean Mulan truly loved her troops as her own, especially since Jean Sword Lady was her confidant. As Jean Mulan was about to step forward, Shenlang stood in front of her, melting her heart in an instant. Shenlang then began to taunt Li Wenjing. Brotherly, haven't you learned your lesson? Do you want to make your parents mourn their child? Li Wenjing disdainfully replied to Shenlang. Have you ever heard the saying, in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks will be crushed? However, Shenlang acted as if he hadn't heard. Ah, Li Wenjing, you'd better run. They're coming for you. Someone went to the prefect's mansion 3 hours ago, but it was empty. Now they're heading towards the mythical Turtle City. Li Wenjing was momentarily stunned, not understanding Shenlang's gibberish. Shenlang spread his hands. Li Wenjing, you're done for. You won't see tomorrow's Sunday. Li Wenjing was taken aback. Is that supposed to be a joke? Who would dare kill me? The sovereign fined me a year's salary, but then sent my parents an amount equivalent to 3 years' salary. Do you know what that means? Ignoring Shenlang, he ordered his men to take Jean Mulan with them. However, at that moment, rapid hoofbeats sounded. They were dressed in black, each one wearing a mask. These were the experts from the Blackwater platform, directly under the sovereign's command, belonging to no other authority. Li Wenjing was shocked. What's this? Blackwater platform's experts being deployed. Where is Li Wenjing? Li Wenjing hurried forward, eager to have the Blackwater platform assist him in handling the case, to capture Jean Mulan and the others. However, after confirming it was Li Wenjing, the people from Blackwater platform ordered him. Lord Li Wenjing, please disperse everyone. A moment later, Blackwater platform informed Father Jean, whatever happens next, pretend as if you have seen nothing. Upon hearing this, Li Wenjing trembled all over, and the leader of Blackwater platform directly commanded, take Li Wenjing away for execution by dismemberment. Li Wenjing was going mad, shouting, it's unjust. The king had just pardoned me. How could the king's decree change overnight? However, this rapid turn of events was merely a minor scheme by Shenlang. It turned out that half a month earlier, Shenlang had already started to make arrangements. He sent dozens of people with a vast amount of gold coins to the capital. According to his investigation, the year Li Wenjing graduated as the top scholar, he had fallen for one of the top courtesans in the capital, Yuan Yuan, to become a favored guest of Yuan Yuan. Li Wenjing even outshone all his rivals, and wrote an exceptionally beautiful poem, winning the top honor. Li Wenjing thought this would win him the beauty's favor, but unbeknownst to him, Yuan Yuan did not care for him at all. Though he spent an entire night in the same room as Yuan Yuan, nothing happened, and when he wished to see her again, she refused to meet him. Just then, after the publication of Shenlang's boundless romantic affairs, Yuan Yuan saw it, and came to Shenlang asking for a poem, hoping to use it to gain an opportunity to perform at the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration. A scheme then formed in Shenlang's mind. Next, Shenlang anonymously sold a poem titled When Will the Moon Be to Yuan Yuan, which led her to win first place and gain the opportunity to perform in the palace. He also designed a set of sexy and splendid dresses as performance costumes for Yuan Yuan, resulting in a sensational appearance. Lastly, Shenlang bribed a painter to depict Yuan Yuan in the painting of the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration in an exceptionally dazzling manner, outshining all others. Hearing of Yuan Yuan's talent and seeing her beauty in the album, the king summoned Yuan Yuan to the palace. As a famous courtesan, Yuan Yuan easily won the king's favor, leading the king to lose control, and something happened between them. At this time, the story of Li Wenjing's poem for the beauty reached the king's ears. It was rumored that Li Wenjing's poem had moved Yuan Yuan, and he had become her favored guest. Thus, the king flew into a rage, feeling deceived, and immediately ordered an investigation of Li Wenjing's residence. They found a portrait of Yuan Yuan, and most crucially, under Li Wenjing's bed, they discovered a figurine pierced with silver needles, bearing the birth date of the crown prince. It turned out Li Wenjing had once been punished by the crown prince, and harbored resentment towards him. The king had intended to deal with Li Wenjing slowly, but the news leaked to the crown prince. The king made a decisive decision, dispatching experts from Blackwater platform, without any decree or charges, to execute Li Wenjing by dismemberment on the spot. Li Wenjing cursed Shenlang. Shenlang, what have you done that led the king to kill me? Tell me, so I can die understanding. Shenlang, looking innocent, replied, brotherly, I really don't know what you're talking about. How can I not understand a word? Brotherly, I spend all day at home fooling around with my wife, my back aching. How could I have the time or energy to harm you? However, no matter how Li Wenjing screamed, the outcome did not change in the slightest. Following the king's decree, Li Wenjing would be dismembered while being kept alive with ginseng soup until he entered the capital and could finally die. After Shenlang thoroughly sent that inspector to hell, he returned home and sang about how lonely it is to be invincible. Then he got close to Jean Mulan, suggesting a riddle for Jean Mulan to guess. Jean Mulan outright refused, believing Shenlang's riddles were never serious. But seeing Shenlang's disappointed look, the soft-hearted Jean Mulan eventually agreed. Shenlang, seizing the opportunity, said, "In murk and ink seeking a white crown, a wife's charitable heart kindness shown. Today breeds a change anew, hearts entwined under the moon's glow true. Guess what the riddle is?" Jean Mulan, who was pondering, was suddenly interrupted by the butler bursting in. He reported to Jean Mulan, "The cavalry from the Count's mansion has been detained. The deputy leader of 1,000 households from Salt Mountain in charge refuses to release them, demanding Shenlang to personally plead with him." Shenlang was curious about who this deputy leader of 1,000 households was. After an explanation from the butler, it turned out to be Lin Zhuo, the son of the Lin family head who had initially tricked him, who had passed the military examination, and had just taken office as the deputy leader of 1,000 households at Salt Mountain 2 days ago. Indeed, it's a small world full of enemies. Shenlang hadn't even sought them out for trouble, yet now they were coming to him seeking death. A mere deputy leader of 1,000 households naturally wouldn't dare to oppose the Count's mansion of the mythical turtle. However, Lin Zhuo was different, because, like Shenlang, he had also married up. He became the son-in-law of Peaceful Stability Count Wu Zhaochong, soon to marry the 300-pound third daughter of Peaceful Stability Count's mansion, thinking this was the only way for his Lin family to stand against Shenlang. But in other respects, Lin Zhuo did not lose out. Wu Zhaochong was the second army commander of the province of the Southern Journey, controlling tens of thousands of troops, his power not inferior to the mythical turtle Count's mansion. Wu Zhaochong directly promoted Lin Zhuo to the position of leader of 1,000 households. Thinking of this, Lin Zhuo laughed heartily. As for marrying the 300-pound Count's daughter, he conveniently forgot about it. Now, what he most wanted was not to see Shenlang, but to show off in front of Wang Lian. Back when Wang Lian had passed the imperial examination, he had not hesitated to show off in front of him. It was just a pity that Wang Lian had vanished from the face of the earth. At this moment, his subordinates reported to him, "Shenlang has arrived." A moment later, in the side hall, Shenlang outwardly greeted him, but inwardly mocked. "Others live off women, enjoying delicious and fine dishes, yet what you're indulging in is a bowl of lard." And Lin Zhuo began to put on airs, to which Shenlang directly said, "Li Wenjing is dead." These words instantly made Lin Zhuo's eyes bulge in shock. Before he could recover, he heard Shenlang request, "There must be more to the incident of harming the common people. Please, Lord Lin, release the innocent cavalry of my mythical turtle Count's mansion." Lin Zhuo immediately refused. "They trampled someone to death, but won't admit it. We're moving to torture for interrogation tonight." Shenlang frowned. "Your leader of 1,000 households doesn't have the authority to torture, does it? Among those trampled to death were family members of soldiers from the leader of 1,000 households, so I suspect it was murder. I am qualified to conduct torture." Seeing Shenlang remain silent, Lin Zhuo, smugly smiling, said, "I hear the leader of this cavalry is a female knight named Jean Sword Lady. I really don't have the heart to be harsh, but that doesn't mean they can't be spared." Lin Zhuo gave Shenlang 2 options. First, take the people by force, but that would be rebellion. Second, Shenlang needs to bow and apologize to me in public. On the day Tianheng died, my father had even prepared his will and told me to hide in the capital and not return. Do you know how much shame I felt? So, it was clear Lin Zhuo wanted revenge. The first option was, of course, not viable. Lin Zhuo, full of confidence, knew that the king saw the mythical turtle Count's mansion as a thorn in his side. Taking such action would give the king a reason to move against the mythical turtle Count's mansion, but having Shenlang publicly apologize was even less likely. Shenlang had already figured out how to deal with this guy. With that, Shenlang took his leave. "I'll go back and think it over and give you an answer tomorrow. How about that?" Lin Zhuo agreed, confident that Shenlang had no other options, and waiting to humiliate Shenlang thoroughly. After leaving the leader of 1,000 households, Shenlang, through this round of conversation, understood the moment the king's signal comes. It seems Peaceful Stability Count might also be inclined to join hands with Zhang Chong, plus the mythical turtle Count's mansion's sworn enemy, Jean Hai Count. Well then, is this going to be an ambush from all sides? But Shenlang was not panicked at all. To break through this tactic is truly effortless. Meanwhile, at another mansion, the Wang Lian whom Lin Zhuo missed so much was actually not dead. Shenlang didn't let the mad dog bite him to death. It was just rabies that made him suffer unbearably. He could only rely on Shenlang's painkillers to barely survive. When Wang Lian saw Shenlang, he threw himself at him, not to attack Shenlang, but to beg for painkillers. His hatred for Shenlang had been completely worn away. Shenlang said, "You can have the painkillers, but you need to do something for me." Wang Lian chose to agree without hesitation. Shenlang told Wang Lian, "Your good friend Lin Zhuo is back, anxiously wanting to see you. So, give him a surprise. Get a little drunk on wine tonight, and it's quite normal to bite him on the neck in a moment of passion, then fall asleep in each other's arms. How about this story?" Wang Lian felt a chill in his heart. As night fell, Lin Zhuo was reuniting with his father, promising him, "The glorious days for our Lin family have arrived. As for that Shenlang, don't worry, I'll take care of it." Lin Zhuo's father believed in his son. As they were preparing to return to the Lin residence, a commotion arose. A servant reported to Lin Zhuo that someone claiming to be his close friend wanted to barge in. Hearing Wang Lian's shouts, Lin Zhuo immediately ordered not to stop stop him, thinking this triumphant return is finally going to be perfect. Soon, seeing the disheveled Wang Lian, Lin Zhuo couldn't feel better. Wang Lian used to show off in front of him all the time. He then feigned concern and asked Wang Lian, "Why are you like this? Brother Wang, we are close friends. Why be so formal? How can I accept such a grand gesture?" Wang Lian's acting exploded, spilling all the details, including the incident of cuckolding City Lord Lu. So now he was seeking Lin Zhuo's shelter, or else he would surely be killed by the City Lord Lu. Lin Zhuo was first surprised, then asked Wang Lian, "Do you want to work as a clerk by my side?" Wang Lian immediately addressed Lin Zhuo as his lord, which immensely pleased Lin Zhuo. Nothing was more satisfying than having someone who used to be above you become your servant. Then, a delighted Lin Zhuo hosted a welcome feast for Wang Lian. Wang Lian hadn't forgotten the task Shenlang had given him. After seeing Lin Zhuo drink the doctored wine and become dizzy, wanting to say something but passing out instead, Wang Lian laughed, opened Lin Zhuo's collar, opened his mouth wide, and bit down on Lin Zhuo. The bitten Lin Zhuo woke up the next day, only to find the man Wang Lian in his bed, which terrified him to the core. He demanded to know why Wang Lian was in his bed, unaware that Shenlang had secretly dispatched someone in the name of the Salt Mountain leader of 1,000 households to send a message to the Lin residents. When Wu Xiaolin arrived at the leader of 1,000 households, he happened to witness the disgraceful scene between Lin Zhuo and Wang Lian, shocking the old man nearly to death. Just as Lin Zhuo tried to explain it was a misunderstanding, Shenlang had already arrived, exclaiming, my eyes are going to be blinded. I'm still a child. How could I be subjected to the scene?" Lin Zhuo had no time to deal with Shenlang, facing Wu Xiaolin's stern accusations. "Lin Zhuo, how shameless can you be?" He pushed Wang Lian away, hurriedly dressed himself, then knelt on the ground, pleading innocence to Wu Xiaolin. "Uncle, I was framed." But then Wang Lian turned the tables. "Sir, please stand up for me. These past few days, Lin Zhuo has been sending people to find me. I thought it was for something important, but this beast, upon meeting, drugged me, and then, before Wu Xiaolin could respond, Shenlang stepped forward. "Wang Lian, although you are my enemy, I am naturally just and cannot stand by and watch this tragedy unfold. I will send guards from the mythical Turtle Count's mansion to protect you as we accuse him, to the governor's mansion to file a complaint." By now, Lin Zhuo knew it was Shenlang setting him up. Of course, Shenlang wouldn't admit it. "I came today to give you my response, but I didn't expect to witness such an eye-scorching scene. Brother Wang Lian, let's go." To file a complaint, Wu Xiaolin immediately asked Shenlang to wait. "Shenlang, what do you want?" Shenlang inwardly smiled. Several cavalrymen from the mythical Turtle Count's mansion were detained by Lin Zhuo for no reason. "I'm here to get them back." Wu Xiaolin got the hint, instructing Lin Zhuo to release the men. Hearing this, Lin Zhuo was furious, but had to face reality and release them. Shortly after, all the detained cavalrymen from the Count's mansion were freed. Shenlang added a final blow to Lin Zhuo. "Lord Lin Zhuo, Wang Lian is too pitiful. I'm worried you might kill him to silence him, so I'm taking him with me as well." So, taking Wang Lian with him, they left. However, Shenlang wouldn't let Lin Zhuo off so easily. Bigger plans awaiting Lin Zhuo. At this time, Wu Xiaolin sensed something was amiss. He noticed that Wang Lian seemed to fear the light, and then, seeing Lin Zhuo seeking help, Wu Xiaolin, being the elder brother of peaceful stability Count Wu Xiaochong, naturally knew Wu Xiaochong well. He prepared a series of excuses and plans for Lin Zhuo, demanding triple the original amount of money. However, Lin Zhuo didn't notice that Wu Xiaolin's eyes occasionally rested on a wound on his neck. On the other side, inside the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, Shenlang signaled to Father Jean, "I have fulfilled my mission," and brought back Jean Sword Lady and the others. Father Jean was extremely satisfied, but the comparison made him lament his own foolish son's shortcomings. At this moment, Shenlang began to inquire of Father Jean, "Father-in-law, that Wu Xiaolin seems a bit unusual." Father Jean shared the information with Shenlang. Wu Xiaolin, over 20 years ago, competed with Peaceful Stability Count for the position of heir. His failure was due to his inability to produce offspring, lacking an heir. Before Shenlang could sympathize with his unfortunate situation, the steward came to report, "Master, son-in-law, there are villagers and elders from the estate asking to see you." Shenlang wondered which family was causing trouble this time, and followed to the outside of the Count's mansion. Soon after understanding the situation, it turned out the reason for the villagers' commotion was a significant harvest of silkworm cocoons, yet not a single merchant from mythical Turtle City was willing to buy them. This shocked Shenlang and the others, knowing that out of the 100,000 farmers in the mythical Turtle Count's estate, 70,000 relied on sericulture for their livelihood. If the cocoons couldn't be sold, it meant these 70,000 people would lose their means of subsistence, leading to major trouble. Moreover, a quarter of the Count's mansion's annual income came from taxes on the cocoons. The Count's mansion's finances would also be in dire straits, possibly leading to a complete breakdown in the financial chain. Now, the issue was that cocoons couldn't be stored for long. They had to be processed within a certain period, or else the moths would break through the cocoons from the inside. The villagers told Shenlang, "The Su family and the Lin family both refused to buy our cocoons, and the silk merchants from other counties who usually come every year haven't shown up either. The Su family head and his daughter even said that if they were to buy our cocoons, it would have to be the son-in-law himself himself going to negotiate with them. Shenlang understood it was another plot against him, but he reassured the villagers. I will handle it. You really aren't afraid of death, are you? Linjua was just played by me to near death, and yet the Su family dares to set a trap for me. An hour later at the Su residence, Shenlang arrived and calmly asked them, so, you have the guts to provoke me again? It turns out the Su family had previously used Shenlang's recipe for golden silk, which, after being presented to the crown prince, was greatly liked, earning the Su family a royal inscription. Their demand this time was simple, for Shenlang to hand over the recipes for purple and rainbow dyes. In return, they would buy the silkworm cocoons, but at half price. They also advised Shenlang not to resist, as the entire province of the southern journey would not buy their cocoons. They gave Shenlang 3 days to consider. Shenlang scoffed, wishful thinking, and then turned to leave. Later, back at the count's mansion, Shenlang, having shed his worries from the Su residence, cheerfully played chess with Jean Mulan. However, Jean Mulan suddenly questioned Shenlang. Husband, what were you doing last night? Shenlang broke into a cold sweat. I didn't do anything, just teaching little Bing to read. That's called teaching? Since when does teaching involve embracing and mouth to mouth? By the way, you seem to have said something about me. I didn't quite catch it clearly. Something about occupying the toilet but not using it. Otherwise, little Bing's child would already be several months old. Shenlang immediately tried to deflect blame onto little Bing, adopting the demeanor of a scoundrel. My lady, it was all her. All Bing are coming to provoke me. You know I always keep myself clean. However, Jean Mulan was not persuaded, clenching her fist and advancing towards Shenlang. The next moment, screams echoed across the count's mansion. The 3 days given by Su Qianqian quickly dwindled to just 1 day. Rumors spread new every day across the domain. Shenlang sought out another silk business, the Lin family. But given the previous incident with Linjua, the Lin family certainly would not help Shenlang. They even passed the information to the Su family, urging them to remain vigilant against Shenlang. Su Qianqian could hardly suppress her smirk, confident that Shenlang would have no choice but to plead with her. As expected, with no one buying the cocoons for a long time, the villagers could no longer hold out. Soon the cocoons would be ruined, and they came en masse to the count's mansion begging Shenlang for help. Shenlang assured them, no matter what humiliating conditions the Su family proposes, I, Shenlang, will agree to them, just so everyone can have food to eat and money to earn. Hearing Shenlang's words, the villagers were deeply moved, thanking Shenlang for his great kindness. Shortly after at the Su residence, Shenlang handed over the formulas for the purple and rainbow dyes to Su Qianqian. Seeing this, Su Qianqian wanted to burst into laughter, feeling she had finally won a round. But Su Qianqian stated, to buy your cocoons, this is not enough. You must apologize to me for the harm you've caused me in the past. Shenlang complied. Qianqian, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please, for the sake of our past, forgive me this time, let me off. However, Su Qianqian, seizing the opportunity to demand more, insisted that Shenlang burn all copies of Boundless Romantic Affairs. Shenlang argued reasonably, I can publicly burn Boundless Romantic Affairs, but you must purchase the cocoons at the full price. Su Qianqian laughed. 60% of the original price. Take it or leave it. And the book must be burned at our Su residence. I want to watch you burn your own book. Left with no choice, Shenlang agreed. Subsequently, Shenlang, as promised, personally set fire to thousands of copies of Boundless Romantic Affairs in front of Su Qianqian. The Su family finally began to purchase the cocoons, although only at 60% of the price, forcing the farmers to sell with tears in their eyes. Even so, Su Qianqian only bought 300,000 pounds of cocoons, announcing to everyone, rest assured, we will buy the remaining cocoons as well, but still need to negotiate with Mr. Shenlang. Su Qianqian was determined to torment Shenlang thoroughly this time. Upon receiving the first batch of cocoons, Su's workshop began to work overtime, boiling water for silk extraction. The workshop's temperature soared above 45 degrees Celsius, enveloping every area, including the cocoon storage room. For some unknown reason, the cocoons suddenly caught fire, and despite all efforts to douse it, the fire was unstoppable, eventually consuming everything in a massive blaze. Meanwhile, from the tower of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, Shenlang watched the direction of the blazing fire, feeling exceedingly pleased. The night before Su's family began purchasing the cocoons, Shenlang had secretly filled some of them with white phosphorus, which ignites at temperatures above 40 degrees Celsius. By mixing these phosphorus-laden cocoons into Su's workshop, the outcome was inevitable. While explaining the use of white phosphorus to Jean Mulan, Shenlang also took the opportunity to grow closer, even managing to steal a kiss on Jean Mulan's cheek. This time, Shenlang won big. Not only did he win the people's hearts and kiss Jean Mulan, but he also ensured the destruction of the Su family. All his actions, including the dye formula, were merely diversions. At the time of the fire, the head of the Su family was hosting a banquet, celebrating their acquisition of the mythical Turtle Count's land cocoons at a mere fraction of their value. Su Qianqian noticed something amiss when the distant fire caught her eye, pointing towards their workshop. An unbelievable thought crossed her mind, which was confirmed the next moment when several servants rushed to report, the workshop is on fire. Everything's gone. The head of the Su family couldn't believe it, questioning how a fire could start in a place filled with water tanks and vapor, even going as far as to berate the messenger. The servant, trembling, suggested, "Master, you'll see if you go look." With no other choice, Su Chanshan ordered the carriage prepared. Upon arriving at the workshop, they were stunned into silence by the sight. Decades of the Su family's industry were reduced to ashes. An agitated Su family head demanded of the workers, "Why didn't you put out the fire?" The workers, feeling wronged, explained, "We couldn't. Several storage rooms caught fire simultaneously, and it was a strange fire. Water couldn't extinguish it." The head of the Su family was devastated, completely numb from shock, and immediately blamed Shenlang for the destruction of his workshop. He demanded the city Lord Lu to bring guards and arrest Shenlang at the Count's mansion. The city Lord Lu outright refused, questioning the Su family head for evidence. At this moment, he truly felt the ruthlessness of Shenlang. The refusal from the city Lord Lu only fueled the Su family head's agitation. He exclaimed, "Are you afraid? I'm not. Behind me stand the prefecture and the governor's offices, and I have the prince's calligraphy." Su Chanshan quickly comforted her father, saying now was not the time to pursue blame. They had already taken a significant deposit from Western region merchants and would have to compensate if they couldn't deliver on time. Though the Su family's main workshop was destroyed, the prestige of their brocade and embroidery pavilion must not fall. Losing their reputation and credibility would truly be the end. This sobered the Su family head, who prepared to discuss borrowing a workshop with the Lin family. However, the head of the Lin family had already arrived, offering his workshop to the Su family unconditionally, on the condition that they unite against Shenlang afterward. Despite Su Chanshan securing the Linma workshop, the Su family faced a more severe challenge. Having aggressively expanded this year, they had nearly bought up all the cocoons in the province of the Southern Journey. Now, with the cocoons gone in the fire, they would have to buy from the mythical Turtle Count's mansion to fulfill their contract with the Western region merchants. The mythical Turtle Count's mansion had just enough cocoons, 3 million pounds, along with Su's silk inventory, to barely meet the demand. So, in an ironic twist, they found themselves needing Shenlang's help. Inside the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, a young maid struck a seductive pose for Shenlang to model. Shenlang didn't disappoint, creating a portrait that was not just lifelike but beautified and filtered. As they excitedly discussed the artwork, the butler informed Shenlang, "Sir, Su Chanshan has arrived." Hearing this, Shenlang's lips curved into a smirk. Finally, she has come. A moment later, in the grand hall of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, Su Chanshan was dressed stunningly beautiful. Her attitude had also done a 180-degree turn towards Shenlang. Shenlang smiled inwardly at the sight of Su Chanshan's attire. "This is exactly how I described her in Boundless Romantic Affairs. It's like a cosplay of the real world." "Su Chanshan, you really know how to play along. Do you think this is how I wish to see you in my heart?" Su Chanshan then took out Shenlang's Boundless Romantic Affairs. "Master Shen, I've read this book from cover to cover 11 times. It's excellently written. The poems and stories I wrote before are simply embarrassing in comparison. When will the second volume be released? I'm eagerly looking forward to it." Shenlang was calmly drinking tea, unmoved. Seeing this, Su Chanshan's tone became even more coquettish, pleading pitifully with Shenlang, "Master Shen, a single night of marriage equals 100 days of grace. I realize my mistake and admit my wrongdoing. Please, forgive me." Shenlang simply gestured for Su Chanshan to sit down and then got straight to the point. "I know why you're here and that you have no intention of repenting. You're just trying to temporarily overcome the Su family's difficulties and save its reputation. But I don't mind. Business is business. After all." Su Chanshan maintained a smile throughout, neither explicitly denying nor admitting anything, but made her intention clear. "We are willing to buy 3 million pounds of cocoons at 1.5 times the price." However, Shenlang immediately asked for triple the price, catching Su Chanshan off guard. "Such a lion's mouth. With triple the price, you're looking to drain all the money we have left." Of course, Su Chanshan would not agree. When she tried to argue her point with Shenlang, he lightly said, "If you don't buy, we can set up our own workshop." Su Chanshan remained calm. "Do you have a workshop? Do you have workers?" Shenlang responded, "After the Su family goes bankrupt, won't we? As long as there are workers, there will be workshops. Your workers will become ours." This completely broke Su Chanshan's composure. She stood up to question, "Shenlang, are you really leaving no way out for the Su family?" She also made it clear to Shenlang, the decisive battle to besiege the mythical Turtle Count's mansion is about to begin. "As long as you agree to the 1.5 times price, I can ensure your parents and brother will be safe." Upon this, Shenlang issued an order to leave, clearly unwilling to continue the discussion. Su Chanshan panicked and raised the price to twice the original amount, but Shenlang still did not agree. Frustrated, Su Chanshan tore up Boundless Romantic Affairs. Considering the price of fresh cocoons was 20 copper coins per pound, and 1 gold coin could buy about 100 pounds, buying 3 million pounds of golden cocoons at the original price would cost only 30,000 gold coins. Now, Shenlang had raised the price to 90,000 gold coins, which was the limit the Su family could afford by mortgaging their properties and shops. Shenlang was determined to drain the last drop drop of blood from the Su family. Su Chanshan understood this very well but had no choice but to agree to Shenlang's demands. Triple it is then, all for you. Shenlang, take this money with you to the grave. The Su family mortgaged over a dozen shops in their house, borrowed 60,000 gold coins from the Hidden Origin Society, and finally gathered enough money to buy the 3 million pounds of cocoons. The people were immensely grateful to Shenlang, and the Count's mansion earned 18,000 gold coins in taxes alone, achieving a win-win situation with the residents of the territory. Meanwhile, Lin Zhuo, turned into a mad dog, was frantically attacking the mythical turtle Count's mansion. Under Wu Xiaoling's strategizing, he smoothly passed the challenges of peaceful stability Count Wu Xiaochong and even got promoted to Northern Guard Marquis Vanguard Commander. Returning to mythical Turtle City, Lin Zhuo devoted himself to carrying out his father-in-law's arrangements, causing trouble at the borders of mythical Turtle Count's mansion's territory without rest. Whether they were villagers crossing the border or soldiers, he captured them all. Lin Zhuo, who was severely tricked by Shenlang, had become a complete mad dog, viciously biting at mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Several dozen conflicts had erupted in a few days, but each time a situation was about to escalate, it was forcefully suppressed by Jean Mulan. But Lin Zhuo wasn't the only pressure mythical Turtle Count's mansion faced. It included the pressure from established noble leader Distant Guard Marquis Su Nan, the lady of mythical Turtle Count's mansion's own brother, who betrayed mythical Turtle Count harshly. When the new policy winds blew, he tentatively asked to resign due to illness, which the sovereign granted. Recently, the sovereign ordered his restoration as the Grand General of the army and appointed him as the protector of the Crown Prince, which he eagerly accepted and immediately entered the capital, directly causing a significant blow to mythical Turtle Count. At the same time, Zhang Chong was making connections everywhere, creating more enemies and difficulties for mythical Turtle Count. For instance, he went to Northern Guard Marquis Nangong Ao, one of the 5 great leaders of the Yu Kingdom's military and a martial arts master. Zhang Chong's purpose was to persuade Northern Guard Marquis' heir, Nangong Xia, to lead an army into the southern Ouyang country to quell the rebellion, serving as the vanguard. Among the younger generation of nobles in the south, Tang Yan of Jin Hai Count's mansion is #1 in swordsmanship. In terms of horsemanship and leading troops, it is Nangong Xia, the heir of Northern Guard Marquis, who ranks first. Nangong Ao, though a warrior, instantly understood Zhang Chong's intention. If he were to lead by sending out his private army to quell the rebellion in southern Ouyang country, it would give the emperor an excuse to have other nobles also dispatch their private armies. On the battlefield of southern Ouyang country, it would be a chance to significantly weaken the old noble families. Thus, Northern Guard Marquis Nangong Ao, no longer neutral, would become the target of public criticism. However, Zhang Chong offered too much. He could make Nangong Ao's second son, Nangong Ping, serve as his chief clerk. After all, Nangong Ping was only a palace central official, a mere 7th rank officer, while the highest rank for a chief clerk in the prefectural government office was 6th. This meant Nangong Ping could be promoted 3 levels directly. With both the heir and the second son gaining significant advantages, it was difficult for the Northern Guard Marquis to refuse. Then, Zhang Chong met with a member of the Hidden Origin Society, Shu Tinyu, and they finalized their plan to deal with the mythical Turtle Count's mansion and the division of spoils that would follow. However, at this moment, Zhang Chong's son, Zhang Ji, came to report, "Father, there has been an incident. Su Guanyun's large workshop was completely burned down in a fire. Our reserve funds are gone." It turned out that due to Shenlang's manipulation, all of Su's family gold was blown up, nearly bankrupting them and thus leaving Zhang Chong, who was troubling the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, without subsequent funds. The people from the Hidden Origin Society immediately understood Zhang Chong's marriage alliance with the Su family was just for the Su family's money. Therefore, he said, "Lord Zhang Chong, my family has a younger sister, 18 this year, beautiful as flowers in the moon." The signal released was clear to Zhang Chong, but he showed no interest and instead stood up to leave. On the way out, Zhang Ji asked his father, about the intention of that Hidden Origin Society just now. Zhang Chong, knowing what his son wanted to say, interrupted him. "The money from the Hidden Origin Society is not so easily taken. Unless absolutely necessary, do not take it." Zhang Ji also understood, "But father, the operation of becoming the glamorous province subordinate commander is about to be scheduled, and it requires a lot of gold coins. If the Su family can't provide this money, it will delay important matters." Hearing this, Zhang Chong stopped in his tracks and countered Zhang Ji with a question, "Do you truly like Su Chanshan?" Zhang Ji was momentarily stunned, then nodded slightly. So, Zhang Chong also told his son, "Don't take breaking off an engagement lightly. It's too damaging to one's reputation. Su Chanshan is a formidable woman and can certainly be a virtuous wife for you. Give the Su family another chance. As long as their family name stands, they will surely overcome this crisis. As for the money I need for my operations, we can have the Su family borrow from the Hidden Origin Society. But if the Su family doesn't get through this crisis, then they won't be of any value." Suddenly, Zhang Chong asked his son, "Who is more skilled in martial arts, you or Jean Mulan?" Zhang Ji thought for a moment, said. It should be evenly matched. Zhang Chong then planned for Zhang Ji to go and spar with the martial fanatic Tang Yan, and he must give it his all. It was essential to confirm if Tang Yan was as strong as rumored. The Northern Guard Marquis' house, Distant Guard Marquis' house, Jean High Count's mansion, and the Hidden Origin Society all wanted a piece of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. In such a critical moment, Shenlang was busy painting. It turned out that Jean Mulan was jealous after seeing the portrait Shenlang had painted for a maid and wanted one for herself. Shenlang did not miss this opportunity. Using painting as an excuse, he kept asking Jean Mulan to pose in enticing positions. But then, the steward came to report, Miss Su Jianting from the Distant Guard Marquis' house requests an audience. Shenlang was infuriated by the interruption. The names Su Jianting and Distant Guard Marquis' house were taboo in this household. Su Jianting was not only Mulan's cousin, but also her betrothed in a childhood engagement. However, 8 years ago, the marriage contract was torn up. Since then, the relationship between the two families had completely cooled, almost to the point of a break. Shenlang did not hesitate to add his name to the list of enemies. This man is a former rival and love of mine. Moments later, in the Count's mansion's hall, when Su Jianting saw Jean Mulan coming, he was immediately attracted by her beauty and instantly regretted the tearing of their marriage contract years ago. As for Shenlang, upon seeing Su Jianting, his displeasure was written all over his face. After both parties had seated, Mother Jean also expressed her dissatisfaction with Su Jianting. Are you here to mock our Count's mansion? Su Jianting gave an awkward snort and explained his main purpose. My grandmother misses Mother Jean and Jean Mulan. She would like to invite them to visit. Mother Jean clearly understood the underlying meaning. They want me and my daughter to take refuge there. Mother Jean firmly refused. Now in life, I am a person of the Jean family, and in death, I will be a ghost of the Jean family. The moment you made that decision years ago, I was no longer a daughter of the Su family. Father Jean was moved by her words. Su Jianting didn't say anything further, but turned his gaze to Jean Mulan. I would like to spar with her. Jean Mulan sought Shenlang's opinion. Shenlang knew the real purpose of the Su family was to test Jean Mulan. However, Shenlang did not refuse. The next moment, the two in the courtyard began their intense duel. Shenlang, using his ability to analyze, noticed that Jean Mulan had become much stronger than when she fought Tianheng. Even so, Jean Mulan seemed to struggle a bit against Su Jianting's attacks. It appeared that Su Jianting's martial arts skills should not be underestimated. After several rounds of competition, Su Jianting clasped his fists. Cousin, you have my thanks. I once crossed swords with the martial fanatic Tang Yan. His move, Meteor from Beyond the Heavens, I faced 10 times, but could not withstand even once. After saying this, he bid farewell to Mother Jean and the others. Jean Mulan, wiping the sweat from her face, remained silent. After seeing Father Jean and Mother Jean leave, Shenlang came forward to check on the injuries in Jean Mulan's hands. Jean Mulan threw herself into Shenlang's arms, showing her vulnerability to him for the first time. Husband, I couldn't even defeat Su Jianting. How can I defeat the even stronger martial fanatic Tang Yan? If I lose to Tang Yan, then we would have lost 1 out of 3 challenges, and we might lose the Isle of Gold Mountain forever. Shenlang held Jean Mulan tightly. My love, I promise you, you will win the battle against Tang Yan. In the struggle for the Isle of Gold Mountain, we will be victorious. I will train you to be an unparalleled master. Actually, the feud between Jean High Count's mansion and the mythical Turtle Count's mansion originated 180 years ago. At that time, the Jean family had a man who was resurrected from the dead. In just 5 years, he transformed from a nobody into a top expert. He led a large army to fight in the south and the north, thrashed Wu country, crushed Chu country, and almost never tasted defeat. At the age of 39, he became the Crown Prince's protector and the Grand General, expanding the Jean family's territory to 5,000 square kilometers. Compared to the Jean family at that time, Jean High Marquis seemed dim and was even demoted to a count. The Isle of Gold Mountain was originally the territory of Jean High Marquis, but a group of very powerful pirates took over the island. Count Jean Zhou of the mythical turtle led a large army and beat those pirates out, reclaiming dozens of coastal islands and ending the chaos at sea. To commend Jean Zhou, the monarch of that generation granted the Isle of Gold Mountain to the Jean family. Later on, as the Jean family's fortunes waned, the people of Jean High Count's mansion grew stronger with each generation. In the battle for the Isle of Gold Mountain, they almost fought their brains out. The fortune of Jean High Count's mansion has continued to this day. In this generation of the Tang family, there is Tang Yun, the third top scholar in the imperial examination, and Tang Yan, the #1 young master in the south. In this battle for the Isle of Gold Mountain, the Tang family is almost certain to win. So, Jean Mulan uncertainly asked Shenlang, really? Shenlang countered Jean Mulan, humph, what's wrong? You don't believe your husband? Jean Mulan hugged Shenlang again and said, I believe, in my heart, my husband is capable of anything. Shenlang then overstepped. Then, my lady, you might as well not close the window when you bathe tonight. Your husband definitely won't peek. This made Jean Mulan immediately leave Shenlang's embrace, visibly annoyed. It was so romantic just now, and you had to ruin the mood thinking about those things. Inside Peaceful Stability Marquis' mansion, Peaceful Stability Marquis was originally discussing the prophets after dealing with the mythical turtle Count when suddenly his third son rushed in to tell him Linjua has rabies and is bound to die. Moreover, Linjua, who showed symptoms, not only bit me but also infected a few women in the house at some point. Enraged, Jing and Marquis had all the infected people captured, including his own son and concubines. Wu Xiaoyin, who was in charge of the capture, glanced at them and then ordered the guards to act. The next moment, torches ignited the wood, and then the door was sealed shut. They intended to burn the oxygen to suffocate everyone to death, but unseen by others, Wu Xiaoyin revealed a satisfied smile. So it really is rabies. What a good method. This time, so many of Wu Xiaozhong's family members died, saving me a lot of effort. The next day, outside the mythical turtle Count's mansion, on a small path patrolled by Jean Sword Lady, Linjua was lying in ambush. He felt that Shenlang seemed to care a lot about this woman, so he decided to capture Jean Sword Lady, not only to torture her severely but also to infect her with rabies. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, a long sword pierced his heart. Struggling, he turned his head and saw peaceful Stability Marquis' adopted son, Wu Yuanbao. Because of you, out of the Count's 9 sons, 3 have died, and among the 13 concubines, 4 have died. So, Linjua's fate need not be mentioned. Meanwhile, at Jin Hai Count's mansion, they also received a challenge for a duel from Zhang Ji. The absent-minded man in front of them was the famous martial fanatic Tang Yan. Jin Hai Count told him that he must give his all in this match. Tang Yan absent-mindedly responded. His gaze was fixed on an ant on the table, admiring its strength to lift over 50 times its own weight, something he couldn't do. If he could learn this technique, his martial arts would advance further. A moment later, at Jin Hai Count's martial arts competition arena, although Zhang Ji had always been outmatched by Shenlang, he was still very strong. He passed the martial scholar exam at 17 and became the commander of the mythical Turtle City's defense army in his 20s, holding the rank of guerrilla general. Upon arriving in mythical Turtle City, he immediately challenged Tian Heng and defeated him with one move. However, facing Tang Yan's meteor from beyond the heavens, a move used millions or even tens of millions of times, Zhang Ji tasted defeat, being thrown out with serious injuries on both arms. Tang Yan didn't even glance at him, continuing to ponder how to learn the ant's technique. Afterward, Zhang Ji returned to his father's side, clenching his teeth to report the outcome. 14 years practicing only this sword technique, truly invincible. Zhang Chong laughed upon hearing this. In the battle for Isle of Gold Mountain, the mythical turtle Count's mansion is destined to lose. If the Su family really falls through, then breaking off the engagement is the only option left. Unexpectedly, the textile industry of the Su family progressed remarkably well. Upon returning, Zhang Ji breathed a sigh of relief. However, Su Chanshan was unaware of Zhang Ji's thoughts, and thanked Zhang Ji for sticking with the Su family through thick and thin, which reassured Zhang Ji. Once the Su family gets through this tough time, we can mortgage the Su family's brand and shop again, surely securing a good sum of gold coins. The position my father-in-law desires is almost guaranteed. Hearing this, Zhang Ji patted Su Chanshan on the head, proud of the woman he had chosen. It seemed as if the one who had regrets about the marriage wasn't him, and the success of Su Chanshan was all thanks to the dye formula provided by Shenlang. The Su family repeatedly verified Shenlang's formula, and whether it was exposed to the sun or washed at high temperatures, the color did not fade. The extremely beautiful purple and rainbow-colored silk alone earned a deposit of 50,000 gold coins. Thus, they dyed all their silk purple and rainbow-colored in pursuit of covering the debts from buying silkworm cocoons. Such bold moves not only stopped the Su family's losses, but even turned a profit. So, even though Zhang Chanhua and others advised that it was too risky, Su Chanshan insisted on using Shenlang's 2 formulas for the silk, and her delivery date was just a few days away. While Su Chanshan was busy with preparations, Shenlang had already prepared the next few moves for the battle for the Isle of Gold Mountain. First, he helped Jean Mulan enhance her inner strength to address the issue with Tang Yan. Jean Mulan, facing Shenlang, clearly knew where she had been secretly hurt and was also very surprised. Shenlang was quite proud. Not only do I know, but I can also heal the hidden injuries. However, my lady, why is your inner strength true energy purple? This surprised Jean Mulan even more. My lord, you can actually discern bloodlines with the naked eye. This caused Shenlang to be puzzled. It turns out that in this world, inner strength true energy indeed has color distinctions. The purple energy flow Shenlang saw represented that Jean Mulan possessed a purple talent bloodline of a very high grade, suitable for swordsmanship and battlefield martial arts, and the highest grade of bloodline is the golden bloodline, which Jean Mulan had never seen before. However, the next moment, Shenlang saw it. Big Fool was preparing to follow the great master Zhong Chirong to the mountain to cultivate and bid farewell to Shenlang. Shenlang unconsciously scanned Big Fool's bloodline, and it was as if a voice echoed in his mind. Golden bloodline. Big Fool possesses a top-tier bloodline talent, which is no wonder the Grandmaster took one look at Big Fool and took him as a disciple. However, Shenlang realized that just a slight improvement in Jean Mulan's inner strength was not enough to defeat Tang Yan, so he shifted his focus to meteor from beyond Beyond the Heavens. Meteor from Beyond the Heavens is the treasured technique of Sky's Sea Pavilion, and the Southern Sea Sword King, Li Qianqiu, also made a name for himself with this move, ranking among the Grandmasters. Even Grandmaster Zhong Chirong explicitly told Jean Mulan that she couldn't possibly be Tang Yan's opponent. Young people of this generation simply cannot defeat Tang Yan. Perhaps Big Fool might have a chance in 5 years, but Shenlang still believed he could find a way to counter Meteor from Beyond the Heavens. While looking for a way to overcome Meteor from Beyond the Heavens, he accidentally learned that the martial arts heritage of this world originated from the ancient world. Thousands of years after the destruction of the ancient world, humans not only unearthed the 4 books and 5 classics, but also various martial arts manuals. These manuals were engraved in soft jade scrolls or carved into jade bricks, and just an inch-thick jade brick could contain over 200 layers, each layer having hundreds of characters and 2 to 3 diagrams. Shenlang was amazed. Wow, goodness, isn't this just like a hard drive from another world? To solve the mystery of Meteor from Beyond the Heavens, Shenlang went through almost all the private collections in the Count's mansion. However, even after finishing the books of his cheat-like ancestor Jin Zhou, Shenlang still couldn't find a way to counter Meteor from Beyond the Heavens. Thus, Shenlang chose to go directly to Sky's Sea Pavilion. A few days later, Shenlang and Jean Mulan arrived at their destination. He knocked on the door of Sky's Sea Pavilion and shouted to the master inside, "Master, we wish to enter Sky's Sea Pavilion to study." A voice came from the other side of the door. "Do you have an invitation from our pavilion?" "Of course not." So Shenlang turned to Jean Mulan. "My lady, with your high martial skills and noble status, you must be a member of Sky's Sea Pavilion, right? We can enter directly, can't we?" However, there was no such thing as membership, and only various academic grandmasters, like Jean Mulan's teacher Zhong Chuk, had the privilege to receive an invitation. Hearing this, Shenlang had no choice but to resort to his last strategy, which was to accept the academic challenge of Sky's Sea Pavilion. As long as one could solve any one of the ultimate puzzles, they could become a guest of the pavilion. After Shenlang finished speaking, an elderly man came out. He sized up Shenlang and asked, "Are you sure you want to accept the challenge?" Shenlang confidently affirmed, "Of course." The elder's gaze then shifted to Jean Mulan, and upon knowing that Shenlang was her husband, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It's not easy for someone as physically weak as you have survived until now. However, to accept the challenge, you need 500 gold coins." After Shenlang took out a bag of gold coins, the elder motioned for the two to follow him. As they walked, the elder informed Shenlang, "There are 3 of Sky's Sea Pavilion's 10 great challenges left. These 3 challenges have remained unsolved for 3 years. Now, there are only challenges in martial arts, astronomy, and philosophy left. Which one will you choose?" After some thought, Shenlang immediately dismissed martial arts, and philosophy was out of the question too, as it was too abstract and debatable to clearly determine right from wrong. So, Shenlang chose astronomy. Upon hearing this, the elder handed the question to Shenlang. Shenlang took it and looked at it with Jean Mulan, only to see 5 words on the paper. "How big is the sun?" After 2 minutes, the elder was about to say, "Don't waste time if you can't solve it." Shenlang then stated, "I've already solved it," and began to demonstrate his method. He used the pinhole imaging technique to measure the distance from this planet to the sun, which is 109 times the diameter of the sun, also confirming to Shenlang that he was not on Earth, since the ratio on Earth is 107 times. Next, Shenlang placed a ruler straight on the ground, and at precisely noon, measured the length of the shadow cast by a bamboo stick in the sunlight, recording it. 3 days later, at noon, he planted the bamboo stick in the ground again to measure the length of the shadow at a place 2,000 miles away. At noon, when the sun shone directly, the length of the bamboo's shadow was different, with a centimeter level difference. The difference in shadow lengths between the 2 places and the 2,000 miles distance, using the Pythagorean theorem, could calculate the distance between the sun and this world. Then, dividing this distance by 109, the diameter of the bright could be calculated. The elder, upon hearing this, was astounded. Such a method was unheard of and unseen before, and even more accurate than their methods. The elder's attitude immediately became respectful, inquiring the diameter of the sun from Shenlang. 2,890,000 miles. This answer shocked the elder even more. Upon learning Shenlang was only 18 years old, he exclaimed, "Too outstanding, a genius, an absolute genius. Ah, I thought this weak young man was unworthy of you, but now I feel you are unworthy of him." Since Jean Mulan did not qualify to enter Sky's Sea Pavilion, only Shenlang was led inside by the elder. The elder called for a person named Lady Yu to receive the guest. The slovenly dressed lady turned around with some displeasure, but upon seeing Shenlang's handsome face, she disappeared in a whoosh, and when she reappeared, she had undergone a 180-degree transformation, turning into a mature lady. She boldly asked Shenlang, "Young master, which book would you like to borrow? Would you like some tea or some pastries?" Shenlang, somewhat embarrassed, stated, "I want to see Meteor from Beyond the Heavens." The lady smiled charmingly. "Sure, I'll get it for you right away." Meanwhile, at the Su family's residence, it was the day they were to deliver their goods. The Western region merchants were extremely satisfied with the rainbow silk, and upon seeing this, Su Chanchan smiled inwardly. Now it seems we've turned misfortune into a blessing. Not only can we capture the market within the U Kingdom, but we can also take over the Western region's market. At this moment, Su Chanchan ordered her servants to present the clothes made of rainbow silk as a gift to the Western region merchants. After seeing the Western region merchants go to change, Su Chanchan finally took a breath of relief. With this, the Su family has weathered the storm, and my father-in-law has enough money to pursue the position of glamorous province subordinate commander. Thinking of this, Su Chanchan mockingly thought of Shenlang as foolish. He gave away the formula so easily. Unexpectedly, the next moment, a scream came from the changing room. When Su Chanchan pushed the door and entered, she saw the skin of the Western region merchants was covered in red spots, and some were even having difficulty breathing. Su Chanchan thought she had earned 2 formulas from Shenlang, but those formulas turned out to be a ticking time bomb. Shenlang had early on added up to 9 ingredients known to cause allergies in Westerners to the formula, and Su Chanchan, pressed for time, only tested the durability of the formula, without the leisure to identify which substances were superfluous for dying. Thus, Shenlang's allergy package could be said to be a major weapon against Su Chanchan's partners. The patriarch of the Su family, bloodshot eyes, exclaimed, "Shenlang, it must be your doing. I won't let you go even as a ghost." Understanding everything, Su Chanchan's face darkened, as if she could imagine Shenlang's smug expression. Ah, the Su family is completely ruined now. With just a little trick, I, Shenlang, took you down. Should I lend you another bag of gold coins? At this moment, Su Chanchan could no longer hold herself up and collapsed, her face covered in tears, throwing herself into Zhang Ji's arms, sobbing loudly. Unbeknownst to her, aside from ordering people to suppress the scene, Zhang Ji's gaze towards Su Chanchan was already contemplating calling off the engagement, for the Su family was truly beyond salvation now. Inside the library of Sky's Sea Pavilion, after Shenlang perfectly solved the astronomical question of Sky's Sea Pavilion, he easily obtained the treasured meteor from beyond the heavens. This made Shenlang feel, it seems like the scholars of Sky's Sea Pavilion don't care about meteor from beyond the heavens at all, and Shenlang's handsome appearance also won the favor of the elder sister, who kept launching flirtatious advances at Shenlang. "Little brother, guess how old sister is?" Shenlang directly activated his divine eye to precisely identify her age, 23.5 years old, but the elder sister would never admit it. Giggle, "I'm only 18. This made the scholars of Sky's Sea Pavilion somewhat unable to watch. "You've been saying you're 18 for the past 18 years, and you're still 18 now." The 2 scholars didn't dare to speak out loud, but coughed while thinking, usually commanding us around. Now that a slightly handsome young man comes along, you're all over him. Where's your dignity and pride? Facing the 2 scholars, Zhang Yuan immediately changed her demeanor. "Hey, what's all the coughing about? Got tuberculosis? Cough somewhere else." "Little brother, that old thing was coughing and polluting the air just now. I've made him leave. Can't let you catch any diseases." The elder sister also told Shenlang, apart from the Southern Sea Sword King, no one else has been able to decipher meteor from beyond the heavens. There was even a grandmaster who spent 1.5 years here and still got nothing. Shenlang knew this person, who was Big Fool's master, Zhongchuk, but this was not a problem for Shenlang. A scan with his titanium alloy dog eyes would suffice. Then recording everything in his brain, the complexity of it, also made Shenlang understand why those who specialize in deciphering secret manuals usually don't practice martial arts, because they simply don't have the spare energy. An hour later, Shenlang had finished deciphering everything, and he also made his farewells to the elder sister and others. On the way back to the Count's mansion with Jean Mulan noticed the scent of another woman on her husband. Shenlang became somewhat flustered, starting his evasive explanation. No, my lady, you're mistaken. That's the smell from the jade bricks." Seeing Shenlang still not admitting, Jean Mulan jumped onto another horse, leaving Shenlang to ride alone. Shenlang hurriedly explained, "My lady, it's not my fault. That woman insisted on getting close to me and even wanted to sit on my lap. I sternly stopped her, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Jean Mulan snorted lightly, clearly not believing Shenlang's words. Seeing this, Shenlang started his performance. "Ah, my lady, I might fall off if I ride alone." Seemingly convinced by Shenlang's sincerity, Jean Mulan could only reach out to hold Shenlang, and Shenlang took the opportunity to hold Jean Mulan in his arms. Then he started his sweet talk again. "My lady, you are truly kind. In my heart, you will always be the only one. Other women are just like wildflowers by the roadside. I, Shenlang, would never pick them. At most, I'd accidentally brush past and catch a bit of their fragrance." Jean Mulan was charmed into blushing and dared not look at Shenlang. Such a guy, managing to make cheating sound so refined and elegant. Seeing Shenlang still clinging to her, Jean Mulan was about to ask Shenlang to leave, when Shenlang looked up at her and asked, "My lady, have you bathed today?" Having been on the road all day, Jean Mulan, of course, hadn't bathed, prompting Shenlang to display a look of disdain. Jean Mulan quickly sniffed herself. "I haven't bathed for just 1 day. How could I smell?" Later, at a lake, Shenlang curiously asked Jean Mulan, "My lady, why are we stopping here?" Jean Mulan's face turned slightly red. "To bathe, so you won't sustain me, ancestor. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Zhang Ji relentlessly relayed everything that had happened at the Su family, verbatim to his father, and shortly after, an envoy from the Hidden Origin Society, Shu Tinyu, came to visit. He told Zhang Chong, as long as your son marries my cousin, she will bring a dowry of 100,000 gold coins, with no strings attached. However, Zhang Chong chose to refuse. We have a marriage agreement with the Su family, and will not break it lightly, and he instructed his son to go back and comfort Su Chanqian. Tell her, our Zhang family will neither break nor call off the engagement. The envoy from the Hidden Origin Society also said, you must hurry back. According to common belief, the time for someone to consider suicide is within 48 hours of a breakdown. After this period, even in despair, they won't think of dying. Zhang Ji was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Riding swiftly, Zhang Ji returned to the Su family by night. Upon seeing Zhang Ji, Su Chanqian immediately started apologizing. Zhang Ji comforted Su Chanqian. Take it easy. It's alright. Don't think too much. Just rest well. Su Chanqian was moved by his words. If the Zhang family wants to call off the engagement, I would understand. I will publicly declare that all faults lie with me. Zhang Ji shook his head. Don't be silly, darling. I wouldn't do that. Then he stroked Su Chanqian's head. Chanqian, don't worry about it. A good sleep will make it better. Obediently, Su Chanqian closed her eyes. Later, Zhang Ji went to visit Su Chanqian's father. The patriarch of the Su family was also very emotional upon seeing Zhang Ji. Having not slept for days, he implicitly refused to admit defeat in his words, even contemplating reneging on the deal with the Western region merchants, while also promising Zhang Ji, after taking down the mythical turtle count, he did not want any share of the profits from dividing the mythical turtle count's assets, planning to sell everything to pursue an official position for Zhang Ji's father. Zhang Ji didn't say much, but advised his father-in-law to calm down and take his medicine. When the patriarch of the Su family took the medicine handed over by Zhang Ji, he drank it in one gulp. Unexpectedly, the next moment, he started bleeding from all orifices and collapsed to the ground, stammering, the medicine, was there poison in it? Then, perplexed, he asked Zhang Ji, why? If you could divorce, why kill me? Father-in-law, I could be widowed, but cannot break off the engagement. The Zhang family values integrity. This statement made everything clear to the patriarch of the Su family. With his last bit of strength, he glared at Zhang Ji. You are even more ruthless than Shenlang. Before dying, the patriarch truly regretting having made ties with such a wolf as Zhang Chong. Then Zhang Ji took out a forged will, placed it in a safe, and returned to Su Chanqian's room. He glanced at Su Chanqian. His trembling hand ultimately didn't touch Su Chanqian's pretty face. He silently said to her, Chanqian, you're so smart, so beautiful. I truly liked you. Sleep, Chanqian. After you fall asleep, all troubles will vanish. After Zhang Ji stepped outside, several figures in black doused the Su family's courtyard with oil. The next moment, a great fire blazed up instantly, and this fire, as Zhang Chong stated, was their way of not breaking the engagement. Soon, Su Chanqian's cries for help could be heard from inside, but the door was locked, and Su Chanqian couldn't escape. In disbelief, she yelled, husband, save me. It wasn't you who set the fire, was it? Zhang Ji, why are you doing this? Zhang Ji, you're so cruel. Even more so than Shenlang. I must have been blind. With an expressionless face, Zhang Ji muttered, Chanqian, life is too full of suffering. Have a good sleep, and there will be no more pain. The great fire at the Su family's residence finally drew attention from the outside, and by the next day, news of the Su family's fire had spread throughout mythical Turtle City. Despite City Lord Lu personally leading hundreds of soldiers to fight the fire, and Zhang Ji making multiple attempts to rush into the flames, he was unable to save his fiancée. The patriarch of the Su family, Su Chanqian, and the third son of the Su family either committed suicide or were burned to death. The once great Su family was almost completely wiped out, leaving only the patriarch's blind old mother and a child under the age of 5. The forged suicide note by Zhang Ji pointed the finger of blame at Shenlang of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Zhang Ji also held a grand funeral for the Su family. The young child of the Su family was too young to endure, so Zhang Ji personally acted as a filial son, kneeling in front of the memorial hall. For every guest that arrived, he knelt down to pay his respects. Zhang Chong attended the Su family's funeral and even acknowledged the mother of the Su family's patriarch as his adoptive mother, drawing astonishment from all present. The unrest in mythical Turtle City wasn't limited to the Su family. The territory of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion also saw the arrival of uninvited guests who committed acts of burning, killing, and looting against the villagers. They were immediately discovered by the Count's mansion's patrolling cavalry. Long before, this man with a scar, who had conflicts with Shenlang, drew his sword and charged at the villains. Unexpectedly, his full-force strike was easily blocked, and under the mocking smile of the opponent, his sword shattered instantly, and the man with the scar was sent flying. Jean Sword Lady's expression immediately became serious. I didn't expect the gap to be this big. Facing the pirates emanating a brutal aura, Jean Sword Lady showed no fear, drawing her sword to prepare for battle. This scene, however, caught the eye of the Pirate King's son, Chiu Xiao, who took a liking to Jean Sword Lady's defiance. A stubborn woman, woman. I like it. You're mine now. Seeing this, Jean Sword Lady's face was filled with disgust as she charged at Qiu Xiao, who laughed heartily. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Just as the two were less than 2 meters apart, a huge sword collided with Qiu Xiao's curved blade first. It turned out that the newcomer was Jean Shuring, the top expert of Mythical Turtle Count, and also the deputy commander of the Count's mansion's private soldiers. After the collision, both parties stepped back, and Qiu Xiao saw the Mythical Turtle Count himself coming forward. He immediately addressed the Mythical Turtle Count as his father-in-law. Father-in-law has arrived. Qiu Xiao pays his respects to father-in-law. Where's my wife Milan? Why isn't she here to greet me? Father Jean frowned, without responding, but questioned Qiu Xiao. Why are you here now when the time has not yet come? Qiu Xiao then took out a contract, indicating he was here for money, a total of 100,000 gold coins, to be repaid over 30 years, with an annual repayment of 9,000 gold coins including principal and interest. This was agreed upon in the peace treaty between the previous Mythical Turtle Count and Furious Tide City. You're not going to deny this treaty between the previous Mythical Turtle Count's mansion and Furious Tide City, are you? It turns out that the previous Mythical Turtle Count, wanting to emulate his ancestor Jean Zhou and fighting pirates to expand his territory, ended up being defeated, with his army and fleet entirely annihilated by the Pirate King. Subsequently, due to relentless retaliations by the Pirate King, the previous Mythical Turtle Count, unable to withstand the pressure, signed the peace treaty with Furious Tide City, agreeing to compensate them with 100,000 gold coins, the compensation to the Pirate King, the massive debt to the Hidden Origin Society, and the maintenance of 3,000 private soldiers, put such a heavy burden without exploiting the people. If not for Father Jin's conservative and even rigid way of governance, it would have been impossible for the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion to stabilize again over 20 years. However, under the new policy, the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion once again found itself in a difficult situation. This year, Qiu Zhao's arrival was 2 months earlier than usual, just as Father Jin was suspecting whether the Pirate King might be collaborating with Zhang Chong. Qiu Xiao asked again, where's my wife Jean Milan? A few years ago, she lost a martial contest to me. According to our maritime rules, she's already my wife. Look at my chest. Why isn't there a tattoo? This spot is reserved especially for Milan. Although I've had hundreds, even thousands of women, not one has taken the place on my chest. Qiu Zhao's tattoos are all portraits of women, and his reason for arriving 2 months early was because he had already received news that the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion was on the brink of collapse. He feared that in 2 more months, his wife would no longer be there, and he couldn't bear to lose Jean Milan, a beauty without parallel. Father Jean didn't want to hear anymore, and ordered Jean Shuring to take action. Immediately, Jean Shuring charged at Qiu Xiao on horseback. In the moment of their clash, Jean Shuring's giant sword broke, and he was wounded across the chest, while Qiu Xiao remained unscathed, gaining the upper hand. However, his precious horse was killed by Jean Shuring, which made Qiu Xiao laugh out loud in excitement. As the two faced off again, exchanging taunts, it was revealed that Qiu Xiao already knew Jean Milan had married Shen Lang. Aside from wanting to kill Shen Lang, he showed no other emotion. Now, seeing Jean Milan was not present, he demanded Father Jean to pay up immediately. Father Jean, restraining his anger, remembered Shen Lang's words. Qiu Xiao could not die yet. He was a major asset against Zhang Chong, a treasure to help them escape the new policy, so he needed to be kept alive until the right moment to be eliminated. Therefore, Father Jean had 3,000 gold coins brought out to give to Qiu Xiao, stating that the remaining 6,000 gold coins would be given when the contract expired. Qiu Xiao did not refuse. Before leaving, he cast a glance at Jean Sword Lady, then returned with his men. Meanwhile, by another lakeside, Jean Milan was using her lap as a pillow for Shen Lang, who began to explain the method to break the meteor from beyond the heavens. Jean Milan sat up straight to listen attentively. Practitioners of the meteor from beyond the heavens sword technique must consume a special metallic powder daily, derived from meteoric iron from beyond the heavens. Thus, their bodies contain a large amount of this special metal, creating a unique magnetic field. When they release their inner strength and true energy, it carries a natural magnetism. Therefore, the meteor from beyond the heavens sword technique is like a tornado, the natural magnetism disrupting your sword movements. Within its range, you're instantly repelled by the tempest, and with Tang Yan's decade-plus study of swordsmanship, his skill is profound. Unless your inner strength greatly exceeds Tang Yan's, there's no solution. Seeing Jean Milan becoming more anxious as she listened, Shen Lang signaled her to relax. Learning the method to break it won't take 2 hours. The secret of meteor from beyond the heavens is divided into light and dark. The front for the sword technique, the back for the method to break it. The solution is simple. A tornado is immensely powerful, but its eye is the safest place. The tornado storm of meteor from beyond the heavens also has an eye. Finding the eye breaks meteor from beyond the heavens. And crucially, during the battle with Tang Yan, you must use a wooden sword. Jean Milan looked astonished as she studied, and she understood why. This generation's sword king wanted to kill his wife, because once the method of breaking it was exposed, the dominance of the southern sea sword island would crumble. Jean Milan's pretty face blushed with admiration as she looked at Shen Lang, and then, unable to control herself, she kissed Shen Lang. After realizing what she had done, an embarrassed Jean Mulan quickly left. 3 days passed in a flash, and the Su family held their funeral. After the burial of the head of the Su family and Su Chanqian, Zhang Ji cried in sorrow until he fainted. Seeing this, the Su family's grandmother personally took out the marriage certificate, intending to return the dowry and cancel the marriage. But just then, a now awake Zhang Ji refused, snatched the marriage certificate, and crawled to Su Chanqian's grave, proclaiming, "I bow to heaven and earth." Second bow to the high hall. The couple bows to each other. "From now on, Chanqian is no longer my fiancée, but my officially wedded wife, for life, and for all eternity." With such a performance, everyone inside mythical Turtle City praised Zhang Ji, as if Zhang Ji had truly become a man of deep love and loyalty in everyone's eyes. At night, at the Su family's tomb, 2 tomb robbers were digging up the grave of the head of the Su family, but upon opening the coffin, they were met with dismay, for not a single burial item was found, leaving them extremely disappointed. Then, cursing and swearing, they left. At this moment, another figure approached the tomb of the head of the Su family, put the body of the head of the Su family back into the coffin and covered it, crying as she shoveled the soil. This person was Su Chanqian, whom everyone thought was already dead. She swore a poisonous oath to avenge the Su family by any means necessary. In Su Chanqian's bedroom, there was a secret underground chamber, used to hide important documents. The original document of the dye formula given by Shen Lang was also among them. After the incident with the Western region merchants, Su Chanqian immediately suspected Shen Lang of playing tricks with the original document, so she went to carefully check the formula for the dye. Unexpectedly, she saw written on the back of the formula, "Zhang Ji will kill you." Although she did not understand why she had not seen these words before, Su Chanqian thought it was a divisive tactic by Shen Lang. Still, she stored food and water in the secret chamber, not anticipating that Zhang Ji would act so swiftly. The gentle words spoken beside the bed and the fierce fire tormented Su Chanqian's heart, leaving her no chance to save her father. Su Chanqian soaked her clothes with the water she had originally intended to drink, then used them to block the thick smoke seeping through the cracks. The fire burned for 2 full hours, and the air in the secret chamber gradually thinned. Fear and despair overwhelmed Su Chanqian, and countless times she thought she would die then and there. Perhaps it was hatred that kept her going, not against Shen Lang, but against Zhang Chong. Zhang Ji, and herself, the Su family had become a burden, and the Zhang family, unconcerned about the reputation of being cruel officials, cared about the prestige of their moral conduct. Thus, they deliberately left a half-blind old man and a naive child alive, to stage a drama of deep love and loyalty. Su Chanqian, who escaped, witnessed this entire scene, and was instantly engulfed by hatred. After the Zhang family dealt with the Su family, Prefect Zhang Chong and the envoy Yan Wujing from the province of the Southern Journey arrived at the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. They came to mediate the relationship between the mythical Turtle Count and the Jin High Count. Father Jin did not want to say much about Zhang Chong's insincere kindness. Zhang Chong did not hide this either and took his leave. After all, his visit was just for show. The horns signaling the strangulation of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion had officially sounded, starting from the dispute over the Isle of Gold Mountain. Tonight, the city of Mythical Turtle began its curfew early. A team of people headed towards the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, sent by the sovereign. The entire mythical Turtle Count's family knelt outside to welcome them. After a moment, a luxurious carriage stopped, and a person stepped out. This person had significant status, being the sovereign's 4th prince, followed by the governor Zhu Rong of the province of the Southern Journey. Father Jin was completely surprised. To solve our mythical Turtle Count's mansion, they actually sent a prince. The 4th prince glanced over the people of the mythical Turtle Count, especially lingering on Jean Mulan for a while, then allowed them to rise, and proceeded to the main hall of the Count's mansion, loudly proclaiming, "His Majesty decrees. Mythical Turtle Count, kneel to receive." The main point was to announce that the dispute over the Isle of Gold Mountain would be presided over entirely by the 4th prince. After scanning the crowd, the 4th prince did not see Shen Lang present and asked, "Where is Shen Lang? Isn't he the mythical Turtle Count's strategist?" The eunuch, understanding his master's intent, then asked Father Jin, "Mythical Turtle Count, why is your son-in-law Shen Lang not here?" Father Jin explained, "Shen Lang is not feeling well. Fearing he might pass his illness to the 4th prince, he did not come out." Hearing this, the 4th prince hummed meaningfully, "I and Governor Zhu are here only to listen, not to speak. You may say anything." The next moment, a few ancient books were presented by the Jin High Count as evidence that the Isle of Gold Mountain belonged to their Tang family. Then, looking towards the 4th prince, he requested him to administer justice. The 4th prince nodded in acknowledgement. The Tang family still understands their duty as subjects. Then, turning to the mythical Turtle Count, these ancient books indeed record that the Jin High Count owns the Isle of Gold Mountain, and it is reasonable and legal. Mythical Turtle Count, do you have anything to say? Father Jin directly responded, "We We object. This immediately caused the fourth prince's displeasure, not providing any documents and just saying so. Do you not understand the rules? However, Jean Mulan also made a clear stance. A butcher slaughters a pig, yet expects the pig to perform well before dying. Please forgive us, we cannot do that. According to the laws of the Yu Kingdom, as a vassal, our family has the right to independent defense. Even if the feudal lord comes, he has no right to take over the count's mansion's defense. But it seems that the laws of our ancestors do not apply anymore after hundreds of years. The fourth prince's eyes narrowed. He did not expect the confrontation to escalate so quickly. At this moment, Father Jean asked the Jean High Count, "Brother Tang, may we discuss this in the study?" Hearing that the fourth prince did not decline, Jean High Count accepted the invitation. Unexpectedly, inside the study, they encountered Shenlang. Shenlang began by saying, "The Isle of Gold Mountain has been protected by our Jean family's ancestors. Back then, it was the Jean High Marquis himself who knelt and begged our ancestor Jean Zhou to send troops, promising to give the Isle of Gold Mountain to the Jean family after the success of their endeavors. We won't even discuss the life-saving grace our family has provided to yours for the moment. Why are you now reneging on what was promised?" These words turned Jean High Count's face extremely dark. Tang Yan's brother, Tang Yun, shamelessly retorted, "Is there any contract or evidence for giving the Isle of Gold Mountain to the Jean family 100 years ago? Originally, there were 3 copies of this contract, one in Jean High Count's mansion, one with the sovereign, and another in the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Unfortunately, the copy in the mythical Turtle Count's mansion went missing after the sudden death of the ancestor Jean Zhou." Shenlang responded, "Fine, we can leave these old matters aside. If the mythical Turtle Count's mansion falls under the new regime, wouldn't the fire eventually reach you too? Therefore, our 2 families should unite and assist each other." However, Tang Yun merely responded with, "Better him than me." Shenlang was surprised that this saying also existed in this world. He asked, looking very distressed, "Jean High Count, must we really fight each other to the death?" Jean High Count stated outright, "I, Tang Yuan, have always been loyal to my country and emperor. I am ashamed to be associated with you." Tang Yun laughed. "Shenlang, we understand your desire to survive. Your Jean family is already finished." Reluctantly, Shenlang began to negotiate. "Let's talk. Of the iron produced by the Isle of Gold Mountain every year, 60% will go to you, and we'll keep 40%. Tang Yun merely chuckled lightly, then left the study with his father. Before they left, Shenlang put on a very pleading demeanor to retain them. After they had completely left, Shenlang spat disdainfully. In fact, Shenlang had been acting all along. That demeanor indeed misled Jean High Count and his party into thinking that Shenlang's reputation for being clever and resourceful was exaggerated, that he was merely a jumping clown. Their caution towards Shenlang dissipated. A moment later, Shenlang joined Father Jean in the main hall. The fourth prince glanced at Shenlang, then at Jean High Count, and realized that the mediation had failed. "So, shall we proceed as per the usual tradition?" Neither party had objections. Following this, the fourth prince read out the imperial decree. This time, to resolve the Isle of Gold Mountain dispute once and for all, the competition will permanently determine the ownership of the Isle of Gold Mountain. The dispute over the Isle of Gold Mountain will consist of 3 battles. The first battle is a literary contest, with questions set by the sovereign. The second is a martial contest, a duel between 2 individuals. The final battle is a military contest, with each side deploying 100 men to battle until annihilation or surrender. However, the literary and martial contests must be personally undertaken by the direct descendants of the 2 families, with no replacements allowed. To outsiders, the Jean family is bound to lose in both the literary and martial contests. Jean Mutsong and Jean Mulan are unlikely to match Tang Yun and Tang Yen. Thus, the dispute over the Isle of Gold Mountain seems a certain loss for the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Following this, the mythical Turtle Count and Jean High Count each stamped the contract, confirming the agreement is irrevocable. Meanwhile, in a village within the domain of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, Su Chanqian, who had suffered the destruction of her family, was now determined to seek revenge for her Su family. For this purpose, she would even seek help from Shenlang, whom she had looked down upon. However, as Su Chanqian was heading to a village in the Count's domain, she sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, she heard some noise ahead and stealthily moved closer to investigate. The scene before her eyes shocked her. Pirates from Furious Tide City were throwing dead bodies into the well from which the villagers drank, with the goal of creating a plague. This would result in the death of thousands in the domain of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Su Chanqian cursed these pirates as beasts, but knowing she was just a weak woman, she could not stop these pirates. She intended to leave and inform Shenlang, but accidentally stepped on a branch. Just when Su Chanqian realized her mistake, the pirates had already surrounded her. Seeing that Su Chanqian was a beauty, they instantly became excited, showing greedy, lecherous smiles as they approached her. Su Chanqian urgently questioned them. "Encountering a peerless beauty like me, why not present me to your young master? Aren't you afraid of dying in an ugly manner?" The fat pirate leader grabbed Su Chanqian by the neck and told her, "We can just not tell the young master and kill you afterwards." Su Chanqian argued logically, "Among you 15 pirates, there are 3 3 women. Are they going to sleep with me? Are they also willing to take this risk with you? Even if they don't act, do you dare guarantee others won't report you? The leader, a hefty pirate, was intimidated by her words. Previously, someone had failed to present a beauty to their young master and was flayed alive upon discovery. Reluctantly, they decided to bring Su Chanchan to their young master, foregoing their immediate desires. Su Chanchan's mind raced, thinking, I haven't avenged my family yet. I cannot give up like this. Imagining how Shenlang would handle such a situation, she quickly devised a plan. She pretended to sprain her ankle, then collapsed to the ground, scattering a few gold coins she had on her. The sight of gold made the pirate's eyes gleam, and the hefty leader quickly grabbed Su Chanchan, demanding to know where she got so many gold coins. Su Chanchan tearfully indicated, I am just a girl from a common wealthy family. The leader didn't buy it, questioning, how could a girl from a common family have so many gold coins, and wandering around during curfew? Then, placing a knife near Su Chanchan's ear, he threatened, tell the truth, or I'll cut off your ear. Su Chanchan, feigning terror, revealed her identity as the miss of the Su family. The leader, thinking she was lying, kicked her away, believing Su Chanchan had perished in the fire at her family's home. At this moment, a female pirate vouched for Su Chanchan, having seen her frequently during past transactions. The leader became even more excited, suspecting Su Chanchan held a significant secret. Su Chanchan, where were you headed in the middle of the night? Su Chanchan, looking pitiful, said, I wanted to retrieve some money from a secret treasury hidden by the Su family, and then flee far away. Upon hearing the treasury contained approximately 30,000 gold coins, the leader's eyes widened. With that much gold, why would I continue being a pirate? He immediately told his comrades, with this money, we can retire and become landlords. Blinded by the promise of gold, the leader lost all interest in Su Chanchan as a woman. Su Chanchan, lead us to the secret treasury, or I will kill you. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the dilapidated warehouse next to the burned-down Su family home. Su Chanchan opened a secret passage, leading the pirates inside. Soon, they saw a few treasure chests, but upon opening them, found only a pitiful amount of gold coins. Furious, the hefty pirate grabbed Su Chanchan, demanding, where are the 30,000 gold coins? Su Chanchan pointed to a large porcelain jar, indicating that the gold coins were inside. The pirates hastily used a knife to try to smash the jar, only to find it incredibly hard. As they discussed how to break it open, Su Chanchan took the opportunity to run away. The hefty pirate, picking up a large wooden stick, struck the porcelain jar. The next moment, agonizing screams echoed through the cellar. This place was not a secret gold treasury, but where the Su family stored sulfuric acid. Due to the production process, the sulfuric acid, having been stored for a long time, was under high pressure inside the jar. The moment the pirates broke the jar, the container exploded. After escaping the cellar, Su Chanchan quickly blocked the exit, unmoved by their curses and screams. Once everything had quieted down, Su Chanchan was shaken, thinking, I've killed people. Then, with a twisted smile, she said, I killed 5 pirates on my own. I escaped the trap by myself. After an unknown period, when Su Chanchan emerged outside, dawn had already broken. At that moment, her gaze was incredibly determined as she looked towards the direction of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Meanwhile, Shenlang had made ample preparations for the dispute over the Isle of Gold Mountain. Starting with the literary contest, Jin Mutsong was to compete with Tang Yun in drafting a policy essay and a poem. Shenlang searched the wisdom database for ancient masterpieces, preparing 19 potential topics for Jin Mutsong and organizing 130 immortal poems for him to draw inspiration from, which was a tough challenge for Jin Mutsong. However, considering the survival of the Count's mansion, Jin Mutsong had no complaints. Jin Mulan's contest was not a major concern. The final aspect was the military contest. Analyzing the Count's mansion's 40 consecutive losses, Shenlang identified the defeat's root cause in the significant gap in equipment. With Shenlang's intervention, things were about to change. Utilizing metallurgy data, Shenlang developed improved forging techniques. The war blade in Jin Hui's hands was a product of Shenlang's technological enhancements. Father Jin, astonished by the quality, noticed a significant difference in a test where Shenlang's forged war blade was compared against one used by Jin High Count. The blade from Jin High Count nearly broke, while an armor plate struck by Father Jin split in two. In contrast, armor forged with Shenlang's improvements only sustained a minor scratch, leaving Father Jin ecstatic. Shenlang had not spared any effort in his plans, intending first to use all resources to win the dispute over the Isle of Gold Mountain. His second step involved using Cliffwatch Island and the Hidden Origin Society to counterbalance each other. The third step was the Slaughter Pig strategy, turning Cliffwatch Island into bait and a trap to eliminate enemies coveting the Jin family. The final step was the Stormy Wave strategy, aiming to defeat Zhang Chong and permanently neutralize the threat of the new regime. As Shenlang was contemplating how Jin Mulan would reward him, he was informed by the butler that Su Chanchan requested to see him. Shenlang smirked. So, this woman didn't die after all. Su Chanchan, too, stood before her enemy, Shenlang. Her once pampered body bore countless scars, but she seemed unfazed. Upon Upon meeting Shenlang, she immediately informed him the wells in the villages within the territory have been poisoned by pirates, intending to create a plague. Hearing this, Shenlang ordered Jin Hui to lead experts to eliminate the pirates, identify which wells were poisoned, and seal them with lime before the Count's mansion allocates funds for new wells. Jin Mulan also joined the mission, leaving Su Chanqian and Shenlang alone. Su Chanqian, somewhat uneasy. My warning saved many people in the Count's mansion's territory. Shenlang, you owe me a favor now. At that moment, Shenlang suddenly addressed Su Chanqian. Su Chanqian, you've just killed someone, haven't you? Su Chanqian looked shocked, unable to comprehend how Shenlang could tell. But Su Chanqian didn't care. Instead, she gritted her teeth and said, I want to take revenge, to destroy Zhang Chong and Zhang Ji, to make them die without a place to be buried. Can you do it? Yes, but are you willing to pay any price? Any price. Seeing Su Chanqian nod, Shenlang pinched Su Chanqian's chin and asked her again, really any price? I said, any price. Su Chanqian replied firmly, slowly lifting her skirt. However, Shenlang turned his head and said, no, you're not sincere. Then what do you want? You haven't bathed for days, and you still claim to be sincere? If you were truly earnest, you would have made yourself clean and fragrant long ago. An exasperated Su Chanqian wanted to curse at Shenlang, but after teasing her, Shenlang seriously told her, enough, I don't need you to do anything for me. I just need you to go to a place, to do one thing, to seduce someone, and that someone is the daughter of the pirate king of Furious Tide City, the young lady of Furious Tide City, Chiao Yaoer. Hearing this, Su Chanqian's pretty face turned pale. Isn't she the notorious killer who has slain men all over the world? But she's especially nice to women, especially beautiful and fragile ones. Although she didn't understand what Shenlang was up to, she liked men, so she refused Shenlang. Shenlang was speechless. Didn't you say you'd do anything for revenge? Su Chanqian shook her head. Even in seeking revenge, I need to stay alive. Furious Tide City will surely join the siege on the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Qiu Tianwei is in collusion with Zhang Chong. If I go to Furious Tide City, wouldn't I be walking into a trap? Zhang Chong and his allies have already spun a vast web over the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, and behind them, the real power intent on destroying the Jin family is the sovereign. No matter how clever you are, it's like throwing eggs against a rock. You have unparalleled wisdom and should not be confined to this small place. You should be assisting someone with greater power. For example, the third prince. Because Zhang Chong is the crown prince's man, if we want to eliminate them, we can only seek refuge with the third prince. The third prince is now the sovereign's favorite son. If you are willing, I will go and offer myself to become his concubine. Then, you could become the third prince's advisor, and I would act as his financier. Together, we could become confidants of the third prince, ensuring a future of glory, wealth, and power. However, if you cannot bear it, I can be your concubine. However, Shenlang found Su Chanqian too smelly. Chanqian, your scent is too strong. I can hardly stand it. Angry Su Chanqian distanced herself from Shenlang. How about it? Come with me now, and let's seek refuge with the third prince together. But Shenlang refused without hesitation. Su Chanqian was puzzled. The mythical Turtle City was about to fall, and Shenlang's actions would surely lead to his dismemberment by those people. Shenlang just smiled. I've only said one thing. I want to protect my family. Su Chanqian was incredulous. Ridiculous. A person like you, having feelings? Shenlang responded, nonsense, not to mention others. Just you and me. A couple for a night owes 100 days of grace. I still have feelings for you. But this statement made Su Chanqian's gaze murderous. If you really had feelings, would you let my family be destroyed? Seeing Shenlang so resolute, knowing she couldn't sway him, she planned to leave. Next year at this time, I will offer sacrifices for you. After all, a couple for a night owes 100 days of grace. Shenlang called out to her. Su Chanqian was puzzled. What, do you want to detain me? Shenlang looked reluctant to part. You, a frail woman, going to the third prince is like a lamb entering a tiger's den. I can't bear it. Su Chanqian cursed at Shenlang. Pa, do you care about my life or death? Stop pretending to be reluctant. Shenlang suddenly became serious and countered Su Chanqian. Do you think in the struggle for the Isle of Gold Mountain, we are bound to lose? To this end, Shenlang and Su Chanqian made a bet. If they win the conflict on the Isle of Gold Mountain, she would follow his plan to go to Furious Tide City and seduce Chiao Yaoer. If he loses, they would together seek refuge with the third prince. Su Chanqian hesitated. Although there's no guarantee of Shenlang's character, his abilities are undeniable. Maybe he really has a way to turn the tables. Su Chanqian chose to trust Shenlang once more. Shortly after, Jin Mulan came to Shenlang's study after taking a bath, informing him, all the pirates have been killed, all the poison has been burned, all the contaminated wells have been treated with lime and then sealed. Unexpectedly, Jin Mulan suddenly asked about Shenlang's delicate ex-wife. Where did your delicate ex-wife go? Her tone almost spilling with jealousy. Shenlang replied with a smile. Su Chanqian left. Jin Mulan countered. Left? What did you do to Su Chanqian? Pretending to be outraged, Shenlang responded. Jin Mulan, can't you trust me a bit? Am I that kind of person? Jin Mulan's cheeks blushed slightly as she kissed Shenlang, rewarding him for his fidelity. Yet, Shenlang expressed regret. All my chastity, and I only get a kiss. Jin Mulan Mulan said, "My lord, I want to kill Qiu Xiao. This person is inhumane and deserves to die." Shenlang hugged Jean Mulan's waist. "Soon, very soon. Now Qiu Xiao is still valuable and can't be killed, but his days are numbered. We won't let him die easily." But at dusk, Zhang Chong sent an invitation asking Shenlang to attend a banquet hosted by the fourth prince alone. Shenlang, taking the invitation, remarked, "Only me, not inviting Mulan? Interesting." Meanwhile, at the Zhang family mansion, Zhang Chong signaled to his son, "Tonight, the cousin of shooting you from the Hidden Origin Society, Miss Qi of the Qi family, will come. You should get close to her." The Qi family is known as the wealthy spice magnates. Besides agreeing, what puzzled Zhang Ji was the reason for inviting Shenlang. Zhang Chong explained it was to test Shenlang. This made Zhang Ji even more puzzled. Isn't the mythical turtle Count already doomed to lose in the Isle of Gold Mountain conflict? Zhang Chong slightly shook his head, teaching Zhang Ji a lesson. There's no such thing as a sure win in this world. We should despise the enemy strategically, but take them seriously tactically. Then he asked Zhang Ji to call his sister, Zhang Chunhua, over. When Zhang Chunhua arrived at the study, Zhang Ji immediately asked her, "Can you take down Shenlang tonight?" Zhang Chunhua, hands on her hips and full of confidence on her charming face, replied, "Father, what do you think?" Zhang Chong, somewhat speechless, simply stated, "Go, take down Shenlang." Meanwhile, at the mythical Turtle City Lord's mansion, the venue for the banquet, Zhu Wending and his son, who had previously been tricked by Shenlang, were preparing to attend the fourth prince's evening banquet. They planned to use the relationship with Zhu Rong, the governor's distant relative, to propose marriage to Zhang Chong, making it difficult for him to refuse. He warned his son Zhu Wenhua, "Before this, you must not reveal our intentions because Zhang Chong is unaware of this. We will settle it with a single blow when the time comes." The cunning Zhu Wending had already thought about the benefits to be divided after the downfall of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Since Zhang Chong is the host, as long as we are married into the Zhang family, we can also partake and bite off a big piece of the profits from the corpse. At the same time, on his way to the banquet, Shenlang spent 200 gold coins on a new outfit and reminded himself not to give anything away tonight, not letting Zhang Chong, that cunning old fox, sniff out the truth. Suddenly, Shenlang heard a guard say, "Be careful, young master." When he regained his senses, he saw Zhang Chunhua already inside the carriage. "Shenlang, save me, save me. Tonight, someone wants to ruin my lifelong happiness. Elope with me, let's turn the raw rice into cooked rice." In reality, Zhang Chunhua was testing Shenlang's reaction. If Shenlang showed excitement and was more frivolous than her, it would mean he was very confident about the Isle of Gold Mountain conflict. If Shenlang sat upright and seriously refused her, it would indicate that Shenlang was disguising his true feelings, and they should be wary. Shenlang's reaction was to first freeze, then appear attracted by Zhang Chunhua's beauty. This convinced Zhang Chunhua that Shenlang had no plan for the Isle of Gold Mountain conflict. After all, the initial pause showed Shenlang was preoccupied, and his dazed eyes indicated his despair. Now heating up again only shows he's attracted by my beauty. At this moment, Shenlang signaled Jin Hui to keep driving. He was fine. Then he asked Zhang Chunhua, "Miss Zhang, what were you saying just now?" "Shenlang, save me, save me. Someone is about to ruin my lifelong happiness." Shenlang said, "That's not right. Next line, turn the raw rice into cooked rice." Shenlang smiled and nodded, signaling Zhang Chunhua, "All right, let's start then." The conversation heard inside scared Jin Hui to death. Was this something he was supposed to hear? When he heard Shenlang asking if he heard anything, he quickly said no. Inside the carriage, Zhang Chunhua stopped Shenlang's advances, blushing and indicating, "This is on the main road, though." However, Shenlang didn't listen and was about to kiss Zhang Chunhua. Zhang Chunhua was truly panicked, not expecting Shenlang to actually go through with it. But suddenly, Shenlang stopped his movements, causing Zhang Chunhua to be suspicious. "Young Master Shen, what's wrong?" Shenlang said, "Miss Zhang, haven't you always had a crush on me? Last time, you even wrote me a love poem and invited me to meet at the covered bridge. I was stopped by my wife as I was leaving and she beat me up." Zhang Chunhua looked surprised. "Is Jean Mulan that fierce?" "Yes, she's quick to hit and scold me. Just now, she almost broke my arm, all because I accidentally misspoke." Zhang Chunhua began to comfort Shenlang again and, with a flushed face, asked him, "Shenlang, then do you like me?" Shenlang nodded, "I do." Seeing this, Zhang Chunhua pressed further. "Then, do you want to be with me forever?" Shenlang nodded twice. Zhang Chunhua then placed Shenlang's hand on her face. "How about you leave the mythical Turtle Count's mansion and become a son-in-law in my family? Not a live-in son-in-law, but a son-in-law, and my father will find you an excellent future that will not disappoint your talent." However, Shenlang refused, holding Zhang Chunhua tight and saying, "I can't leave the mythical Turtle Count's mansion at the most dangerous time. Wouldn't that make me heartless and a scoundrel? I can't betray my wife." Hearing this, Zhang Chunhua, with a darkened face, asked Shenlang, "Then what are you doing right now?" Shenlang, with a look of deep affection, replied, "I love Jean Mulan, but I also love you. How about this? If there's a major upheaval in the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, I'll come to marry you then." Zhang Chunhua was utterly speechless. "Wow, so I'm just a backup plan?" At this point, Shenlang asked Zhang Chunhua, "Chunhua, have you ever heard the saying, 'It's not about lasting forever, but about without having once possessed. Everything is past and gone, so we should enjoy the moment. If love is enduring, then it doesn't matter whether it's every day or occasionally. A single moment of meeting is worth more than countless others. Zhang Chunhua was initially admiring Shenlang's eloquent and beautiful poetry, but then Shenlang wanted to turn the raw rice into cooked rice again. Zhang Chunhua felt helpless. Such a talented scoundrel. I've never seen one like you before. Shenlang, do you only want my body? If you had to choose between me and Jean Mulan, who would it be? Shenlang shook his head, clearly choosing Jean Mulan. Zhang Chunhua, puzzled, asked, why? Doesn't Jean Mulan mistreat you every day? My wife may mistreat me 1,000 times, but I treat her as if it's first love. So, Zhang Chunhua, I do like you, but I'm sorry, she came first. But who says love can only be singular? Have you ever seen a teapot that only has one teacup? This statement led Zhang Chunhua to slap Shenlang, cursing him as a shameless scoundrel. I must have been blind to have fallen for you. Then she ran out of the carriage without looking back. Jean Hui, pale-faced and trembling, said, young master, I swear I didn't see anything, and I won't talk nonsense when I get home. Shenlang shook his head. How can you say you didn't see anything? It was clearly Zhang Chunhua who came to seduce me, and then I firmly rejected her. I even got slapped. Hearing this, Jean Hui nodded frantically, understanding Shenlang's implication. Satisfied with this, Shenlang began to admire his own handsomeness again. Meanwhile, in another part of the banquet hall, Zhang Chong saw his daughter return and asked how it went. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chunhua exploded in anger. Scum, jerk, pervert, a ghost deserving of 1,000 cuts. To see him is to know he's the lowest of the low. Seeing his daughter like this, Zhang Chong realized she had suffered a loss, but still inquired if she had managed to test Shenlang. If you don't like Shenlang, I won't force you. However, Zhang Chunhua shook her head. It's not that I dislike him. Though he's a scoundrel, he's an enchanting one. Then she turned and left to take a bath. Not long after, at the entrance to the Lord's Mansion banquet, when Zhang Chunhua saw Shenlang, she behaved like a proper lady. But as they brushed past each other, Shenlang found a note in his hand. The note was a plea for help from Zhang Chunhua, asking Shenlang to stop Zhu Wenhua's marriage proposal. As the fourth prince's banquet began, Zhang Ji introduced the dignitaries present to Shenlang, including the heir of the peaceful stability count's mansion. Shenlang nodded in greeting. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. The guest of honor, the fourth prince, had arrived, followed by Zhang Chong and his entourage. Shenlang glanced around and noticed the absence of Jin High Count and others, likely avoiding the event to prevent the impression of royal favoritism. However, he noticed Chiyu, the daughter of the spice magnate, standing beside Zhang Chunhua. Despite not being from a scholarly family, she exhibited more of a scholarly aura than the others, with a strong sense of cunning. Moments later, the banquet officially started. While the host was introducing local delicacies to the fourth prince, Zhu Wenhua couldn't wait to confront Shenlang. Shenlang, I heard that your mythical turtle count's mansion owes a lot to the Hidden Origin Society, a debt you can't repay in this lifetime. If the mythical turtle count's mansion falls, what will become of you, Brother Shen? Shenlang nonchalantly responded, it's yet to be seen who will have the last laugh. Brother Zhu, you speak too soon. Unbeknownst to Zhu Wenhua, his father was somewhat disappointed in him. Now was not the time to trouble Shenlang, who was seen as doomed, but to propose marriage to Zhang Chong to get a piece of the mythical turtle count's mansion. The next moment, Zhu Lanting stood up, toasting Zhu Rong the governor, hinting at something. Although Zhu Lanting and Zhu Rong shared the same surname, they were distant relatives. Zhu Rong's willingness to facilitate the match was not because of their distant kinship, but due to Zhang Chunhua's enchanting and potentially troublesome beauty. He feared losing control over Zhang Chong if Zhang Chunhua married into the royal family. During the conversation, he looked towards Zhu Wenhua. Zhu Wenhua, I've heard of your talent. Why not seize this opportunity to recite a poem for everyone's enjoyment? Zhu Wenhua indicated he was ready, and his gaze shifted towards Zhang Chunhua, showing that his poem was dedicated to her. On the surface, Zhang Chunhua appeared expectant, but inside, she was cursing. If this continues, I really will have to marry Zhu Wenhua. Then Zhu Wenhua unfolded his fan and recited the poem he had written with great emotion. The Miss Qi of the Qi family was the first to applaud, praising the poem. Then, looking enviously at Zhang Chunhua, she said, the poem is truly beautiful. Sister Chunhua, he is praising your virtues. Zhang Chunhua could only respond awkwardly. However, after seeing her father also praise Zhu Wenhua, she desperately looked toward Shenlang. Shenlang, you scoundrel, won't you come and save me? You've taken so much advantage of me. Isn't it only right that you help me now? Among those present, no one could openly stop Zhu Rong's matchmaking. Some didn't want to offend Zhu Rong, while others cared about their reputation and didn't want to be branded as villains, like the fourth prince. Only Shenlang, being everyone's enemy here, didn't care about Zhu Rong's opinion. Shenlang then spoke up, questioning, Zhu Wenhua, is there any point in praising the daughter of the Zhang prefect like this? Comparing her to the purest jade and vying with the orchids for fragrance, don't you find that too exaggerated? Zhu Wenhua looked coldly at Shenlang Shenlang. What do you mean by that, Shenlang? Shenlang smiled and retorted, I just dislike your exaggerated poetry and flattery. We're all men here. Such groveling to women, elevating them beyond reason, is like inflating the price of meat. When all men can no longer afford a wife, not a single sycophant is innocent. Zhang Chuanhua's eyes filled with blood upon hearing this. Shenlang, is this how you save me? By pushing me into a pit and then offering a hand to pull me out? The fourth prince also scolded Shenlang, inflating the price of meat? Shenlang, do you realize that with those words, all women will see you as an enemy? Is this the extent of your talent, to produce such vile and lowly words? Just for that comment alone, you deserve a slap. Zhu Wenhua, seeing the fourth prince scolding Shenlang, wore a look of smug mockery toward Shenlang. As for Zhu Wenhua, Shenlang really didn't want to say anything more. Idiot, do you really think the fourth prince is helping you? He's just not wanting Zhu Rong to propose marriage for you. That's why he's deliberately adding fuel to the fire, highlighting these 4 words as extremely vulgar. Because such vulgar words are loved by the common folk, they'll become widely spread as slang, potentially turning into an idiom or proverb. By then, Zhu Wenhua, you'll become synonymous with a sycophant, and Zhang Chuanhua will become associated with meat. Therefore, Zhang Chuanhua looked at Shenlang with anger. Being a talented woman herself, how could she not understand Shenlang's intentions? As for the naive Zhu Wenhua, still challenging Shenlang, if you think my poem is not good, then please write one for Miss Zhang Chuanhua. I'd like to see how outstanding and dignified it is. Shenlang certainly satisfied him. However, this poem is not for Zhang Chuanhua, but for Miss Qiyu. The involved Qiyu was completely bewildered. I don't know young Master Shen. Shameless Shenlang didn't care. Miss Qi may not know me, but I have been spiritually acquainted with you for a long time, effectively silencing Qiyu. This time Zhang Chuanhua spoke up. I actually want to hear young Master Shen's poem. Sister Qi is both beautiful and wise, a heavenly being, and no praise is too much for her. Shenlang then stepped forward, announcing his poem was titled To Qiyu. Shenlang recited his poem. The Su family seeks noble connections, visiting the powerful. Zhang, a gentleman with talent, yet lacks sincerity. Pity the flames that startle in the dead of night. No sight of Qian Qian, only ghostly spirits emerge. The poem had just been recited. Zhang Ji immediately stood up, all because the poem spoke of the Su family seeking wealth and status, and wanting to ally with the powerful and influential Zhang family. But Zhang Ji, despite his talents, lacked virtue. Far from bringing wealth and glory to his family, this move invited disaster that led to their downfall. Zhang Ji wanted to erupt in anger, but found it inappropriate to do so. He could only forcibly sit down, suppressing his feelings. Shenlang's poem was a direct confrontation, clearly stating, if Qiyu intends to marry Zhang Ji, consider first the tragic fate of the former Su Qianqian. Governor Zhu Rong marveled at Shenlang's prowess, a genius, using poetry as his weapon. At this moment, Zhu Wenhua was internally anxious, worried that Shenlang had complicated matters. It was then his father stepped forward. He reported to the fourth prince about an issue. It was regarding a book Shenlang had written, Boundless Romantic Affairs. In it, a character, a concubine named Li Pinger, shared a name with one of fourth prince's concubines. Thus, he felt Shenlang's book was an insult to the fourth prince, asking the fourth prince to punish him. What Zhu Lanting didn't know was, the fourth prince had read Boundless Romantic Affairs and understood what was said. But in Yu Kingdom, it was rare to be punished for one's words or writings, because once a minister seized upon some text as a pretext for attack, it could set a precedent, leading to a plethora of literary cases, causing all scholars to live in fear. The fourth prince could not bear such a responsibility. In his zeal to punish Shenlang, Zhu Lanting had also apprehended Deng Xian, responsible for printing and selling Shenlang's works. Watching Deng Xian plead for Shenlang's help, the fourth prince internally calculated, if Shenlang were to be killed now, and the mythical turtle count seized the opportunity to declare the contest for the Isle of Gold Mountain null and void, that would be troublesome. But Deng Xian's death would be inconsequential. Not only would it not affect anything, it would also preserve the royal family's dignity. Therefore, the fourth prince decided not to punish Shenlang. Instead, he planned to punish Deng Xian with 20 heavy beatings. However, at this moment, Zhang Chong stood up, indicating he had an idea. That was to have Shenlang compose another poem, but this poem must defend Deng Xian. If the poem was well crafted, Deng Xian would be acquitted. Hearing Zhang Chong's condition, the fourth prince was initially confused, until Zhang Chong said, of course, this poem must not only defend Deng Xian, but also express your sentiments regarding the situation of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, especially since the contest for the Isle of Gold Mountain is imminent. A decisive moment that will determine the fate of the Jin family is approaching. You must be moved. Not only did the fourth prince understand, Shenlang also felt a chill in his heart. He cursed Zhang Chong as an old fox. Poetry comes from the heart. It can reflect a person's emotions. In such haste, it's even harder to refine. It must come straight from the soul. But seeing Deng Xian's plea for help, Shenlang couldn't remain indifferent. Yet the poem had to reflect his love for the Count's mansion and also display a pessimism about the future. Otherwise, it would give the game away. Shenlang's deliberation lasted only a few seconds. He then verbally agreed. Zhang Chong gestured for him to proceed. Shenlang closed his eyes and was silent for a moment. Then he began to recite. In the late evening, the lamp is not bright. A alone. I appear at the grand feast. The setting sun is infinitely beautiful, but it's about to fall into dusk. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chunhua was shocked and slightly opened her mouth. The poem not only matched the mood, but the use of the words for lamp, appear, not, and fall. Wasn't it a homophone for Deng Xian's innocence? The fourth prince internally marveled at the brilliance. He actually did it. Shenlang's poetic talent is astonishing. Governor Zhu Rong felt the same. This poem perfectly conveys the situation Shenlang himself is in. At this point, Shenlang mentioned he was feeling unwell, saying they would meet again at the Isle of Gold Mountain in 4 days. With that, he turned and left. What they couldn't see was that on the other side, Shenlang was already planning how to kill them in 4 days. After Shenlang left, the banquet continued. Zhu Lanting began his probing, signaling to the fourth prince and others. The fall of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion is imminent. We should take in talents like Shenlang into our residence. But the fourth prince slightly shook his head, saying his father did not like him, and thus ended the topic. This came as a surprise to Zhu Lanting, who had been worried that Shenlang's talent might lead him to other influential figures, and that he might have to fear retribution. Now, with a single sentence about the sovereign's dislike, Shenlang is doomed. Shortly after the banquet, within the Zhang family's old mansion, Zhang Chunhua was visibly furious. She thought the Zhu Lanting father and son deserved to die, feeling her father was blind to want to marry her to Zhu Wenhua. Seeing his daughter glaring at him, Zhang Chong felt helpless in his heart, lamenting that the situation is now completely different from before. The current situation has changed dramatically, with new policies sweeping away the old. Both the Northern Guard Marquis and Distant Guard Marquis, two major figures, have compromised. The old nobility is leaderless, already disunited. Zhu Lanting's family is indeed no longer the best choice, so he also wanted his daughter to find another man she liked. Zhang Chunhua, unable to contain her anger, questioned her father. Do you think my heart is a toilet, allowing men to come and go as they please? I am unrestrained, but not promiscuous. Hearing this, Zhang Chong's face darkened as he covered his head, and Zhang Chunhua seriously asked her father, "Father, is Shenlang truly doomed?" Zhang Chong shook his head. The sovereign's view of him cannot be changed. No one dares to employ him. Don't worry, your father will definitely find you a better man. Hearing this, Zhang Chunhua looked sorrowful. Ah, none better than Shenlang are as interesting. You got me involved with him, and now the consequences have arrived. I fear even if I marry someone else, I'll still end up seeking him out for an affair. Zhang Chong, resigned, told Zhang Chunhua to stop being dramatic, and mentioned Shenlang's behavior tonight was problematic. Zhang Chunhua was puzzled. His last poem was a genuine expression of despair and desolation. However, Zhang Chong wasn't referring to Shenlang's poem, but to Shenlang's actions. He was too eager to save Deng Xian, a person facing certain death. How could he still be in the mood to save others? Deng Xian was just his publisher. They were acquaintances without emotional ties. Facing his own end, Shenlang should have been extremely despondent, his senses numbed, a natural instinct of human nature, a mental self-defense. Yet, he cared about the life and death of someone irrelevant, so Shenlang's behavior was very abnormal. Zhang Chunhua, after listening, felt her father made a lot of sense. However, the contest for the Isle of Gold Mountain is already without suspense. In the 3 contests of literature and martial arts, the mythical Turtle Count's mansion is bound to lose. There's no doubt about that, right? Zhang Chong agreed with this point, so Zhang Chunhua thought that Shenlang had already considered his way out. Once the mythical Turtle Count's mansion falls, he would be activated. Then, father, will you be able to spare Shenlang's life when the time comes? Zhang Chong did not respond, leaving his intentions unclear. Meanwhile, Shenlang returned to the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Jean Mulan glanced at him and asked, "Is Zhang Chunhua pretty?" Shenlang instantly opened his mouth, realizing Jean Mulan must have followed him. He immediately went behind Jean Mulan to massage her shoulders, never mentioning that Jean Mulan's action was to follow him. "My lady, you are worried about my safety, so you've been protecting me in secret. You are so good to me. I am so moved." However, Jean Mulan just smiled and indicated, "Men occasionally going out to play their roles is understandable to me. As long as the heart is at home, as long as one does not stray in spirit, it's not considered straying." These words instantly made Shenlang feel a chill down his spine. Thus, Shenlang began his diversion tactic. "My lady, I made a mistake today. Zhang Chong has been probing me, first sending Zhang Chunhua and then asking me to compose a poem. I handled everything without any mistakes, except for a small oversight that let Zhang Chong see some flaws." Jean Mulan's attention was successfully diverted. She looked at Shenlang seriously. "If I were in danger, I would save you first." These words moved Shenlang deeply, holding Jean Mulan tightly in his arms. "I feel the same, because you are more important to me than myself. No one can replace your place in my heart." However, Jean Mulan whispered in Shenlang's ear, "Then why does a teapot not match with just one teacup?" Shenlang tightened his grip on Jean Mulan's hand. "Nonsense, my lady. I'm already doing my best to deal with you alone. How could I have the energy to bother with others? You really are overthinking." Jean Mulan, satisfied, playfully scolded Shenlang as annoying. "My lord, is it a problem that Zhang Chong saw some flaws?" Shenlang indicated it was not a problem, but just in case, we still need to make some arrangements. I hope no one will be targeted by my decisive actions. However, at the Zhang family's residence, presents. They had already begun dividing up the spoils, for after the fall of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, those present were essentially the main force against the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. For their own interests, they also started to vie for shares. Some wanted all of the mythical Turtle Count's mines, others wanted all the salt fields, and still others wanted thousands of acres of fertile land, among other things. If not satisfied, there was even a tendency to turn hostile. Zhang Chong watched this scene. He did not participate in the division, because no matter how the spoils were divided, the mythical Turtle Count's fiefdom and army were the sovereigns, and Zhang Chong did not want treasures, nor properties. He only wanted a future, specifically the position of governor of the glamorous province. The marriage between Zhang Ji and Miss Qi of the Qi family was already a certainty, just waiting for the right moment to announce. Then, with the wealth of the Hidden Origin Society, the position of governor was almost guaranteed. So, as long as the mythical Turtle Count's mansion falls, Zhang Chong would rise to a new peak of power. Meanwhile, inside the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, the sound of Jin Mutsong's constant scribbling could be heard. Shenlang had given him topics and poems, which he had copied hundreds of times. He had memorized what needed to be remembered. Yet despite this, Jin Mutsong was still afraid of losing the Tang Yun and dooming his family's fate. Shenlang, hearing this, comforted him. Losing is normal, winning would be strange. You don't have to worry about this match. Shenlang gave Jin Mutsong a bunch of portraits, telling Jin Mutsong to take a good rest. There wasn't much Shenlang could do for Jin Mutsong, but easing his mood was still possible. Soon after, inside Jin Mulan's bedroom, even someone as strong as Jin Mulan worried about losing the Tang Yan, worried about what to do if Tang Yan didn't use meteor from beyond the heavens. Shenlang patted her head. Don't worry, Mulan, follow my lead, and you won't go wrong. Initially, because of Shenlang's tight embrace, Jin Mulan complained that it was uncomfortable, asking Shenlang to loosen his grip. Shenlang complied, but Jin Mulan then turned around and hugged Shenlang tightly, anxiously asking him, "My lord, everything is under your control, right? No matter what happens, you have a solution, so our family will definitely win, right?" Seeing Jin Mulan in this vulnerable state, Shenlang, with a smile yet firm tone, responded to her, "In heaven and earth, across the seas into the wilderness, only I am unbeatable." Jin Mulan immediately wiped her tears and exclaimed, "In 3 days, we will definitely annihilate them." Time swiftly advanced to 3 days later. To demonstrate fairness, the contest for the Isle of Gold Mountain was set in the New River Hunting Grounds, a location unaffiliated with either the Jin or Tang families. The decisive 3 contests that would determine the fate of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion were to unfold here. Though nominally a hunting ground, it was actually a vast military camp. The competition between the 2 families attracted countless spectators, curious whether the mythical Turtle Count's mansion could survive. After all, from what was evident, the mythical Turtle Count was undoubtedly doomed to defeat. Of course, there were also those who disliked Jin Hai Count, considering that during the ancestors of the Jin family, Jin Hai Count was merely a dog. At this time, the referees appeared, and they were significant figures, because for the contest for the Isle of Gold Mountain, Xu Rong the governor could not serve as referee, nor could the 4th prince, who was to announce the sovereign's decree. The referees had to meet 3 criteria: highly virtuous and respected, top-tier nobility, and of a detached status. These 3 were the former crown prince's grand tutor, the sovereign's uncle, and the head of Yu Kingdom's Ministry of War. Apart from the one still in office at the Ministry of War, the other 2 had long retired from politics, living their final years in peace, unable to refuse the sovereign's decree. Thus, they were present, but they were all of an age close to death. Everything else they could let go of, except their reputations. In short, this contest was to be absolutely fair and just. The mythical Turtle Count's families respectfully greeted each other. Father Jin understood in his heart. The sovereign deemed their Jin family undoubtedly doomed to defeat, and disdained to intervene. Subsequently, the rules of the contest were announced. Whether in martial or military battles, injuries and deaths were inevitable due to the dangerous nature of weapons, so signing a life and death agreement was required. In fact, the mythical Turtle Count and Jin Hai Count had clashed many times with numerous casualties. Even the heirs of both families faced uncertain fates. 2 generations of heirs from the mythical Turtle Count's mansion died in contests, and Jin Hai Count's mansion had even lost 3 generations of young masters. Since then, Jin Hai Count learned his lesson, specifically selecting someone within the family to train in martial arts, but this person could not be the heir. Thus, Tang Yan, obsessed with martial arts, emerged. His existence was initially just for the Isle of Gold Mountain contest, but now, with his exceptional martial skills, he would become the next Southern Sea Sword King, a Grandmaster of Yu Kingdom. The contest for the Isle of Gold Mountain was no longer a concern for Tang Yan. At this moment, the sovereign's uncle presented the literary contest topics, personally chosen by the sovereign. Apart from the sovereign, no one knew what the topics were. Father Jin and another were called forward to inspect the seal, ensuring it was intact. After verifying its condition, the box was kept by the 3 of them, to be officially opened only on the day of the literary contest. Jin Hai Count was indifferent. Jin Mutsong could not possibly be a match for his family's Tang Yun. Meanwhile, Shenlang activated his perspective eye. Scanning the box, he was slightly surprised. I gave Jin Mutsung so many topics, and not a single one was a match. But no matter, your brother-in-law will soon help you draft a groundbreaking strategic essay, then a millennium-defining poem that will astonish everyone, including top scholar Tang Yun, and shock everyone. It's just that time is tight, and you'll have to stay up late copying furiously again. After both parties confirmed, a quarter of an hour later, the first martial contest will begin. Just 2 minutes before the contest started, Tang Yen was still curiously looking at a mosquito, simply because he had just failed to hit it. I think I need to study this carefully, to see if I can figure something out. His brother, Tang Yun, looked incredulous. Such an important match, and you're focused on a mosquito. But never mind, Jean Mulan won't be able to defeat him anyway. At that moment, Jean High Count reminded Tang Yen, you can defeat Jean Mulan and cripple her martial arts, but do not kill her. There are many important people interested in her. Also, absolutely do not damage her skin, or leave scars on her, as that would displease the important people. Would a wound as small as a hair be acceptable? Yes. To flap more than 2,000 times in a single breath? Mosquitoes are indeed formidable. Time was up. It was Tang Yan's turn to enter the arena. When Tang Yan arrived at the New River Hunting Grounds Hall, Jean Mulan had already been waiting in the arena for a long time, and behind her sat people associated with the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Behind Tang Yan were the nobles who showed they did not oppose the new policies and submitted to the sovereign. As for the other side, it was the neutral seating. Listening to Zhang Ji and Qi Yu predicting the winner, Zhang Chunhua scoffed disdainfully in her heart, very curious about what Shenlang was planning. At this moment, Shenlang's lips couldn't stop curving upwards. Jean Mulan, let these people truly witness your strength. With the sound of a drum, the first martial contest began. When Tang Yen saw Jean Mulan's beauty, he understood why his father had instructed him not to harm Jean Mulan. Even he, who had no interest in women, was stunned by Jean Mulan's appearance. In the next moment, Tang Yen unleashed the meteor from beyond the heavens, a technique perfected over tens of millions of sword swings throughout the years. Under his brother Tang Yan's expectant gaze, Jean Mulan drew a wooden sword. To the astonishment of everyone present, Jean Mulan's pupils dilated slightly, for she had found the eye of the storm and meteor from beyond the heavens, the sole flaw. Her wooden sword easily penetrated the wind pressure, striking Tang Yen directly. In an instant, meteor from beyond the heavens was broken, and Tang Yen was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Jean Mulan had defeated Tang Yen in seconds, leaving the arena in utter silence, an outcome no one had anticipated, and all the more shocking for being accomplished with a wooden sword. Suddenly, the dropping of a water cup broke the silence. Jean High Count was trembling, unable to believe they had lost. The crowd, too, snapped back to reality, their faces filled with disbelief. Tang Yen had been defeated by Jean Mulan, and with a wooden sword, Jean Mulan had been prepared to finish Tang Yen, but upon seeing his dazed expression, she decided to spare him. Perhaps we won't be enemies in the future, and I'm also somewhat thrilled. The unbeatable Tang Yen was defeated by me, and all thanks to my husband. But then Jean Mulan noticed Shenlang, apparently exchanging flirtatious looks with Zhang Chunhua. Immediately, Jean Mulan's killing intent surged. However, 20 seconds earlier, Shenlang had felt someone watching him. Turning around, he saw it was Zhang Chunhua, who even blew him a kiss. Really, flirting with me in front of everyone. Suddenly, Shenlang felt someone else looking at him, and the gaze was filled with danger. Turning his head, he saw Jean Mulan. Shenlang immediately knew he was in trouble. Realizing that Jean Mulan had definitely seen that moment, he hurriedly began clapping and praising Jean Mulan to cover up his own inner guilt. At this time, Jean High Count was truly sweating bullets. He had never considered the possibility of losing the first match in the contest for the Isle of Gold Mountain. He even wondered if Tang Yen had taken a liking to Jean Mulan and thrown the match. Impossible. Tang Yen had no place for women in his eyes. Although Tang Yen was also sweating profusely, he still comforted his father. It's okay. It's a best-of-3 contest. Losing one match doesn't mean anything. Despite this reassurance, Jean High Count's complexion was still pale. Amid everyone's shocked and astonished reactions, only Zhang Chong sensed something was terribly wrong, and he also understood why Shenlang had revealed flaws at the previous banquet. Today, Shenlang was even flirting with Zhang Chunhua without a hint of pessimism or despair, meaning he had absolute confidence in the remaining 2 contests. On the other side, Jean Mulan's cousin, Su Jianting, was also restless. How could Jean Mulan defeat Tang Yen if the mythical Turtle Count's mansion doesn't fall? How can I appear before Jean Mulan as a savior? If you don't fall into dust, how can I save you? I won't allow any man to succeed with a woman associated with me. At this moment, Father Jean approached Jean Mulan with a smiling face. Though happy, he was not overly excited, as if all this was to be expected. After all, the contest for the Isle of Gold Mountain was assured of victory, something Shenlang had mentioned no less than 500 times. And on the field, Tang Yen had not yet recovered from his defeat. For 14 years, he had always been the one defeating his opponents in seconds. But today, it was his turn to be defeated in such a manner. Tang Yen once asked his master when he could learn sword techniques beyond meteor from beyond the heavens. He vividly remembered his master's reply: when you have been defeated, then consider learning other sword techniques. So, Tang Tang Yan was not unable to accept his defeat. On the contrary, he was incredibly excited. Aha, I lost. I actually lost. Losing is good. To others, Tang Yan might seem overrated, but in Shenlang's eyes, a grandmaster was about to rise. Today's defeat would only make Tang Yan stronger. Yet Shenlang was not concerned, for although Jean Mulan might not be a peerless genius, she had him by her side. She would surely become a top-notch master in the future. Beside them, the sovereign's uncle, Ning Qi, inquired. Marvelous, absolutely marvelous. Sua Xian, what do you think? I don't understand martial arts. I saw it as a poem. Mighty Duke, as a grandmaster and top martial artist, what is your opinion? Do you want the truth? Of course, the truth. Who in this world could make you, Mighty Duke, speak falsely? I've never been a fan of the meteor from beyond the heaven sword technique. All flash, no substance. But in the future realm of martial arts, Tang Yan will surely have a place. At this moment, Ning Qi stood up. Mighty Duke, your insights are profound. Ning Qi then officially announced, the first contest of the Isle of Gold Mountain dispute is over, with the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion victorious. Prepare, Mythical Turtle Count's mansion and Jean Hai Count's mansion for the second and third battles tomorrow. However, after the first battle, Shenlang faced Jean Mulan's judgment. Seeing Jean Mulan approaching, Shenlang hurriedly admitted his mistake. My lady, I was wrong. I truly was. Please don't twist my hand. I still need to help Jean Mutsung with his essay. Or let's not fight here. Can we go home and discuss it slowly, please? Yet Jean Mulan just bent down to look at Shenlang. I won't hit you. It's a Jean family rule. A woman should not strike her husband. Hearing this, Shenlang breathed a sigh of relief. But Jean Mulan suddenly leaned closer to Shenlang, then opened her mouth and bit Shenlang's face, signaling this as his punishment. Scoundrel husband, you need to behave, understand? Shenlang nodded promptly. Then, Shenlang accessed his brain's database, selecting an essay and a poem from the works of numerous literary giants to plagiarize. Next, he went to Jean Mutsung's room. Seeing Jean Mutsung writing furiously, he couldn't help but marvel. This young man types over 10,000 words a day. Terrifying indeed. He has the potential to become a great literary figure. Fatso, stop copying the old stuff. Copy these new articles and poems instead. This is what will be on the test tomorrow. Jean Mutsung was visibly delighted, but upon seeing Shenlang's face, Shenlang quickly interrupted him. Bitten by your sister. What about it? Your sister loves me deeply, so she bit deeply, yet she couldn't bear to really hurt me, much less leave a scar, hence this perfect tooth mark on my face. Listening to Shenlang's utterly nonsensical explanation, Jean Mutsung was somewhat speechless. This is something you wouldn't understand. For someone like you, a homebody, apart from a dog, no woman would bite you. These devastating words transformed Jean Mutsung's sorrow and anger into power, and he began to copy frenziedly. Tang Yun, you just wait, so you're the top scholar, huh? In tomorrow's literary contest, I must defeat you. I'll make sure you all understand. Homebodies are not to be trifected with. Homebodies can defy the odds. Maybe then, some young lady will fall for me. Meanwhile, at Jean Hai Count's location, they had already assumed Jean Mutsung was bound to lose, so they shifted their focus to the military contest. Jean Hai Count was very confident about the military contest, thanks to his superior iron ore and forging techniques, naturally overpowering the equipment of the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Zhang Chong agreed. He even secretly learned that Jean Hai Count had developed a new forging technique. Yet, that was still not enough. Defeating Shenlang would not be that simple. Jean Hai Count took Zhang Chong to the armory where the war armors were stored, handing over a battle saber forged with the new technology for Zhang Chong to inspect. This saber surprised Zhang Chong, being even better than the equipment of the nation's most elite troops. Then, Jean Hai Count brought out the best battle saber from the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion for a comparison. In a direct clash, the Mythical Turtle Count's saber broke, while Jean Hai Count's saber only sustained a nick. They then tested it against the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion's armor, cutting through it instantly with a single strike. This was the source of Jean Hai Count's confidence. Unbeknownst to them, Shenlang had already upgraded their equipment. The armor and sabers Jean Hai Count was using were generations behind the current versions. Although Zhang Chong was unaware of these updates, he was still not at ease. To ensure no chance of failure, Zhang Chong asked Jean Hai Count to recruit additional experts from other nobles to be secretly mixed into their forces. Jean Hai Count was reluctant. Borrowing troops at this time, the cost will be significant. Zhang Chong immediately rebuked him for his short-sightedness. How significant can it be? Compared to the outcome of the Isle of Gold Mountain dispute, what is a little cost? Jean Hai Count, do not deceive yourself. As long as victory is assured, your Jean Hai Count's mansion will not suffer a loss. But if the first battle scenario repeats, then you'll be in trouble. With no other option, Jean Hai Count had to agree, but Zhang Chong also wanted to inform Ning Qi about this plan. Moments later, at the residence of the three judges, Zhang Chong told Ning Qi about Jean Hai Count's plan to borrow troops. Ning Qi was somewhat displeased. You shouldn't have told me this. I'm 78 this year. I don't want to tarnish my reputation at this late stage. After consulting with the other two judges, Ning Qi informed Zhang Chong, fairness and justice must prevail. Since Jean Hai Count can borrow troops, then the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion can also borrow troops. He also warned Zhang Chong, the military contest is settled held this way. Don't think about favoritism or fraud in the literary contest. The essays produced will be announced to the world. We do not wish to tarnish our reputations. Zhang Chong respectfully nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Jin Hai Count, at the cost of 3 sea ships and 3,000 acres of land, borrowed a total of 30 top military experts from the Northern Guard Marquis and Peaceful Stability Count. However, it wasn't Jin Hai Count's own land being offered, but the anticipated spoils from the downfall of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. As Jin Hai Count was organizing his forces, Su Jianting approached him. I have 10 military newcomers wishing to gain some experience in Jin Hai Count's mansion's forces. The conditions? None, just purely for the experience. Hearing this, Zhang Chong and the others were astounded. Distant Guard Marquis' house is a leader among the old nobility and also related by marriage to the mythical Turtle Count. You're not lending troops to the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, but instead are kicking them while they're down. Distant Guard Marquis' house has stooped this low. While others demand immense benefits for lending troops, you're lending them for free. Zhang Chong did not refuse. Su Jianting merely smiled slightly. Upon seeing Jean Mulan, he decided she could only be his. The next morning, due to the weather, Ming Qi announced that the military contest would proceed first, with the literary contest to be held indoors in the afternoon. As Father Jean was preparing to leave, Ming Qi approached him, asking if he had any familiar friends within the hunting grounds. Father Jean, puzzled by the question, related to Shenlang upon returning. Shenlang immediately understood Ming Qi's hint. They should seek out experts from other nobles, suspecting Jin Hai Count had already broken the rules. Moments later, Shenlang went to Jean Mulan's room, accidentally encountering her changing clothes. Shenlang couldn't help but kiss Jean Mulan. Jean Mulan blushed and told Shenlang to stop causing trouble. Annoying, don't delay me from changing my clothes. Shenlang shook his head and told Jean Mulan, you don't need to change your clothes. You're going to the battlefield to participate in the military contest next. Jean Mulan was puzzled. I've already participated in one battle. I can't join another. The rules have already been broken by others, so you don't need to follow them either. Jean Mulan was furious. She had already prepared her formal attire, intending to dazzle everyone and assert her dominance with her appearance. But now, she could only warn Shenlang. Then today, you're not allowed to look at other women, especially not to flirt with that vixen Zhang Chunhua. Seeing Jean Mulan getting ready to change into her armor, Shenlang, grinning, took it and wanted to help Jean Mulan put it on, only to be rejected by her. Shenlang was immediately displeased. Why? Jean Mulan explained. If my legs go weak, how will I fight later? This immediately cheered Shenlang up. So that's why. It seems I'm too formidable. Meanwhile, at Father Jin's side, he had approached all the established nobles but failed to borrow even a single person. Father Jin was furious. A bunch of short-sighted fools. Don't they understand the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold? Shenlang signaled to Father Jin not to worry. Those guys are smart, but whether they're being too clever by half remains to be seen. It won't be long before those people are kneeling before you, crying out about the lips and the teeth. Next was preparing for the military contest. Originally, it involved cavalry charges, which were too bloody even for the sovereign to bear, leading to a switch to infantry combat. Thus, all the Jin family soldiers participating in the battle were solemn and prepared for sacrifice, believing they might not return, but fearless even in the face of death. Because of the need for secrecy, Shenlang hadn't distributed the new armor and sabers to them, keeping them in the dark. Once they saw the actual new equipment, their confidence soared. With Jean Mulan's command, change equipment, everyone uniformly began to don the new gear. Then, Shenlang reminded Jean Mulan, be very careful. You must not sustain a single scratch on your body. Jean Mulan nodded at Shenlang's words, and with a pat from Shenlang, it was her turn to enter the field. On Jin Hai Count's side, everyone was fully armed and ready. Jin Hai Count's mobilization, all were spirited, shouting about crushing the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. However, as both sides took to the field, Jin Hai Count was stunned to see the mythical Turtle Count's army's equipment, which was completely different from before, admiring Zhang Chang's decisiveness internally. If it weren't for the 40 experts we borrowed in our new forging technology, we might have been the ones crushed. As the battle drums officially sounded, Ming Qi announced the start of the military contest. The clash between the mythical Turtle Count's army and Jin Hai Count's forces took everyone by surprise. What was expected to be a one-sided affair for Jin Hai Count turned on its head when their sabers broke upon striking the mythical Turtle Count's shields. Conversely, the mythical Turtle Count's blades sliced through Jin Hai Count's armor. Not just Jin Hai Count's forces, but also the mythical Turtle Count's army was in disbelief, uninformed that their new equipment was so formidable. A counterattack ensued, and Jin Hai Count's forces couldn't breach the mythical Turtle Count's defense, rapidly losing numbers. This astonishing turn of events also dumbfounded Ning Qi and the other judges. Jin Hai Count was in shock, unable to comprehend the magic behind the mythical Turtle Count's rapidly improved equipment. Zhang Chong marveled at Shenlang's uncanny abilities, good at poetry, writing, dyeing, charming women, and now even metalworking. What is it that you can't do, Shenlang? Yet, Jin Hai Count's breaking of rules by inserting 40 top warriors into their ranks did have an effect, preventing a total annihilation by by the mythical Turtle Count's army and even managing some retaliation. Meanwhile, in the midst of battle, Jean Mulan heard a familiar voice. She quickly advanced and removed the man's mask, recognizing him as Su Tianan from the distant guard Marquis's house. Jean Mulan's anger surged instantly. So it's you. What exactly is your Su family trying to do? On the other side, Shenlang and Father Jin's gazes both turned towards Su Jianting, while whispers of mockery reached Su Jianting's ears. After all, no one likes a traitor. Father Jin, suppressing his anger, ordered Su Jianting to go to Jin High Count's side, deeming him unworthy to sit with them. However, Su Jianting denied having anything to do with the matter. The battle on the field did not cease. The experts from Jin High Count's mansion were hesitant in their attacks on Jean Mulan, remembering Jin High Count's instructions not to harm her, given the interest from significant figures. Recalling Shenlang's words, Jean Mulan thought, "We are not afraid to lose this military contest, so protect yourself well. If defeat is imminent, just concede." But Jean Mulan was unwilling to do so, preferring to fight to the end. Winning the military contest would mean outright victory for them. Knowing his daughter's temperament, Father Jean proposed a draw for the military contest. Jin High Count disagreed, but the reality was that the mythical Turtle Count's side had about 70 people remaining, while Jin High Count's forces had fewer than 20. Even with more experts, a direct confrontation would likely result in the mythical Turtle Count's victory. But Father Jean, worried about Jean Mulan and compassionate towards his soldiers, did not wish to continue the fight. Despite this, Jin High Count still wanted to fight it out. Father Jean scoffed disdainfully. "Of the remaining 20, how many are actually from your Jin High Count's mansion?" Immediately, Father Jean declared, "As long as the swords are raised, soldiers of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion will not attack." Hearing this, those on the field raised their swords to signal a ceasefire, since they were not Jin High Count's men and had no reason to risk their lives. With the situation resolved, Jean Mulan ceased her actions. After further consultation, the three presiding judges agreed to a draw. Jin High Count was furious. "I paid so much for the military contest, only to end up with a draw." He knew, however, this was the best outcome. As long as Tang Yin won, it would be 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw, leading to a tiebreaker. Then it would come down to a battle between the mythical Turtle Count and Jin High Count. Confident in his martial prowess over the mythical Turtle Count, Jin High Count, albeit reluctantly, agreed to the draw in the military contest. Subsequently, he expressed his gratitude to Zhang Chong. Without his foresight, they indeed would have lost. However, while everyone else seemed assured of their victory, Zhang Chong did not share the sentiment and chose not to voice his doubts, preferring to take his leave. After all, being the only sober person among the intoxicated can lead to isolation, and he did not wish to end up completely friendless. Upon returning to his residence, Zhang Chong pondered what he might have overlooked. Everyone believed Jin Mutsong couldn't surpass Tang Yun, including his son, Zhang Ji. The literary contest questions are sealed in a box, known only to the sovereign. How could Jin Mutsong have found a way to cheat? Yet, this question led Zhang Chong to recall Shenlang's triumphs at the gambling house, sparking an unbelievable thought. Do you think it's possible that Shenlang knew the literary contest questions in advance and prepared essays and poems for Jin Mutsong? Hearing his father's speculation, Zhang Ji was also taken aback. How could that be possible? Shaking his head at all the impossibilities, Zhang Chong concluded there was only one answer. He then asked Zhang Ji to call Zhang Chanhua. Shortly after her arrival, Zhang Chong inquired, "Did you notice Shenlang's expression at the end of the military contest?" Zhang Chanhua recalled, when the mythical Turtle Count proposed a draw to stop the battle, Shenlang seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, but then he frowned, realizing something was amiss. Zhang Chong asked, "Is Jean Mulan the type to fear death?" Zhang Chanhua denied. Jean Mulan is not afraid of dying. Rising suddenly, Zhang Chong pieced everything together. If Jean Mulan isn't afraid of death, her behavior is problematic. Today's military contest was a matter of life and death for the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. She should have disregarded her own safety, but as soon as a draw was proposed, she complied and ceased attacking, showing no intention of fighting to the death. Zhang Chanhua also realized the issue. Does that mean Shenlang has a contingency plan for the literary contest? Zhang Chong nodded. Shenlang must have known the literary contest questions in advance. Otherwise, Jin Mutsong couldn't possibly defeat Tang Yun. Zhang Chanhua's expression hardened. "Father, I agree with your assessment." After confirming his suspicions, Zhang Chong hurriedly went to Ning Qi's residence to share his conclusions. However, Ning Qi was skeptical. The seal and wax on the box haven't been tampered with. Is Shenlang a deity, then, to know the questions in advance? Thus, Ning Qi was not willing to change the questions based on Zhang Chong's speculation. Yet, Zhang Chong did not give up. After leaving, he immediately sought out Zhu Rong the governor. Although Zhu Rong also doubted Zhang Chong's guess, the risk of losing was too great, but persuading Ning Qi would be challenging. Zhang Chong then proposed. The sovereign surely prepared a backup set of questions, sealed in an identical box. Your Excellency could accidentally damage the seal and wax under the guise of inspecting the questions. This way, for the sake of fairness and justice, Ning Qi would have to use the backup questions. Zhu Rong was shocked by this bold idea, but agreed with Zhang Chong's suggestion. As the queen's brother, even even if Zhu Rong accidentally damaged the box's seal. Ning Qi could at most reprimand him without placing blame. Indeed, as Zhang Chong and Zhu Rong anticipated, after Zhu Rong broke the box by dropping it, he was admonished. Ning Qi had no choice but to switch to the backup questions, knowing well that Zhang Chong must have been behind this scheme. Seeing Zhang Chong kneeling outside, Ning Qi approached him, commenting profoundly, "Such a deep strategist you are." Zhang Chong, with his head on the ground, respectfully admitted, "I am guilty." Ning Qi waved him off, signaling Zhang Chong could stand up, but Zhang Chong bowed deeply again without rising, repeating his admission of guilt. Ning Qi left him be. "Stay kneeling then." Under the looming clouds, the Ministry of War's head, Mighty Duke, approached Zhang Chong, praising, "Zhang Chong, well done." Zhang Chong bowed once more. Witnessing this, Zhang Ji was thrilled. Mighty Duke holds significant sway over the position of governor in the glamorous province. Gaining his approval is excellent news. Under the flashing lightning and thunder, a torrential downpour drenched Zhang Chong, yet he refused to stand up, even rejecting the umbrella offered by Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji, puzzled, asked, "Father, you did this for the sake of the reforms and the Ning royal family. Why demean yourself so?" Zhang Chong scolded his son, "Naive. If you argue about right and wrong with your lord, you'll never get ahead. But then, why aren't those from Jin High Count's side here suffering with us?" Zhang Chong retorted, "How can you appear capable if your companions are not incompetent? Now go, stop fussing. A day in the rain won't kill anyone." Meanwhile, inside the New River Hunting Grounds literary contest venue, due to the need for a quiet environment for the literary contest, besides the contestants and the counts from both sides, only the 3 judges were present. After the counts inspected the question box, the contest began immediately. Ning Qi personally unsealed the box and took out the questions, allowing both heirs to start reviewing them. The first essay question was on the ultimate virtue of rewards and punishments, and the second was to compose a poem with mythical turtle as the theme. Seeing the questions, Tang Yin was disdainful. "I am most proficient in these topics. Even if I took them to the imperial examination, I could secure the top scholar title again." However, Jin Mutsong appeared terrified. "This is wrong. This isn't the 2 questions my brother-in-law told me about yesterday. Could he have miscalculated?" "Oh no." At that moment, Jin Mutsong felt as if the sky had fallen. "My plan to defeat Tang Yun is ruined. I might even be crushed into dust by him." Tang Yun, seeing Jin Mutsong's panic, felt contempt. "Comparing literary skills with me, a top scholar, to such a useless person is truly beneath me." Just as Jin Mutsong was at a loss, he took a closer look at the questions. "Wait a minute, I remember this. Isn't this one of the questions my brother-in-law anticipated?" Shen Lang, aiming to grasp the sovereign's core interests, had input all known preferences, personality traits, and habits of the sovereign into his brain's database. The brain successfully created a model of the sovereign as clever, radical, and sparing in kindness. One of the essay topics predicted by the brain was indeed the one presented, and the poetry topic was deduced from a deep analysis of the sovereign's view of the mythical turtle count. At this revelation, Jin Mutsong felt rejuvenated. "Ha ha ha, I'm alive. I've come back to life. Brother-in-law, you almost scared me to death. Tang Yun, you just wait. This time, I'll crush you into dust." Subsequently, Ning Qi announced the literary contest would last for 3 hours, with everyone but the judges waiting outside. As the written examination began, Jin Mutsong eagerly wrote down all the answers from his memory, while Tang Yun composed his responses with calm deliberation. Ning Qi, watching, sighed internally. "Poor kid, even if you're clueless, you should pretend to ponder before starting." Outside, Tang Lun sneered upon seeing Jin Mutsong's fervent writing, starting to write without even understanding the questions clearly. What a waste. But it doesn't matter. After all, victory is assured for the Tang family today. However, within a quarter of an hour, Jin Mutsong had finished writing the essay, or more accurately, copying it. Seeing this, Ning Qi and Sua Xian Marquis were incredulous. Finished the essay so quickly? It couldn't just be random scribbling, could it? Tang Yun, after spending an hour in thought before beginning to write, had already dismissed Jin Mutsong as less than trash. Shen Lang, today you will witness the literary grace of you kingdom's #1 imperial examination top scholar. As he wrote, Tang Yun became increasingly immersed, amazed at his own ability to produce such a brilliant piece, feeling it was unparalleled in history, even admiring his own work. After finishing, Tang Yun reviewed his essay 3 times. My God, did this perfect prose really come from me? Then, adjusting his emotions, Tang Yun stood, bowed to the judges, and submitted his work. On his way out, glancing at the still writing Jin Mutsong, he remarked, "Waste. Losing to me is your honor." Jin Mutsong continued to write his poetry meticulously, heeding Shen Lang's advice not to hand in his paper early, to avoid arousing suspicion. An hour later, he finally completed his poetry. Looking at his work, he felt immensely satisfied. Each word here has been crafted with my soul. Noticing Tang Yun had already left, he thought, that show-off is gone, then I can submit my paper too. He then rose, bowed to the 3 judges, and, dragging his weary body, he left, his figure casting a particularly desolate shadow. After both participants had left, Ning Qi stood up and announced, "The literary contest is over. The mythical turtle count and Jin High count may enter the examination hall." Upon Ning Qi's command, for eunuchs responsible for copying and the two counts entered the hall. Ning-chi asked the counts to select a eunuch to copy the essays and poems of both participants to ensure public transparency and fairness. The chosen eunuch first copied Tang Yun's essay, admiring and respecting the work as he did. However, before even starting to copy Jin Mutsung's essay, just by reading it, he showed a surprised expression. Tang Luan, watching from the side, expected this reaction. It seems that the literary talent of this count of the mythical turtle has thoroughly disgusted this young eunuch. After copying, Jin Mutsung and Tang Yun's original manuscripts were sealed for the judges to review later. The copied manuscripts were then given to the three judges for evaluation. Since Mighty Duke was a military man with less expertise in literature, Ning-chi and Sua Xian Marquis took the lead in reviewing. Opening one of the essays, Sua Xian Marquis couldn't help but exclaim at its quality, suggesting it would excel even in the imperial examinations. The poetry also earned his praise. Ning-chi, observing Sua Xian Marquis' reactions, assumed this must be Tang Yun's work. It seems the outcome is decided. Upon opening the other manuscript, Ning-chi was stunned from the first paragraph. The simple yet powerful language made an impact, impressing him greatly. After reading the essay, he eagerly moved on to the poetry. Even Mighty Duke noticed Ning-chi's reaction. Indeed, the phrase "an old steed in the stable still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles, and a dying hero's heart remains as ambitious as ever" immediately resonated with Ning-chi. This line, grand and thought-provoking, is truly remarkable. It surpasses mere excellence, reaching a level worthy of reverence. Sua Xian then interrupted Ning-chi's contemplation. "Ning-chi, you must see the essay I have. It's astonishing." After exchanging manuscripts, Ning-chi frowned upon reading. "What is this? Though it seems fluent and elegant at first glance, compared to the previous one, it's rubbish." Sua Xian, upon reviewing the manuscript in his hands, was also shocked. "My God, this is a timeless masterpiece, a classic for the ages." Mighty Duke, unable to contain his curiosity, stepped forward to examine the poetry and couldn't help but praise it. For a military man with little interest in literature to commend it so highly speaks volumes about the poem's exceptional quality. However, the judges faced a dilemma because the style of the work clearly differed from Tang Yun's, and it was unlikely Jin Mutsung could have produced such depth. After some consideration, Mighty Duke boldly speculated that Shenlang was behind the submission, a notion Ning-chi agreed with, admiring Shenlang's talent. The boundless romantic affairs was impressive enough, and now such essays and poems, such talent is wasted at the mythical turtle count's mansion, Ning-chi lamented. Sua Xian remarked on the realization that Shenlang had indeed anticipated the exam topics, as Zhang Chong had suspected. Ning-chi concurred. This explains why Jin Mutsung could start writing immediately. Mighty Duke questioned whether this amounted to cheating. "It's not cheating. No one knew the questions beforehand, and it was indeed written by Jin Mutsung," was the consensus. Ning-chi was conflicted. Clearly, Jin Mutsung is the winner, but this will not only shock you kingdom but also hand the Isle of Gold Mountain to the mythical turtle count, potentially against the sovereign's wishes. To rule Jin Mutsung as the loser, once these papers are made public, anyone literate can see the obvious disparity. This could tarnish not just our reputations, but label the sovereign as unjust. Moreover, if the sovereign can act against established nobles today, might he also cut royal allowances in the future? Deciding to play the elder card before the sovereign, Ning-chi aimed for a fair and just resolution of the literary contest. They then had the sealed original manuscripts retrieved and compared. Indeed, the superior work was attributed to Jin Mutsung, or rather, Shenlang's handiwork, but Jin Mutsung's handwriting received praise. Sua Xian Marquis noted Jin Mutsung's writing lacked spirit and sharpness, but followed his father Jin's straightforward nature, predicting he would become a significant calligrapher. With a deep breath, Ning-chi looked to the other judges. "Then, let's settle the literary contest this way," and they agreed. "We follow Prince Uncle's decision." Outside the examination hall, despite the pouring rain, dozens to hundreds awaited the dramatic outcome, especially those flattering Jin High Count, hoping for crumbs from the mythical turtle count's mansion's defeat. Jin High Count mockingly suggested to the mythical turtle count, "Aren't you going to change? Put on your Jin family's latest gear for the upcoming duel." Ignoring him, Tang Luan's ridicule intensified. Does the mythical turtle count know he's going to lose and thus isn't bothering to change? Despite Tang Luan's provocations, the mythical turtle count remained calm, meditating with eyes closed, trusting in his son-in-law and son to secure victory. The literary contest was already beyond doubt, yet the mythical turtle count's silence only invited mockery from those around him. Jin Mutsung, on the verge of exploding with anger, still held back. "Wait till the results are out. I'll make sure your faces swell. I may not be capable, but I have an incredible brother-in-law." Is copying from one's own family really considered copying? Suddenly, someone taunted, "Mythical turtle count, don't be upset. After all, you haven't had control over the Isle of Gold Mountain for years. You should be used to it by now." This comment turned the mythical turtle count's face ashen, and Jin Hui and others nearby were barely able to restrain themselves from retaliating. As tensions escalated, Prince Uncle Ning-chi and the judges emerged to announce the results. Stepping into the rain, they declared the winner of the literary contest for the Isle of Gold Mountain dispute. Son of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, Jin Mutsung. The announcement stunned everyone, particularly Tang Luan. How could his son, a top scholar, lose to a fool? The mythical Turtle Count, though smiling outwardly, silently relieved a weight from his heart. Amidst the shock, Jin Mutsung's triumphant yell cut through. Where are you, Tang Yun? I told you I'd crush you. I'd defeat you swiftly, and now I have. Haha. Tang Luan, drenched, approached Prince Uncle to question if there had been a mistake. Ning Chi, understanding his disrespect, did not reprimand him but simply restated, let me announce it again. In the third literary contest, Jin Mutsung wins, Tang Yun loses. Did everyone hear clearly this time? Tang Luan was devastated, realizing the Tang family's loss meant losing a significant portion of their wealth and wondering how to sustain his private army without it. In a fit of rage, he accused the contest of being unfair and insinuated foul play, pointing at Jin Mutsung. Everyone knows what Jin Mutsung is like. How could he possibly beat Tang Yun, the Imperial Examination's top scholar? His comments incited the Tang family's followers to chant about injustice and suspected cheating. As the situation descended into chaos, Mighty Duke's thunderous roar silenced the crowd. Seeking death! Suddenly, no one dared to say another word in the presence. Ning Chi, seeing Jin High Count daring to publicly question him, was also very annoyed. He immediately ordered to have the articles of Jin Mutsung and Tang Yun posted for public display so that everyone could see for themselves whether there was any private cheating or not. Soon, the guards publicly displayed the articles, and instantly, everyone crowded in front of the posting board. However, Jin High Count didn't even bother to look at it, insisting that Prince Uncle was cheating and he would not accept it. Ning Chi, pointing at the public notice board, angrily said, Jin Mutsung's article this time is far superior to Tang Yun's. It's clearly posted on the wall now. Anyone who has read a bit can see the difference. If you don't accept it, then go complain to the sovereign. I am ready to accompany you at any time. But Ning Chi's face darkened. If anyone continues to make trouble now, don't blame me for the sharpness of my knife. If anyone dares to continue making trouble, take them down immediately. Upon this order, all Blackwater platform guards drew their swords and stood off, scaring everyone present silly, and Jin High Count, seeing this, could only be angrily silent. Meanwhile, inside Tang Yun's room, he was pretending to be carefree, holding a book, waiting for the news of his victory. Though he appeared to be reading, in reality, he was fantasizing about the shocked expressions of the three dignitaries upon reviewing his strategies and poems, firmly believing he would surely win the literary battle against Jin Mutsung and that the Tang family was certain to win the Isle of Gold Mountain dispute. Just then, a servant rushed into the room in a panic. Tang Yun, pretending, flipped a page of the book before casually scolding, what's the fuss about? It's just beating that useless Jin Mutsung. What's there to make a fuss about? However, the servant said with a trembling voice, young master, you lost. Tang Yun's gaze turned cold. How dare you joke about this? The servant quickly explained, young master, it's true, you lost. Tang Yun angrily stood up and closed the book. How could I possibly lose to Jin Mutsung? This is absolutely a huge mistake. Seeing Tang Yun angry and disbelieving, the servant quickly knelt on the ground, urging him to see for himself at the scene. Moments later, the two braved the rain to arrive at the posting board. He first carefully examined his own paper. Yes, it was indeed his own, but he couldn't understand why such an excellent work lost to Jin Mutsung, the fool. However, when he saw Jin Mutsung's articles and poems, he was completely shocked. They lacked fancy words, but had much deeper implications, and the poetry made him feel utterly ashamed. At that moment, he fully admitted defeat, as did the entire Tang family, losing the Isle of Gold Mountain competition. Moreover, he could even foresee becoming the laughingstock of everyone from then on. Such a talented top scholar to lose to a fat house. Jin Mutsung. Just then, a bolt of lightning flashed, and Tang Yun stood dumbfounded in the rain, motionless until he heard the concerned inquiry of a servant beside him. He snapped back to reality, but the servant's kindness made him very embarrassed. He turned around, angrily telling the servant to scram. After the servant ran away, Tang Yun lowered his head, letting the merciless ice rain hit him. No, this can't be Jin Mutsung's own work. It must be Shenlang. It must be him. Thinking this, Tang Yun opened his arms and roared crazily towards the sky, filled with resentment and pain. A gentleman must avenge his wrongs. Shenlang, you and I are irreconcilable. I will have you torn to pieces. The scene shifts to Shenlang's resting place. Shenlang, too, was pretending to read a book like Tang Yun. At this moment, he showed that annoyingly smug expression again. I just want to be a good-for-nothing son-in-law living off my wife, but you all force me to show my unparalleled talent. How annoying. Just then, Jin Mutsung ran in, rushed and excited. Brother-in-law, I won. I completely crushed Tang Yun. Shenlang just took a sip of tea indifferently. So, you won. Isn't that to be expected? However, Jin Mutsung playfully scolded Shenlang for fooling him because the exam topic wasn't what he told him last night, but was the strategies and poems he had memorized before. Hearing this, Shenlang was so surprised he spit out his water. Jin Mutsung, still cluelessly, asked, what's wrong, brother-in-law? Shenlang quickly covered up his embarrassment. What was today's topic? Jin Mutsung thought for a moment. It was the strategies and poems about the utmost and penal loyalty and the mythical turtle that you had me memorize. Shenlang was stunned. stunned. How could this be? I clearly used X-ray vision to see the exam topic. How could it suddenly change? He realized he had shown his hand in the military strategy game because he had made Mulan too conservative. After all, Jean Mulan, who has always regarded family honor as her life, why would she fight so cautiously in this military game? Zhang Chong, your thoughts are indeed very profound. You sensed something was wrong in the second military game, so you had Jean High Count borrow elite warriors, and then you sensed a crisis in the literary contest, prompting you to ask Ning Qi to change the exam topic. You almost turned the tables. Thankfully, the heavens were on my side. At this moment, Shenlang also felt a wave of fear inside, and Jean Mutsung, seeing his brother-in-law's changing expressions, asked him what was wrong. Shenlang quickly laughed it off. Nothing. I just think you did a splendid job this time. Unaware, Jean Mutsung wanted to boast some more to his brother-in-law, but Shenlang got up and walked outside, saying, the real battle for the Isle of Gold Mountain has just begun. Next, we'll start with the Orchid Mountain Viscount. The 3 battles for the Isle of Gold Mountain have ended, but the sky was still filled with lightning and thunder, and the heavy rain seemed not to stop. Inside the residence of the 3 dignitaries, Zhang Chong was still kneeling in the courtyard under the pouring rain, while Zhang Ji and Zhang Chunhua, unable to persuade their father, knelt behind him. Zhang Chong said, Zhang Ji can stay here with me. Zhang Chunhua, you go back. Zhang Chunhua immediately retorted, I am also a member of the Zhang family. How can I just stand by and watch if my father is suffering here? Zhang Chong scolded, you, a girl, dressed so thinly, getting soaked by the rain, what kind of decency is that? Reminded by her father, Zhang Chunhua realized she was soaked through, her clothes sticking to her body, almost as if she was wearing nothing. She then ran towards the house. A moment later, hearing a thud behind him, Zhang Chong looked back to see Zhang Chunhua wrapped in a raincoat, continuing to kneel in the rain with her father. Zhang Chong was quite comforted by this. Unity in a family is the most important thing. Although his children have many faults, just the virtue of filial piety was enough to smooth over these faults in his heart. More than an hour later, the 3 dignitaries returned to their residence and were stunned to see Zhang Chong and his children still kneeling in the courtyard. This is the heavy rain at the end of autumn. The Zhang family kneeling in this cold rain for hours must be suffering, especially the little girl, Zhang Chunhua, also getting drenched. Seeing this, Ning Qi quickly walked up to Zhang Chong and said, Zhang Chong, I am no longer angry. Please, get up and take your children back home. However, Zhang Chong still refused to rise because he knew that he was not only seeking to appease Prince Uncle's anger, but also wanted to be punished for his own mistakes. Seeing this, Ning Qi sighed and said, Zhang Chong, your guess is correct. Shenlang might indeed have known the exam questions. Even though we switched to the backup questions, Jean Mutsung still won the final battle. The mythical Turtle Count's mansion has won the final victory. Hearing this news, Zhang Chong was struck as if by lightning. His gaunt face twitched violently, and before he could speak, he blacked out and collapsed to the ground. Zhang Ji and Zhang Chunhua were terrified and rushed to awaken their father. Ning Qi, unable to bear seeing him lying in the rain, instructed them to quickly carry Zhang Chong back inside to rest. However, Zhang Chong soon regained consciousness on his own, but his complexion was ashen and his lips were purple, looking utterly defeated. Yet, in just a moment, he regained his composure and simply said, Thank you, Prince Uncle, and then continued to kneel rigidly without moving. The 3 dignitaries were shocked to receive such a blow and yet recover so quickly and regain his fighting spirit. We never imagined there could be such a resilient person in the world. Reluctantly, Ning Qi had to lower his stance. Lord Zhang Chong, I beg you, please stop kneeling. The wrong one is not you, it's me. Then he ordered his men to forcibly take him back to his residence. Not long after returning, Jean High Count arrived with a group of people seeking to see Zhang Chong, but was blocked by Zhang Ji at the door. However, seeing their opportunity slipping away, they refused to give up and started shouting outside the door, demanding that Zhang Prefect come out to restore justice. Seeing they couldn't stop these people from causing a commotion outside, Zhang Chunhua stepped out and said, My father is indeed unwell. Let me convey a message to you all. We have lost this round. Do not linger in battle. We must immediately move to the next round. Do not act rashly. Wait until I have carefully considered our next step. Everyone, upon hearing Zhang Chunhua's message, was at a loss and didn't know how to react. Then, before they could respond, Zhang Ji closed the door, telling them their father needed rest and asking them to come back another day. Seeing that Zhang Chong had completely given up on this round, Jean High Count was also extremely annoyed. Since you, Zhang Chong, won't come forward, then we will find our own solution. Meanwhile, at the mythical Turtle Count's mansion residence, everyone was raising their glasses in celebration of the victory. Laughter and cheerful voices filled the entire place, with everyone loudly proclaiming the son-in-law and the heir as incredible. From now on, the Isle of Gold Mountain would belong to the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. In the study, the family of the mythical Turtle Count was holding a secret meeting. However, in the midst of their intense discussion, Shenlang noticed that Jean Mutsung had already fallen asleep. Fatso, what are you doing? Brother-in-law, I find it boring to listen. Can I copy books here instead? Shenlang was speechless. You fathead, you just defeated top scholar Tang Yun, and you're still thinking about writing? Can't you aim for something higher? But Seeing his father-in-law's face about to explode with anger, Shenlang could only wave his hand in agreement to his request. Watching Jin Mutsun leave happily, the three people present could only sigh internally. Then getting back to the matter at hand, Shenlang said with a serious expression, "Although we seem to have won the Isle of Gold Mountain dispute, the real fight to the death is just beginning. Having secured this initial victory, we can now turn from defense to offense. The next step is the Cliff Watch Island strategy. We've won the Isle of Gold Mountain, and everyone will think we'll deploy all our strategic resources here to maintain ownership, but we must not do so. We will neither station troops nor develop it. I want to turn the Isle of Gold Mountain into a meat grinder, draining every drop of the enemy's blood. Of course, the enemy won't just sit around waiting to be slaughtered, and they're certainly plotting a sinister scheme right now." Indeed, just as Shenlang thought, Jin High Count and others were secretly holding a meeting to counterattack the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. The first to suggest a plan was Orchid Mountain Viscount, who wanted to use the heavy rain to flood the mythical Turtle Count's mansion and its lands. The flood would destroy fields and towns, resulting in countless deaths and a catastrophic blow to the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Hearing Zhu Landing's suggestion, Jin High Count was also very excited. "You, Zhang Chong, keep saying not to act rashly, but should we wait for Shenlang to put the knife to our necks? Then don't blame us for taking matters into our own hands and seeking revenge." Standing up, he continued, "The mythical Turtle Count will have to divert all resources to disaster relief. By then, even Shenlang, no matter how cunning, won't be able to reverse the outcome." Peaceful Stability Count also voiced his full support. Given that Shenlang had caused the deaths of so many of his people, he certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity for revenge. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly said, "By committing such an act against heaven and reason, won't we be harming our own virtue? Once the dam breaks, many people will die." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at him indignantly. Struggle requires using any means necessary. How did such a naive person even make it into the circle? Tang Luan then sarcastically asked him, "Do any of the dead happen to be your family members?" The man was frightened and hastily waved his hands to indicate no. Tang Luan sneered, "Since there aren't any, what do their lives or deaths have to do with you?" Zhu Lanting then continued to explain, "This torrential rain is rare, a once-in-decades event. The dam breaking is a natural occurrence, and when the flood comes, it will be blocked by the mountains. At that time, only the mythical Turtle Count's mansion will be destroyed. There's absolutely no need for anyone to worry." After Zhu Lanting finished, Jin High Count slammed the table. "It's decided then." Among them, only one person wanted to back out, Northern Guard Marquis' second son, Nangong Ting. After all, his father had joined this struggle to maintain military power and for the future of him and his elder brother. But now, things seemed to be spiraling out of control in a bad direction. Of course, all these plans were already anticipated by Shenlang. When he analyzed the situation to the mythical Turtle Count, the Count was immediately plunged into thought. If it's as Shenlang predicts, the casualties could be unimaginable. Shenlang continued, "For this competition, we brought 800 elite troops from our mansion, leaving behind only women and the elderly. The other 2,000 private soldiers are leaderless." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the mythical Turtle Count was about to issue an order for Jin Mulan to lead Jin Shuring and Jin Hui back. However, Shenlang shook his head. "Above the lands of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion are 3 dams, impossible to defend against. Reinforcements would be too late. Our only option now is to take the initiative." He then pointed at the map. "Father-in-law, here is the Orchid Mountain Viscount's mansion, situated in the valley. We need to strike first. Our task is to destroy the dam above their estate, letting the floodwaters pour into their property. Once the water level above decreases, our mythical Turtle Count's mansion territory will be safe." The mythical Turtle Count hesitated after hearing this, as initiating a flood would result in casualties. "This isn't the style of our mythical Turtle Count." Shenlang, seeing his father-in-law's concern, continued, "Don't worry, father-in-law. As long as the breach isn't too large, people in the valley will have enough time to escape. We just need to ensure the destruction of the Orchid Mountain Viscount's mansion, submerging his castle." The mythical Turtle Count still trusted his son-in-law's judgment. He then called for Jin Hui, instructing him to quickly return home, lead people to destroy the dam above the Orchid Mountain Viscount's estate, and repeatedly emphasized not to make the breach too large, to ensure the civilians had enough time to escape. Shenlang also instructed to have Shen 13 create a breach in the eastern Bitterwater Dam, which was uninhabited, to divert the floodwaters there, reducing the water level in the reservoir and securing the mythical Turtle Count's mansion lands. Jin Hui was troubled at first. The dams were built with stone and would take a long time to dig through with just manpower, and the dams were guarded. Even if they could breach the defenses, it was unrealistic to open a gap before reinforcements arrived. Shenlang, aware of this, asked him, "Do you remember my 3rd secret chamber? Go find Little Bing for the keys to the 3rd chamber, then take out the box inside. Just make a small opening in the dam, insert the box, light the fuse, and the dam will be blown open. Also, have Shen 13 help you to test his loyalty." Jin Hui immediately accepted the instruction. Meanwhile, Jin High Count's secret meeting was still in progress. Tang Luan decided to ensure no defectors within, requiring families involved to send send experts to participate. Hearing this, some hesitated, which could lead to disaster if exposed. At that moment, Peaceful Stability Count stepped forward. Anyone who knows about today and dares to back out won't be allowed to leave this room. Then turning to Orchid Mountain Viscount, you proposed this, so you lead the way. Orchid Mountain Viscount was taken aback, sensing trouble, but said, I can't just do this for nothing, can I? Jean High Count coldly replied, Orchid Mountain Viscount, do you think after you crossed Shenlang at the last banquet, he would let you off? Recalling the incident at the banquet, Zhu Lanting clenched his teeth in silence, but then stated, I can do the job, but not for nothing. Hearing this, Jean High Count immediately extended 2 fingers. I'll give you shares for 2 sea vessels. You buy the ships yourself, but you can join our trade routes and trade with other countries. Zhu Lanting was overjoyed upon hearing this. Jean High Count and pirates had always been engaged in highly profitable sea trade, which many people were eager to join. Now, by simply purchasing 2 ships, he could join the route and easily recoup his investment just a few trades. Zhu Lanting then declared, alright, I'll lead this task. He then turned to Qiu Xiao, the young master of Qiu family. We might need to use your family's name again for this. At that moment, Qiu Xiao, who was drinking flower wine, readily agreed, yes, yes, Shenlang stole my woman and killed my people. I want to kill thousands of his. Tang Luan then reminded, we don't know when this heavy rain will stop. Once the water level drops, the destructive power of the flood will weaken, and we won't be able to completely submerge the mythical Turtle Count's mansion lands. Zhu Lanting Viscount, you need to act quickly. Zhu Lanting clearly understood Tang Luan's hint and started to mobilize after a simple acknowledgement. Soon, all the noble families present sent out their best fighters, assembling hundreds of warriors. Led by Zhu Lanting and Qiu Xiao, they braved the heavy rain and hurriedly rode towards the mythical Turtle City to execute their plan under the cover of night. At midnight, within the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, Mulan was lying in bed, nestled in Shenlang's arms, worried about the heavy casualties in the upcoming struggle. Shenlang comforted her. No, the dead will all be our enemies. Mulan then expressed her concern. What do we do then? Will there ever be an end? Shenlang, propping himself up and looking at Mulan, reassured her. Don't worry, there will be an end. Once we complete the 4th step of our strategy, we can push back the sovereign's will, and our family will be at peace. To ease Mulan's worries, Shenlang then playfully wrapped his arm around her waist, his hands becoming restless. Mulan blushed. Her mind went blank, and she thought, with her husband by her side, there was nothing more to worry about. Jin Hui rushed back to the mythical Turtle Count's mansion in the rain, found Jean Sword Lady, informed her of the outcome of the Isle of Gold Mountain dispute, and ordered increased patrols. Jean Sword Lady ordered 3 teams of 100 each to patrol and guard the 3 dams to the north. Jean Sword Lady immediately sensed the severity of the situation. Brother, is someone planning to destroy the dam and flood us? Jin Hui responded, if you encounter enemies, just keep an eye on them. Don't engage unless absolutely necessary. Our elites are at the New River hunting ground. You'd be at a disadvantage if a fight breaks out. Jean Sword Lady worriedly asked, so we just let them destroy the dam? Destroy our home? Jin Hui reassured her, don't worry, your brother-in-law is well prepared. Jean Sword Lady, your brother-in-law is excellent, but he's terrible. Brother, stop. Don't you dare speak ill of your brother-in-law, or I won't talk to you for 3 days. Meanwhile, Shen 13 was in his room, contemplating his situation. Since arriving at the mythical Turtle Count's mansion months ago, Shen 13 felt as if he had been forgotten. He mumbled to himself, it's been months. I've been here for months. Did Shenlang recruit me just to warm the bench? Am I, Shen 13, not talented? On the other side, Shen 13's mother became good friends with Shenlang's mother and Big Fool's stepmother, Mrs. Song. They even started looking for a wife for Shen 13. Just then, Jin Hui found Shen 13 and informed him of a task to be done. Shen 13 excitedly got ready to act. They found Little Bing and asked for the keys to the 3rd underground secret chamber. When Little Bing handed over the keys, she warned them, close your eyes. Don't look at my arm. I am the master's woman. Jin Hui, speechless, said to Shen 13, have you ever thought about getting married? Look outside. With the master here, we won't find wives in the mansion. Jin Hui and Shen 13 took 2 boxes from the secret chamber. Jin Hui warned, the boxes must not get wet. Don't open them. Just dig a hole and quickly put the boxes in. If anyone intercepts, kill without hesitation. If you can't beat them, run for your life. If you really can't escape, light the fuse and die together. The boxes in your hands must not fall into anyone else's hands. Understand? Then, the 2 split up and hurried to their respective tasks. Hours earlier, Zhu Lanting and Qiu Xiao gathered over 200 elite troops and headed to the Golden Sequence Dam. The Golden Sequence Dam, the largest and longest dam in the New River Reservoir, spans between 2 valleys. This dam witnessed the hard work and determination of the Jin clan leader, named Jin Su, who spent over 3 years and tens of thousands of man-hours to complete it. Standing on the mountaintop above the dam, Zhu Lanting looked down at the structure they were about to destroy, filled with jealousy and resentment. Why should the Jin clan be so much more prosperous than me? The more magnificent it is, the more spectacular it will be when I destroy it. As for the lowly people on your lands, blame their fate for being born as Jin's subjects. Soon, your mythical Turtle Count's mansion mansion lands will become a vast ocean, and the Jin family will be utterly ruined, and make the Jin family and Shenlang regret being our enemies. He then turned to his subordinates and ordered, send out 300 warriors to clear nearby Jin outposts and patrol soldiers. The rest, take your tools and dig the dam with all your might. Early the next morning, in the New River Hunting Grounds Martial Arts Hall, today marks the significant day for the Isle of Gold Mountain ownership agreement. Mulan, dressed in a gorgeous gown and holding Shenlang's arm, made a grand entrance, her beauty overshadowing all present, captivating not only the men but also astonishing the women. Shenlang felt a great sense of vanity, thinking, among all the noble ladies here, none can compare to my Mulan. Meanwhile, Shenlang noticed that Zhu Lanting and Qiu Xiao were missing from the hall's guests, thinking, these people really are as unprincipled as I expected. To deal with such shameless foes, one must repay tooth for tooth, blood for blood. Ning Qi suddenly commanded silence with a shout, silence. He then announced, I declare the contest for the ownership of the Isle of Gold Mountain officially concluded. The contest was fair and just. The outcome is legitimate and effective. The final victor of the Isle of Gold Mountain dispute is the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, the Jin family. From today onwards, the ownership of the Isle of Gold Mountain will permanently belong to the Jin family. The warriors of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion cheered below, while the opposing side was filled with curses, loudly claiming the contest was rigged. However, all resistance was futile. The next step was for both parties to sign the contract. The mythical Turtle Count quickly signed his name, while Jin High Count's hand trembled, hesitating to sign. Our family has managed the Isle of Gold Mountain for decades, and now it falls into the Jin family's hands. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of all, Tang Luan had no choice but to sign. At this moment, seeing Tang Luan's dejected demeanor, Shenlang couldn't help but feel smug, thinking, Jin High Count, if you're not satisfied, then keep fighting. Although Zhang Chong looked somewhat haggard, his resolute gaze was admirable. When Zhang Chunhua saw Shenlang, she quickly averted her gaze, leading Shenlang to think, this vixen really can't take a loss. She was all over me when winning, but now that I've won a small victory, she ignores me. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Shenlang's waist, causing him to cry out in surprise. At this moment, Shenlang was in so much pain that tears were almost falling. Turning his head, he saw Mulan's beautiful face still wearing a gentle smile, yet her hand was executing another 180-degree rotation at his waist. The combination of her beautiful appearance and fierce strength made Shenlang almost faint from the pain. However, for the sake of his life, in the next second, Shenlang actually kissed Mulan's lips. This move indeed worked, as Mulan instinctively let go of her grip, but this was a public kiss, witnessed by all present, causing a stir among the audience. At this moment, Mulan was also blushing with shame, lowering her head. Seeing this, Ning Qi shook his head helplessly. In such a setting, Shenlang, you dare to take liberties with your wife. How does the mythical Turtle Count allow someone like you to survive under his watch? After the contract was signed, Zhang Chong came forward to congratulate the mythical Turtle Count. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Chong turned to bid farewell to Ning Qi and the other dignitaries. Ning Qi surprisingly returned the gesture with a bow, saying, take care, Zhang Chong. After Zhang Chong left, Ning Qi suddenly said to the mythical Turtle Count, I will soon return to the capital and report everything here to the sovereign, but I have a piece of advice for you. With the tide comes fortune, against it leads to ruin. Your family may have won this round, but it likely won't change the overall situation. There's still room to maneuver now, but once it comes to a head-on clash, disaster may follow. The mythical Turtle Count was taken aback upon hearing this, realizing Ning Qi was looking out for him. He then bowed deeply in thanks. The family's foundation is passed down from our ancestors. It cannot be destroyed in my hands. Better to be broken jade than intact tile. Thank you, Prince Uncle. Ning Qi, upon seeing the mythical Turtle Count's lack of appreciation, could only say a word of farewell. After that, the three elders no longer paid attention to anyone else and left. At this moment, Tang Yun, who was behind, revealed a smile that was not well-intentioned. Mythical Turtle Count, just wait for the good news from your fief. However, what Tang family didn't expect was, hours ago, Jin Hui had already arrived early at the Orchid Mountain Dam. Then, taking advantage of the rainy night when no one was guarding, he quickly sneaked into the Orchid Mountain Dam sentry post. When he pushed open the gate of the sentry post, the scene in front of him stunned him. The room was a mess with the smell of alcohol overwhelming, and several sentries were sprawled across the beds. Seeing this, Jin Hui drew his sword and approached the hungover sentries, quickly disposing of them one by one. Just as he was about to proceed with the next step, a noise behind him immediately put him on alert. He then dashed out like lightning, pinning the person behind him against the wall, only to discover it was a disheveled woman. Her hands were tied, her mouth was gagged, and her body was covered in wounds. Anyone could guess what this woman had just been through. Jin Hui looked fiercely at the dead bodies behind him and said, these beasts truly deserve to die. He then said to the pitiful woman in front of him, I will release you, but don't think about running. Pretend you didn't see anything I do next. After it's over, I'll take you out. Your fate will be decided by someone else. However, the woman who had just been freed suddenly picked up a stone from her feet and, like a madwoman, charged at him. Jin Hui instinctively dodged to the side, only only to realize the woman was smashing the stone onto the dead bodies on the ground, venting her inner hatred with each blow. Jin Hui, standing behind her, could understand the woman's angry feelings at this moment, so he did not stop her. The woman continued until she had smashed the dead body's head into a pulp. Then she stopped, panting heavily. Though her rage was vented, the physical harm she had suffered could never be erased. Thinking this, the woman again raised the stone towards her own head. Jin Hui, with quick reflexes, blocked it with his hand in front of her forehead, and then, fearing she might seek death again, he knocked her out with a palm strike to the back of her neck. Without further delay, he picked her up and took her out together, thinking to himself, what a pitiful person. Moments later, he braved the rain to reach the top of the dam. After placing the woman aside, he began his operation. He energetically chiseled an opening in the dam, then stuffed the box given to him by Shenlang into it. A crooked beam leads to skewed rafters. The Zhu family's pack of beasts deserve to die. I, Jin Hui, am ridding the people of a menace. Thinking this, he resolutely lit the fuse. Then, using his lightness skill, he picked up the woman and ran towards safety at the fastest speed. Just as they reached a safe distance, a huge explosion sounded from behind. The ground all around was shaking. Jin Hui looked back, only to see the Orchid Mountain Dam bursting into flames, stones flying into the sky. At that moment, the entire dam seemed to have been torn open by a giant, and the floodwater accumulated from the torrential rain burst forth like a wild beast, raging and spilling over. Watching the scene before him, Jin Hui was stunned. He hadn't expected the secret weapon given by Shenlang to be so terrifyingly powerful. A small box had destroyed the immensely sturdy dam. Meanwhile, inside the Viscount of Orchid Mountain's estate, the noise from the servants outside startled the sleeping legitimate son, Zhu Wentai. He looked outside, bleary-eyed, wondering why it was so noisy. The moment he opened the window, he was shocked into a cold sweat by the torrential floodwaters. The next second, he didn't care about his appearance and jumped straight out the window, being chased by the floodwaters at a sprinting speed. In just a moment, the flood had swept through the entire estate and territory. The scene Zhu Lanting once imagined of destroying the mythical Turtle Count's mansion and territory was now happening in his own estate. Zhu Wentai, now escaped to the mountain, looked down at the floodwaters engulfing his family's century-old foundation in despair, the shock of this moment causing him to emotionally collapse. Meanwhile, at the Golden Sequence Dam side, the torrential rain was already diminishing. Zhu Lanting had just received the news. The mythical Turtle Count's mansion dam sentry post was actually unattended. Why didn't the Jin family send someone to guard it in such a torrential rain? But even with doubts, the torrential rain is about to stop. With time pressing, Zhu Lanting could not afford to think too much, and immediately arranged for the returning warriors to dig the dam together. At this moment, Zhu Lanting kept urging everyone to hurry, but manpower could not compete with explosives. Even if 100 or so warriors exerted all their strength to smash, the solid strip stones only cracked a shallow layer. On the other side at the Bitterwater Dam, Shin 13 also successfully completed the blasting task, but he was very annoyed. Along the way, not a single obstacle. Just like that, the dam was easily blown open. How can I show off in front of Shenlang? Will they still let me sit on the bench in the future? And such a huge vibration made Cho Xiao, supervising the Golden Sequence Dam, aware. Just as he was puzzled, a soldier shouted loudly, "Boss, the water level seems to be dropping." Hearing this, Zhu Landing by the side hurriedly looked towards the water surface. Indeed, in no time, the flood peak indicator of the reservoir was revealed. Seeing this scene, Zhu Landing panicked. Even if the rain stops, the water level cannot drop so quickly, unless someone is releasing water elsewhere. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a terribly possible scenario, and couldn't help but panic, his body falling backwards. Fortunately, someone supported him. Having regained his composure, Zhu Lanting hastily gathered his troops to rush back. Qiu Xiao grabbed him and asked, "Why leave? The water level is just dropping. Even if the dam is breached, the flood might not be fierce, but it can still flood the mythical Turtle Count's mansion domain, right?" Zhu Lanting was so anxious that he kept shaking his head. "It's impossible now. It must be someone who has dug through the dam at a lower place to release the water. Next, the water level will drop below the dam. Relying on the valley alone is enough to stop it. It won't flood the mythical Turtle Count's mansion anymore." Having said that, without waiting for Qiu Xiao to continue asking, he led his men to rush towards his own manor at full speed. Along the way, he kept reassuring himself, "It must be the Bitterwater Land's dam that collapsed. That's why the water level dropped so quickly. My family's century-old foundation will definitely be alright." Definitely. On the other side, the team from the mythical Turtle Count's mansion was on their way back to the city of Mythical Turtle. Inside the carriage, the mythical Turtle Count was asking Shenlang, "Shenlang, do you think Lord Jin Hai will smoothly hand over the Isle of Gold Mountain to us?" Shenlang expressed, "Not at all, and moreover, I hope they don't hand it over so easily." The mythical Turtle Count was puzzled. Shenlang explained, "This time, Zhang Chong will surely persuade the Tang family to give up the Isle of Gold Mountain and also offer it to Qiu Tianwei. You must know, Qiu Tianwei has always relied on trading with the Tang family to obtain weapons. Now with the opportunity to get his hands on the Isle of Gold Mountain, his greedy nature will definitely not let let this chance pass. Once our Jin family settles on the Isle of Gold Mountain, we will clash with Chiu Tianwei. At that time, if Jin family warriors are not a match for the Chiu family pirates at sea, it will surely lead to a bloodbath. Once we suffer a major defeat, losing various investment resources and strengths, the Hidden Origin Society will come to collect debts from us. By then, if the sovereign awards Cliffwatch Island to the Hidden Origin Society, we will be left with nothing. The mythical turtle count was shocked after hearing Shenlang's analysis. If things really go as Shenlang suggests, then the Jin family will be completely doomed. At this moment, Mulan was also confused. If the Isle of Gold Mountain is useless to the Jin family, then why did we go to all this effort to win the right to decide its fate in this battle? Hearing Mulan's question, Shenlang revealed a sly smile. Because we wanted Zhang Chong to make this move, and we aim to take Chiu Tianwei off the board. You see, once the Isle of Gold Mountain is in our hands, Chiu Tianwei will surely be drawn to it. Then, we'll strategically withdraw, allowing Chiu Tianwei's forces to station there. Meanwhile, we will create a commercial miracle on Cliffwatch Island, making it an island with even greater benefits than the Isle of Gold Mountain. At that time, the greedy Chiu Tianwei will definitely send his son to snatch it. When I slaughter his son, what do you think will happen? The mythical turtle count immediately responded. Then Chiu Tianwei will surely lead a large army to attack Cliffwatch Island. Exactly. We want Chiu Tianwei to focus all his military power on attacking Cliffwatch Island. At that time, I will secretly make arrangements, turning Cliffwatch Island into a massive trap, making it so Chiu's forces can come but not return. By that time, Furious Tide City will become a powerless shell. Taking down Furious Tide City and seizing Thunderous Isle will be easy. And once Thunderous Isle is taken, the northern kingdom of Wu will, following the example of the Yu kingdom allying with the mighty Duke, show goodwill towards the Jin family. At that time, father-in-law, you can submit a petition to the sovereign, claiming the Jin family has eradicated pirates for the expansion of the Yu kingdom's territory and seized Thunderous Isle. What do you think the sovereign will decide? The mythical turtle count said excitedly. Then the sovereign will surely confer upon me the title of Marquis, and past grievances will be forgotten, no longer mentioning the new policies. My Jin family will secure its foundation for centuries. Exactly, father-in-law. This is my complete strategy to resolve the family crisis once and for all. Both were momentarily stunned by Shenlang's boldness. At this moment, just thinking about it made the mythical turtle count's blood boil. I never imagined my son-in-law would dare to use both the Isle of Gold Mountain and Cliffwatch Island, these critical islands, as bait to lure Chiu Tianwei in exchange for tens of thousands of square kilometers of land on the Thunderous Archipelago. This strategy of ruling the sea is indeed brilliant. At that moment, Mulan suddenly asked, was sending Su Chanshan to infiltrate Chiu Yaoer's side also a part of this chess game, aimed at taking Furious Tide City? Shenlang nodded and said, exactly. Now that we have won the struggle for the Isle of Gold Mountain, she should have gone to join Chiu Yaoer as we agreed beforehand. I have high hopes for Su Chanshan, although I know she can't be completely relied upon. I also hope she will keep her promise and not disappoint me, her ex-husband. On the other side, next to the new river, there stood a humble farmhouse. This place was once the dwelling of Zhang Chong in his early years of destitution. Without any backing, he experienced the hardships of climbing the official ladder here, which made him adopt the habit of coming here whenever he faced problems, looking at the turbulent waters of the new river outside the window to dissolve his inner troubles. But today, because of the matter with the mythical turtle count's mansion, he returned here again. Could it be that Shenlang, behind the mythical turtle count, is truly the stumbling block in my life? Zhang Chong felt unwilling inside. I, Zhang Chong, am like the waters of this new river. Even if the mythical turtle count's mansion is a stubborn rock, it ultimately cannot stop my overwhelming tide. One day, I will break it apart. Just then, Zhang Chunhua came over with a bowl of medicinal soup and also kindly asked her father to move away from the window to avoid catching a cold. Zhang Chong took the medicinal soup, but his eyes were filled with guilt towards his daughter. For his own career, he made his daughter sacrifice her emotions. However, Zhang Chunhua shook her head, showing an indifferent attitude. Romantic love is just a pastime and leisure. What does it count for compared to fate? What is emotion but a breeding impulse? Ultimately, for that moment of shudder, Zhang, who was still feeling melancholy, almost spat out the medicine he had just sipped upon hearing his daughter's words. Then, Zhang Chunhua asked, now that Shenlang has won the Isle of Gold Mountain, are we going to face an even worse situation? Zhang Chong sighed helplessly. As long as the sovereign's determination for new policies remains unchanged, the crisis of the Jin family will never be resolved. You know, to eliminate the mythical turtle count's mansion, I could have used the mildest method, but now, I am forced to shed more blood to ruin the mythical turtle count's family. Moreover, this plan also involves cooperating with Chiu Tianwei. If it weren't absolutely necessary, I would never want to cooperate with such a beast. Zhang Chunhua was shocked by the realization. So, it's the Jin family who's actually in a predicament. This victory has made their situation even more perilous. Then she thought to herself, this could be a good thing. Once the mythical turtle count's mansion is completely destroyed, I can go and sleep with Shenlang. Zhang Chong was speechless at Zhang Chunhua's comment. My daughter always manages to end conversations conversations with such statements in front of me. Meanwhile, over the Grand Gene High Count's mansion, loud sounds of destruction could be heard. At this moment, Gene High Count was venting his frustration over the loss at the Isle of Gold Mountain by destroying things inside his mansion. The guards outside, terrified, dared not make a sound, especially since in his rage, Father Tan had already killed 4 servants. Just then, Zhang Chong appeared in the mansion, striding towards the interior. Hearing footsteps behind him, Tang Luan, swinging his great sword and cursing, charged over, but when he saw it was Zhang Chong, he stopped his sword just in time. Although dissatisfied with Zhang Chong's actions, he had to suppress his anger because Zhang Chong was a confidant of the sovereign. Zhang Chong then stated, "I've come to understand what Gene High Count plans to do next." Tang Luan bluntly said, "What does it matter if the mythical turtle count won this round? Even if I sign the contract, the idea of me handing over the Isle of Gold Mountain is ludicrous." Zhang Chong simply responded, "What if the sovereign orders you to hand over the Isle of Gold Mountain? Would you still refuse?" "Gene High Count, I advise you to hand over the Isle of Gold Mountain to the mythical turtle count's mansion immediately, and all the facilities on the island must not be damaged. You have to transfer everything intact to them." Tang Luan, enraged, exclaimed, "Zhang Prefect, have you lost your mind?" Zhang Chong calmly continued explaining, "If the Jin family gets the Isle of Gold Mountain intact, they will invest heavily in it. At that point, you should sign a secret contract with the pirate Xiao Tianwei, giving him 70% of the Isle of Gold Mountain on the condition that he sends troops to capture it. When they both start a war, the sovereign, who intends to eliminate the Jin family, will not send a single soldier. That will be the moment of the Jin family's downfall." Tang Luan, hearing Zhang Chong's plan, could not help but laugh. "Why should I hand over the island? What benefit does eliminating the Jin family bring me? Even if I don't hand over the island, the Jin family will collapse in a year or two, and the Isle of Gold Mountain will still return to my hands." Seeing Tang Luan so uncooperative, Zhang Chong stood up to give him one last chance. "The Isle of Gold Mountain must be handed over in the shortest possible time." Tang Luan then confronted Zhang Chong. "Zhang Prefect, you, as the prefect of the New River, surely can't control the Jin High Count's mansion, can you?" Zhang Chong's expression darkened. "If you refuse to hand over the island, then I have no choice but to report to the sovereign and force you to surrender it. The fist of the new policies can change direction and wipe out your Tang family first. After all, you are also part of the old nobility." Tang Luan, furious, grabbed Zhang Chong by the collar, raising his voice, "You dare touch the Tang family? Just try it." Zhang Chong, unfazed, coldly stated, "Jin High Count, the sovereign's decree is about to be issued. If you have the courage to defy the order, try not submitting the island and see what happens. I want to see if your spine is as strong as Jin's was." Upon hearing Zhang Chong's words, Tang Luan was so frightened that he stepped back and sat down on a chair. Seeing this, Zhang Chong continued to press, "If I were you, Tang Luan, I would hand over the island before the sovereign's decree arrives. This would demonstrate loyalty and cooperation with the sovereign." Tang Luan, whose backbone was certainly not as strong as Jin's was, otherwise, he wouldn't have betrayed the old nobility to join the sovereign's camp. Now, gritting his teeth while looking at Zhang Chong, he made the final compromise and agreed to hand over the Isle of Gold Mountain. Meanwhile, another scapegoat, Zhu Lanting, was still frantically rushing, desperately running towards his estate. Although he kept reassuring himself inwardly, the closer he got to his estate, the stronger the bad premonition became. Now, spurring his horse on, he arrived at the foot of his estate's mountain. Unable to wait any longer, he abandoned his horse and climbed up using his lightness skill. After an enormous effort, he reached the top at the fastest speed. But when he looked towards his estate, the sight of vast waters left him stunned. He collapsed powerlessly to the ground. "It's over. The Zhu family's century-old foundation is completely gone." Then, Zhu Lanting burst into a roar. "Shenlang, damn you!" Suddenly, a severe pain in his chest and a mouthful of fresh blood spewed out. The next second, he fell headlong from the top of the mountain. One day after the Isle of Gold Mountain conflict ended, the carriage of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, after a day of exhausting travel, finally arrived at its destination in the evening. At this moment, the mythical Turtle Count could no longer restrain his inner impulse, and wanted to share the joy of victory with his wife. Jin Mutsong also hastened his steps, wanting to tell his mother that it was he who had turned the tide and won the Isle of Gold Mountain. However, as father and son rushed towards Lady Jean together, they were unexpectedly bypassed. Lady Jean went straight to Shenlang, continuously praising him. "The reason we won the Isle of Gold Mountain conflict is all thanks to my wonderful son-in-law." She did not forget to belittle her own husband and son. "If it were up to these two, who knows how badly we would have lost." With those words, the father and son behind her were immediately embarrassed to the point of having no place to hide. Jean Mutsong was on the verge of tears. "I clearly contributed the most this time. I spent the entire month desperately copying and memorizing books just to gain my family's recognition." Seeing his wife so biased, the mythical Turtle Count couldn't help but sigh, while also sympathetically patting his son. "You've also worked hard." A moment later, in the study of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, Jin Hui and Shen 13 also came to report back to Shenlang. The woman tied up behind them caught Shenlang's attention. "Jin Hui, couldn't find a wife, so you took the opportunity to abduct one back?" Jin Hui quickly quickly explained and narrated the whole incident to Shenlang. Shenlang was very annoyed after listening. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Zhu family warriors daring to commit such atrocities openly in the sentry post. It's utterly brazen. Then, Shenlang asked Jin Hui, did she see what you did? Jin Hui couldn't hide it and admitted that the woman had seen everything. Shenlang frowned deeply. This matter of gunpowder must not be exposed. In the act of blowing up the dam, if leaked, is punishable by death. After pondering for a moment, Shenlang suddenly said, since this woman has seen our secret, we cannot leave any survivors. Anything we do must not bring fatal risk to our family. Jin Hui, upon hearing Shenlang had murderous intentions, became anxious. He, who usually wouldn't disobey, knelt down and banged his head on the floor, begging Shenlang to spare the woman. Then, he turned his head and urged the woman to swear to the son-in-law that she would never speak of what she had seen. However, the woman was unyielding. She turned her head away without saying a word, refusing to look at them again. Seeing this, Shenlang also became interested in observing her. This woman has delicate skin and a proud character. Such a temperament must not come from an ordinary family. But why would a woman of noble birth go alone to the vicinity of Orchid Mountain Viscount's mansion? At this moment, Shenlang noticed something unusual and actually leaned over to the woman's chest to listen to her heartbeat. Indeed, the heartbeat is irregular. It seems her lips are purple, seemingly charming, but actually, it's a heart problem. This is a typical case of heart disease. Suddenly, an idea popped into Shenlang's mind. He looked serious and asked, Jin Hui, do you like her? The sudden question made Jin Hui blush, and he quickly lowered his head. Seeing that he didn't speak, Shenlang stood up and said, if you don't like her, then kill her. Hearing this, Jin Hui was stunned in place, and then, tears streaming down his face, he kept kowtowing to Shenlang, begging him to spare the woman's life for his loyalty. And the woman, seeing Jin Hui do so much for her, suddenly had a gentle look in her eyes. Seeing Jin Hui so unhelpful, Shenlang was speechless, and simply turned around, saying, forget it. Since you caused this trouble, you solve it. Take her home and keep a close watch. If she runs away, you'll pay with your life. Jin Hui, seeing Shenlang relent, was immediately overjoyed, thanked his brother-in-law, and hurriedly went to untie the woman, making sure to explain, don't worry, I have a sister at home, and you'll have a room to yourself. I absolutely won't step inside. Then, after turning to thank Shenlang, he pushed the woman to leave. Shenlang, seeing this, was inwardly frustrated. You, Jin Hui, can't even handle a woman. What use is there in the count raising you? After the two left, Shenlang looked at Shen 13, seriously saying, you've also worked hard on this mission. When things quiet down, I'll personally instruct you in martial arts. Shen 13 internally rolled his eyes. Master, you can't even beat Little Bing, and you want to teach me martial arts? Please, stop bragging. Of course, he dared not say this out loud. After flattering Shenlang, Shen 13 also stood up to leave. At that moment, the mythical turtle count emerged from the back room and then said, Shenlang, we both might have thought of the same thing regarding this woman's identity. Despite being defiled, is Jin Hui really qualified to marry her, given her special status? Shenlang replied with a smile, why not? This woman likely has had a heart condition since childhood, which caused her personality to be extreme. Her way of thinking is different from ordinary people. To not even glance at a man of my handsome and graceful demeanor shows she likes someone like Jin Hui, a silent but deeply emotional type. The mythical turtle count was speechless. His son-in-law, truly, never misses a chance to boast about himself. Then, Shenlang suddenly asked, father-in-law, Fatty is also 18 this year. Why hasn't his marriage been arranged? The mythical turtle count sighed helplessly. Actually, Jin Mutsong and the Shui family from the Martial Peace Count's mansion have a marriage agreement. Shenlang was surprised. The power of the Martial Peace Count's mansion is even greater than that of the mythical turtle count's mansion, isn't it? The Martial Peace Count's mansion has always been low-key, but they actually control many islands in the Southern Sea. Though they publicly claim to have only 2,000 private soldiers, they actually also control over 2,000 disciples of the Southern Sea Sword faction. The mythical turtle count told Shenlang, 100 years ago, our ancestor Jin Zhou was the master of the then Martial Peace Count, Shui Qianche, and it was Jin Zhou who helped prop up the entire Shui family. Since then, our two families have been close, providing mutual aid for centuries. But 2 years ago, they suddenly became distant from us and stopped mentioning the marriage between Shueli and Jin Mutsong. Now they neither cancel the marriage nor proceed with it, just dragging it on like this. Hearing his father-in-law's story, Shenlang felt disgusted. These so-called century-old allies really fly apart at the first sign of trouble. Before the sovereign's blade even falls, the Martial Peace Count has already hurried to distance themselves from the Jin family. Unreliable, completely unreliable. Just then, Little Bing hurriedly and flusteredly came to report, Su Chanshan has come for a secret visit with you, sir. Seeing this, the mythical turtle count very wisely took Little Bing and left, knowing his son-in-law lacked some boundaries, and some things were better off unseen. Moments later, before Shenlang saw her, a fragrance of rouge and powder wafted over. Then, Su Chanshan, who had specially bathed and changed into plain clothes, appeared before Shenlang. Seeing this, Shenlang hurried over and said cheekily, Chanshan, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've gotten thinner. I'm so heartbroken heartbroken, Su Chanchan playfully retorted. Isn't that because I'm so lovesick for you that I can't sleep at night, so I lost weight? Seizing the moment, Shenlang asked, Su Chanchan, does our previous agreement still stand? Su Chanchan had no intention of breaking the agreement. My body, rather than being ruined by a man, might as well be taken by a woman. Then she threw the question back to Shenlang. How are you so sure that after I become Cho Yaoer's confidant, I won't betray you? Don't you want to sleep with me before I leave? To have me bear your child? Upon hearing this, Shenlang immediately feigned a sudden realization. You're right, if you got pregnant, it would indeed garner more sympathy from Cho Yaoer. He then began to calculate Su Chanchan's ovulation period. Su Chanchan was shocked. Holy, Shenlang, are you actually serious? And how do you know my ovulation cycle? At that moment, Shenlang dramatically threw himself onto the couch. Come on, today, let yourself fully enjoy my body. Su Chanchan silently extended her hand and firmly pinched Shenlang, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Then, Su Chanchan got up, saying, I'm leaving tonight, just wait for the news. But as she walked to the door, her steps slowed, expecting Shenlang to call her back for some last-minute advice. However, there was no call, no word from Shenlang as she left. On the other hand, in Zhang Chang's riverside residence, he was intently studying a map in front of him. Olive Gold Mountain and the Thunderous Isle. The area of these islands is almost the size of New River County. In this lawless land, Pirate King Cho Tianwei rules, creating a pirate paradise, Furious Tide City, truly the Lord of the Seas. But now, to thoroughly deal with the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, I must take this step and cooperate with Cho Tianwei. Since there's no other choice, might as well play it big. What the Jin Count achieved 100 years ago, I might be able to do as well. He then looked towards Zhang Chanhua. Chanhua, I need you to go to Furious Tide City. Hearing her father's plan, Zhang Chanhua was startled, wondering if her father intended to send her to Cho Tianwei, that beast. Zhang Chong, seeing his daughter jump to such a conclusion, was speechless. Even if I'm ambitious, I wouldn't be so monstrous as to throw my own daughter into the fire. He then explained reluctantly, I just want you to meet Cho Tianwei's daughter, Cho Yaoer. Zhang Chanhua was again shocked. Dad, you're not thinking of having me seduce that legendary female demon, are you? I may be good at seducing men, but I've never tried seducing women. Zhang Chong was speechless once more. He told Zhang Chanhua, once you meet Cho Yaoer, you must establish a good relationship with her and become an indispensable person by her side. Zhang Chanhua let out a sigh of relief. Good thing I'm not being sent to seduce anyone. My charm has already been spent on Shenlang. Switching targets might really not work out. Thus, Zhang Prefect and Shenlang's two female generals were about to engage in a battle of wits and charm. Meanwhile, Su Chanchan, already on the ship and disguised, stood in a corner listening to merchants enthusiastically discuss Furious Tide City's Miss Cho Yaoer. According to these people's assessment, she was terrifying, especially brutal towards men. She had once skinned several pirates who insulted women and hung them on spear poles as a warning. Moreover, she had been waging war at sea for years, amassing countless pirates under her command, making even Cho Xiao, the young master, seem less influential than his sister. Hearing the merchant's assessments of Cho Yaoer, Su Chanchan thought, to intimidate a scum like Cho Xiao, she must indeed be a dangerous and powerful femme fatale. But this is good. The stronger she is, the more likely my revenge will be successful. Just then, someone on the ship shouted, Look, Furious Tide City is in sight. Looking up, a bustling city came into view. Cho Yaoer, here I come. Shenlang, I will fulfill our agreement. Wait for my news. Simultaneously, inside Shenlang's residence at the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, he was lying on the bed, allowing Mulan to check the injury on his waist. Seeing Mulan's smiling face, Shenlang, dear, how did you get this injury? Shenlang, fearing Mulan's smile, quickly replied, Su Chanchan tried to seduce me with her beauty. After being rejected, she got angry and twisted my waist harshly. Hearing Shenlang's words, Mulan's smile deepened, her disdain for the man before her growing. He really thinks I don't know anything? The day Su Chanchan came, I was eavesdropping outside the door and heard everything clearly. At that moment, Shenlang suddenly said, Wife, did you write scumbag on me somewhere? Hearing Shenlang's casual remark, an infuriated Mulan pressed on his sore spot, causing Shenlang to yelp in pain and quickly changed the subject. Wait, wife, haven't you always been worried about Jin Hui not finding a match? This time, your husband has really helped a lot. Mulan, interested upon hearing it was about Jin Hui, listened attentively as Shenlang explained the whole situation. The scene shifts to Jin Hui's place. When the woman entered Jin Hui's room, the tidy arrangement and the many cats he kept surprised her. This man, capable of killing without blinking, seemed completely different from what she had expected. Suddenly, a shout came from outside, followed by Jin Sword Lady bursting in, leaving Jin Hui scrambling. He quickly told Jin Sword Lady, Sister, please take good care of this lady. I'll go get some food. He then hurried out, leaving Jin Sword Lady confused. Brother's reaction, it's like how the new recruits look when they see me. When Jin Hui returned with snacks, he was again at a loss. Seeing the two women crying together, Jin Sword Lady was promising the woman, Red Thread sister, don't worry, I'll ask brother-in-law tomorrow to annihilate the Zhu family for your revenge. The next day, Jin Hui reported to Shenlang, brother-in-law, Wang Lian is dead. Shenlang was also surprised. surprised. That fast? Jin Hui informed Shenlang. Wang Lian didn't die from illness. He set his room on fire and burned himself to ashes. Shenlang fell silent. Wang Lian was someone who feared death, so his decisively tragic end was unexpected. Jin Hui then handed over a piece of broken tile, the last relic left by Wang Lian. Shenlang examined the tile and the characters on it, finding it strange that even the smart brain couldn't identify it. It was likely written in a moment of lucidity. He then handed the tile back to Jin Hui, instructing him to properly collect Wang Lian's ashes for burial along with the tile. Once everything was arranged, Shenlang began to move forward with his next plan, which involved gathering astronomical sums of gold coins for Cliffwatch Island. For this purpose, he visited a secret cave in the mountains he had specifically constructed. On the way back, he also visited Wang Lian's grave, acknowledging, "Wang Lian, you helped me eliminate Lin Zhua and struck a fatal blow to the peaceful Stability Count's mansion, disrupting the Salt Mountain leader of 1,000 households' attacks and harassment against us. Your merits and demerits are balanced." Suddenly, a cold voice emerged from behind. "Is that the mythical Turtle Count's son-in-law, Shenlang?" Ahead, the sudden appearance startled Jin Hui and Shen 13, who immediately drew their swords to protect Shenlang. A man exuding a terrifying aura approached them, and as he got closer, even Jin Hui and 13, both skilled fighters, felt intimidated. When he reached them, he asked again, "Was it you who deciphered my meteor from beyond the heaven sword technique?" Hearing this, Shenlang felt fear for the first time, but still answered bravely, "Yes, it was me." At that moment, Shenlang was internally panicking, realizing from the question that this man must be Li Qianqiu, one of the 6 great masters of the Yu Kingdom and the Southern Sea Sword King. Could it be that breaking his sword technique angered him? Knowing Li Qianqiu had dueled with Mulan's master Zhong Chuk and Yen's struggle to soar, both ending in instant defeats, and rumors said this man killed even his own wife for the sake of mastering the sword. At that moment, Li Qianqiu suddenly turned and began walking forward, signaling Shenlang to follow him. Jin Hui and Shen 13, seeing this, drew their swords again to protect Shenlang, ready to lay down their lives if necessary. Li Qianqiu spoke again. "I've already spoken with the mythical Turtle Count. Just come with me." Shenlang was startled. If Li Qianqiu wanted to kill me, it would be as easy as squashing an ant. He wouldn't lie about such a trivial matter. He then ordered Jin Hui and Shen 13 to return first, choosing to follow Li Qianqiu himself. Following Li Qianqiu's lead, Shenlang boarded a dilapidated carriage. When Li Qianqiu climbed aboard and donned a coachman's robe, his appearance transformed into that of a weathered old man. Li Qianqiu then drove the carriage southward with Shenlang in tow. Throughout the journey, Li Qianqiu was like a robot, meditating while Shenlang ate, and even during the drive, remembering the joyful times traveling south with Mulan. Shenlang, who was normally as lively as a husky, found himself bored to the brink of depression, finally understanding who Tang Yan got his personality from. After 2 days of travel, they arrived at Southern Sea Sword Island. Upon landing, Li Qianqiu continued forward without a word. Passing by a cliff, Shenlang saw Tang Yan standing at the edge, sword in hand, lost in thought as if he were a statue. Just as Shenlang wondered if Tang Yan was about to demonstrate some incredible sword technique, Tang Yan suddenly leaped from the cliff. Shocked, Shenlang thought, "Wow, so the lineage of the Southern Sea Sword King, aside from their abstemious lifestyle and dangerous driving, also practices such an extreme method of training by jumping off cliffs." Soon, Li Qianqiu led Shenlang to a cave and entered without saying a word. Following him into the cave, Shenlang was overwhelmed by a foul smell that nauseated him. Li Qianqiu rushed to a barrier and tenderly called out a woman's name. "Wife, your husband has arrived, and I've brought someone with me. Wife, you don't have to seclude yourself anymore. Let's go out and live our lives, shall we?" Shenlang was astonished. Was this the same cold and unmatched Sword King? His gentle voice was even more cloying than Shenlang's own. Suddenly, a hoarse and aged female voice came from inside. "Get lost. If it weren't for you saving that wretch and bringing her home as our adopted daughter, how could our meteor from beyond the heavens technique have been stolen? I treated her so well, like my own daughter, and she still poisoned me, making me forget the contents of our sword manual. Li Qianqiu, and you even thought of betrothing her to Tang Yan. Haha, you're truly blind." Hearing this, Shenlang understood that the woman behind the barrier was the Sword King's wife. It seemed that the rumors about Li Qianqiu killing his wife to refine his swordsmanship were false, and clearly, there was a deliberate plot against them. As Shenlang had analyzed, the meteor from beyond the heavens technique was dual-natured, requiring both husband and wife to practice together. The loss of the manual meant the loss of the technique, explaining why the Sword King's wife secluded herself and why the Sword King disappeared from the martial world. Li Qianqiu, in a state of agitation, banged on the barrier. "Wife, you don't have to torture yourself with seclusion anymore. I've brought someone who has fully deciphered the manual. Our family's sword technique won't be lost." Hearing that someone had deciphered their family's sword technique, the barrier slowly opened. In the dim light of the cave, a decaying hand emerged from behind the door, revealing a woman whose body was as rotten and oozing with pus as a toad's. Li Qianqiu then turned to Shenlang and bowed. "Shen young master, I'm troubling you with this." Seeing the situation, Shenlang no longer hesitated and agreed to help. He was soon brought to Li Qianxiu's residence. However, once he actually began transcribing, he started to feel overwhelmed internally. This is hundreds of pages of sword manual. Does Li Qianxiu want to work me to death? Suddenly, I really miss my brother-in-law. After 2 days and nights of relentless effort, the entire sword technique was finally restored. Li Qianxiu, trembling with excitement upon receiving the recovered manual, rushed out without even thanking Shenlang. When Li Qianxiu's wife saw the manual, she was moved to tears, deeply touched that their family's sword technique was truly restored. Li Qianxiu then hurriedly took this opportunity to persuade his wife to come home with him. Wife, don't live in this cave anymore. It's bad for your health. Hearing this request, Li Qianxiu's wife quickly retreated behind the barrier. Her consciousness had returned to normal, and naturally, she did not want her husband to see her in such a state. Li Qianxiu, seeing his wife upset, quickly left. Though he didn't manage to convince his wife to come home today, he was still happy, feeling that his wife's mood had improved significantly from before. Meanwhile, in a Zhu family shelter, Zhu Lanting, who had been revived, looked gaunt and frenzied, rambling incoherently in a state of madness. My family's century-old foundation, destroyed by Shenlang. Zhu Wenhua, beside him, roared, Father, let's report Shenlang to the governor. We must make Shenlang pay with his life. Zhu Lanting suddenly stood up, screaming, How do we report? Do you have evidence? Since that beast has left me with nothing, I'll go to the Autumn Breeze Pavilion. I will spare no expense to kill Shenlang. The Autumn Breeze Pavilion is the strongest assassin organization in the Yu Kingdom. Any target they accept, whether wealthy merchants or nobles, dies silently and without a trace. Not only is the Autumn Breeze Pavilion powerful, but its background is also very deep. Rumors link it with the Southern Sea Sword faction, the Shui family, and even the third prince of the Yu Kingdom. The next day, Zhu Lanting, with a fierce momentum, arrived at the Autumn Breeze Pavilion and immediately asked loudly, how much to kill the mythical turtle Count's mansion son-in-law, Shenlang. However, the pavilion's manager directly refused. We do not accept. Zhu Lanting was shocked. It's just a minor son-in-law. Why won't you take the job? Don't you know the mythical turtle Count's mansion is doomed? The manager explained. This Shenlang is always protected by a team of warriors and 3 experts. The cost of killing him is too high, and the probability of failure is too great. Zhu Lanting quickly mentioned. No, Shenlang is not in the mythical turtle Count's mansion now, but hundreds of miles away, alone without any expert protection, only accompanied by an old coachman. The manager squinted. Truly no guards with him? Zhu Lanting affirmed that he had people monitoring Shenlang's journey and urged that now was the best opportunity to kill him. The manager's demeanor changed. I can take the job, but it will be expensive. Zhu Lanting asked how much, and the manager pointed to the top of the list. 10,000 gold coins. Isn't this just robbery? Seeing Zhu Lanting's outrage, the manager smirked. No matter, if it's too expensive, you're welcome to seek someone else. Zhu Lanting, gritting his teeth, shouted, I'll pay, but you must bring me his body. I want to flay him, crush his bones to dust. The manager, smiling, handed over an agreement. As you wish. Sign here. At this moment, as Zhu Lanting said, Shenlang was being taken back to his mansion by Li Qianxiu, who had changed his appearance. Sitting in the back of the carriage, Shenlang couldn't help but ask, Senior, did you ever find that adopted daughter of yours? After a moment of silence, Li Qianxiu nodded. Shenlang continued to ask, Then, why didn't you just kill her to avenge yourself? Li Qianxiu sighed and told Shenlang, The girl is the daughter of the Shui family. Yen struggled to soar, Shui, and the reason I can't kill her is that she holds the antidote for my wife's poison, which must be taken once a year, otherwise, she will die. Moreover, Shui is about to become the 3rd prince's concubine. Upon hearing this, Shenlang frowned deeply. The Shui family is too vicious, letting their own daughter pretend to be an orphan to harm the Southern Sea Sword King. This century-old ally, no wonder they look down on our mythical turtle Count's mansion. They have already found a powerful backer and want to completely sever ties with us. Meanwhile, a few kilometers ahead, Zhu Lanting and the master of Autumn Breeze Pavilion had been lying in ambush for a long time. Seeing the scout return, Zhu Lanting hurriedly went up to inquire whether there were any experts with Shenlang. The scout reported truthfully that there was only an old driver with Shenlang, and the assassin confirmed that the driver's face did not match any known expert of the time. Hearing this, Zhu Lanting was overjoyed. Shenlang, today is your day of death. I will make you regret ever offending me, even in hell. At this moment, the master said to Zhu Lanting, Just wait here. In 1 hour, I will deliver Shenlang's corpse to you. Then, with an order, all the assassins mounted their horses and rushed out. At this moment, Zhu Lanting also mounted his horse, ready to follow. The master was startled. You're going too? This is against the rules. At this time, Zhu Lanting, unable to wait to see Shenlang dead, roared at the master, I'll pay extra. I want to personally behead Shenlang. On the other side, Li Qianxiu and Shenlang were chatting casually on their way. At that moment, Shenlang suddenly remembered the evaluation of his martial arts talent by Grandmaster Zhong Chuk. And right now, I am following a Grandmaster who is even more formidable than him. Maybe he has already seen through my exceptional qualities and will take me as his disciple. Thinking of this, Shenlang couldn't help but ask, Sword King Senior, could you please see if I have the talent for martial arts cultivation? Li Qianxiu replied without hesitation, not suitable. You don't have the talent for martial arts. hearts. Hearing this harsh answer, Shenlang was heartbroken. Sword King Sr., you are too straightforward. Jungkook speaks more pleasantly. Then, Lee Chancho added, your wife's martial arts talent is very high, but no matter how high, it can't compare to that big fool. I've never seen such heaven-defying meridians. Shenlang was shocked. You actually know Big Fool? Jungkook brought him to see me. Shenlang could already imagine the scene of Jungkook showing off Big Fool to the Sword King. Then, Lee Chancho sighed again. What's the use of being powerful in martial arts? The Emperor of the Great Flame Empire doesn't know martial arts, but still unified the world. Power is the strongest force in this world. Shenlang then asked him, Senior, your disciple Tang Yan's martial arts talent is astonishing, second only to Big Fool, right? Lee Chancho shook his head and said, no, there's another person whose martial arts talent is higher than Tang Yan's, second only to Big Fool, the daughter of Pirate King Qiu Tianwei, Qiu Yaoer. Shenlang was again shocked. Is this Qiu Yaoer that amazing? Young Master Shen, if one day the mythical Turtle Count's mansion faces great danger, come to my southern sea sword island. I will surely save your life. After saying this, he turned back around and continued to drive the carriage without saying more. Shenlang, after hearing this, was deeply moved. This Sword King really is a cold-faced, warm-hearted person. Suddenly, Lee Chancho sensed a hint of danger. Immediately after, assassins from the Autumn Breeze Pavilion jumped out from all directions, surrounding their carriage. At that moment, a haughty laugh was heard from the side. Zhu Lanting, accompanied by a few guards and assassins, was standing not far away, pointing at Shenlang and shouting, Shenlang, you didn't expect this, did you? We meet again. At this moment, Shenlang was initially stunned, then retorted sarcastically, oh my, Viscount Zhu Lanting, how have you become so haggard in just a few days? Zhu Lanting, seeing Shenlang's feigned ignorance, trembled with rage and pointed at Shenlang's nose, shouting, this is all you're doing. You breached the dam and flooded my family's centuries-old foundation. You really are ruthless. Seeing Zhu Lanting pointing at him, Shenlang quickly moved aside and said, Viscount Zhu Lanting, don't falsely accuse me. On that day, I was hundreds of miles away at the New River hunting ground. How could I have possibly breached your dam so quickly? After hearing this, Zhu Lanting snorted coldly, Shenlang, stop acting. Heaven has a road, yet you refuse to walk it. Hell has no gate, yet you insist on barging through. If you don't stay in your shell, who else but you is seeking death? Today, I will kill you. At this moment, the previously silent Lee Chancho spoke up. Autumn Breeze Pavilion, you actually accepted the job to assassinate the son-in-law of the Count's mansion. Aren't you breaking the rules? The master of the Autumn Breeze Pavilion disdainfully said, a mere son-in-law is as insignificant as an ant. What's wrong with killing him? You seem to be meddling too much, old man. Hearing the name of the Autumn Breeze Pavilion, Shenlang instinctively thought of the Shui family and then said, so, it's your master behind this who wants my life? The master laughed. Not exactly, but our master really dislikes you. For a small fry like you, being disliked means a dead end. Shenlang frowned deeply after hearing this. Could it be not the Shui family but the third prince? After all, his lackey Li Wenjing was killed by me. The third prince has a reason to dislike me. At this point, Zhu Lanting didn't want to listen to their nonsense anymore. He raised his sword and charged towards Shenlang. Li Chancho, who didn't want to reveal his identity, had no choice but to stand up and draw his wooden sword. Seeing this sword, the master of the pavilion was suddenly shocked, a figure flashing through his mind. He hurriedly stopped Zhu Lanting, who was almost upon them. Stop. Everyone, stop. May I ask if you are? Li Chancho tore off his disguise and said coldly, I am the person you're thinking of. With the true identity of the Sword King revealed, the assassins from the Autumn Breeze Pavilion were instantly terrified. The master pleaded, could we pretend that we have never seen each other today? But when he saw that the Sword King didn't respond and kept walking towards him, his mindset nearly collapsed. Li Chancho, we are people of the Grandmaster Yan struggle to soar, with the Martial Peace Count's mansion and the third prince as our backers. You can't kill me. However, this statement only intensified Li Chancho's killing intent. Who do you think will know out here in the wilderness? As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for the master to continue, the Sword King pierced his neck. The moment he fell, everyone present was stunned. The assassins, coming back to their senses, scrambled to run away, but in the next second, a lightning-like figure passed through, and the assassins were instantly splattered with blood. In the blink of an eye, all the assassins from the Autumn Breeze Pavilion were dead. Shenlang was astounded and quickly asked the Sword King, Senior, was that your celestial fall sword play? So cool, I want to learn. But the Sword King only replied, was it necessary to use swordplay to kill these people? Hearing Li Chancho's words, Shenlang admired him even more and immediately bowed to the Sword King, wanting to become his disciple and learn swordsmanship. However, Li Chancho, without turning his head, said, don't waste your time. Shenlang, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, damn, you're really bad at making conversation. Then, Shenlang jumped off the carriage and caught up with the Sword King. Senior, will my wife really be that powerful in the future? Originally, it was impossible, but because of your presence, she will not only be as powerful as me in the future, but will even surpass me. Shenlang, overjoyed by the Sword King's praise, cried with happiness, Senior Sword King, you're really good at conversation. At this moment, Li Chancho walked towards Zhu Lanting. Although the guards attempted to resist, their efforts were in vain. Li Qianxiu's sword moved swiftly, killing all without even a hint of a sword flourish being visible. Zhu Lanting watched everything in terror. As the Sword King approached, he trembled and retreated. When the wooden sword was placed on Zhu Lanting's neck, he collapsed, kneeling before them, begging the Sword King to spare him. However, Li Qianxiu sighed and told Shenlang, "I can't kill this man." Shenlang was stunned. "Why?" Li Qianxiu explained, "I come from humble origins, so I've always felt inferior in the presence of nobles. The thought of killing a noble feels like opposing the royal authority of the entire country, so I can't bring myself to do it." Shenlang was speechless internally. "Senior, how can you maintain such a cold and ruthless facade while saying something so cowardly?" Zhu Lanting, hearing this, was overjoyed. Yes, I am a banner of the sovereign's new policy. Who dares to kill me? Who dares?" Following this, Shenlang stepped forward and said, "No worries. If Senior you can't kill him, then I'll do it." Zhu Lanting was stunned. Young Master Shen, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I promise. I swear I'll never oppose you again." At this moment, all his dignity and arrogance were gone. He kept kowtowing to Shenlang, begging for his life. However, Shenlang took out a small bottle and taunted Zhu Lanting one last time. "You are even worse than Tianheng. Such a lack of backbone really disgraces the nobility." After saying this, he pinched Zhu Lanting's mouth open and poured the liquid from the bottle into it. Instantly, Zhu Lanting felt as if his mouth to his internal organs were being scorched by fire, enduring unbearable pain. This pain and his cries of agony lasted for a quarter of an hour before he finally died in agony. Then, Shenlang began to personally arrange the scene. Li Qianxiu was puzzled. "You should know that if I had acted, even if you arranged the scene to look like a mutual fight, it wouldn't fool anyone." Shenlang explained, "For cases like this, everyone knows who did it, but there needs to be some explanation. Having a false answer is better than no answer at all, otherwise, wouldn't it make things difficult for some people?" An hour later, the two continued their journey northward, and Shenlang started his verbal barrage again. "Senior, have you ever seen Qiu Yaoer? I heard she's stunningly beautiful." Li Qianxiu hesitated for a moment before saying, "I don't know how to describe her." Shenlang quickly continued to ask, "I heard she likes women. Is that true?" The Sword King, not good at gossiping about others behind their backs, could only respond that he really didn't know. But then, Shenlang started gossiping about other things behind the Sword King's back. Finally, Li Qianxiu simply meditated while driving the carriage, ignoring Shenlang. No wonder he chose Tang Yan as his disciple, because he doesn't like to talk. At the same time, the mythical Turtle Count's mansion also welcomed an uninvited guest, the legitimate daughter of the martial Peace Count's mansion, Xueli, who is also the fiancée of Jin Mutsong in name. This time, Xueli's visit led the mythical Turtle Count to somewhat guess the intention of the martial Peace Count's mansion, but the Jin family's hospitality was still without fault. However, Xueli's arrogant demeanor was quite off-putting. Upon her arrival, she skipped the basic courtesies and went straight to the point with the mythical Turtle Count. "I have come here to call off the engagement." Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone in the mythical Turtle Count's mansion darkened. "What does your Xue family mean by this? So direct, calling off the engagement without even bothering to find an excuse. What do you take our Jin family for?" Seeing their reaction, Xueli casually performed a courtesy and said, "My parents have long wanted to call off the engagement but couldn't find a reason, and now that I've reached a marriageable age, I took the initiative to come here and end it. To avoid making it too embarrassing for both families, I request that the mythical Turtle Count personally come to our house to dissolve the marriage contract." Jin Mutsong's face turned red with rage, his eyes bloodshot. Being called off the engagement was a humiliation he had never faced before. Xueli looked at Jin Mutsong with disdain and contempt in her eyes. "You think you, a waste fat pig, are worthy of marrying me? Keep dreaming. It's like a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. I, Xueli, am the adopted daughter of the kind consort, a genius noblewoman. My ideal partner is the son of the West Guard Marquis, the current martial champion. Any single hair of his is more noble than you. Jin Mutsong, you fat pig." The Zhong family of the West Guard Marquis mansion in Yu Kingdom ranks as the second oldest noble family, the second military giant, and a true warlord. The West Guard border army of Yu Kingdom, facing the state of Chu, almost entirely comes from the West Guard Grand Marshal Mansion, which is practically synonymous with the West Guard Marquis Mansion. The kind consort, coming from the West Guard Marquis Mansion and also being the mother of the third prince, has the backing of the Jing family, which gives the third prince the confidence to contend with the crown prince. At this moment, Jin Mutsong, holding back the rage about to burst forth, stood in front of Xueli, grinding his teeth, and said, "Xueli, remember this. Fortunes can change in 30 years. My brother-in-law will definitely not let your Xue family off." The next second, tears streamed down his face, and he turned around and ran out. Jin Mulan was speechless. "You threaten while crying and run away right after. It would have been better not to say anything at all." And Xueli didn't take Jin Mutsong's words seriously at all. She directly gave a formal goodbye to the mythical Turtle Count, saying, "I have delivered the message, so I will take my leave now." After saying this, she left the mythical Turtle Count's mansion without looking back. Jin Mulan watched Xueli leave without saying anything. She knew Shenlang cherished this little brother-in-law the most. post. It was okay for family members to bully Jean Mutsong, but not for outsiders. It seems the Shui family is in for some trouble. At the docks of Furious Tide City, Su Chanchan had been waiting for days and finally saw Cho Yaoer returning from her expedition. The dock was packed with people, making it difficult for Su Chanchan to move forward. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, Miss Cho is coming out." When Su Chanchan looked up, she was stunned by the figure in front of her. On the deck stood a tall, majestic woman, surrounded by numerous bloodstained sacks, her trophies. This woman, known as the female pirate and called the Blood Demon, Cho Yaoer, exuded an overwhelming presence, especially with the twin swords on her back. Su Chanchan was mesmerized, finding this woman incredibly attractive, to the point where even she, a straight woman, was moved. As Cho Yaoer walked through the crowd, Su Chanchan could feel her powerful aura even from a distance. Now, Su Chanchan faced a dilemma, because the real Cho Yaoer was nothing like she had imagined. How could she infiltrate Cho Yaoer's side and become an indispensable person to her? At that moment, a personal maid handed Cho Yaoer a secret letter. Upon opening it, it read, "Daughter of New River Prefect Zhang Chong." 2/4 of an hour later, at Cho Yaoer's residence for receiving guests, Zhang Chunhua, who had just seen Cho Yaoer, was also taken aback by the beauty and aura of the woman before her. Zhang Chunhua confidently said, "Miss Cho, I have a plan to help you defeat Chiu Xiao, become the young master of Furious Tide City within 6 months, ascend to the throne of Furious Tide City within 2 years, unify the Eastern Seas in 3 years, and achieve a Marquis as a woman within 5 years. Zhang Chunhua knew that as a strategist, it was crucial to be direct, impress the listener, and speak to their deepest desires before proceeding with the discussion. However, Cho Yaoer didn't play by the expected rules. Not interested, send the guest away. Zhang Chunhua was confusedly escorted out by the guards. Half an hour later, a maid announced that Su Chanchan, the daughter of the dying family Su, requested an audience. Upon seeing Cho Yaoer, Su Chanchan put on a pitiful and delicate demeanor, tears in her eyes. She recounted her hardships. Then, she coyly crawled towards Cho Yaoer, confessing she was attracted to the general from the first glance and wished to stay by her side forever to serve her. However, Cho Yaoer responded indifferently, "I don't like women." Then, Su Chanchan was picked up by the guards, ready to be thrown out of the city. In the next second, realizing her situation, Su Chanchan struggled free from the guards and ran towards Cho Yaoer, kneeling before her and crying, "General, I am really at my wit's end. Please save me." After speaking, she couldn't resist touching Cho Yaoer's sexy thigh, marveling at how the skin of this female demon was even better than her own. Cho Yaoer then said, "I've heard about your situation. I didn't expect you to still be alive. I can take you in, but you'll have to live with the other women I've rescued." Su Chanchan immediately thought this wouldn't do. Her goal was to become indispensable to Cho Yaoer. She then pitifully said, "I've been terrified these past few days. Now, I only feel safe by your side, General." Cho Yaoer asked, "Can you cook, wash clothes, serve tea, and pour water?" Su Chanchan quickly replied, "I can learn all these." Cho Yaoer was unimpressed. "Everyone who stays by my side has some skills. What use do I have for you, Su Chanchan, if you can do nothing?" Su Chanchan hurriedly said, "My best skill is managing accounts." She thought if she could manage Cho Yaoer's accounts, she would definitely become her confidant. But Cho Yaoer poured cold water on her plans again. "I only deal with killing and looting. There are no accounts to manage." Su Chanchan was shocked. "No accounts to manage? Then where do all the treasures you loot every day go?" But before she could ask, Cho Yaoer impatiently said, "Since you're useless at everything, go sweep the yard." Following her words, 2 guards approached Su Chanchan again, leaving her on the verge of tears. Moments later, Su Chanchan, broom in hand, appeared in the backyard. "This is ridiculous. I came here to be a femme fatale, and now I've somehow become a janitor." Looking around, she thought, "Wow, the competition for this position is fierce. There are more beautiful women sweeping here than in the sovereign's harem." At the main mansion of Furious Tide City today, Count Jin Hai, Tang Luan, following Zhang Chang's instructions, came to propose a marriage alliance with the pirate king Qiu Tianwei. Qiu Tianwei, as if he had heard the world's biggest joke, let out a terrifying laugh. Then his expression darkened as he said, "Why would a noble like you want to form a marriage alliance with a pirate like me?" Tang Luan explained, "You are not just any pirate, but the ruler of order in these seas. Both the third prince and the crown prince are seeking your alliance. If you agree, you could be the future Marquis of Furious Tides." Hearing this, Qiu Tianwei was naturally pleased, then asked, "Are you planning for my son to marry your daughter?" Count Jin Hai shook his head. "No, I want my son to marry your daughter, Cho Yaoer." Qiu Tianwei snorted coldly. "It would be easy if it were about my son getting married, but my daughter's marriage is not something I can dictate." Seeing this, Tang Luan began to flatter, "Marquis of Furious Tides, marriages among nobility are usually decided by the parents. If you agree, I am willing to offer 50% of the Isle of Gold Mountain as a dowry. What do you think?" Qiu Tianwei laughed out loud. "Count Jin Hai, have you forgotten? Your Isle of Gold Mountain has already been lost to the Jin family." Tang Luan waved his hand dismissively. "It's just a contract. Even if I don't hand over the island, what can Jinjwood do to me?" "But, Marquis of Furious Tides, although you are invincible at sea, you can't lay a finger on land. And now, there is a rare opportunity. With the Isle of Gold Mountain, you can use it as a springboard to enter the land. Compared to the Jean family, the sovereign would definitely prefer you to be the island lord. Then, the Jean family's Cliffwatch Island would also be easily within your reach. Hearing Tang Luan's words, Qiu Tianwei was tempted. Qiu Tianwei asked, "Tell me, how many troops do you need me to station on the Isle of Gold Mountain?" Seeing Qiu Tianwei's agreement, Tang Luan immediately said, 5,000 troops, because only that many can resist the mythical Turtle Count's army, and the mining and production will still be completed by my family. Tang Luan was clear in his mind. The Jean family doesn't know when they will fall, and I'm not going to listen to Zhang Chang's words and hand over all the islands to Qiu Tianwei. However, Qiu Tianwei sneered, "I want 70%. Tang Luan's face changed as he shouted, "Marquis of Furious Tides, you are just dispatching troops to guard the island. Isn't half of the profits enough?" Qiu Tianwei then showed a terrifyingly greedy smile. "Count Jean Hai, if you don't agree, then I'll just wait for you to hand over the Isle of Gold Mountain and then take the island myself. By then, I can take everything. As for the miners, don't forget, what Furious Tides City doesn't lack is slaves." At this moment, Tang Luan was grinding his teeth in frustration but dared not express his anger. He then said, "Fine, 70% it is. Let's sign the contract." A barbaric pirate like Qiu Tianwei wouldn't sign any worthless agreement with him. As for the marriage alliance, he had only temporarily agreed, but he was curious about which son Tang Luan would have marry his daughter. When Tang Luan mentioned it would be his heir, Tang Yun, Qiu Tianwei asked, "Doesn't he already have a betrothal? It can be annulled." Qiu Tianwei mocked, "It seems that you so-called nobles are only honest in words, but don't actually follow the rules." He then ordered, "All brothers, on my command, gather 5,000 men and prepare the ships. We're heading to the Isle of Gold Mountain." On the other side, Sword King Li Qianqiu had escorted Shenlang into the territory of New River County. "Senior, let's stay at the New River official inn tonight. No more sleeping in the carriage. I, the son-in-law, have money." Entering the inn, Shenlang shouted, "I, Shenlang, the son-in-law of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, demand the best room for myself, and this building shall not accommodate anyone else." Officials hurried to accommodate the arrival of God of Wealth, though Li Qianqiu felt Shenlang was being too ostentatious, which could easily bring trouble. However, Shenlang was unconcerned, confident in his protection by the Southern Sea Sword King. As night fell, Shenlang settled into the most luxurious room at the inn, while Li Qianqiu, disliking official residences, chose to sleep in the carriage again. But just as Shenlang fell asleep, a haughty woman's voice came from outside. A groggy Shenlang heard someone shouting, "Shenlang, a mere son-in-law, dares to occupy the best suite in the official inn? I, Shueli, don't even regard the mythical Turtle Count highly, let alone a trivial son-in-law." When Shenlang, dressed and out of the room, saw a woman standing in the courtyard, ranting like a shrew, he realized this was Jean Muzong's fiancée, who had sought him out before he could confront her. Holding back his anger, Shenlang, accompanied by Li Qianqiu, approached Shueli and politely bowed to her. Shueli immediately showed a disgusted expression, cursing Shenlang while gesturing for him to stay away from her. This action thoroughly infuriated Shenlang. "Is this woman insane?" He then patted Li Qianqiu on the shoulder and said, "Coachman, let's go." As they passed by Shueli, she hurriedly jumped away as if touching them would infect her with a disease. At that moment, Shenlang activated his X-ray vision towards Shueli, and in an instant, he had an idea. "Shueli, watch how I deal with you." Shortly after, Shenlang checked into an ordinary inn. In his room, he set up an array of bottles and jars on the table. Soon, he found a bottle of castor oil extract. The entire castor plant is poisonous, and even touching its leaves can cause countless blisters to form on the skin, accompanied by unbearable itching, making one wish to peel off their flesh. The blisters would continuously break and regrow until the skin scabs over and peels off, revealing new skin, thus ending the agony. This substance would neither leave scars nor endanger life, making it perfect for dealing with Shueli. Next, it was time for Shenlang to implement his plan. He went to the largest silk shop in the area and spent a significant amount of money to have a pair of underwear identical to Shueli's made in the shortest possible time. Back at the inn, Shenlang applied the castor leaves to the underwear and even sprinkled rose essence to mask the odor. With everything ready, the question was how to deliver it without arousing suspicion. Suddenly, he turned to Li Qianqiu, who was drinking tea. "Senior Sword King, you said you owed me a favor. Does that still stand?" Without hesitation, the Sword King nodded. Shenlang then revealed a mischievous smile. "Senior, can you help me switch Shueli's underwear with this pair? That would be using your favor." Hearing Shenlang's request, Li Qianqiu spit out the water he was drinking. "Damn, is my favor as the Sword King so worthless? This promise could save your life at a critical moment. And you, Shenlang, are asking me, the Sword King, to do such a sneaky act?" Seeing Li Qianqiu hesitate, Shenlang immediately launched into his dramatic performance. "Senior, I know this request puts you in a difficult position, but with Shueli surrounded by skilled protectors, you're the only one who can accomplish this task. But it's okay if you refuse. After all, accompanying you to the south was entirely voluntary on my part. You don't need to feel you owe me anything. I will still do my best to treat your wife when we return. Don't feel burdened." As for the maliciousness purpose of this woman from the Shui family, you know it well. Insulting me tonight is a minor matter, but I've found out they came from the direction of mythical Turtle City, clearly for the purpose of calling off the engagement. This is nothing less than trampling on the dignity of my father-in-law's entire family. Just as Shenlang was about to continue, Li Qianqiu interrupted him. You've put it that way, Shenlang. It would indeed be unreasonable for me not to agree. Then, he used the hilt of his sword to pick up the underwear and, in the next second, vanished like a ghost. Half an hour later, as Shenlang was reading, a damp pair of underwear landed on the table. Picking up the underwear, Shenlang couldn't help but admire. The Sword King is really efficient. As for this pair of underwear, let's air it out and give it to Jin Musong as a gift. Having completed the mission, Li Qianqiu felt a weight lifted off his shoulders, looking forward to a good night's sleep. Yet, just as he dozed off, he dreamt his wife slapped him fiercely, scolding him for engaging in such a despicable act and threatening to divorce him. This terrifying nightmare woke Li Qianqiu up instantly, and he decided he had to send Shenlang back at the earliest opportunity, without any delay. Meanwhile, Su Chanqian, whom Shenlang had sent to infiltrate, was diligently sweeping with her broom at her work post. Sweeping like this every day, I won't even get to see Qiu Xiaoer's face. Meanwhile, the pirate king Qiu Tianwei was personally leading an army of 5,000, along with a fleet of ships, towards the Isle of Gold Mountain. His ambition was grand, to first swallow the Isle of Gold Mountain and then capture Cliffwatch Island. The next morning, the underwear thief Li Qianqiu, along with Shenlang, had already set off on their return to the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Suddenly, they heard the sound of galloping horses from behind. Turning back, they saw the cavalry escorting Shueli. The leading female guard shouted menacingly, "Out of the way, you mangy cur." Then, she haughtily led the troops away, stirring up dust that Shenlang inadvertently breathed in. He wondered, isn't this road leading to mythical Turtle City? Hasn't Shueli already been there? Shueli's troops made a surprising return, specifically to pass by Shenlang again, with the lead guard repeating, "Out of the way, you mangy cur." Shenlang was astonished. Are they insane? Did they really make a round trip just to tell me to get out of the way and to humiliate me by making me move aside? How does such a tyrannical woman manage to live? After humiliating Shenlang, Shueli and her entourage returned to the capital. Every night, Shueli insisted on staying in the best room of the official inns, driving everyone else out of the courtyard. 3 days passed quickly, and Shueli once again wore the underwear prepared by Shenlang, settling down for the night. In the middle of the night, Shueli felt an indescribable discomfort in her dream. Suddenly waking up, she felt an intense itch. She quickly got up, lifted the covers to check, and gasped at the sight of her condition. The next second, her screams echoed through the inn. Hearing the screams, her female guard rushed in to check on her mistress. Shueli hurriedly dismissed her, claiming she had just had a nightmare. However, Shueli was now in a panic. Despite her arrogance, she wasn't foolish. "I haven't done anything. How could I contract such ailments? This must not get out, or my future with the Jing family is ruined." She decided to return to her family immediately to seek treatment from the female physicians. Without a moment's delay, she ordered her horse readied for the return to Martial Peace City. In the following days, Shueli was in so much pain that it was unbearable, not to mention riding a horse. Even sitting in a carriage was torture. She was in pain and itchy, but she had to endure it and dared not expose it. The journey was bumpy, and she could not rest for several days in a row. By the time she arrived at Martial Peace City, she was haggard and had lost more than 10 pounds. In front of the gate of mythical Turtle Count's mansion, Li Qianqiu finally brought Shenlang back to the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. After exchanging a few polite words, he left mythical Turtle City as quickly as possible, ignoring Shenlang's retention. Done. It seems I've been disliked by the Sword King. Just back in the mansion, Shenlang immediately heard the good news that Qiu Tianwei had led troops to Isle of Gold Mountain. Then, Shenlang asked the mythical Turtle Count to quickly gather 2,000 soldiers to head to Isle of Gold Mountain, but they were only to put on a show and not really fight. Next, Shenlang started to plan other small schemes. Now it's time to initiate the Cliffwatch Island strategy. Su Chanqian, you can't let me down. Shenlang went to Jin Mutsong's study. Jin Mutsong, who was writing vigorously, was suddenly startled by the underwear thrown in front of him. Turning his head and seeing it was from his brother-in-law, he immediately expressed his thanks. But then he told Shenlang that he had already quit. "How long have you quit?" 17 hours. Shenlang cheekily leaned into Jin Mutsong's ear and said, "These belong to Shueli." Hearing the name Shueli, Jin Mutsong immediately jumped up excitedly, but the next second, he carefully asked Shenlang, "Brother-in-law, you didn't cuckold me, did you?" Shenlang really wanted to slap him to death. "Do I look like someone who lacks women?" After the two joked around, Jin Mutsong turned back to writing. "Brother-in-law, no more chatting. I need to start studying." Shenlang was puzzled by Jin Mutsong's sudden change of character and moved closer to see. "Aren't these the treatises and poems I gave him? The conflict over Isle of Gold Mountain is over. Why is he still copying these?" Jin Mutsong replied with determination, "Brother-in-law, if I don't start putting in effort, I'll never get married. So, I plan to take the imperial examination. I want to pass the exam and become a scholar like Tang Yun." Shenlang hurriedly advised him, "You're going to inherit the Count's mansion, with all its wealth and luxury. Don't make life harder for yourself by choosing such a difficult path." However, Jean Mutsung explained, if I pass the imperial examination and become a scholar, surely some girls will see my talents and fall in love with me. Shenlang was dumbfounded by this unexpected response. People take the imperial exams to become officials, and you're doing it for the girls? So, brother-in-law, please get me more articles, ideally 700 to 800 treatises and a few thousand poems. If I don't pass this time, I'll try the next. I refuse to believe I can't succeed even once. Why don't you use that determination to write your own articles? Brother-in-law, how can you say such silly things? How could someone as dumb as me produce any articles? Count Jean Hai personally visited the mythical turtle count's mansion, willingly handing over the Isle of Gold Mountain contract to the mythical turtle count. 2 days later, the Earl of Mythical Turtle led 2,000 private soldiers, 200 metallurgists, 800 miners, and boarded dozens of ships to take over the Isle of Gold Mountain. Tang Yun, the heir of Count Jean Hai's mansion, personally accompanied them. On the deck, Shenlang and Tang Yun began their respective performances. Shenlang, after complimenting Tang Yun, said, the Jean and Tang families have been allies for generations. Now that misunderstandings are cleared up, it's time for our families to let bygones be bygones. From now on, let's renew our friendship and unite as brotherly families. What do you say? Hearing Shenlang's words, Tang Yun, despite his disdain, nodded and agreed. Then, Shenlang brought up that his family's heir, Jean Mutsung, was unmarried, and the Tang family also had a daughter of marriageable age. He suggested using this opportunity to form a marriage alliance and continue the centuries-old friendship. Tang Yun was secretly delighted. Who doesn't know that Jean Mutsung and the legitimate daughter of the martial peace count, Shueli, had a marriage arrangement? But Shenlang's statement clearly indicated that the engagement was now dissolved. Thinking this, Tang Yun stated, marriage is a significant matter. I will convey this to my father once we return. At this moment, Jean Hui came over and said, we have arrived at the Isle of Gold Mountain. Shenlang went to the bow and looked forward. Not far away was the contested Isle of Gold Mountain. Following this, the mythical turtle count ordered all craftsmen and miners to start preparations for formally taking over the Isle of Gold Mountain's mines and smelting plants. As the ships docked, all the workers began to disembark onto the island. Tang Yun was sneakily looking around, trying to spot where Chiu Tianwei's pirates were hiding. Suddenly, a series of noisy shouts came from not far away, followed by thousands of pirates armed with machetes rushing down from the hills. Leading the pirates was not Chiu Xiao, but Chiu Tianwei's adopted son, the fourth most notorious figure of Furious Tide City, Chiu Hao. Seeing this, the Tang family's warriors immediately drew their swords in preparation for battle. However, the arrogant Chiu Hao did not take these warriors seriously and quickly dispatched one with a swing of his blade. Tang Yun was shocked. Wasn't it agreed that they would kill the warriors of the mythical turtle count? Standing on the ship, Shenlang feigned confusion. Tang Yun, wasn't the Isle of Gold Mountain already handed over to the Jean family? Why are there so many pirates here? Tang Yun, standing on the shore, also pretended to be innocent, claiming he knew nothing about the situation and had not expected the pirate Chiu Tianwei to be so despicable as to occupy the island. He then theatrically shouted at the pirates, this island has been transferred to the Jean family. You pirates, leave at once. Chiu Hao burst into laughter upon hearing this. You should know, nothing that falls into the Chiu family's hands has ever been returned. The mythical turtle count, upon hearing this, became furious and demanded Chiu Hao to summon Chiu Tianwei for a confrontation. However, Chiu Hao didn't take the mythical turtle count seriously, mocking him as a defeated subordinate of his adoptive father, unworthy of negotiation. Shenlang, pretending to be forcefully restrained, said, Chiu Hao, you pirates daring to brazenly seize the Isle of Gold Mountain is an act against the Yu Kingdom. Aren't you afraid of the sovereign's wrath? Chiu Hao provocatively replied, mythical turtle count, your sovereign would rather see you dead. If you're capable, lead your troops to fight us. Win, and the Isle of Gold Mountain will belong to the Jean family. Seeing Chiu Hao's despicable and shameless behavior, and with thousands of pirates behind him, the mythical turtle count and Shenlang were infuriated yet powerless. At this moment, Chiu Hao grabbed a miner, arrogantly shouting his thanks for the generous gift from the Jean family, claiming the several hundred soldiers, miners, and craftsmen as his own, mockingly thanking the Earl of Mythical Turtle. The mythical turtle count, shaking with anger and ready to retaliate, was interrupted by the sound of war drums. Realizing the danger, Shenlang exclaimed, this is bad. That's the pirate fleet. It's a trap. We need to retreat quickly. The mythical turtle count, setting aside his anger, immediately ordered, set sail, full speed back. But the ships were too slow. Shenlang hurriedly called Jean Hui, instructing him to throw useless items into the sea to lighten the ships. Instantly, countless supplies and materials were tossed overboard. Chiu Hao, standing on the shore, waved and laughed mockingly. Thanks to the mythical turtle count, not only manpower but also supplies. What a great benefactor indeed. Listening to Chiu Hao's words, the mythical turtle count was so angry that his face turned red, and he almost bit his back teeth to pieces. Unable to hold back any longer, he cursed, you Chiu family, wait and see. I will report to the sovereign and have you eradicated. After saying this, he spewed a mouthful of blood and collapsed, causing Shenlang and others to panic and rush to help him into the cabin. As the ships of the mythical turtle count's Count's mansion sailed away. Boisterous and raucous laughter echoed from the dock. While Chiu Hao was basking in his own triumph, Zhang Chunhua approached. Seeing her, Chiu Hao disdainfully said, "Miss Zhang, the mythical Turtle Count's mansion was utterly powerless." Zhang Chunhua remained silent. Inside the cabin, the mythical Turtle Count was rinsing his mouth. Yes, everything, including the spitting of blood, was fake. Shenlang came forward and complimented, "Father-in-law, your acting is superb." However, the mythical Turtle Count shook his head, disliking deception the most. Although the workers left behind were only temporarily hired, he was still very concerned. Shenlang comforted him, "Father-in-law, to make the act more convincing, some sacrifices are necessary. The enemies will only make them do hard labor, and we can rescue them in just over a month. Moreover, father-in-law, you need to continue pretending to be sick. Even from your sickbed, you must keep submitting petitions to the sovereign, requesting him to dispatch troops to suppress these pirates." This news spread quickly throughout the Yu Kingdom in just a few days. Despite winning the Isle of Gold Mountain conflict, after Jinju's retreat from the Isle of Gold Mountain, everyone felt that the Jin family was doomed. Upon returning home, the Earl of Mythical Turtle, Jinjua, fell ill. From his sickbed, he wrote several memorials to the sovereign, each more pitiful and lamentable than the last. The sovereign, outwardly furious, immediately decreed a rebuke to Qiu Tianwei, ordering him to withdraw from the Isle of Gold Mountain. However, after the decree was issued, Qiu Tianwei simply ignored it, and the sovereign showed no further interest in pursuing the matter. Thus, the situation was left unresolved, and the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, having just won the Isle of Gold Mountain conflict, was once again in a precarious state, like a candle flickering in the wind. However, Zhang Chong didn't feel victorious. Instead, he sensed a significant problem with the defeat of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. At this time, an envoy from the Hidden Origin Society, Shu Tingyu, came to visit, with the purpose of formally demanding repayment of a colossal debt from 20 years ago. He presented a list detailing all the amounts due, including interest, demanding a one-time payment of 700,000 in debt. However, the mythical Turtle Count's mansion was facing a financial crisis, and the mythical Turtle Count was already weak. Facing this enormous debt worsened his condition. Jean Mulan pleaded softly, "Envoy Shu, over the past 20 years, we have repaid 1 million gold coins, doing our utmost. Currently, the total gold coins owned by my entire family do not exceed 20,000. It's impossible for us to come up with 700,000 gold coins." Shenlang also lowered his pride to bow and implore Shu Tingyu, asking for a year's extension on behalf of the centuries-old friendship between the Hidden Origin Society and his family to make some preparations. However, Shu Tingyu still wore his deceptive smile. "I sympathize with your family's plight, but I am powerless in this matter." Jean Mulan cried out, "Shu Tingyu, do you intend to drive us to death? Do you want to watch as my entire Jin family hangs themselves?" Shu Tingyu sneered, "You have 1 month to repay the 700,000 gold coins according to the contract. Otherwise, our Hidden Origin Society will have no choice but to take back Cliffwatch Island, which you have mortgaged. We have already lost the Isle of Gold Mountain, and now you want to take Cliffwatch Island as well. I would rather die than hand over Cliffwatch Island." Facing Shenlang's accusation, Shu Tingyu didn't deny it, but simply responded with a smile. The contract was clearly written. If we don't receive 700,000 in a month, it will be up to the sovereign to decide. However, Shenlang, you've always been quite capable. Perhaps you really can gather this sum within a month. With that, he left amid their angry stares. After Shu Tingyu left, Jean Mulan sighed in relief. Seeing Mulan's perfect cooperation, Shenlang couldn't help but embrace and kiss her, ignoring his seriously ill father-in-law. Although they had fooled Shu Tingyu, Jean Mulan was still worried about gathering 700,000 gold coins in a month. Shenlang mysteriously took Mulan's hand and said, "Wife, let's make a bet. If I can earn 700,000 gold coins within a month, will you take the initiative to sleep with me?" He wrote these words in the palm of her hand. News of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion's financial crisis spread within the estate, and the idle gossip reached a woman named Red Thread, who had been rescued by Jean Hui. "Everyone here is so kind. What if something happens to Jean Hui?" she worried. At that moment, Jean Hui hurriedly came to her. "Miss Red Thread, I will take you home. The son-in-law said a great disaster is looming over the Jean family, and we can't drag you down. Tell me where your home is. I'll take you back. You're innocent and shouldn't have to suffer with us." Red Thread, touched by Jean Hui's concern, asked, "Jean Hui, do you like me?" Jean Hui blushed instantly, unable to utter a word. Red Thread, stepping closer, asked, "Do you despise me for being tainted by others?" Jean Hui hurriedly explained, No, your spirited nature only makes me respect and admire you more, seeing you as purer and more flawless." At these words, Red Thread took Jean Hui's hand, declaring, "Jean Hui, from today on, I am your wife." Hearing this, Jean Hui was momentarily stunned by the sudden happiness, but then quickly shook his head. I'm not worthy of you. The son-in-law said you come from a noble family. I'm not your match." Before Jean Hui could refuse further, Red Thread pushed him into the room and then onto the bed. Jean Hui had unexpectedly experienced his wedding night before Shenlang. Meanwhile, Shenlang was pondering his next moves in his room. Everything was proceeding according to plan, but the only crucial element missing was was a response from Su Chanchan. While considering whether he needed a backup plan, Jin Zhong came to report that someone had come to collect the debt. Shenlang was puzzled. Didn't the Hidden Origin Society just leave? Jin Zhong clarified, it's not someone from the Hidden Origin Society, but the owner of the Brocade and Embroidery Pavilion, Lin Ma. He claims you owe him 1,300 gold coins, principal and interest included. Shenlang was baffled. When did I ever owe him money? Moreover, Lin Ma fled overnight when his son Lin Jue died. Now that the Jin family has just encountered trouble, he immediately comes knocking. That's quite proactive of him. As soon as Shenlang entered the living room, Lin Ma began his performance, loudly accusing Shenlang of deceiving him out of 1,000 gold coins with a stolen dye formula. The official standing behind him appeared to be from the Yu Kingdom Weaving Bureau. Could it be that this guy filled the gap left by the Su family, hence his newfound confidence? Shenlang politely inquired, Master Lin, have you perhaps taken over Su Guanyin's business? Lin Ma did not deny it, stating he had indeed taken over Su Guanyin's position thanks to the favor of the Weaving Bureau officials. However, Lin Ma was not interested in further discussion and demanded repayment. To avoid affecting his plans, Shenlang decided not to entangle further with him, acknowledging the debt and instructing Jin Zhong to retrieve 1,300 gold coins from the treasury, settling the principal and interest in one go. Unexpectedly, Lin Ma became even more demanding, interrupting Shenlang to claim that the mythical turtle count's mansion also owed him money, insisting on settling that as well. Shenlang was shocked. When did the mythical turtle count's mansion ever owe you money? Lin Ma started calculating with an abacus. In the past, the mythical turtle count's mansion would supply silk seeds to both the Su and Lin families. This year, however, there were none. Therefore, the loss incurred by our family should be borne by the mythical turtle count's mansion, totaling 3,300 gold coins. Lin Ma's actions infuriated Shenlang. To economically blockade the mythical turtle count's mansion, the Lin family had refused to accept the cocoons they provided. Now, they are using this as an excuse to extort the mythical turtle count's mansion. Just then, Shenlang's another enemy, Zhu Wenhua, burst in with officials, claiming he was suspected of murdering his father, Viscount Zhu Lanting, and needed to be taken away for interrogation immediately. Seeing the officials in front of him, Shenlang began to analyze step by step. With Zhu Wenhua's ability, if there wasn't a major figure backing him, it would be impossible to mobilize people from the Court of Judicial Review. Now that the mythical turtle count's mansion is on the verge of collapse, the sovereign would certainly not make an unnecessary move, but would continue to bestow kindness and show mercy. And Zhu Rong, the governor, following the sovereign's lead, would have no reason to push the wall along with him. Thinking this, Shenlang was unconcerned. As long as it's not these two acting, then the others have no real power to harm me. Shenlang negotiated again with Lin Ma. Master Lin, the mythical turtle count's mansion is currently in some difficulties. Could this money be delayed for a few days? Seeing this, Lin Ma's expression turned cold. Paying debts is natural and right. I must get this money today. Shenlang, in a difficult position, said, please allow me 3 days to prepare. I can write you an IOU. How about I return 3,500 gold coins to you in 3 days? Lin Ma thought for a moment and said, for the sake of the mythical turtle count, I'll give you 3 days. Holding the IOU written by Shenlang, Lin Ma mocked, you were so arrogant and unrestrained before. Did you ever think you would have such a miserable day? Then he turned and left. At this moment, someone knocked on the table to remind Shenlang. Zhu Wenhua, dressed in black official attire, was sitting on the side. He had now taken over Wang Lian's position and became the chief clerk of Mythical Turtle City. Now that you've settled your personal matters, come with us. Explain clearly how you killed my father. Shenlang bowed and said, honorable officials, I don't know why, but I'm sweating profusely. To avoid being rude, please allow me to change my clothes. Zhu Wenhua sneered, in this autumn and winter, young Master Shen is actually sweating profusely. I'm afraid it's the cold sweat of guilt. After a while, Shenlang, with a dark expression, arrived in the study and called for Shen 13. He had intended to keep the peace and give Lin Ma some time, but now that Lin Ma dared to extort him, since you're so eager to die, I'll have to satisfy your wish. 13. You go and take Lin Ma's worthless life without anyone noticing. Since he thinks he's so great, let's make his death a bit more unique, and it must not be traceable back to the mythical turtle count's mansion. Shen 13, known for his violent killings, isn't one to scheme. He didn't dare to ask questions, only knelt there asking Shenlang for clarification. Shenlang glanced at him and said, take a bucket of sulfuric acid. The Lin family's house has been deserted for a long time, and they lack servants, so the toilet must be very dirty. Sneak into the Lin household, make the toilet unusable in any way possible by making it disgustingly dirty. Then, add laxatives to their food to cause them all to have diarrhea. Since the toilet is unusable, they'll have to use the outhouse. If no one is cleaning the toilets, the outhouse will surely have accumulated a lot of waste and thus methane gas. You then pour the sulfuric acid into the outhouse to create a large amount of hydrogen gas. When they go to the outhouse, the hydrogen and methane gas will mix. Then you ignite the gas in the outhouse, causing a big explosion. This way, who would think it was done by me, the mythical turtle count's mansion? Also, before this, saw halfway through the planks of the outhouse outhouse so they fallen before causing the explosion. Such a unique death is definitely fitting for the arrogant Lin Ma now. After saying this, he ordered Shin 13 to get to work quickly while he prepared to deal with Zhu Wenhua and the others outside. However, Shin 13 remained kneeling on the ground, trembling and feeling numb all over, thankful in his heart that he had chosen to follow Shin Lang. With such a ruthless person in the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, it's unlikely their enemies would ever defeat them. Jin Zhong came to report that Zhu Wenhua and other officials were already waiting in the living room, growing impatient. Shin Lang, upon hearing this, paid no attention and instead turned to ask Little Bing to bring his toolbox. A moment later, Little Bing carefully brought over a large box, knowing it contained the tools Shin Lang used to harm others. It seemed someone was about to be unlucky. Opening the box, it revealed dozens of sealed porcelain bottles of various sizes, all containing rare medicines and poisons. Shin Lang then picked one of the bottles and applied the green liquid inside to his skin. Little Bing, puzzled, asked, "Why would you apply this poison to yourself?" Shin Lang, while straightening his clothes, replied, "The usual excuses won't work on those people outside. You'll see why I'm doing this in a moment." As they were speaking, Little Bing's expression changed, and she let out a startled cry. Large red rashes had appeared on Shin Lang's neck and arms, frightening Little Bing, who thought it was smallpox. Shin Lang told her, "The liquid I applied is caterpillar secretion, which irritates the skin, resulting in rashes that resemble smallpox." Then, with a mischievous smile, Shin Lang lunged at Little Bing, asking, "Are you scared?" Unexpectedly, she, feeling pity, threw herself into Shin Lang's arms, exclaiming, "I remember now. You applied this to my bottom while I was asleep last time. You're so naughty, but it really hurts. Why do you mistreat yourself like this?" Shin Lang comforted her, saying, "Zhu Wenhua and the officials from the Court of Judicial Review are not so easily dismissed. If I don't make some sacrifices, they probably won't be." Little Bing, unfazed by the disgusting rashes, went ahead and kissed Shin Lang on the neck. Shin Lang was stunned, thinking, "This girl is becoming shameless. If she continues to seduce me like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back." A moment later, Shin Lang changed his clothes and returned to the living room. Upon seeing him, Zhu Wenhua began to interrogate him loudly. "Where were you on the day my father was killed?" Shin Lang, looking feverish with a flushed face, answered weakly that he was in South County at the time. Wang Chisa from the Court of Judicial Review commented, "What a coincidence. Viscount Zhu Lanting also died within the boundaries of South County." Seizing the moment, Zhu Wenhua shouted, "Now that the time and place match, what else do you have to say?" Shin Lang responded, feeling wrong. "There are so many people who go to South County. Why am I suspected just because I passed by?" Before he could finish, Zhu Wenhua requested, "Lord Wang, this man Shin Lang is a major suspect. It would be best to take him to the capital and give him a thorough interrogation in the dungeons of the Court of Judicial Review." Seeing that they were about to take Shin Lang away, Jean Mulan couldn't hold back any longer. She drew her sword, rushed into the hall, and yelled, "Whoever dares to touch my husband today, I will chop off his hand." Zhu Wenhua sneered, "Jean Mulan, do you also intend to obstruct the Court of Judicial Review's case handling? My Zhu family did not bring a single soldier to arrest someone in your mythical Turtle Count's mansion. This is already the greatest respect we could show. You better not be ungrateful." Shin Lang stepped forward, took Mulan's hand, and said, "Wife, don't worry. How could I, a man who can't even trust a chicken, possibly commit murder? I'll just go with them. I trust that the officials from the Court of Judicial Review will clear my name." After speaking, he voluntarily raised his hands, waiting for the guards to put him in shackles. But as his sleeves fell, the shocking rashes on his arms were exposed. Zhu Wenhua, who had been wondering why Shin Lang was so readily giving in, was taken aback upon seeing Shin Lang's arms. This is smallpox." The guards, seeing this, dared not approach any further. Shin Lang took this opportunity to look even more pitiable. "You asked why I went to South County. Unfortunately, I contracted smallpox. I heard that Dr. Zhang in the Valley of Splendor had cured smallpox before, so I went to seek treatment." Before Shin Lang could finish, all the officials, including Zhu Wenhua, backed away as if they had seen a ghost, keeping their distance. Knowing that smallpox is a highly contagious disease that can spread through the air, these people, especially the officials from the Court of Judicial Review who came with intentions of capturing Shin Lang to gain merit, were not willing to risk their lives. As Shin Lang staggered towards them, claiming he would follow them to prove his innocence, they ran away in terror until they were outside the Count's mansion, where they finally caught their breath. However, Zhu Wenhua, having calmed down, felt something was off. Knowing Shin Lang, he did not believe Shin Lang would contract smallpox, yet all symptoms matched the disease. Despite his reluctance, Zhu Wenhua had no choice but to leave. Back inside the Count's mansion, Jean Mulan tightly embraced Shin Lang from behind. Soon, Shin Lang felt a warm wetness on his back as Jean Mulan cried, moved by the pain her husband must be enduring. Shin Lang, who usually couldn't stand the slightest bit of pain, was now suffering from the burning rash. Shin Lang quickly turned around and softly comforted her. "It's okay, wife. To protect our family, my father-in-law has to pretend to be sick in bed and take the medicine I prepare, losing over 10 pounds. Compared to him, this is nothing. Besides, all the hardships we endure are to protect our family's legacy for centuries to come. It's all worth it. The most important important thing is, now that they all believe I have smallpox, if any officials from the Court of Judicial Review were to die from it, no one would be too surprised, right? Meanwhile, at Lin Ma's house, Lin Ma excitedly said how arrogant Shen Lang used to be, and now he's as docile as a dog. Not only did he pay me 1,300 gold coins, but he also acknowledged the debt I fabricated. It's truly satisfying. Lord Lin disdainfully added, after all, Shen Lang comes from humble origins. Even becoming a son-in-law of the Count's mansion can't change his lowly nature. Moreover, the Hidden Origin Society has formally demanded repayment of the debt from the Jin family. With only 1 month to repay 700,000 gold coins, we might as well wait to collect the corpse of the mythical turtle Count. Hearing this, Lin Ma laughed and raised his glass, as if he could already see the extinction of the mythical turtle Count's mansion. Thrilled with excitement. Just then, Lin Ma suddenly felt a severe pain in his stomach, followed by everyone present. Lin Ma, with a dark face, asked his wife, "Did you not wash the vegetables properly today?" His wife, also clutching her stomach, began to doubt herself. Moments later, unable to bear it any longer, they all rushed to the outhouse, but as soon as they squatted down, the planks under their feet broke. Lin Ma screamed as he fell into the cesspit, followed by the others. At that moment, the concentration of methane and hydrogen gas in the cesspit was very high. Suddenly, a torch was thrown in from outside the window. Just as Lin Ma tried to shout, his mouth was filled with excrement. The next second, a violent explosion occurred, and the Lin family's outhouse was blown to ruins, burying the entire Lin family in this fiery cesspit disaster. Meanwhile, the mythical turtle Count's mansion also welcomed an uninvited guest. The charming and handsome black man standing before them is Ning Jing, the nephew of Lady Jean and the 5th son of the sovereign. However, when he was born, a meteor struck the capital, causing death and injuries to hundreds. Coincidentally, his skin was as dark as charcoal, and he had a birthmark of stars on his chin, leading the sovereign to consider him an ominous sign and ordered him to be abandoned in the wilderness. Fortunately, he was protected by Lady Jin's family influence, allowing the young Ningjing to survive. This action caused the sovereign to develop a disdain for Su Peipei, leading to her departure from the capital soon after. Although Ningjing grew up, his unique appearance and stutter made him even more disliked by the sovereign, who wouldn't see him even once a year. Despite this, the grateful Ningjing, upon hearing that the mythical turtle Count's mansion was in trouble, immediately brought several boxes of money to support his aunt. Lady Jean, deeply moved by the sight of the boxes, knew Ningjing was not favored by the sovereign and lived modestly. Yet, at a time when everyone seemed eager to kick the mythical turtle Count's mansion while it was down, Ningjing spared no effort to help, showing immense loyalty and affection. Shen Lang, keen and intelligent, was aware of his mother-in-law's connection with this 5th prince. When he learned that Ningjing had come to offer help, he immediately went to the front hall to welcome him. After exchanging pleasantries, they sat down, but the prince, being introverted, found himself at a loss for words. Shen Lang was also speechless, finding Ningjing's lack of conversation skills awkward. "I can't rudely start the conversation myself. This atmosphere is quite awkward." At that moment, Lady Jean couldn't help but speak up. "Your Highness, my husband is unwell and unable to come and greet you, for which I am very sorry." Ningjing's face turned red, and he quickly responded, "It's alright, I'll pay my respects to my uncle later." Then Lady Jean spoke again, "Your Highness, although our family is in dire need of money, as your aunt, I cannot accept your money. Please take it back." Upon hearing Lady Jin's words, the usually reticent Ningjing's dark face instantly turned a shade of black and red, and his stutter worsened. "Aunt, you have saved my life. I must repay this debt. I have sought permission from my father to allow Jin Mutsung to study at the Imperial Academy. A decree from my father will arrive soon." Shen Lang was astonished. Not only is this 5th prince here to offer financial aid, but he's also looking to save Jin Mutsung's life. On the surface, it's about studying at the Imperial Academy, but in reality, it's about offering protection within the 5th prince's residence. Considering Ningjing's lack of favor with the sovereign, it's hard to imagine what it cost him to secure this lifeline from such a stingy and ungracious man as the king. Ningjing, with his face burning red, had actually knelt outside the sovereign's palace for a day and a night. Later, Ningjing went to see the ailing mythical turtle Count. Not wanting to disturb the Count's rest, he merely paid his respects as a junior before taking his leave. Before parting, Ningjing mentioned an important matter. "Young Master Shen, be wary of my elder brother, the Crown Prince. He has long coveted your wife and seems determined to have her." Upon hearing this, Shen Lang's expression changed. "Crown Prince Ningi dares to covet my wife?" He then thanked the 5th prince with a bow. As time passed, the debt crisis of the mythical turtle Count became increasingly severe. Not only officials and nobles from all regions, but also the common people whom the mythical turtle Count had once wholeheartedly helped, have forgotten past favors and joined in the rumor-mongering. The accusations pointed directly at Shen Lang, forcing the death of the leader of 1,000 households, Tian Heng, extorting 5,000 gold coins from the brocade and embroidery pavilions Lin Ma, defrauding Su Guanyin of tens of thousands of gold coins, and then causing the death of Su's entire family. All these funds were allegedly squandered by Shen Lang. The mythical turtle Count's mansion was was increasingly seen as filthy and shameless, which Shenlang particularly loathed. For a time, everyone in the Yu Kingdom was calling for their punishment. Numerous imperial censors submitted petitions, earnestly requesting the sovereign to punish them. Finally, the sovereign decreed that if the mythical Turtle Count's mansion did not repay the debt on time, Cliffwatch Island, pledged as collateral, must be handed over to the Hidden Origin Society. Upon hearing this news, Zhu Wenhua also burst into excited laughter. There are only 13 days left until the repayment deadline, and the entire province of the Southern Journey's taxes don't even amount to 700,000. Where can the Jean family find such a sum? It seems the mythical Turtle Count's mansion is doomed this time. Shenlang, I'd like to see how you can turn this situation around. The next day, as Shenlang was leisurely drinking tea and reading in his study, Jean Mulan was angrily complaining about the old nobilities kicking them while they were down. She and her mother had been borrowing for a long time and had only managed to symbolically borrow 1,000 gold coins. Shenlang, calm and collected, hugged Jean Mulan and softly said, "Short-sighted fools. Mulan, don't worry, your husband has a way to come up with the 700,000. Just then, Jean Hui interrupted their moment. "My wife, Red Thread, requests an audience." Shenlang was surprised. "Your wife? Impressive. That was quick. We should find time for a wedding ceremony for you two, to celebrate properly. Let her in." Moments later, the proud Red Thread walked in and sat down directly in front of Shenlang. Jean Hui was shocked at his wife's attitude towards his master. He couldn't afford to offend his lord, but his wife demanded reverence too. This situation left Jean Hui in a difficult position, not knowing what to do. Shenlang, observing the couple, was speechless. "Jean Hui, how are you even more henpecked than I am? You're completely under your wife's thumb." Feeling helpless, Shenlang had no choice but to help Jean Hui out of the situation, asking him to wait outside. Once Jean Hui had left, Red Thread went straight to the point without wasting words. "Young Master Shen, I know you are aware of my identity. I had planned never to return home, but now that the mythical Turtle Count's mansion is in dire straits, I am willing to go back and ask my parents for help." Indeed, Shenlang was aware of her true identity. She is the daughter of Jing Tua, the second in command of the Western Army of the Yu Kingdom and the general of pacifying the West. Jing Red Thread, born with a frail body, making childbirth difficult, and known for her peculiar temper, she likely had a strained relationship with her family, hence her decision to leave home. That she would offer such assistance now speaks volumes of her character. Shenlang then bowed in thanks. "Miss Sheng's nobility of spirit is fully appreciated. You need not worry about the affairs of the Count's mansion. Please, just enjoy your days here in the mansion with Jean Hui." Red Thread looked at Shenlang, momentarily surprised, then asked again to confirm, "Are you sure you don't need my help?" Shenlang smiled. "Yes, we really don't." Seeing this, Red Thread no longer insisted, stood up, performed a courtesy farewell, and left. When she walked out, Jean Hui had been waiting for a while. Seeing his wife's stern face, Jean Hui quickly approached to ask about the outcome. Once back at their place, Red Thread immediately pulled Jean Hui over and asked sharply, "Jean Hui, are you hiding something from me?" Hearing his wife's question, Jean Hui's eyes darted around, and after a long pause, he reluctantly said, "Red Thread, I'm sorry. There are some things that even if I die, I cannot disclose to anyone." He had expected Red Thread to be angry, but instead, she threw herself into his arms. "If you won't tell, I won't ask. Your loyalty is your greatest virtue." After Red Thread left, Shenlang stood at the window, realizing truly what it meant to see one's true character in dire times. Suddenly, Little Bing burst into the room, shouting, "Young Master Shen, Miss Su Chanqian has sent a secret message." Holding the letter, Shenlang felt nervous. "Su Chanqian, you better not disappoint me." But as he opened the envelope, a wave of grievances hit him. The letter read, "I've been sweeping the backyard of Chiu Yaoer for a month now. Can you believe there are dozens of women here, prettier than the sovereign's harem, fighting over a fallen leaf?" Shenlang couldn't help but laugh at this point. It seems the hobbies of martial artists really are different from ordinary people. He continued reading, "Chiu Yaoer is an impenetrable devil. She neither likes women nor men. She has personally killed men, not less than 5,000, maybe 3,000. Shenlang gasped at this, feeling a chill down his neck. The letter went on, "The hierarchy here is strict, and I'm just a lowly floor-sweeping maid. Overstepping bounds invites hostility from all women. I've only tried to approach Chiu Yaoer a few times, only to be targeted by her personal maid, Green Ripples. If possible, I'd really like to kill her and take her place. Regarding Chiu Yaoer, she's a terrifying yet naive demoness. Despite her martial prowess, she has no interest in power or wealth. It can be said, even you, Shenlang, with your looks and brains, are not a match for this perfect and domineering woman." At this point, Shenlang was speechless. "What are you even saying? Su Chanqian, have you been brainwashed by this demoness too?" But what came next piqued Shenlang's interest. "Chiu Yaoer loves to hear stories. She has even listened to all of your boundless romantic affairs. However, the maid who told her those stories has been sent to clean the latrines." Shenlang, "Chiu Yaoer is a super bookworm. Anyone who can tell a good story can stay by her side. If you want me to get close to her, then quickly write a bold and thrilling story that can blow away the heavens, earth, and air, and most importantly, it must be filled with freedom. Just don't write a love story. I don't want to be punished to clean the latrines." The letter abruptly ended here. Shenlang fell silent for a moment, then began to think. It seems he needed to carefully select an exceptional novel for this demoness. Shenlang initially considered recommending the novel Battle Through the Heavens, but worried it might not satisfy Chiu Yaoer's taste. Suddenly, he had a brainwave. To blow away the heavens, earth, and air, it had to be none other than our Monkey King, Sun Wukong. He decided to copy out a version of the Monkey King's journey to obtain the scriptures. Shenlang picked up the secret letter again and gently toasted it over a flame, revealing hidden text. This was the real content of the secret message. It described how Chiu Yaoer often suffered from unstoppable nosebleeds and headaches, along with dizziness and double vision, sometimes even falling into comas. Despite consulting numerous medical texts and doctors, no cause could be found. Shenlang fell into thought again. This clearly sounds like symptoms of chronic poisoning, but her reactions are different from Princess Ning Luo's lead poisoning symptoms. Who could be poisoning her? Could it be her brother, Chiu Xiao, aiming to seize her power? At that moment, Little Bing came to report that Jin Hui had important news. His mission, as previously instructed by Shenlang, was to secretly invite members of the Heavenly Path Society. Knowing that the Heavenly Path Society's representatives had arrived, Shenlang signaled Jin Hui to bring them to the underground chamber while he went to change his clothes. Shortly after, Shenlang, dressed in lavish attire, appeared before the envoy from the Heavenly Path Society. Seeing Shenlang's luxurious clothes, one of the envoys, the bearded man, couldn't help but mock. Rumors say the mythical Turtle Count's mansion is financially ruined, yet the son-in-law Shenlang remains as extravagant as ever. Seeing is believing. Indeed, Shenlang didn't get angry, but instead, smilingly, invited the envoy to sit down, knowing well the cost of his attire was indeed high, but it was specifically worn for the Heavenly Path Society's envoy. The bearded man sat opposite Shenlang, but looked down upon him, insisting on speaking with the mythical Turtle Count himself. Shenlang stated, "I have full authority over all affairs of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion." The bearded man sarcastically replied, "Has the mythical Turtle Count's mansion really fallen to the point where a mere son-in-law calls the shots? Since you claim to have such authority, does that include selling the entire Count's mansion castle?" Shenlang was taken aback. "Who said we're selling the castle?" The bearded man tossed over a secret letter, stating, "The Count himself wrote to us, proposing a business deal worth several 100,000 gold coins. The only valuable assets the Jin family has now are this castle and those 30,000 acres of fertile land, right?" Shenlang chuckled inwardly, thinking, these people really dare to dream, but it seems our plan to make them believe the Jin family is desperately trying to salvage what it can by selling off family assets has worked. Seeing Shenlang's silence, the bearded man took it as an admission and began to calculate with an abacus. The Jin family's 30,000 acres are worth 90,000 gold coins, and the castle 200,000. This is the highest price we can offer. It might not be enough to pay off your debts, but it should be sufficient for you to start anew in another country. Hearing the bearded man's outrageous offer, Shenlang interrupted, "We invited you here not to sell our family's assets." The bearded man, displeased, said, "The Heavenly Path Society is very busy. If you're not here to sell assets, then why seek us out?" Shenlang clapped his hands, and Jin Hui came forward with a wooden box. "We've brought you here to sell this item to you." The bearded man, upon opening the box and expecting nothing of significant value since he had seen countless treasures, was taken aback by what he found, a modern crafted mirror. The clarity with which it reflected his face was unparalleled by silver or crystal mirrors. Excited by its potential as a major business opportunity, considering its clarity and lightweight, he knew it would cause a financial storm once introduced to the market. Seeing the bearded man's reaction, Shenlang knew the time was right and asked, "How much do you think this mirror in your hands should sell for?" The bearded man suggested such a precious item would typically be auctioned to the highest bidder. Shenlang smiled, "Auctioning won't make big money. We're targeting the retail market. Once this mirror hits the market, nobles will flock to it, setting an initial price of about 100 gold coins each. We can mass produce later, and even if the price drops, it won't go below 20 gold coins." At this point, the bearded man's attitude towards Shenlang had taken a complete 180-degree turn. He humbly inquired about the cost of making the mirrors. When Shenlang revealed that the cost was only 1 silver coin, the two envoys were utterly astonished. Shenlang added, "Furthermore, with scaled production, the cost can be further reduced to half a silver coin." Hearing Shenlang's response, the envoys were completely blown away. With a cost of just half a silver coin and a selling price of 100 gold coins, the profit margin was unimaginable, either 2,000% or 4,000% profit. Considering this, the bearded man excitedly stood up. "The Heavenly Path Society is willing to pay 10 gold coins per mirror to purchase the entire first batch." Shenlang, however, responded calmly, "I'm willing to sell to you, but we have a limited number of craftsmen, and the first batch consists of only 1,000 mirrors, and the price I'm I'm asking is not 10,000 gold coins, but 1 million. The bearded man was taken aback, thinking Shenlang must be out of his mind to ask for 1 million. You must be joking to demand such a price. Shenlang continued, don't be surprised. I'm not just selling mirrors, but also the entire manufacturing process. The only requirement is that you purchase the glass from us. With this, my asking price of 1 million gold coins isn't too high, is it? Besides, you've been constantly oppressed by the Hidden Origin Society, right? This industry is not just a money-making opportunity for you, but also a chance to defeat them and become the top merchant guild. The bearded man was now visibly shaken, seeing it as a great opportunity to distinguish himself. Seeing his reaction, Shenlang added fuel to the fire. If you're not interested, I might have to approach the Hidden Origin Society instead. Do you want to be under their thumb for another few decades? The bearded man realized that Shenlang was not the idle son-in-law as rumored, but a business genius. He stood up to inquire further. How do you plan to sell the glass? Shenlang smiled. I only ask for 5% of the profits from each mirror. What do you think? The bearded man pondered for a moment and then extended his hand. 1 million is outrageous, equivalent to the province of the Southern Journey's 2 years of taxes. This exceeds my authority. I can offer 400,000. If that works, we can deliver the gold coins to your mansion right now. Shenlang, displeased internally, thought, your calculations are really something. 400,000 for my process, and then selling the mythical turtle Count's mansion's assets to make up the 700,000 needed for the debt, right? The bearded man pressed on. With less than half a month left for the mythical turtle Count's mansion to settle its debts, we are your only option. Don't miss it. He intended to corner Shenlang, who, with a dismissive wave of his hand, issued an order to leave. Enough. There's no point in continuing this conversation with someone so narrow-minded and short-sighted. To squabble over such trivial matters in the face of a strategic opportunity is utterly foolish. No wonder you've been constantly suppressed by the Hidden Origin Society. The wealth this mirror could bring to the Heavenly Path Society is clear to you. I could have asked for more, but I didn't because all I need is the 1 million to secure a strategic victory. Since we can't agree, let's end it here. Jin Hui, see them out. The bearded man, insulted by such words, was furious. Don't forget, we're the only ones who can help you now. You'll regret it once I walk out this door. However, at this moment, the other envoy who had been silent finally spoke up. Young Master Shen, I agree to your terms. I'm Huang Tong from the Heavenly Path Society. Thank you for this strategic opportunity. You're right, even at a loss, we must seize it for the strategy alone, not to mention the astronomical profits involved. However, we need to see the first batch of products and confirm that they can be mass-produced before we can start cooperation. Shenlang glanced at them, then signaled Jin Hui to lead them to the secret vault. Arriving at the vault, Jin Hui forcefully opened the door, and the dazzling light that followed once again shocked the two envoys. Inside, mirrors of various sizes and shapes were arranged, and the light they reflected under the candlelight made the whole room as bright as day. Taking a stick from Jin Hui, Shenlang said, to prove how low the cost of these mirrors is, I don't need to take you to the workshop. I can show you right here. Before the envoys could react, Shenlang struck the largest mirror in front of them. They rushed forward to stop him, fearing for the loss of what they saw as money. Shenlang paused his action and turned to say, then, within the next 10 days, you will deliver the money to the Count's mansion. Although Huang Tong was somewhat troubled by the time frame, he agreed and asked Shenlang to lay out all his conditions. Shenlang stated, I want 700,000 gold coins and 300,000 raw gold nuggets. The rougher, the better, as if they've just been smelted from the mine. Huang Tong was puzzled by the request for raw gold nuggets, but understood better than to ask questions about matters he shouldn't inquire into. Lastly, Shenlang emphasized, Huang Tong, this matter must not leak out in the slightest. When you deliver, it must be done quietly. Rest assured, young Master Shen, Huang Tong replied, there are only 5 elders in the Heavenly Path Society. Everything will be done according to your instructions, with no leaks whatsoever. The agreement was sealed with a handshake, a gesture of trust and commitment in such underground dealings. Given the tight timeline, Huang Tong dared not delay any longer. Taking a sample of the mirror, he hurried back to convince all members of the Elders' Council of this once-in-a-century strategic opportunity. Meanwhile, in Jin Mutsung's study, the fat man held the fountain pen prepared by Shenlang, beginning to showcase his legendary copying skills. With Shenlang dictating the story behind him, he wrote swiftly, marveling, brother-in-law's treasures are indeed plentiful. With this pen, my writing speed has tripled. Jin Mutsung found the content of the book increasingly exciting as he copied it, growing more energized as he worked. After 2 days and 1 night, he finished the first segment, covering over 50,000 words and ending with the Monkey King being trapped under the Five Fingers Mountain. Shenlang had intended to end the excerpt at the Havoc in the Heavenly Palace, but feared Qiu Yaoer might not tolerate such a cliffhanger and might end up killing Su Chanqian in frustration, which would be counterproductive. He then carefully packaged the manuscript and handed it to a trusted spy, stressing the importance of delivering it directly to Su Chanqian. The spy promised to ensure its safe delivery, even at the cost of his life. Once the spy had left, Jin Mutsung approached Shenlang, expressing his belief that this new book would surpass the popularity of boundless romantic affairs. Shenlang knew the book would be a hit but had no intention of making it widely known yet. He explained to Jean Mutsung that the book was written for one person in particular and success would be defined by its reception by that individual. Jean Mutsung, puzzled, asked who this crucial person was. Shenlang, with a serious tone, revealed that this individual was key to the survival of the Jean family, though currently in danger themselves. On the other side, after a long wait, Su Chantian finally received the manuscript. Astounded by its compelling storyline, she was convinced it was tailor-made for Qiu Yaoer and could outshine all rivals, securing her the coveted position of Qiu Yaoer's personal maid. The next day, aboard Qiu Yaoer headed to the hall to select a maid for storytelling. As blood trickled from her nose, her attendant, Green Ripples, quickly offered a handkerchief, though such incidents seemed commonplace to Qiu Yaoer, who simply wiped it away. Settling down, she inquired about the day's storytellers. Green Ripples respectfully informed her that 4 people had come forward, signaling them to enter. Storytelling was a fast track to advancement in the castle, but the mistress would tire of a story after 4 or 5 days, resulting in the storyteller's dismissal. Only I, Green Ripples, am her true confidant. This status allows Green Ripples to act as she pleases among the other women without fear of complaints. After a while, including Su Chantian, 4 women stood in the hall, and Su Chantian saw Qiu Yaoer once again, stirring emotions within her. Qiu Yaoer was lounging lazily in her chair, her striking figure making all other women seem ordinary by comparison. Turning around, Su Chantian noticed the other 3 women also gazing at Qiu Yaoer with adoring looks. Suddenly, she felt a malicious stare directed at her. Looking up, she saw Green Ripples looking down on her with disdain. "Green bitch, just you wait. Once I stand beside Qiu Yaoer, I'll make sure you're dead." Then, Green Ripples announced the rules. Everyone must present a story summarized in 100 words. The most interesting stories will earn their tellers the right to stay. The story competition among the 4 women began with the first girl telling a story named The Tale of the Bandit Slayer, about a female hero who, orphaned from a young age and raised by a martial arts master, grows up to avenge her parents. Su Chantian found it overly simplistic and crude, doubting Qiu Yaoer would find it intriguing, having likely heard hundreds of similar tales. It was the third woman's story that seemed to capture Qiu Yaoer's interest, unsettling Su Chantian. Although Shenlang's story was captivating, she worried the title wasn't sensational enough. Then, an idea struck her, and she declared her story's title to be The Buddha Must Be Destroyed. This title immediately caught Qiu Yaoer's attention. Su Chantian then outlined the story. Millennia ago, a stone egg was born from the heavens and earth. Years later, it split open to reveal a stone monkey. This monkey, naturally mischievous, not only learned the 72 transformations, but also used his abilities to challenge gods, annihilate Buddha, and fight the Jade. As her words ended, the mere synopsis had already deeply captivated Qiu Yaoer. Green Ripples, sensing trouble, quickly tried to select the third girl to stay during Qiu Yaoer's moment of distraction, urging the others to leave. However, before she could finish speaking, Qiu Yaoer directly pointed to Su Chantian, indicating her desire to hear The Buddha Must Be Destroyed. Despite her reluctance to let Su Chantian stay, Green Ripples could not defy her master's order and had to comply, leading the other 3 women out. Shortly after, incense was lit for Qiu Yaoer, who preferred to listen to stories without others around. Thus, in the vast hall, only she and Su Chantian remained. Su Chantian, adjusting her emotions, began to tell the story in earnest, constantly gauging Qiu Yaoer's reactions. Shenlang's writing is so profound. I'm really worried Qiu Yaoer might not understand it, she thought, noticing Qiu Yaoer's expressionless face. Oh no, did I actually guess right? Using the story given by Shenlang, Su Chantian successfully captured Qiu Yaoer's attention. To buy time, she deliberately slowed the pace of the story, but even the introduction had Qiu Yaoer utterly fascinated, as if opening a door to a new world within her heart. Such a boundless and mysterious world is exactly what I've dreamed of. Thinking back on the stories I've heard before, I can't help but feel disdain. What even were those stories compared to this? Suddenly, Qiu Yaoer stood up, interrupting Su Chantian, suggesting they pause there for the day. Su Chantian, alarmed, quickly asked, "Was it not good?" Qiu Yaoer reassured her, "I very much like this novel and intriguing story, and you've told it very well. It's precisely because it's so good that I need time to thoroughly reflect on this segment." Hearing Qiu Yaoer's praise, Su Chantian was so overjoyed she nearly cried. Then, Qiu Yaoer inquired, "How many chapters does this story have in total?" Upon learning the story had 100 chapters, Qiu Yaoer requested Su Chantian to stay by her side from that day forward, insisting on hearing the continuation of the story daily. Su Chantian was overjoyed, thinking, "I've finally achieved my goal," but despite all my efforts, I couldn't stay by the demonist's side. Yet, Shenlang did it effortlessly with just a few thousand words. I can't help feeling somewhat resentful. At that moment, Qiu Yaoer was no longer paying attention to her, instead walking straight to the viewing platform, her gaze forlornly fixed on the distance. She longed to explore the unknown world beyond her monotonous life, but was bound by the wait for someone whose identity she herself did not know, nor when they would arrive. All she could do was wait quietly. On the other hand, Shenlang, catering to Cho Yaoer's demand, had his brother-in-law tirelessly working like a mule. After 5 days of frantic copying, Jin Mutsong finally produced a 50,000-word masterpiece. With this, Su Chantian need not worry anymore. Now, we just await news from the Heavenly Path Society. At the Heavenly Path Society headquarters, Huang Tong effortlessly gained the elders' approval by simply presenting the mirror. The cost he revealed left the elders in shock, followed by excited exclamations. Heaven has eyes. The Heavenly Path Society will finally have its once-in-a-millennium chance to turn the tables. With this mirror, we have nothing to fear from the Hidden Origin Society. Huang Tong added, the other party is willing to transfer the mirror-making technique to us, but the conditions are a bit tricky. They're asking for 1 million gold coins within 10 days, and now we only have 7 days left. Hearing this, 2 of the elders exchanged glances, uncertain. Then, the bald elder exclaimed decisively that the money must be provided. In light of the strategic opportunity at hand, 1 million gold coins was insignificant. We must pay, even if it's more. To avoid any delay, the head elder immediately ordered Huang Tong to gather the gold coins locally and then inquired if there were any other conditions from the other party. Huang Tong replied, their additional requirement is that the glass needed for the mirrors must be purchased from the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, sold at 5% of the mirror's price. The elders frowned upon hearing this, not because they were unwilling to spend the money, but they didn't want to be at someone else's mercy. After a moment of contemplation, the head elder decided to have Huang Tong first gather and send the gold coins as a gesture of sincerity, and then negotiate the glass procurement issue with the other party. Huang Tong, understanding the urgency, accepted the command and managed to deliver several hundred carts filled with grain to the mythical Turtle Count's mansion on the 9th day. This grand procession of grain carts attracted the attention of many onlookers, sparking rumors about the possible sale of the mansion and preparations for departure. Suddenly, a brash man on horseback charged at one of the grain carts, causing it and its contents to overturn, revealing the grain out of the bag. This act of sabotage was carried out by Zhang Ji, who wanted to verify the contents of the carts supposedly filled with grain. Unbeknownst to him, once the carts entered the Count's mansion, they were directed to a secluded courtyard where the guards began to dismantle them. Opening the cart's hidden compartments revealed dazzling gold coins. Shenlang, witnessing the gold, admired the Heavenly Path Society's efficiency, noting their centuries-old dominance in trade and their adeptness at concealing such a straightforward gold transport. Huang Tong approached Shenlang with a piece of unprocessed gold, stating, young Master Shen, as per your request, 700,000 gold coins and 23,000 pounds of gold nuggets have been delivered. Shenlang accepted the gold, remarking on its high purity as natural gold from the mines. Huang Tong added, the 300,000 gold coins should equal 21,000 pounds of gold, but due to the impurity of most nuggets, we've compensated with 23,000 pounds to ensure no loss on your part. Additionally, the gold coins are newly minted without any inscriptions, making their origins untraceable. Hearing Huang Tong's meticulous attention to detail, Shenlang couldn't help but be impressed once more by the Heavenly Path Society's insight into human nature. He then turned to instruct Jin Hui, we can proceed now. Jin Hui, understanding immediately, followed the order and led a team to Cliffwatch Island. Noticing Huang Tong's hesitance, Shenlang deduced that he was here to negotiate about the glass. Smiling, Shenlang invited, Mr. Huang, please follow me to my secret workshop. Shortly after, Shenlang showed Huang Tong the mirror-making process, explaining it from start to finish. Huang Tong was completely won over, marveling, I never imagined the mirrors were simply made by coating glass with a thin layer of silver. The only challenge is ensuring the purity of the silver. Such a straightforward method directly netted 1 million. Shenlang is truly a business genius. Shenlang then handed Huang Tong a booklet, saying, this contains all the processes for making glass mirrors. It now belongs to the Heavenly Path Society. Upon opening the booklet, Huang Tong couldn't help but admire. The documentation of the production process is so thorough. Indeed, knowledge is wealth. The Heavenly Path Society exchanging 1 million for such an ally is absolutely worth it. Then, Huang Tong spoke again, young Master Shen is truly chosen by heaven. As an elder of the Heavenly Path Society, I wish to form a strategic alliance with you. Shenlang raised his hand. Congratulations to Elder Huang on your promotion. The handshake between the two was not just a promise between individuals, but a pledge of true alliance between the mythical Turtle Count's mansion and the Heavenly Path Society. Now allies, Shenlang knew what he had to do. He proposed to Huang Tong that the Heavenly Path Society only needs to purchase glass from the mythical Turtle Count's mansion for the next 5 years. Afterward, the glass-making process would be entirely transferred to the Heavenly Path Society. The only condition was that all future glass products would involve a 3% commission for the Jin family. Huang Tong had no objections and nodded in agreement, thereby officially sealing the deal between the two parties. With only 2 days left until the mythical Turtle Count's mansion needed to clear its debts, the mansion received an unexpected visitor, Shuepan, the heir of the Martial Peace Count's mansion. He had come to break off his sister, Shueli's engagement pregnant, using her secret illness as the reason. Hearing this, Shenlang couldn't help but chuckle sardonically. What secret illness? Isn't it just that something's rotten there? This inadvertent laugh caught Xue Pan's attention, making Shenlang quickly turn his head away in feigned indifference. Lady Jean, already at her breaking point, ordered a brazier to be brought over and, without a second word, threw the marriage contract into the fire. She then sternly told Xue Pan, "Go back and tell your father that I hope the Su family does not regret their actions today." Xue Pan, unfazed by Lady Jin's emotions, and seeing the marriage contract burn, tore up his copy as well. He then pretentiously offered, "Madam Jests, I've heard that Lord Mythical Turtle is unwell, and I wish to visit on my father's behalf." Lady Jean flatly rejected him. "There's no need for a visit. It would only make my husband nauseous to see you. Please leave if there's nothing else." Shenlang chimed in, "Mother-in-law, it seems our ancestors really should have wiped out the Xue family completely, so we wouldn't have to deal with a pack of ingrates biting back at us now." Xue Pan left without showing any visible reaction, simply bidding farewell before turning to leave. However, shortly after Xue Pan's departure, another visitor arrived, Ning Jing, the younger brother of Sovereign's sixth prince Ning Zheng. Lady Jean, along with Jean Mulan and others, promptly went out to greet him. Unlike Ning Zheng, Ning Jing was not known for his honesty and straightforwardness, and his sudden visit raised questions. Ning Jing's gaze drifted towards Jean Mulan, inwardly remarking on her beauty. After everyone was seated, Lady Jean politely inquired about the purpose of Ning Jing's visit. Ning Jing pompously stated, "I heard my uncle is seriously ill, so I came to visit. I also heard that the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion owes a huge debt that's due soon. To alleviate my aunt's stress, I've come to donate some money." Lady Jean was startled by this. Everyone knew the sixth prince was notoriously selfish and greedy, a true miser who never parted with his money. His offer to donate money surely hid an ulterior motive. Then, Ning Jing shouted for his men to bring in the money. Following his command, dozens of guards entered, carrying chests, causing Lady Jean to exclaim at the apparent amount. However, when Ning Jing ordered the chests to be opened, they were found to be filled with copper coins. Shenlang activated his titanium alloy eyes and began calculating the number of copper coins using his intellect. Though the chests seemed to contain hundreds of thousands of copper coins, when converted to silver, they amounted to only a few thousand, and in gold, merely a few hundred. "Ning Jing, you're really something. This isn't support, it's clearly adding insult to injury." Ning Jing then bowed and said, "My palace's daily expenses are high, and I haven't saved much money. This is all I have. I hope my aunt won't find it too little." Upon hearing this, Shenlang inwardly cursed, "You, the sixth prince, are famously greedy, exploiting your favor with the sovereign to amass wealth, and now you claim this is all you can offer? What's your real purpose here? To humiliate us?" Lady Jean managed to suppress her anger and said, "We do not accept charity without cause. The Jean family cannot accept such a grand gesture from the sixth prince. Please take these back." However, Ning Jing ignored her, continuing on his own agenda. "I am related to my aunt, and I find the location of the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion, close to the sea with its pleasant scenery, to be very appealing. Moreover, the castle's position atop a mountain offers an excellent vantage point overall. Soon, I will come of age, and I will ask my father to grant this place to me." At these words, Lady Jin's expression darkened, her anger nearly reaching its peak. Seeing their mother trembling with rage, Jean Mulan and Shenlang quickly stepped in to calm her, with Shenlang issuing a dismissal. "Sixth prince, my mother-in-law is not feeling well and cannot continue to entertain guests. Please, come back another day." Ning Jing, realizing his stay was unwelcome, arrogantly said, "I'll come back the day after tomorrow," before strutting off. Watching Ning Jing's departure, Shenlang smirked with deep significance. Such arrogance and presumptuousness from the sixth prince are truly detestable. Yet, if used correctly in the future, he could bring ruin to many. Lady Jean, relieved to see Ning Jing gone, sat up straight, fuming. "I never thought that waste would covet our castle, even daring to revel in our misfortune." Shenlang consoled her, "Mother-in-law, don't worry. I'll soon make a strong statement against these people, showing them that the Jean family is not to be trifled with." On the day before the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion's accounts were to be settled, the seemingly fragile Miss Chiyu from the Chi family also came to visit Shenlang. Barely seated, she adopted a sympathetic tone. "Young Master Shen, did you know that Lin Ma is dead?" Shenlang calmly sipped his tea and responded, "I'm aware, but his death has nothing to do with me." Chiyu continued, "Now that both the Su and Lin families' silk industries have collapsed, and most farmers in the province of the southern journey rely on sericulture for their livelihood, the absence of buyers for the cocoons would spell disaster. My Chi family has decided to take over the workshops and the entire silk industry from the Su and Lin families to save these farmers. Additionally, aware of the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion's urgent need for funds, my family is interested in purchasing the Jean family's prime mulberry fields at a high price." Observing Chiyu's harmless facade, Shenlang couldn't help but think, becoming Zhang Ji's fiancée really has its perks. The Jean and Chi families had no prior connection, yet now they're reaching out to the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion. With a resigned gesture, Shenlang thought, "We can't sell the land right now, nor can we let her know we have a contingency plan." If this gets back to the prefect, it could spoil everything. It seems I have no choice but to put on an act with her again. What a nuisance. The day of reckoning finally arrived, with gloomy weather setting the stage. Various powers, like vultures to carrion, gathered, ready for the feast of division. Many creditors of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, led by Prince Uncle Ning Chi, marched into the castle, signaling the drama's commencement. The mythical Turtle Count, despite his illness, came forward with his family to greet them. His pale, emaciated appearance suggested he might be blown away by a mere gust of wind. His continuous coughing while greeting Prince Uncle Ning Chi was a harrowing sight. Upon witnessing this, Ning Chi felt conflicted and said, "I once warned you that winning the Isle of Gold Mountain dispute might not be in your best interest. You should have known when to stop. If you had listened to me, you wouldn't have ended up in this state." The mythical Turtle Count, through clenched teeth, responded, "Jinjua is grateful for Prince Uncle's advice, but I'd rather be shattered jade than intact tile." He then mustered all his strength to shout, "Today, to all present, whatever knife you wish to thrust at the Jin family, go ahead. I, Jinjua, will not back down." As the mythical Turtle Count's firm declaration resonated, Ning Chi's expression grew solemn, and the eager creditors behind him seemed ready to pounce. Since the mythical Turtle Count has put it so bluntly, don't blame us for being ruthless later on. Shen Lang, standing behind the mythical Turtle Count, silently praised his father-in-law's acting skills, thinking, "Father-in-law is getting better at this. Just hold on a little longer, our counterattack is imminent." Soon, everyone took their seats, with Ning Chi Prince Uncle presiding over the proceedings. Zhu Rong the governor and significant figures like the 6th Prince Ning Jing acted as witnesses, facing the mythical Turtle Count's family and the creditors. In the first round, Shooting You presented a debt note from the previous mythical Turtle Count for borrowing funds to fight the pirate king Qiu Tianwei, asking if the current count acknowledged this debt. The mythical Turtle Count openly admitted to it. Shooting You then stated, including interest, this contract amounts to 1.7 million gold coins. The mythical Turtle Count has paid back 1 million over the past 20 years, leaving a remaining debt of 700,000 gold coins. The deadline has now arrived, but a month ago, your son-in-law Shen Lang mentioned that your family could no longer afford to repay. Is that correct? Shen Lang confirmed this, and the mythical Turtle Count, unable to contain himself any longer, broke into violent coughing. Lady Jean rushed to his side, exclaiming, "Husband," when she noticed his handkerchief soaked with fresh blood. Zhu Rong the governor silently observed the scene, pondering, it seems the mythical Turtle Count's days are numbered. If he falls, the Jean family might be finished. However, Shooting You was relentless, continuing, "This contract was secured with Cliff Watch Island as collateral. Since your family cannot repay the debt, as per the sovereign's decree communicated by Ning Chi Prince Uncle, our Hidden Origin Society will reclaim Cliff Watch Island. If there are no objections, please, mythical Turtle Count, sign here. The Hidden Origin Society will ask the governor to deploy troops to take over Cliff Watch Island." Hearing Shooting You's words, the mythical Turtle Count coughed violently again and then fainted. Seizing the moment, Shooting You added fuel to the fire. Even if the mythical Turtle Count is unable to sign, the contract is here. Ning Chi Prince Uncle is here. The minister is here. It can be enforced. Lady Jean was furious. Shooting You, don't think we don't know why all of my father-in-law's military deployments were known to Qiu Tianwei. It was your Hidden Origin Society that leaked the information to him, leading to our complete defeat. An elder from the Hidden Origin Society retorted, "Madam Su, do not make baseless accusations. Words have consequences." This only angered Lady Jean further. To hear such shameless words from an elder of the Hidden Origin Society truly enlightens me, Su Peipei. As she was about to continue her rebuttal, Shen Lang quickly intervened, asking her to rest with her husband and leave the rest to him. Lady Jean silently handed over the family seal to Shen Lang. Seeing this, Shooting You internally scoffed. The Jean family now relies on such a minor son-in-law. No wonder it's about to fall. After Jean Hui and Jean Zhong escorted Lady Jean and the mythical Turtle Count away, Shen Lang took the seal and sat down. "Gentlemen, from now on, I will fully represent my father-in-law in negotiations with all of you." Shooting You, displaying a disdainful attitude, tapped on the table. "There's nothing to discuss. Just sign." Unable to contain his greed, Shooting You pressed, "Son-in-law Shen, there's no need to play dumb. If your Jean family wishes to maintain dignity, sign this transfer agreement. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to ask the governor to send troops to the island and forcibly evict you." Shen Lang, pretending to panic, agreed to sign. "Then, I should sign. It would be rude not to accept such generosity." However, his hand holding the pen hesitated to make the mark. The hall was silent, with all the creditors eagerly watching Shen Lang's pen, internally urging him to hurry up and sign. "Why the hell don't you sign it?" Suddenly, Shen Lang set the pen down and said, "Not only the Hidden Origin Society is here to collect debts today. If there are any other contracts, bring them all out." As soon as these words were spoken, the elders of the Hidden Origin Society were all stunned. "Shen Lang, that's quite the bold statement you have there. Just our family's debt. You Jean family can't even pay it off, and you want everyone to chip in? You must be out of your mind." Seeing that everyone was indifferent, Shen Lang spoke up again to urge, "Are there any other creditors? Come out." At this moment, the air of the peaceful stability counts mansion, Manhwa, stood up. Holding a promissory note, he said, "This is the debt of the owner of the brocade and embroidery pavilion, Lin Ma. Though he is dead, the debt does not vanish with him. As a relative by marriage of the Lin family, I have the right to reclaim it. Do you, Mr. Shin, acknowledge this debt?" Shin Lang, with a disdainful gesture, said, "Of course, I acknowledge it. Isn't it just 3,500 gold coins? Who else has debts? Hurry up and bring them out." Then, Chiu Xiao also stood up and said, 20 years ago, Jin Yu attacked our Chiu family and was utterly defeated. To seek peace, they signed a ceasefire agreement with us, agreeing to pay 9,000 gold coins each year. Though this year is the last, your family might not live past this month. Might as well settle it all now. After finishing, his gaze turned to Jean Mulan on the side. What a pity, such a beauty. If the crown prince hadn't set his sights on her, I would have taken her for myself no matter what. At this moment, Shin Lang still showed an indifferent attitude. 9,000 gold coins, right? Acknowledge. Of course, I acknowledge. Who else? A moment later, the heir of the Marshal Peace Count's mansion, Shui Pan, also joined in. Mr. Shin, 20 years ago, when the Jin family attacked the Chiu family and lost, they wanted to provide compensation to the army but had no money. My Shui family voluntarily sent 30,000 gold coins, charged at the lowest interest rate by the Hidden Origin Society, making it a total of 51,000 gold coins with interest. But due to the relationship at that time, no contract was signed. I wonder if the Jin family acknowledges this account now. Upon hearing this, Shin Lang's expression immediately turned sour. At that time, the money sent by the Shui family was said to be given, not lent. If it comes to an argument, everything of the Marshal Peace Count's mansion and the Southern Sea Sword faction was provided by the Jin ancestors. But this amount of money is not even 1/10,000th of the Jin family's kindness towards the Shui family. In such a situation now, you even come to kick us when we're down. Alright, just wait. Shooting You coldly looked at Shin Lang. In just this short time, your Jin family's debt has increased by 63,500 gold coins. I'd like to see how you, Shin Lang, will pay it off. Suddenly, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue also stood up and said, I have more here. It's the end of the year now, and your mythical Turtle Count's mansion's taxes have not yet been submitted to the National Treasury. Currently, including the penalty, the total is 27,000 gold coins. Indeed, the Yu Kingdom has various projects every year, requiring old nobility to mobilize peasants for labor. It's impossible to send people from thousands of miles away to work, so the sovereign requires the nobles to convert it into money. But in these decades, the peasants' money has never been fixed, and most nobles choose to ignore it without submitting any. Only Jin Shua, with his straightforward character, has been clear about it every year. However, this has become an excuse, being accused by the Ministry of Revenue of not paying enough. It seems you bunch of scoundrels really want to force us to sell assets in good fields, Shin Lang coldly said to them. No problem, I acknowledge all these. Is there anything else? Shooting You pointed at Shin Lang and coldly said, Stop pretending, sign quickly. We are still waiting to take over Cliffwatch Island. Shui Pan and Chiu Xiao also mocked Shin Lang. If the remaining 100,000 gold coins cannot be produced, the Jin Sword Lady and 10,000 acres of fertile land can be used to settle the account. At this time, everyone's gaze was filled with mockery and cruelty. Your Jin family is completely finished this time. 800,000 gold coins is the tax of 2 provinces of the southern journey. Even if a god came now, he couldn't help your mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Shooting You said coldly, Shin Lang, you better sign quickly. We don't have time to waste here with you. Looking at the faces of these people, Shin Lang suddenly slowly stood up, letting out a cold, mocking laugh. Then, laughing wildly, tore up the agreement in front of him. He then tore off the black coat he was wearing, revealing the luxurious brocade robe underneath. Shooting You's face changed dramatically. Shin Lang, have you gone mad? How dare you tear up the debt contract? Shin Lang raised the black robe in his hand and waved it. Shooting You, I signed your mother's agreement. You think 800,000 gold coins will make the Jin family sell off assets? Dream on. Then he pointed at the others and cursed. All of you bastards, stand properly. My Jin family won't be short of 800,000 for you. After a loud shout, open the gate. As his words fell, the ceiling suddenly cracked, and a dazzling golden light enveloped the entire hall. The next second, gold coins poured down like a torrential rain, shocking everyone present with this splendid scene. If you ask if it hurts to be hit by gold coins, of course, it does. But they didn't care, letting the gold coins pelt their bodies. But Jean Mulan and Shin Lang didn't want to be hit. They were prepared, immediately holding up a wooden umbrella, though each gold coin only weighs 35 grams. When they fell onto the table like a small mountain, the actual weight immediately crushed the table. Moments after the last gold coin fell, everyone present was still in a dreamlike state, unable to believe what they saw. Is this really 800,000 gold coins? How did Shin Lang manage to gather this amount of money in 1 month? Looking at the expressions of everyone present, Shin Lang felt incredibly pleased inside. This grand show of arrogance made him thrill to every single hair on his body. He disdainfully said to everyone in front of him, Ladies and gentlemen, these gold coins here are definitely more than 800,000. We're too lazy to deliver them to you, so just count and take them away yourselves. Whatever is extra, consider consider it a gift from the Jin family. Is it just these few 100,000 gold coins? You've mobilized the imperial censors and manipulated public opinion, making it seem like our mythical turtle count's mansion is on the brink of death. Was that really necessary? Is this all the ambition you have? At this moment, Shu Tingyu trembled as he looked at the gold coins in his hand. What do you mean by just a few 100,000 gold coins? In the past, these gold coins could hire 3,000 warriors, recruit 5,000 civilian soldiers, and even hire a fleet with hundreds of warships. But now, Shenlang can use these 800,000 gold coins to overwhelm them, earning the right to boast unchallenged. Then, Shenlang continued to boast. People outside say that I spend 300 gold coins on a single piece of clothing, that I need 100 fish for a meal. That's simply unjust to me. Look at my clothes. None of them are worth less than 500 gold coins. I need tens of thousands of fish for a meal, because I consume over half a pound of caviar at one sitting. Our mythical turtle count's mansion has plenty of money, not just 800,000, even 1 million, 2 million, I can afford it. Such rumors simply lower our status. After finishing, he turned to the dignitaries. Prince Uncle, the governor, imperial censor, today you have all witnessed that my mythical turtle count's mansion has cleared all debts. I ask the dignitaries to acknowledge the debt clearance of my mythical turtle count's mansion. Then, Shenlang walked up to Ningqi Prince Uncle and bowed. Prince Uncle, today, with you as my witness, has my mythical turtle count's mansion cleared all debts to the Hidden Origin Society and everyone present. After this, the Hidden Origin Society and others no longer have the right to force us to hand over Cliffwatch Island, right? Ningqi Prince Uncle coughed lightly and announced, from today onwards, the ownership of Cliffwatch Island will permanently belong to the Jin family. After speaking, he looked at Shenlang again. Last time, I just thought this young man was quite talented, but this time, his method of turning the situation around is truly astonishing. At this moment, Shenlang said, Shu Tingyu, now that our debts are settled, stop coveting my family's treasure island. That's a golden island, after all. Saying this, he pretended to realize he had let something slip and quickly covered his mouth. Alright, I'm very busy, so I won't keep you all any longer. He then left with Jean Mulan and his brother-in-law, striding away. The only one left silent at the side was the sixth prince, whose eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity, deliberately ignoring me in public. Well done, Shenlang. You, a mere son-in-law, dare not to take me, the sixth prince. Seriously? The dignitaries watched as Shenlang and the others left, then also stood up to leave, leaving only the Hidden Origin Society and others looking at each other, and the gold scattered all over the floor. At this time, Shu Tingyu said, everyone, please take your share. I'm about to have people count and load the gold. Wu Yuanhua bowed to Shu Tingyu, indicating that he was giving up his claim to the debt, and seeing this, Shuepan also left. They weren't here for the money. Now that the Jin family was unharmed and had even slapped everyone's face, there was no point in staying. Shu Tingyu approached Qiu Xiao and said, young master of the city, please take back your 9,000 gold coins. Qiu Xiao bent down to pick up a gold coin and suddenly said, did you notice the rough craftsmanship of these gold coins? In the absence of any marks or text, it seems like they are newly minted coins, and this gold bullion seems to have been recently smelted, not yet having undergone the final purification. Remember what Shenlang said before he left? Golden Island. The reason he was so desperate to keep Cliffwatch Island is there. A mythical turtle count with merely 2,000 or 3,000 private soldiers dares to hide such a tremendous wealth. Aren't they afraid of being wiped out? After finishing, he no longer paid attention to Shu Tingyu, nor did he take the 9,000 gold coins, and walked out laughing. At this moment, in Qiu Zhao's heart, the seed of greed had already sprouted. What's 9,000 gold coins? He was after the island filled with gold mines. Watching Qiu Zhao's departing figure, Shu Tingyu suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Trouble is brewing. This is going to lead to big trouble. Meanwhile, inside the mythical Turtle City Lord's mansion, numerous dignitaries had already set up a victory feast, eagerly awaiting the news of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion's downfall. Some were even planning the uses for the 10,000 acres of land. At this time, Wu Yuanhua walked in from the main entrance, and all the seated dignitaries swarmed up to him. However, facing the clamor of these people, Wu Yuanhua, who was already depressed, became even more irritable. He raised his hand to silence everyone and said, stop dreaming, we lost. Shenlang didn't bring out 700,000 gold coins, it was 800,000. Not only that, he turned these gold coins into a golden rain that fell on our heads, humiliating us thoroughly. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Then, someone expressed skepticism, thinking that Wu Yuanhua was joking. Shenlang isn't a god. How could he possibly come up with 800,000 gold coins in 1 month? At this point, Wu Yuanhua could no longer suppress the emotions inside him and yelled, do you think I'm in the mood to joke? Go back and prepare. Something big is about to happen. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to everyone, turned around, and walked straight towards the exit. Meanwhile, inside the Jin High Count's mansion, Tang Luan and his son, Tang Yun, were still completely unaware, toasting and drinking in the courtyard, discussing how the mythical Turtle Count's mansion would be destroyed. Tang Luan said excitedly, our century-old enemy is finally going to be finished. When Jin Zhou suddenly appeared, he shocked the world. So what? Now he's still ruined by Jin Zhou, this mediocre person. If Jin Zhou Cho knew everything that's happening now, he'd probably be so angry he'd jump out of his grave. At this moment, Tang Yun reminded his father, "We're managing the Cliffwatch Island iron mine for the Hidden Origin Society and taking 30% of the net profits. Although we also manage the salt fields and take half of the earnings, we have to submit 70% of those profits to the Hidden Origin Society, and 70% of the Isle of Gold Mountain also goes to Chiu Tianwei. Comparing the effort and returns, our family is actually at a loss." Tang Luan laughed loudly after hearing this. Although our family is at a loss, the mythical turtle count is completely ruined. To bring down the Jin family at such a cost, I'm willing. I accept this loss. At this moment, Chiu Xiao walked in with a gloomy face. Tang Luan excitedly asked if he had brought good news. Chiu Xiao coldly said, "Tang Luan, don't be too pleased with yourself. The Jin family hasn't been destroyed. That pretty boy didn't bring out 700,000, but 800,000, and I'm sure his family must have more gold." Hearing this news, Tang Luan trembled as if struck by lightning. How is this possible? That's 700,000 gold coins. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Tang Luan frantically asked Chiu Xiao if Shenlang could bring out this money. Why would the mythical turtle count be so destitute? Why would Su Peipei be borrowing money everywhere and become the laughingstock of the world? Chiu Xiao could only tell him, all that the Jin family did was an act. They performed a grand conspiracy play for everyone. Hearing this, Tang Luan's heart completely collapsed, and the dizziness from the alcohol made him fall heavily to the ground. Then he managed to squeeze out a voice. "I've given the economic lifeline of my Tang family, the Isle of Gold Mountain, to you, the Chiu family, for nothing. After giving so much, you're telling me now that the Jin family is safe and sound. What does that make my Tang family? Doesn't that make me, Tang Luan, a laughingstock in the eyes of the world?" This blow caused Tang Luan's chest to suddenly tighten. In the next second, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, while the entire mythical turtle city was in chaos. Zhang Chong had already disappeared from everyone's sight for a long time. He remained silent when others attacked the Jin family. When others demanded the Jin family hand over Cliffwatch Island, he made no statement, as if he had become invisible. The only thing he did was to report to the sovereign more than a month ago that he was seriously ill and needed several months of rest. He seemed to have gone from a star of the Yu Kingdom to a person who had fallen on hard times in the mouths of others. Miss Chiyu appeared outside the Zhang family's old house, and at that time, two people were casually talking about the news of Zhang Chong being defeated by Jin family's son-in-law. He never recovered after that incident, and the Jin High Count boldly gave away the Isle of Gold Mountain just to put the Jin family in a desperate situation. Listening to the discussions from outside, Chiyu's face grew increasingly ugly. Entering the house, Chiyu went straight to Zhang Chong's bedside, and then respectfully informed him. Shenlang brought out 800,000 gold coins. He has won again. Hearing this, Zhang Chong suddenly sat up from the bed. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Suddenly, a sharp pain on his forehead made him instinctively cover his forehead. Unexpectedly, Shenlang's cunning had exceeded his own understanding of him. What exactly happened this month? Chiyu was also baffled about this matter, because not just her, everyone was clueless about how Shenlang managed to do it. Moments later, Zhang Ji returned to his father's room, completely unable to hide the shock in his heart. Shenlang really brought out 800,000 gold coins, just as his father had predicted. He had planned everything well before the dispute over the Isle of Gold Mountain, playing everyone in the palm of his hand. Admiring Shenlang's cunning, Zhang Chong had to admire, thinking 3, even 4 steps ahead. Facing such a formidable opponent in my life is truly a great pleasure. Then Zhang Chong spoke again. If I'm not mistaken, Qiu Zhao's end is near, and it will be a miserable one. Given Shenlang's character, Qiu Xiao has repeatedly framed the Count's mansion, and Shenlang's lack of retaliation is definitely not normal. And next, he surely has a big net waiting for countless people to fall into. Who knows how many will perish in his grand scheme. Right now, I've already heard the drums of war sounding, seeing the downfall of Chiu Tianwei's maritime empire and the destruction of the 100-year-old Tang family. Zhang Ji, get ready. The battle is about to begin. This time, Shenlang will definitely eliminate all these families opposing him in one fell swoop. But we will not only not stop him, we will cooperate with him, using him to clear all obstacles for the sovereign's new policies. Then he told Zhang Ji, "Oh, by the way, let me tell you, Su Qianqian is not dead." Hearing this, Zhang Ji's face changed dramatically. How is that possible? That night, I clearly heard that Su Qianqian was burned to death in her room. Zhang Chong looked at his son and asked, "Did you see her body with your own eyes?" Zhang Ji was stunned. After the fire was extinguished that night, I went to check. Indeed, I did not see another body's trace. I thought it had been turned to ash by the fire. Zhang Chong continued, "I've sent someone to inspect the ruins of the Su family. There was a secret room in Su Qianqian's room, and it stored buckets of water. And if I'm not mistaken, she is now in league with Shenlang." Hearing this, Zhang Ji was shocked. "Then I will find a way to kill her now." Zhang Chong shook his head. "As far as I know, now, Su Qianqian has already infiltrated Qiu Yaoer's side. This must also be Shenlang's idea. Since she has become Shenlang's secret agent, we should cooperate with him. Otherwise, with Qiu Yaoer guarding Furious Tide City, who could take it down?" Meanwhile, the news of Shenlang raising 800,000 100,000 gold coins, and raining gold coins on the dignitaries in his mansion quickly shocked the world, becoming a hot topic for discussion. Under the analysis of various experts, news soon spread that the mythical Turtle Count's mansion had discovered a gold mine. After all, raising 800,000 gold coins in a month is something not even the wealthiest merchants or the sovereign could achieve, let alone the fact that the Jean family now guards Cliffwatch Island, forbidding anyone from approaching. This move made people even more convinced that Cliffwatch Island indeed had a gold mine. The scene shifts to the garden of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, where the now debt-free mythical Turtle Count no longer feigns illness, regaining his usual complexion. Lady Jean, seeing her husband rejuvenated by her son-in-law's weight loss medicine without any side effects, and even more dashing, was very tempted and hurriedly asked Shenlang if she could also take it. Hearing this, Shenlang immediately showed a shocked expression. My heavens, Madam Mother-in-law, is there any woman in the world with a better figure than yours? Adding a little would mean overweight, losing a little would mean too thin. With such a figure, do you still need to lose weight? Aren't you leaving no room for other women in the world? Lady Jean was already delighted in her heart and turned to teach the mythical Turtle Count, this straightforward man, you should learn something. Seeing this, the mythical Turtle Count quickly changed the subject. We're getting off topic. Shenlang, let's talk about the next plan. Shenlang, seeing this, also put away his playful expression and said seriously, Father-in-law, with the great battle approaching, we need to proceed with our plan to recruit aggressively, expanding the army by 2,000. The mythical Turtle Count asked after a moment of silence, should we recruit from outside or from within our territory? The wandering warriors outside have high combat capabilities but low loyalty, while we can only select some militia from within our domain, which might not be sufficient in terms of combat effectiveness. Shenlang laughed. No worries, though we speak of a great war, we're essentially just deploying troops on the island for show. It's more about cunning and strategy, defeating the enemy with intelligence. We only need to recruit and complete the expansion within 3 days. Father-in-law, you will then lead 4,000 troops to station on Cliffwatch Island, leaving only 1,000 troops in the mansion. Additionally, Elder Huang from the Heavenly Path Society has unconditionally supported us with 100,000 gold coins 2 days ago. I will use this 400,000 gold coins, and we will spend 400,000 gold coins to decorate this island of gold, transform all the previous iron mines into gold mines. We must make everyone believe that we have shifted our strategic focus to Cliffwatch Island, even expressing the will to abandon our land and castle, but not Cliffwatch Island. The mythical Turtle Count nodded repeatedly. I will set off immediately after we complete the expansion in 3 days. He then couldn't help but sigh. If I weren't an insider, I would definitely believe that Cliffwatch Island has discovered a huge gold mine. Knowing Chiu Xiao and Tang Luan, they will surely be convinced this plan really has deceived everyone in the world. However, Shenlang shook his head. There is one person who will not be fooled, and with his intelligence, he must have seen through this plan long ago. Haven't you noticed? Zhang Chong has been absent for several months. He claims to be recuperating at home, which is the biggest abnormality. The mythical Turtle Count was shocked. Our strategy is flawless. How could he possibly see through it? Shenlang explained. A truly astute player won't be bothered by your feints. He will directly grasp your true intention, seeing through your ultimate goal. If I'm not mistaken, our prefect wants to use this chess game to eliminate 3 major forces to establish his century-long legacy. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman profits. Zhang Chong wants to be that fisherman who laughs last. Shenlang's analysis was spot on. For others, this chess game might seem complicated and confusing, but for him and Zhang Chong, it's almost like playing an open game. Then, turning the conversation, Shenlang once again looked at Mulan, instructing her to complete the recruitment task as soon as possible. Upon receiving the instructions, Mulan reluctantly got up to leave, but her mind was still on the promise made in the round room with Shenlang before. Thinking of this, she stopped, turned back, and asked Shenlang, "Husband, do you remember the bet you made with me?" Shenlang looked at Jean Mulan with a puzzled face. What bet? Mulan was speechless. This big blockhead, he actually forgot such an important thing, but since their parents were present, she could only leave in a huff, her face flushed with irritation. However, in this household, Jean Mulan wasn't the only one feeling anxious. At that moment, little Bing couldn't help but complain inwardly. Miss, you can't always hesitate. If you don't make a move, when will I ever get the chance to act on my feelings for the young master? This is going to kill me. Gold mines appeared on Cliffwatch Island. The most anxious, of course, was Jean High Count Tangluan. At this moment, he was having people study the gold from the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. He didn't believe that these golds were mined from Cliffwatch Island, but from another perspective, he was actually just jealous. When the alchemist confirmed that this was gold just unearthed not long ago, Tangluan's face changed drastically. How could this be? Cliffwatch Island has been mined for hundreds of years, and no gold mine was ever discovered. The alchemist hurriedly explained. Most gold mines are hidden deep underground, and gold mines are often discovered by chance. Hearing this, Tangluan coveted Cliffwatch Island even more, but he feared this was Shenlang's plot. Truly frightened by this little beast, then Tangluan bellowed, "Send more people to investigate. Try all means to probe the truth, to confirm the authenticity authenticity of this gold mine. At this time, Tang Yin said, now the Jin family's defenses are extremely tight. The spies sent are gone without return, and they are also expanding their army, focusing their main force on Cliffwatch Island. At this moment, Tang Luan looked towards Tanzong, asking where his elder brother Tang Yen was. The only one capable of infiltrating Cliffwatch Island now was his martial full son. However, Tanzong, faced with his father's question, hesitated to speak. Seeing Tang Luan about to explode in anger, he had no choice but to tell the truth. Father, elder brother said he will not come. He doesn't have the time, and also said not to look for him in the future, to not disturb him learning the new swordsmanship. Hearing Tanzong's words, Tang Luan became furious. This miscreant has gone mad following Li Qianqiu. This son of mine is truly raised in vain. After saying this, he ordered someone to prepare the carriage. It was necessary for him to visit Zhang Chong in mythical Turtle City tonight. That evening, Tang Luan rushed to the Zhang family's old mansion. Faced with Tang Luan's sudden visit, Zhang Chong was not surprised inside, but still showed great shock. However, seeing that Zhang Chong was truly recuperating in bed, Tang Luan couldn't help but look down on him a bit. But then he thought, is he, the mythical turtle count, pretending to be sick? You, Zhang Chong, wouldn't be pretending as well, right? Then he jokingly said, Mr. Prefect, at this time, you still have the interest to lie sick in bed? Zhang Chong expressed helplessness. I've reached my limits. There's nothing more I can do. Tang Luan, dissatisfied, said, if Prefect has other concerns, I won't insist. I came today to inquire about something. What do you think about the gold mine suddenly discovered on Cliffwatch Island? Is it real or fake? Zhang Chong suggested. Shenlang is too cunning, but this time it's too coincidental. It's very likely he made a huge deal with someone, exchanging for gold, perhaps with the Heavenly Path Society. Hearing Zhang Chong's analysis, Tang Luan mocked. What kind of deal could possibly earn 800,000 all at once? The Qi family, being the Spice Kings, are wealthy enough to rival nations, yet they only earn around 10,000 gold coins a year. Unless someone loots like Qiu Tianwei, how could they earn so much? If there really is a gold mine on Cliffwatch Island, now would be the Jin family's most vulnerable time. Once they complete their military expansion, attacking them would be difficult, but the island's defenses are too strong. No one can get close to verify the truth. After hearing Tang Luan, Zhang Chong simply lowered his head and said, there is someone who, even if he went to Cliffwatch Island, the Jin family wouldn't dare kill. He then fell silent. Tang Luan stood there, pondering Zhang Chong's words, then suddenly thought of Qiu Xiao. Right, if Qiu Xiao led 20 or 30,000 pirates to Cliffwatch Island, the Jin family indeed wouldn't dare to kill. With this thought, Tang Luan didn't stay any longer, leaving with, Prefect, please take care of your health. As he left, Zhang Chong smiled meaningfully. Shenlang, I've delivered Qiu Xiao right to your doorstep. In Furious Tide City, a sandalwood incense was lit again. As the story of the Buddha must be destroyed unfolded, Qiu Yaoer became more and more intoxicated daily, wishing she could tie Su Qianqian by her side to tell her stories every day, especially when she heard about the Monkey King causing havoc in the heavens, proclaiming himself as the great sage equal to heaven. She listened with even more fervor. Now in her heart, this Monkey King is the true hero who fears no authority, daring to sweep away all injustices in the world. When she heard Su Qianqian say, the Monkey King was suppressed under the Five Fingers Mountain, she empathetically said, am I not also suppressed under the Five Fingers Mountain? Su Qianqian was suddenly stunned. Why would she say such a thing? You, Qiu Yaoer, with such domineering presence, now apart from a few grandmasters who can compete with you, who else is your opponent? Who else can suppress you? Qiu Yaoer sighed and said, my heart is far away, but my body is imprisoned here. Su Qianqian's heart trembled. Qiu Yaoer actually opened up to her. Seizing this opportunity, Su Qianqian empathetically asked her, why not leave if you feel so suppressed? Qiu Yaoer did not answer, simply asking her to continue the story. Su Qianqian naturally did not dare to keep asking. When the story reached Tang Sanzang rescuing the Monkey King and going to the west to fetch the scriptures together, Qiu Yaoer actually showed the longing look of a young girl. Then she stood up and looked out the window, wishing she could go to the ends of the sea like the Monkey King, wondering if it was as mysterious as in the story, but she couldn't leave. It seemed like she had an obsession, like a padlock, trapping her here. At this moment, Su Qianqian, looking at Qiu Yaoer's lonely figure, somehow felt a bit intoxicated in her heart. She was too beautiful and too strong. The charm she radiated was simply breathtaking. Suddenly, Qiu Yaoer felt a warm flow in her nostrils, followed by two streams of fresh red gushing out. Her brain also felt dizzy, rushing to her head. The next second, everything went black, and she collapsed straight down. Su Qianqian screamed in shock at the scene, hurriedly calling for help, but Qiu Yaoer never woke up. Qiu Yaoer's condition worsened, and all the doctors brought by Qiu Tianwei could not find the cause of the illness. In anger, he even killed many doctors to stop this slaughter, and to save Qiu Yaoer, an anxious Su Qianqian had no choice but to write a secret letter, seeking help from Shenlang. When Shenlang saw the content of Su Qianqian's plea, his instinctive reaction was, this woman actually wants me to go to Furious Tide City to save Qiu Yaoer. Could it be a traitor's plot to harm me? But then he thought, it's unlikely. After all, Qiu Yaoer is too hard to approach. Su Qianqian couldn't possibly become her confidant just because of a story. Moreover, before the Zhang father and son's death, she would not betray me. Burning the secret letter in his hand, Shenlang hesitated, taking down Furious Tide City. Qiu Yaoer played a key role. She absolutely must not die, but going there is too risky. After a long moment, Shenlang still decided to go. As for safety, he planned to seek help from the Heavenly Path Society again. After all, he is now an important partner of the Heavenly Path Society. A moment later, a woman with a peculiar appearance came before Shenlang. Shenlang asked with embarrassment, "Who might this lady be?" Huang Tong introduced, "She is my sister, Huang Feng." Shenlang was stunned. "Huang Tong, you really are generous. To build relationships, you even brought out your own sister." Huang Tong, seeing Shenlang's suspicion, then said, "Mr. Shen, though my sister's appearance is ordinary, her martial skills are exceptional. Please rest assured." Hearing this, Shenlang, skeptical, activated his Metal eyes and scanned Huang Feng. Indeed, although the woman's appearance is unattractive, her lineage is extraordinary, probably only slightly inferior to the martial fool Tang Yin. Well, ugly is safer, I guess. Thinking this, he thanked Huang Tong and asked his sister to get ready, preparing to leave once he was ready. Huang Tong again instructed his sister to comply with any request Shenlang had along the way. Half an hour later, a sudden figure startled Huang Feng. She saw a woman of stunning beauty and impressive figure, carrying a box, walking out from the house. The woman, seeing Huang Feng staring, hurried her along, really, making a fuss over nothing. "Let's go." Hearing the woman's voice sounded like a man's, Huang Feng realized it was actually Shenlang. On the way to the dock, Shenlang started bantering again. "Miss Huang, your brother said you're even better than my wife Mulan. In the younger generation of you Kingdom's masters, where do you rank?" Huang Feng replied, "I am indeed better than Jean Mulan, but I don't rank among you Kingdom's masters." Shenlang was surprised. Not even ranked? Then who is the #1 master in you Kingdom? Zhu Hongxue. Isn't Zhu Hongxue the son of Zhu Rong? General Zhu Lin sought a marriage with Mulan for him. Isn't Zhu Hongxue a scholar? He is accomplished in both literature and martial arts. His teacher is Zui Qi. Zui Qi is the honorary pavilion master of Sky's Sea Pavilion. The founder of Sky's Sea Pavilion was the Zui family, and Zui Qi is the heir of the Zui family, but he roams the world all year round, mostly sailing on the sea. Hence he is known as the honorary pavilion master. He roams the seas because of Qiu Yaoer's master, Luo Zhu, who is said to be the most beautiful woman in the world. Zui Qi roamed the seas for her, giving up Sky's Sea Pavilion. Suddenly Shenlang asked, "Do you think Zui Qi and Luo Zhu have slept together?" Such a vulgar question made Huang Feng roll her eyes, but she still answered, "No, Zui Qi loves Luo Zhu, but Luo Zhu only sees Zui Qi as a confidant. Their relationship is very pure. It's not as dirty as you imagine." "Ha, there's no such thing as pure relationships between men and women. It's either he can't get her, or he's not capable." Listening to Shenlang spouting nonsense, Huang Feng was almost furious. "Damn, I really want to beat him up, but my brother instructed not to oppose any of Master Shen's requests." Then, all the way, it was just Shenlang babbling non-stop. Huang Feng no longer spoke. She was really afraid she couldn't restrain herself from hitting Shenlang. The next morning, the two arrived at the Radiant Valor County dock. Even though Shenlang covered his face with a veil, he still attracted the attention of countless men. After boarding the ship, a man called the White Jade Gentleman came to hit on him, but was mercilessly kicked away by Huang Feng. Seeing their master being attacked, the subordinates of the White Jade Gentleman swarmed towards Huang Feng. As Huang Feng's shadowless kick flew out, all the subordinates were knocked down, and Shenlang in the cabin, protected by Huang Feng, applying a face mask, and beautifully went to sleep for beauty rest. After a day's journey at sea, he and Huang Feng finally arrived at Furious Tide City. Looking at the castle in front of him, Shenlang couldn't help feeling a bit suffocated. Such a castle with a defense as strong as a turtle shell. Even with 10,000 men, it would be difficult to take it down. And originally, Jin Yu Count led tens of thousands of troops and couldn't deal with Qiu Tianwei. Now that the defenses have been strengthened, we can't attack forcefully but must rely on wit. Meanwhile, inside the castle, Qiu Yaoer weakly lay on a couch, surrounded by 3 maids taking care of her. Today, she had vomited blood 3 times already. Yet, even so, she sent everyone away, then had someone call Su Chanshan to continue telling her stories. A moment later, Su Chanshan hurried over, but when she saw Qiu Yaoer, she was genuinely shocked. She hadn't expected Qiu Yaoer to be so ill, yet still obsessed with her stories. At this moment, Qiu Yaoer's eyes were full of bloodshot, and her eyelids and lips had turned dark purple, but she didn't waste words, just asked Su Chanshan to continue with the story. Seeing Qiu Yaoer's condition, Su Chanshan was very worried. So many doctors have not found the cause of the illness. I can only place my hopes on Shenlang now. Soon, the new chapter of the journey to the west was finished, and Qiu Yaoer's body could no longer hold up. Slowly lying down, the dizziness that made the world spin forced her to close her eyes. Then she instructed Su Chanshan to definitely wake her up before dawn. Su Chanshan, puzzled, asked her, "Is there something important?" Unexpectedly, Qiu Yaoer told her, "I have arranged a duel." Hearing this, Su Chanshan was shocked, then hurriedly tried to stop her from this mad act. Knowing that, Qiu Yaoer now could hardly even stand. How could she duel with anyone? But Qiu Yaoer Yaoer told her, "Tonight, I am to duel with Zhu Hongxue," and this appointment was made several years ago. Seeing Cho Yaoer so determined, she was also in a difficult position, because with her current status, let alone finding a doctor for Cho Yaoer, she wasn't even qualified to speak some words. But for the sake of this stubborn woman, she was willing to take a risk. "General, I know someone who might be able to cure your illness. Can I let him come see you?" A moment later, having received Cho Yaoer's permission, Su Chanshan turned around and ran towards the palace gate. She couldn't afford to delay even a second, hoping Shenlang would arrive at the agreed place on time. However, behind her, Green Ripples was watching her with a venomous gaze. Fixated on her, the anxious Su Chanshan didn't realize the danger, approaching her step by step. Seeing the figure standing at the secret base not far away, Su Chanshan knew Shenlang had arrived, hurrying even more. At the door, she didn't even greet the two people, rushing into the house, pushing the door open forcefully, calling out Shenlang's name, telling him to hurry back to the castle with her. However, before she could finish, she was startled into exclaiming by the scene before her, because where was the scoundrel Shenlang's figure? Only a beauty was greeting her. If not for the deep male voice breaking the beauty, Su Chanshan would hardly believe her eyes. "You, Shenlang, disguising as a woman is one thing, but to be so beautiful, how do you expect us women to feel?" Seeing Su Chanshan staring at him, Shenlang directly leaned close to her face. "Could it be you're smitten with me?" Su Chanshan, annoyed and embarrassed, "Just shut up. You've ruined your own image." But Shenlang, not caring about her words, even struck a charming pose, saying, "I, Shenlang, in this vast world, whether as a man or a woman, am unmatched." Suddenly, Su Chanshan appeared in front of him with a flash, carefully examining him. "Shenlang, you're amazing. Your disguise as a woman has no flaws. Cho Yaoer doesn't like men approaching her. Your disguise is perfect, but you must not speak, or you'll give yourself away. We must not delay. Let's hurry to save Cho Yaoer." Rumors in the inland describe Cho Yaoer as a ferocious demoness. Legend has it she's 8 feet tall, with a waist circumference also of 8 feet, a vicious murderer of many. However, Shenlang, who had prepared himself mentally, was shocked by her perfect image the moment he saw her. Her figure, her appearance, could instantly shatter a man's heart. Suddenly, he felt an unusual sensation below his abdomen. This was not good. To alleviate the abnormality in his body, Shenlang hurriedly imagined Huang Feng's face. In that moment, Shenlang's fire was extinguished. At this moment, he sighed in relief. Thank goodness for Huang Feng, the fire extinguisher. Otherwise, I'd be doomed. Then, Green Ripples came over with a gloomy face, asking Su Chanshan in a sharp and harsh tone, "Is this the doctor you brought?" Without waiting for a reply, she yelled like a shrew, "You're obviously a fraud. The master's illness, not even the most famous doctors can cure. What are you then?" Shenlang looked at the woman before him. "Seems like this is the bitch Su Chanshan mentioned, but I don't have time for her today. I'll settle the score with her later." Thinking this, Shenlang ignored Green Ripples, starting to use his X-ray vision to scan Cho Yaoer's entire body. However, the scan's results shocked him. This demoness has a ruptured brain vessel. A normal person would have died 800 times over. How is she still alive? Seeing Shenlang in a daze, Su Chanshan quickly wrote a note and passed it to him, asking if he could treat her. Because Green Ripples was there, Shenlang couldn't speak, so they had to communicate through writing. Shenlang wrote "can," but then he wrote another line, asking Cho Yaoer to remove her clothes. Su Chanshan, upon reading this, wished she could kill Shenlang with her glare. "What are you trying to do, you scoundrel? Don't drag me down with you if you want to die." Seeing Su Chanshan misunderstood him, he had to write another line, "I need to see her full body petiki eye." Although the reason was valid, Su Chanshan still feared Shenlang might take the opportunity to be a rogue, so she warned him softly, "You filthy rogue, you're not really trying to take advantage, are you? She could turn you into minced meat with a single slap. How will you treat her then?" Shenlang, seeing he couldn't convince her, could only whisper back, "This is a necessary examination. Hurry up and help her undress." Seeing Shenlang's unusually serious expression, even though Su Chanshan had a million questions, she had no choice but to trust him at the moment. Approaching the bed, Su Chanshan gently lifted Cho Yaoer's body, then whispered to her, "General, the doctor needs to undo your clothes for the examination." Cho Yaoer, in a semi-conscious state, just uttered without even opening her eyes. Seeing this, Su Chanshan sighed in relief, thinking she was indeed overthinking. Then, the two of them clumsily began to undress Cho Yaoer, but when Shenlang saw Cho Yaoer's naked body, he was first stunned. The next second, warmth flowed from his nostrils. Damn, Cho Yaoer's naked body is simply world-class perfection. Even on Earth, you couldn't find a second woman with such a perfect body. Not good, my body is reacting again. Shenlang then frantically slapped his own face, but it was all in vain. The image of Cho Yaoer's body, indelible from his mind, made his nose bleed uncontrollably. Helplessly, he had to resort to his last resort, imagining a group of Huang Feng surrounding him. After some struggle, Shenlang finally calmed down. "Alright, now we can officially start working." But as a doctor, he stood at the pinnacle of morality at this moment, only seeing Cho Yaoer as a patient, thoroughly examining her body with full concentration. Green Ripples, on the other hand, was very dissatisfied with Shenlang's examination, scowling throughout. After a 2-hour examination, Shenlang quickly wrote down the diagnosed issues on paper. Seeing the examination was over, Green Ripples started fussing, wanting to rush him away. Su Chanchan narrated the issues to Cho Yaoer. General, do you only feel dizzy and nauseous when you open your eyes, and occasionally suffer from headaches, feeling like blood is rushing to your head? Cho Yaoer was stunned, then nodded and said, I indeed had headaches before, almost fainting, but I suppressed it with true energy. This doctor is truly remarkable. You are the only one who has accurately identified my condition. Seeing her so nonchalantly, Shenlang was shocked. What kind of monster are you, Cho Yaoer, to be able to suppress exploding blood vessels with true energy? If it were an ordinary person, their blood pressure would have burst long ago. But now, all signs from Cho Yaoer seemed to be caused by poisoning. Recalling the time Princess Ning Luo sought him out, she was just suffering from lead poisoning, whereas Cho Yaoer now is poisoned with a variety of heavy metals. After pondering for a moment, Shenlang had Su Chanchan relay a message. Please, General, clear the area. Hearing such words, Green Ripples was furious on the spot. You two frauds, trying to deceive the general with tricks and sorcery. Guards, quickly throw these two out. However, before her words could settle, Cho Yaoer, straining to open her bloodshot eyes, rebuked Green Ripples, step back. With Cho Yaoer's command, Green Ripples dared not continue her antics and, even with reluctance filling her heart, she could only bite her tongue and step outside. After Green Ripples left, the two helped Cho Yaoer get dressed. Then Shenlang wrote on the paper, the general has been poisoned. What poison? Shenlang continued writing for Su Chanchan to narrate. You are suffering from heavy metal poisoning. Normally, it's not noticeable. This kind of poison accumulates in the bloodstream over time, building up to a lethal level eventually. Your body, General, is unlike any humans. An ordinary person would have succumbed to such a high level of heavy metal poisoning, their body decaying beyond recognition, dead 180 times over. But for some reason, your skin remains smooth and radiant. Recalling Princess Ning Luo, who was poisoned due to the use of lead-containing utensils, the level of heavy metals in Cho Yaoer was so outrageous it seemed as if someone had been directly pouring them into her mouth. How was this achieved? Puzzled, Shenlang's gaze suddenly fell on the food beside her. In an instant, he understood how the poison was administered. Then he wrote on the paper again, if I'm not mistaken, the poison must have been in the food. Su Chanchan, seeing this message, was shocked. Impossible. The food the general consumes daily is tasted by me and Green Ripples. I haven't felt unwell. Shenlang continued writing. This type of poison doesn't cause immediate harm if ingested in small amounts, but long-term consumption will show effects. He then looked at Cho Yaoer again, wondering how the perpetrator managed to incorporate such a large dosage of various heavy metals into Cho Yaoer's food. After much thought, he suddenly realized how the poisoning was done. With salt, there's an industrial salt known as heavy metal salt, which inherently contains various heavy metals and is therefore prohibited for consumption. With this in mind, he immediately wrote down his thoughts. After reading it, Su Chanchan understood Shenlang's reasoning and immediately sent someone to fetch the salt from the kitchen. Moments later, Shenlang used his smart brain in conjunction with X-ray vision to scan and analyze the salt presented before him. However, to his surprise, both the composition and taste are indistinguishable from normal table salt. Could it be that my analysis was mistaken? Doubts, he wrote the question on a piece of paper, asking the guard, is this the salt the general usually consumes? The guard confidently replied, this salt is exclusively used by our master. Hearing the guard's response, Shenlang fell into deep thought again. At this moment, Cho Yaoer weakly spoke up, bring it here, let me taste it. However, the moment she put the salt in her mouth, her eyes widened. No, this isn't the salt I usually eat. The salt I consume has a complex taste, which I like. Shenlang was speechless. You could get addicted to the taste of heavy metal salt. You, Cho Yaoer, are indeed not like ordinary people. Su Chanchan then realized, if the salt brought by the guard was exclusively for Cho Yaoer, it means the salt she usually consumed was brought into the kitchen by the cook herself. Thinking this, Su Chanchan hurriedly ordered the guards to capture the cook. However, they were a step too late. The guards only brought back a new, young cook, while the original cook had already disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the young cook was kneeling on the ground, trembling, crying bitterly while expressing her admiration for Cho Yaoer, swearing her absolute loyalty. To prove her loyalty and innocence, the young cook rushed towards a stone wall. Just as she was about to hit it, Cho Yaoer's hand blocked her, feeling the loyalty from the young cook through the force of the impact, which could only be released with a resolve to die. Cho Yaoer, stroking the young cook's head, said, I know, I was wondering why the taste of the meals recently became bland and unappetizing. Then, with a frown, Cho Yaoer ordered the guards to bring in Green Ripples. Green Ripples entered soon after, only to be confronted by Su Chanchan, who demanded to know where the previous cook had gone. Green Ripples retorted defiantly, who do you think you are to question me? But the next second, Cho Yaoer's cold voice commanded, answer. Seeing her master angered, Green Ripples quickly replied, 3 days ago, the original cook, Shu Shu, said her daughter was giving birth, and she needed to go home to care for her. Cho Yaoer, without paying further attention to Green Ripples, turned and ordered the guards, immediately search for Shu Shu's whereabouts. She must be brought back to the castle. After the guards left with the young cook, Su Chanchan felt uneasy. Cho Yaoer fell ill and fainted 3 days ago, exactly when the cook left. Searching for her now might be too late. With this thought, Su Chanchan expressed her concerns to Cho Yaoer. Master, if nothing unexpected happened, Shu might already be dead. Within half an hour, the guards hurried back, reporting, Master, both Shu's and her daughter's homes are empty, and her daughter's house has been burned to ashes. Su Chanchan was shocked. Although she had suspected the cook might be silenced, she hadn't anticipated such swift action. She immediately demanded, who exactly wants to harm the general? The guard suggested, such brazen actions under our noses can only be attributed to young Master Chiu Xiao. He has always seen the master as his biggest rival. At this point, the female guards insisted on seeking justice from Lord Cho Tianwei for their master. However, Cho Yaoer sighed and said, let it go. Let's end this matter here. The guards were perplexed by Cho Yaoer's decision. How can we just let it go when the young master has gone too far? Cho Yaoer remained silent. What could she do if Chiu Xiao was indeed behind this? She could be ruthless to others, but Chiu Xiao was her brother. With that thought, Cho Yaoer wished to no longer dwell on the matter, asking everyone but Shenlang and Su Chanchan to leave. Green Ripples, who had been silent, frowned upon hearing Cho Yaoer's command to leave as well, giving them a stern look before turning to leave. Once everyone had left, Su Chanchan anxiously said, General, you may see Chiu Xiao as a brother, but he sees you as a thorn in his side. If we let this go, he will harm you again. Cho Yaoer interrupted her. Stop. Then, turning to Shenlang, she said, Doctor, I don't care if I live or die, but I have an important duel to attend in a few hours. But now I can't move my true energy, or my blood vessels might burst, and if I open my eyes, I'll feel dizzy and vomit violently. Do you have a way to make me feel a bit better? Just enough to stand up. That's all I need to fight. Hearing Cho Yaoer's request, Shenlang was astonished. Are you mad? Your body is in this condition, and you still want a duel? He had Su Chanchan relay his concerns. Wanting to know who the duel was with, that made Cho Yaoer willing to risk her life. At this moment, Cho Yaoer's face showed longing as she slowly said, the top young master of Yu Kingdom, the pride of heaven, Zhu Hongxue. Shenlang was stunned upon hearing the name. Again him? How formidable is this Zhu Hongxue? That Cho Yaoer would disregard her own safety to meet him? Then Cho Yaoer continued, Doctor, if it's possible, please proceed with the treatment. If there's no hope, I'll ensure you're rewarded handsomely and safely escorted out of the castle. Hearing this, Shenlang's brain began to work rapidly. Cho Yaoer's blood pressure has exceeded human limits. Her blood vessels could rupture at any moment, leading to severe cerebral hemorrhage and immediate death. Additionally, there's a hematoma beneath her dura mater, compressing part of her brain nerves, which is why she can't stand up. Any other doctor might find her beyond help, but Cho Yaoer, it seems today I, Shenlang, will perform the most insane surgery in my history on you. Thinking this, he simply wrote 2 words on the paper, can cure. Then he instructed Su Chanchan to light the sleeping incense. Next, it was Shenlang's turn to showcase his exquisite medical skills. Meanwhile, in Furious Tide City, within Cho Zhao's castle, a symphony of life harmoniously wafted through the air. But unexpectedly, the one completing this fervent encounter with Chiu Xiao was Cho Yaoer's most trusted personal maid, bitch Green Ripples. At this moment, Chiu Xiao sat up and asked, little wench, have you completed the task I gave you? Green Ripples hurriedly smiled in agreement. Done. The sleeping incense has been switched. Chiu Xiao smirked upon hearing this. This is a valuable item I spent a lot of money on. Once I've had my way with Cho Yaoer, I'll reward you generously. Green Ripples quickly stepped forward. My lord, about taking me as your concubine, does that still stand? Chiu Xiao laughed lasciviously. Ha, of course, it counts, you little bitch. Her mind drifted back to many years ago, when a young Green Ripples witnessed pirates brutally murdering her parents, and those beasts even refused to spare her, a child, just when she was about to suffer a cruel fate. Cho Yaoer appeared like a savior before everyone. The pirates on the ship, upon seeing Cho Yaoer, fell to the ground in terror, unable to move. With a swing of Cho Yaoer's saber, the next second, the pirates were decapitated. When Cho Yaoer gently extended her hand to the young Green Ripples, in her eyes, Cho Yaoer was like a goddess surrounded by a holy light, illuminating her soon-to-be dim life. Later, Green Ripples thought about clinging to Cho Yaoer's light to climb out of the dark abyss of losing her parents, wishing to become Cho Yaoer's real family. However, after getting to know her, Green Ripples realized how unattainably perfect Cho Yaoer was, truly like a goddess high above, using her warm light to dispel the darkness around all the unfortunate women, but never investing more emotion and attention in anyone. Facing reality, Green Ripples once again stepped into the shadow's edge. It's like when you chase something for too long without ever obtaining it. Resentment begins to grow, and it was then that Chiu Xiao appeared before her. This beast violated her in the most brutal way, making her wish for death. That was when Green Ripples turned completely dark. In her mind, if she couldn't have Cho Yaoer's affection, then by relying on Chiu Xiao, she might become the mistress of Furious Tide City. Back to the present, Green Ripples lazily lay in Chiu Xiao's arms and said, my lord, that Shu is already in her 30s with 2 children. Can you really sleep with that? Chiu Xiao was taken aback after hearing this. I've never touched that woman. Seeing Chiu Xiao deny it, Green Ripples laughed. My lord, there's no need to pretend in front front of me. Weren't you the one who killed her? However, as her words fell, Cho Xiao fiercely slapped her, sending her flying with the force. Realizing she had misspoken and ignoring the pain on her face, green ripples crawled to Cho Xiao, begging for his forgiveness. Yet Cho Xiao, relentless, grabbed her and kicked her in the abdomen. Then, crouching down, he grabbed green ripples by the hair and demanded, "Wench, explain what happened with the cook's death." To save her life, green ripples clung to Cho Xiao's legs, telling him that cook Shu Shu had poisoned Cho Yaoer, but now the person had vanished without a trace. Hearing this, Cho Xiao flew into a rage. "That wench dared to poison my sister. I'll have her body torn to pieces and her bones ground to dust." Green Ripples was stunned by Cho Xiao's sudden display of affection for Cho Yaoer. When did the young master start caring so much for Cho Yaoer? Then, Cho Xiao yanked Green Ripples up and demanded fiercely, "Is Cho Yaoer alright now? Is her body harmed?" Green Ripples cautiously replied, "Not only is Cho Yaoer's body unharmed, but it has also become even more radiant and beautiful." Relieved by this response, Cho Xiao then burst into laughter. "That's good, as long as her face and body are fine." Cho Xiao again showed his greedy and sinister expression, saying, "Of course, I hope Cho Yaoer dies, but not before I've had my way with her 100 times. Then she can die." Hearing Cho Xiao's words, Green Ripples quickly said, "My lord, Cho Yaoer really likes the scent of the incense you sent. She lights it every night, but her unique constitution prevented the reaction. Now, the doctor has diagnosed her as deeply poisoned and very weak. If you go tonight, you'll surely succeed." Hearing that a doctor was treating Cho Yaoer, Cho Xiao flew into a rage again, grabbing Green Ripples by the clothes to inquire if the doctor had touched Cho Yaoer's body. For her own safety, Green Ripples quickly claimed the doctor was a woman, and also a great beauty. Hearing Green Ripples' response, Cho Xiao could no longer restrain his inner lecher. One Cho Yaoer was already irresistible, and now there were Su Chan and a beautiful doctor as well. Thrilled by the prospect of hitting 3 birds with 1 arrow, he could hardly contain himself and headed for the door. However, just as he stepped outside, he happened to run into a trusted servant of Cho Tianwei coming to fetch him. But Cho Xiao, consumed by lust, had no interest in seeing his father. "Ah, so annoying. Can it wait an hour or 2? I have urgent business." But the servant insisted. "No, the master demands you come now, immediately." Despite his reluctance, Cho Xiao had no choice but to comply, albeit grudgingly. Meanwhile, Su Chan had already lit the sleeping incense, and Shen Lang was formulating a treatment plan. The poison inside Cho Yaoer can't be expelled in a short time. For now, we can only try to lower her blood pressure, but without any anti-hypertensive drugs available in this world, the only option is bloodletting to reduce her blood pressure, then proceed to remove the subdural hematoma. Thankfully, it's subdural. An intracranial hematoma would be untreatable here, as skull surgery is impossible in this world. Next, we'll drill a hole in the skull to drain the hematoma. Fortunately, Cho Yaoer's extraordinary physique means there's no worry about wound infection. Shen Lang then took out a steel needle, the tool he would use to pierce the skull. The biggest challenge in modern medicine for this procedure is locating the hematoma, but for Shen Lang, with his X-ray vision, this wasn't the main issue. His main concern was his own lack of strength. Fearing he couldn't penetrate Cho Yaoer's skull, the solution was to let her do it herself. He quickly handed the written treatment plan to Su Chan. Reading Shen Lang's instructions, Su Chan was terrified. The procedure involving bloodletting and piercing seemed like suicide, but as she didn't understand, she could only relay the content to Cho Yaoer as written. Expecting Cho Yaoer to be outraged by such a fantastical treatment method, she was merely met with a calm response. "Do as you say. Let's begin." Su Chan was speechless. Truly, 2 lunatics paired up. Then, turning to look at Shen Lang holding the steel needle, she could only pray that he knew what he was doing. Next, Shen Lang found Cho Yaoer's vein and pierced directly into it, immediately causing blood to spray out. Shocked by the forceful spray of blood, Shen Lang was stunned. Cho Yaoer's blood pressure was indeed alarming. Su Chan, witnessing this frightening scene, felt dizzy, her body almost giving way before Shen Lang quickly caught her. But Su Chan's feverish body made Shen Lang wonder, is Su Chan ill? As the blood drained, Cho Yaoer sighed deeply. "Feels so good." Hearing Cho Yaoer's voice, Shen Lang turned to look, startled by the color of the blood she shed. The small basin of blood appeared red, but from other angles, it refracted different lights, perhaps caused by heavy metals. Once enough blood had been let, Shen Lang removed the needle and stopped the bleeding. Now, Cho Yaoer could stagger to her feet, sighing again. "Comfortable. I haven't felt this good in a long time." Next was the skull puncture. Su Chan was showing signs of restlessness, likely due to Cho Xiao's incense. Shen Lang then showed Cho Yaoer the next step of the plan, requiring her to perform it under his guidance. With everything ready, Cho Yaoer held the steel needle. Shen Lang parted her hair to find the right spot, and by the count of 4 from Su Chan, Cho Yaoer had already pierced her skull. The action shocked them both. This woman is truly decisive, as ruthless to herself as she is to others. Then, Shen Lang activated his X-ray vision to check Cho Yaoer's skull. Amazing, the angle of the needle is perfect. Truly a top expert. Next, Shen Lang removed the steel needle and inserted a disinfected tube into the hole. Normally, solidified hematomas are diluted with saline before being drained, but Shenlang made a bold decision to have Su Chanshan suck it out. As Su Chanshan, trembling, stepped forward, Qiu Yaoer stopped her with a wave of her hand. "No need, I'll do it myself." After saying that, she sat cross-legged, began to circulate her true energy within her body. As the true energy flowed, with a sudden force, a piece of solidified hematoma was ejected straight from the tube. The moment the hematoma hit the ground, the two onlookers were once again stunned. So true energy could be used in such a way. Then, Shenlang used his X-ray vision to scan Qiu Yaoer's skull again. Amazing, the hematoma was cleared so cleanly. This surgery was a perfect success. Qiu Yaoer's condition had greatly improved. Removing the steel tube from her head, she said, "Your medical skills are indeed superb. Now that you've cured me, speak of your reward." Internally, Shenlang screamed, "I want Furious Tide City," but outwardly, he could only gesture that he wanted nothing. Seeing this, Qiu Yaoer gave him an approving look and said, "I owe you a favor. Whatever you need in the future, just ask, and I will oblige." This phrase sounded familiar, suddenly recalling Li Qianqiu had once said something similar. It seems this is a common promise among the powerful. Suddenly, Qiu Yaoer began to remove her clothes, leaving the two onlookers in a state of shock. Damn, Qiu Yaoer is changing her clothes in public? In his mind, Shenlang desperately thought, Huang Feng is coming to sleep with me. Huang Feng is coming to sleep with me. Yet, his nosebleed couldn't be stopped. Damn, has my taste really become so perverse? By then, Qiu Yaoer had already changed into a suit of armor. "Stay here, don't leave. I'll be back shortly, though there's also a chance I won't return." Seeing this, Shenlang was alarmed. "Big sister, you've just had surgery. Your wound isn't even bandaged yet, and you've lost over 1,000 cubic centimeters of blood. Do you no longer care for your life?" Su Chanshan also ran to Qiu Yaoer's side, pleading, "General, your body hasn't recovered yet. Can't this duel be postponed?" Shenlang was speechless. Su Chanshan, with that tone, "Have you truly fallen for this demoness?" Qiu Yaoer turned around with authority. "How can I miss a battle of life and death? Tonight, I will likely lose. But what joy is there in living, and what fear in dying? However, for some reason, why do I feel so strange after the treatment? Could it be a side effect?" After Qiu Yaoer left, Shenlang breathed a sigh of relief, finally relaxing. But at the same time, the incense in the room began to take effect. Although Su Chanshan verbally disdained Shenlang's physical reaction, for some reason, her mind oddly anticipated being with Shenlang. Such a reaction was not normal. Su Chanshan quickly made an excuse to take a shower, eager to escape. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she turned and shouted at Shenlang, "I warn you, if you dare to peek, I'll gouge out your eyes. My martial arts may be poor, but I have more than enough skill to deal with you." Watching Su Chanshan run off for no apparent reason, Shenlang finally noticed something was off. "Wait, it's so cold. Why do I feel so internally hot and restless?" Meanwhile, inside the main castle of Furious Tide City, Qiu Tianwei and Qiu Xiao were plotting with Jin High Count Tang Luan. Qiu Tianwei, with a gleam of greed in his eyes, asked Tang Luan, "Are you sure there are gold mines on Cliffwatch Island?" Tang Luan replied gravely, "How else could the mythical turtle count produce 800,000 gold coins in such a short time? Who else could do that? Moreover, many of these coins are freshly minted, with their emphasis on Cliffwatch Island. What other explanation could there be besides discovering a gold mine?" Hearing Tang Luan's analysis, Qiu Tianwei still felt the coincidence too great. Why did the gold mine appear now and not earlier or later? Tang Luan was unconcerned. Perhaps the gold mine was discovered long ago and has been mined for a while. It's just that Shenlang waited until the debt repayment deadline to flaunt all the gold coins, hitting everyone in the face. But Qiu Tianwei remained skeptical. Such actions might be something a frivolous person like Shenlang would do, but the mythical turtle count wouldn't agree. That stubborn old turtle would think such actions would bring disaster to the Jin family. At this moment, Qiu Xiao spoke up. "Father, I think there's another possibility. The Jin family has always wanted to conceal the gold mine on Cliffwatch Island, but due to the tight timeline and inability to gather sufficient funds, they had no choice but to use the gold from the island. Moreover, even refining 800,000 gold coins wouldn't be easy, so many of these coins were not fully minted. In the days leading up to the repayment, carts were seen delivering grain to the mansion, most likely loaded with a large amount of gold. If I'm not mistaken, these carts landed at the Jin family's dock, but were intentionally first taken west before being brought back to the mythical turtle count's mansion, giving the impression they came from the west." Hearing Qiu Zhao's analysis, Tang Luan began to offer his strategy. "In that case, we might as well seize the island under the guise of pirates, then kill everyone on the island. If the sovereign is displeased, I'll negotiate with the crown prince. We can share a portion of the island's gold with him annually." Qiu Tianwei, hearing about sharing the gold mine, was naturally reluctant, but knowing he couldn't proceed without the support of the sovereign and the crown prince, he asked Tang Luan how much they would have to give up. Tang Luan said without hesitation, "We'll use a quarter of the gold mine to ensure the sovereign doesn't send troops to retake Cliffwatch Island. Given that the mythical turtle count is desperately spending money to expand his army, with an additional 5,000 troops and 3,000 militia recruited, the sovereign has long been dissatisfied. With this, our confrontation with the Jin family will be worry-free. However, the mythical mythical turtle count is increasing his forces daily, and in a month, the garrison on Cliffwatch Island could exceed 4,000 plus 3,000 militia and tens of thousands of laborers. We'll need at least 2 to 3 times the number of soldiers to take it down. Hearing this, Chiu Tianwei was startled. So, we need at least 20,000 soldiers to smoothly take Cliffwatch Island? Tang Luan nodded and continued. The Tang family is willing to contribute 3,000 soldiers. After seizing Cliffwatch Island, I only ask for 15% of the share. Chiu Tianwei sneered. Even 15% is no small sum. Seeing Chiu Tianwei still hesitating, Tang Luan became increasingly anxious. Furious Tides Marquis, please make a decision quickly. Not to mention the defense of Cliffwatch Island strengthens by the day. This fat piece is currently only to be shared among us, the Crown Prince, and you. In the future, who knows how many big players will come to share the feast. Chiu Tianwei remained silent, not because he disagreed with Tang Luan's argument. Just mobilizing 20,000 troops at once would nearly deplete my forces. What if there's no gold mine on Cliffwatch Island, and it's all Shenlang's scheme? Thinking this, he stood up and said, Jin High Count, you must confirm for me whether there truly is a gold mine on Cliffwatch Island. Otherwise, I won't deploy troops recklessly. Hearing Chiu Tianwei's demand, Tang Luan sighed. The entire Cliffwatch Island is heavily guarded now. Dozens of my scouts have gone and not returned. They don't hesitate to kill our men. At this moment, Chiu Xiao stood up. Let me handle this. Behind me are the tens of thousands of pirates of Furious Tide City, my father's backing. The Jin family wouldn't dare harm a hair on my head. Shenlang seeks revenge for the slightest grievance. Everyone who has offended him has been dealt with, except for me. When I insulted Jin Mulan, he didn't dare make a sound. Even when I had someone poison their well to spread disease, Shenlang didn't dare to react. When Zhu Landing and I planned to flood the Jin family's lands, only Zhu Landing died while I remained unscathed. What does this tell you? Hearing this, Tang Luan's lips curled up, then he bowed and added, it shows that Shenlang is a classic bully who fears the strong. When facing true power, he can only stand by idly, naturally not daring to harm a hair on young master Chiu Xiao. Chiu Tianwei was quite pleased with this assessment and immediately ordered Chiu Xiao to lead troops the next day to investigate. On the other side, Chiu Yaoer, about to go into battle, also noticed something wrong with her body. Something's off. Why is my body so unbearably hot? Did the doctor drug me? No, it couldn't be her. Then she thought of the burning incense. Could someone have tampered with it? Instantly angered by the thought, she wouldn't be mad if someone wanted to kill her, but the idea of being violated was serious. Remembering her appointment with Zhu Hongxue, she immediately summoned several guards. Gather a squad to guard outside my room. Protect Su Chanchan and the doctor. If any man tries to enter, kill without hesitation. Then she circulated her true energy to suppress the heat in her body. However, once desire surged, how could it be suppressed? Reluctantly, she took out a dagger and slashed her arm, watching the blood flow out, feeling much relieved. The method taught by the doctor really works. Seeing that everything was temporarily resolved, Chiu Yaoer immediately rode her horse to the appointed location. She had to end the battle quickly, or Su Chanchan and the doctor would be in danger. A quarter hour later, Chiu Yaoer arrived at the eastern beach of Thunderous Isle, and the person sitting cross-legged before her was the pride of heaven, Zhu Hongxue. As he opened his eyes, it was clear his attractiveness was on par with Shenlang's. While Shenlang had a gentle beauty, Zhu Hongxue exuded an endless masculine charm. Zhu Hongxue stood up slowly and said, Chiu Yaoer, long time no see. Hope all is well. Your teacher asked me when you would leave Furious Tide City to adventure with her to the other side of the sea. Chiu Yaoer shook her head. I don't know yet. The person I'm waiting for hasn't appeared. Where's your sister Ning Han? Wasn't she supposed to accompany you? The princess didn't come because she's with teacher Suichi on an island overseas, excavating ancient inscriptions. Chiu Yaoer continued. She was supposed to duel with me this time. Instead, she sent you and didn't even show her face. Zhu Hongxue explained. Princess Ning Han is stronger than me. If I win, she wins by extension. If I lose, she can still step in. After all, the princess doesn't like to fight. Chiu Yaoer laughed. With her martial skills so high, if she doesn't fight, what's the point of life? However, as soon as she finished speaking, the fire within her surged out again. Feeling something was wrong, Chiu Yaoer wasted no more words and immediately went into battle mode. She couldn't hold on much longer and needed to end the battle quickly. Zhu Hongxue naturally noticed her condition. Chiu Yaoer, your heartbeat is fast and you're losing energy and blood. Are you injured? But Chiu Yaoer ignored his question, drawing her ghost blade and attacking him. Enough talk, let's get started. Seeing Chiu Yaoer launch the attack, Zhu Hongxue also bowed and entered battle mode. The next second, both appeared in front of each other like teleportation, their swords clashing in an instant, gathering energy and emitting a dazzling light. The next moment, it exploded like two stars colliding, and when everything settled, a giant crater had formed where they stood. By then, Chiu Yaoer was bleeding from 7 orifices, while Zhu Hongxue was also trembling, his right hand bleeding profusely. In that moment, both said almost simultaneously, I lost. Chiu Yaoer roared, shut up, I lost. You can leave. Zhu Hongxue shook his head. It's me who lost. With that one strike, I've pushed my strength to the limit, but not only did you not use your full force, you also fought with injuries. Chiu Yaoer didn't turn back. Just go. Zhu Hongxue took a deep look at her back. Take care. Then, with a leap, he vanished. Feeling Zhu Hongxue's presence disappear, Qiu Yaoer could no longer support her body, collapsing heavily to the ground. The battle with Zhu Hongxue had drained all her strength. Now, she couldn't suppress it anymore. Feeling her consciousness burning away, she knew she had to hurry back. Only the female doctor could save her now. Using all her strength, she climbed onto her mount and instinctively raced home. Meanwhile, inside Qiu Yaoer's castle, the situation was also grim. Shenlang realized their incense had been tampered with. He couldn't stand up at all and could only shout for Su Qianqian to extinguish the incense. However, all he got was Su Qianqian's faint refusal. I won't go out. You'll bully me if I do. You extinguish it yourself. Shenlang could only struggle towards the incense burner, but it seemed the incense also contained paralyzing agents. Before he could move, his consciousness began to blur. In the next second, he passed out. Meanwhile, after his secret talk with Qiu Tianwei, Qiu Xiao, unable to wait, rushed to the outside of Qiu Yaoer's castle. However, several guards at the door drew their swords to block him. Seeing this, Qiu Xiao slapped one across the face. Do you not have eyes? I am the young master of Furious Tide City. This entire castle is mine, and yet you dare to stop me? But the guards did not recognize the scum that Qiu Xiao was as their master, directly responding, sorry, our only master is Qiu Yaoer. Hearing this, Qiu Xiao was furious. So, Qiu Yaoer, relying on having over 10,000 people under her, now even her men dare to stand above me, the legitimate young master? How can I tolerate this? He then drew his saber and roared, don't forget this castle belongs to my family. Even Qiu Yaoer's life is owed to my family. If it weren't for my father's help, she wouldn't be alive today. Step aside immediately. Seeing his stance, the guards formed a human wall in front of him. Young Master Qiu Xiao, please leave, or we will be forced to take lethal action. Qiu Xiao sneered, raising his saber and charging forward. You forced my hand. After swinging his saber, he managed to severely injure 3 guards. Qiu Zhao's combat ability, though not as strong as Qiu Yaoer's, was above Jin Mulan's, allowing him to quickly overpower the guards. He arrogantly declared, with just you few trying to stop me, you're overestimating yourselves. Faced with Qiu Xiao, a ruthless scoundrel, the lead guard no longer held back, leading the remaining guards in a charge towards Qiu Xiao. Seeing the guards so enraged, Qiu Xiao was excited, meeting their attack with his saber, striking with lethal force. Now, only the lead guard could still contend with Qiu Xiao for a moment. Seeing less than 10 comrades left, the lead guard became desperate, fearing I can't hold off this beast, but even in death, I cannot let him enter my master's room. With this thought, the lead guard ordered the few remaining guards to attack Qiu Xiao together. Facing their relentless assault, Qiu Xiao struggled to defend. Have these people gone mad, trying to exchange injuries with me? Do they want my life? Suddenly, Qiu Xiao felt intense pain in his back as a guard managed to wound him. Enraged, Qiu Xiao turned and split the guard's sword in two. Then, like a madman, slashed fiercely at the guards, their speed and brutality leaving no chance for them to fight back. Eventually, he pressed his blade against the lead guard's neck, pinning her against the wall. Now, just a bit of force, and your head will part from your body. Will you continue to obstruct me? The lead guard glared at Qiu Xiao. Qiu Xiao, if you want to enter my master's room, you'll have to step over my dead body. Qiu Xiao sneered, since you wish to die, I'll oblige. Just as he was about to strike, a gold coin hit his hand, the force causing him to drop his saber. Feeling panicked, he roared, clutching his injured hand. Who dares ruin my plans? But upon seeing the person before him, fear flashed in his eyes. A tall, imposing figure emerged from the darkness, none other than Qiu Yaoer. Qiu Xiao, terrified, thought, shouldn't she be affected by my incense in her room? Confused, he asked Qiu Yaoer, why aren't you in your room at this hour? Where have you been? Qiu Yaoer coldly responded, I went to duel with Zhu Hongxue. Qiu Xiao was shocked. Duel? Wasn't Qiu Yaoer poisoned? Since she returned unharmed, does that mean Zhu Hongxue lost? Could the incense have had no effect on her? The lead guard came forward to admit fault. Master, forgive us for our incompetence. This beast injured 7 of our sisters. Qiu Yaoer immediately ordered, heal them at all costs. Watching the guards leave, Qiu Xiao trembled with rage. Qiu Yaoer, by dismissing these guards, what does it show? It proves you never took me. Qiu Xiao, seriously at all. Suddenly, Qiu Yaoer swung her blade towards Qiu Xiao. Qiu Xiao, I've tolerated you because you're my brother, but now that you dare to harm my people, I cannot forgive you this time. As the ghost blade descended, Qiu Xiao dodged in time, letting the blade strike the ground. With a loud noise, all of Qiu Zhao's defiance dissipated. He just wanted to flee, but he was still not willing to give up. Qiu Yaoer, you wait for me. Furious Tide City belongs to me. One day, I will make you beg for death. In a blink of an eye, Qiu Xiao had run off. Seeing him gone, Qiu Yaoer could no longer hold herself up. She was almost unable to stand, having used her last bit of strength to scare Qiu Xiao away. Now, her face flushed. She gasped for air. She needed to see the doctor. Only he could save her. Using her last bit of energy, she staggered back to her room, but the room was filled with smoke, and she could only see a figure twisting in pain on the ground. Qiu Yaoer hurried to help the figure dressed as a woman, but the hem of Shenlang's skirt betrayed him. Qiu Yaoer was shocked. This doctor is actually a man. However, the incense in the room also unsettled unsettled Qiu Yao's mind. Looking at Shenlang's perfect face, under the influence of the incense, even though she kept telling herself not to cross the line, she ultimately couldn't resist and kissed him. Having tasted sweetness, Qiu Yao no longer hid her desires, casting aside her clothes and then pressing Shenlang beneath her on the bed. As passion ignited between them, the lead guard, who had come to fulfill her duty, was at a loss upon witnessing the scene. Meanwhile, not far from the castle, on the sea, the surging waves violently crashed against the rocks. The sound of the waves and the voices of Qiu Yao and Shenlang, like a symphony, rose and fell, as if to release years of suppression in one breath. The lead guard immediately organized all guards to start training, their shouts covering the sounds from their master. Master, this is all we can do. Please freely express yourself. Yet, far away in the mythical Turtle City, preparing for battle, Jean Mulan was oblivious, still longing for her unworthy husband. Upon entering the hall, she eagerly asked where young Master Shen was. Little Bing could only honestly reveal, young Master Shen has been out for several days and hasn't said where he went. Jean Mulan turned to find Jean Mutsong, knowing that Shenlang would tell her brother-in-law about any personal matters. At that moment, Jean Mutsong was in the study, diligently writing. Jean Mulan, puzzled, asked, why are you still copying books when your brother-in-law is not home? Jean Mutsong smiled and told Mulan, with brother-in-law away, the story has no continuation, so I can only copy what's been written before to satisfy myself. But frowning at the manuscript, Jean Mutsong said, brother-in-law mentioned the bull demon king was cuckolded, but I don't see it. Jean Mulan, feeling anxious, impatiently asked where Shenlang had gone. Brother-in-law went to Furious Tide City. Upon hearing this, Jean Mulan became unsettled. Furious Tide City is such a dangerous place. What is my husband doing there? Who's with him to protect him? Jean Mutsong reassured her with a smile. Brother-in-law has arranged for a female bodyguard to protect himself. This made Jean Mulan even more anxious. What does this female bodyguard look like? Seeing his sister so agitated, Jean Mutsong hurriedly explained. Brother-in-law said she's uglier than me, which I think is quite good. Jean Mulan glanced at her brother, feeling somewhat relieved internally. However, she was still curious what could make her fragile husband venture to Furious Tide City. Jean Mutsong said, Su Chanchan sent a secret message saying Qiu Yao suddenly fell ill and was in critical condition, so brother-in-law went to save her. Hearing it was to save Qiu Yao, Mulan felt a twinge in her heart. Still, she reminded herself, though her husband might be a scoundrel, she trusted Qiu Yao's character. She wanted to go find Shenlang, but burdened with important duties, she could only pray her husband wouldn't encounter any danger. Meanwhile, inside the main castle of Furious Tide City, Qiu Xiao, furious, confronted Qiu Tianwei. Father, how long will you tolerate Qiu Yao? She's not your biological daughter, yet now she commands over 10,000 pirates. If we don't act, Furious Tide City will soon swear allegiance to her. However, Qiu Tianwei completely ignored his foolish son's ranting. He knew Qiu Yao too well. Anyone might covet the lordship of Furious Tide City, but she wouldn't. Focused on the map before him, his concern was only for Cliffwatch Island, the island of gold. Suddenly, Qiu Xiao shouted, Father, people change. You must find a way to cripple Qiu Yao's martial arts. It was then Qiu Tianwei realized his foolish son had provoked Qiu Yao, erupting in anger. Fool, don't think I don't know what you're up to. If it weren't for my sake, she would have killed you by now. Now, set off for Cliffwatch Island immediately, or if she comes asking for you, I won't be able to protect you. Qiu Xiao, confused, asked, who really is the master of Furious Tide City? Qiu Tianwei explained, currently, Qiu Hao is defending the Isle of Gold Mountain, and I am about to lead a large army to attack Cliffwatch Island. The most suitable person to protect Furious Tide City is Qiu Yao. As long as she is there is absolutely no need to worry about the rear catching fire. Hearing his father's words, Qiu Xiao fell silent. Even if he was reluctant, he had to admit that the pirates of Furious Tide City only reluctantly recognized Qiu Tianwei as their leader. Who knows how many pirates are eyeing the position of the main fortress? If it weren't for Qiu Yao's presence, they would have rebelled long ago. You go to Cliffwatch Island to investigate. You must see the gold mine with your own eyes. Once the existence of the gold mine is confirmed, negotiations should start with the mythical turtle Count and Shenlang. As long as they agree to give up half of the gold mine, we will not only refrain from attacking Cliffwatch Island, but also send troops to protect them. Qiu Xiao was stunned. Doesn't this amount to betraying Tang Luan? Qiu Tianwei sneered. We are pirates. What credibility do we have? Collaborating with Tang Luan might give us a 60% share, but casualties are inevitable. But if we reach an agreement with the mythical turtle Count, getting 50% without a fight, what's wrong with that? Kill Shenlang later on, and after you marry Jean Mulan, won't the entire Cliffwatch Island be ours? Hearing his father's words, a wicked smirk appeared on Qiu Xiao's face. Then, urged by Qiu Tianwei, Qiu Xiao ran out without looking back. Seeing his son leave, Qiu Tianwei planned to visit Qiu Yao. He now very much wanted to meet the female doctor who cured Qiu Yao. Such a capable woman, if she could be persuaded to stay, would surely be a good thing. Overnight, time flew by. Furious Tide City welcomed a new day. A ray of morning sunlight through the window landed on Shenlang. Having just woken up, he felt a splitting headache, as if every bone in his body was about to fall fell apart. Looking at his body covered in wounds, Shenlang felt like crying without tears. My god, what terrible thing did I go through last night? But when he remembered Cho Yaoer's perfect face from last night, he felt somewhat comforted deep inside. Suddenly, he bolted upright, facing a terrible problem. Cho Yaoer dislikes men touching her. After what happened last night, though he didn't know why he was still alive, he needed to run away immediately. Then, using all his strength, he trembled and got out of bed. Just as he was hurrying to the door, leaning on the wall, he ran into Su Chanchan, who was also trembling. At that moment, Su Chanchan had dark circles under her bloodshot eyes, 2 streams of snot hanging down, looking like she was about to collapse. Afraid that last night was just a dream, Shenlang immediately pointed at Su Chanchan and asked, "Why do you also look like a ghost? Did we do something last night?" Su Chanchan exploded in anger. "Go dream on." After saying that, she sneezed violently. Shenlang then realized, it seems Su Chanchan took a cold bath all night to suppress her desires. Feeling sorry for her for a moment. "Ah, you've had a tough time." Hearing this, Su Chanchan was so angry she cursed. "Say that again, and I'll kill you." Then Shenlang asked Su Chanchan where Cho Yaoer had gone. At this, Su Chanchan showed a mischievous smile. "The general is currently meeting Cho Tianwei. He seems to have taken a liking to you, and wants to take you into his house. He is asking the general for you right now." Shenlang was shocked. Damn, am I really going to be doomed at the Cho family today? Earlier in the castle hall, Cho Tianwei learned that a beautiful physician had cured Cho Yaoer. He immediately went to Cho Yaoer's castle. Of course, Cho Tianwei wouldn't directly ask for her. He first expressed his concern about Cho Yaoer's illness, and promised to dig 3 feet into the ground to find the person who poisoned her and let her deal with them. However, facing Cho Tianwei's concern, Cho Yaoer seemed indifferent, merely responding with a light M. Seeing Cho Yaoer's cold attitude towards himself, Cho Tianwei was very dissatisfied, but still suppressed his anger and told her, "I am about to lead troops into battle. The safety of Furious Tide City will be in your hands, Cho Yaoer." But even with such a significant matter, Cho Yaoer only responded with a again. For her, if she couldn't even protect the city, that would be utterly ridiculous. Her thoughts were entirely on the storm last night. Seeing Cho Yaoer's absent-mindedness, Cho Tianwei lost his patience and directly said, "I heard that a highly skilled female physician came here and cured your serious illness." Hearing Cho Tianwei mention Shenlang, Cho Yaoer was suddenly shocked. "Foster father, how do you know about this female physician?" Seeing Cho Yaoer's reaction, Green Ripples stepped forward and said, "Miss, the matter of you being poisoned concerns your life and safety. I felt it necessary to report to the Lord. We must investigate thoroughly, so I mentioned the female physician as well." After hearing Green Ripple's explanation, Cho Yaoer calmly looked at her without saying much. But at this moment, in Green Ripple's view, Cho Yaoer did not get angry because she had the Lord's support, which is why she didn't dare to touch her. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to retaliate against Su Chanchan? Changing her usually respectful attitude towards Cho Yaoer, Green Ripples arrogantly said, "Miss, that Su Chanchan is the daughter-in-law of New River Prefect Zhang Chong. Wasn't she supposed to be dead? How did she appear here, so coincidentally find you, and even stay by your side?" At this moment, Cho Tianwei spoke again. "Yaoer, I've been battling at sea for years and naturally have sustained some internal injuries. How about you let me have this female physician?" Cho Yaoer shook her head and directly refused. "You can have someone else, but not this physician." Cho Tianwei felt a surge of anger. "Am I not your adoptive father and the Lord of Furious Tide City? You, Cho Yaoer, dare to refuse me?" But he continued to negotiate with her on the surface. "Yaoer, having such a skilled physician under my command would surely benefit everyone. Of course, you could still call on her whenever you need treatment." However, Cho Yaoer still, with an expressionless face, uttered a sentence that shocked everyone. "This female physician has already slept with me." Green Ripples looked at her incredulously. "This physician is a woman. Does the general really like women?" Cho Tianwei was even more surprised, his eyelids twitching, awkwardly laughing as he said, "Since it's like this, let's pretend I never said anything today. But since you won't let me take her away, at least let me have a look at her, right?" Yet Cho Yaoer still outright refused him. With that, Cho Tianwei's anger reached its peak. "What? I can't even have a look at her if I can't take her away?" For the first time, Cho Yaoer explained, "Last night was too crazy. Her face and body are severely injured, so it's not suitable for her to see anyone." After hearing this, Cho Tianwei fell silent. "Your martial arts are extraordinary, Cho Yaoer. You didn't kill her, did you?" He could only cough twice as a sign of compromise. Then, he changed the subject. "I've heard about the deeds of that beast, Chiu Xiao, last night. I wanted to teach him a lesson, but the wretch fled quickly and has already left the sea. When he returns, I will capture him and let you deal with him." Knowing her own adoptive father wouldn't truly act against his own son, Cho Yaoer naturally understood this principle. "This Chiu Xiao is still my brother after all. Let's forget it this time. But if there's a next time, don't blame me for being ruthless." Since the conversation was going nowhere and he couldn't gain an advantage, Cho Tianwei no longer stayed, making the excuse of having matters to attend to, and then he got up and left. At this moment, seeing that Cho Tianwei did not take her with him, Green Ripples hurriedly reverted to her previous flattering manner, kneeling by Cho Yaoer's side, inquiring about about what exactly happened last night. Then she even put on a sorrowful and self-blaming facade, lamenting that she should have stayed by her master's side. Seeing Green Ripple's contrived behavior, Cho Yaoer instantly felt a sense of aversion but also indifferently said, "Green Ripples, come with me." A moment later, the two arrived at the bedroom. At this time, Shenlang was still in tattered clothes, sitting on the bed with Su Chanchan, inadequately clothed. Seeing Cho Yaoer enter, Shenlang panicked. Cho Yaoer wouldn't really agree to send me to her father as a concubine, would she? Cho Yaoer sat next to Shenlang and began, "Someone here colluded with Cho Xiao and drugged the incense last night." Hearing this news, Green Ripples immediately pretended to be shocked, saying, "Who would dare to act against the general?" The next second, she pointed at Su Chanchan and shouted, "It must be you, you wretch. Speak up. When did you collude with young Master Cho Xiao and poison the general?" "Right, you were the one who went to buy these incenses. The shop where you bought the incense must have a problem." After finishing, she once again knelt by Cho Yaoer's side, indignantly saying, "Su Chanchan must be punished. This matter must be thoroughly investigated." Watching this bitch's performance, Su Chanchan was so angry she gritted her teeth. The place where the incense was bought was recommended by this bitch, and now she even tries to frame me. At this moment, the bitch pointed at Su Chanchan and sternly said, "Master, this wretch Su Chanchan lurking by your side definitely has ulterior motives. A severe interrogation will surely make her confess." Su Chanchan also became angry, took out the incense, and retorted, "Green Ripples, don't slander me here. The places where the incense was bought were all recommended by you, and it was clearly tampered with after being bought." Green Ripples scoffed, "You say the incense was switched. Do you have evidence? I have been following our master for many years, and these problems only started after you arrived. Are you trying to frame me? I think you deliberately swapped the incense, then brought in a physician disguised as a woman, all to take our master's chastity." After saying this, she ran back to Cho Yaoer's side, earnestly saying, "Master, only we know about this. Why not just kill these two right now? That way, it's as if this never happened." Cho Yaoer just quietly watched her performance. When did this once innocent girl become such a liar, ruthless and cold-hearted? Finally, Shenlang spoke up, "Green Ripples, you're the one colluding with Cho Xiao, aren't you?" Green Ripples, caught and furious, demanded Shenlang provide evidence of her collusion with Cho Xiao. Shenlang calmly lifted her collar, pointing to the marks on her neck, and asked, "How did you get these marks?" Seeing this, Green Ripples swatted Shenlang's hand away, nervously saying, "This is from mosquito bites. I accidentally scratched them." Shenlang activated his titanium alloy eyes, scanned Green Ripples' body, and then mocked, "Are the words on your buttocks also self-inflicted?" Green Ripples trembled inside. "Don't talk nonsense. What words on my buttocks? Master, I'll call someone to tie up this pair of scoundrels right now." But before she could finish, Cho Yaoer spoke up, "Green Ripples, remove your skirt. Let's see and know for sure." At this moment, Green Ripples, not knowing what to do, stood frozen in place, unable to move. Suddenly, two guards sprang from behind and grabbed Green Ripples, causing her to panic. Then, taking advantage of their unpreparedness, she turned and ran towards the outside, believing that as long as she could reach Cho Tianwei, he could save her life. However, the two guards were not to be underestimated and immediately tackled her, causing her to fall flat on her face. Then, they lifted her skirt, and indeed, there were words engraved, "Cho Xiao's wench." Seeing these shocking words, Su Chanchan quickly stepped forward and scolded, "You and Cho Xiao sure know how to play. What do you have to say now?" Green Ripples, seeing her scheme exposed, hurriedly crawled to Cho Yaoer, kneeling and begging pitifully, "Master, it was all young Master Cho Xiao who forced me. He raped me and forced me to swap your incense. It was all his instructions." However, listening to Green Ripple's pleas, Cho Yaoer felt nothing but disgust in her heart. She remained silent until the guards took her away. At this moment, Green Ripples stopped begging. With tears of rage, she shouted, "Cho Yaoer, this is all your fault. I desperately tried to please you, to get close to you, just so you would publicly acknowledge me as your sworn sister. Was that so hard for you? Why should I have to be your slave for life? If you saved me initially, why couldn't you save me all the way?" As she spoke, Green Ripples collapsed to the ground, but she still muttered, "Cho Xiao toyed with me, but he also promised to take me as his concubine. I just wanted to be one of the mistresses of this castle. What's wrong with that? I just didn't want to be a lowly servant for life like them." At this moment, Cho Yaoer stood up and walked over to Green Ripples. In that instant, Green Ripples seemed to see hope again. She crawled to Cho Yaoer and hugged her legs. "Master, as long as you accept me as your sworn sister, I will be utterly loyal to you. I will go to the Lord and expose all of young Master Cho Xiao's plots, ensuring he is severely punished." However, Cho Yaoer still did not speak, only gently stroking Green Ripples' forehead with her hand. With a trembling voice, Green Ripples asked her master, "Have you forgiven me?" However, the next second, Cho Yaoer's hand lightly patted, and with a snap, Green Ripples' body went limp. Suddenly, the entire room fell silent. Through his X-ray vision, Shenlang discovered that Green Ripples' brain had been turned into mush. Too terrifying. It seems that although Cho Yaoer does not kill women, she is absolutely ruthless towards traitors. With the death of the traitor Green Ripples, the matter of the switched incense also came to an end. After instructing the guards to clean up the body, Cho Yaoer turned and walked toward Shenlang and the others. At this moment, Su Chanchan was extremely nervous, having just witnessed Cho Yaoer's treatment of the traitor, and now, Shenlang, who was disguised as a woman, was brought in by her, not to mention what happened between them last night. What would her own fate be? Thinking this, Su Chanchan, intending to be candid in hopes of leniency, thought to explain to Cho Yaoer first, but before she could speak, Cho Yaoer stopped her. You don't need to explain to me. I don't want to hear it. I don't care who you are or what your purpose is in lurking around me. I'm not interested in these. Then she looked at Shenlang. The Buddha must be destroyed that Su Chanchan talked about. Was it written by you? Shenlang was initially stunned, then nodded. Yes, I wrote it. Cho Yaoer's eyes showed admiration as she said, to write such a masterpiece indicates you have another world in your mind. That's truly remarkable. Then she turned around, brought over a wooden box, opened it to reveal it was full of gold coins, and then said to Shenlang, I won't kill you. Take these gold coins and leave. Shenlang looked at Cho Yaoer with a deadpan expression. Is this supposed to compensate for the physical and mental harm done to me? Cho Yaoer did not deny it. Last night was indeed very pleasant, so your statement is not wrong. After finishing, she looked at Su Chanchan. Since you were in league with him, you should leave with him as well. Whatever your motives and schemes are, they won't succeed. I don't want to see you again. Su Chanchan's face changed dramatically after hearing this. I absolutely cannot leave. Taking down Cho Yaoer of Furious Tide City is crucial for my revenge. To avenge my family, I must complete the task Shenlang assigned to me. Thinking this, Su Chanchan suddenly fell to her knees in front of Cho Yaoer, then said through gritted teeth, Master, please don't send me away. I did all this just to avenge my family. Saying this, she cried and pointed at Shenlang. This man, Shenlang, although a scoundrel and a villain, has the capability to help me take revenge on my fiancée, Zhang Ji. That's why I agreed to help him and infiltrate your side. But he is also my enemy, the one who destroyed my family's legacy. He thought you liked women, so he had me come to seduce you, but I didn't manage to seduce you. Instead, I fell for your charm. Listening to Su Chanchan's words, Shenlang was dumbfounded. Damn, big sister, do you really want me dead? Why spill everything? Su Chanchan continued with tears. Master, if you insist on sending me away to return to Shenlang's side rather than live in darkness, I'd rather die. After saying this, she actually got up and rushed towards the stone wall. Seeing this, Cho Yaoer simply raised her hand and flicked Su Chanchan away. Seeing herself saved, Su Chanchan was overjoyed inside. There's hope. Since Cho Yaoer saved me, that means she was moved by my words. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chanchan hugged Cho Yaoer's legs again. This Shenlang is my ex-husband. He and Zhang Ji, one destroyed my family's legacy, and the other killed my entire family. I have irreconcilable vendettas against both, because they had a falling out. Following the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I colluded with Shenlang. Now that Shenlang can no longer help me with my revenge, it's better to get rid of him. Hearing Su Chanchan's words, Shenlang immediately panicked. Su Chanchan, don't talk nonsense. At this moment, Cho Yaoer finally spoke up. Someone, take this man away. As her words fell, two guards immediately came forward and seized Shenlang. Ignoring his explanations, Cho Yaoer approached and said, since he likes to dress as a woman, dress him up again and then send him away from Thunderous Isle. He is not allowed to set foot on the island ever again. Struggling, Shenlang suddenly said, General, may I take a bath before leaving? This unexpected request made Cho Yaoer pause sharply, but seeing Shenlang's injured state, she agreed to his request and then said, although I don't know your true purpose in approaching me, I am still grateful that you saved me. Also, I'm sorry for the harm done to you last night. This box of gold coins is merely compensation for me, and I still owe you for saving my life. If you ever need to be repaid, send someone to find me, but if your request involves harming my adoptive father, I will not agree. After all, if he hadn't saved me 20 years ago, I would have died at sea long ago. After saying this, Cho Yaoer no longer paid attention to him and walked out. Seeing this, Su Chanchan hurriedly followed. Watching the two leave, Shenlang felt speechless. Su Chanchan, you've really turned into a sycophant. A moment later, Shenlang was grimacing in the bath, reflecting on the progress of this plan, which was indeed risky. If Cho Xiao hadn't switched the incense, my identity wouldn't have been exposed. Luckily, Su Chanchan cleverly stayed behind. Although she is still fixated on seeking revenge against the Zhang family, she won't betray me for now, but it's hard to say if her obsession with Cho Yaoer might lead to changes in the future. Suddenly, Shenlang thought about last night. Although there were unexpected events on this trip, there were gains. It's just a pity that my first time was with Cho Yaoer. Thinking of this, the image of Jean Mulan appeared in Shenlang's mind. Damn, if Jean Mulan finds out about this, will I be beaten to death? Meanwhile, far away in mythical Turtle City, Jean Mulan seemed to have a premonition, constantly sneezing. She didn't know why, but she felt something bad had happened to her husband. However, amidst her worries, she noticed nothing amiss. On the other side, the Count of Mythical Turtle was busy every day, dispatching troops and laborers to Cliffwatch Island, as per Shenlang's request. Their ally, Wang Tong, also lent his full support, transporting a large amount of materials to aid in the construction of Cliffwatch Island. At this moment, the massive operation, even the Count of Mythical Turtle himself felt as if he was truly guarding a gold mine on Cliffwatch Island. Madame Jean also marveled at her son-in-law's wisdom and boldness. Only such a grand gesture could make those cunning folks believe there's really a gold mine on Cliffwatch Island. Now, the Count of Mythical Turtle was leading the last troop to Cliffwatch Island. Although Madame Jean was joking and laughing with the Count on the surface, she was somewhat sentimental inside. The Count comforted his delicate wife. "Madam, rest assured, Shenlang and I will be fine. Our good son-in-law has set a trap on the island. As soon as the enemies land, the only thing awaiting them is a dead end." Speaking of Shenlang, Madame Jean became worried again. After all, her gentle son-in-law was not skilled in martial arts, and it was really worrisome for him to go out alone. The Count of Mythical Turtle laughed heartily. With Shenlang's intelligence, he is only in the position to harm others. The person who could harm him probably hasn't been born yet. After repeating his advice for his wife to stay safe and take care of herself, under Madame Jean's gaze, the Count of Mythical Turtle mounted his high horse, leading thousands of elite warriors, marched majestically towards the dock. With this, the grand drama of Shenlang's Golden Island is about to reach its climax. Next, we just wait for those greedy fools to walk into the trap. Shenlang's one-night stand with Chiao Yaoer is about to be exposed. How will our poor Jean Mulan face this? At this moment, the sea ship carrying Shenlang and Huang Feng is about to arrive at the Radiant Valor County dock. Inside the cabin, Shenlang is very anxious. He is about to return home. He does not want Jean Mulan to know about his infidelity. At this moment, he desperately rehearses his facial expressions. "When I see Jean Mulan later, I must not let her see any flaws. After getting off the ship, I need to hurry back to the carriage and change my clothes to cover the scars on my body. After a few days, when the bite marks on my body disappear, this matter will also pass." For his and Mulan's future happiness, Shenlang decides to bring out his lifetime acting skills to hide everything in front of Jean Mulan. In his opinion, as long as Jean Mulan is not saddened, this well-intentioned lie must be told. However, at the moment of approaching the dock, Shenlang was stunned. At this time, he saw Jean Mulan standing on the dock, anxiously waiting for the sea ship to dock. This is not a coincidence, but Jean Mulan, unable to restrain her inner worries, was preparing to board the ship to Furious Tide City to find Shenlang when he saw his husband returning safely. At that moment, all the grievances suppressed in her heart instantly filled her eyes. The next second, she ran forward and hugged Shenlang tightly. The worries and fears of many days can finally be put down at this moment. Although she does not know why Shenlang was dressed as a woman, as long as her husband can return safely, it is good. Shenlang looks at Jean Mulan in his arms. He had never thought that this always strong woman would shed tears for his safety, and at this moment, all the lies he had prepared earlier, he couldn't utter a single word. "Baby, I'm sorry. I was with another woman." Hearing the words coming out of Shenlang's mouth, Jean Mulan stood frozen in place. Meanwhile, inside the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion, Madame Jean had shed her luxurious clothes and changed into the vigorous attire of her youth. It's known that Madame Jean had high martial skills in her youth. Jean Mulan inherited her martial talent. If it weren't for the Mythical Turtle Count being a doting husband, reluctant to let his wife get hurt, she might well have been a martial arts grandmaster by now. Now that her husband has gone to war for the family, she will not sit idly by. She will protect their home in her husband's stead. At this moment, a court carriage arrived outside the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion. The visitor was the sovereign's confidant, Eunuch Wang. He spoke in a sissy tone. "The sovereign decrees, Mythical Turtle Count Jinjua, come forth to greet." However, as his words fell, the ones who came out from the main gate were Madame Jean in her vigorous attire and the young master Jean Mutsong. And this otaku was still immersed in the story, unable to extricate himself, his whole being in a state of distraction, so absorbed in copying that he was unaware of the ink all over his mouth and hands. Eunuch Wang was taken aback by their appearance, not to mention Madame Jin's attire. Just looking at Jean Mutsong, he showed a face of disdain. "I had heard that the young master of the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion was useless, but the fatty before me is simply an idiot." After a moment, Eunuch Wang steadied his emotions and spoke. "Is the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion disrespecting us? This is the sovereign's imperial edict. Why isn't the Mythical Turtle Count here to receive it?" Madame Jean hurriedly explained. "My husband has gone to Cliffwatch Island and is not at home now. I hope you will not take offense, Eunuch." Upon hearing that the Mythical Turtle Count had gone to Cliffwatch Island, Eunuch Wang's eyes widened. There are rumors everywhere now that there's a large gold mine on Cliffwatch Island. Now that even the Mythical Turtle Count has personally gone to guard it, it seems this matter is confirmed. Realizing his slip of composure, Eunuch Wang hurriedly continued. "Since the Mythical Turtle Count is not here, I will not enter the mansion. Let the young master Jean Mutsong come forth to receive the decree." Madame Jean quickly knelt down. However, the clueless Jean Mutsong was still lost in thoughts about the subsequent story, completely unaware of what was happening. Seeing Jean Mutsong's lack of response, an irritated Eunuch Wang shouted into his ear in a high-pitched voice, "Young master Jean Mutsong, do you dare to ignore me? Are you dissatisfied with me?" Only then did Jean Mutsong snap back to reality, asking in confusion, What? Is it over?" Seeing Jean Mutsong's bewildered look, Eunuch Wang also felt helpless. "Why am I even bothering with an idiot?" He then demanded Jean Mutsong kneel again to receive the decree. Seeing that he was supposed to to receive the decree. Jin Mutsung panicked. Shouldn't I be invisible in everyone's eyes? Why am I receiving a decree with my brother-in-law not home? Should I even accept it? Madam Jin, seeing her son's foolishness, was nearly driven to rage, scolding sharply, "Will you kneel down already?" Hearing his mother's command, Jin Mutsung finally reacted and hurriedly knelt down. Eunuch Wang continued the decree. The sovereign orders that within 3 days, the young master of the mythical turtle count's mansion, Jin Mutsung, must go to the Imperial Academy for study. Without any delay, Jin Mutsung was bewildered. Why does the sovereign want me to study at the Imperial Academy? And within 3 days? Where is my brother-in-law? I need to ask him first. Jin Mutsung stood up, shakily taking the decree from Eunuch Wang's hands, thinking, should I pretend to be sick, delay for a few days, and wait for my brother-in-law to come back and decide? However, the next second, Eunuch Wang turned to him and said, "Young master, prepare yourself. Within 3 days, accompany me, and I will personally escort you to the capital." Jin Mutsung was shocked upon hearing this. "What? Go with you?" Without waiting for Jin Mutsung to retort, Eunuch Wang coldly said again, "Then, I will wait for you at the mythical turtle count's mansion." After saying this, he left with 4 guards, leaving the mythical turtle count's mansion. After they were gone, Jin Mutsung dared to ask his mother with a mournful face what to do. Madam Jin could only comfort her son. "Don't cry. Your brother-in-law will be back soon. He will surely have a solution." At this moment, Shenlang's carriage was indeed rushing back to the mansion. Throughout the journey, Shenlang was holding Mulan, continuously apologizing to her. "Baby, I'm sorry, baby, your husband is truly wrong." Mulan, as if she had lost her soul, could not say a word, just blankly staring ahead. After a while, Mulan finally covered her face and began to cry loudly. The treasure she cherished was taken by someone else. She hated herself for not letting go of that damned pride earlier. Hearing Mulan's crying, the driver, Wang Feng, also sighed. It's good to cry it out, but the crying also made her heart flutter. "All men are no good. I will stay away from men in the future and never marry." Inside the carriage, Mulan pushed Shenlang down onto the seat, tears falling like broken pearls, unstoppably streaming from her eyes. Sobbing, she asked Shenlang, "Who is that woman? It's not Su Chanqian, is it?" Seeing Mulan's pain, Shenlang's heart was breaking, but he could only tell the truth to Mulan. "That woman is Qiu Yaoer." Mulan, trembling, asked him, "It must have been Qiu Yaoer who forced you, right?" "It must be so." In her heart, she always believed that she and her husband loved each other, and at this moment, she saw in Shenlang's eyes the deep love and guilt he felt for her. The next second, she kissed Shenlang's lips, feeling the tenderness of regaining what was lost. Then, she tore open Shenlang's clothes, seeing the scars on her body. Mulan once again confirmed that her husband was also a victim. At this moment, she no longer wanted to suppress her feelings, and pushed Shenlang down. The driver, Wang Feng, was shocked. The miss of the mythical turtle count's mansion is so wild. Doing this on the main road, returning from Furious Tide City, Shenlang, after a night of passion with Mulan, finally reconciled as before. Soon, they returned to the mythical turtle count's mansion. As soon as they arrived home, Jin Mutsung ran to tell them about the sovereign wanting him to study at the Imperial Academy. Hearing this, Shenlang couldn't help but find it amusing. Previously, Prince Ningjing had knelt in front of the sovereign for a whole day and night before the sovereign reluctantly agreed to let Jin Mutsung enter the capital for studies. Leaving a route for the Jin family hasn't been finalized yet. Now, with rumors of the Jin family discovering a gold mine, they immediately call for Jin Mutsung to study, to be a hostage. But until the reign over the sea strategy succeeds, the Jin family has no standing to bargain with the sovereign. Only after capturing Furious Tide City and Thunder Isle will they have the strength to confront the sovereign. But if Jin Mutsung doesn't go, the sovereign will surely become suspicious, and this could jeopardize the plan. Just as Shenlang began to think of strategies, Jin Mutsung suddenly stood up and said, "Brother-in-law, let me go to the capital." Madam Jin instantly got angry upon hearing this. "No, Jin Mutsung, you are too naive by nature. Going to such a complex place as the capital, won't you be bullied to death?" However, Shenlang, on the side, deeply appreciated Jin Mutsung's decision. "Finally, my brother-in-law is willing to take responsibility." At this time, Jin Mutsung took his mother's hand and said, "Mother, if I don't go, it would be defying the imperial edict, which could bring disaster to our family. You have protected me under your wings since I was young. Now that I have grown up, I can also contribute to this family. Moreover, whenever there is anything important at home, brother-in-law always lets me listen in to learn. Now, brother-in-law's plan has reached a critical moment, and there must not be any slip-ups. I admit I am a bit slow and cannot help much in other areas, but going to the Imperial Academy is the greatest contribution I can make to the family." At this point, he looked toward Shenlang. "Brother-in-law, after this battle is over, you will definitely come to the capital to take me back, right?" Hearing Jin Mutsung's words, Shenlang was also stunned. He hadn't expected such a big change in his brother-in-law in just a few days. "Big guy, are you sure? The capital is not like home. If someone bullies you, we can't protect you. Everything will have to be dealt with by you." Jin Mutsung said with a determined look, "I have already thought it through, although I was indeed very scared at first. After careful consideration, I know I must choose this path." At this moment, Madam Jin, listening to her son's words from behind, couldn't help but have tears tears well up again. This son has never left my side. Although a boy must go out and experience the world as he grows, Jin Mutsung is too naive. I really can't let go in my heart. At this moment, Jean Mulan came over to wipe her mother's tears. Mother, don't worry, your son-in-law will make sure everything is arranged properly for my brother. Let's go out for a walk and let my husband talk with my brother. Madame Jean had no choice but to leave reluctantly. Then, Jin Mutsung took out a bundle of manuscripts and said, Brother-in-law, while you were away, I wrote a continuation of the story you made for Chiu Yaoer. Please take a look and see what you think. After Shenlang had read the manuscript for half an hour, he couldn't help but express his admiration. I didn't expect this otaku could write the emotional content so well. Not only does he vividly describe the process of fighting demons, but he also interweaves the plot with deities coming to the rescue in such a thrilling manner. It's very engaging, but he also veered off the main plot. If the story continues this way, they'll end up fighting in the heavenly palace again. Then how will they continue on their journey to obtain the scriptures? Jin Mutsung, seeing Shenlang's expression, was also very nervous. How is it, brother-in-law? Seeing this, Shenlang did not skimp on his praise, saying it was indeed exciting. Encouraged, Jin Mutsung excitedly said, Brother-in-law, I plan to make a name for myself in the Imperial Academy by writing books, continuing this journey of the monkey to obtain the scriptures. What do you think? However, Shenlang countered him. What you wrote is good, but it's not suitable for continuing this book. You've made the storyline too vengeful, and the emotions are too intense. Hearing Shenlang's critique, Jin Mutsung immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, very dejected. Brother-in-law, do you think my writing is not good? Shenlang smiled. Of course, it's good, but it's more suited for another work. Come, let me orally give you the first chapter. After saying that, he sat down. This first chapter will be over 60,000 words. You don't need to write it down, just listen carefully to the details. Hearing his brother-in-law's request, Jin Mutsung instantly turned into a good listener, sitting down to seriously listen to the story. As Shenlang narrated, the first chapter of the new story officially began. Looking at the testing magic steel, which shone brightly, even somewhat dazzlingly with 5 large characters. Power level 3. The youth showed no expression, but a self-mocking smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Indeed, this is the new story Shenlang brought to Jin Mutsung, Battle Through the Heavens. Following the plot led by Shenlang, Jin Mutsung was completely captivated. This story was truly fascinating. When it came to Nailin Yenron's annulment, Jin Mutsung felt as if he saw the scene when Xueli came to the Count's mansion to annul their engagement, immediately grinding his teeth in anger. But he also understood. The saying my brother-in-law told me, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not bully the young and poor, originally comes from this book. After several hours of oral narration by Shenlang, the first chapter of the story finally came to an end. Then, Shenlang asked Jin Mutsung seriously again, Big guy, are you sure you want to continue this story in the Imperial Academy? Jin Mutsung immediately responded decisively, in this lifetime, even if I do nothing else, I must continue this book to the end. Shenlang reminded him again, if you can complete this work, you will definitely become famous in the future. Not only will you be popular in the Imperial Academy, but your name will also spread throughout the capital. However, this reputation might not be good. People might curse you for writing a highly toxic work, even considering you a shame to the Imperial Academy. Does that not matter to you? Hearing about becoming famous, Jin Mutsung got even more excited. It doesn't matter if it's a good reputation or a bad one. As long as I become famous, that's fine. Then, I'll be able to make friends through it. And if I can also find a wife, that would be even better. Shenlang smiled and continued, finding a wife, maybe not, but you will make many friends who are poor students. Those top students who pass the exams with high scores, they probably wouldn't want to associate with you. Jin Mutsung dismissively said, it doesn't matter. After all, I'm also a poor student. Brother-in-law, please quickly outline the story and character descriptions for me. I'll think about the content on my way to the capital, so I can start writing as soon as I arrive at the Imperial Academy. Seeing his brother-in-law so determined, Shenlang didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately began to utilize the content in his mind, organizing and writing out the outline for the first 1 million words of Battle Through the Heavens. After a while, Jin Mutsung, treating the scroll as a treasured possession, hugged it to his chest, promising Shenlang with determination, I will not let you down, brother-in-law. However, the silly seriousness lasted only 3 seconds before he blurted out, brother-in-law, when my new book is published, can I change the title to Boundless Romantic Affairs, Battle Through the Heavens? Hearing this, Shenlang got angry on the spot. The book isn't even written yet, and you're thinking about writing on the coattails of popularity? Is that how you plan to do it? But the next second, Shenlang realized, are you planning to add adult content to it? At this moment, Jin Mutsung suddenly showed a mischievous grin and said, brother-in-law, with so many beauties in this story, wouldn't it be a pity not to include some adult content? Shenlang was speechless, but it seemed his brother-in-law wasn't entirely wrong. He could only say, you can add them, but not too much, and it must not disrupt the main storyline of the book. With his brother-in-law's support, Jin Mutsung, at this moment, put all fear of going to the Imperial Academy aside, even looking forward to the writing journey ahead. They stayed up all night. Shenlang and his brother-in-law spent the whole night discussing the new work. Madame Jean wanted to spend some time time with her son before he left, but seeing the enthusiastic discussion between him and Shenlang, she didn't want to interrupt. It seems the boy is closer to his brother-in-law, but that's good. He can learn some skills from Shenlang. One day, it might even save his life. At this moment, in the waters surrounding Cliffwatch Island, suddenly, 10 pirate ships appeared. Jin Shuring, upon seeing this, immediately issued a loud warning. This is the Jin family's maritime territory. No ships are allowed to approach, or they will be killed without mercy. However, at that moment, a burst of laughter came from the leading pirate ship. Chiu Xiao stood on the deck, arrogantly saying, "You really are jokers. Not to mention this being your Jin family's territory. As long as the Chiu family desires it, the entire sea area belongs to the Chiu family." Seeing Chiu Xiao so bold, Jin Shuring immediately ordered the Jin family's warships to attack Chiu Xiao's pirate ship. Upon seeing this, Chiu Xiao laughed again. "You dare call those broken ships warships? Truly overestimating yourselves. Today, let me show you what real warships are." After saying this, Chiu Xiao shouted orders to his crew. "All pirates, prepare for battle." As his voice fell, the pirates loaded all their crossbows and aimed at the Jin family's warships. Facing Chiu Xiao's warships, Jin Shuring knew well that the Jin family ships were no match. With just an order from Chiu Xiao to fire the arrows, the Jin side would undoubtedly be annihilated. Reluctantly, he had to let Chiu Xiao's ships pass. Thus, Chiu Xiao led the 10 warships majestically into the dock of Cliffwatch Island. The battle for Cliffwatch Island, also known as Golden Island, was about to reach its climax under Shenlang's arrangement. And this idiot, Chiu Xiao, who thinks with his lower half, still believed it was the mythical turtle count's fear of him that allowed him access to the island. As soon as he arrived on the island, he dragged his large sword, boasting for the mythical turtle count and Shenlang to come see him, unaware that the mythical turtle count had been observing them from the shadows for a long time. Shenlang really is prophetic. This big fish, Chiu Xiao, has indeed taken the bait. Not only has he come himself, but he has also brought several thousand pirates and 10 large warships. According to the plan, these warships are naturally to be all seized. But for these thousands of pirates, do we really follow Shenlang's instructions to behead them all and then send them to Chiu Tianwei? Seeing the arrogant Chiu Xiao in front of him, the mythical turtle count didn't say much and directly walked out. Upon seeing him, Chiu Xiao immediately asked, "Jin Zhua, I heard that your Cliffwatch Island has struck gold. Aren't you going to show me quickly?" The mythical turtle count didn't respond to the question, but changed the subject. "Since young Master Chiu has come, let's not hurry to see the gold mine just yet. You've also been through a long voyage. You must be tired. Why not rest first?" After saying this, he ordered Jin Shuring to take them to the newly built barracks for rest. Chiu Xiao, seeing the mythical turtle count's ingratiating manner, felt very pleased with himself. "With my father and thousands of pirates backing me, the Jin family can only try to curry favor with me. The mythical turtle count wouldn't dare harm a hair on my head." A moment later, they arrived at the rest area. Seeing the well-equipped facilities, Chiu Xiao immediately claimed them. "Brothers, this is the barracks that the mythical turtle count specially built for us. Aren't you going to thank the count for his kindness?" As Chiu Xiao finished speaking, all the pirates started to go wild. At this moment, Jin Shuring and 2 guards, seeing the greedy faces of the pirates, wished they could kill them immediately. But Jin Shuring knew the count had other plans. To avoid alarming them prematurely, he still advised to hold back their anger, and then left the place with the 2 guards. However, to Chiu Xiao, all these actions by the mythical turtle count were seen as signs of fear. Thus, his behavior afterwards became even more outrageous. Pushing his luck further, not only did he demand the count to bring Jin Mulan here to accompany him in drinking, he even specifically requested to have Jin's sword lady as a gift given to him. Pretending to be casual, he then went to the construction site on the island. Seeing such large-scale construction, Chiu Xiao became even more convinced of the gold mine on the island. The expenditure of such a large amount of money and grain for dock construction and castle building, almost moving the entire count's mansion to Cliffwatch Island, clearly indicates there's a gold mine on this island. But the mythical turtle count has been very accommodating to my demands, except when it comes to visiting the mine, he strongly obstructs it. Now is not the time to break with him, so I need to think of another plan. Early the next day, the miners began to enter the mine to start work one after another. Among these miners, Chiu Xiao had deliberately disguised himself to blend in. Upon entering the mine, he was stunned by the scene before him. He saw a huge mine pit that seemed bottomless, with an estimated diameter of 1 to 200 meters. Around the bottom of the pit, numerous houses had been constructed. Chiu Xiao continued to follow deeper into the mine, where the security became increasingly strict. Each miner had to enter by showing a tag. Fortunately, Chiu Xiao had already eliminated the original owner of the tag, allowing him to blend in safely. He then began to check the houses one by one. When he pushed open the first door, the glittering gold nearly blinded him. Holy shit, there's so much gold sand piled up here. At least tens of thousands of pounds by estimate. And there are also dozens of boxes of gold bars. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he opened another door. This room had a setup that diverted the island's river along with its sediment inside. The workers were proficiently washing the gold sand from the sediment, but the gold content in this sediment was incredibly ridiculously high. Almost half of the sediment was gold sand. In just a moment, another pile of gold sand was accumulated. At this moment, Qiu Xiao was so excited he could hardly breathe. No wonder the mythical turtle count's mansion could easily pay off 800,000. With such a large gold mine, another 10 times 800,000 could easily be produced. Now, my Qiu family is going to be rich. Forget about just taking 50%. This entire gold mine will belong to the Qiu family. All mine. Qiu Zhao's. Early in the morning at the mythical turtle count's mansion, a mysterious guest arrived. This person was a trusted eunuch of Prince Ningjing, sent especially because he was worried about Jin Muzong's safety on his journey to the capital. Madame Jin was very touched by this gesture and immediately wanted to prepare some special gifts to send back with the eunuch to Prince Ningjing. The eunuch initially tried to decline, but couldn't resist Madame Jin's insistence and agreed. A moment later, several large boxes of gifts arranged by Shenlang were presented. Here, besides common items like silk and swords, there were also many of Shenlang's specially made shampoos, soaps, perfumes, and facial masks. Of course, these were gifts Shenlang prepared for Prince Ningjing's wife. As it has been said since ancient times, to build a relationship, one must first win over the significant other. Although the eunuch didn't know what these items Shenlang was sending were, given the relationship between his master and the mythical turtle count's mansion, the prepared items would not be ordinary. He immediately thanked Madame Jean on behalf of his master. At this time, Shenlang stepped forward and asked, "May I ask, eunuch, has Prince Ningjing been having a difficult time recently?" The eunuch told Shenlang that ever since Prince Ningjing had helped the mythical turtle count's mansion in their time of need, and especially after Shenlang's 800,000 gold coins embarrassed many, everything had caused the sovereign to fly into a rage. He even suspected that Ningjing was colluding with the mythical turtle count's mansion to sabotage the new policies. Not only was Ningjing scolded and forced to kneel many times, but for some baseless accusations, a column of Ningjing's mansion was removed as a warning. Even so, when Ningjing learned that the sovereign had allowed Jin Muzong to study at the Imperial Academy, he did not hesitate to help, all to preserve the last branch of the Jin family. At this point, the eunuch sighed. "My master asks for nothing for himself, but has suffered countless injustices. He may think nothing of it, but we servants feel indignant on our master's behalf." Shenlang didn't say much, but expressed his gratitude with a simple phrase, "Thank you for His Highness's concern. One day, I will personally go to thank His Highness." The eunuch, being a wise man, understood Shenlang's intention. Cliffwatch Island is facing turbulent times. Please be extra cautious. Mythical turtle count, Shenlang inquired. Has someone been lobbying in the capital? The eunuch nodded, and not just one group. They have long coveted the gold mine on your island. Now, they can hardly restrain themselves any longer. After hearing this, Shenlang again expressed his thanks to the eunuch for the warning, understanding in his heart that he needed to accelerate his strategic plans. Soon, it was time to part ways. Everyone in the family came outside the mansion to see off Jin Muzong. Madame Jean was nearly crying her eyes out, and Jean Mulan had to keep wiping her mother's tears. At this moment, the bored eunuch Wang began to tease the trusted eunuch of Prince Ningjing. "His Highness the Fifth Prince really is warm-hearted, but isn't it a bit late to start cooking when it's already mealtime?" However, his words, coincidentally overheard by Shenlang, sparked a response. Well, are you insinuating that Ningjing is colluding with my Jin family with ambitions of usurpation? Alright, since you like to joke so much, let me join in the fun." Then he quietly whispered into Eunuch Wang's ear. "Eunuch Wang, what do you mean by that? Are you cursing the sovereign?" Eunuch Wang, hearing Shenlang's words, quickly retorted, "You, a mere son-in-law, should not make unfounded accusations. I definitely did not mean that." Shenlang laughed. "Then what do you mean by it's almost mealtime? Are you perhaps referring to the crown prince? At this moment, the sovereign is at the peak of his reign, yet you say it's almost mealtime. This clearly sounds like a curse against the sovereign. Since you claim you didn't mean that, let's report this statement to His Majesty. Whether or not it's believed, the sovereign himself will decide. Don't you agree?" At this moment, Eunuch Wang's face had turned from pale to ashen with fright. He knew well that if these words reached the sovereign's ears, though he might not be dismissed or put to death, being beaten and kneeling for hours would be inevitable. The rumors about Shenlang being as heartless as a venomous snake seemed to be true. He truly is someone who should not and cannot be provoked. Eunuch Wang dared not speak anymore in front of Shenlang. Hastily had someone call for Jin Muzong to get into the carriage and leave. Watching the official carriage depart, Jean Mulan felt very upset, and Madame Jean was crying so hard she could hardly catch her breath. Shenlang was also saddened, but his sorrow was used to be about eating, sleeping, and teasing Fatty. Now that Fatty is gone, there's no one left to tease. Turning back to see his mother-in-law in a daze, Shenlang quickly went forward to comfort her. "I will personally go to the capital to bring the brother-in-law back." Early the next morning, Shenlang also prepared to set off. He and Jean Mulan, standing outside the count's mansion, found it hard to part, but the final phase of the Cliffwatch Island strategy had to be executed by Shenlang. He softly said, "Wife, all matters of the home are entrusted to you and mother-in-law. Your father and I will surely solve all problems quickly and return with victory." After speaking, he departed towards Cliffwatch Island with Huang Feng under Jean Mulan's watchful gaze. By evening, Shenlang arrived at Cliffwatch Island. Upon landing, he quickly went to the mythical turtle count's room. Father-in-law, when I passed by the newly built barracks, I saw several pirates. Has Qiu Xiao arrived? The mythical turtle count informed Shenlang. Qiu Xiao arrived on the island a few days ago. He has been acting arrogantly, causing widespread anger, but I've followed your plan and let Qiu Xiao into the mine. After seeing the gold, he has already sent more than a dozen pirates to report back to Furious Tide City. I believe Qiu Tianwei will act soon. Upon hearing this, Shenlang immediately showed a sly smile. Father-in-law, tonight, we shall host a banquet for Qiu Xiao. Now that the pig is fattened, it's time for the slaughterhouse. At this moment, Qiu Tianwei, elated by the information Qiu Xiao had gathered about the gold mine on Cliffwatch Island, could hardly believe the content of the message. The Jin family has really developed such a massive gold mine. However, after calming his excitement, Qiu Tianwei sensed something amiss. A normal gold mine can only extract up to 50,000 gold coins a year, but now, the Jin family has extracted over 1 million gold coins in just a few months. Such high output really is hard to feel at ease with. After much thought, Qiu Tianwei immediately ordered his alchemist, Master Zhang, to be brought to him. A short while later, having learned the full story, Master Zhang began to carefully examine the gold from the mine. Seeing that the Taoist priest remained silent, Qiu Tianwei, standing by, was visibly impatient. Master Zhang, you understand the situation now. Based on your observation, is there anything wrong with the gold mine the Jin family is mining? Could there be any deception? Master Zhang shook his head and said, based on my years of experience, there's nothing wrong with this gold mine. After speaking, Master Zhang stood up and bowed to Qiu Tianwei, saying, congratulations, my king. Based on my experience and judging by this material, the gold mine on Cliffwatch Island is not merely an ordinary gold mine, it is an ancient gold vein. Upon hearing the term ancient gold vein, Qiu Tianwei's body jolted sharply. The so-called ancient gold vein refers to a gold reserve left by an ancient emperor. At some point in time, the world underwent significant changes, transforming the entire land and ocean, and during this period, the earth generated temperatures high enough to melt everything. The gold left behind formed a river of gold underground, flowing everywhere, scattering over this island, creating a gold vein. It can be said that once a gold vein is discovered, it's no different from picking up gold from the ground. After hearing the Taoist's explanation, Qiu Tianwei still harbored some doubts. Everyone knows that Jin family's son-in-law, Shenlang, is cunning and ruthless. He suspected all this might just be an act, but looking around the entire world, how many forces could produce so much gold? Currently, the Hidden Origin Society certainly wouldn't help him, and even the Heavenly Path Society, ranked second in wealth, without a huge interest, wouldn't take such a big risk to produce such a large sum of money for a mere son-in-law to play a no-win scenario. Thinking this, he turned to Master Zhang and asked, based on your experience, how much reserve do you estimate this gold vein to have? Master Zhang told Qiu Tianwei, 30 years ago, the Great Jin Kingdom extracted an ancient gold vein. 20-odd years ago, the Great Flame Empire mobilized 1.3 million elite troops to invade the Great Chan Kingdom. All expenses of the Great Flame Empire were paid by the Great Jin Kingdom. Master, now that you hold the Isle of Gold Mountain in your hands, and with the reappearance of an ancient gold vein on Cliffwatch Island, isn't this a sign that your dominance is about to be established? At this moment, Qiu Tianwei, hearing the Taoist's words, felt more and more excited and overjoyed. The next second, he summoned his shadow guards. Go and send a message to the mythical turtle count, demanding he hand over 80% of the gold mine on the island, and the pirates from Furious Tide City must also station on Cliffwatch Island to participate in the mining of the gold mine. Should he refuse, I will gather tens of thousands of troops and completely erase the Jin family from this world. As night falls, in the Cliffwatch Island garrison, the loud laughter of pirates fills the island. These fellows, drinking and eating meat in the camp, are having a great time, having lost all sense of vigilance they had upon arrival. In their minds, the mythical turtle count and his soldiers are too cowardly. The pirates have stolen the soldiers' food, wine, and meat, driving them out of the barracks, and the mythical turtle count doesn't dare make a sound. Outside the camp, a bone-chilling wind blows. The soldiers of the mythical turtle count's mansion can only sit huddled on a hilltop, eating coarse grains and drinking plain water, listening to the taunting laughter from inside the camp. The contrast is truly unbearable. At this time, a few drunk pirates wander out of the barracks and shout at the count's mansion soldiers, your mythical turtle count is so cowardly, truly a disgrace to his ancestors. You brothers, following such a coward, what's the point? Might as well join us pirates for some real fun. These nobles are all bullies who fear the hard. Tonight, Qiu Xiao, our young master, is being invited by the mythical turtle count for drinks. Who knows? To please our young master, the mythical turtle count might even offer Shenlang to accompany him for the night. The soldiers, listening to the taunts of these beasts, are all grinding their teeth in anger, but they know they must not let a moment of anger ruin the young master's plan, so they can only forcefully swallow this bitter pill. Meanwhile, inside the mythical turtle count's reception hall, he and Shenlang are hosting a banquet for Qiu Xiao. Although Qiu Xiao is usually arrogant and domineering. He is incredibly suspicious and cunning at heart. For this banquet, he brought his own food, not touching any of the wine and meat prepared by the mythical turtle count. Qiu Xiao even cautiously controls his alcohol intake, always maintaining a sober state. Shenlang understands. Qiu Xiao fears we might drug him. He wants to remain, always ready to defend himself. At this moment, Qiu Xiao, looking dissatisfied, directly asks Shenlang, "Shenlang, I've been on Cliffwatch Island for so long, and you've refused to show yourself. Do you not take me seriously?" Shenlang had no choice but to reluctantly open his clothing to explain. "Young master, please calm your anger. I was severely injured by a tigress recently and couldn't even get out of bed. When I learned you were on Cliffwatch Island, I forced myself to come here." Qiu Xiao stepped forward, looking at Shenlang's scars, puzzled. "Is this Jean Mulan's doing?" Shenlang dressed himself and shook his head. "It's the handiwork of another female Tyrannosaurus." Hearing this, Qiu Xiao burst into laughter. "Well done, Shenlang. I didn't expect that failing to get Jean Mulan, you'd be so desperate as to find such a rough wild woman outside." At this moment, Shenlang retorted with feigned anger. "Young Marquis, our Jean family has treated your Qiu family with respect. I can tolerate your rudeness towards me, but could you please discipline your pirates? Stop challenging our patience again and again." Hearing Shenlang refer to him as Young Marquis, Qiu Xiao was momentarily stunned, followed by an undeniable joy. "It seems the Jean family is aware that my father is about to become the Furious Tides Marquis. No wonder this little wretch, Shenlang, is all kinds of respectful and flattering towards me, daring not to overstep." Thinking this, Qiu Xiao became even more arrogant. "If you can't tolerate it, just take action. We can have another great battle like the one 20 years ago." Hearing Qiu Xiao's words, the mythical turtle count hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. "These are matters of the past. Why bring them up again?" Young Master Qiu Xiao, seeing the mythical turtle count acting so cowardly, Qiu Xiao laughed even more wildly. "Mythical turtle count, 20 years ago was the weakest time for my Qiu family. Yet your father, Jean Yu Count, led more than 10,000 troops to attack my thunderous isle. Unfortunately, in the end, his entire army was wiped out. Now, your Jean family's military strength is less than 1/3 of that, while our Qiu family has expanded several times over. With such a gap, what grounds do you have to negotiate terms with me? Don't forget your situation. If we lead 30,000 troops to attack the Jean family, who would dare help you? Those nobles who are like turtles shrinking their heads? Or would the sovereign help you?" At these words, the mythical turtle count and Shenlang's faces turned ashen, mumbling, "Peace is most precious." Seeing their reaction, Qiu Xiao sneered and said, "You want peace? That's not impossible, but it depends on the sincerity of the Jean family." Shenlang, pale, looked up at Qiu Xiao. "Young Marquis, to prove our sincerity, our Jean family is willing to offer 20,000 gold coins to the Qiu family every year, without charge. Do you think that's acceptable?" Hearing this figure, Qiu Xiao instantly flew into a rage, throwing his wine cup violently at Shenlang. Huang Feng, quick to react, blocked it, saving Shenlang from disaster. Shenlang, seeing the wine cup embedded in the wall panel, was covered in cold sweat. Such a beast, his actions are really ruthless. Meanwhile, Qiu Xiao, face full of anger, yelled, "Your Jean family offers 20,000 gold coins a year. Are you treating me like a beggar?" At this moment, Shenlang glanced at his father-in-law, but the mythical turtle count lowered his eyelids, gently shaking his head. Shenlang immediately understood. "It seems my father-in-law believes that even deploying the Jean family's 3 top experts, it would be hard to take down Qiu Xiao, and with thousands of pirates outside, our military power simply cannot compete." Thus, Shenlang quickly put on a smiling face to appease Qiu Xiao, indicating that everything could be discussed again. Then, he had a servant fetch a new wine cup for Qiu Xiao. Qiu Xiao directly refused. "No need, I brought several with me." Shenlang jokingly asked, "Why so suspicious, young Marquis? With Furious Tide City and tens of thousands of troops behind you, how could we dare to harm you?" Qiu Xiao poured himself a glass of his own wine and said directly, "You, Shenlang, are famously cunning and ruthless. I'd better be careful." Then, Shenlang instructed the servants to prepare various rare delicacies. "This is caviar, very rare and valuable. Quickly take some to the young Marquis." "No thanks, I dare not eat." He cut a slice of his own meat and put it in his mouth, continuing, "Shenlang, don't waste your effort. I've humiliated Jean Mulan, poisoned your Jean family's wells. I've done all this, and I know you hate me thoroughly. Yet, even so, you wouldn't dare touch a hair on my head. Also, you said 20,000 gold coins a year. Do you take me for a fool? Do you really think I don't know that there's a large gold mine on Cliffwatch Island? So, there's no negotiation here, only a declaration. We, the Qiu family, want 80% of the gold mine on Cliffwatch Island, and we will also station troops and mine it ourselves." Hearing this, Shenlang stood up excitedly and shouted, "Young Master Qiu, you're being too excessive. Even if we have a gold mine on the island, do you really think you can just take 80%? Isn't that asking for too much?" Qiu Xiao, looking at Shenlang's frustration, laughed triumphantly. "I didn't come here to negotiate with you. I'm just informing you. Either agree, or let my tens of thousands of troops storm Cliffwatch Island and completely annihilate the Jean family. Also, each of my brothers can't live without a woman. Mythical turtle count, within 5 days, you must send us 500 beautiful women. Most importantly, That Jean Sword lady must be brought to me. I want to have my way with her in front of Shenlang. Faced with the extremely arrogant Qiu Xiao, the mythical turtle count and Shenlang were so enraged they trembled, wishing they could immediately tear this scoundrel to pieces. Suddenly, Qiu Xiao felt the room become unbearably hot, but he didn't pay much attention to it, assuming the charcoal fire was simply too strong, and he thought about leaving. At this moment, Shenlang hurriedly stopped him, speaking almost pleadingly. Young Marquis, please don't rush off. Let's talk it over again. Since it's a partnership, how about we split it 50-50? If you agree, we are willing to offer 200,000 gold immediately as a token of our sincerity. Qiu Zhao's eyes lit up upon hearing this, but his greed wouldn't allow him to settle for just 200,000 gold. Shenlang, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. A 30-70 split plus 500,000 gold. Hearing Qiu Zhao's words, Shenlang's expression changed. Young Marquis, isn't that demand a bit too much? Besides, we can't produce that much gold at once. However, Qiu Xiao didn't give them a chance to refuse. You have the time it takes an incense stick to burn to consider. If you don't agree, then wait for my father to gather a large army and attack Cliffwatch Island. Seeing this, Shenlang, scared, kept waving his hands. All right, young Marquis, just wait a moment, let us discuss. Seeing the two Jin family members start to discuss, Qiu Xiao sat down again, waiting for their decision, but the heat in the room seemed to grow even more intense, and the sweat on his body made him feel even hotter. Suddenly, a woman's scream came from the side. Qiu Xiao turned to look and saw the servant who had been serving him had knocked over a water jug, and she was soaked, her clothes clinging tightly to her body. That's when he realized the servant was actually a woman. At this sight, Qiu Zhao's inner fire exploded. Well, Shenlang, you dare deceive me, saying there were no women on the island. This girl must be specifically brought here to entertain yourself, he said, then lecherously pinned the woman to the ground, starting to rip off her clothes. Shenlang, I'll give you the time of one more incense stick. When I'm done, you'd better have a perfect answer for me, he said, picking up the woman's undergarment, taking a deep sniff. Delicious, truly delicious. Behind him, Shenlang was now trembling uncontrollably, unable to suppress the ecstasy in his heart. Qiu Xiao, you're finally going to die. Then, he exchanged glances with the mythical turtle count. Shenlang had devised 7 or 8 plans to drug Qiu Xiao, never expecting it would be this most despicable trick with the undergarment that worked. What Qiu Xiao didn't know was that the woman beneath him was just a prostitute that Shenlang had brought from a brothel. At this moment, the drug in Qiu Zhao's body began to take effect. He felt his brain become delusional, and his body seemed to float uncontrollably. Suddenly, he burst into maniacal laughter. Shenlang, listen well. Not only must you bring Jean Sword Lady to me, but I also want Jean Mulan. I will ravage them brutally in front of you. However, before his words could fully land, the mythical turtle count, like lightning, appeared behind him. The next second, the mythical turtle count struck Qiu Zhao's neck. With a snap, his cervical vertebrae completely broke. As Qiu Xiao fell, everything below his neck was paralyzed. Under normal circumstances, the mythical turtle count would never get close to Qiu Xiao, but this scum, greedy and poisoned by the drug Shenlang had administered, was now like a lamb to the slaughter, easily taken down by the mythical turtle count. At that moment, pirates guarding outside the door, hearing the noise inside, began to bang on the door non-stop. The next second, with a bang, a burly pirate kicked the door open, but as they saw the scene before them, they were instantly terrified. They saw Shenlang, with a cold gaze, sitting atop Qiu Xiao, a dagger pressed against his neck, and coldly said to the pirates, take one step forward, and prepare to collect your young master's corpse. At that moment, Jin Shuring rushed in with his soldiers, and the pirates realized they had fallen into a trap. Shenlang then grabbed Qiu Zhao's head, whispered in his ear, if you don't want to die, have your men retreat to the courtyard outside. The leading pirate fiercely warned Shenlang, you better release our young master quickly, otherwise, once our main force arrives, we will annihilate all of you. Shenlang, with a sinister look at the bald pirate, increased the pressure of his hand. Is that so? Let's see who dies first. Then, the Qiu Xiao beneath him shouted at the pirates, idiots, get out, all of you retreat to the courtyard. Although the bald pirate did not understand what exactly had happened to their young master or why he was under Shenlang's control, for their young master's safety, he could only compromise reluctantly. He then turned and led the pirates out of the room, unaware that Shenlang had already stationed archers around the courtyard on the hills. Thousands of archers released their arrows at once upon command, and a dense shower of arrows fell on the pirates in the courtyard like rain, with the night's poor visibility. By the time the pirates saw the arrows, it was too late to dodge. Those near the door who attempted to flee back inside found Jin Shuring had already locked the door, and all soldiers were blocking it. In an instant, thousands of arrows pierced through the bodies of more than 100 pirates. Now, in the courtyard, only the cries of dying pirates remained. Meanwhile, in the military camp below the hill, the remaining 2,000 pirates were still drinking and eating meat, mocking Shenlang wildly. Suddenly, one pirate seemed to hear the sound of fighting from the hilltop. The pirates hurriedly rushed out to check, seeing the sky above the hilltop ablaze with fire. At this sight, the pirates immediately panicked. Has the mythical turtle count gone mad, daring to lay hands on our young master? After saying that, they gathered all the pirates and charged towards the mountain. mountain. Seeing the timing was right, Jin Shuring immediately ordered the release of rolling logs and boulders, instantly causing many pirates to suffer injuries or death. Seeing this, the pirate leaders immediately changed their strategy, allowing a portion of their elite warriors to disperse and climb up the stone walls. Jin Shuring, observing these pirates, had to admit, Qiu Zhao's direct troops are indeed very formidable. Not only are they strong in combat, but also brave, fearless of death. But even if they are formidable, my Jin soldiers are not vegetarians. He then ordered again, continue firing arrows. Don't stop the boulders and rolling logs. The dark night, lit only by the faint light of torches, made it hard to see clearly, but the screams of numerous pirates hit by the rolling logs and boulders and falling down the mountain could be heard. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the edge of the cliff, and the next second, a pirate leaped up, swinging his sword and directly injuring a Count's mansion soldier. Then, several more pirates climbed up. Seeing this, the soldiers quickly formed ranks and raised their shields for defense. Meanwhile, the mythical turtle Count and Shenlang, watching from behind, were also shocked by the pirates' strength. Keep in mind, they're in a drunken state, and it's night combat. Under normal circumstances, the mythical turtle Count's mansion's military power might really not be enough for these pirates. But well, Shenlang said with a sly smile on his lips. The next second, one of the pirates suddenly felt a severe stomach pain, followed by a second and third. The group of pirates began clutching their stomachs in discomfort. Jin Shuring seized this opportunity and led his soldiers in a direct attack. Yes, it was Shenlang who had someone lace the pirates' drinks with laxatives. Letting them steal food and drink for days on end was to lower their guard, and tonight, they finally tasted his specially prepared laxative. Under Shenlang's command, the soldiers of the mythical turtle Count's mansion easily dealt with the 2,000+ pirates under Qiu Xiao. After a night of fighting, Cliffwatch Island welcomed the first rays of the rising sun from the east. Qiu Xiao also slowly opened his eyes, gradually regaining consciousness. Suffering from a splitting headache, he completely forgot what had happened the night before. At this moment, still irritable, had not yet noticed the abnormality in his body. Someone bring me the spittoon. I need to wash up. I need to get dressed. Where is everyone? Why so slow? Looks like I'll have to use the knife again. As he instinctively tried to sit up, he was horrified to find he couldn't feel his hands. More precisely, he had no sensation at all below his neck. Just as he was trying to recall the events of the previous night, Shenlang directly pushed the door open and strode in. Qiu, young master, you're awake. Would you like me to prepare some breakfast for you? Qiu Xiao was stunned. What's this, Qiu Mu? What are you up to now? Shenlang, smiling, sat next to Qiu Xiao. Then, looking at his bewildered face, slowly lifted the quilt. Young master Qiu, how could you not know your new name? Without the bird, aren't you just Mu? Wood? As Shenlang's words fell, Qiu Xiao discovered the most vital part of a man was missing from his body. The next second, a scream like that of a slaughtered pig erupted. Shenlang, you scoundrel, what have you done to me? Someone, come here. Where have all you useless ones gone? Watching Qiu Zhao's furious face, Shenlang calmly had someone bring in a blood-stained sack and then asked with a smile, Young Marquis, were you calling for them? As Shenlang spoke, thousands of pirate heads rolled out of the sack. Young Master Qiu, you had too many underlings. This room couldn't fit them all, so I had to reduce their volume a bit to bring them here. But rest assured, all 2,000 pirates are here. Not one more, not one less. Qiu Xiao looked in horror at the pile of heads before him. Have you gone mad? Mythical Turtle Count, you dare massacre like this? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from over 30,000 pirates of Furious Tide City? Aren't you afraid my father will exterminate the Jin family? At this, Shenlang pulled up a chair and sat in front of the bed, saying, Young Marquis, there are two things you must know. First, there is no gold mine on Cliffwatch Island. This gold was provided by the Heavenly Path Society. I simply melted it down, mixed it into the soil to deceive you. Qiu Xiao was stunned. How can there be no gold mine? The Heavenly Path Society isn't foolish. Why would they give you, Shenlang, millions of gold? Faced with Qiu Zhao's questioning, Shenlang merely produced a mirror and said, Do you think this mirror, which cost less than 1 silver coin, is worth 1 million gold coins? At the sight of the mirror, Qiu Xiao finally realized the truth. He was arrogant but not foolish. Such a clear and bright mirror, its value definitely exceeded 1 million gold coins. No wonder the Heavenly Path Society was willing to provide such a massive amount of gold to support Shenlang. Then, Shenlang leaned closer to whisper in Qiu Zhao's ear. The second thing, aren't you curious who left those bite marks on me? That was the handiwork of your beloved sister, Qiu Yaoer. She tormented me for 2 whole hours. Though it was agonizing, it was also exhilarating. Of course, it wasn't my intention, and indeed, I went there to treat her. Just didn't expect you, a brute, to drug your own sister. Unfortunately, you just missed your chance and instead helped me. So, in this way, I really should thank you. Hearing these words, Qiu Xiao was on the verge of breaking down, biting toward Shenlang. I'll kill you. I swear the Jin family will be buried with you. Faced with Qiu Zhao's threats, Shenlang remained indifferent, continuing to strike at his heart. Qiu Xiao, almost everyone who has directly offended me in this world has died. But do you know why I haven't killed you? Because I want to lure your father, Qiu Tianwei, here. Shenlang's face was no longer mocking but sinister as he said, Did you think we were genuinely trying to please you these days? That was just a trap to let you lower your guard. Similarly, I've created an even more perfect trap for your father and the main force of Furious Tide City's pirates. This time, I will exterminate your Cho family, avenging the Jean family from 20 years ago. Not only that, I'll also eliminate all the pirates of Furious Tide City in one fell swoop and take over Thunderous Isle. Upon hearing this, Cho Xiao felt a chill down his spine, finally realizing the extent of Shenlang's terror. He hadn't imagined Shenlang could lay such an elaborate conspiracy. When did he start planning? Was it from the Isle of Gold Mountain dispute? No, it must have started from the time he wrote Boundless Romantic Affairs. How could there be such a terrifying person in this world? Shenlang, are you human or a ghost? No, I can't die. Even if emasculated and paralyzed in bed, he couldn't die because only by living could he seek revenge against Shenlang. With this thought, he drastically changed his arrogant demeanor, desperately trying to please Shenlang. Shenlang, please don't kill me. You can let your enemy witness you annihilating tens of thousands of pirates and taking down Furious Tide City. Plus, I know where my family's treasure is, so you definitely can't kill me. Shenlang, seeing Cho Xiao's sycophantic behavior, couldn't help but show a playful smile. The will to live is indeed strong. Even castrated and paralyzed to this extent, you still think about surviving. He then said, Cho Xiao, brother, you're quite clever. You make a good point. So, I'll give you a chance to live. You better grasp it well. After speaking, he pointed to a figure outside the door. Look who I've brought for you. At that moment, standing at the door was Jean Sword Lady, dressed in battle attire, looking valiant. Shenlang looked at Cho Xiao with a sinister smile. Young Master Cho, see how good I am to you. You said last night you wanted to sleep with her, and today I brought her to you. Cho Xiao, seeing Shenlang's malicious smile, instantly broke out in a cold sweat again. Then, Shenlang silently lit an incense stick. Young Master Cho, if you can crawl to Jean Sword Lady's feet and kiss the sole of her shoe before this incense stick burns out, I won't kill you. Cho Xiao was dumbfounded. Shenlang, stop joking. My limbs can't move. How am I supposed to crawl there? Shenlang sarcastically replied, your hands and feet may not move, but you still have teeth. Upon hearing this, Cho Xiao's inner world exploded. Shenlang, you scoundrel, why don't you come and demonstrate how to crawl with teeth for me? But this complaint he dared only keep within his heart. Then, a scene that defied everyone's expectations occurred. Cho Xiao actually started moving forward by dragging his body with his teeth. Seeing Cho Xiao moving forward like a driven worm, Shenlang couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, Cho Xiao, you're truly a miracle. You actually managed to crawl using your teeth. It's simply unbelievable. At this moment, Cho Xiao was crawling forward, driven entirely by his hatred. Even if his face was covered in blood, he was determined to complete the task and live. He wanted revenge. He wanted Shenlang to suffer a terrible fate. The time it took for an incense stick to burn quickly passed, and finally, Cho Xiao, through sheer will, reached the feet of Jean Sword Lady. By then, he was gasping heavily, his mouth so painful he could hardly speak. Seeing this, Shenlang couldn't help but applaud. Remarkable, Cho Xiao, you're truly amazing. You've created a miracle. With a muffled voice, Cho Xiao asked Shenlang, Shenlang, can I live now? Shenlang laughed. Of course, I keep my word. I won't kill you, but just because I won't kill you doesn't mean others won't. Before his words could fade, Jean Sword Lady had already raised her sword high, and in Cho Xiao's horror, she fiercely stabbed through his heart. A second strike followed, instantly decapitating Cho Xiao. The pirate prince thus met his end. Shenlang stepped forward, picked up Cho Xiao's head, still wide-eyed in death, and handed it to a pirate standing by. This man was an emissary from Cho Tianwei, sent for negotiations. He had not expected, upon arriving on the island, to see Cho Xiao crawling on the ground. Shenlang, with a challenging tone, said, brother, please restrain your grief. Take your young master's head and these 2,000 heads back. Deliver them to the Pirate King, and don't forget to tell the Pirate King his beloved son died in unrest. Watching Shenlang's arrogant demeanor, the emissary, holding Cho Xiao's head, felt anger he dared not express. He couldn't understand why Shenlang dared to kill their young master. Did he not fear the Pirate King's wrath, annihilating the Jean family? After the pirate emissary left, Shenlang turned and thanked Jean Sword Lady with a bow. Being Shenlang's little fan, Sword Lady blushed at seeing such gentlemanly behavior from young Master Shen, and then, with a shy voice, said, young Master Shen, I should be the one thanking you. Being able to kill that beast with my own hands has allowed me to vent my anger. By then, Jean Hui, having arranged everything, hurried over. It had been a long time since he'd seen his wife, and he wanted to check if everything was fine at home. However, her heart fluttered with the first stirrings of love. Only had eyes for young Master Shen, completely ignoring her brother's presence. She merely said to young Master Shen, there's nothing for me here, so I'll be going. Poor Jean Hui, watching his sister leave, could only mutter in his heart, pretty boys are no good. Even though he said it in his heart, he instinctively covered his mouth, afraid his petty and narrow-minded master might have mind-reading abilities. Half an hour later, the mythical turtle Count and Shenlang arrived at the mine pit on the mountainside. When Cho Xiao first saw this pit, he thought it was dug for mining gold. Little did he know it was Shenlang's final trap for Cho Tianwei. Looking at this nearly completed grand project, Shenlang slowly said, my dear father-in-law, the new year is almost upon us. The mythical turtle Count sighed as well. Yes, in 3 days, it'll be New Year. In the past, I dreaded the spring festival the most because we are nobles. Every festival required extravagant spending. If you don't do it, people will talk behind your back, saying the Jin family is stingy, surely a sign of our family's decline. Shenlang understood his father-in-law's situation well. Many times, what the country emphasizes is morale. The royal family and the nobles below are the same. It's like in modern society's companies, where face and appearances matter. Then, the mythical turtle count continued. This year, though we no longer need to keep up appearances, it's a pity our family might not be able to reunite. Shenlang, why don't you go back for a visit? Have the New Year's Eve dinner with your parents, your mother-in-law, and Mulan? Shenlang shook his head. No, father-in-law, we can't celebrate this year, and neither can our enemies. The most critical moment is upon us. We cannot afford to be careless, or make any mistakes. Hearing this, the mythical turtle count gave Shenlang a look of appreciation and determination. Good son-in-law, I wasn't wrong about you. Then let's fight shoulder to shoulder, father and son. The shame left by your grandfather will be avenged by you, his grandson-in-law. After this battle, our mythical turtle count's mansion will rise again. Meanwhile, in a luxurious residence in New River City, a heavy snowfall covered the entire courtyard, turning it into a scenic beauty as if born from the cold. Inside, a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in fox fur delicately complained about the winter's chill. She was the crown prince's favorite concubine kept outside the palace, Zhao Yan. Her other identity was Jean Mulan's senior sister from the same martial sect. Another person inside was Jean High Count Tang Luan, currently reporting to Zhao Yan about the gold mine news Chiu Xiao had discovered on Cliffwatch Island. Zhao Yan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Jean High Count, are you serious? Is there really a gold mine on Cliffwatch Island? Tang Luan hurriedly took out the copy of the letter Chiu Xiao wrote to Chiu Tianwei and handed it to Zhao Yan. After reading it, Zhao Yan frowned. Gold mines aren't supposed to be like this. Tang Luan laughed. Right, an ordinary gold mine indeed wouldn't have so much gold sand visible in the mine soil, nor would it have so many gold nuggets, unless it's an ancient gold vein. She had heard of ancient gold veins, but those were rare and not easily found. However, if the Jin family could produce so much gold, even if it wasn't an ancient gold vein, it must be much larger than a normal gold mine. Then, leaning lazily back in her chair, she asked, so, tell me, Jin High Count, what do you plan to do next? Seeing an opportunity to continue, Tang Luan promptly bowed. I wish to ally with Chiu Tianwei to take down Cliffwatch Island, but Chiu Tianwei fears the sovereign's wrath, hence, hesitates. Currently, the crown prince assists the sovereign with state affairs, a task most arduous. I hold the utmost admiration for the crown prince. Therefore, I wish to offer 25% of the gold mine's yield annually to the crown prince after seizing Cliffwatch Island. Zhao Yan, still somewhat doubtful, continued, wouldn't letting a pirate occupy Yu Kingdom territory indefinitely diminish the sovereign's authority? Tang Luan added, please rest assured, after we capture Cliffwatch Island, we will annihilate all members of the Jin family, except for the young master Jin Mutsong. At that time, Jin Mutsong will become the new mythical turtle count. Then, we will arrange a marriage for him. Hearing this, Zhao Yan smiled. So, you plan to marry your daughter to Jin Mutsong and have your son marry Chiu Yaoer. In this way, everything of the mythical turtle count's mansion will become the private property of your two families, right? Jin High Count didn't answer directly, but bowed deeply. I am forever a follower of the crown prince, and Chiu Tianwei holds the crown prince in high regard. At any time, I will always stand by the crown prince. Zhao Yan, having heard such flattery many times before, didn't take it seriously and stood up to ask, so, how many troops do you plan to deploy? Tang Luan replied, the allied forces of both families should be around 30,000. Zhao Yan, upon hearing this, no longer hid her greed, directly saying, after the success, directly transport 30,000 pounds of gold from the island to me. Tang Luan was startled internally. The island's reserves are only around 50,000 pounds of gold. This woman really has a lion's appetite. Even though he was unwilling, he dared not show it on his face and could only respectfully agree to Zhao Yan's terms. Then he asked, and what about Jean Mulan? Do you want her dead or alive? At the mention of Jean Mulan, Zhao Yan showed a malicious expression. The crown prince wants her, then she must be alive. But remember, when the time comes, cripple her martial arts, sever her meridians so she can move and scream. After sending Tang Luan away, Zhao Yan immediately ordered her servants to send an invitation to Jean Mulan. Not until everything was arranged did Zhao Yan show a meaningful smile. Touching the branches of a plum tree, she murmured, Sister Mulan, when we both followed Master Zhongchuk, my family faced a catastrophe, while you remained esteemed. Now, with the Jean family on the brink of collapse, not only have I risen again, but I can also control your fate, Jean Mulan. At that moment, a plum branch snapped. Looking at the plum blossom in her hand, Zhao Yan chuckled. Such twists of fate are quite interesting, aren't they? Meanwhile, in Furious Tide's city, Chiu Tianwei stood atop his castle, overlooking his city. Was the pirate king truly loyal to the crown prince, as Tang Luan said? Of course not. He was the pirate king with tens of thousands of pirates under his command. A mere Furious Tide's marquis couldn't satisfy his ambition. He sought a greater empire, to establish a colossal foundation for the Chiu family for centuries. And now, the ancient gold vein on Cliffwatch Island was his his opportunity. The great Jin kingdom rose through an ancient gold vein, now standing as the strongest among nations under the Great Flame Empire. With a new ancient gold vein discovered, Qiu Tianwei believed he could achieve the same. But now, with the new year approaching, let the Jin family's lambs enjoy their last new year. In another part of Qiu Yaoer's castle, Su Chanqian carefully asked her master, "Are you sure you no longer wish to listen to Journey of the Monkey to obtain the scriptures?" Qiu Yaoer shook her head. Ever since she found out that Shenlang had written the book, she no longer listened to it. Suddenly, a rapid series of bell tolls sounded from the distant docks, followed by a warship sailing from the direction of Cliffwatch Island towards Furious Tide City. Standing on the pier, Qiu Yaoer and her companions noticed something unusual. It's normal for the lighthouse bell to ring, but such urgent tolling signifies that something bad has happened. As the warship approached, everyone could clearly see the situation on the ship. The deck was densely packed with human heads, and the Pirate King's emissary stood in the middle, specifically holding a head in his hand. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "That's Qiu Zhao's head." The emissary had failed in negotiations, returning to Furious Tide City with the heads of Qiu Xiao and 2,000 pirates. In a state of panic, Qiu Tianwei's close confidant immediately informed his master of the news. Upon hearing of his beloved son's death, Qiu Tianwei was struck as if by lightning, frozen in place. "How is it possible? My son was highly skilled in martial arts, and he was accompanied by thousands of pirates. How could he have died?" Even if Shenlang went mad, the mythical turtle count couldn't possibly follow suit. Without further time to ponder, he hurried to Furious Tide's docks, by then already sealed off by pirates. The scattered heads created a terrifying scene at the dock. Seeing Qiu Zhao's head in the emissary's hands, Qiu Tianwei's whole body trembled. This was his only son, his only heir. Recalling the battle with the Jin family 20 years ago, though he won, he was severely injured, resulting in a permanent loss of fertility, despite retaining male functions. Now, his only lineage was cut off by the Jin family. New grief compounded with old. Qiu Tianwei's heart was like a long-suppressed volcano, ready to erupt. Then, the emissary conveyed Shenlang's message. "Master, Shenlang asked me to convey his condolences. He said your son did not die a peaceful death," and then recounted the entire process of how Shenlang tortured Qiu Xiao. Upon hearing the envoy's narrative, Qiu Tianwei clenched his back teeth so hard they nearly shattered. Even with his mouth full of blood, his grief over losing his son was undeniable. At this moment, Qiu Tianwei's face was contorted with rage, bursting forth. "I will summon all the armies, all the allies, to wage war on the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. I will have Shenlang cut into 1,000 pieces, to flay and skin every member of the Jin family, making them pay with their lives for my son's death." On the other side, at the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, Zhao Yan's eunuch had also delivered his master's invitation to the Count's mansion. Jean Mulan, holding the unexpected invitation in her hands, couldn't help feeling puzzled and somewhat repelled. Although Zhao Yan was her senior sister, she was also the daughter of the Zhou family from the Peace Pavilion Count's mansion, favored because of her family background. This always gave her a sense of superiority in front of Jean Mulan. Back then, the Lord of Peace Pavilion, Zhou Guangbu, was always active in the court, his position being the general in charge of pacifying the south, a position now held by Zhu Lin. However, a few years ago, for reasons unknown, the Zhou family fell from grace overnight. Zhou Guangbu committed suicide, and the Zhou family was stripped of their titles and lands, with all descendants banned from serving in office ever again. This mysterious change plunged Zhao Yan from the status of a noble daughter to the dust overnight. Yet, 3 years after this upheaval, Zhao Yan re-emerged, not only standing by the crown prince's side, but also becoming his consort. Moreover, with her favor, it seemed as if the ban on the Zhou family had been lifted. Although their titles were not restored, 2 members of the Zhou family had successfully passed the imperial examinations. Still, the downfall of the Zhou family was indeed connected to the Great Flame Empire, and thus became a taboo subject in the court, one that was avoided in discussions. Of course, the specifics of what happened were beyond the comprehension of those at the level of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, so Jean Mulan knew only this much. Even with Zhao Yan's current status, Jean Mulan had no desire to meet her. Just by looking at the smug face of her trusted servant, you can tell she's someone who looks down on others. Zhao Yan always had an air of superiority, Jean Mulan thought. Now with the crown prince's support, she must be planning to flaunt her status again. With that thought, Jean Mulan flatly rejected the invitation. The eunuch was stunned, not expecting Jean Mulan to disregard his master so boldly. He then spoke with displeasure. "Miss Jean Mulan, my master's invitation is something even the prefect of an ordinary county would dream of receiving. You should not be so ungrateful." Mulan impatiently looked at the eunuch, finding that everyone from the crown prince's residence seemed to share the same attitude. Even an eunuch looked down on people. She wondered where their sense of superiority came from. With that thought, Jean Mulan decided not to waste any more time. She turned around and left a message. "Sorry, I don't have time. Little Bing, please see the guest out." Then she coolly walked away. The eunuch was left trembling with anger. "Look at you, Jean Mulan, just a daughter from a count's mansion, daring to refuse someone from the crown prince's residence. You are truly audacious, but your Jean family's disaster is not far off. Let's see how long you can be proud. He laughed as he left. Little Bing, watching the eunuch leave, couldn't help but make a face behind his back. Stupid eunuch, you're the one who's going to face disaster soon. Dare to curse our count's mansion. Be careful or our young master Shin will bring calamity to your whole family. Time flies, and the new year arrives. In the military camp on Cliffwatch Island, laughter can be heard. Although Shin Lang is also spending the new year on the island, he doesn't indulge in public celebrations, choosing instead to drink and chat with Shin 13 in his room, also to check in on his subordinate. 13, I heard your mother set you up with someone. How do you feel about her? Shin 13, accustomed to Shin Lang's gossipy nature, reluctantly shared his thoughts to have a peaceful new year. She looks fine, but her lips are too thin. The old master consulted face reading and said she's likely mean-spirited, so I don't like her. Shin Lang jokingly responded, if you don't like her, then don't force it. Once this is over, I'll have my mother-in-law introduce you to someone with thicker lips. Seems like you know your stuff. According to face reading, if the upper lip is thick, Shin 13 was speechless. My master, why always head towards such topics? But remember, no matter how beautiful a woman is, never grovel. Grovelers have no future. Look at Jin Hui in front of his wife. I can't stand it. Unbeknownst to them, Jin Hui was standing outside at that moment. He initially came to offer Shin Lang a toast, but hearing his master speaking ill of him, he dared not enter. He couldn't let Shin Lang know he overheard the gossip, or he would be resented. Inside the room, 13 was still silently enduring his master's incessant chatter after drinking. He couldn't understand why someone as wise and brilliant seemed to become so gossip-minded and vulgar when drunk. After a while, Jin Hui, pretending to be in a hurry, entered with a jug of wine. Young Master Shin, I've come to offer you a toast. Shin Lang glanced at him and asked, Jin Hui, you didn't hear me speaking ill of you just now, did you? Jin Hui quickly responded, Young Master Shin is a paragon of virtue. How could you speak ill of me behind my back? Every word you say to me is an encouragement for my life. Hearing this, Shin Lang turned to Shin 13. Did you hear that? He even heard me speaking ill of him, or he wouldn't be flattering me like this. Seeing this, Jin Hui was almost spitting blood. Master, can't you let me have a peaceful new year? In his nervousness, Jin Hui hurriedly expressed his loyalty to Shin Lang, who then smiled without saying anything and turned to bring out a box containing perfume, soap, and shampoo. This is your New Year's bonus, you bootlicker. Take it to please your wife. Jin Hui was stunned, then touched deeply. These are premium items only available to the ladies and madam of the mansion, personally made by young Master Shin, not even purchasable with money. Moved nearly to tears, Jin Hui continuously expressed his loyalty to Shin Lang, who scoffed, look at how spineless you are. You should learn from me. Though my wife is highly skilled in martial arts, in my presence, she wouldn't dare defy me. I tell her to go east, and she wouldn't dare go west. If I scold her, she wouldn't dare retaliate. A woman must be disciplined, or else it's chaos within 3 days. However, as soon as his words fell, a beautiful figure walked through the door. Jean Mulan, with a half-smiling, half-serious expression, approached Shin Lang. Husband, I've only heard of the saying, a man left unchecked will cause chaos within 3 days. Seeing this, Jin Hui and Shin 13, without saying a word, silently waved their hands at their formidable young Master Shin, showing an expression of wishing him luck, and then quickly made their escape. Shin Lang, seeing his two betrayers leave, quickly put on a pitiful look and said, Wife, I've missed you so much. We've been apart for exactly 74 hours. I was just showing off in front of them. If you're upset, feel free to hit me. I promise I won't make a sound. Mulan looked at him speechlessly, thinking to herself how this cunning man had figured she wouldn't bear to hit him. Seizing the opportunity, Shin Lang embraced Mulan, kissing her passionately, letting all the longing and desire of the past days meld into this kiss. After the impassioned embrace, Mulan's face blushed, but she too had missed Shin Lang. Otherwise, she wouldn't have traveled several hours on New Year's Eve to see this unfaithful man. Suddenly, Mulan remembered the wounds on Shin Lang's body, to which Shin Lang assured her, they've already scabbed over, it's no big deal. But Mulan was adamant in not continuing. That's still not okay. We have to wait until the scabs have completely fallen off, otherwise, you'll start howling again. Reluctantly, Shin Lang had to suppress his urge, spending half an hour in tender proximity with Mulan before she left to return home, weary from the journey. As fireworks lit up the island sky, New Year's Eve came to an end. Now, on the 4th day of the first lunar month, all the pirates in Furious Tide City were on war alert. Within Qiu Tianwei's mansion, his foster son, Qiu Hao, after learning of Qiu Zhao's death, returned from the Isle of Gold Mountain to Furious Tide City, volunteering to lead troops against Cliffwatch Island. Qiu Tianwei, upon hearing Qiu Hao's proposition, immediately scolded him. Cliffwatch Island is not your concern. You know, the Isle of Gold Mountain, rich in iron ore, is of utmost importance to us and cannot be neglected. As the main general, how can you abandon your post? For some reason, Qiu Hao insisted on participating in this revenge battle due to his brotherly bond with Qiu Xiao. Seeing Qiu Hao's defiance, Qiu Tianwei became very angry and scolded. This is the last time I'm telling you, go back, guard your Isle of Gold Mountain and return there now. After saying this, he turned away and refused to listen to any more pleas. Seeing Qiu Tianwei's determined attitude, Qiu Hao had no choice but to comply with tears in his eyes and a reluctant heart, returning to the Isle of Gold Mountain. Unexpectedly, Unexpectedly, someone was already waiting in a secret room in Chiu Hao's camp. Zhang Chunhua's voice, both soft and mocking, said, "Looking at your expression, it seems you've returned without success. Now you see, the Lord of Furious Tide City does not allow you to participate in the Battle of Cliffwatch Island, but this is your only chance to rise to power. Perhaps we could." Before she could finish, Chiu Hao interrupted, "Miss Zhang, my adoptive father's orders were clear, to guard the Isle of Gold Mountain. If I disobey and make a wrong move, it would be catastrophic. Everyone knows that the Jin family's main forces are defending Cliffwatch Island, and yet you tell me Shenlang's target is Furious Tide City. How can I believe that?" Zhang Chunhua looked at him and smiled. "If I came to you, I'm absolutely certain of my information. The opportunity one bring to you is yours to believe or not. If this succeeds, you will be the future Furious Tide's marquis. This is not only a promise from my father, but also from Zhu Rong, the governor. If you don't believe me now, it's not too late to believe when the situation becomes clear. But I still advise you, General, it's always good to be prepared." Time flew, and it was already the 13th day of the first month. At a house located 200 miles north of mythical Turtle Count's mansion, Prefect Zhang, dressed in military attire, stood before a map, analyzing the strategic plan for the battle. When he mentioned, Cliffwatch Island is a trap set by Shenlang, whose real aim is Furious Tide City, the 5 generals present were shocked. They couldn't believe that Shenlang, a mere son-in-law, could shake mythical Turtle Count into investing such a huge cost in a trap to target Qiu Tianwei. They were even more astonished by his ambition, aiming to take down Furious Tide City with his own strength. Zhang Chong continued, "This time, mythical Turtle Count will surely deploy all elite soldiers to Furious Tide City, and Shenlang's plan will also prompt Qiu Tianwei to lead a massive army to attack Cliffwatch Island. At that time, the city's defense, under Qiu Yaoer's command, will not exceed 3,000 troops. A fierce battle between Shenlang and Qiu Yaoer is inevitable. Although no one can breach the main castle with Qiu Yaoer defending, I believe that with Shenlang's intelligence, he must have already pinpointed Qiu Yaoer's weakness and prepared everything, waiting to deliver the fatal blow. Once the Jin family takes down Furious Tide City, the new policy in New River will completely fail, allowing them to rise again amidst the crisis. With the nest overturned, none of us will be spared. But this is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a chance for us to be the mantis catching the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You, several thousand elite troops, must disperse and head to Gold Mountain Island first, under the guise of supporting the pirate forces, then proceed to Furious Tide City. Then, we will annihilate both the Jin and Qiu families, restoring peace to the eastern seas, and seize Thunderous Isle for our sovereign. The day when you will all be honored and promoted is within reach." With Zhang Chang's words boosting their morale, the generals raised their bowls to drink the wine symbolizing their impending victory, then smashed their bowls with determination. "Generals, begin preparing for battle." Moments later, led by Zhang Chong, the generals went to the military training grounds viewing platform, overseeing the 6,000 elite troops of New River County below. Despite the freezing outdoor conditions, the troops stood fully armored in silence. Then, Zhang Chong issued the command, "All generals, to your ships, set sail." 2 hours later, 20 warships set off towards Isle of Gold Mountain. They needed to quickly coordinate with Chiu Hao, then change their outfits on the island and proceed to Furious Tide City under the name of Chiu Hao's army. Meanwhile, Shenlang was also making moves. He led all the masters of mythical Turtle Count's mansion on an inconspicuous cargo ship towards Furious Tide City to execute his plan undetected. Over the past month and a half, he had already transported over 2,000 elite troops to Furious Tide City in batches using cargo ships, positioning them at various strategic locations. Jin Hui approached Shenlang and asked, "Young Master Shen, leaving Count alone with 2,000 new recruits to defend Cliffwatch Island against Qiu Tianwei's 30,000 troops, won't there be any issues?" Shenlang confidently reassured, "Don't worry, it will be fine. With me here, they won't even have a chance for a head-on confrontation." Jin Shuring also expressed his concerns. "Young Master Shen, I don't mean to doubt you, but attacking the fortress of Furious Tide City, which is already difficult to conquer, and now with Qiu Yaoer in charge, even with 20,000 elite troops, it won't be easy. Now that all our elite troops and masters are here, failure would mean the end for mythical Turtle Count's mansion." Before Shenlang could respond, Divine Healer Nzaishi approached. "Young Master Shen, the person you requested is here." Upon hearing Nzaishi's words, Shenlang immediately instructed Jin Hui and Jin Shuring to step aside. Shortly after, a figure in a black cloak approached Shenlang and reported, "Young Master Shen, I have completed the investigation on who is behind poisoning Qiu Yaoer. As you suspected, it was him." The person reporting to Shenlang was none other than Nzaitian, Qiu Tianwei's alchemist, who is also the elder brother of Nzaishi. Their father had died at the hands of Qiu Tianwei during the battle 20 years ago. Nzaitian continued, "The preparations Young Master Shen assigned to me are all set. Unfortunately, although I've been undercover by Qiu Tianwei's side for over a decade, I never found the opportunity to avenge our father, nor have I managed to become one of his trusted insiders, so I might not be able to assist you much." Shenlang reassured him with a smile, "Don't don't worry, as long as you complete the task I've given you, you'll be the greatest hero of the Jin family. Meanwhile, Tang Luan's mansion was also gearing up for battle. The 3,000 private soldiers of the Tang family were arrayed neatly on the beach. At Tang Luan's command, change the flags. Dozens of Chiu family flags were suddenly displayed. Conducting open warfare as nobles within the country would inevitably provoke the sovereign's intervention, but if they operated under the guise of pirates, there would be no concern. Then, Tang Luan began to stir his troops with promises of wealth. Gentlemen, an ancient gold vein has been discovered on Cliffwatch Island. Currently, the Jin family has only 4,000 troops guarding it, while we have a coalition of 30,000. This battle will be a breeze. After our victory, each soldier will receive 20 gold coins, and for every member of the Jin family you kill, you'll earn an additional 15 gold coins. The time has come for you to enrich yourselves. Let's flatten Cliffwatch Island with our valor. His words ignited the fire within the Tang family's private army. Jin High Count revealed a sinister smile. Shenlang, Jinzhua, your days of comfort are over. Wait for the Tang family to annihilate your clan. Under the leadership of the Tang family's eldest son, Tan Zong, these soldiers will head to the eastern seas to meet with Chiu Tianwei's pirate armada and together proceed to Cliffwatch Island. Meanwhile, on the coast of Furious Tide City, hundreds of various pirate ships, flying the Chiu family's flags, gathered at the Furious Tide City port. The sight was seemingly endless. Standing on the dock's high platform, Chiu Tianwei couldn't help feeling proud as he observed the massive fleet. This scene is much larger than the battle against Jin you count 20 years ago. Back then, I only had over 5,000 pirates under my command, but now I can summon an army of 30,000 with a simple wave of my hand. As long as we take Cliffwatch Island, the Chiu's hegemony will truly become a legacy lasting hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Only, my poor son Chiu Xiao will no longer see that glorious moment. But fortunately, my alchemist in Zitian, I don't know where he got the medicine from, but it has allowed me to show my prowess again and made a woman by my side pregnant. As long as I can have children, I won't worry about having no successor. Then, he turned to look at Chiu Yaoer beside him, feeling a sense of regret in his heart. I originally intended to raise Chiu Yaoer and then make her my woman, but unexpectedly, she has grown into a rebellious and ruthless woman. Otherwise, with the offspring produced by me and her, we would surely have a domineering king or lord. Resigned, Chiu Tianwei cheered himself up and shouted loudly, "Open all the chests." As his words fell, chest after chest of gleaming gold coins were revealed to all the pirates present. Brothers, here is 350,000 gold coins of starting funds for everyone. Today, we will break the old system and distribute it to everyone right now. Upon hearing these words, the pirates were instantly stirred up. Then, Chiu Tianwei continued to incite the greed of these pirates. Brothers, these are just appetizers. On Cliffwatch Island, there are 100,000 pounds of gold, information for which my son Chiu Xiao paid with his life. But the Jin family, our defeated foes, do not deserve this gold. It should belong to our pirate clan. Brothers, let's take up our swords, conquer Cliffwatch Island, kill all the Jin men, take their women, and reclaim the gold that rightfully belongs to us. As his words ended, the pirates, already lured by the gold on Cliffwatch Island, became even more spirited, with cries of battle echoing. Seeing the moment right, Chiu Tianwei gave a sweeping order. All pirates, to your positions, set off. Instantly, more than 100 warships boldly made their way towards Cliffwatch Island. On the dock, Chiu Yaoer looked on with disdain at the scene. For her, these pirates were scum, but as they were her adoptive father's men, she could not kill them, owing to her gratitude for his life-saving grace and upbringing. If not for this, she would have long fled far away with her 2,000 direct subordinates. At this moment, Chiu Tianwei approached her and asked, "Yaoer, will these 3,000 warriors be enough for you to manage Furious Tide City?" Chiu Yaoer, expressionless, simply replied with 2 words, "Too many." Seeing her attitude, Chiu Tianwei could only laugh awkwardly, admitting he had been overly concerned. Then, Chiu Yaoer suddenly said to him, "Adoptive father, after you return triumphant from this great battle, I will leave." Hearing this, Chiu Tianwei frowned and then turned, waving his hand, "Let's postpone this discussion until I return." He definitely could not agree to this request. Even if he could not have Chiu Yaoer as a person, he absolutely could not allow her to leave. Then, he boarded the largest warship, Cliffwatch Island. "Here we come, Furious Tide City. Wait for my triumphant return." Chiu Yaoer watched the departing warships, understanding her adoptive father's intentions. Yet, her mind was made up about leaving. With this thought, she turned and led her subordinates towards the governor's mansion. Once back, Chiu Yaoer began arranging for her guards to bolster the defenses, with orders that no one could enter or leave the castle without her command. For some reason, she felt Shenlang might have plans for Furious Tide City. Even if Chiu Tianwei hadn't anticipated Shenlang's sudden attack on Furious Tide City, her instinct as a woman convinced her that Shenlang would indeed come. Moreover, touching her stomach gently, she noted her menstrual cycle had yet to commence this month. Even if there was a child, she hoped Shenlang wouldn't come, but if he did, she would have no choice but to let him die here. After setting up all the defenses for Furious Tide City, it was already afternoon. Su Chanqian, who was accompanying Chiu Yaoer Yaoer suddenly asked, "General, do you like children?" Caught off guard, Qiu Yaoer counter-asked, "Have you been observing my menstrual cycle, noticing that I haven't had it this month? It's been almost a month since that night. Do you also think I might be pregnant?" Su Chanqian hurriedly explained. Shenlang mentioned that due to the high levels of heavy metals in your body, it would be difficult for you to conceive. Moreover, since the last bloodletting treatment, you've done it twice more by yourself, which could affect your menstrual cycle. So, it's normal if it hasn't come. But, General, do you really think Shenlang will lead troops to attack Furious Tide City? Upon hearing the question, Qiu Yaoer stared at Su Chanqian and then said, "Shenlang will come. He will definitely lead Jin's elite soldiers to seize Furious Tide City." Su Chanqian was shocked. The Jin family's elite warriors barely number over 2,000. To think they can capture Furious Tide City is simply ludicrous. Qiu Yaoer looked at her coldly. "So, he's pinned his hopes on you, wanting you to find an opportunity to poison me or create chaos among my people. Isn't that right?" Hearing Qiu Yaoer's analysis, Su Chanqian was on the verge of tears, swearing to heaven her loyalty to Qiu Yaoer. But since she was indeed sent by Shenlang, she had no way to defend herself. Qiu Yaoer continued, "I won't kill you, but to avoid suspicion, I'll have someone prepare a room for you, and you must not leave it under any circumstances, or you will be executed." Without considering Su Chanqian's explanation, Qiu Yaoer had her taken away and placed under house arrest. Then, she ordered for Nzaiqian to be brought to her for a medical examination. Shortly after, Nzaiqian appeared before Qiu Yaoer. "Doctor, I've been feeling unwell recently. Please examine me." However, as Nzaiqian was about to take her pulse, she calmly requested, "Please check if I'm pregnant." Nzaiqian was almost speechless with shock. Though surprised, he composed himself and seriously took her pulse, never imagining that the man involved with Qiu Yaoer could be his true master, Shenlang. After a moment, Nzaiqian respectfully said, "General, your pulse is extremely erratic and complex. With my limited medical knowledge, I really can't make a diagnosis." Qiu Yaoer nodded and then ordered, "Take this doctor and confine him just like Su Chanqian, not to leave the room under any circumstances." Nzaiqian was shocked. "Has my identity been exposed?" With confusion, he still voiced his doubts. "Miss, why?" Qiu Yaoer, unaware of Nzaiqian's true identity, simply sensed that there was no gold mine on Cliffwatch Island, yet this doctor had been persuading her adoptive father that there was an ancient gold vein, hence the suspicion. Qiu Yaoer said, "You've been treating me for years, and never before have you behaved as fearfully as you did today. Clearly, you know something, which is why you're acting so abnormally." At this point, Nzaiqian still wanted to defend himself, but Qiu Yaoer had no interest in listening and simply ordered him to be placed under house arrest. As night fell, the snowflakes drifting in the sky adorned the sea like scattered stars. The 30,000 pirates under the sea pirate king Qiu Tianwei and the 3,000 private soldiers of the Tang family had, after a day's journey, finally converged near Cliffwatch Island. It was evident from the sporadic lights on the island that the island's defenders had spotted the approaching enemies and were working overnight to fortify their defenses. Early the next day, with the snow still showing no signs of stopping, Qiu Tianwei stood at the bow of his ship and commanded, "Prepare the pirate army for landing. We must annihilate everyone on the island and seize Cliffwatch Island." As his words echoed, the tens of thousands of pirates aboard the ships once again erupted in fervor, eager to raid the island and seize the gold. At this moment on the island, the forces led by the mythical turtle count appeared to number in the thousands, yet only about 500 were truly fit for service. After all, Shenlang had taken almost all the elite troops to Furious Tide City, leaving behind only recruits who had just joined and had no actual combat experience. As the pirates drew closer, the recruits on the island began to grow nervous. The veteran captain looked at a recruit trembling like a sieve next to him and couldn't help but mock. "What a cowardly disappointment. You're tall, but you have the courage of a chicken." After saying this, he grabbed a handful of snow and stuffed it into his mouth. However, the more he chewed, the more wrong the taste became. "Why is this snow salty?" At that moment, the cowardly recruit cautiously said, "Captain, I just urinated there." Hearing this, the furious veteran captain stood up to beat him, while those around burst into laughter, easing the tense atmosphere. The mythical turtle count also took this opportunity to encourage the recruits. "Lads, don't be afraid or panic. As long as you do what we've taught you, there won't be any problems. Besides, we've rehearsed dozens of times these days. Just treat this real combat as one of our drills." Just then, a lookout on the watchtower shouted, "The enemy is 5 miles, 3 miles, 2 miles from the island." Yet, when they were just a mile away, the pirates couldn't wait any longer and jumped off their ships, plunging into the icy sea water. Numerous frenzied pirates shouted as they rushed toward the shore, "Brothers, attack. The countless gold on the island is first come, first served." Tan Zong, on the ship, watched the pirates, who were more interested in treasure than their own lives, disdain in his heart. What a bunch of madmen. Aren't they afraid of freezing to death by jumping into the sea in such cold weather? The mythical turtle count, seeing this, fearlessly ordered the troops to set up the first line of defense. At his command, "Fire the arrows." However, the performance of these novices in real combat left much to be desired. With the enemy 200 meters away, the recruits' arrows fell short, barely reaching a few dozen meters, and landed on the beach near them, causing zero damage to the enemy. This lackluster display of combat power immediately became the subject of mockery by the pirates. "These trash have shorter range than my pea." The situation further fueled the pirates' raiding impulse, and they charged towards the defense line with machetes in hand. Seeing the pirates drawing closer, the mythical turtle count ordered a second round of attack. This time, they managed to cause single-digit casualties among the pirates. However, their aim was so poor that they hardly hit any vital spots. For these battle-hardened pirates, such arrow wounds were virtually negligible unless vital spots were hit. Some crazed pirates even pulled the arrows out of their arms with their bare hands and continued to charge at the soldiers' defense line with ferocious faces. The recruits, having never seen such a spectacle, were immediately terrified. One of them shouted, "Help, run," and turned to flee towards the rear. The rest of the recruits, coming to their senses, also ran back. Seeing this, the mythical turtle count was furious and drew his great sword, roaring, "None of you are allowed to retreat. Deserters will be executed on the spot." With that, he directly killed 2 people nearby. Of course, these weren't real soldiers. The reason for this act was merely to make the play more convincing, letting the pirates think that the soldiers of the mythical turtle count's mansion were cowardly and afraid of death. Then, the mythical turtle count, with a look of reluctance, glanced back at the approaching pirates and waved his hand, shouting, "Fall back to the mines. We must defend the gold at all costs." When the pirates nearby heard the mythical turtle count mention gold, they became excited. Seeing how weak the Kim's soldiers were made the pirates chase after them even more fervently. However, this entire setup raised doubts in Qiu Tianwei, who had been watching from a higher vantage point. He then asked Tanzong, "Are the Jin soldiers really this feeble?" Tanzong was also puzzled. After the clash at the Isle of Gold Mountain, the Jin soldiers should be even stronger than our Tang family's troops. This deepened Qiu Tianwei's suspicions. If they are stronger than the Tang family, why did they collapse at the slightest touch? Could there be some trickery involved? At that moment, the mythical turtle count also changed his strategy. He suddenly roared, "Leave 500 men with me to cover the retreat of the main force." As his voice fell, Jin's 500 elite instantly formed an iron defense line, their morale fully charged. Unlike before, this time, with the resonant sound of bowstrings, each arrow shot out was fierce, with hardly any misses. They moved fluidly, drawing and releasing arrows within 3 seconds. Though there were only 500 elites, they were more effective than the previous thousands of recruits. This was the true strength of the Jin's elite. Quickly, in just over 10 minutes, the pirates on the beach suffered heavy casualties, numbering in the hundreds. This powerful scene was also fully witnessed by Qiu Tianwei. "Just one breath to shoot a heavy arrow, and in 10 breaths, you've killed hundreds of my men. But what of it? I have tens of thousands of pirates. You may have the upper hand in ranged combat, but can you handle close combat?" Finally, the first wave of thousands of pirates broke through the defense line, and the 500 elite warriors neatly drew their swords for defense. Then, with a crisp shout of attack, the Battle of Cliffwatch Island officially began. However, when the pirates swung their first sword, they immediately noticed the strength of the Kim's equipment. The pirate swords broke upon impact, and their strikes left only marks on the armor, shocking the group of pirates. Yet, after their initial astonishment, all the pirates' faces turned fierce again, and they collectively focused their efforts to strike at the Jin's warriors. Qiu Tianwei, witnessing all this, couldn't help but be amazed. To think that 500 soldiers, relying solely on their advantageous position, could withstand the attack of 2,000 pirates. The Jin's elite are indeed formidable. At this moment, Tanzong said, "This is the true strength of the Jin soldiers." The mythical turtle count expanded too quickly and recruited too many new troops, who are not only useless in actual combat, but can also ruin everything. Fortunately, he does not have many elite troops at the moment, so taking them down is still feasible. On the other side, the mythical turtle count, watching his 500 elite soldiers battling against thousands of pirates and managing to hold their own, breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, true combat power is only shown on the battlefield. It seems that a strategy focusing on elite troops is correct. Numbers are useless. However, no matter how formidable the 500 elite troops were, their strength was ultimately limited. As more and more pirates swarmed in, they soon surrounded them. Jin Zhong, seeing this, immediately reported the situation to the mythical turtle count, who acted according to plan without hesitation, choosing to break through and retreat to the mines. Upon receiving the order, the more than 400 elite troops immediately changed formation and began to break out. Soon, after losing a few dozen lives, the mythical turtle count and his soldiers successfully broke through. Seeing this from a distance, Tanzong's eyes showed a hint of mockery. A siege by more than 3,000 pirates was resisted for less than a quarter of an hour before being broken by a few hundred men. These pirates lack discipline. Thus, facing a regular army, no matter how brave they are, they stand no chance. If it were my Tang family army, it would not be so easily defeated. Qiu Tianwei also began to reflect. I had thought that the naval battle I won 20 years ago with 5,000 pirates was because the Jin's army was weak. Only after today's battle did I realize that the Jin soldiers are simply not skilled in naval warfare. After taking Cliffwatch Island, I must also properly train my pirates to become a regular army. Thinking this, Chiu Tianwei raised his great sword and shouted, "All pirates, reform the ranks." This sudden command made the pirates, who were in the heat of battle, pause abruptly, leading to extreme dissatisfaction among some of them. Why stop? I still want to loot the gold. At the moment, if it weren't for some undercover warriors from the Tang family keeping order, it's very likely that the pirates would have fought over the gold. Even so, getting 30,000 pirates to form ranks took more than an hour to assemble successfully. Seeing his pirates rush in such a disorderly manner, Chiu Tianwei frowned, but now was not the time to train the forces. Eliminating the Jin family and taking over the mine was the priority. Half an hour later, the pirates finally arrived at the mine. However, what they saw shocked them. Such a vast and bottomless pit was something they had never seen before. Though Chiu Tianwei was also astonished, he steadied his mindset and went forward to observe the terrain below. He saw that the mythical Turtle Count's army of over 4,000 was hiding in the caves on the mine shafts, and outside the caves, there were piles of gold sand, barely visible under the snow. Chiu Tianwei turned to Tan Zong and said, "It seems the mythical Turtle Count intends to hold out at the bottom of the mine. However, this place is easy to defend, but hard to attack, which could be troublesome." But Tan Zong believed there's only one way out of the pit. The mythical Turtle Count and his men guarding here are merely waiting for their demise. At this moment, the pirates nearby also stretched their necks to look down. Although they did not see gold bricks or nuggets, they saw gold sand shining through the snow-covered mine sand. Just then, a young pirate came running with a handful of gold sand to show off his achievement. "Master, this is the mine sand I risked my life to get. Please take a look." When Chiu Tianwei picked up the gold sand, he was completely shocked. "My God, I have never seen mine soil with such a high gold content. This must be an ancient gold vein. Ordinary gold mines do not produce so much gold sand. If extracted, this could amount to tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of pounds of gold." Tan Zong, of course, also saw the high-quality mine soil and could hardly contain his excitement, wanting to lead his troops directly into the mine to annihilate the Jin family and seize this ancient gold vein. However, the more experienced Chiu Tianwei calmed down upon seeing the huge pit, sensing something unusual. "No, we just need to lay siege without attacking. There's only one exit right now. The ancient gold vein cannot escape, and neither can these thousands of people, no matter what they do. Shenlang is a vicious and cunning beast. What if he has set traps below this giant pit?" Although Tan Zong felt Chiu Tianwei was being overly cautious, even his father feared this pirate king, so he could only comply with silent anger. At this time, Chiu Tianwei walked to the edge of the mine, looking down at the mythical Turtle Count. "Eye to eye, mythical Turtle Count, we will be guarding you from above. Without food and fresh water, let's see how long you can last down there." Half a day later, the Jin soldiers below seemed to be getting anxious. Jin Shiring, looking up at the pirates, asked the mythical Turtle Count, "Master, what do we do if Chiu Tianwei's army just guards the mine entrance and doesn't come down?" The mythical Turtle Count remained calm. "Don't worry, as long as we follow Shenlang's plan step by step, these pirates will definitely fall into the trap. So far, all of Chiu Tianwei's actions have matched Shenlang's predictions. Trust him, he will not be wrong." Indeed, Shenlang has never lost a psychological battle. As long as Chiu Tianwei is greedy enough, he will fall into the trap, and it won't be a long wait. On the other side, Shenlang arrived at Furious Tide City today. With Chiu Tianwei taking away the pirate army and Chiu Yao were only guarding the castle, the streets were filled with looting and violence. Even those still doing business had bodyguards standing at the entrance, and those who couldn't afford bodyguards didn't dare leave their homes. Furious Tide City had completely fallen into chaos. A moment later, Shenlang and a few others arrived at the Jin family's stronghold in Furious Tide City. Upon entering, Shenlang immediately ordered, without a moment's rest, to assemble all personnel hidden within the city to start preparing to attack the main government building of Furious Tide City. Meanwhile, on Cliffwatch Island, the Alliance's two leaders were arguing due to a difference in opinion. Chiu Tianwei's overly cautious and careful attitude frustrated Tan Zong. He couldn't understand why such a renowned pirate king was acting so cowardly, especially when a tremendous fortune was right in front of them, yet he refused to agree to attack in one fell swoop. At the same time, several pirate leaders who also didn't understand Chiu Tianwei's actions gathered to discuss the matter. One hot-headed pirate said, "Brothers, there are mountains of gold sand beneath us. Why won't the boss let us go down and kill? Do you think he has other plans? Is he afraid we'll steal the gold? Maybe he wants to starve the Turtle Count's army to death and then secretly send his trusted experts to take all the gold. When we rush down, he'll say the Turtle Count had already transported the gold away." At these words, everyone got angry, fueled by alcohol, and shouted, "We're here to get rich. The king can't block our way to wealth." This shout sobered up the others, who were well aware that if these words reached Chiu Tianwei's ears, they would be dead. Then, the hot-headed pirate suddenly added, "The demoness isn't here. What are you guys afraid of?" At this, the room fell silent. The next second, they realized, why are we afraid of the Chiu family? Isn't it because of Chiu Yao, the invincible general? Since the demoness isn't here. Let's send a representative to talk to the boss about attacking the Jean family. Then, everyone looked at the hot-headed pirate. Brother, among us, you're the best. You should go talk to the boss. We'll support you from the side. Moments later, this hothead actually ran to Cho Tianwei and started to persuade him. Boss, although we are besieging the mythical Turtle Count's troops, our own supplies are almost exhausted. With our forces now 10 times greater than the mythical Turtle Count's and under your wise and brave leadership, isn't this the perfect opportunity to take them down? Cho Tianwei, after listening, did not speak but just quietly watched the hothead continue. Boss, with just one command from you, it wouldn't take an hour for us to annihilate all 4,000 of the mythical Turtle Count's troops. Please don't hesitate any longer. Then, Cho Tianwei stood up and walked over to the fool. Are you suggesting that I am holding off the attack to hoard the gold for myself, and that since the demonist Cho Yaoer is not here, everyone should not fear me, the Pirate King, too much? Hearing this, the hothead immediately broke into a sweat. Damn it, which cursed traitor sold me out? Where's the pirate's honor? Before he could unravel his doubts, Cho Tianwei shouted angrily, this man has disturbed our military heart. Take him out and behead him. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 guards grabbed him. No matter how much he begged for mercy, it was of no use. Soon, a crisp sound echoed outside the camp, and the hothead was decapitated, a scene that turned the faces of several pirate leaders on site pale with fear. Then, Cho Tianwei slowly turned around and coldly warned everyone, from now on, if anyone dares to question my military orders, this will be their fate. The pirates, scared nearly to the point of wetting themselves, all nodded in agreement, daring not to voice any more objections. Of course, Cho Tianwei knew that although he had temporarily suppressed the opinions of these pirate leaders, their greed for gold could not be suppressed. He needed to find a way to divert their attention. Starting the next day, Cho Tianwei ordered the pirates to launch verbal attacks and use provocative tactics against the Jean family. These pirates, naturally vulgar, were shameless in their insults, directly targeting everyone in the mine pit, insulting the entire family of the mythical Turtle Count. Hearing such indecent abuse, the Jin soldiers were nearly exploding with anger, especially Jin Zhong, who, upon hearing the insults directed at his goddess, Jin Mulan, was furious and ready to charge out and teach these scoundrels a lesson. The mythical Turtle Count was also furious. He had always treasured Lady Jean as a jewel in his life, but today she was defiled by these filthy pirates. He wished he could tear them to pieces immediately. However, he restrained his anger, understanding that impatience could spoil greater plans. Seeing that verbal provocation was ineffective, Cho Tianwei started an even more twisted scheme. He ordered some handsome young men from the ship, dressed them in the clothes of Shenlang, Jin Mulan, and Lady Jean, and began role-playing. Then, he tied them with ropes, making them crawl on the ground like dogs, and eventually escalated to more extreme acts of role-playing abuse. Watching all this unfold, he was so angry that he almost twisted his face in rage, nearly crushing his back teeth. He couldn't understand how these pirates could insult the Jean family to such an extent and why the masters still chose to endure. Unexpectedly, the next day, the pirates tied up the young man playing Shenlang to a pole and executed him by dismemberment. Watching these blood-soaked pirates with ferocious expressions was chilling. They could no longer be called human. They were more like a group of perverted demons. Suddenly, a young pirate pointed down into the pit and shouted, "Boss, the Jean family's soldiers have disappeared." Cho Tianwei was shocked and quickly pushed through the crowd towards the mine entrance. But when he saw the empty pit, he was stunned. Not only was there not a single person left, but even the temporary buildings had been dismantled. All that was left was the countless gold sand and ore at the bottom of the pit. What's going on? There's only this one exit. Where could the mythical Turtle Count and his 4,000 people have gone? Something's not right. People can't just disappear. This must be a plot by Shenlang. Suddenly, he noticed the pirates around him, as if possessed, greedily staring at the exposed gold sand in the pit and laughing foolishly. At that moment, a pirate from some squad roared, "Brothers, there's no one left below. The gold is up for grabs." Upon hearing this, a large number of pirates rushed towards the bottom of the mine, ignoring any orders from Cho Tianwei. Seeing the situation completely out of control and knowing he couldn't manage the subordinates of other pirate leaders, he was forced to restrain his own 10,000 direct troops from descending. He was certain the mysterious disappearance of the Jin's 4,000 troops was a trap and couldn't risk it. At the Tang family's camp above, anxious warriors filled the area, all closely watching the pirates scrambling for gold below, uncertain of what to do. Eventually, someone couldn't resist and went to ask Tan Zong, "General, are we just going to watch these pirates take all the gold?" Tan Zong was also in turmoil. He could tell there was something off about the situation below and that rashly charging down might walk into a trap. However, not participating meant watching the greedy pirates take all the gold, possibly leaving nothing for them. By this time, the pirates who ran down first had begun stripping off their clothes, desperately filling them with mine soil, unaware that the soil, which seemed to be all gold sand, actually contained only a small amount of gold dust. Most of it was brass. Hearing the unceasing sounds of excitement, Tan Zong couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "All troops, charge! Take the gold!" The moment he shouted, 3,000 Tang private soldiers surged charged down like a flood, joining the gold rush. Meanwhile, Chiu Tianwei's direct troops stood behind, watching their comrades seizing what seemed like hundreds of thousands in gold, feeling unbearably agitated. Eventually, they couldn't stand it any longer and shouted, "Boss, stop hesitating. If we don't act now, all the gold will be gone." However, Chiu Tianwei still refused to give the go-ahead. He was tempted by the gold and wanted it, but the sudden disappearance of people was too suspicious, clearly a trap. Seeing Chiu Tianwei remain silent, several old pirates from his direct lineage lost their patience and charged down. When others saw someone taking the lead, the rest of the pirates followed suit, leading to the complete disintegration of Chiu Tianwei's direct forces. And indeed, there were no traps set below. But now, in the eyes of these pirates, there was no sense of comradeship or brotherly loyalty, and they soon began to fight each other. Chiu Tianwei, watching the scene unfold, thought to himself, "I have to go down now." After returning, a massive purge is necessary. Then, he rushed to a high platform and shouted, "All guards of the city lord's mansion, come out and maintain order. All the gold seized by anyone must be handed over for a unified distribution according to proportion. Anyone found hiding gold will be executed without mercy." Soon, under the suppression led by Chiu Tianwei himself and his guards, order was finally restored among the over 30,000 pirates. After everything settled down, he walked to the pile of gold and looked around. As expected, no traps or ambushes. "It seems I overestimated Shenlang." He then picked up a handful of mined soil, examining the gold sand within, a smug expression on his face. "With this ancient gold vein, the Chiu family will rise." Mythical turtle count, "Don't think you can escape with your troops through the secret tunnel. As long as you are on this island, I will ensure the extermination of the Jin family in vengeance for my son." Just then, a series of explosions sounded from above the mine, followed by flying debris hitting the people below. This sudden event caused all the pirates in the pit to panic. "Where's the explosion coming from? Where's the explosion?" Seeing this, Chiu Tianwei immediately gathered all pirates to prepare for defense and enter combat mode. Soon, a pirate came to inform Chiu Tianwei, "The explosion has destroyed all the pathways leading up." Chiu Tianwei seemed unsurprised by this news. As expected, it was a trap. "But so what? How can your mere 4,000 Jin forces withstand my 30,000? But before he could devise a countermeasure, another explosion occurred above the mine, and this time, a huge hole was blasted at the mine entrance. Torrential seawater burst through the hole and, like a waterfall, poured into the mine mixed with debris. At this moment, the pirates were in complete panic. The sea was at least a mile away. How could water have gotten here? It turns out, Shenlang had already designed a secret tunnel inside the pit. When the pirates lowered their guard, the mythical turtle count led his troops out of the tunnel and sealed it with sand and stone. Once the pirates stepped into the trap, explosives buried in advance were detonated, destroying the stairs and turning the mine into a giant container. As for the seawater, a tunnel had already been dug, simply covered by a thin layer of stone. The mythical turtle count's roar echoed from above the pit. "Chiu Tianwei, it's over for you. Today marks the end for you beasts." Hearing this, the pirates realized that Jin soldiers had surrounded the pit's entrance. As the water level rose, countless pirates began climbing higher, some even trying to scale the icy walls. However, the cold had frozen the walls, and with Jin soldiers throwing stones and shooting arrows from above, those attempting to climb fell back down. Chiu Tianwei was furious. "Shenlang, you're truly ruthless. Such a scheme could not have been thought up by the mythical turtle count. It was you, definitely you." On the other hand, Tanzong was still in shock, so Chiu Tianwei's earlier obstruction was not out of cowardice, but because this sly old fox really sensed the danger. "Shenlang, to get rid of us, you've gone to great lengths. Truly ruthless." Suddenly, a mouthful of cold, salty seawater woke Tanzong up. "I can't die here. I have to return to the Tang family alive. Only by surviving can I seek revenge." With that thought, he dived underwater, quickly shedding his armor to lighten himself and prevent sinking. Using his inner strength, he leapt from the water, grabbing onto the cliff's edges to climb rapidly. Tanzong's martial skills were superior, but his agile movements also drew the shooter's attention from above, and dozens of arrows and stones were hurled at him. Even though Tanzong was battered and bruised, he refused to give up, driven by a deep-seated hatred. Finally, he reached the edge of the mine entrance, only to find the mythical turtle count waiting for him with a sword, signaling the end of his hope. He had forgotten about the thousands of enemies above. Once pulled up, he knelt before the mythical turtle count, begging for mercy. The mythical turtle count signaled Jin Zhong, who restrained Tanzong from behind. The next second, the mythical turtle count disabled Tanzong's martial arts. Jin Zhong then inflicted severe pain by twisting something in Tanzong's mouth, followed by stuffing his mouth with sand to staunch the bleeding, preventing him from dying of blood loss. This act was specially left for Shenlang by Jin Zhong, although young Master Shen hadn't specified keeping Tanzong alive. Given Shenlang's character, sparing him might prove useful. Meanwhile, as the water level in the mine continued to rise, Chiu Tianwei seemed to sense hope for a counterattack. He then turned around and loudly reassured his forces, "All pirates, stop wasting your energy. As long as the water keeps pouring in, we'll soon float up." Hearing this, all the pirates also realized realized, right, we're pirates. How could we possibly be afraid of drowning? Shenlang is truly foolish to think he could drown us with seawater. However, amidst their schadenfreude and laughter, a thunderous noise sounded, and the next second, the flow of water from the exit gradually ceased. Seeing the water level no longer rising, the pirates who were just mocking now looked stunned. Did that explosion just now block the water outlet? After a while, one of the pirates came to his senses and began cursing upwards. Shenlang, damn your mother, damn your mother. Qiu Tianwei was also stunned. The questioning voices of his subordinates continuously reached his ears. Boss, we may not drown, but if we keep soaking in such cold weather, we won't drown, but will freeze to death. This comment also awakened Qiu Tianwei. Right, we can't keep soaking here. Since we're facing death either way, we might as well go all out. Thinking this, Qiu Tianwei turned around and roared, everyone, cover me. Those with the highest combat abilities, follow me and climb up. We'll carve a bloody path. Following his shout, Qiu Tianwei was the first to leap onto the rock wall, leading the climb upward. Seeing this, the mythical turtle count immediately ordered his men to shoot arrows and throw stones at them. As the experts around Qiu Tianwei were picked off one by one, fear appeared on his face for the first time. Damn, at this rate, we might all be killed before we even reach the top. Embracing a do-or-die attitude, Qiu Tianwei shouted, all pirates, listen up. Our way out is right in front of us. Let's all charge together and annihilate the Jin family. Under Qiu Tianwei's command, 30,000 pirates, densely packed like countless ants, frantically climbed up the rock wall. This shocking sight made the Jin soldiers above feel a tingling sensation on their scalps. As more and more pirates climbed up, the Jin archers began struggling to keep up with their rate of arrow fire. Seeing this, everyone simply started to hurl stones down. With the fall of large rocks, countless pirates screamed in pain, some even being smashed to pieces, but they continued to desperately climb. As a portion of the pirates nearly made it up, a few new soldiers started to falter. Jin Zhong approached the mythical turtle count and said, Master, the sulfuric acid is ready. Without hesitation, the mythical turtle count ordered, pour. As the command was given, all Jin soldiers lifted jugs of concentrated sulfuric acid and poured them down the rock wall. The pirates at the forefront, upon contact with the sulfuric acid, experienced their skin being instantly corroded, accompanied by burning pain and the pungent smell of decaying flesh, causing them to involuntarily let go. The pirates who had barely made it up fell back down. Seeing this, Qiu Tianwei shouted in desperation, don't come down, keep climbing, everyone keep climbing. However, climbing a wall soaked in sulfuric acid was something only a fool would do, and the burned pirates began jumping down, preferring the risk of freezing in the seawater over continuing to climb. With the wall of sulfuric acid above and the chilling seawater below, the pirates were in agony, some even begging for the mythical turtle count's mercy to save their lives. The Jin warriors, witnessing this dreadful scene, began to waver internally. Are we being too cruel? Seeing this, Jin Zhong roared, brothers, are you sympathizing with them? But what about the children they've killed, the innocent women they've violated? Who sympathizes with them? These pirates have committed countless atrocities and are worse than beasts. They don't deserve sympathy. They are more than deserving of death. Understand? Then, the mythical turtle count stepped forward. You don't need to blame yourselves. By killing these pirates today, countless families will be spared from disaster. Eliminating these scum is carrying out justice on behalf of heaven. It's a virtuous deed. Continue firing arrows and throwing stones. This time, the soldiers held no reservations. Huge rocks, filled with the soldiers' seething hatred, rained down like a storm. As time passed, soon there was no movement below. Those pirates who hadn't been killed by the rocks succumbed to exhaustion and froze to death in the seawater. Thus, the combined 30,000 forces of Qiu Tianwei and the Tang family were completely annihilated. Qiu Tianwei, who had been hiding in a crevice of the rock wall, felt his scalp tingle witnessing this scene. Enveloped by the stench of death, his heart sank into unprecedented despair. I am the great pirate king, the overlord of the eastern seas. Yet now, my entire force has been eradicated by that vermin Shenlang. It's all over. I've lost everything. Suddenly, Qiu Tianwei saw a stream of yellow liquid from above, followed by Jin Zhong's voice. These pirates committed countless evils in life. Their souls are filthy. Let's all pour some yellow soup on them for purification, to ease their passage. Upon hearing this, all Jin soldiers burst into laughter and followed Jin Zhong's lead, adding their own yellow soup to the sea of corpses as a final send-off for the pirates. The mythical turtle count stared at Jin Zhong, thinking, this man has always been reserved and proper. How has he become so bold today? Little did he know, Jin Zhong was also conflicted. This task was secretly assigned by young Master Shen. I wanted to refuse, but I just didn't have the courage. Unable to bear seeing his pirates further humiliated, Qiu Tianwei shouted, mythical turtle count, why doesn't that vermin Shenlang show himself? The mythical turtle count didn't hide the truth and approached to inform him. Shenlang has already led his elite troops to attack Furious Tide City. Hearing this, Qiu Tianwei laughed as if he'd heard the greatest joke. Do you know, Furious Tide City is currently guarded by my adopted daughter, Qiu Yaoer. Not even gods could breach it, let alone that pretty boy Shenlang. You're utterly delusional. The mythical turtle count didn't respond. He was well aware of Qiu Yaoer's capabilities, but trusted that if if Shenlang was confident his son-in-law would surely capture Furious Tide City. Then, Qiu Tianwei continued to ask, "Mythical Turtle Count, tell me, is this ancient gold vein real or fake?" "Of course, it's fake." The Mythical Turtle Count revealed the truth to Qiu Tianwei now that everything had come to light. These gold blocks and sands were forged from 400,000 gold coins and 100,000 brass coins, all to lure you into the trap. Hearing this, Qiu Tianwei roared, almost breaking down. "Where did you get all these gold coins? This is all Shenlang's conspiracy, isn't it?" The Mythical Turtle Count didn't answer directly but coldly asked, "Qiu Tianwei, do you remember the battle between my father and your Qiu clan 20 years ago? Why did my Jin family get completely annihilated?" Hearing this, Qiu Tianwei laughed and said, "That's because the Hidden Origin Society had already betrayed you. Even your ally, the Martial Peace Count Shua, sold your military plans to me and planted a large number of spies in your father's army. They destroyed your warships at a critical moment and led them into the trap I set at sea." Realizing something, Qiu Tianwei said, "All these experiences, isn't this the same trap I set for Jin you count back in the day? My entire force is annihilated just like theirs was. Is this my retribution? No, I refuse to accept this. I won't resign myself to fate." Suddenly, Qiu Tianwei roared like a mad lion and, with a burst of strength, fiercely climbed up the cliff. "Jin Zhuo, if you are a man, face me in a one-on-one duel to the death." However, he was overthinking it. Several soldiers immediately grabbed jugs of sulfuric acid and poured them down in buckets. Qiu Tianwei was stunned for a moment, and before he could dodge, the acid had already been poured onto his face. Following Qiu Tianwei's curses and screams, several flaming arrows struck his body. The combination of the flesh-corroding acid and the arrows set him aflame, causing smoke to rise from his entire body. Yet, he still clung to the rock wall, refusing to let go. At that moment, the Mythical Turtle Count personally dumped a basin of grease down. "I, Jin Zhuo, am honest but not stupid. You're already a dead man. Why would I need to duel you? Since you're so stubborn, I'll personally see you off." The moment the grease was poured, Qiu Tianwei instantly turned into a fireball and started burning. Holding onto his resentment and anger, he finally let go and fell into the sea of corpses. From that moment on, Qiu Tianwei could only lead his pirates in another world, continuing his reign as the Pirate King. Afterwards, the Mythical Turtle Count's gaze turned towards the distance, with the Qiu family's flag now fallen. "Shenlang, how far has your battle for Furious Tide City progressed?" On the other side, inside the Tang family estate, Tang Luan was both excited and anxious at this moment. He could hardly wait to see the scene of the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion being destroyed. By that time, the beautiful Jean Mulan would be deprived of her martial arts skills and become a plaything for the Crown Prince. Su Peipei would die of a broken heart due to the death of the Mythical Turtle Count, and that little beast Shenlang would be torn to pieces by countless people. Thinking of these exciting scenes, Jin High Count could hardly suppress his laughter. At this moment, the heir of distant guard Marquis, Su Jianting, actually took the initiative to visit Jin High Count. Although Tang Luan had also betrayed the old noble alliance, he still looked down on families like the Su family that were disloyal and unfaithful. "Su young master, you came here today. Could it be that you have also set your sights on the gold veins of Cliffwatch Island?" However, Su Jianting laughed and said, "Rest assured, Jin High Count, my Su family is not so short-sighted. I came here today just to ask you to pass a message." Tang Luan was startled, not for the gold veins, but to pass a message. "What does the Su family mean by this?" Su Jianting laughed and said, "As you know, Jin High Count, the main force of the Mythical Turtle Count is currently on Cliffwatch Island, but the current situation is unstable, and their territorial defense is inadequate. I fear that bandits might emerge. Given my status, it's not suitable for me to come forward and advise. Why don't you go and remind Miss Jean Mulan?" Upon hearing this, Tang Luan was greatly shocked. "Damn, aren't you clearly reminding me that the Jean family is now short of troops, allowing me to wreak havoc? Su Peipei is your own aunt, and Jean Mulan once had a marriage contract with you. Your Su family's repeated ruthless actions are really quite shameless." Then, Su Jianting continued, "Jin High Count, you are a genius in using troops. During the last conflict over the Isle of Gold Mountain, my 10 experts made significant progress while trying out in your army. This time, I have brought 50 more experts, and was wondering if they could train under your command for a few months." As the voice fell, outside the door stood 50 warriors in neat order. Seeing this, Jin High Count couldn't help but be overjoyed inside. "Your Su family not only brings news for me to act as bandits and ravage the Jin family's territory, but also willingly supports me with 50 experts without any cost. You really are ruthless and venomous." Thinking this, Tang Luan turned his head and smiled. "Since Su young master is so generous, then I will keep these experts and train them well." After Su Jianting left, Tang Luan approached to observe these dozens of warriors and made an unexpected discovery. These people, with eyes cold as killing machines, were all from the western regions, and moreover, they were death soldiers, explicitly forbidden by the sovereign to be kept. Facing this group of people, Jin High Count couldn't help but become suspicious of the Su family. Is distant guard Marquis planning something big? But now was not the time to think about this. He immediately summoned his other 3 sons, instructing them to lead 200 warriors and the 50 experts from the Su family to pretend to be bandits and go to the Jin family's territory to cause destruction, Tang Luan said fiercely. Now that the Jin family's territory is short of troops, you can kill and set fires as you please, without regard for anyone, understood? Once everything was arranged and his sons departed, Tang Luan began to worry about his eldest son, Tan Zong. Now several days have passed since we set out to attack Cliffwatch Island. The battle might have already ended. Chiu Tianwei is cunning. If I am not present, Tan Zong will surely be at a disadvantage when it comes to dividing the gold veins. Thinking this, Tang Luan immediately ordered, set out for Cliffwatch Island right now. However, as their ship passed by Olive Gold Mountain, they noticed several pirate ships, also heading in the same direction. Tang Luan, watching from the deck, was puzzled. This is Chiu Hao's fleet station at Olive Gold Mountain. Why are they not defending Olive Gold Mountain, but heading towards Cliffwatch Island? Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the spyglass. Is that Prefect Zhang? Tang Luan thought he had seen wrong and hurriedly rubbed his eyes. Wasn't Zhang Chong recuperating at home? How could he appear here? When he looked through the spyglass again, he found that Zhang Chong was not on the opposite deck. It seems I really did have a vision error. That Zhang Chong is just a man of great ambition but little talent. After losing the Isle of Gold Mountain dispute, he fell ill and never recovered. What a so-called eminent official, simply a reputation without substance. This time, the great merit of destroying the mythical Turtle Count's mansion must belong to me, Tang Luan. And you, Zhang Chong, your career is over. Little did Tang Luan know, he had not seen incorrectly. Zhang Chong, upon seeing Tang Luan's ship, immediately went into the cabin. At this moment, Zhang Chong sighed and said, it seems Chiu Tianwei might have lost the battle, and it's very likely he's already dead. Zhang Chonghua was shocked. Father, did you send someone to infiltrate Cliffwatch Island for reconnaissance? Zhang Chong looked at his daughter and shook his head. If the Chiu Tianwei's army had already taken Cliffwatch Island, they would have been eager to call miners from Olive Gold Mountain by now. Why haven't we heard any news until now? And this Tang Luan either wants to go to the island to see the death of the mythical Turtle Count with his own eyes, or he's worried that Chiu Tianwei will disadvantage Tan Zong when dividing the gold veins. But I really can't imagine how Shenlang managed to capture all 30,000 pirates in one go. At this time, Zhang Chonghua reminded him, Father, there's no need to rack your brains over these things. Once everything is over, it will all be clear. And isn't our current target Furious Tide City? After hearing this, Zhang Chong turned his head and said, I've already sent your brother with 6,000 elite troops to lay in wait at Furious Tide City. Right now, the fate of our three families, and even the success or failure of the new policies of the Yu Kingdom, all hinge on the Battle of Furious Tide City. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It's just that I don't know if this oriole can successfully accomplish a great feat. At this moment, Zhang Chonghua suddenly said with a mixture of regret and resolve, Father, it's my failure for not capturing Chiu Yaoer, for not smoothly completing your plan for Furious Tide City. You didn't capture Chiu Yaoer, but you captured Chiu Hao, which is already a great achievement. Chonghua, you didn't suffer any loss, did you? My ass has already been sold to Chiu Hao. Zhang Chong was immediately faced with a deadpan expression upon hearing this. Zhang Chonghua changed the subject. Chiu Hao only likes men. Even if I wanted to sell this but wouldn't be sellable. Besides, he's not Shenlang. Why would I sell my butt to him? Zhang Chong was speechless. His daughter had started talking nonsense again. Helplessly, he could only suppress his frustration and not scold her. Otherwise, it would only encourage her more. After a while, Zhang Chonghua felt that her father's lack of response was quite boring, so she asked seriously, Father, what are we going to do next? Zhang Chong sneered. This time, I have emptied all the garrison troops of the Lord Mansions in New River County, except for those in mythical Turtle City, and together with Chiu Hao's 3,000 pirates, a total of 6,000 soldiers are heading to Furious Tide City. To aim for the high, one must secure the middle. To plan for the middle, one must control the low, silently and stealthily. That's how to strike with the force of thunder. Meanwhile, in Furious Tide City, Shenlang, having gathered all of the Jin family's elite forces, took Chiu Tianwei's castle with the speed of lightning, and Zhang Ji led 6,000 official troops to occupy the western castle just as quickly. From this point, Furious Tide City entered a three-way standoff. Although Shenlang had anticipated this situation, when it actually happened, he couldn't help but inwardly exclaim at Prefect Zhang's brilliance to be able to keep such a calm demeanor and feign illness for months, then stab in the back at the critical moment. Shenlang began to analyze the situation with Jin Hui and Jin Zhiying. Currently, our forces are the weakest among the three powers. The main castle defended by Chiu Yaoer with 3,000 warriors is impregnable, and that Zhang Ji is just waiting in the western castle, waiting for me and Chiu Yaoer to fight until both sides are injured. Then he'll strike from behind to reap the benefits of the fishermen. This situation is indeed quite tricky. Suddenly, Shenlang's face revealed a sly smile. Jin Zhiying was somewhat puzzled. After all, they were up against the invincible Demoness, Chiu Yaoer. He had already resigned himself to a do-or-die attitude towards this battle. Yet, young Master Shin's unsettling smile somehow reignited a flicker of hope in him. And then, for the next 3 days, Furious Tide City remained as calm as usual, until the fourth day when Shenlang suddenly ordered the gathering of all soldiers in preparation preparation for attacking the main castle. Although the Jin family's troops were filled with doubts, a military order is as heavy as a mountain. 2,000 elite troops could only march to the main castle with a do-or-die spirit. This news quickly reached Zhang Ji's ears. "General, should we also dispatch our troops?" Zhang Ji decisively refused. Just as Shenlang had said, Zhang Ji wanted to take advantage of the moment when Qiu Yaoer and he were fighting to the death to seize the main castle. But now, Shenlang's 2,000 troops against Qiu Yaoer were obviously in a losing position. Zhang Ji immediately ordered all troops to be battle-ready. He had to seize the best moment to strike at any time. Meanwhile, atop the main castle, Qiu Yaoer had long been waiting. She looked down coldly and said, "Shenlang, I had already warned you not to show up in Furious Tide City again, but since you've come, you might as well start the siege." Hearing this, Shenlang took a deep breath and closed his eyes. This woman, though formidable, had once shared a night with me, but what of it? Even if I've slept with her, she's still a stranger, isn't she? I can only care about the people I love. The strangers I've slept with can die. All soldiers, on my command, begin the attack. At Shenlang's command, several catapults were pushed forward by the soldiers behind him, while Qiu Yaoer stood on top of the city wall, coldly watching the enemy forces outside, her eyes showing no fear at all. Seeing this, Shenlang also greatly admired Qiu Yaoer's courage. It's just a pity she is Qiu Tianwei's daughter, an enemy of the Jin family. Therefore, she must die. Thinking this, Shenlang no longer hesitated and was about to order the stone throwing when suddenly, Su Chanshan, with a loud shout, rushed out onto the city wall and stood in front of Qiu Yaoer. "Shenlang, you can't kill her. Qiu Yaoer is pregnant. She already carries your child." At these words, Shenlang was completely dumbfounded. Near Cliffwatch Island, Jin High Count Tang Luan's ship was gradually approaching. At this moment, he looked at the inconspicuous little island before him, excited beyond measure. In his view, even 1/10 of the gold veins on the island could make the Tang family rise to prominence. Suddenly, a loud whistle of a ship was heard not far away. Looking over, several pirate warships were approaching them. After identifying themselves, a few pirates responsible for patrolling the sea boarded Tang Luan's flagship and performed a noble salute to Tang Nine. The man with a disdainful gaze and an air of superiority was named Tang Nine, naturally Tang Luan's ninth son. At this moment, he disdainfully glanced at the men before throwing a few gold coins on the deck. The pirates, seeing this, rushed to grab the gold coins like dogs seeing bones. One of the pirates even shamelessly asked Tang Nine for some wine. Tang Nine, looking at these beggars like pirates, felt a wave of disdain, but since there was still a collaboration between them, he still ordered someone to bring them a few barrels of good wine. As the pirates were moving the wine, Tang Luan came out, and the pirates quickly knelt down to greet him. Seeing them so sensibly paying their respects, Tang Luan was pleased and immediately had a bag of gold coins thrown to them. Then he sat down to inquire about the situation on the island. Unfortunately, these pirates were just left by Qiu Tianwei to patrol and guard the area, and knew nothing about the situation on the island. They only knew that there had been fighting sounds all over the island a few days ago, but from yesterday onwards, there were no sounds of battle. Perhaps the fight was over, and they were dividing the gold. After saying this, they even pointed out the direction where Qiu Tianwei's camp was located on the island for Tang Luan. After hearing this, Tang Luan picked up his spyglass and observed in the direction pointed for a long while before he saw Qiu Tianwei's camp next to the Jin family's mine. Putting down the spyglass, Tang Luan couldn't wait to order his men to arrange for landing on the island. At that moment, one of the pirates obsequiously suggested to Tang Luan that they wanted to follow and land on the island together. Tang Luan, of course, understood the pirates' desire to share in the spoils and readily agreed to their request. Soon, Tang Luan led 200 guards to land on the island and marched majestically towards the direction of the mine. Walking on the wide and flat road, Tang Luan's seventh son, Tang Seven, mocked. Who would have thought that the Jin family, lacking in other skills, are actually quite good at building roads? They've made this godforsaken place so smooth. Tang Luan laughed heartily upon hearing this, then turned to his sons and said, "No matter how well it's built, it now belongs to our Tang family." The mythical turtle count's downfall can only be attributed to their family not being populous enough, passing down the tradition of marrying only one wife. Such a large family has regrettably dwindled to only leaving behind an idiot, Jin Mutsong. It's truly laughable. At this moment, Tang Nine cautiously asked from behind, "Father, I heard you're planning to marry 13 to Jin Mutsong, but she was fostered in our family after Uncle's death, wasn't she?" Before he could finish, Tang Luan glared at him. "Isn't that good? It's more controllable this way." Tang Nine hesitated slightly before telling Tang Luan, "Father, I've already slept with 13. To his surprise, Tang Luan was delighted. "No problem, continue sleeping with her. It would be best if you could freely give him a son after she marries Jin Mutsong." Tang Nine, who was initially worried his father would be angry, became excited upon hearing this. "Alright, then, the Jin family will belong to us Tangs from now on." As they spoke, Tang Tang Luan also led the troops to Cho Tianwei's camp by the mine. Seeing the densely packed camp empty, Tang Luan began to shout for Cho Tianwei. Furious Tide's Marquis, I am here. How come everyone is sleeping inside the camp during broad daylight and no one is guarding the gate? After shouting for a long time with no response, he thought Cho Tianwei was in the mine and didn't hear him, so he kept shouting while walking towards the mine pit. Unexpectedly, just as he reached the center of the camp, suddenly, the Jin family soldiers, who had been ambushing in the tents on both sides for a long time, rushed out in a surge. In the blink of an eye, Tang Luan and his 200 guards were completely surrounded. Seeing this scene, Tang Luan was dumbfounded, being ambushed by Jin family soldiers within the Chiu camp. It was clear what had happened, but that was Cho Tianwei's formidable army of 30,000 pirates known for their ruthlessness, along with my son, Tan Zong, and 3,000 private soldiers. Where did they all go? Could they all have been dealt with by Jin Zhua? No, that's impossible. I must be hallucinating. At this moment, the mythical turtle Count came out, greeting nonchalantly. Jin Hai Count, long time no see. How have you been? Seeing Jin Zhua at that moment, Tang Luan was terrified. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Why is he standing here? Perfectly fine. What exactly happened? The mythical turtle Count, seeing Tang Luan's reaction, wasn't surprised. The arrival of brother Tang is indeed a pleasant surprise. It seems the next two big problems can now be resolved. At this point, Tang Luan finally reacted, screaming, Jin Zhua, what have you done to my son? Where is Cho Tianwei? Where is the grand army of 30,000? The mythical turtle Count calmly had the soldiers make way. Don't worry, cousin, your son and Cho Tianwei, they're all floating down there. You might want to see for yourself, but if you're here to collect their bodies, I'm sorry to say, they're all frozen now. You'll probably have to wait until spring for them to thaw. Tang Luan was completely stunned. Coming to his senses, he rushed to the edge of the mine pit, but when he saw the scene inside the pit, his mind went blank. The entire pit was densely packed with frozen bodies. The horrific sight completely broke Tang Luan, who collapsed to the ground. It can't be. This must all be fake. Wait, there are no Tang family soldiers here, right? Jin Zhua, don't think you can fool me. Where have you hidden my son and the Tang family soldiers? The mythical turtle Count coldly looked at him. Tang Luan, there's no need to search. Your Tang family soldiers, wearing such heavy armor, have already sunk to the bottom. Hearing this, Tang Luan was stunned in place. He wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound, wanted to cry but could only desperately claw at the ground. How could they just die like that? There were more than 30,000 people. Suddenly, it seemed he thought of something, immediately turning his head with his bloodied fingers pointing at the mythical turtle Count. It's Shenlang, right? This is all Shenlang's conspiracy, isn't it? The mythical turtle Count didn't deny it. Correct. This was a death trap Shenlang set for Cho Tianwei. There was no ancient gold vein. Everything was an illusion. I just didn't expect that you, Jin Hai Count, would also be so eager to come to your demise. Hearing this, tears finally welled up in Tang Luan's eyes. He had lost completely once again. And all of this, isn't it because of my greed? Zhang Chong had warned me, Shenlang is a heartless person. This gold vein must have problems. But I, still arrogantly fell into Shenlang's trap. My greed has completely destroyed the Tang family. I, Tang Luan, have let down the ancestors of the Tang family. As his voice fell, Tang Luan let out a desperate and unwilling howl to the heavens. Ancestors, I have failed you. I have failed you. The next second, he heavily fell to the ground. Tang Luan's sons, seeing their father fall, rushed up, but were stopped by the soldiers. Jin Zhong went up to check. Tang Luan was still alive. Meanwhile, in Furious Tide City, just as Shenlang was about to order an attack on Cho Yaoer, Su Chanqian rushed out to stop him, crying and telling Shenlang that Cho Yaoer was pregnant with his child. This massive revelation almost made all the Jin family soldiers' jaws drop. Even the several loyal servants behind Shenlang were both shocked and speechless towards their young master Shen. Jin Hui even broke out in a cold sweat for young master Shen. Even Cho Yaoer, this demoness, has been dealt with by young master Shen. Impressive, truly impressive. But this should count as infidelity, right? After a moment, Shenlang finally recovered from his shock, slowly speaking. Su Chanqian, you say Cho Yaoer shouldn't die. Should I, Shenlang, die then? Should my 2,000 brothers behind me die? Do you realize that Zhang Ji's thousands of troops are not far behind us, ready to rush up and wipe us out at any moment? If I can't take Furious Tide City, my Jin family is finished. Do you understand? Su Chanqian, I knew you were won over by Cho Yaoer, that you truly stand on her side. But it doesn't matter anymore. None of it does. We were always mortal enemies. He then no longer hesitated and ordered the stone attack to be prepared again. Seeing this, Su Chanqian was already in tears. Of course, she knew the current situation and that she couldn't change Shenlang's decision, but the child in Cho Yaoer's womb is innocent. Thinking this, she suddenly turned around, knelt down, and hugged Cho Yaoer's legs, pleading, General, please talk to Shenlang. Will you? He really will kill you. I don't want you to die, nor do I want the child in your womb to die. You say you don't love the child, but that's because you haven't seen him, haven't felt him. As time goes by, you will accept and love this child. However, these words didn't move Cho Yaoer. She still spoke with a cold and firm tone. Thank you for your concern, but death is not something I fear. I can feel Shenlang's intention to kill. I swear to defend Furious Tide City for my adoptive father. I owe him that. Hearing such words, Su Chanqian Tian despaired. Then she got up, shouting as she ran towards the edge of the city wall. If you all insist on killing each other, then there's no hope for my revenge. Might as well die right in front of you. Make it quick. The next second, she actually jumped off the 20-some meter high city wall, intending to use her death to shake Cho Yaoer's heart. However, in a swift moment, Cho Yaoer reached out and grabbed her clothes. In Cho Yaoer's heart, she might not care about anyone's life or death, but she couldn't accept someone dying for her. At this moment, Su Chanshan, hanging in midair, cried and cursed. Shenlang, are you even a man? You already have a child with Cho Yaoer. Won't you talk properly? I fuck. She was the one who came onto me. I'm the victim here. Fine, come on then. You come. Do as you fuck please. Hearing Su Chanshan's words left Shenlang speechless. This woman is really shameless. Helplessly, he could only grumble as he walked towards the city gate alone. Fine, I'll come in and talk peace with you by myself. Just me alone. Kill or slash as you wish. If we can't talk it out, then we fight. We kill. Shen 13 and Jin Hui hurried forward to stop him, but Shenlang simply said, don't worry about me. At this point, we must make a quick decision. I no longer have the luxury of choice. Having said that, he walked straight towards the wooden box lowered by Cho Yaoer. The next second, he was pulled up as if by an elevator. Cho Yaoer's strength was truly formidable. A large wooden box plus Shenlang's height of 1.8 meters. She easily pulled him up the more than 20 meters high city wall by herself. Standing on the wall, Shenlang, though still imposing, was actually very worried inside. I came here alone. What if Cho Yaoer suddenly decides to kill me? At this moment, Su Chanshan couldn't help but step forward and started arguing with Shenlang. Although her words were harsh, this actually eased Shenlang's inner tension. After a bout of verbal sparring, Shenlang activated his X-ray vision towards Cho Yaoer's abdomen. Indeed, a tiny embryo was growing in her womb. Seeing this, Shenlang was thoroughly dismayed. Your blood, Cho Yaoer, is full of heavy metals, and you frequently let blood. How could you still get pregnant from me so easily? And more so, the embryo is growing healthily? Should I praise my own prowess? Or is it your Cho family's lineage that's incredibly formidable? After calming his emotions, Shenlang looked towards Cho Yaoer. Let's not talk about this child for now. To be honest with you, when I was treating you, I had already tampered with your body. I can take your life at any moment. Shenlang wasn't lying about this. During the treatment, he had implanted several extremely small particles inside Cho Yaoer. These particles were deadly cyanide extracted from a large amount of almonds, encased in a very thin metallic shell to create poison pills. On the catapult, the ammunition was made from meteorite magnet powder. Once Cho Yaoer shattered them, the powder would adhere to her body surface. Cho Yaoer would definitely try to break free at that moment, causing true energy to burst forth from every part of her body. The thin metal balls would be squeezed by true energy and attracted by the magnets, causing the metal balls to crack and the cyanide inside to enter the bloodstream. In just a few seconds, Cho Yaoer would be dead. By then, although the alchemist and Zaiqian didn't hold a high position in the Lord's castle, being an old man by Cho Tianwei's side, he had seniority and credibility. Without a leader, he could collaborate with Shenlang from inside and outside to take over the castle. But at this moment, Shenlang found himself in a dilemma. He had anticipated the Zhang family would make a move, but Cho Yaoer's pregnancy was truly unexpected. So, a better option has presented itself to me. I'm really pregnant. Yes. Whose fault is that? I bear no responsibility for this. I'm the victim. Cho Yaoer, seeing Shenlang's attitude, directly said, though I'm pregnant, I don't need you to take responsibility. It's only been over a month and hasn't taken form yet. Just pretend it doesn't exist. Shenlang, hearing this, replied even more unhappily, just shut up. It was you who slept with me, leaving me covered in bruises and hurting my wife's feelings. Now, you're even pregnant. Do you still intend to keep this child? Cho Yaoer didn't continue the topic, but simply said, I'll send you down. Let's start the battle. Seeing this, Su Chanshan desperately stood in front of Cho Yaoer. General, can this matter really not be resolved peacefully? I don't understand why you remain loyal to Cho Tianwei, who is utterly evil. Cho Yaoer told her, if it weren't for Cho Tianwei's rescue in my childhood, I would have died at sea long ago. Therefore, I must repay this nurturing kindness. But Su Chanshan didn't see it that way. She knew that the foundation of the Cho family was built by Cho Yaoer herself, through battles in the north and south. This nurturing kindness should have been repaid long ago. Yet, Cho Yaoer shook her head. No, the adoptive father saved me, so I owe him my life. If I can survive today's battle and keep Furious Tide City for him, then I will leave and wander far away. At this moment, Shenlang spoke up from behind her. You don't need to repay him anymore, because Cho Tianwei is already dead. Cho Yaoer trembled, but she still turned back to tell them, even if Cho Tianwei is dead, I must keep Furious Tide City for him. At worst, I can hand the city over to Cho Hao in the future, fulfilling my promise. Shenlang, you may leave. Fate is in the hands of the heavens. Let's continue the battle. Facing Cho Yaoer's thoughts, Shenlang immediately scolded. Are you out of your mind, you foolish woman? Do you not realize that you no longer owe Cho Tianwei anything? Do you know the cook who poisoned you with salt was instigated by your so-called adoptive father, Cho Tianwei? Hearing this, Cho Yaoer was shocked. How could that be? Seeing her disbelief, Shenlang had no choice but to continue explaining. Cho Tianwei never considered you as a daughter. He wanted you to be his woman, but now, you've become so powerful that not only are all the pirates in the sea afraid of you, but even he has started to fear you. Your prestige has long surpassed his, making him appear dull in comparison, and making Chiu Xiao look like a wastrel who only ruins women. Therefore, you cannot stay. You must die. Hearing Shenlang's words, Chiu Yao's expression drastically changed. She had indeed felt that her adoptive father's gaze towards her was strange, but she had not thought in that direction. The idea that her adoptive father wanted to kill her was utterly beyond her expectations. At this moment, Chiu Yao, filled with a murderous aura, asked Shenlang, "Do you have any evidence to prove these things?" Shenlang informed her, "The cook, Shu Shu, is now in a secret room underneath the Lord's mansion. You need to release Zaiqian, and he can lead you to her." Chiu Yao, puzzled, asked, "Why wouldn't my adoptive father just silence such an insignificant woman?" Shenlang smiled. It's because the cook got pregnant, and Chiu Tianwei thought the child was his, but actually, it's Zaiqian's." Moments later, the cook, Shu Shu, was brought up to the city. Chiu Yao asked, "Is it? Did my adoptive father instruct you to poison me with salt?" "Yes. Chiu Tianwei commanded me to kill you by using poison salt in your food, starting 2 years ago." Seeing this, Shenlang confidently smiled. There, everything's out in the open. Meanwhile, back on Cliffwatch Island, after fainting for several hours from the shock, Tang Luan finally regained consciousness. He felt drained and listless, chilled to the bone despite being covered in several thick blankets, as cold as if he had been dropped into an ice cellar. Tang Luan, "Brother, are you awake?" This sudden voice made him sit up sharply, but upon seeing the mythical turtle Count calmly sitting by the bed, he remembered everything. The Tang family had lost, not to Jinzhua, but to that heartless son-in-law, Shenlang. With this realization, he mustered his last bit of dignity and said, "Jinzhua, just kill me. Considering we're both from old noble families, please let me die with some dignity." However, the mythical turtle Count simply shook his head. "Tang Luan, I won't kill you or your 2 sons, but you'll have to do something for me." Tang Luan, startled, then looked towards the mythical turtle Count. "What is it?" The mythical turtle Count continued, "It's simple. There's still a group of pirates at sea that I need to eliminate. They're surely thinking of landing to divide the gold. Lure them ashore. Of course, this task requires your personal attention, while your 2 sons will stay here with me." Tang Luan sighed. To cut the grass and remove the roots, to prevent future troubles. He clearly understood the mythical turtle Count's intentions, but for the sake of the Tang family, he had no choice but to reluctantly agree. An hour later, the pirates were lured by Tang Luan onto the island. At this moment, half a step into the Grim Reaper's embrace, the pirates still wholeheartedly thanked Jin Hai Count. Unaware of Tang Luan's anomaly, "Fellow brothers, the gold left for you by the Pirate King is just ahead, inside the smelting workshop. Everyone grab your gold and hurry back to patrol the seas." Moments later, the pirates arrived at the wooden workshop, and the neatly stacked piles of gold bricks instantly made their eyes shine. Subsequently, they couldn't wait to pounce towards the gold bricks. For these greedy pirates, how could they possibly be satisfied with just 1 piece each? In no time, pirates who didn't get gold drew their sabers. Suddenly, the workshop was embroiled in conflict. Then, a series of knocks from outside was heard. A pirate near the door finally noticed something was amiss. "How come the door is locked?" At this moment, Jin family soldiers were seen securing the entire workshop with armor. Then, hundreds of flaming arrows shot towards the workshop. The next second, with a loud boom, the workshop was engulfed in flames. Only then did the pirates inside realize it was a trap. Seeing the fierce flames, everyone panicked. At this moment, the pirates cursed frantically, desperately trying to break the wooden walls with their knives and bodies. But when they saw the armor covering from outside, all hope was lost. As the fire grew, the curses and pleas for help inside gradually faded away. In just about 10 minutes, these remaining pirates were burned to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Atop the hill, Tang Luan, looking at the rising smoke, asked the mythical turtle Count, "I've done what you asked. Can you let my sons and me go now?" The mythical turtle Count turned and said, "Not so fast. There's one last thing you need to do for me." After hearing this, Tang Luan gritted his teeth and said, "Now that these over 100 warships also belong to your Jin family, what more do you want? Aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew and choking yourself to death?" However, Jinzhua didn't respond, simply giving a look that said, "You know what I mean without me having to say it." Seeing this, Tang Luan immediately understood. "Do you intend to use me to impersonate Chiu Tianwei's pirates to help you recapture the Isle of Gold Mountain?" On the other hand, the mythical turtle Count and Shenlang had been away from the Count's mansion for nearly a month. During these 20+ days, Jean Mulan was exhausted to the extreme. Now, the entire defense of the Count's mansion rested on her alone, and only 1,000 family private soldiers remained in the mansion. For safety, she took matters into her own hands, sleeping no more than 3 hours a day. Even so, to not disappoint her husband upon his sudden return, she would use these 3 hours to wash herself thoroughly, even going as far as to sleep in the bathtub to save time. Physical exhaustion was one thing, but mental fatigue was key. Her father led 4,000 troops against Chiu Tianwei's 30,000 strong army, and her husband also led only 2,000 troops to seize Furious Tide City. Both fronts were perilous ventures, extremely dangerous. Yet, to this moment, there had been no news, which naturally made her anxious, especially considering the last time her husband returned. Not only was he physically violated but also severely injured. Jean Mulan was infuriated. Chiu Yaoer, you shameless woman, better not harbor any thoughts towards my husband this time. Someday, I, Jean Mulan, will surely tear you to pieces. As these thoughts overwhelmed her, sleepiness hit, and in a moment, Jean Mulan fell asleep. Little Bing felt deeply sorry to see her mistress so exhausted, only hoping that the Count and young Master Shin could return victorious soon. At this moment, the lady of the Jean household was kneeling in front of the ancestral hall, praying for the mythical turtle Count and Shin Lang to show her sincerity and ask the ancestors to protect the two men who had gone to the front lines. The lady had neither eaten nor drunk, kneeling devoutly for several days. Just then, a frantic messenger's voice came from the front of the hall. Lady, miss, there's enemy movement on our lands. Jean Sword Lady has returned injured. Upon hearing this, the lady of the Jean family immediately drew her sword and rushed outside, while Mulan also quickly led her troops, following closely behind her mother. At this moment, they saw Jean Sword Lady, covered in wounds, struggling towards them in a wretched state. Lady, miss, for some reason, a large group of bandits bearing the Kutuhuan flag appeared on our lands. Hearing the name Kutuhuan, the lady and Mulan were shocked. Kutuhuan is a notorious bandit from the province of the Southern Journey, known for his ruthless and evil deeds, with hundreds of wicked followers under his command. Moreover, he is shrouded in mystery, with no one having seen his true face. At this point, Jean Sword Lady, who had pushed herself to return, finally collapsed from exhaustion. Mulan quickly went forward to check her injuries, but curiously, all the wounds, though appearing severe, were precisely avoided vital areas. The lady immediately ordered someone to fetch doctor and to treat her injuries. Catching her breath, Jean Sword Lady continued recounting her ordeal. Just now, while leading a cavalry patrol on our lands, we encountered a group of bandits, mercilessly chasing down civilians. Without a second thought, I led my troops to fight them. Unfortunately, they outnumbered us, and only I managed to break through to come back and report. But miss, they could have killed me directly, yet they let me break through to come back and report. I suspect this act was deceitful. Doctorin, who had arrived, also chimed in. Though Kutuhuan is a bandit, he has never appeared in New River County before. I also think this is a diversion, someone impersonating Kutuhuan to lure you out. Hearing both analyses, Mulan was torn. She didn't know whether she should personally lead troops to rescue the civilians on her lands, or stay and defend the Count's mansion, sending out a cavalry troop to engage but not directly confront them. Mulan found herself in a dilemma. Leaving the castle now would play into the enemy's hands, but if she didn't go to the rescue, many of the Jean family's people could die or be injured. We must save them. We have to save them. Having made up her mind, Jean Mulan immediately decided she must dispatch troops to rescue her people. Otherwise, what right would the Jean family have to be the lords of this land? She then turned to the lady of the Jean family and asked, Mother, do you still remember the sword techniques of the Su family? I am going to lead 300 cavalry to save our people, leaving you with 700 troops. Is that enough to defend the Count's mansion? The lady of the Jean family immediately assured her, even if I have forgotten, once I fight for my life, I will naturally remember. Do not worry, with my strength, I am sure to defend the Jean family's castle. Suddenly, Shin Lang's brother, Shin Jian, wearing armor, rushed over shouting, Sister-in-law, don't go. I want to go with you to fight the enemy. Since the Shin family moved into the Count's mansion, Shin Jian had been practicing martial arts under the guidance of several Jean family experts. Now that his own family was in trouble, Shin Jian would not hide away, but Mulan directly refused him, telling him to stay at home and protect their parents. Shin Jian was not convinced. I've been practicing martial arts for over half a year. Why can't I join the battle? However, despite his frustration, Mulan no longer paid him any attention. Although she understood Shin Jian's desire to protect his family, going to war was not child's play. If anything happened to her brother-in-law, she wouldn't be able to explain it to her husband. Moments later, 300 cavalry were all assembled, and Mulan was ready to depart on her horse once more. Suddenly, Jean Sword Lady, who had just bandaged her wounds, rushed out. Miss, please let me join you in battle. Mulan was about to refuse, but Jean Sword Lady cut her off. Please rest assured, miss, my injuries are not serious. I witnessed our brothers being killed by those beasts with my own eyes. If I do not go to this battle and take revenge with my own hands, I will be restless for the rest of my life. Seeing her determination, Mulan no longer tried to stop her. Dear sister, then let us go together and leave none of them standing. After speaking, Jean Mulan gave the order, and all the cavalry followed her, rushing out of the city gates. At this time, the setting sun cast its last light over the dense forest in the valley, creating a stunningly beautiful scene. In this scene, a group of people in black lay in ambush on the trees along the path Jean Mulan and her troops were bound to take. They quietly watched as Jean Mulan led her team speeding past them. The leader of this group was none other than Jean Mulan's cousin, Su Jianting. At that moment, he watched Jean Mulan with a complex gaze. This woman was supposed to become my wife, but unfortunately, she ended up with that bastard Shin Lang. But no matter, soon you will become a widow. Moreover, the crown prince has taken a liking to you. If I can't have you, then you shall become a stepping stone for the Su family. As night quickly fell, seeing Seeing that his plan to draw the tiger away from the mountain had succeeded, Su Jianting began to implement his next plan. He looked towards the brightly lit Count's mansion atop the hill. This operation has my father's command. At any cost, we must seize that item. And I hope you will hand it over to me willingly when you see me. Then, putting on his mask, he ordered, in this battle, spare no one, even if it's Su Peipei. Anyone who resists, kill without mercy. With that, he led over 100 skilled men in black towards the Count's mansion. Meanwhile, several miles away, the martial fanatic Tang Yan, mounted on a horse, stood at a crossroads, lost in thought. Behind him on the ground lay a sprawl of bodies. After losing to Jean Mulan, he had returned to Southern Sea Sword Island with his master Li Qianqiu to learn a new sword technique. This technique was hidden within a jade stone, and even Li Qianqiu himself would need 10 years to decode it. If anyone wished to decipher it in a shorter time, there was only one person capable of doing so, and that person was Shen Lang. At this moment, Tang Yan helplessly looked at the cryptic map his master had drawn. Since entering the territory of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, not only were the roads difficult to recognize, but he also encountered 3 groups of bandits. What he didn't know was that there were originally more than a dozen groups of robbers. However, after he swiftly defeated the first 3 groups, the remaining bandits were too scared to appear. Tang Yan, looking at the 3-way crossroad in front of him, sighed and muttered to himself, my master could have led the way himself, but he stubbornly refused. I really don't understand what's so fearsome about the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, but my master had instructed, if faced with 2 paths, take the right. If 3, choose the middle. So, I'll follow my master's advice and take the middle path. This time, Tang Yan finally chose the correct path, unaware that his unexpected appearance, the martial fanatic Tang Yan, would change the fate of the Jin family at this moment. Earlier, in Furious Tide City, Chiu Yaoer's castle. Miss, I'm very grateful that you saved me once. Now, to commit such an ungrateful act, I'm worse than a beast, but my children's lives are in Chiu Tianwei's hands. If I don't comply, they will die. Chiu Yaoer shook her head. You were forced, so I won't blame you, but you need to tell me, why did you suddenly disappear, and why did you stop poisoning me? Shushu told Chiu Yaoer, because I got pregnant, and because Chiu Tianwei was attacking the Jin family's Cliffwatch Island, while Furious Tide City needed you to defend it, so they temporarily stopped me from poisoning you. Hearing Shushu's answer, Chiu Yaoer's heart was in turmoil. All these years, I've loyally conquered countless cities for my adoptive father, yet now, he actually wants to kill me. Shen Lang was right. Chiu Tianwei, I no longer owe you my life. The debt between us is settled. Thinking this, she took a deep breath, as if letting go of all burdens. Then she looked toward Shen Lang. Shen Lang, this castle and the entire Furious Tide City are yours now. I'm taking my people to wander far away. From this day forward, we part ways indefinitely. In the pitch black night, a village within the territory of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion was ablaze with fire. At this time, soldiers from the Tang and Su families, disguised as Kutuan bandits, were carrying out a frenzy of slaughter in the village. The cries and pleas for help stimulated the inner beasts of these men, unleashing the demons deep within their hearts. As they threw their torches, setting the houses on fire, they felt an unspeakable delight. Countless survivors from the Jin family, watching their homes burn and their relatives brutally killed, were overwhelmed by helplessness and despair, plunging them into endless fear. Laughing amidst the flames, one of the fake bandits said, do you wretches feel desperate, still hoping for the Jin family to save you? Forget it. The Jin family is about to be finished. How could they care for you now? However, before he could finish, the ground trembled violently. Looking towards the source, they saw a group of warriors on tall horses charging towards them through the dark night. Leading them was the valiant General Jean Mulan herself. She led 300 cavalry, wielding long spears, and shouted, kill all these beasts. The villagers, upon seeing Jean Mulan, burst into tears of joy. Their lord had come to save them, also proving that the Jean family had not abandoned them. Faced with the arrival of Mulan and the cavalry, Tang For was not intimidated but showed disdain and scorn from his eyes. Jean Mulan, you dare to come? Since you're so eager to seek death, let's see how you fare against these 50 expert warriors from the western regions supported by the Su family. With this thought, Tang For brandished his sword and shouted loudly, everyone, mount up and prepare for battle. Today, let's show them whether the Jin family's cavalry is strong, or if Kutuan is stronger. After speaking, he led his team at full speed towards the Jin family cavalry. In moments, the two forces clashed, colliding and battling furiously. Jean Mulan went straight for Tang For. Though Jean Mulan's swordsmanship might not be the top among the younger generation, against Tang For, she was more than capable. Seeing Tang For at a disadvantage, Tang 5 and Tang 7 also joined the fray. Facing this shameless 3-on-1 tactic, even Jean Mulan, strong as she was, found herself restrained for a moment on the other side. Although the Jin family cavalry had the advantage in numbers and equipment, facing the Tang family's elite masters and the Su family's warriors from the western regions, they ultimately fell into disadvantage. As the Jin family cavalry began to fall one by one, the Tang family masters also started attacking towards Jean Mulan's position. Now surrounded by the 3 Tang brothers and seeing more enemies approach, Jean Mulan gradually began to feel overwhelmed. Seeing this, the village villagers nearby became anxious. We can't just watch our lord be bullied by these scoundrels. Let's rush in and fight them. As soon as the words were spoken, people of all ages grabbed their shovels and hoes and rushed towards Jean Mulan's side. Jean Mulan was shocked and hurriedly shouted to stop them from getting closer. However, this moment of distraction gave Tang for the opportunity to strike, aiming his sword directly at Mulan's face. Mulan couldn't dodge in time, and her helmet was knocked to the ground. The ordinary villagers, powerless against the experts, were instantly killed. These beasts didn't even spare the fleeing villagers, leaving a trail of bodies in their wake. Seeing this, Mulan roared in anger and grief. "Beasts, you're seeking death." Her spear movements became even more fierce, thrusting directly towards Tang For's chest. But the next second, a Western region's expert appeared behind Mulan, unexpectedly striking her back with a stone hammer. Jean's sword lady, seeing her lady injured, immediately called for a dozen cavalry to assist. Even injured, Jean Mulan showed no fear. She had to ensure the villagers' safety and bring back the remaining soldiers. She wouldn't admit defeat, ready to fight to the death to protect the Jean family's honor. Just as she braced for a final stand, the sound of galloping hooves approached. Their leader also wore a mask with the character Ku. Everyone was shocked, wondering if these were the real Kutuhuan bandits. Seeing his disguise exposed, Tang For quickly gathered his men to flee. The real Kutuhuan snorted coldly under his mask. "Thinking of running? Let's see if you can escape." With that, he drew his long sword and charged into the fray, leaving no one alive in his path. Striking like lightning, he quickly caught up to Tang For. Kutuhuan didn't give him a chance to react, decapitating him in the blink of an eye. This scene left Jean Mulan utterly astounded. Yet, to confirm the identity of the person before her, Jean Mulan approached with courtesy to express her gratitude. "Thank you for your help. From the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. With such skills, you must indeed be the real Kutuhuan." Kutuhuan nodded. "I came here because I heard someone was impersonating me to kill the innocent and tarnish my reputation. I, Kutuhuan, have always only killed the wicked to carry out justice. Such actions cannot be tolerated." Jean Mulan, hearing this, bowed again and said, "Mr. Ku, your assistance this time will be remembered by the Jean family. If you ever need help in the future, please send someone to inform us. The Jean family will spare no effort to assist." A hearty laugh came from beneath Kutuhuan's mask. "How could we, lowly folks, dare to associate with the mythical Turtle Count's mansion? I shall take my leave now. Farewell." Then he turned and left with his followers, departing with style. Watching Kutuhuan leave, Jean Mulan couldn't help but sigh. How can such a hero, who punishes evil and promotes good, be misrepresented as a thoroughly wicked person? The day before, in Furious Tide City, after learning of all Qiu Tianwei's schemes, Qiu Yaoer decided to leave the Thunderous Isle, which had confined her for 20 years, and handed over Furious Tide City to Shenlang. However, as she turned to leave, Shenlang appeared before her. "Qiu Yaoer, you may leave, but what about my child you're carrying?" Qiu Yaoer coldly responded, "If this child is born safely, then among the many experienced women by my side, raising a child will surely be more than manageable." After hearing this, Shenlang felt conflicted. He believed Qiu Yaoer would ensure the child's safe growth, hoping it would be a girl. If it were a boy, growing up with such a formidable mother and surrounded by women, such an environment might impact the child's physical health. Now that Qiu Yaoer was willing to keep the child, and for the child's safe birth, Shenlang proposed removing the metallic poison beads hidden inside her. Although the child was illegitimate, it was still his flesh and blood. Shenlang quickly extracted 5 poison beads. Looking at these tiny grains, hardly a millimeter in size, it was hard to believe their toxicity could be so potent. He then handed the poison pills to Enzykian for safekeeping, stressing not to break them, as just one could be fatal. Qiu Yaoer, hearing his words, immediately sat up. "Shenlang, to be as venomous as you are is truly rare." She then prepared to leave with her people, but Shenlang stopped her again. "You can't go yet. Zhang Ji's 6,000 troops are waiting for me. You need to help me defeat him." Qiu Yaoer, puzzled, looked at Shenlang. "That's your problem. What does it have to do with me?" Facing the question, Shenlang unexpectedly resorted to being shameless. "Because you, Qiu Yaoer, were cured by me. You said you owed me a favor. Besides, you assaulted me. Shouldn't you compensate?" Then, Shenlang smiled slyly. "It's simple. Just help me put on a show. Pretend our negotiations broke down. Then I launch an attack on you. You die in the onslaught of rocks, and we storm the city gates, fighting with your troops. That way, Zhang Ji will be fooled into ambushing me from behind. Then, we can join forces to eliminate him." Hearing Shenlang's plan, Qiu Yaoer's face was full of disdain. "So troublesome. Can't fight but still insists on fighting. Shenlang, who even gave you the courage?" Reluctantly not wanting to owe this pretty boy a favor, she finally said, "No need for such trouble. I'll just directly lead my troops and eliminate Zhang Ji." Shenlang shouted back, "Are you out of your mind? Aren't your soldiers' lives valuable? A little inconvenience can reduce casualties, you know." Listening to Shenlang's lecture, Qiu Yaoer was nearly driven insane. At this moment, she really wanted to kill him. Suppressing her inner rage, Qiu Yaoer grabbed Shenlang and quickly walked outside, as if staying another second would make her lose control and dismember Shenlang. When they stood atop the city gate again, Shenlang screamed in terror. He was being dangled over the city wall by his collar. Jin Hui and others were shocked. "Oh no, young Master Shin is in danger. However, the next second, Cho Yaoer threw Shenlang down. Shenlang was stunned. Damn it, big sister, that's like falling from the 5th floor. Do you really want me dead? Jin Shuring and the others were scared witless, sprinting over at the speed of a 100-meter dash. Just as Shenlang was about to hit the ground, Jin Shuring leaped up to catch their young Master Shin. Shenlang, still trembling after landing, cursed Cho Yaoer furiously in his heart. My wife was right, you deserve to be slashed 1,000 times. Then, he turned around angrily and shouted, prepare the catapults. We're going to war. As his words fell, all soldiers immediately got the catapults ready. Then Shenlang shouted again towards the city top. Cho Yaoer, you demoness, today is your day to die. Prepare to face your end. Catapults ready. Fire. As the words were spoken, several meteorite magnet boulders were hurled towards Cho Yaoer from above. Yet she was neither hurried nor slow. She waved her ghost blade, effortlessly shattering them all. Due to the high metallic content in Cho Yaoer's body, countless magnet powder immediately enveloped her. To cooperate with Shenlang's performance, Cho Yaoer dramatically fell backwards, her massive form crashing down heavily. Seeing this, Shenlang was extremely irritated. Are you out of your mind, woman? Is your brain made of muscles? Couldn't you at least spit some blood and fall slowly? If you get hurt, it's one thing, but what about my child? Without further thought, Shenlang shouted, Cho Yaoer is dead. All soldiers, follow me to storm the castle and take Furious Tide City. At that moment, with a loud bang, the castle gates were forcefully smashed down from the inside. Seeing this, the Jin family's 2,000 elite troops, led by Shenlang, charged into the castle. As Shenlang and the Jin elites were breaching the gates, Zhang Ji's scouts, one after another, hurriedly relayed the current situation to Zhang Ji. General, Shenlang and Cho Yaoer have broken off negotiations, and the assault has begun. His catapults launched iron balls that killed Cho Yaoer. Shenlang's troops have entered the Lord's mansion. Hearing this shocking news, Zhang Ji was numbed. He hadn't expected Shenlang to actually kill Cho Yaoer as his father predicted. He was grateful for his father's foresight in predicting this scenario. Thank goodness my father instructed me to bring troops for rearguard action. Otherwise, if Furious Tide City falls into Shenlang's hands, it means the end of the new policy and my father's political career. But Shenlang, even if you've killed the demoness and stormed the mansion, what then? In the end, I, the Siskin, will still devour you. Wait for me to take your life. Shenlang, Furious Tide City will ultimately be mine. Today, I, Zhang Ji, will achieve this unprecedented feat. Thinking this, he stood up from his seat and loudly declared, brothers, the moment for us to make our mark has arrived. Gather all the soldiers and let us storm the Lord's mansion together. As his words fell, the generals were invigorated. They then rushed out of the fortress, assembling their 6,000 elite troops, and headed towards the Lord's mansion for battle. In the early hours of the next day, the Su family's covert guards also began their assault on the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Their agile movements seemed to deliberately create noise, drawing the attention of the Jin family guards on patrol. The leader of the new guards, Jin Xia, upon seeing this, hurriedly gathered all the guards to ready their bows for battle. They quickly found their positions, and under Jin Xiao's command, launched a volley of arrows at the enemy. Hundreds of arrows rained down like a shower, piercing the bodies of the enemies and slowing their advance. However, outside the city walls, although the Su family's covert guards were bloodily slain, Su Jianting's figure was nowhere to be seen. Clearly, this assault was his tactic of creating a diversion, aimed at concentrating the Count's mansion's attention elsewhere. At this time, he, leading a dozen trusted men, was in the weeds behind the Count's mansion's castle, searching for a secret passage into the residence. Referred to as a secret passage, it was actually just an abandoned sewer, known to him from childhood games of hide and seek with Jean Mulan and others. With the Jin family's main forces engaged in repelling the external attack, this moment provided an excellent opportunity for infiltration. Without further ado, Su Jianting and his men easily snuck into the interior of the Count's mansion. Soon, they arrived at their target location, the Count's mansion's library. He then ordered the guards behind him, stay here on watch. If anyone approaches, regardless of gender, kill without hesitation. After giving his command, he quickly entered the room alone. However, as he faced tens of thousands of books, he fell into contemplation. Searching through so many books one by one would take forever. Thinking this, he ordered those outside, leave 2 to keep watch, the rest come in. Look for a wooden box with no patterns. However, the library of the Count's mansion was just too large. After searching both the upper and lower floors without success, Su Jianting recalled there might be an underground library. He led his men to the entrance of the basement level. As he approached the iron door, he sensed someone inside. Instantly on alert, Su Jianting kicked the door forcefully, breaking open the heavy iron door. Surprisingly, after a quick scan, aside from neatly arranged original Jade secret texts, there wasn't even a mouse inside. Just as his men were about to enter, Su Jianting gestured for them to wait, then closed his eyes to use his breath to sense the surroundings. He found a thick-walled secret room and detected a non-martial woman hidden inside. After scouting, he turned and gestured for 4 experts to prepare for a direct attack, with the remainder ambushing from the sides. Suddenly, the wall was blasted open, and a terrified girl screamed out. In that moment, Little Bing's chest launched countless fine needles, shooting forward and instantly turning the few frontline attackers into a pincushion. When the needle rain ceased, the hitmen fell, lifeless. Su Jianting was shocked. What kind of poison needle is this? So lethal. As Su Jianting cautiously looked inside, his eyes suddenly brightened. The trembling, beautiful person holding the strange weapon was none other than Little Bing, whom he hadn't seen for years. It turned out that Little Bing, deeply trusted by Shenlang, had been appointed as the keeper of the secret room. With enemies attacking that night, she could have stayed in the hall with the lady for safety, but considering her duty, she went to the secret room to destroy all of Shenlang's experimental records to prevent them from falling into enemy hands. Unexpectedly, she was discovered by Su Jianting after burning them, and before she could return, Su Jianting put away his sword and approached Little Bing, asking, "What are you doing here?" After all, if he hadn't torn up the marriage contract back then, this beauty might have become his woman. But before Little Bing could answer, Su Jianting noticed the freshly burned ashes next to her. His rage exploded, abandoning his previous gentle demeanor. "What were you just burning?" Facing the blade pressed against her neck, Little Bing, though crying from fear, still clenched her teeth, refusing to utter a word about young Master Shin's secrets. Thinking that she was about to die without having consummated her relationship with young Master Shin filled Little Bing with such regret that she cried even harder. Su Jianting, seeing the pitiful Little Bing, softened his heart. Perhaps she really doesn't know anything. He withdrew his sword and also took the strange weapon from Little Bing's hands. This girl might still be useful later on. It's more important to quickly find what my father is looking for. He then continued to direct his men to search for the wooden box. Despite damaging all the jade texts, they still found nothing. Su Jianting frowned. Where exactly could the mythical turtle count have hidden this important item? After an unsuccessful search, Su Jianting, dragging Little Bing, threatened Mrs. Jean as a bargaining chip. This all started over a secret letter from more than 20 years ago. At that time, the situation in the Yu Kingdom was unprecedentedly complex, with external wars raging between Wu and Yu and internal strife for succession among the princes. Although Ning Yuanxian was established as the crown prince with the support of his family, his older brother Ning Yuanwu, due to his notable military achievements, gained the support of many military generals, thus harboring ambitions to usurp the throne. Because of the Great War between Wu and Yu, Ning Yuanwu, who was a leading general, controlled a large portion of the Yu Kingdom's military forces. Seeing that the eldest prince was about to win, the distant guard Marquis Su family decided to defect to Ning Yuanwu and pledge loyalty to him. To add an extra layer of security, the Su family sent a secret letter to the mythical turtle, Count Jinyu. Despite the cryptic content of the letter, it was clear that the Su family intended to persuade the Jin family to join them in supporting Ning Yuanwu. However, Count Jinyu not only flatly refused, but also made it clear that he would never involve himself in the struggle for succession. Just when everyone thought Ning Yuanwu was about to win the succession battle, the mighty Duke unexpectedly led an army of 100,000, betraying Wu to support the Yu Kingdom with the territories of 3 counties, clearly siding with Crown Prince Ning Yuanxian. From that moment on, the mighty Duke became his biggest political ally, pushing Ning Yuanwu into a corner from which there was no return. Consequently, Crown Prince Ning Yuanxian made a miraculous comeback, winning the succession battle and becoming the current emperor. One of his first acts after ascending to the throne was to purge the loyalists and generals of Ning Yuanwu. Upon hearing the news, the Su family, in an attempt to retrieve the secret letter, not only reached out to the Jin family but also arranged a marriage between the newly born Su Jianting and Jin Mulan. However, 8 years ago, when the two families were preparing to fulfill the marriage agreement, the Su Nan Marquis suddenly demanded the letter from Count Jinjua. The upright Jinjua stated that he had burned it years ago in front of his wife, Su Peipei. Naturally, Su Nan did not believe him, leading to a major disagreement that night, resulting in the cancellation of the marriage agreement. Today, during a crisis at the mythical turtle Count's mansion, Su Jianting, accompanied by over a dozen experts dressed in black and wearing masks, pushed Little Bing into the Count's mansion hall. The intrusion caused immediate chaos among everyone present, including Mrs. Jean Su Peipei, who was surprised. The Count's mansion is guarded all around. How did these people get in? However, upon recognizing the man holding Little Bing in black, she immediately realized everything. "Isn't this my cousin's son, Su Jianting?" Mrs. Jean was immediately furious. "Well done, Su Jianting. No wonder these people were able to sneak in undetected. Every time my Jean family faces difficulties, your Su family kicks us when we're down. You really are a fine maternal family." The more she thought about it, the angrier Mrs. Jean got, and she immediately wanted to confront him. However, before she could even call out his name, Su Jianting drew his sword to warn her not to make a sound. Seeing this, Su Peipei had no choice but to suppress her anger and asked in a deep voice, "Su Jianting, what is your purpose in targeting my Jean family time and again?" Su Jianting snorted coldly. "What do we want? You should be well aware. Where have you hidden the secret letter that my grandfather sent to your family years ago?" Hearing this, Su Peipei was shocked. She hadn't expected that her own maternal family still didn't believe that the letter had been destroyed destroyed by her husband. Seeing her stunned, Su Jianting directly placed his sword against Little Bing's neck and threatened, "Madam, if you do not hand over that item, I will kill this girl and let everyone here accompany you in death." Seeing the sword about to harm Little Bing, Mrs. Jean had no choice but to agree to his demand. Moments later, Mrs. Jean came in holding a long wooden box. Su Jianting's eyes lit up. This is the box, no doubt about it. The Jean family really didn't burn the letter after all. Once Mrs. Jean handed over the box, Su Jianting hurriedly opened it to check. This is indeed my grandfather Su Jian's handwriting. However, he didn't know that the real secret letter had indeed been destroyed. This letter was a fake, made by Shenlang from cutouts of Su Jian's writings, intended for use against the Su family in the future. At this moment, Su Peipei spoke up. "Now that you have got what you wanted, please release Little Bing and leave this place. The Count's mansion will never welcome you again." However, Su Jianting handed Little Bing over to his subordinates and set the wooden box on fire before coldly saying, "Your Jean family really is cunning and deceitful. But now that you, Su Peipei, know so much, do you think you can still live?" Upon hearing these words, several veteran generals, led by Zaishi, immediately drew their swords and stood in front of Su Peipei. The next second, both sides engaged in fierce combat. At this moment, Mrs. Jean, watching everything unfold, felt an overwhelming sense of grief and anger. "This is my own nephew. My maternal family really wants to put me to death." Tears filled Su Peipei's eyes as she mixed grief with indignation. "Su family, just you wait. From now on, I, Su Peipei, will have nothing to do with the Su family. When Shenlang returns, he will surely exterminate your entire clan." Thinking this, she suddenly drew her long sword and without a word, stabbed at Su Jianting, initiating a fierce battle. Surprisingly, Su Peipei, who hadn't wielded a sword in over a decade, hadn't lost her skill and was evenly matched with Su Jianting. Little Bing, though scared, didn't run away and even wanted to contribute her strength to the fight. Seeing her still there, Su Peipei quickly shouted for her to leave. At that moment, Little Bing took the opportunity to draw a second rainstorm of hidden blades and shot at Su Jianting. Two of the Su family's experts instinctively blocked it for Su Jianting. Seeing his men killed, Su Jianting was furious and continued to fight with Su Peipei while shouting, "Kill that girl." Several men in black charged at Little Bing. Seeing this, Su Peipei was shocked and immediately went to rescue her, but this moment of distraction allowed Su Jianting to severely injure her. Just then, two men in black reached Little Bing, but unexpectedly, she drew a third hidden weapon and shot at the two men, instantly killing them with the third rainstorm pear blossom. Seeing this, Su Jianting flew into a rage. "Damn, how many hidden weapons do you have? You poisonous girl. Kill all the Jean family, every single one, young and old." The Su family's experts, ruthless and far more powerful, quickly overwhelmed the Jean family's inexperienced and old soldiers in the Count's mansion hall, causing numerous casualties. Watching this bloody slaughter, Su Jianting laughed psychotically under his mask, even thinking of abducting Little Bing after clearing out the Jean family. However, in the next second, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Realizing who it was, Su Jianting was shocked. "Isn't that Tang Yan? How did he get here?" At that moment, Tang Yan looked at him and asked, "I think I know you. Are you Su Jianting? What happened here? Where is Shenlang?" After saying that, he turned his head towards the hall. "This isn't right. Why are you slaughtering the elderly and children here?" Just as Tang Yan finished speaking, Su Jianting panicked, thinking that this martial fanatic might intend to help the Jean family. However, before he could stop him, Tang Yan had already drawn the sword from his back. Then, a familiar scene unfolded. Tang Yan, with lightning-fast movements, took down several of the Su family's experts in just a breath's time, instantly changing the course of the battle. Seeing this, Su Jianting was shocked and decisively ordered the remaining subordinates to retreat. "This martial fanatic is too strong. I don't want to die here. Anyway, the thing we wanted has already been burned, and the Jean family is already on the decline. There's no need for me to linger in battle." Watching the black-clothed people flee in disarray, Tang Yan did not pursue them. Meanwhile, Su Peipei, gasping for breath, looked at the bodies strewn across the hall with deep heartache. These were faithful servants who were like family to her. Su Jianting, Su Nan, the entire distant guard marquis household. Just you wait. This deep vengeance will be repaid in blood when my son Shenlang returns. The timeline shifts to the day before at sea, where the mythical Turtle Count, along with Jean High Count, is sailing on Qiu Tianwei's ship towards the Isle of Gold Mountain. The mythical Turtle Count is well aware that the real battle determining the fate of the Jean family isn't at Cliffwatch Island, but at Furious Tide City. The journey to the Isle of Gold Mountain is just a side mission. Then, Tang Luan approached, smiling. "Brother Jinzhua, you have already achieved a great victory. Why then do I not see a smile on your face along the way?" The mythical Turtle Count did not respond. His mind was constantly worried about Shenlang's safety and the battle at Furious Tide City. Knowing that the dangerous Zhou Yaoer was stationed there, the stakes were incredibly high. If Shenlang wins, the future for the Jean family will be smooth sailing. However, if Shenlang loses, all their efforts would have been in vain. Tang Luan continued to flatter. "I never expected Brother Jinzhua to put aside past grievances and our family's hatred, giving me, Tang, a way out. out. Had it been someone else, I fear I would have been dead beyond dead. This favor, I, Tang, will definitely remember in my heart. The mythical turtle count shook his head. Cousin, you are mistaken. The grievances and grudges are between our ancestors. We had no choice in the matter. How could I possibly hold a grudge against you? Upon hearing this, Tang Luan immediately put on a smile and lavishly praised the mythical turtle count, appearing to admire him greatly. However, internally, he was grinding his teeth in hatred, harboring deep resentment without a shred of gratitude towards the mythical turtle count. Nevertheless, Jinzhou indeed harbored no thoughts of killing towards the Tang family. After all, he only truly despised two families, the distant guard Marquis Su family and the martial peace Count Shui family. These were the Jin family's in-laws and allies, yet they nearly drove the Jin family to extinction. At this time, Jin Zhong came to inform that they were soon to arrive at the Isle of Gold Mountain. Hearing this, the mythical turtle count immediately ordered that the Tang family and their entourage remain on deck, while all other Jin soldiers hide in the cabin. Meanwhile, the pirates stationed on the Isle of Gold Mountain spotted Xiao Tianhui's warship and were ecstatic, knowing that the arrival of their lord's fleet to the Isle of Gold Mountain meant they had successfully taken over the Cliff Watch Island gold mine. They were looking forward to dividing the gold tonight. However, Tang Luan was surprised to see only a handful of pirates welcoming them upon landing. Where is Qiu Hao? Where are the warships at the dock? A pirate leader, not daring to admit that Qiu Hao had disobeyed orders and taken the main force away, could only vaguely claim the chief recently caught a chill and is resting in a cave. Your boss isn't here. You might as well tell me the truth. Seeing the opportunity for gain, the pirate immediately revealed the truth after receiving gold coins. The chief heard someone was going to attack Furious Tide City and worried that the female demon couldn't hold it, so he took all the main forces there to support. Tang Luan was stunned. How many people are left guarding the island? The pirate leader replied, there should be 1,000 people. Hearing this number, Tang Luan was shocked. Only 1,000? That means Qiu Hao took 4,000 of the main force back to Furious Tide City. Now, is it good or bad luck for Jinzhou? I wonder if Shenlang, that pretty boy, can withstand this attack. If he fails, then the Jin family only has one way out, death. Despite his thoughts, Tang Luan still sternly rebuked, can these 1,000 pirates hold the Isle of Gold Mountain? There are thousands of miners alone. Can you keep an eye on them? The pirate leader said indifferently, those miners are all your people. There's no need to watch them. In the mythical turtle count's mansion, there are 1,000 or 2 captives, but they are very obedient, hardly needing any supervision. Now, leaving 700 people to oversee the mine is more than enough. Tang Luan's heart tightened again. So, you're saying there are only 300 pirates defending the dock? Doesn't that mean Jinzhou could easily take over the Isle of Gold Mountain? Thinking of the mythical turtle count's promise to let him go home once the Isle of Gold Mountain was taken, he didn't dare delay for even a second and sternly rebuked, I came here to deliver food to you, and I didn't expect there would only be 1,000 of you guarding here. This is absolutely unacceptable. Wait here. I will go back to the ship and think of a way to possibly leave some people behind to strengthen your defenses. Moments later, after returning to the ship, Tang Luan relayed the island's defensive situation to the mythical turtle count. Brother Jinzhou, you're really lucky. There are only 1,000 pirates guarding the island, split into 2 groups, 300 at the dock and 700 at the mine. Before he could finish, the mythical turtle count interrupted Tang Luan and asked him where Qiu Hao had gone. Tang Luan smiled. He's obviously gone back to Furious Tide City to support Qiu Yaoer. Brother Jinzhou, don't forget you said once the Isle of Gold Mountain is taken, you would send me and my son home. Hearing Tang Luan's response, the mythical turtle count's face drastically changed. Qiu Hao went back to Furious Tide City, but Shenlang is still there. Immediately, he called Jin Zhong and ordered, all hands on deck, abandon the Isle of Gold Mountain and head full speed to Furious Tide City. Tang Luan was shocked at this command. Brother Jinzhou, the Isle of Gold Mountain is almost ours. How can you just give it up? The mythical turtle count replied sternly, Shenlang is my family. What is the Isle of Gold Mountain compared to the life of my son-in-law? After saying this, he hurried to the deck, taking control of the helm towards Furious Tide City. Tang Luan fell silent at this scene. For the sake of a son-in-law, the mythical turtle count was willing to give up significant gains, something Tang Luan couldn't do himself. No wonder Shenlang was wholeheartedly devoted to the Jin family. This is what truly makes a family. Inside Furious Tide City, Zhang Ji, leading 6,000 elite troops like a tide of iron armor, was rushing towards the main castle. His blood was boiling. Father, you always say how outstanding Shenlang is. Today, I will prove to you that your son is the strongest. I will achieve a great victory, allowing you to become a marquis and a high official. What Jinzhou Count achieved over 100 years ago, your son will surely make happen for you. As the 6,000 cavalry trod through the streets of Furious Tide City, all the shops and houses closed their doors and windows tightly. The city's inhabitants were terrified and uneasy. Is the sky changing? Will Furious Tide City become the territory of Yu Kingdom in the future? Will this no longer be the city of freedom? Meanwhile, above the main castle, shouts and cries of battle could be heard. Unbeknownst to many, this was actually a ruse by Shenlang and Qiu Yaoer's forces, randomly shouting to create an illusion. At this moment, Shenlang's personal bodyguard brought news. Zhang Ji has led 6,000 elite troops towards the castle. Shenlang sneered upon hearing this. Zhang Ji, I've finally been waiting for you. At that time, inside the castle, Qiu Yaoer, after receiving the news, grabbed her ghost blade and prepared to go out to battle without a second thought. Shenlang saw this and became annoyed. Big sister, have you gone mad? Can't you stick to the plan and defend the castle, waiting for Zhang Ji to come in on his own? Qiu Yaoer disdainfully replied, I don't like defensive play that's timid and hesitant. Such minor characters should be dealt with quickly, no need to drag it out. Then she turned to Su Chanqian. This Zhang Ji is your enemy, right? Don't worry, I'll avenge you right now. Saying this, she gave the order and led her 2,000 elite troops directly out to battle. This move by Qiu Yaoer left Shenlang dumbfounded. Is this woman crazy? Su Chanqian, hearing his comment, became furious. You're the one who's crazy. The general is the most incredible woman in the world. You, a scumbag, have no right to judge her. After saying this, she ran towards the city wall, determined to witness her idol crushing her father's murderer in revenge. Watching Su Chanqian's departing figure, Shenlang was helpless. Why are all these women so impulsive? Meanwhile, outside the city wall, Zhang Ji could no longer contain his arrogance, loudly shouting Shenlang's name as he charged towards the castle. However, the next second, a tall figure wielding 2 large swords, followed by a group of cavalry, emerged from within the city. The person with such an imposing aura was none other than the female Rakshasa, Qiu Yaoer. At this moment, Zhang Ji's face was filled with disbelief. This woman is still alive? What kind of skill did Shenlang use to win over Qiu Yaoer to set up this trap with him? However, a sense of ridicule-fueled anger quickly surged within him. The formidable pirate Rakshasa aligning with a pretty boy to commit such backstabbing acts is truly laughable. They say you, Qiu Yaoer, are invincible under heaven. I'm curious to see just how formidable you are. Today, let me truly understand the strength of this demoness. At this, 2 rational generals beside Zhang Ji hurried to catch up with his pace. General, this demoness is too powerful. You must not act rashly. As their words fell, all the soldiers behind rushed forward to protect Zhang Ji in the center. However, Qiu Yaoer's speed was too fast. In just a blink of an eye, she appeared in front of everyone. The next second, before anyone could react, she swung her ghost blade. The 200-pound giant blade whirled like a fan in her hands, crazily spinning. The terrifying blade effortlessly cut down the cavalry and their horses from a distance of 2 meters, leaving them slaughtered on the ground. The enemy, witnessing this scene, intended to immediately pull back, but Qiu Yaoer gave them no chance. Swinging her ghost blade like a tank, she charged directly into the enemy lines, leaving a trail of crushed bones and corpses wherever she passed. On the city walls, Shenlang and Su Chanqian, who were watching the spectacle, were in shock and admiration, respectively, at Qiu Yaoer's terrifying combat prowess. One's jaw was nearly dropping, while the other was mentally placing her idol on a pedestal. No wonder Qiu Tianwei couldn't tolerate her and wanted her gone. Such a formidable woman definitely threatens the Qiu family's status among the pirates. The people behind them were also terrified by the scene, sweating cold sweat. No wonder Qiu Yaoer never inquires about the number of enemies before a battle. Her combat strength could render an 8-meter radius around her devoid of life. Jean Shurying thought, I originally believed that despite Qiu Yaoer's reputation, I might manage a few moves against her, but now, thankfully, young Master Shen has a relationship with her. Otherwise, the 2,000 men brought by the Jin family would have been completely annihilated in less than an hour. Watching Qiu Yaoer's subordinates, each displaying remarkable agility and murderous intent, Jin Hui timidly asked from behind, Young Master Shen, do we still need to send troops to assist? Shenlang frowned and then shook his head. This demoness has gone mad with killing. We must avoid getting caught in the crossfire and becoming her victims. On the battlefield, the Zhang family's soldiers lay dead in heaps, with the survivors desperately trying to protect their general. However, all their efforts were in vain. Qiu Yaoer quickly dispatched all remaining soldiers and approached Zhang Ji. Facing the imminent Qiu Yaoer, Zhang Ji was trembling from head to toe, yet his pride prevented him from retreating in fear. Suddenly, Qiu Yaoer lifted her giant blade and turned to walk away, leaving Zhang Ji puzzled by her retreat. After moving about 20 steps away, she stopped, turned around, and pointed her blade at Zhang Ji with her left hand. Zhang Ji realized Qiu Yaoer was arrogantly challenging him to charge at her on horseback, a blatant humiliation that fueled his anger. You, Qiu Yaoer, may be strong, but I, Zhang Ji, am not so easily defeated. Since you're so arrogant, don't blame me for fighting dishonorably. With that, he charged towards her. Qiu Yaoer, no matter how strong you are, you're still flesh and blood. I don't believe you can withstand the force of my charging horse. However, Qiu Yaoer simply planted her sword into the ground and, bare hands, readied herself. As Zhang Ji leaped at her with his his horse and sword, aiming for a surprise attack. Xiao Yaoer's speed was astonishing. She delivered a punch directly to Zhang Ji's horse. The terrifying force of her punch sent the horse, along with Zhang Ji, flying. Then, as Zhang Ji fell, she caught him by the neck, holding him mid-air like a chick. In Xiao Yaoer's eyes, Zhang Ji was no different from Shenlang. Both were easy targets. For her, battles were always quick kills. Thus, Zhang Ji was utterly defeated, and Shenlang managed to secure Furious Tide's city effortlessly without deploying a single soldier, thanks to his wit.